Chapter 1. Bound out of the imperial capital, the Great Qin Dynasty. In the Golden Hall, civil and military officials stood in 2 rows. In the middle, a youth dressed in an embroidered robe knelt with disheveled hair, reeking of alcohol, and faint snores could be heard from him. The civil and military officials, along with the current emperor, all wore expressions of anger. Some of the elder ministers were so furious they trembled, pointing at the youth without being able to speak. "Someone, bring water and douse this rebellious son of mine," Nash Kavin ordered angrily. The guards outside immediately brought a bucket of water, but hesitated upon approaching the youth. "Isaias, the crown prince of the Great Qin Dynasty. Douse him," Kavin commanded. Michael was genuinely enraged. Even though this was his son, he would punish him strictly as a warning for others, making sure the princes understood that certain boundaries must not be crossed. Splash. A bucket of cold water drenched Isaias from head to toe. "Who dares to douse this prince? Once I return to the palace, your whole family will suffer," Isaias roared after waking up, displaying uncouth behavior unbecoming of a royal. "Your Majesty, Crown Prince Isaias is immoral. As a prince, he seeks pleasure in brothels, tarnishing our nation's dignity. Please punish him severely. Your Majesty, yesterday, the Crown Prince caused a scene at Xuanhuan, arguing over payment with a courtesan. This is truly detestable." Isaias was beyond redemption. Kavin had repeatedly pulled him from the abyss only for him to worsen. Michael couldn't protect this son much longer. It was better for him to live out his days on his own fiefdom. In the Great Qin Dynasty, martial prowess was esteemed. Yet Isaias not only had despicable character, but also showed no talent in cultivation. Perhaps a quiet end in a remote place wasn't so bad. "Your Majesty," one official clearly objected. Was this real punishment? Away from the center of power was nothing different, just another place for debauchery. "Do you have any objections, Minister?" Kavin's gaze sharpened. "No, Your Majesty," the official quickly replied. Given how far Kavin had gone, pressing further would benefit none. However, Isaias's departure benefited them too. It made promoting their favored prince easier. As for Isaias, perhaps soon no one would remember him. Being away might save his life. "Isaias, do you accept this punishment?" Kavin repeated. "Yes, Your Majesty," Isaias answered. "Then depart immediately and take up your post," Kavin dismissed him, unwilling to see Isaias anymore. "As you command." With that, Isaias left the palace confidently, but his destination wasn't the crown prince's quarters. Without packing anything, he headed straight for Xuanhuan, unfazed by the daylight. "Forget it, girls of the capital, wait for your prince's return," Isaias called out loudly, then climbed into a carriage, sighing in relief unseen by others. Finally, 20 years of hell are over, Isaias rejoiced internally. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the beginner mission. System fully activated. Beginner reward package issued. This is great." Isaias wished to laugh aloud but contained himself. From the city walls, countless eyes watched him depart, especially his Pablos, who visibly relaxed. Translation notes. Chapter 1. Bound out of the capital. In the Great Qin Dynasty. In the Golden Hall, civil and military officials stood in 2 rows. In the middle knelt a young man in a brocade robe, disheveled and reeking of alcohol, with faint snores heard intermittently. The emperor and the civil and military officials all showed expressions of anger. Several elderly ministers were so enraged that they trembled, unable to speak as they pointed at the young man. "Someone, douse Jedediah, this disrespectful son, and wake him up for me," Nash Kavin said angrily. The guards outside immediately brought a bucket of water, but hesitated when they reached the young man. Jedediah was the crown prince of the Great Qin Dynasty. "Douse," Kavin ordered. Michael was truly enraged. Even though this was his son, he had to punish him severely to set an example, letting the other princes know there were boundaries that could not be crossed. Worse still, he haggled endlessly with courtesans over payments, disregarding the royal family's reputation. His behavior had become unbearable for the court. The calls for his punishment were stronger than an enemy army at the gates. If anyone was a prodigal son in the Great Qin, Jedediah would take second place to no one. So it has come to this, Jedediah thought. Michael seemed quite calm, perhaps expecting this outcome. "None of it is false," Jedediah admitted. Michael confessed openly to his actions. The whole capital knew his deeds. What did it matter? Michael didn't care. Being at the center of power struggles made him uneasy. Chasing after women gave him peace. "If so, you are hereby exiled from the capital to your fiefdom, Longning City, and you are forbidden from ever returning. Do you accept this?" Kavin asked. Jedediah was beyond redemption. Kavin had tried many times to pull him back from the abyss, but each time, his behavior worsened. Eventually, even Kavin couldn't protect him anymore. Let him go to his fiefdom to live out his days. In the Great Qin, people revered martial prowess. Jedediah not only had terrible conduct, but also made no achievements in cultivation. Perhaps spending his life in one place until old age wasn't a bad choice. "Your Majesty." The officials nearby clearly disagreed. Was this really punishment? Exile from the capital merely meant finding pleasure elsewhere. Nothing changed. "Come catch me, Your Highness. Come here, I'm right here." Inside Xuanhuan Tower, Jedediah played hide and seek with the courtesans, blindfolded. Sentries. Nobody move. Suddenly, armored soldiers stormed in, surrounding Xuanhuan Tower. "I'm the Crown Prince. Are you trying to rebel?" Jedediah barked. "Crown Prince, we apologize. By imperial decree, bind the Crown Prince and escort him out of the capital. If he returns, he will be executed." Immediately, tension filled Xuanhuan Tower. The guards grabbed Jedediah. The palace guards, all skilled warriors, easily subdued him. Michael was escorted out of the capital, where his belongings had already been packed. There were also several guards, but they seemed reluctant, none wishing to accompany a prince with no future. "Xylon, I'm going back." After untying him, Jedediah shouted to return to the capital. Suddenly, the sentries and city guards drew their weapons, ready to attack if he resisted. Ha! Wait for your prince to return, Jedediah yelled, climbing into the carriage and breathing a sigh of relief once hidden. Finally free after 20 years. Congratulations, mission completed. System fully activated. Beginner's package unlocked. That's awesome, Jedediah wanted to laugh out loud but held back. After enduring so long, he finally made it. Struggles within the capital. And there was no need to engage in endless power struggles with others. Activate, Isaiah said. After waiting 20 years, he could finally discard the title of waste. Congratulations, host has obtained the beginner version of the Grand Chaos Sutra, the supreme technique Nash Immortal conquers the 9 Michaelavans, the divine weapon, meteoric destruction spear, 1 companion summon, and 10 spirit chi pills. Grand Chaos Sutra. Originating from the depths of mystic chaos, practicing it deeply can lead one to achieve immortality in the eternal chaos realm. The physical body becomes unstoppable, capable of reaching the human deity realm with its base level alone. Nash Immortal conquers the 9 Michaelavans, a powerful physical combat technique. When practiced deeply, it invokes the phenomenon of an emperor immortal battling the 9 heavens, crushing the world with each gesture. Meteoric destruction spear. A weapon for human deities, with formidable penetration power. Wounds inflicted by this spear are nearly impossible to heal. Companion summon. Every year, the host can randomly summon a powerful being from various dimensions to follow, with 100% loyalty. They can be used to cultivate allies for the host. Companions are not necessarily the most powerful, even elite royal guards weren't all experts. Though the minimum requirement was 3rd level later Michaelavan, only those who reached the innate stage held high-ranking positions and wouldn't easily leave the capital to escort Isaias. Why all the fuss? One innate stage expert passed by earlier, the captain replied. Fine, it was just passing by. No need to be tense. Let's go, Isaias urged. They didn't know, did he? That innate expert was none other than him. Even though he wasn't yet proficient in his newfound powers, the energy he exuded was far beyond what these guards could resist. Yes, they responded reluctantly, continuing the journey despite lingering concerns, hoping nothing unexpected would happen. Thankfully, the rest of the journey was smooth, with no incidents or strange occurrences. System, when I summon my companion, will they appear directly beside me? Isaias asked. With other guards around, he couldn't just summon now, so he wanted clarity. They can be deployed to a nearby area. Summon then, Isaias said. Michael wanted to see what kind of abilities a summoned warrior from various dimensions possessed. Summon successful. The companion will arrive within 1 hour. Nothing seemed to happen, but the summon was successful. Who this person was, Isaias didn't know. But as an innate martial artist, he could handle any danger, at least until his companion arrived within an hour. Later Michaelavan, innate, a spinster. Each breakthrough was a monumental leap. Not everyone could use spirit chi pills like him to instantly increase their strength without cultivating. Thank you. Alf is willing to serve the Devon. The sudden appearance of another person, maintaining a haughty demeanor, made the guards wary, fearing any extreme actions from Alf. Hashtag chapter 3, Nighttime Assassin. Hashtag the capital city. Have all the men been sent out? Yes, a spinster. 1 Gwentian martial artist and 9 Peak Hotian martial artists have been dispatched. I assure you, Crown Prince Isaias will not appear before you. Good. Once Isaias is dead, no one can challenge me anymore. This secretive figure, masked and plotting something nefarious, seemed determined to see Isaias dead. Upon learning that a Gwentian martial artist had joined the operation, he even laughed aloud in triumph. The ability to command a Gwentian martial artist indicated that this person held considerable power, likely at least a second-rank official in the imperial court or from one of the capital's top families. Hashtag elsewhere. Isaias's carriage moved steadily forward. Nightfall approached as they had already covered 400 miles from the capital. They were still over 1,000 kilometers away from Longning City, moving at a moderate pace. Indeed, he had no reason to reveal his formidable abilities. Michael preferred peace and quiet, undisturbed by others. However, he didn't mind giving those who sought to harm him a surprise. Alf didn't press further but followed Isaias towards a nearby encampment, their enemy's hideout. As they neared, they heard whispers. Time to make our move. Tonight, Isaias won't stand a chance. Michael should blame himself for being too conspicuous. They dressed in black and extinguished their fires, trying to conceal any traces of their presence. Ready to strike under the cover of darkness, they couldn't wait any longer. If Isaias were killed here, it would take time for anyone to discover the situation. So, they're really after me, Isaias thought. Now more confident, he prepared to eliminate any resistance. Suddenly, the black-clad figures froze. Isaias. They stared in shock at the two unexpected figures, one familiar, their target, and the other completely unknown. You want me dead? I'm right here. Come and get me, Isaias taunted, making no effort to hide his contempt. Apart from the Gwentian martial artist, the others were insignificant. Damn it, wrong intel. Kill him now. Seeing Isaias revealed as the most formidable opponent, they realized the seriousness of their mistake. His sudden appearance wasn't something they could easily handle. Who would dare call him incompetent, having a Zhongshan martial artist at his side? Within moments, all but the Gwentian martial artist lay dead, and he himself was captured. Tell me, who sent you? Isaias demanded, stepping closer. His stern expression increased the captive's psychological pressure. I will not tell you. The man's voice weakened as blood trickled from his mouth. Clearly, he had taken poison rather than betray his master. Loyalty is admirable, but futile, Isaias remarked, then left the scene with Alf, erasing all traces of their presence. Their identities and abilities remained unknown to others, and the fact that a Zhongshan martial artist had slain them would discourage further threats. The plan was dead before it began. Back at camp, Isaias slept soundly. Indeed, in this world, strength decided everything. No amount of wealth or power could guarantee safety without it. As for who was behind these assassins, Isaias intended to uncover the truth. Whether he acted upon it depended on future developments. Michael wanted to live quietly like a recluse, avoiding all conflicts. Regardless of who emerged victorious, it mattered little to him unless it directly threatened his own safety. ##### Chapter 4, Longning City. Tianshan Pass was reportedly guarded by 30,000 soldiers, facing immense challenges daily. Every year, civilians from nearby cities were conscripted as reinforcements for the war efforts. The frontier was where wars most frequently erupted, bordering the mighty Han Dynasty, which matched the Great Qin in strength but had a highly aggressive nature. With mostly grasslands unsuitable for farming, invasion was their only means to secure sufficient food supplies. Xylonced crucially, the mighty Han Dynasty's location was quite awkward, cornered on the map, facing only the Great Qin. If they didn't fight the Great Qin, were they to cross the endless sea to invade other dynasties? Cavan still sent Isaias to Longning City for reasons beyond dispute. This was where the Qin family rose to prominence and held ancestral grounds. Nearly every year, Cavan led officials here for worship, making Longning City's position exceptionally significant. Central authority controlled everything here. Even if Isaias came, he merely enjoyed the stipend without doing much else. Such lenient punishment made many officials oppose the decision. Everyone could see that Cavan favored Isaias. Otherwise, who would risk so much to attempt an ambush along the way? As long as this was his fiefdom, he practically— "Oh, who's this beside you?" Isaias pointed at a young woman next to Cal. Instantly, Cal's expression changed, and the girl turned fearful. After a moment, Cal responded, "Your Highness, this is my daughter, Qina." At this, his head throbbed. If only he hadn't brought Qina. Seeing her would spell disaster. "Qina, nice name. Come to my place for dinner tonight. Let's get acquainted." Isaias grinned lecherously. "No, I don't want to eat with you," Qina cried. Everyone knew what kind of person he was. "Haha, spirited. It's settled then. Lead the way. This prince is tired from the journey," Isaias said, returning to the carriage before anyone could respond. Sniffle. The cries continued outside. Nearby citizens all sighed in sorrow. Even the city Iof's daughter wasn't safe. What chance did their daughters have? Michael was a demon incarnate. Cal, at this moment, wished he could tear Isaias apart limb by limb, but he lacked both the courage and capability. As a mere 7th-rank Shantan Wujira, he couldn't even match Isaias's guards, let alone defy him. Note: Shantan Wujira is kept as is because it's a specific term used in wuxia/martial arts fantasy literature which doesn't have a direct English equivalent. "Sir, you mean Paxton?" the noblewoman asked. "Yes, precisely he. As long as we have him as our protector, even Crown Prince Isaias would not dare to act rashly," Fu Mingzuyan replied. Paxton was a grandmaster warrior who contributed significantly to the Great Qin Dynasty. Even Nash Cavan had to give him some respect. Currently, he resided on Xylan at Tianshan, guarding the border. Michael rarely intervened and hadn't been seen off the mountain for a long time, unless there was another grandmaster from the Spring Dynasty visiting. "I'll go to Xylan at Tianshan now," Qina said. This might be her only way out. Otherwise, no matter where she ran in the vast Great Qin, she would be caught. "Good. Let's hope Paxton accepts you," Cal replied. There were no better options now. They could only try this and hope it worked. By the afternoon, she arrived alone at the top of Xylan at Tianshan. "I know why you've come. I've heard about the Crown Prince's actions. Indeed, they are disgraceful. However, he is of royal blood. If I keep you here, it will certainly anger the Crown Prince. But tonight, I will also attend the banquet. You may come with me, and perhaps the Crown Prince will give us some face and not make things difficult for you," Paxton said. Though he felt regretful, he was powerless. Michael was only a first-stage Grandmaster warrior, and the Qi family was far stronger. Besides, the Qi family had helped him greatly. Perhaps in the future, only a few essential people would remain. For now, he would maintain appearances. The more people disliked him, the better. Later, even if he disappeared, it wouldn't draw much attention, eventually fading from everyone's memory. As night fell, the elites of Longning City flocked to Isaias's residence with gifts, gold, jewels, beautiful women. Isaias accepted everything, needing money. They wrote down the items neatly. City Iof Cal and his wife arrive, bringing gifts. "Old Fu, why isn't Georgina here?" Isaias asked inappropriately. Some faces changed while others looked on amused. News of the morning's incident had spread. It was Cal's bad luck that involving Qina caused so much trouble. "To the Crown Prince, my daughter will join later with Paxton," Cal replied calmly. Michael was reassured. If even Paxton couldn't protect her, then it was fate. "Don't make this prince wait too long," Isaias warned. Yes. Soon, Paxton and Qina arrived. "Amen, it's been a while," Isaias greeted. Paxton once taught Isaias. "Crown Prince, it's an honor that you remember this old man," Paxton replied. "Please be seated. Someone, arrange a seat for Amen." Isaias walked towards Qina with a smug look, saying, "Georgina, I've been waiting for you. Why did you take so long?" At this moment, Qina's heart felt dead inside. "Akil Xylonther, I will remain here to serve Brendan Crown Prince from now on. There's no need for you two to worry," Qina said in a significantly smaller voice, perhaps having accepted her fate. "Georgina," Cal wanted to say something but couldn't bring himself to speak. Enough. You're being too talkative. Leave quickly," Isaias said impatiently. The remaining people hastily left Isaias's residence, not daring to linger any longer. Now within Isaias's residence, apart from the original inhabitants, there were only the dozen men he had brought with him. The vast mansion was guarded by just those few royal guards, who were weak martial artists at best. Following closely behind Isaias, Qina dared not breathe heavily as they walked into the rear courtyard, which felt eerie and frightening in the stillness of night. Even after Isaias sat down on a stool in the yard, she stood trembling nearby. "What should we do with this girl?" Alf asked. "How do you find the armed strength of this estate?" Isaias asked instead, ignoring Alf's question. To be honest, it's terrible. Any few strong warriors could breach its defenses, Alf admitted. Indeed, besides Alf, there were no other experts here. And what about her? Isaias pointed at Qin. This was no joke. Once chosen, one must follow through with responsibility. I can. Good. Take the oath. Qin swore her eternal loyalty and never to betray Isaias. Congratulations on acquiring a cultivator with a perfect spirit body. One lucky treasure box is awarded. Is this even possible? Isaias wondered internally. But given his system had only been activated for a few days, much remained unknown. Let me introduce you. This will be your mentor, Alf, a third-rank spinster spinnercial artist. Isaias gestured towards Alf. Third-rank spinster. Qin gazed in shock at Alf, the seemingly free-spirited middle-aged man who turned out to be a powerful master, even more formidable than Gerard. No wonder he could ignore the elder so easily. Having such a terrifying figure by Isaias's side meant he was indeed a hidden demon king. Disciple pays respect to a spinster. Qin knelt down. This was a master-level expert, an absolute powerhouse in the Great Qi territory, against whom no one dared to conflict. No need to be stiff. Since it's Brendan's order, I will teach you properly, Alf stated, implying that he taught her only because of Isaias's decree. Otherwise, her potential wouldn't have merited his attention. Thank you, Your Highness, Qin said sincerely. It was heartfelt gratitude. It's late. Choose a room for yourself from the available ones. Tomorrow, I'll give you some gifts, Isaias added. Due to her perfect spirit body, there was no one in Great Qi who could guide her, or perhaps her constitution hadn't been recognized. Essence pill? New medicine appears. Isaias immediately perked up. Checking. He learned these were medicines for masters and above, capable of enhancing their realms. Chapter 7. Clearing the surroundings. These past few days, he had signed in and obtained some resources, advancing his cultivation to the 5th stage of the innate realm. Each stage within the innate realm required 5 spirit chi pills, significantly slowing down his rate of progression. Yet for other martial artists, this speed was still astonishingly fast. Additionally, he had obtained a few martial arts techniques, along with regular gold and jewels for daily expenses. Today, I will not focus on my own advancement. Let me first elevate Qin, Isaias thought. After all, she was under his protection now. Her weak strength would be unacceptable. It was perfect timing to elevate her to the innate realm, which would add another powerful ally to his side. Xylon Reaver. He could also boost Alf's power. The essence pill that appeared today was an invaluable resource. Open the lucky treasure chest, Isaias said. This was the reward from subduing Qin last night, which he had yet to open. Obtain the cultivation technique, 9 revolutions golden body art, the ultimate skill, Great Wasteland Sword Cannon, 1 awakening pill for spirit body. Good items, perfectly suitable for Qin. Isaias decided after a brief glance. These were meant for Qin. Neither he nor Alf needed them. The items were good. How far she could go depended on her. Despite his formidable power, he chose to remain inconspicuous, likely planning something significant. Since she had sworn allegiance to him, she wouldn't reveal any secrets. If there's nothing else, you may return to the capital, Isaias told the guards. But Your Highness, just tell them it's my order. My father won't blame you. Besides, you weren't willing to stay with me here, right? Isaias said, unconcerned about their feelings. Upon being exposed, they bowed their heads. Truthfully, they were unwilling to follow him, yet felt a strange reluctance to leave, fearing they might lose something important. In that case, we'll return to the capital. Take care, Your Highness, the guard captain said. Go. Don't mention me when you're back, Isaias replied. As they left, the mansion, which once housed 2,000 to 3,000 people, was now occupied by just 3 individuals, feeling almost like a deserted palace. Crown Prince, if everyone is gone, who will manage the place? Qin asked. You. Who else? Isaias replied. Qin was conflicted. She was once the mayor's daughter, but was now the least powerful here. It seemed only she could take on the responsibility. No heavy management is needed, just ensure our living needs are met. Aside from essential cultivation, feel free to leave any time, Isaias added. All right, Qin conceded. Well, resources. She pinched herself instinctively. Ah, she screamed. What are you doing? Isaias asked, startled by the sudden scream. Chapter 8. Instant Primordial. It feels surreal, Qin said. Since meeting Isaias, he had repeatedly overturned her understanding of the world. All she had heard about Isaias were secondhand stories. No one truly understood him. Now it's your turn, Isaias said. Me? Qin pointed to herself, unsure of what was happening. Yesterday I promised to give you something good. As someone in my employ, your strength is too weak, Isaias explained. Qin's expression remained calm. She felt somewhat dismissed but acknowledged that it made sense. Even Alf possessed Grandmaster level strength. What level then was Brendan Isaias? That was a question she dared not ask directly. Knowing their relationship, it would be inappropriate. These are the 9 transmutations golden body technique, the vast wilderness sword scripture, and the spirit body awakening pill. They suit you well. Go back to your room and take the pill first, then start practicing later, Isaias said, handing over the items he had prepared this morning. To him, they were useless. Imperial scripture. Seeing the notation on the 9 transmutations golden minus, Qin knelt before Isaias. Good. Your constitution has awakened, which will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Let me help you further. Isaias pulled out a spirit essence pill from his robes. This is a spirit essence pill, which can help you rapidly break through to higher levels without side effects. This time, Qin immediately swallowed the pill in front of both of them. Instantly, her cultivation soared. Level by level, within minutes, her strength skyrocketed until she reached first rank primordial realm, just like Isaias had done initially. To become a primordial level martial artist in the surrounding kingdoms was a rare honor, akin to being a duke or prince. Yet here, Isaias had created one in mere moments. Am I primordial now? Qin asked incredulously. She never imagined reaching the primordial realm, believing her life would pass unremarkably. Meeting Isaias changed everything. Only primordial. Don't become arrogant, Isaias cautioned. Arriving in the capital had taught him the importance of power. Yes, Highness, Qin replied simply. Your family has come. Go see them, but do not reveal your newfound strength. It's better to remain hidden, Isaias advised. I'll go and handle it and will return, she replied before leaving. Given that this was Isaias's residence, Cal did not dare send anyone to forcibly take her away, especially with no witnesses around. Michael, she will circle. Where can I go if I leave? Stay locked up forever? Kenna argued. It was true. If things had gone smoothly, she might have stayed home indefinitely. But now, she had a better choice. Being part of Brendan's circle was more than just words. How others interpreted it didn't matter. Explaining too much would only complicate things. When the day came for her to rise, everyone would understand how correct her decision was. Hearing this, Cal and his wife fell silent, realizing their selfishness and forgetting Kenna had nowhere else to go. Georgina, take care of yourself, the noblewoman said. What else could she say? Don't worry. I'm fine, and I can always come back, Kenna reassured them. Chapter 9. Forgotten. At this moment, on Isaias's side, Alf had already begun using the essence pill to enhance his cultivation. Compared to advancing from the acquired stage to the innate stage, even with the help of the essence pill, the speed of improvement was not fast. It took a full 15 minutes before Alf successfully advanced to a minor realm. Though he wasn't invincible in the Great Qin Empire, at least he could walk around fearlessly now. No one dared to provoke Alf. People who reached this level were few and far between, especially in this remote area. The appearance of even a few grandmasters was remarkable. As for mid-level grandmasters, they were even rarer. Worry about anything else. All right, Alf, teach her. I'll go out for a stroll, Isaias said. Alf nodded silently. Since Isaias required it, he would certainly do his best. Although Ryan was not suitable for his sword technique, he could still provide guidance for beginners. Ultimately, Ryan would have to carve out her own path. After Isaias left, shouts of practice could be heard within the courtyard. Even with innate cultivation, Ryan found it somewhat overwhelming under Alf's tutelage. Wandering aimlessly on the streets after leaving the residence, Isaias instinctively headed towards a brothel but stopped near the entrance. It was no longer necessary. Now that he had left the capital, many things were no longer relevant. Xylon Reaver, few people recognized him. Mostly, they were those who had heard tales. Even while walking on the street, he could hear discussions about him from tea houses. Michael merely smiled faintly. After some time, no one would remember him. Once a person decided to remain behind the scenes, they were destined to be forgotten. Didn't that person sitting there look familiar? Now that you mention it, yes. Michael looks like someone. Can't quite place it. Only after Isaias stood up and left did nearby people notice him. They couldn't immediately recall who that person was. Days passed, and over a month had gone by since he arrived in Longning City. Arriving a reclusive life, from half a month ago, he had fewer chances either, leaving him to wait a year. Within a month, tremendous changes occurred. Firstly, Alf achieved the 9th level of Grandmaster, unmatched in this remote area, striking awe with every sword strike. Secondly, Isaias himself had entered the 1st level of Grandmaster. Later stages weren't as simple as earlier ones. It took numerous rare materials. Even he did not advance significantly. If news of his rapid advancement spread, it would shock many. After decades of struggle to barely reach the innate stage, Isaias had achieved what they couldn't in a single month, a significant blow. Ryan's breakthrough was slightly slower, reaching the 5th level of innate. It wasn't due to Isaias withholding resources. Recently, sign-ins yielded strange items, useless junk stored away. If there was anything useful, it was gold and silver, which could be used to buy resources for cultivation. But Isaias, accustomed to idleness, wouldn't exert himself. Hard work was not for everyone, unlike Ryan's dedication. Ryan once asked why he didn't use his powerful strength to compete. Michael only laughed and did not answer. Girl, you've done well. Today will be my last day teaching you. You must forge your own path. Otherwise, traces of my sword. There were too many secrets here. Hiring outsiders, even mere commoners, could expose their situation. Since Isaias preferred to avoid drawing attention, there must be his reasons. While this did make Roxy's life harder, there was no better alternative. Roxy, however, was unaware of these concerns. In fact, she now enjoyed what she did. Before, she had known nothing, but here, she learned much. In her spare time, she returned home to learn needlework from her mother as a way to pass the time. In the kitchen, smoke wafted up. Initially, the dense smoke almost choked her unconscious, but when she realized that Isaias, despite being a royal prince, handled such tasks effortlessly, she felt a strange sense of normalcy. Nobles live lives just like everyone else. From that moment on, she refused to resist anything Isaias asked her to do. If even the Highness could do it, why couldn't she? Outside Longning City, a group of men in identical uniforms rapidly headed towards Longning City. After a month of preparation, we've confirmed that Isaias has no powerful protectors. At most, there's only the Gwentian martial artist Alf, who might be a bit troublesome. As for Isaias and Roxy themselves, they are utterly insignificant. For the future of our Junioric family, we must take down Isaias tonight. Yes, Prince. They waited a whole month to execute this plan. Upon learning Isaias had this alleyway, an old man dressed in rags glanced around and, finding no one, slipped into a dilapidated shop. Send word back to headquarters. The Junioric family has begun their operation. Seek instructions from the Supreme Iof whether we should intervene. Dynastic changes were underway, and many forces sought dominance. The turbulent state of Dagai presented an excellent opportunity for their rise. Beyond the frontier, my warriors of the Espingan Empire have infiltrated Longning City and are ready to capture Isaias. Once he is brought here, the Tian Shan Pass will no longer impede our progress. Espingan! Espingan! The barbarian shouted excitedly, envisioning the fall of Tian Shan Pass and a swift advance through Dagai's territory, perhaps seizing several cities and establishing their own kingdom. Now is the time to carve out new territories and claim titles and honors. Thus, from this moment, dozens of large and small forces operated covertly. Of course, the Guy family wasn't idle. After Isaias dismissed the guards, Cavan immediately dispatched spies to monitor every move in Longning City. A message from Michael Avonlea I. A large number of martial artists have entered Longning City recently. Be vigilant and maintain alertness. Yes, Commander. Hopefully, nothing goes wrong. These are truly turbulent times. The Guy faced internal strife and external achievements. Your Highness, are you sending me away? Fu Goldie looked at Isaias with tearful eyes. She really didn't want to leave this place. In the Great Guy Empire, nowhere made her happier than here. There were no worries about worldly troubles. The only downside might be the world's misunderstanding of Isaias, which affected her reputation negatively, leading people to speculate about their relationship. No, you need trials to grow stronger. Always staying by my side limits your growth, Isaias explained. Jokingly, how could he just send her away after cultivating her so hard? Even if she wanted to leave, it would only happen with his approval. Otherwise, what was the point of all that effort? Oh, I see. You scared me there, Fu Goldie said. It was just training, not a big deal. Besides, with her strength, within the Great Guy Empire, apart from a few dangerous places, where else couldn't she go? Soon enough, night fell. Around the mansion, several figures appeared stealthily, approaching with sharp, menacing gazes. Your Highness, a large number of lowlifes are approaching. Should I deal with them? Alf asked, daring to covet Brendan. They deserved death 100 times over. Michael awaited Isaias's order to mercilessly crush these people, ensuring fear among others who might dare to provoke Brendan. No need. They've waited long enough to act. We can't let them leave empty-handed. Let Goldie handle them as her final trial before leaving, Isaias replied. Outside would truly be a life-and-death situation. With enemies daring to attack at his doorstep, how could he remain indifferent? Unfortunately, no strong opponents had appeared in this long period. It seems some underestimated him, thinking he lacked protection and sent unqualified men. Among those nearby, except for one person at the 9th rank of innate stage, the others were insignificant, manageable even for Fu Goldie. Yet, with so many attackers, could she hold her ground? I'll bring her right away, Alf said. This was the perfect time to test her month of intensive practice. Shortly, Fu Goldie, neatly dressed, arrived at Isaias's side. Your Highness. She wondered why he called her late at night. Intruders are coming. It's time to show your strength, Isaias said. Intruders? Don't worry, Your Highness. Goldie will not disappoint, Fu Goldie replied confidently. Under the cover of darkness, the hidden dangers emerged. Charge in and kill everyone except Isaias. Once done, immediately retreat. The black-clothed men rushed into Isaias's courtyard. Xylonra people arrived after they entered. Damn it, they're inside. We must stop them from taking Brendan away. These wise, she served him wholeheartedly, but they assumed she had little cultivation. Act. Isaias commanded. Better to take the initiative than wait passively. Underestimation always came with consequences. Vast wilderness sword classic, drizzling sword rain. Fu Goldie rushed forward, using her skilled sword technique to strike at their throats. Anyone who dared to harm Isaias faced her full effort. Innate martial artist. The intelligence was wrong. Attack together. Don't hold back. They could no longer sit idle. A mere servant was an innate martial artist. What about Isaias's protector? This revealed how deeply hidden the Crown Prince truly was. After all, considering Isaias's status, even outside the capital, he wasn't easy to deal with. Splash. With a single encounter, Fu Goldie decapitated one of them. She was at 5th rank of innate stage, whereas few among them reached this level. One strike killing one man wasn't astonishing, but they were stunned, looking at Fu Goldie in disbelief. What kind of sword technique was this, powerful enough to defeat a 4th rank innate warrior in a blink? As she killed one, more attackers arrived, quickly turning the tide into a grueling battle. The 9th rank innate man hadn't moved yet. Michael felt a powerful aura locking onto him. Any movement would lead to instant death. Looking at Isaias, his eyes flickered with unease. Everyone had been deceived. The Crown Prince was the deepest hidden player. But now, understanding this was too late, because Isaias was already walking toward him. Chapter 12. You are the murderers. Who are you? Who sent you? Isaias stepped forward and asked. I. The man was about to say that he would never tell, but Isaias continued. Forget it. I have no interest anyway. Just be a dead man. In an instant, Isaias made his move. In that fleeting moment, the man felt as if the air around him had exploded. Grandmaster. At the moment of death, he only managed to utter these 2 words before his life ended. For Isaias, killing a 9th rank innate realm warrior was as simple as squashing an ant. Even in death, he could not fathom how Isaias's cultivation had unknowingly reached the terrifying Grandmaster realm. Had Isaias revealed his true strength earlier, who would dare to challenge him? At this moment, the royal guards who arrived later witnessed an unforgettable scene. Upon arrival, they saw their own prince effortlessly crush the 9th rank innate realm martial artist they had been pursuing. They were instantly stunned. Was this still the Crown Prince they knew? Xylon Reaver. When did that maidservant become so ruthless? She single-handedly subdued dozens of people, including 2. Retreat. They fought while retreating, avoiding prolonged combat. You want to run? Think again. At this moment, the royal guards finally moved into action. They blocked their escape routes, ensuring no one could leave the courtyard. Even for the sake of safeguarding Isaias's secrets, no one present could leave without his permission. Royal guards. Realizing the identity of their opponents, they immediately fell into despair. If the commander were still alive, they wouldn't fear so much. However, the appearance of the royal guards now meant a death sentence. Soon, the enemies were either dead or captured, with no one escaping. Your Highness, what should we do with these people? They brought the captives to Isaias, hesitant to make a decision. Meanwhile, after the battle ended, Kinna ran off to the side, releasing her inner terror. Just moments ago, she had become a murderer with blood-stained hands. Seeing the enemy's blood pooling on the ground, her face turned pale. Kill them all. Isaias said indifferently. Yes. Without hesitation, they executed the group. The identities of the captives were irrelevant now. No one besides a few rebellious families dared to do such things. Clean up the place and then leave. Remember, you killed these people, Isaias added, his gaze suddenly deepening. Instantly, those present had a vacant look in their eyes. They swiftly cleaned the area until it was spotless. That night, Gerard was also engaged by an enemy. A stranger at the Grandmaster realm found him to exchange martial arts skills. They sparred until dawn, and then the stranger quickly left, leaving Gerard puzzled about the man's intentions. Michael didn't know Isaias was under attack either. Indeed, with Cavan sending 9th rank and 8 experts, ordinary factions didn't dare act, thus not needing Gerard's protection. When the report reached the capital, Cavan felt something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint it. With the Royal Guard's capabilities, taking down a 9th rank and 8 opponent shouldn't be difficult, and their report seemed flawless. Yet, something felt wrong. Forget it. As long as my son is safe, let them jump around for a few days. After I deal with the remnants of the Jarrett sect, I'll come for you, Cavan said, his eyes revealing deadly intent. For many years as king, daring to attack someone from the Guy family would result in severe consequences. Michael would break their hands without hesitation. Given the opportunity, if you didn't cherish it, you deserve to die. ####Chapter 13. Xuanhuan Mystic Realm. After Junior family's failure at Isaias's place, it was relatively quiet for a long time. No scoundrels dared to cause trouble here, perhaps out of fear of the Grandmaster Protector beside Isaias. However hard they might want to attack the Great Guy, they still needed to weigh their options carefully. But to think that they would leave was simply impossible. They stayed in Longning City, waiting for the next chance to strike. They didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they did, and Isaias was summoned back to the capital, they would lose their chance forever. The strength of the Guy family in the Great Qin Dynasty was absolute. In single combat, no force could rival them. It was rumored that in the southeastern region, a demonic sect had emerged, gradually swallowing up the territory of the Great Qin, causing the empire to be in turmoil. The conflict between both sides was intense, and during this critical juncture, numerous internal family upheavals occurred, putting the Great Qin on the brink of collapse. If they could successfully suppress and recruit these powerful figures, the Great Qin could take another step forward. But if they failed, they would end up like strays hiding in the shadows. For this reason, Cavan could only dispatch a Gwentian 9th rank warrior to protect Isaias, feeling bitter inside. Had he sent him out of the capital earlier, he wouldn't be restrained like this now. Even within the court, there were enemies. The world was not at peace. One day, have you heard? The Qianxian Mystic Realm is about to open. If I could obtain the legacy of a mortal Qianxian, that would be wonderful. You're daydreaming. How easy do you think it is to obtain the legacy of a Michaelaven phase realm expert? To him. She accepted them without refusal, agreeing with Isaias that staying alive was paramount. Dead, all one's possessions would be lost. Dressed in disguise, she left the mansion through the back gate secretly, unnoticed or undiscovered. With her current strength, no one could detect her except the commander of the palace guards. Not only Kinna but also the forces preparing to confront Isaias were getting restless. Compared to Isaias, the allure of the Qianxian Mystic Realm was greater. Capturing him would only serve to constrain Cavan further. It had no other value. But the Qianxian Mystic Realm offered a chance to enhance their power, which no one wanted to miss. That day, numerous warriors set out. From late-stage martial artists to grandmasters, everyone headed toward the Qianxian Mystic Realm. So, no one paid attention to Kinna's departure. When something significant overshadowed everything else, no one would remember Isaias anymore. Even if he strolled through the streets now, no one would give him a second glance. At the Qianxian Mystic Realm, near the headquarters of the demonic sect. Damn it, the Qianxian Mystic Realm opens at such a crucial moment. The leader of the demonic sect cursed. Just as they were locked in battle with the Guy family, this event appeared. They originally planned to monopolize the Qianxian Mystic Realm, which led to their conflict with the Guy family. Now, with the early opening, they were caught off guard. Spread the order. Temporarily cease hostilities with the Guy family. All Gwentian level and above warriors, follow me to the Qianxian Mystic Realm. Yes, Iof sect Finian. Unable to monopolize it now, they needed to prepare early to seize as much as possible within the realm. At that time, even if it was the Guy family, he wouldn't care. They were the demonic sect. When there was no value, they would abandon the area and flee without hesitation. There was no point in stubbornly fighting the Guy family. They would return the next time it opened. Eventually, the surrounding kingdoms would all bow to the might of the demonic sect. The Guy family also mobilized, unwilling to fall behind. Numerous warriors rushed toward the Qianxian Mystic Realm, including those from neighboring kingdoms who also sought a share of fortune. Days later, tens of thousands of warriors gathered around the Qianxian Mystic Realm, as if emptying the entirety of Great Guy. Not everyone in this world could become a warrior. A kingdom like the Great Guy, with just dozens of cities, producing 5,000 to 6,000 warriors was already remarkable. Xylons were low-ranking martial artists, and having 20,000 show up was unprecedented. The Emperor has arrived. Long live his Espingesty. That's Hall, a grandmaster who has been in seclusion for a long time. I never expected such a powerful figure to emerge for this mystic realm. Capable of founding a kingdom. With such a powerful force operating within his own kingdom, how could he possibly feel at ease? If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the Great Guy would fall under the control of these sections. At that point, the Guy family would be nothing more than puppets, being drained by these sects, a situation not unheard of. Cavan, don't get too cocky. Today I choose not to take action, but if I did, those words alone could cost Great Guy 2 or 3 cities. Do you believe that? Xylan Tianchi replied, his expression growing serious. Who gave him the courage to tell him to go away? Even the Guy family's elder wouldn't dare to speak so boldly. The state of Great Guy is worse than expected, but with Brendan around, everything should be fine, Kinna thought, hiding in the crowd. She kept a low profile, not wanting to stand out despite her youth and strength. There were perhaps only dozens of people present who were stronger than her. Michael's goal was to avoid attention, seizing opportunities quietly and efficiently. That's what she planned to do next. As for disputes between factions, they weren't her concern, nor could she interfere even if she wanted to. So she remained among the crowd, watching calmly. Kevin's breathing was uneven as he stared at Xilan Tianqi, unable to find any words. The other party indeed possessed the power to make him pay dearly. We are leaving. Kevin turned away from Xilan Tianqi, planning to enter the Xintian sect. Since he perished here, I shall fulfill his duty, passing on his teachings. All who pass the trial may accompany me back to the Xintian sect for cultivation, the white-clad woman explained. Willie was an official of the Xintian sect. This revelation was staggering. What they had been chasing after was merely an official from this sect, hinting at its unimaginable might. They couldn't blame themselves for not knowing. It was a matter of scope. Having never ventured beyond their local empires, they had no way of grasping the scale of such supreme powers. Before anyone could respond, the white-clad woman casually sent some items into the Qianxian secret realm. All may now enter, she declared. Under her authority, no one dared protest, entering in an orderly fashion. I must also become as strong as her, Kina muttered, her eyes filled with hope. Just standing there, this woman commanded respect across the entire Great Qi. That was the privilege of strength. And why not? It was not impossible. As for becoming a Avril of the Xintian sect, it didn't interest her much. No matter how prestigious or powerful it was, joining it would mean blending into the masses, unnoticed. In contrast, staying by Brendan's side meant abundant resources and rapid advancement. Xylon Reaver, could the Xintian sect grant someone the ability to break through to the innate stage instantly? She had made her choice. Following the flow, she entered the Qianxian secret realm. Junior brother Qianxian, bold naturally. Besides, since this perfect spirit body had already been developed, it was likely from another sect, making it unnecessary to spend more effort on her. Chapter 15. Alpha sends to the Tianguang realm. Due to the intervention of the woman in white, the Qianxian secret realm became even more perilous. For these people, throwing in the trial system used by the Xintian sect to assess Avrils was quite challenging. A slight mishap could mean death. Of course, if one succeeded, the benefits wouldn't be few. Inside the secret realm, life and death struggles would frequently break out over resources, leading to fierce battles. Kina ventured alone. Initially, she helped others when encountering them, but later on, others wanted to kill her to claim all the benefits for themselves. Some went so far as to divert danger onto her to save themselves, luring demon beasts towards her, hoping she would face their attacks. Fortunately, her strength was formidable enough to protect her, or else she might have died there. Gwention, exclaimed the person in shock. Dare to scheme against me? Go to hell. Kina struck with anger, and the powerful sword she instantly killed the opponent. Just a mere Hotion dared to scheme against her. Without strength, what was he doing here? I, Kina, will only help Brendan henceforth. She made a silent vow. Entering the secret realm had barely been a few days, yet leaving Longning City exposed her to the harsh realities of the world. Sympathy was worth nothing here. Xylan morality was something that even dogs would disdain. Only immense power was the guarantee for everything. Everyone would respectfully address you as sir, but if you were weak, no one would show you any respect, and all your possessions would be used to elevate others. This conflict led to her gradual growth. She was incredibly grateful that it was Brendan who sent her out to experience this world while equipped with powerful support. If she had ventured alone, she would have been devoured without leaving bones. But she also gained much. Micro cultivation did not advance, yet the benefits were numerous. Truly, the legacy left by the Tianguang realm powerhouse contained abundant resources, capable of honing the heart. Compared to others, she always lingered at the edges of the secret realm. She ignored the tests spoken of by the woman in white. With better options available, why should she care about the Xintian sect? Or perhaps she didn't even have a clear understanding of the Xintian sect. She knew who treated her well. Going to an unfamiliar place would only put her at a disadvantage. A sect as powerful as this would undoubtedly have intense internal competition. Without anyone to support her, standing out would be incredibly difficult. Longning City. Sign-in successful. Received 50 xuanhuan pills. The rewards are becoming increasingly perfunctory, not even providing other resources anymore, Jedediah muttered. Yet, he wasn't overly concerned. Gradually enhancing his strength was fine. Michael had plenty of time. As long as no one disturbed him, he could stay in Longning City forever, living as a recluse, rather than being schemed against. With the opening of the Qianxian secret realm, a large number of martial artists headed there, leaving Longning City relatively peaceful. No one dared act against him, seemingly due to some Avril evaluation for the Xintian sect, which even attracted Tianguang realm powerhouses. Jedediah only paused briefly upon hearing this news before dismissing it from his mind. Alf, these xuanhuan pills are enough for you to break through to the Tianguang realm, Jedediah said, handing over the recently obtained pills to Alf. The rewards from daily sign-ins were unpredictable. Otherwise, his advancement would be faster. The Tianguang realm was just around the corner for Alf. Soon, the Great Qi would have its own Tianguang realm powerhouse. The spiritual artists at this level were called true men, possessing condensed celestial dermas, exponentially increasing combat power. With a mere wave of their hand, they could decide the rise and fall of dynasties. Thank you, Your Highness, Alf said. Receiving the xuanhuan pills from Jedediah, he immediately returned to his room to prepare for the breakthrough. Michael had remained at this stage for quite some time. Each realm required a different number of xuanhuan pills for advancement. Despite Jedediah's daily sign-ins saving him much time spent cultivating, it still took over a month to advance Alf from a spinster to Tianguang. Regular martial artists needed much longer. Certainly, he couldn't match those sacred places where Avrils might advance even faster. Such places possessed far greater reserves than Jedediah currently did. But one day, he would surpass them. 30 minutes later, a powerful aura emanated from Alf's room, instantly spreading across the entire sky above Longning City. Any martial artist could feel their breathing quicken under the immense pressure. Where is this powerhouse coming from? Is it a spinster? Quick, go protect Brendan. However, This force came and went swiftly. Before they could locate its source, the aura vanished. Yet, the oppressive feeling was unmistakable. A powerful entity must have just passed by. Good thing we left Tiger behind. They breathed a sigh of relief. Confronting such a terrifying powerhouse was beyond any of them. They dared not imagine the extent of the threat. It was at least a spinster-level figure. Your Highness, I have successfully, even without Jedediah's guidance, he knew what to do. Being summoned from myriad worlds implied Alf's extraordinary prowess. Currently, his strength was suppressed to this realm. Repeating this process would solidify his cultivation further. Chapter 16, Final Assessment. In the Qianxian realm, at its center, which is also the location of the final assessment, everyone had pushed their limits to barely make it here. Without exception, all present were at least at the innate realm. Those below this level couldn't have made it this far. Compared to the treasures within the Qianxian realm, they yearned more to become avirals of the Xintian sect. Even Kevin and Xilan Tianqi were no different. In their current environment, being a grandmaster was already the pinnacle, but if they entered the Xintian sect, they could potentially become celestial phase cultivators, a dream long pursued. Michael, Kevin, and Xilan Tianqi were more straightforward compared to others like Qina. Along the way, they focused solely on finding places that could lead to the assessment. Once they found one, it would guide them to the subsequent tests. There were also beasts blocking their path, making it a trial that relied heavily on strength. It took them several days to finally reach the final area. If they passed the final test here, they would have the chance to be chosen by the woman in white, leaving the great guy and entering was nothing compared to the Xintian sect. Very well, the woman in white replied, forming hand seals. The previously motionless illusionary array lit up. Xilan Tianqi entered without hesitation, followed by the other demon sect experts who had no fear, being used to risking their lives. James, your talent is the highest. Try to endure as long as possible. You few should also try your best. My goal isn't high. I just want all of you to enter the Xintian sect, Kevin said. During this journey into the Qianxian realm, a few princes and princesses accompanied him. Among his many children, the James had the highest talent, reaching the third stage of the innate realm at 18 years old. His most promising child and a viable contender for the throne. The fourth and Gordes, along with several princesses, were also talented, all at the innate realm. Perhaps except for Isaias, the others' talents were not lacking. Akil, rest assured. We will do our best, the children nodded. Colin Noah, you two should also go. Joining the Xintian sect would be ideal, Kevin added. Sire. The two felt some melancholy. Kevin had treated them well, but would they have to sever ties if they joined the Xintian sect? Go ahead. As more people entered one after another, fewer remained. When all of Guy's family members had entered, Kevin went in last. Michael didn't have to, but she observed that those with wavering resolve were quickly expelled from the illusionary array, pale-faced but alive, wisely choosing to abandon an impossible fight save their lives. Others with stronger resolve persisted, eager to join the Xintian sect. What a pity, I can't even pass. Joining the Xintian sect is too difficult, few will likely succeed. Afterward, they didn't leave immediately but waited nearby, curious to see which geniuses from the Great Guy would join the Xintian sect. Within half an hour, most had been eliminated. Those who could reach this point were valuable, even if their cultivation levels varied. The Xintian sect set high standards, understanding that some qualities were innate and crucial. Not meeting these criteria wasted resources and time, benefiting neither party. Compared to Qina and her ilk, their purpose was direct. Along the way, they only sought places for assessment, and finding one would lead them further. The journey also involved battling beasts, relying on strength alone. It took several days to reach the final area. As long as they passed the last test here, they would have the chance to be chosen by the white-clad woman, thus leaving the Great Guy and venturing into a broader world. Each heart harbored a deep desire. Would that person be them? At this place, named Michael Art's Journey, each individual enters a hallucinatory realm. Lasting an incense stick's duration is considered qualified. Holding out for half a watch is deemed excellent. If you can last an entire watch, you may accompany me to the Xintian sect. The longer you endure, the greater your potential, and the more benefits you can receive. The white-clad woman had been waiting here for quite some time. She was here to claim the Qianxian realm and simultaneously assess these people. Otherwise, she wouldn't set foot in such a desolate place. She stayed there, waiting for them to arrive. Behind her stood an array, the so-called Michael Art's Journey, likely a hallucinatory array. Only those who entered would know what the assessment truly entailed. Additionally, let me remind you, Michael Art's Journey can be fatal. Don't push yourselves too hard. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. After much hardship reaching here, the mere thought of dying in an assessment caused some, especially those with weak wills or no hope, to reconsider. Compared to joining the Xintian sect, their lives were more important. There was no need to risk everything for an elusive sect. Haha, a spinster, please activate the array. I'll go first. Xilan Tianqi said, his eyes filled with resolve. If he were afraid, he wouldn't have come here. As the head of a sect, what else mattered? People strive upwards while water flows downhill. It's human nature. What was a small demonic sect compared to the Xintian sect? All right. The white-clad woman responded, making hand seals. The once quiet hallucinatory array lit up instantly. Without hesitation, the Great Guy would collapse. Forget it. Let's leave. I've reached my peak at the innate realm. I'd rather go home to my wife and children. Those left looked at the array, then decided against staying. They might as well look around for any rewards, as the Qianxian realm would soon cease to exist. The white-clad woman said nothing about their departure. They weren't her targets anyway. Huh, she didn't come, she mused after others left. Surprisingly, the girl with the perfect spirit body wasn't here. Using her power, she located Qina near the boundary, fighting beasts. Despite having the upper hand, she chose to engage fiercely. She wants to hone her combat skills? Quite reckless. Wonder who taught her that. Instantly, she understood Qina's motives. Michael coming here wasn't for the Qianxian realm's legacy, but possibly for something or someone more powerful. I'll follow her later. Turning her attention back to the assessments, she saw that those lacking in resolve had been ejected, pale-faced but alive. Wisely choosing not to fight the array saved their lives. Of course, some with better resilience persisted, eager to join the Xintian sect. Pity, I can't even pass. Joining the Xintian sect is too difficult. Probably few will make it. After the assessment ended, they waited on the sidelines. It was pointless to leave immediately when they could see how many of their great individuals represented the pinnacle of talent within the Great Qin Empire. Yet, they barely met the entry requirements for the mystical Michaelaven sect, and even then, success wasn't guaranteed. Being too old, even if they entered the mystical Michaelaven sect, they would likely be assigned menial tasks, assisting the sect in managing its secular assets. Breaking through to the celestial aspect realm might earn them a position as a junior officer. Unless they encountered an extraordinary opportunity, this was all they could expect from their lives. Xylon Reaver, the older one was, the less time they could endure inside, regardless of their strength. But this was still better than spending their entire lives in the imperial court. Half an hour later, those inside began to falter, gradually emerging from the illusionary array. All the masters left without enduring to the end. Had they not exited quickly, they would have suffered significant internal injuries. At this point, only 3 individuals remained, stubbornly holding on. One was the James, displaying remarkable talent. Michael looked quite relaxed, clearly not reaching his limit. This observation provided some comfort to Kevin. Meanwhile, 2 individuals from the Noel sect hadn't emerged yet, both being prodigies at the same level, 3rd stage innate cultivators. An hour passed quickly. Not bad. They can be cultivated, the white-clad woman remarked. They fared better than expected. Initially, she thought that apart from the girl, there were no other prodigies in the Great Qin Empire. This unexpected surprise pleased her. 3 hours passed, and the James and the other 2 emerged simultaneously. They seemed tense, clearly antagonistic towards each other. Congratulations on passing the test. Are you willing to follow me to the mystical Michaelaven sect and become probationary avrils? The white-clad woman asked. In her eyes, they were merely acceptable. She didn't need to offer any substantial incentives. Whether these individuals agreed didn't matter to her. If they were willing, they could follow. Otherwise, it made no difference. After all, she had decided to take the Qianxian secret realm away. I am willing. The 3 kneeled down, immediately declaring their intentions. Regardless of the mystical Michaelaven sect's origins, having celestial aspect officers and even more formidable experts was reason enough for them to follow. It would ensure better future development. Good. I will give you 10 days to settle your affairs here. In 10 days, meet me in the northernmost city of the empire, the white-clad woman said. Yes. All of you may leave now. I am taking the Qianxian secret realm with me. Everyone left, missing out on the opportunity. After they departed, the white-clad woman teleported to the edge of the secret realm. At this moment, Kenna had just slain a beast and was recovering her strength. Seeing the sudden appearance of the white-clad woman, she stood up. Greetings, Elder, Kenna said respectfully, maintaining composure. Despite the woman's immense power, it didn't affect her stance. She showed respect but wouldn't grovel. You have remarkable talent. Would you like to join the mystical Michaelaven sect? The white-clad woman asked directly, seeing no need for pleasantries. This was the only person in the Great Qin Dynasty who caught her eye, a true genius she didn't want to see wasted. Michael's, she visited personally. Apparently, no one else recognized the woman or knew about Kenna's formidable cultivation. If not for a few extra glances, she would have been overlooked. Apologies, I am already bound by an oath and cannot follow you, Elder, Kenna replied. All right, I will stay in the Great Qin Dynasty for 10 days. If you change your mind within that time, find me in the northernmost city. A perfect spirit body shouldn't be wasted, the white-clad woman said, deliberately emphasizing the last part to make Kenna realize her special constitution and limited prospects here. Kenna didn't respond. She already knew about her body type from Isaias. Without it, she wouldn't have achieved her current level of cultivation. After everyone left the Qianxian's secret realm, she used her powers to retrieve it. Even though Qianxian True Spin had died outside, his legacy belonged to the mystical Michaelaven sect. No outsider would gain it freely. On the mountaintop, the northernmost city. Isn't that Longning City? Kenna pondered suspiciously. Why was she going there? Could Brendan's powerful abilities be related to the mystical Michaelaven sect? Given Isaias's mysterious nature, it was hard not to think this way. Michael was inexplicably powerful, and without support from a major power, it seemed unlikely. Still, these matters weren't hers to inquire about. Doing her best was sufficient. When the time came, Brendan would inform her what she needed to know. Asking about things beyond her purview would yield no results. With numerous gains from this experience, she hurried back to Longning City. Intuitively, she felt a period of practice there would lead to breakthroughs, not just in cultivation but also in other aspects. Contentedly, she left knowing it wasn't in vain. Meanwhile, the white-clad woman flew toward Longning City after retrieving the secret realm. That direction led back to the mystical Michaelaven sect. She had no interest in the imperial capital, preferring to wait in the north. The spinters of the secular world were none of her concern. As for the new Avrils, potential conflicts among them mattered little. Intense comp for death. Michael preferred living this simple and comfortable life. Occasionally, some minor villains would add some spice to his otherwise mundane existence, but overall, it was quite relaxed. However, who would have thought that on this day, Longning City would welcome a Sky Phase Realm expert, a super being never seen before in the Great Qin. Such an expert's single palm strike could turn Longning City into ashes. Sky Phase Realm? Ignore them, Isaias said. As long as they didn't conflict with him, there was no need to worry about their purpose. Michael would leave eventually, and if it came to fighting, running away was always an option. As long as he stayed alive, nothing else mattered. Yes, Alf replied, withdrawing his gaze from the figure outside the city. Ignoring the person beyond the walls, a white-robed woman who was heading toward the city furrowed her brows, her usually cold expression shifting slightly. A sky phase realm expert in this small town, the white-robed woman inwardly exclaimed. Just now, she sensed a strong hostility aimed directly at her. The owner of this hostility wasn't weak at all. Before she could pinpoint its source, it vanished as if it had never existed. Sky phase experts weren't rare in the profound Michaelavan sect, where they were considered ordinary. However, in this desolate place, such an expert was practically invincible. Micro's sudden appearance here couldn't help but raise suspicion. Thus, she landed and walked, showing respect. It might be someone's territory, so she decided to stay temporarily without causing trouble. When the time came, she would return to the sect. Why waste time over trivial matters? Upon entering the city, she tried to locate the presence again but found nothing. If not for the brief encounter, she would have assumed there were no high-level experts here. The next couple of days passed uneventfully, until one night, a powerful aura swept through Longning City. It's back. Unable to sit still, the white-robed woman immediately went out to find the source. This aura wasn't targeting her but indicated someone breaking through. Others only felt pressure briefly, then it disappeared. Non-experts wouldn't even notice this anomaly, as martial arts remained far removed from their lives. She quickly locked onto a mansion. On its sign, Guy Aspinner, was clearly written. Yet, in her perception, this large residence housed only 2 people. In the next moment, the gate burst open without anyone welcoming her. Meanwhile, Your Highness, I feel that after a few more breakthroughs, I should be able to condense my dermic spinifestation, Alf said, slightly disappointed. Michael was already at the second stage of the Sky Phase realm, and had lost one opportunity to condense his dermic spinifestation. Each person had 9 chances. Failure meant switching to physical cultivation and achieving sainthood through the body. Don't rush. We have guests, Isaiah said. With a wave of his hand, he opened the door to invite them in. Such a powerful individual had an acute sense, and Alf's breakthrough couldn't be hidden. Had there been better concealment methods, the guest wouldn't have arrived so quickly. Respected guest, please come in for a chat, Isaiah said. Though far apart, the white-robed woman heard him. Guy Aspinner? Is there another Guy family in the Great Qin Dynasty? Curious, she followed the voice and entered, tracking his aura until she reached a courtyard. Inside, only 2 people remained, one standing, the other sitting. The standing middle-aged man looked rugged yet powerful, a Sky Phase realm expert like herself. However, standing behind a young Jeremiah indicated he wasn't the master here. The seated youth, though young, possessed undeniable Grandmaster-level strength, surpassing most geniuses even in the profound Michaelavan sect. Please, take a seat, Isaiah invited. The woman hesitated briefly, then sat down opposite him. Enforcer of the profound Michaelavan sect, Elspeth. I haven't had the honor of your name? Elspeth introduced herself. A genius hiding here seemed unbelievable. Someone like Isaiah should be renowned worldwide. It was nearly impossible for a youthful prodigy to remain this low-key. Isaiah, you're the crown prince? Elspeth was surprised. She should have realized that in Longning City, Guy Aspinner referred only to the crown prince. But rumors had painted him as a complete wastrel, aimlessly indulging and incapable of cultivation. Meeting him shattered those expectations. Such strength belied the label of waste, leaving no respectable figures left in the great Guy. Curiosity arose. Why had this mysterious crown prince tarnished his reputation so drastically and chosen to live reclusively? What? Not convincing. Isaiah smirked. Indeed, he hadn't anticipated that self-tarnishing would lead to such outcomes. If Elspeth hadn't shown sufficient strength, he wouldn't have let her in. You are quite surprising. With Grandmaster-level strength, you hide yourself instead of seeking fame and wealth, Elspeth remarked, voicing her thoughts. Hashtag chapter 19. Turns out Michael was micro person. What's the point of fame and wealth? Am I not comfortable being alone here? I can do whatever I want, Isaiah said with a smile. What use were fame and wealth to him now that he had already reached an unattainable level for others? Yet, he never boasted about it to anyone. Now, the only thing people envied might be his background. In time, no one would remember his existence anymore. Time was truly a terrifying thing. Once someone became less active, they would be forgotten by everyone except those who truly cared. Just like Isaiah, his name once made people in the capital anxious, but after a month, discussions about him had dwindled. Sometimes, there were even several days without any mention of him. Perhaps everyone has different thoughts, Elspeth remarked. She couldn't quite judge Isaiah. The fact that he could achieve so much silently suggested he could reach even greater heights. Aspinib, he had already broken through to the Michaelavanly phase in the dead of night. Approaching someone who shunned fame and fortune was quite difficult. With nothing to hold against him, you wouldn't know what kind of person he really was. This was the most unique young man Elspeth had encountered during her cultivation. Unlike others, he had his own unique way of thinking. After some casual conversation, Elspeth stood up and prepared to leave. Having understood Isaiah's formidable nature, staying longer held no significance, and she didn't invite him to join the Profound Sky sect. Even the Profound Sky sect might not be able to contain such a powerful figure. She looked forward to the day when Isaiah would ascend to power like a dragon. It's late. I won't disturb the Devon further, Elspeth said, addressing him as an equal despite him still being at the Grandmaster stage. The fact that he could command a Michaelavanly phase practitioner to stand by was indeed terrifying, as the girl was not there for her. Driven by curiosity, Elspeth followed Kinna. The route felt oddly familiar, leading right to Isaiah's residence. Watching Kinna push open the door and enter, Elspeth felt a sense of helplessness. I should have known. Given his preference for discretion, who else would this be but one of his people? Only he could help her cultivate a perfect spiritual body, she thought bitterly, realizing how foolish she must have looked. No wonder Kinna remained unmoved by her offers. Now she understood why. If she had had such an opportunity, the Profound Sky sect's Elspeth might not matter at all. Well, it's fate, she sighed and quietly left. This place was too dangerous, far more perilous than anywhere else she had been. When the day came for it to erupt, who could withstand it? Inside the mansion, A spingisty. I'm back, Qin exclaimed, removing her cold expression and returning to her usual self. She felt at home, where she could be herself without pretense. She could laugh and act naturally, unlike her outward appearance of strength and aloofness, which drained her. So soon? Did you gain anything? Isaias asked casually. Everything Qin had gained was hers. He merely inquired out of interest, not desire. Michael wouldn't ask for anything from his subordinates. A spingisty. The outside world isn't. Chapter 20. The invitation before departure. In the following days, Jedediah had good luck signing up for some resources, which were just enough to boost their strength. All three of them made significant improvements. He advanced to the 6th rank of Grandmaster, making him even more powerful. Qin climbed 2 levels straight to the 7th rank of innate. Such strength was absolutely a pillar in the Great Qin Empire. Just one step further, and one would reach the level of Grandmaster, of whom there were only a dozen or so in the entire Great Qin, both openly and secretly. They were considered treasures beyond compare. But here, such strength was rather commonplace. Such a border city didn't need such formidable power. If she were to go out and shout once, probably many sects would be eager to recruit her as a Avril. When Elspeth saw Qin in her field of vision, she couldn't believe it. She had advanced 2 ranks in such a short time. Even if this happened in Xintian sect, it would be enough to stand out and catch the attention of the elders, or even the sect master. How did he manage to do that? Micro thoughts immediately turned to Jedediah, that somewhat mysterious crown prince. No wonder Qin wasn't willing to follow her. With such an excellent place, why leave? Why go to Xintian sect where everyone vies for power and recognition? Even she felt a bit hesitant. James, in the Chenxian mystic realm, news that had long spread throughout the Great Qin. When the surrounding kingdoms of the Great Qin heard that the James was about to enter the Xintian sect, they were all stunned. Though they might not know much about Xintian sect, they knew the terrifying power of Michael Phase experts. Temporarily, all went quiet, none daring to cause trouble. This was the intimidation brought by power, regardless of whether it was real or imagined. Wait and see. Yes, the 3 replied honestly. Their self-prideful identities meant nothing to Elspeth. Before leaving, Elspeth glanced at the James, pondering. Both princes, yet how could there be such a gap? No one could answer her confusion. Then she left the inn and headed straight for the Gaius Pension. A few days later, returning to this place again, she couldn't help but feel melancholy. Within a couple of days, someone had managed to continuously advance. If she hadn't seen it herself, it would have been hard to believe when realm advancement became so easy. Entering the courtyard, she saw Qin practicing swordsmanship. She seemed incomprehensible, indicating that the level of what she possessed was not low, even more terrifying than what Elspeth herself knew. Lady Aru, may I ask why you have come? Jedediah asked. Feeling someone arrive, Qin stopped her practice and hurried over. Seeing the visitor, she was somewhat surprised, thinking why was the other party chasing after her? Had she not refused Yes, we belong to Jingzhou. If you can reach the top 10 in the Jingzhou arena, the region represented by that prodigy will receive a significant fortune reward. Even getting noticed by the Holy Lands, becoming a Holy Land Avril. It's getting more interesting. Tell me, where's the venue? And what conditions are needed to participate? Jedediah said, now intrigued. Michael wanted to know the participation conditions, but whether to go or not would be another matter. At that level of competition, even if he participated, he doubted he would stand out among so many geniuses. The venue is the capital of the divine Espinartial Nash Court. As long as your age is below 25 and your cultivation reaches the Michael phase or above, you can sign up anytime on the day before the competition starts. Thank you for informing me. If I have the time, I will go, Jedediah said. In that case, I will take my leave. We'll meet at the divine Espinartial Nash Court, Elspeth said. Jedediah nodded slightly. It was worth a trip if there was an opportunity. As for the divine Espinartial Nash Court, he had never heard of it. It was too distant for information to reach here. However, an entity named Nash Court must have considerable strength. Chapter 21. Undying Evil Intentions. The lowest tier is the dynasty, and to advance to an imperial dynasty, one needs a Spinarquist-level powerhouse as a guardian. This requirement seems simple, but it's a long way from the Great Qin to even produce such a figure. After imperial dynasties come imperial courts, which require even more stringent conditions, but he hasn't studied what those are since the imperial dynasty is still out of reach. The disparity in national rankings can almost always be overwhelming. Only after Elspeth left did he realize how curious he was about the Northern Region elite battle. Georgina, there's only half a year left. Are you nervous? Isaias asked. Your Highness, why should I be nervous? I'm not going, Qin replied with curiosity. How did this suddenly involve her? I mean, you will be participating, Isaias said. The minimum requirement for entry is the Michaelaven image realm. Such strength could destroy a dynasty, which is the basic condition for participation. It's evident that this Northern Region elite battle is quite interesting. As me? Qin was taken aback. She was only at the innate stage, 2 major realms away from the Michaelaven image realm. How could she possibly break through so quickly? Besides, the journey would be incredibly long, and she really didn't want to go. Don't worry. With my help, your strength won't lag behind, and I'll also be there to cheer for you, Isaias reassured her, sounding serious rather than joking. But, no buts. You need to contribute your share to the Great Qin. Then why don't you participate yourself, Your Highness? She couldn't help but wonder. Given Isaias' strength, he would surely perform better than she would. I won't participate. If they can't even beat you, then what's the point? Michael was confident in his abilities. Half a year seemed too long. It took him just about 2 months to reach his current level from nothing. With another half a year, his power would only become more terrifying. Perhaps he could even aim for the Espinarquist level. Even if he reached the Espinarquist level, wouldn't anyone facing him have no chance? Of course, powerful forces might have such geniuses among them, but this only made things more exciting. One had to venture out to see how incredible the world outside was. All right, I'll try my best, Qin finally agreed. On the other side, Elspeth returned to the inn, packed up, and prepared to leave. She stayed a few extra days here, not waiting for Prince 3 but simply enjoying her time. Now, having completed her mission, it was time to return to the sect. Other people's secrets didn't concern her. Mike's main task was to return Ascari's items to the sect, while helping Prince 3 and the others was secondary. "Let's go," Elspeth said, and the three immediately followed, afraid of being left behind. With their innate strength, reaching Xintian sect on foot would take an indefinite amount of time. Xintian sect was certainly an imperial dynasty or higher, located far from the Great Guy. Relying on foot travel could lead to death by exhaustion. Outside the city, Elspeth performed a seal gesture. Soon, a massive flying spirit beast appeared in the sky. Large, elegant, white, and well-fed. When it landed, the trio was stunned by the giant bird's size. Its wingspan stretched several dozen meters, enough to carry dozens of people. "Get on. It will take us back to the sect," Elspeth instructed. Even for her, returning to Xintian sect by flight would take a considerable amount of time, but with the spirit beast's help, it would be much faster and less tiring. They carefully climbed aboard, mindful not to disturb the creature. Once everyone was settled, "Belan, return to the sect," Elspeth commanded. The giant bird named Belan ascended into the sky, found its direction, and flew away. Few noticed this scene, as not everyone pays constant attention to events outside the city. With the conclusion of the Ascari secret realm, the once settled hearts began stirring again, especially within the Jarrett sect. They also had Avrils entering Xintian sect and weren't worried about what the Guy family would do. At the Jarrett sect's base, a spinster, Kevin has gone too far. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson by killing one of his sons? Facing the imminent approach of the Great Guy army, the Jarrett sect couldn't stand against them. Ultimately, it was a mid-sized sect, fragile against the might of the imperial cavalry. The truly combat-capable members were few, not comparable to the dynasty's army. Now, within the Great Guy territory, there is nothing we need anymore. Prepare to withdraw and regroup in the Tianyue Imperial Dynasty. However, since Kevin is forcing us, we cannot leave without action. As per your suggestion, let's kill his offspring to give him a lesson. Whom do you think we should target? Xilan Tianchi proposed. They planned to leave, but wanted to deal Kevin a severe blow before doing so to settle old scores for continuously encroaching on their territory. Of course, the eldest prince Isaias. The spinster. Look, the other princes are all in the capital, the heart of the Great Guy. Xylon's grandmasters are stationed there, offering no advantage for us. But if we head to Longning City, it's different. Although Juniorg family suffered a loss last time, that was due to insufficient strength. At Tian Xylanuntan Pass, only Paxton stands guard. With our Jarrett sect strength, Paxton is no match. So, targeting Isaias is the most cost-effective option. Excellent, true to our strategist. Issue orders to move north and kill Isaias before leaving the Great Guy territory. When had the Jarrett sect ever hesitated over killing someone? Yet, the strategist smiled deeply, seemingly plotting something. Michael promptly left the Jarrett sect for a nearby canyon. Your Majesty, the Jarrett sect has agreed to act. Isaias will surely die. Malcolm, a dead man holds no value for us, the person addressed as a Majesty, remarked. Given the surname Juniorg, his identity became clear. A descendant of the previous dynasty, harboring undying ambitions for restoration, aspiring to reign in the Great Guy. As soon as Isaias is killed, Kevin will undoubtedly be enraged. As a royal family member, Isaias's murder will inevitably lead to a confrontation with the Jarrett sect. At that time, you can lead your clan stealthily towards the palace and reclaim what belongs to us. Good, good. This plan is brilliant. If successful, you shall be the first in line for rewards. Chapter 22, Breath Concealment Array. Late at night, under Xylanchianki's mobilization, all the Avrils of the Noel sect within the Great Guy territory gathered into a massive force numbering in the hundreds. If these were just hundreds of ordinary people, they wouldn't have stirred much trouble. However, as hundreds of martial artists, even the Great Guy would take them seriously and not underestimate such a group. The critical point was that the Noel sect Avrils fought as if they had nothing to lose. One might say it was an entire sect composed of villains, mostly criminals who committed grave offenses in the Great Guy and were wanted. That was why they harbored such hostility toward the Great Guy. Aside from the pills, this caught Isaias's attention. Host, the breath concealment array can cover this courtyard, hiding the aura of everyone within. Unless one is at the prince or above level, they cannot detect it. Great. Isaias placed the array in the center of Guy Aspinner, allowing them to practice without disturbance. Even visitors would see no anomaly, perceiving them as ordinary humans. Guy Aspinner was quite desolate now. Only frequently used areas remained unclaimed by weeds, hinting at long-term abandonment, inevitable with only 3 inhabitants. One day, the sight of overgrown vegetation around Guy Aspinner might make people question its prolonged vacancy. It implied the door hadn't been opened in a long time. If necessary, they wouldn't open the main gate, maintaining utmost secrecy. Now, the arrival of the breath concealment array reinforced the perception of Guy Aspinner's decline. In the capital, the Noel sect harbors sinister intentions. A spinster Boston, a spinster Ingram, ancestor Guy Hui Huang. You 3 must lead 500 Imperial Guards to Longning City and eliminate the Noel sect once and for all. Upon receiving intelligence, Nash Cavan convened Guy family's strong forces to ambush the Noel sect, ensuring they wouldn't escape this time. Afterward, he planned to address other threats, aiming to leave a clear path for his successor. Notably, former officials were very active recently. Your Majesty, if we leave, the Juniorg family might seize the opportunity while the capital is weakened, Guy Hui Huang pointed out. Rest assured, uncle, I am prepared. Should they dare to come, they will not return, Cavan said, releasing his formidable aura. A 4th-rank grandmaster. 4th rank. They gazed at Cavan in awe. At 40, he was exceptionally young yet already at this advanced stage, rivaling the peak strength of the Great Guy. Few reached this level. No wonder he dared send so many experts to ambush the Noel sect. So be it. The Noel sect must be destroyed, Guy Hui Huang responded. That morning, they left the capital with 500 Imperial Guards. Longning City, previously quiet, had become lively due to Isaias's presence. No one benefited from the commotion, and even the Jiuyou family's eldest son met a swift end. Jiuyou family, you should appreciate the mercy I showed initially, Cavan reflected, recalling how the Qin Dynasty spared the Jiuyou family during its founding. Now, with their persistent treachery, it was time to bury them for good. Days later, Guy Huihuang and others arrived near Longning City, hiding and waiting without entering to avoid attracting attention. After settling in, Guy Huihuang found Cal. Sir, the Noel sect plans to attack Longning City. Cal exclaimed. That isn't your concern. Have the city guard closely monitor incoming martial artists and report any news immediately, Guy Huihuang instructed. Yes, sir, I'll arrange it right away, Cal replied, pacing nervously afterward. Lady, do you think this targets Crown Prince Guy? Fu's wife asked. Considering the Noel sect's feud with the royal family? Good point. They wouldn't target this place otherwise. Wait, Kina. Quickly fetch her back, Cal realized. Noting Kina hadn't returned home in almost a month, they had almost forgotten until Guy Huihuang's visit. Concern grew. Perhaps Kina was confined elsewhere, unable to leave. Chapter 23. The overgrown Guy Espinchen. Missy was alarmed. If the Noel sect's formidable experts were to come and target Ailby, they would inevitably arrive at the Guy mansion. In that case, their daughter would also be in danger. They had to bring her back as soon as possible. As for Isaias's life or death, they wished he would die sooner rather than later. If it weren't for their roles as officials of the Qin Empire, who would care about his fate? I will go fetch Georgina now, Missy said. Their daughter, whom she cherished, must not take such risks. She hoped this situation could pass peacefully. Being just a minor figure, she couldn't influence events significantly. Her main concern was protecting herself and her family. Outside, the winds howled ominously, storms on the horizon. Yet inside the Guy mansion, there was an unusual serenity, seemingly detached from the rest of the world. The Espin's formation is serviceable, Isaias muttered, as he casually placed the formation at the heart of the Guy mansion. Over the past couple of days, he had obtained quite a few powerful formations. In total, he now possessed 4 major formations: Conceal Breath Formation, Espin's Formation, Michellevenly Fragrance Illusion Formation, and Devouring God Formation. The 2 maze formations could mislead intruders into circling around, unknowingly exiting without realizing what happened. They might believe they saw the true state of the Guy mansion. Lastly, the Devouring God Formation was a lethal killing array that Isaias could control to eliminate invaders. Their corpses would serve as fuel for the Devouring God Formation, eliminating the need to dispose of bodies elsewhere. Now the Guy mansion was as fortified as ever. Once someone entered, they wouldn't know how they died. At that moment, outside the Guy mansion, Missy arrived with her entourage, urgently approaching the premises. However, the cobwebs on the door made her hesitate. Lifting her head, she confirmed it was indeed the Guy mansion. Could it be? She was startled. Could the occupants have already been taken away? Break down the door, Missy ordered. But, my lady, this is the residence of Ailby. Her subordinate hesitated. Even if they were officials, entering the prince's chambers uninvited could result in severe punishment. Don't you see how abandoned this place looks? We are here to ascertain Ailby's safety. I believe he would understand, Missy replied. This? If you can't do it, move aside, and I'll handle it. Inside, Isaias had sensed the commotion outside. The loud noise made it seem like everyone wanted to know what was happening. But on reflection, he realized it had been a while since he ventured out. Georgina, your mother has come. Would you like to meet her? Isaias asked. Maybe another time, Kenna replied. With the mansion in such disrepair, she didn't want to explain the situation to her mother. It was better not to meet for now. Staying hidden felt safer, influenced perhaps by Isaias, her temperament gradually changing. All right, Isaias said, activating the Espin's formation. When Missy entered, she would be guided away from them, unable to reach their location. Outside, Missy pushed the door. It was only slightly ajar, opening easily. That's not the mayor's wife? Espindom, the Guy mansion hasn't opened its doors for a long time. No one seems to be inside. The local residents noticed and voiced their concerns. They lived nearby and were well aware of the mansion's condition. In their minds, Isaias might have already died. Otherwise, why would it remain untouched so long, even allowing spiders to build webs on the beams? Not open for a long time? Missy asked, her heart sinking with unease. Indeed, not seen anyone for about a month. Time certainly seemed to drag, adding to her anxiety. She hoped things weren't as dire as she imagined. Thank you for the information. Missy thanked them and led her group into the expansive Guy mansion. Originally grand and luxurious, the mansion now appeared overgrown and neglected. Just beyond the gate, thick grasses and moss covered the path, indicating it had been long deserted. Espindom, let us clear the way. They navigated through the overgrown paths. Inside the Guy mansion, everything was eerily silent, a stark contrast to the bustling outside world. No matter how noisy it got outside, nothing penetrated here. Georgina, where are you? Missy murmured under her breath. She feared Kenna might have met an unfortunate fate. Through the formations barrier, Kenna observed Missy but knew she couldn't step out. She decided to return home after some time, claiming she had just returned from elsewhere. Questions about Ailby added another twist. Though absent for a while, the public wondered if this would be the last trace of him. If he didn't reappear soon, he'd be considered dead. Chapter 24. The Night Knows No Mercy. Isaias had never thought of explaining himself to outsiders. Wasn't it much more pleasant being on his own? Why should he care about what others said? Quietly and stealthily was the way to go. And wasn't the current situation perfect? It always gave people a bit of a surprise. If someone barged in, mistakenly wandered in, and tried to leave with ulterior motives, they might as well stay here forever and become nutrients for the devouring god formation. The long night approached, and dawn seemed immeasurably far away. Unlike the brightly lit outside world, Within the vast Gaiaspintian, only one area remained illuminated, blocked by an array that prevented the light from spreading out or even smoke from escaping. Naturally, no one knew what was happening inside. With the arrival of night, demons and monsters began their mischief again. A group of malevolent spirits loitered around Gaiaspintian, looking for opportunities to climb over the walls. Each of them radiated intense murderous aura, clearly not good characters. Finian, something's off. It's too quiet. Could they really be gone? Did we come too late? If so, we should have come earlier. That damned Isaias, always running away. What if they left early, not to— Their strength is too low, just third-stage spinsters. Alf shook his head. Such weak opponents were not motivating at all. Indeed, a celestial phase expert like Alf found engaging mere masters beneath him. I'll pass as well, Kenneth said. Then let the devouring god formation take care of them. My territory isn't a place where anyone can come and go as they please, Isaias said, revealing a cold, murderous intent in his eyes. No way he'd let them off after repeatedly probing him. If he let them go, would they let an unarmed Isaias live? Clearly not. They were after him. Since this was the case, there was no need to be polite. Michael must eliminate all threats. The 4 great arrays quietly activated. Meanwhile, Xilan Tianqi and his group found themselves unable to find a way out, trapped. This place is too eerie. Stay close together, Xilan Tianqi ordered. Midday, they sensed something was wrong. Gaiaspintian wasn't huge. There was no reason why they couldn't leave after entering. Something unknown must exist here. Fear rose in everyone's hearts. Being trapped without warning revealed the place's terror. If it was intentional, the matter was grave. A cold wind blew, making them shiver. Real, bone-chilling cold. Winter hadn't even started. What could make them, a group of innate masters, feel cold? Don't come. Suddenly, one innate martial artist screamed hysterically, thrashing on the ground. Before anyone could rebuke him, blood gushed from his mouth and nose, and his body rapidly withered and vanished. Terror gripped their hearts. An innate martial artist disappeared right before their eyes in seconds. Who could imagine such horror? We won't be leaving today, Xilan Tianqi said, sounding helpless. This was his biggest regret. Instead of leaving the Gai Empire directly, they chose to come to this ominous place, which wasn't as desolate as it seemed but full of hidden dangers. The second person dropped dead suddenly without any warning, vanishing instantly. Such bizarre occurrences shocked them. Even as Noel sect Avrils, they felt their scalps tingle. Direct death wasn't scary. It was this kind of psychological torment that terrified them. Show yourself, let's fight one-on-one. Lurking in the dark, what kind of man are you? They broke down, cursing into thin air, convinced the enemy was hiding nearby, afraid to face them directly. But their curses had no effect. Was Isaias someone who couldn't handle provocation? Of course not. Michael was lazy and didn't even bother to leave his chair, preferring to manipulate their fates as a spectator rather than face them head-on. Such a bore. These Noel sect Avrils are too weak, Isaias remarked. A spingisty. I'm going to sleep, Kina yawned. After experiencing Chen Xian's secret realm, she no longer viewed Isaias as evil. In this world, it was kill or be killed. It was just a question of how one would die. Besides, they couldn't just sit idly while others attacked them. Xylon Reaver. If these people found them when they were weak, it would have been their bad luck. Go ahead, Isaias replied. His attention shifted back to the Noel sect Avrils. Xilan Tianqi and his men ran frantically, trying to escape the terrifying place, but failed miserably. Outside Gaiaspintian, atop rooftops, numerous Noel sect Avrils waited for their leader's signal. With Xilan Tianqi's strength, capturing cabin should be a breeze. Out of the 300-strong team, only 20 entered, while the rest waited outside. One incense stick has passed. Let's storm in. Charge. They rushed in one after another, climbing the walls, determined to enter. Inside, those wanting to escape found no way out. Outside, everyone charged recklessly, breaking into the mansion. Those who are unaware know no fear. But would they still be so defiant once they entered? Isaias was quite surprised by the arrival of the Noel sect Avrils. Even more? Let's catch them all then. Looking at the incoming enemies, he was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. It wasn't just that these people weren't particularly strong. Even if there were 300 masters, none could leave without his permission once they entered. Iof sect Finian, we have arrived. Where did the elders go? After entering, they quickly found Xilan Tianqi and his group. What are you doing here? Finished. Suddenly, Xilan Tianqi felt as if the world was spinning. If everyone came in, it meant they would all be wiped out. The evil within this place was only truly understood by those who had experienced it. So far, we haven't even detected their presence. Iof sect Finian, what happened? Immediately, they sensed something was wrong. Only something significant could cause such expressions on Xilan Tianqi's face. We can't get out. Xilan Tianqi was somewhat desolate. Michael looked up, unsure of what to say. To think he would meet his end in such a small courtyard without even seeing the person responsible. It was terrifying. If given another chance, he would never come to this place again. Death and fear had been with them all along. This statement left everyone momentarily puzzled, not fully understanding. We will all die here, one master strength warrior said. Knowing they would die but still having to wait here was agonizing beyond words. As he spoke, his body shriveled like the others, eventually disappearing. A master, dead. Without any resistance, the onlookers watched in horror, feeling chills down their spines and involuntarily swallowing their saliva. What terrifying thing was here that could reduce a master to dust without any resistance? Everyone bowed their heads, lost in thought. At this moment, weighed down by heavy hearts, after the initial terror, there was only resignation. Chapter 25. The Imperial Guards who waited in vain. Finally, they understood what the other party meant by being unable to leave. Such a bizarre scene was hard not to instill fear. Even the strategist of the Noel sect, the Juniorg family's mole, felt unprecedented relief at this moment. Michael had already sent out the message that the Noel sect would enter Jedediah's residence tonight. and he had been waiting for them to exit so the Great Guy army could engage them, causing mutual losses from which the Junior family would benefit. However, the eeriness here surpassed imagination. It was as if an abyss swallowed everything. Soul, body, and fear. Until they were wiped out completely from existence, leaving no trace as if they had never come into this world. Fear was useless. As long as the other party did not let them go, they were doomed to die. Is it Jedediah? This thought arose in many people's minds at this time. If it was him, it was even more terrifying. Being able to trap an entire sect with one person's strength. A power that could make Great Guy sweep away all enemies, none of whom could be his match. But it no longer mattered to them. They couldn't leave here, nor could any. Incredulity spread across their faces. Jedediah had been here all along, creating this terrifying trap to confine and kill them one by one. All previous evaluations of Jedediah were now meaningless. In their hearts, he was the deepest hidden figure, achieving such feats unseen, deciding the fate of the Noel sect with every gesture. Such power. How could he willingly remain anonymous in a hidden corner? Wanting to kill me, how will you fare today? Jedediah asked. They remained silent. Was it because Jedediah was easy to kill? Regardless of the reason, they dared not speak or even talk to Jedediah. It was an outcome no one could have imagined. You're quite defiant, but it's useless. The last visitors are already dead, and so will you, Jedediah said, personally taking action. His move stunned everyone. The overwhelming power nearly suffocated them. Throughout, Jedediah relied on his own formidable strength. Even alone, he was enough to eliminate them. Ha ha, I miscalculated just one step. Xilin Tianchi laughed bitterly, drawing his sword and committing suicide. A great warlord met his end without debate, accepting death outright. At this point, there was no way out. A pity. Had you not stepped into Gaiaspinner, you wouldn't have faced this fate, Jedediah said. Michael didn't care about their past actions. If they wanted to harm him, they must accept the possibility of being killed. He wouldn't spare anyone who tried to kill him. Even Elspeth showed deference here. Jedediah? They lacked the courage. They saw his power clearly. Nothing they could do would change the outcome. Better to die with dignity. What happened afterward was no longer their concern. With the last one dead, the Noel sect was extinguished. Meanwhile, a large gathering of experts had assembled at the city Iof's residence. Is your information accurate? We've waited half the night and haven't seen a single person, Guy Huiyang said irritably. It was close to Gaiaspinner, allowing quick access. But after hours of surveillance, there was no sign of the Noel sect. Since Gaiaspinner was abandoned, they naturally wouldn't fight the Noel sect for Jedediah's sake. They aimed to eliminate the sect entirely to stabilize Great Guy. Yet until now, not even a hint of the Noel sect emerged, nor any commotion from Gaiaspinner. Cal's intelligence seemed like a jest, making them unhappy. My lord, it is true, told by a Noel sect Averil, Cal pleaded nervously. Why you? You believe what a Noel sect member says? They probably fled already. What poor luck. How do you manage a city lord? McCalering the source of Cal's intel infuriated Guy Huiyang and the others. Hundreds had waited half the night for this reason. Some wished to slap Cal. Disperse. And no activity from the Noel sect, coupled with Jedediah's disappearance, they had no reason to stay. They needed to report the situation to Cavan immediately. They didn't believe the story of Jedediah's suicide. Back in the capital, they knew him well enough to know that even if he was demoted, he wouldn't commit suicide. There was more to this whole situation than met the eye, but they shouldn't speculate too much. It was best to let Cavan decide how to proceed. When they arrived, everyone was enthusiastic. Eradicating the Noel sect would have been a monumental achievement, bringing promotions, rewards, and a life of ease. But all they got was disappointment, a grand effort for little gain. Undeniably, this trip was somewhat disappointing. Despite the grandeur, the results were minimal. Hashtag chapter 26, a trip home. The Gaiaspinner had returned to its usual tranquility, as if nothing had happened, even though over 300 people had died there the previous night. There was not a trace of blood or any sign that lives had been lost. They had vanished without a trace. Apart from a few rooms, the rest of the manor was covered in thick undergrowth, making it hard to imagine such an isolated area existing within Fan City. Spider webs hung from the entrance, confirming that no one had lived there for a long time. Otherwise, who would leave the webs to grow unchecked? Some had wanted to take residence, to usurp the Gaiaspinner as their own, but no one didn't cultivate. His intelligence could still achieve much. Michael cared deeply for his eldest son. Even after exiling him from the capital, he still had people secretly protect him, fearing any harm might come to Isaias. Now, however, Isaias had vanished right under everyone's noses. Guy Huangquang and Cavan agreed that Isaias could not have committed suicide. Wherever he went, no one knew, but it wasn't hard to see that Isaias's abilities weren't insignificant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disappeared from under the watch of martial artists. In reality, Isaias hadn't left. He was still in the Gaiaspinner, just staying out of sight. This led to endless speculation among outsiders. Several days had passed since the Xylan sect's invasion. Your Highness, I'd like to visit home to reassure my parents, Kenna said. If she had returned the next day, it would have raised suspicions, so she waited a few days before deciding to go back to put her parents' minds at ease. Go ahead. You don't need my permission, Isaias said. Dressed in disguise, she entered the city loudly, almost as if she wanted everyone to notice her. Cal and his wife rushed to the door upon receiving word. Upon seeing her, Fu's wife was visibly moved, quickly embracing Kenna. My child, you're finally back, she said. As long as Kenna was safe, everything else was irrelevant. It was all worth it. Xylonther, what's wrong? Definitely a grandmaster or higher, possibly even more. Don't worry, my master is very kind, Kenna assured. Indeed, whether it was Alf or Isaias, whenever she had questions, they always taught her generously. Though Alf didn't formally acknowledge her as Averil, she considered him her master. In this sense, she wasn't deceiving Cal. It was just a matter of identity. For the next few days, she stayed home, not neglecting her cultivation. Micro parents didn't publicize her rare encounter. It remained a quiet affair. One morning, Akil Xylonther, I'm leaving and may not return for a long time, Kenna said. This was the perfect time and place for a proper farewell. With her current achievements, her parents wouldn't worry about her prolonged absence. Okay, just remember to visit us when you can. They watched her leave, smiling. Their daughter had grown capable, and they no longer feared for her future. After reaching the city outskirts, she returned to the Guy Aspinner. Michael parents likely never imagined their daughter was living right next door. Everything settled? Isaias asked. Your Highness, everything is fine, Kenna replied, giving him a thumbs up, a gesture she had learned from him and found increasingly useful. Chapter 27. Entry into the Michael phase. With no more concerns holding her back, Kenna's cultivation progressed swiftly. She immersed herself in her training but would occasionally vendors. You've been here for about 3 months, Isaias remarked. Yes, Kenna nodded silently. Time had flown, but it also felt incredibly long since she arrived. Sometimes, they lost track of time. 3 months to reach a spinster is not slow, Isaias commented. She didn't rely entirely on elixirs. Her breakthrough to the spinster realm was mainly due to her own efforts. She had entered a brand new realm, becoming a highly sought-after powerhouse. She never sought fame. Even during her travels, she remained low-key. So much so that others wouldn't realize the formidable power residing right beside them. After her previous visit home, Cal and the rest hadn't approached her, fearing disruption to her cultivation. Besides, they didn't know where she was, only needing assurance that their daughter was safe. 5 months remain. Strive to break through to the Michael phase and arrive at the divine Aspinitial Imperial Court, Isaias continued, noting that time seemed tight. The exact journey length was unclear, but the time left for cultivation wasn't nearly 5 months. They might need to depart early. Rest assured, Your Highness. I will give it my all, Kenna replied confidently. If she were elsewhere, she might doubt her abilities. But here, Brendan could certainly assist her in rapidly enhancing her strength. Thereafter, she resumed her intense cultivation. One morning, Isaias woke up feeling unusually cold. Check-in successful. Obtained Supreme Clone Technique. Supreme Clone Technique? Isaias was somewhat surprised. Why give him something like this? Without much thought, he examined it. Supreme Clone Technique * allows you to create another version of yourself with full strength, capable of independent cultivation, requiring a powerful force as a medium. Am I still myself if I have a clone? Michael glanced at it briefly before discarding it into storage. While it was indeed useful to some, he preferred being himself. Yet, the Supreme Clone Technique was truly terrifying. It could replicate another version of him with synchronized intentions, multiplying his combat power exponentially. The potential was undeniable. Unfortunately, Isaias saw little use for it. To him, staying strong himself sufficed. What difference did having a clone make? Today, it's time for me to enter the Michael phase. Michael shifted focus from the clone technique to the substantial stash of pills that could help him break through. This way, 2 people in the Michael phase would exist here. Michael acted immediately, swallowing the pills. There were no side effects to worry about. Why bother with painstaking cultivation when immediate results were achievable? Brendan is about to break through to the Michael phase, Alf noted, observing the scene. Already at the 6th level of the Michael phase, Alf still hadn't formed dramatically. In an instant, a thought led him into the Michael phase, purple vapor rising above his head. Michael's forming a dermic image. Alf exclaimed, astonished. How could this be? Isaias had just broken through, and he was already forming his own dermic image? Some people could make others die of envy. Despite cultivating for so long, Alf was still uncertain whether he could smoothly form a dermic image. Aspini were trapped at this stage. A 3rd-tier dermic image hinted at the possibility of becoming a duke, but not a king. Middle tiers suggested potential kingship. Upper tiers promised boundless potential. Anyone who didn't want to remain obscured would strive for an upper-tier dermic image. Rumors suggested that beyond the 1st tier lay supreme-grade dermic images, but verifying this required encountering someone with such an image. Chapter 28. The purple aura rises from the east. Above Jedediah's head, a vast amount of purple aura gathered, clouds and mist swirling in magnificent beauty. I will complete my Dharma transformation in one go. After breaking through his limits, Jedediah regained consciousness and, seeing his current state, he pressed on without hesitation, crazily absorbing the power in the air. This was the best time of morning when the purple aura came from the east. The later it got, the more the purple aura dissipated, slowing down the speed at which it could be condensed. Michael had to use some means to accelerate his growth. Almost instantly, Longming City was covered by the purple aura, as if someone noble was about to be born. Everyone stopped involuntarily, feeling the benefits brought by the purple aura. In an instant, countless people had epiphanies, entering a spiritual state. They might not even have realized that they had undergone significant changes in that moment. Under the glow of the purple aura, an indeterminate number of people experienced transformations, enabling them to embark on the path of cultivation. Even their descendants had a higher chance of being prodigies. The fate of the city changed in an instant. No one knew where the purple aura came from, or when it would disappear. Under the purple aura, people just sat there, doing nothing. News quickly spread across the Great Guy Empire. This strange phenomenon greatly benefited the people. The specific changes would only be known when stronger individuals arrived, and they would then realize their transformation. It lasted until noon before the purple aura quietly dispersed. Inside the Guy family Aspinner, the purple aura entered Jedediah's body, filling him with auspiciousness and sanctity, making him untouchable. After concluding his practice, purple aura still flowed around him, though ordinary people couldn't see it. Born of the purple aura, you shall be called the Eastward Rising Purple Aura Dharma Transformation, Jedediah said, naming his Dharma transformation. Congratulations on condensing your Dharma transformation, host. This is an infinitely potent Dharma transformation, currently ranked 9th grade. It can absorb the purple aura daily to upgrade its rank. The more absorbed, the more terrifying its power. Besides bringing basic heavenly blessings and favor from the purple star, when powerful enough, it can transform into a formidable attack, with no upper limit. The process will be long, requiring patient refinement. The system's voice timely assisted him in interpreting his Dharma transformation. When he learned it was just 9th grade, his heart raced, but knowing it could grow by absorbing the purple aura, with limitless potential, did this mean he had the chance to advance to 1st grade Dharma transformation, or even the legendary supreme grade? The thought was exhilarating, though the growth rate might not be so satisfying. At least now he had a clear idea of what to expect and how to proceed on his path of cultivation. Congratulations, Your Highness, for advancing to celestial phase and condensing the Dharma transformation. The two people beside him said, having been observing Jedediah all along. This was indeed a double cause for celebration, saving him immense effort in condensing the Dharma transformation. Michael now had countless more, well said. His realm had also loosened, nearly reaching the 9th stage of postnatal realm. If this happened a few more times, he could break through to the innate realm. What a powerful level that would be. Then he would be considered a mid to high-ranking figure. Actually, reporting or not was irrelevant. There were many royal guards in Longning City who Cavan hadn't withdrawn. They were closely monitoring the situation here, ready to inform Jedediah immediately upon his return. But given the gravity of this matter, withholding information would invite punishment beyond his control. The news reached the capital, shaking the court deeply. Special envoys were dispatched with talent detection tools. Indeed, the citizens of Longning City were more suited for martial arts training than before. Even a slight enhancement was enough to bring excitement. In the imperial court, civil and military officials argued endlessly. In my view, a star of the purple star has descended, detrimental to our dynasty. We should suppress it with force. Absolutely not. Let's watch and wait. If the purple aura gathers again, my suggestion is that we all go to experience its blessings. This way, the reign of Great Guy will thrive continuously. Humph, do you think your opinion alone matters? Believe me or not, I could cut you down. Cavan carefully considered their proposals. If it was just a fleeting phenomenon, there was no need to act. At most, it would produce one remarkable person. They had to face the Great Guy dynasty. How could they not capture a border pass with all their national might? Once that happens, Longning City would naturally fall into our hands like a ripe fruit. The reason for waiting 10 days was that reinforcements were almost here. With an army of hundreds of thousands, overrunning a border garrison with only 30,000 troops would be effortless. They would then proceed southward, sweeping through the Great Guy dynasty undefeated. No one expected the first move would come from the Espingan dynasty. However, it wasn't uncommon. Every winter, the Espingan dynasty invaded the Great Guy because the harsh environment only allowed for herding. Crops could hardly grow. The few cities capable of producing grain weren't enough to sustain the entire dynasty. Thus, invading the Great Guy became the best option. Charge! Charge! The Espingan warriors became instantly excited. Each year at this time, they raided the Great Guy, burning, killing, and plundering. Blame lay in the richness of their land. Meanwhile, Isaias was still immersed in his cultivation, unaware that he was the catalyst for these events. Another morning arrived as he rapidly absorbed purple chi without causing any unusual phenomena. Such phenomena only occurred when he couldn't control the process, and the Dharma manifestation appeared spontaneously. Since he hadn't ventured out, he didn't know that Longning City had become a coveted holy place due to him. People constantly flooded in, all martial artists seeking to change their fates. Once the purple chi dissipated, he started checking his rewards. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 purple chi pills and 10 essence pill. Purple chi pill? His heart sank. Learning its effect, he could absorb double the amount of purple chi for an hour per pill. He felt disheartened. Today's 6-hour cultivation session was essentially cut in half. Damn. Michael wanted to curse, but soon shrugged it off. With so much time available, he needn't worry about this minor setback. Michael just had to be more diligent from tomorrow onwards. Perhaps during the genius battle, he could reach the middle 3rd rank or even the upper 3rd rank. With daily diligence, there was hope. Alf and Kenna couldn't understand Isaias's newfound industriousness. Never one to wake early, today he spent the whole morning cultivating. Unprecedented indeed. They didn't know that Isaias's Dharma manifestation could continuously strengthen. Since purple chi only appeared from 6 a.m. to noon, he had no choice but to be diligent. Duke is so hardworking. I can't fall behind, Kenna thought, and redoubled her efforts. She wasn't averse to the essence pill either. With no external aids left, why shouldn't she take shortcuts? She ultimately realized that pills smizzing to death. Without hesitation, he scooped up the Jeremiah, using spirit chi to warm him. Soon, color returned to the Jeremiah's cheeks. Isaias rekindled the fire and prepared some porridge. Not wanting to disturb others who slept, he felt a connection to the Jeremiah. Hadn't he once been like this? Warm. The Jeremiah woke up, seeing blankets and new clothes, feeling as if in a dream. Noticing candlelight from another room, he tiptoed over. Someone seemed to be cooking. Michael sniffed the air. Come in. Isaias said without turning. Michael entered upon invitation. Isaias handed him a bowl of porridge. Eat. Gratefully, the Jeremiah sat by the fire, gulping down the food with tears in his eyes. It had been long since he felt such warmth. Finally, after a while, the Jeremiah stopped eating. Hey Wooch Pablo, thank you. But I think I should leave, the Jeremiah said. Why? Isn't it good here? Isaias asked, puzzled. They say I bring bad luck. Hey Wooch Pablo has been kind, but I don't want to hurt you. So, I must leave, the Jeremiah replied sincerely. Don't worry, I'm strong. Even if you must go, wait till tomorrow, Isaias responded. Where could the Jeremiah go at this late hour except to die on the roadside? Chapter 30. Eddie. The Jeremiah hesitated. It was indeed warm here, but he was still concerned that his presence would bring misfortune to others. Michael decided that he had to leave. He couldn't let the young man be harmed because a powerful figure, faster than anyone else. This was because he wasn't from Jingzhou but came from a far more distant place. A powerful force seemed to have sent him here to survive on his own. Fate is harsher on him than it was on me, Isaias remarked, thinking of his previous life. In icy weather, bones froze, leading him to this world. A situation not so different from being abandoned. That was why he felt a connection when he saw the Jeremiah, as if looking at his former self. System, is there a solution? Isaias asked again. If he could guide the Jeremiah, he'd gain another strong ally. A spinster, the solution lies within you. Why ask me? I do. Isaias looked puzzled. The Supreme Clone Technique. Clone, right. The Supreme Clone Technique can create two bodies, which can separate the other force, right? Isaias smiled widely. Ha ha ha, this must be fate. If so, I'll help you return to Huaxia, Isaias said, his eyes dark and deep. How astonishing it would be to turn someone others considered a harbinger of doom into an unparalleled genius, only to return him to their gaze. With this thought, he decided to keep the Jeremiah with him, helping him improve his strength, starting from the Northern Domain talent battle and fighting back to Huaxia. Isaias's foundation was far stronger than Qin's, and his cultivation speed was faster. However, no one could help him separate the two forces, causing him to live in nightmares. Thinking of this, he prepared the resources required for the Supreme Clone Technique. Eventually, he got everything except a spirit body. Finding such an item was a daunting task, and even though it could be crafted, an imperfect spirit body limited achievements due to inadequate power. Michael didn't want to stifle the Jeremiah's potential due to his own limitations. Forget it, let's see how it goes, Isaias said, having no better option. That night, the Jeremiah slept soundly, occasionally murmuring in his sleep. By morning, everyone was up except for the Jeremiah. Sign-in successful. Obtained one supreme spirit body, purple chi pill. You give me exactly what I need. System, I really love you, Isaias laughed. With everything ready, all he needed was the Jeremiah's consent to help him start his cultivation journey. Michael then took 6 purple chi pills and began today's cultivation. Indeed, it was much faster than yesterday. He could feel his Dharma body expanding and strengthening. At some point, the Jeremiah emerged. Where did this child come from? Wearing the prince's clothes? Alf and Qin were surprised upon seeing the Jeremiah. No one else should have been there besides them. Startled by strangers, the Jeremiah retreated, hiding behind Isaias, somewhat afraid. No need to be nervous. I brought him back. Wait a moment. Isaias opened his eyes. Though interrupted, it didn't matter much. Hey Wuj brother, who are they? The Jeremiah hid behind Isaias. They are my subordinates. Don't worry. How did you sleep last night? Isaias asked. Very well. Thank you, hey Wuj brother, for letting me stay. But I need to leave, the Jeremiah replied. Don't rush. Let me finish speaking. I can solve your problem and help you cultivate anew. Are you willing to stay? Isaias said. Everything was ready. All he needed was the Jeremiah's nod. Alf and Qin were stunned by Isaias's offer to a little Jeremiah. They understood that this Jeremiah must have hidden secrets, or Isaias wouldn't go so far to help. Especially Qin, who empathized deeply. She was once a commoner unable to cultivate until Isaias recognized her talent and taught her. Within months, she achieved her current level. Clearly, this Jeremiah belonged to the same category. Really? The Jeremiah asked excitedly before dimming, realizing how difficult it might be. Of course, if you're willing, Isaias replied. Okay, I'm willing to stay with Heywuj brother, the Jeremiah said happily, his innocent face filled with sincerity. Congratulations, host. You've gained a prodigy. The system awards you a lucky treasure chest. Isaias couldn't help but laugh. Prince chose wouldn't be bad, which gave her a hint of anxiety. She was no longer the only one favored by him. You obtain the cultivation method Enyang Reincarnation Scripture, an ultimate technique Arif and Death Battle Art, and a first-rank Dharmakaya, Tao Jarrett Twin Heywuderth. Directly giving a Dharmakaya? Isaias's pupils constricted. From the name alone, it seemed perfectly suited for Eddie. But why would it give a first-rank Dharmakaya? Suppressing his curiosity, he waited until he could explain it to Eddie. Michael himself didn't quite understand its significance. After everything settled down, Isaias took Eddie away, leaving behind 2 bewildered individuals who knew this was no ordinary matter. Your situation is somewhat unique. Start learning the supreme body doubling technique first. I'll guide you further afterward, Isaias explained, handing over the technique. The deeper one cultivated in this technique, the more closely the 2 bodies were linked, resulting in terrifying power. A few minutes passed. Done, Eddie said. So fast. Even Isaias doubted it. Michael had just handed it over, barely explaining anything. Yet Eddie already mastered the basics after a single read? Isaias was both astonished and delighted. Michael truly found a gem, and this kid would bring him unexpected surprises. Without wasting time, he took out the spirit body. Divide your consciousness and guide one stream of internal energy into this body, Isaias instructed. Eddie followed the instructions, and the 2 previously chaotic forces within him behaved as if gaining intelligence, slowly flowing into the new body. Within minutes, the spirit body opened its eyes. Hey Wuj Pablo, why do I look like this now? 2 voices rang out. Ha ha, success. This is your true form, Isaias exclaimed. Huh, I can control both bodies simultaneously? Indeed, both bodies started changing rapidly, even allowing him to hide the spirit body, with only one powerful force remaining stable within his original body. I have another gift for you, Isaias said, handing over everything from the lucky treasure chest to Eddie. Suddenly, Eddie began cultivating involuntarily. Both bodies appeared at once, entwining, supporting each other, progressing together. 2 formidable energies emerged around them, causing Isaias's mouth to twitch slightly. He couldn't withstand that power. Before long, Eddie started breaking through ranks. Isaias was stunned. This kid was undoubtedly a world-class genius. Unfortunately, his previous faction lacked the resources to cultivate him properly, thus benefiting Isaias immensely. 1st level, 3rd level, 7th level. His cultivation soared rapidly, catching the ally. However, Isaias didn't need help in expanding territory. It was unnecessary. 9th level of a spinster rank, Qin noted. Though they couldn't see inside the room, the frequency of breakthroughs indicated he was almost at the Michaelaven phase. Even Alf felt pressure. This adopted Jeremiah wasn't simple. Michael's already in the Michaelaven phase, Alf said. Within moments, Eddie broke through straight into the Michaelaven phase. What is this? Suddenly, they saw a massive anomaly appear in Isaias's courtyard, a creature with dual Taudret faces hovering above the Guy estate. Thankfully, a concealment formation prevented it from being widely visible. A Dharmakaya. That's a first-rank Tau Jarrett twin Haywudrith Dharmakaya, Alf exclaimed. Another incomparable genius was born right before their eyes. The power is stronger than purple chi coming from the east, Isaias commented. Michael marveled at Eddie's strength, never expecting this fellow to possess such formidable potential. Michael didn't know where Eddie's limits lay. The Tau Jarrett twin Haywudrith Dharmakaya was now part of him, enhancing his strength every bit it contracted. Second level of Michaelaven phase. Third level, climbing rapidly until the Dharmakaya fully integrated into his body, placing him at peak Michaelaven phase. Won't he break through to the Duke rank next? Isaias inwardly panicked. How can I compare? Alf said bitterly. What? Born sovereign. Katie was slow to catch on. After the Michaelavenly image stage, she couldn't detect any further changes in Eddie. She couldn't imagine him having such power. But not completely. This physique, if improperly guided, won't last past 10 years. Only by channeling the internal power can one unleash the might of the Yin Yang Sheldon, Alf explained. Alright, let's keep Eddie's matters between us. Don't tell outsiders, Jedediah said. Your Highness, where did you find such a prodigy? Katie couldn't help but remark. She glanced at Eddie and then at Jedediah. Both seemed unfathomable. Suddenly, she felt she was the weakest link here, merely there to fill a number. She had confidently planned to participate in the elite battle, requiring a minimum of Michaelavenly image, but if Eddie joined, it would hardly matter to her. Thinking about this made her heart ache. Jedediah didn't explain. It was all sheer luck. Michael hadn't expected Eddie to be here. Since others didn't want him, he took him in. How could he resent having strong allies? Even more, he wouldn't mind taking another dozen like him. Eddie, who relied less on Jedediah, could cultivate independently, freeing up resources for himself. Besides, he lacked the resources for a sovereign realm breakthrough and needed to cultivate and break through on his own. Eddie, since you've just broken through, you can't control this power. You will follow Alf to learn next, Jedediah said. Michael was going to delegate again. Your Highness, leave it to me, Alf responded eagerly, unlike his treatment of Katie. In the future, he'd be known as someone who could guide a sovereign with Michaelavenly image. What poor mentors Eddie had, letting a Yin Yang Sheldon slip away. Upon reflection, few forces could nurture such talent. Oh, Eddie replied, following whatever Jedediah instructed. A bad person wouldn't feed him or teach him cultivation. Teacher, you're showing favoritism, Katie complained, but only verbally. Compared to Eddie, she indeed lacked standout qualities. They weren't on the same level. No wonder Alf had looked down on her initially. Your Highness, I want to rapidly enhance my strength, she turned to Jedediah. Being the weakest here, still a grandmaster, while others started at Michaelavenly image, made her feel imbalanced. Fine. Jedediah handed her all the essence pills obtained that morning. Storing them would be wasteful. Increasing their strength indirectly enhanced his own. Afterward, he rushed back to his room to meditate, joining Jedediah in cultivation. Alf's practice was put on hold as he focused on condensing his Dharma transformation without rushing. But Jedediah had no such worries, absorbing purple chi daily and gaining endless strength from the sign pills. Eddie was very quick-witted. Learn to use it. It's time for you to break through to sovereign, Jedediah said. Now at 7th stage Michaelavenly image, fusing the green lotus sword immortal would be easy. Increasing cultivation wouldn't take long. Soon Gai Shan would have a second sovereign powerhouse by his side. Hashtag Chapter 33. The Barbarian Dynasty advances south. Alf's fusion went smoothly, and with the power he gained, he broke through to the 9th level of the celestial phase realm. This saved Isaias some resources. The step to becoming a prince or duke was now within reach. Sensing yet another powerful aura, Qin aside and resumed her cultivation. When natural talent falls short, one can only rely on diligent efforts to make up for it. Even if she couldn't surpass them, she couldn't afford to lag too far behind. Xylon Reaver, they not only had their own cultivation but also Isaias's assistance. As long as they didn't slack off, there wouldn't be much of a gap between them. Fortunately, each person's breakthrough didn't attract attention from the outside world, allowing them to quietly improve themselves. Otherwise, with such rapid advancements in such a short time, it would be impossible not to draw notice. On the other side, Elspeth and the others returned to Shintian sect and began an intense training spree. They initially believed that with their talents, they could stand out, but they soon faced numerous setbacks. There were far too many Avirals who surpassed them here, toward Tian Shan Pass. They had waited for this moment for too long, and every soldier wore an excited expression. However, for Tian Shan Pass and the cities behind it, this was not good news. If the border was breached, disaster awaited. The barbarians were ruthless, known for burning, killing, and looting. In previous dynasties, entire cities were massacred, blood flowed like rivers. The new dynasty built a mighty pass to guard this land. Now, war was looming. Could it withstand the assault? As their movements drew closer, scouts reported back, and Paxton arrived at the city gate. 300,000 troops. This time, the barbarian dynasty is determined to capture Tian Shan Pass, Paxton said with a worried face. My lord, I have sent word to the capital. If we can hold out for 5 days, reinforcements will arrive. Then, these 300,000 troops will be buried beneath this wall forever, said the commander of the pass. Michael was a true general who had guarded the border for decades without complaint. I hope so. I will hold off the spinster-level experts. The rest depends on you, Paxton replied. Deep down, he wasn't confident. Michael was only a first-level spinster, and with so many warriors coming, undoubtedly, there were several strong individuals among them. The invasion by the barbarians turned Longning City, which once had potential to become a cultivation holy land, into a desolate place. People were in a panic situation. Even a celestial phase expert could defeat 10,000. They could handle it calmly, but but the key was whether the barbarian soldiers were as fearless as rumored. No matter how many were thrown into the war, they would feel demoralized if they realized they couldn't win. With your intervention, the barbarian dynasty won't be worth mentioning, Qin said, relieved. She feared what might happen if Isaias didn't act. I am part of Great Qin too. If the outsiders breach the pass, they won't be let off easily, Isaias said, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Without considering cooperation, they wanted to use brute force to break through. They would learn what it meant to never return. Trevor. Yes, your highness? Over the past few days, Trevor changed how he addressed Isaias, avoiding anything that made him seem special. Isaias didn't impose any requirements on anyone regarding titles. After dinner, go to Tianshan Pass. Remember, if the enemy dares to invade, give it your all and make them fear inside. We'll handle it. Oh, and don't reveal your identity or your clone. Just act directly. They pose no threat to you. Don't worry, I got it. Chapter 34, Grandmaster Entry. Michael could let the Qin dynasty develop as it wishes, even if a new dynasty were to take over. That would simply mean that the Qin family had been outmatched, and allowing a more prestigious family to rule this land. Do not return until you see a Spingan's Khan bow in submission. The Qin dynasty will always be your rearguard. Additionally, 5 grandmasters, Guy Huihuang, Noah, Matthew, Hall, and Zhang Xingchen, will accompany the army, Cavan declared. This time, he was serious. Michael was determined to settle this uncertain factor once and for all. Including Gregory, Edge, and Zhang Guangkai, there were now 8 grandmasters, a near total commitment of the empire's might. No one dared think that Cavan was joking. Once these forces left, only Cavan himself would remain as the grandmaster defending the imperial capital. No one tried to dissuade him. He had clearly made his preparations. The Spingan Empire never expected that this campaign would provoke such a fierce counterattack. They had underestimated the wrath of the Qin dynasty, which was no longer the Qin dynasty of old, one they could trample upon at will. With internal factors resolved, Cavan could now focus fully on the external threat. Xylon Reaver, his 3rd son, had recently been accepted as a Avral by the upper sect. As long as the neighboring empires hadn't lost their minds, they wouldn't easily attack the Qin dynasty. Otherwise, settling accounts afterward would be far more troublesome. In the afternoon, outside Tianshan Pass. Attack. The distance between the two armies was not great, only half a day's journey. As soon as their army arrived, they launched a frantic assault, giving the Qin dynasty no chance to regroup. Dense formations of soldiers charged toward the fortified pass. Loose arrows. Instantly, tens of thousands of arrows filled the sky. If they landed, many would surely perish. Scram. Just mortals dare to harm my Spingan sons. Suddenly, 3 powerful forces erupted into the sky, forming massive barriers that deflected the arrows. The army continued its advance. This was the power of grandmasters. Spirits turned into troops. With 3 grandmasters leading the way, the enemy army advanced like a flood, aiming straight for Tianshan Pass. We're in trouble, Paxton said. Michael knew the enemy would bring grandmasters, but this was too much. Michael could only hold off one, leaving the other 2 free to reach Tianshan Pass. Continue, the general guarding the pass said calmly, continuing the attacks. The goal wasn't significant casualties, but to slow down the enemy's advance. To enter Tianshan Pass, they'd have to trample over their bodies. Round after round of attacks were intercepted by the enemy's grandmasters. But Paxton wasn't idle either. Michael broke through one of their defenses, making their attacks not completely wasted. Even without closing in, they had already inflicted hundreds or even thousands of casualties. But for an army of 30,000, these losses were negligible. They were determined to take Tianshan Pass. Facing the approaching enemy, fear was inevitable. Everyone's palms began to sweat. They weren't afraid of death. Choosing this path meant accepting the battlefield as their fate. What they feared was dying without anyone to take their place, to resist the invaders. They couldn't surrender until the very end. The enemy drew closer, even positioning catapults. These were formidable siege weapons. A few launches could create enormous breaches in the walls. Launch the catapults. Boulders rained down from the sky, landing on the walls. The mighty Tianshan Pass suddenly seemed insignificant. Immediately, many were killed or injured. Prepare hot oil, the general commanded, holding the line. Using martial power, they splashed hot oil onto the enemies. Fire arrows, attack now. Seeing this, the enemy panicked. Fire arrows with hot oil could cause immeasurable damage. A grandmaster intervened to block the fire arrows, but they were too scattered. Aspini still set the hot oil ablaze, instantly turning the area into a sea of flames. After finally extinguishing the fires, the Spingan army looked disheveled. They didn't know how many more tactics awaited inside Tianshan Pass. Rushing forward recklessly was clearly suicidal. Time ticked by with neither side Chapter 35. A transient power on the battlefield. The person who arrived was none other than Eddie. After receiving Jedediah's order, he immediately came over. At his age, he had never experienced such a brutal war, where hundreds of thousands of ordinary people engaged in the most primitive combat, every slash drawing blood, creating a scene that was heart-wrenching. Though he felt some compassion, Jedediah had warned him that regardless of what he saw, he must face it head-on. For in the future, if he encountered any of his loved ones in similar circumstances, the scenes would be even more terrifying. Subdue. With this single word, all living beings halted their attacks. Everything seemed to freeze in time. I can't move. What was that voice? Hopefully, it's just a passing powerful figure. It better not be reinforcements for the enemy. At this moment, countless hearts trembled. With just one sound, they were rendered immobile. They felt immense pressure bearing down on them, as if a great mountain were suppressing them. This terrified them, and they all silently prayed that it wouldn't target them. The hardest hit were the few grandmasters. The pressure was unbearable, and before that voice, they could only be instantly killed. Indeed, this was the ability of a Wang Ho, a noble ruler. When the power gap between both sides is enormous, merely releasing one's aura can immobilize barbarians' powerful figures and left them alone. Counterattack. "Attack now," ordered the general defending the pass, ordering his troops to pursue the fleeing barbarians. Since the enemy was helping them, they couldn't let this golden opportunity slip away. To come and go as they pleased was too good to be true. Actually, Eddie hadn't gone far. Michael watched what was happening below but couldn't intervene. Attacking the Great Qin Dynasty, which housed Brendan, was simply bad luck for the enemy. Returning to the Qi residence with a pale face, he had just turned into a blood-soaked executioner, killing hundreds in an instant. Michael found it hard to believe he had done this himself. After returning, he hid in his room, trying to calm his mind. Let him be for a while. Once he takes this step, everything will be smoother in the future, Jedediah said, not disturbing him. This day would come sooner or later. They couldn't stay here forever. Even Kinna, who was once helpless, dared not kill even a chicken, had changed over time. Seeing more, her mindset naturally evolved. As for Jedediah, he remained indifferent, having been through 2 lifetimes. Perhaps he didn't witness many bloody scenes, but his inherent detachment made him unconcerned about such matters. Meanwhile, outside Tianshan Pass, hundreds of thousands of barbarian soldiers were fleeing frantically. Tianshan Pass was incredibly dangerous, harboring a master who could immobilize a vast army with a single thought. If such strength had been revealed earlier, who would dare challenge the Great Qi? Even a simple request from Qi. Your Majesty, which prince should be mentioned in the letter for the marriage alliance? The James might not agree. This is indeed a problem. Let's choose the eldest. Though he's somewhat unruly, he's still a prince of Great Qi. As you wish. Upon receiving news, neighboring dynasties calmed down. No matter their intentions, they couldn't expose them until they found a way to handle such overwhelming power. Jedediah probably never imagined that sending Eddie would cause such a stir. But it was understandable given his terrifying strength, one man intimidating thousands. As for others' reactions, Jedediah truly didn't care much. Michael relied on Kinna's reports from her travels. Whatever she described became the truth without needing verification. Chapter 36. The Barbarian Kingdom's Demise. In the following days, several neighboring dynasties of the Great Qi came one after another, nearly wearing out the threshold. Without exception, they either sought alliances or marriages, wishing to bind themselves to the Great Qi and proclaim their eternal partnership, ready to rise and fall together. This was what they called, when one person becomes powerful, even his dog and chicken ascend to heaven. However, if these kingdoms knew that the Great Qi had no utilitarian value for them, they might not hesitate to discard it, proving very realistic. Yanko simply handled them with ease, knowing that the affairs of the barbarian kingdom, no one could stand against him on the battlefield, and the barbarians were being driven back relentlessly. At this rate, they would have to flee through the vast sea in the north from the relentless pursuit by Qi soldiers. This was something they had never thought possible. That sea was so easily crossed. No one had ever successfully made it to the other side. Xylon Reaver, even if they arrived in another country, they would never be allowed to exist there. How could any kingdom tolerate the existence of another dynasty's ruler? What if he harbored wicked intentions and joined forces with those rebellious factions? It would create enormous trouble. So, they were better off killed, completely and thoroughly. Therefore, they couldn't leave this land. Death was their fate if they could not fight back. It had to be admitted that the barbarian kingdom didn't have many cities. Mostly tribal settlements moved around periodically. These generals quickly took 1/3 of the barbarian territory within a short period. 10 days after the Tianshan Pass battle, in Longning City's Qi Ascension finally broke through to the 9th rank of Xylanarch, Alf said. The main reason for the long time was that Gigsheng Qi couldn't sign in for suitable elixirs. Other miscellaneous things were plentiful. Of course, they shouldn't rely solely on Gigsheng Qi. If there were no elixirs, they had to train on their own. The Xylanarch realm was divided into 9 ranks, with the 9th being the weakest and the 1st the strongest, and would be allowed trade with nearby cities. This was a very good choice, yet they chose the shortcut, hoping to gain without effort by directly plundering from the Great Qi's inner cities. The grain, women, wealth, anything would be theirs if the invasion succeeded. If not for this, the Great Qi wouldn't have pursued such a destructive campaign against those war advocates. After several days, they reached the barbarian kingdom's capital, finding it deserted. The soldiers and royalty had vanished, leaving only civilians who could not fight. They surrendered immediately. Faced with the fierce Great Qi, even though the barbarians were tall and robust, they had no hope of winning. Surrender was their only chance. A king who abandoned them was unfaithful indeed. Within 20 days, Butler and his forces arrived at the last city of the barbarian kingdom, Arianhai City. There were no civilians here, only about 50,000 soldiers and their ruler. Must your Great Qi always fight to the bitter end? The barbarian emperor angrily asked. Meaning, even after fleeing here, could he not be given a chance for life? Your path was chosen by you, and it should end by you. Your ruler abandoned his people. Do you still support such a person? Surrender, merge with the Great Qi, and we'll give you proper treatment, Wu Zhongwa said. If they were all killed, when would the barbarian territory recover? And these active forces could be used externally. Why not? Sure enough, army of 500,000 soldiers. This force alone could have obliterated Arianhai City dozens of times over. Their survival now depended on their remaining value. Further defiance would only lead to a gruesome end, and no one could leave Arianhai City. As for the emperor, he had already lost the people's trust by abandoning his own citizens. If he could so easily discard his people, what would happen in the face of even greater calamities? Why remain loyal to him? Surrendering to the Great Qi Empire offered another path. At least when they attacked Tianshan Pass, the Qi soldiers hadn't considered fleeing. They stood their ground, ready to die if necessary, while sending reinforcements to aid them. The strength disparity was obvious. We are willing to serve Nash Qi, said more than 80% of the soldiers, leaving the opposing side behind. Reese personally helped the surrendered generals to their feet, showing them due respect. With the tide turned, the Espingan royal family could only watch helplessly as everything crumbled. Even they themselves were nearing their end. Of course, there were still some blindly loyal individuals who supported the royal family, but their efforts were meaningless. What could dead men do? Fire. Reese gave the signal, and a shower of arrows rained down upon Arianhai City. Within moments, tens of thousands perished. The surrendered soldiers averted their eyes, unwilling to witness this bloody scene and formal recognition. Subsequent matters would be handled by the Gai administration. Conquering an entire empire wasn't easy to manage. Restoring prosperity to this land would likely take decades. Establishing rule was far more challenging than winning battles. If not for the threat posed by a Spingan, Cavan might not have dispatched troops, given the immense human and material resources required, which could hinder the empire's development. But solving this issue now meant no longer worrying about being stabbed in the back. Yes, they dared not object, accompanying the army back to the capital. They would soon become colleagues and had nothing to fear. Thus concluded the northern expedition smoothly and unexpectedly. Capturing the Spingan Empire took only 20 days, with virtually no resistance. This success was largely due to the sudden appearance of a powerful figure whose presence deterred neighboring kingdoms from challenging Great Gai. No one wanted that person to suddenly appear within their borders. Regardless of his origins, he had undoubtedly aided Great Gai through a crisis, leading many to speculate he belonged to the Jameses sect. After this battle, the region would enjoy peace for decades unless another kingdom surged in power and harbored ambitions of dominion, which would spell disaster for others. On the journey back, the 50,000-strong army dispersed, returning to their respective regions. There was no need for all of them to march to the capital, and the authorities preferred not having so many soldiers outside the capital. By the time they arrived, only 10,000 remained. Reese's return to the capital called, Your Majesty, I haven't seen Crown Prince Julius. Due to border duties, I never had the chance to visit Longning City. I only saw him once on his arrival day, Paxton replied. This was true. With thousands of Spingan soldiers threatening from across the river, he hadn't dared leave his post, knowing little of events in Longning City. Chapter 38. The purple aura reappears. This child. Where could he have run off to? Could it be that he was captured by some force? Cavan mused aloud. Michael had always held high hopes for Isaias and wouldn't have driven him away unless absolutely necessary. Now that Isaias was gone, at first there were occasional reports of his deeds, but later on, all news ceased as if he had vanished without a trace. Now, with the Great Gai stable, no one except the Jiuyou family possesses the power to cause turmoil. Even the Jiuyou family itself has retreated into the shadows, waiting to fully investigate the background of the new powerful figure before they dare act openly again. Recently, the Jiuyou family suffered some losses, but not significant ones. They've also observed a pattern. Anyone who caused trouble ended up being wiped out, never causing any further disturbance. This applied both to the Noel sect, or a phenomenon. They hope for another chance to bask in its power and elevate their abilities. It's been over a month since the last appearance of the purple aura. They wonder if their persistence holds any meaning. Since Eddie returned, Gaia's Spinchen has remained quiet, only procuring essential supplies. As time approaches, everyone is working hard to enhance their strength. A few days ago, Eddie achieved enlightenment, advancing to the 8th rank Duke after breaking free from the cycle of killing, significantly increasing his power. Michael is currently the strongest person, even surpassing Alf. Alf wasn't concerned about this. The early stages of Yin Yang Godbody were indeed faster, but once he advanced, he wouldn't fear it. Both their realms were too high, and at present, Isaias couldn't produce potent elixirs suitable for himself and Kinna. Nevertheless, their rapid strength increases were evident as they broke through multiple levels in a short time. One morning, Isaias absorbed the purple aura as usual. His Dharma manifestation rapidly grew, several times larger than initially, with a much greater aura. Is the prince's Dharma manifestation a growth type? Alf wondered as he watched Isaias meditating. Such Dharma manifestations were rare and powerful. The purple aura suddenly intensified, accompanied by distant thunder. Outside, the sky changed. A vast purple cloud hovered over Langley City, larger than before, and could this happen during breakthroughs? Isaias pondered, realizing the unpredictable transformations with each advance. While not overly concerned, he hoped those closest benefited most. During meditation, he couldn't control the purple aura's effects, letting nature take its course. Outside, Langley City was abuzz with excitement. The reappearance of the purple aura cloud created a frenzy, signaling the beginning rather than the end, sparking hopes of great opportunities within the Great Gai. Chapter 39. The capital relocation plan. The imperial capital was also not calm. Cavan immediately summoned the civil and military officials to the palace to discuss a response. The purple chi cloud, which could enhance one's innate talent, had appeared more than once. Could this mean that there would be a third appearance? Such an immense opportunity was the very foundation for the dynasty's rise. As long as a large number of geniuses could be cultivated, why would the Great Gai worry about not becoming powerful? If it only appeared once and was missed, then so be it. However, in reality, it might bring even more benefits. Your Majesty, I am considering relocating the capital to Longning City. My lords, what are your thoughts? Cavan said. Michael directly expressed his intentions. This kind of opportunity could not be overlooked. Action must be taken. After all, the current capital was An with constitutional and Ho Tan with post-constitutional for consistency in terminology. If you have preferred translations for these terms, please let me know. Imagine a city of 20 to 30,000 people, all at the post-constitutional stage. It was a staggering concept. Currently, the Great Gai had only a few 10,000 martial artists, a low proportion compared to other dynasties. However, the emergence of the purple chi cloud could change the cultivation status quo in the Great Gai. Over time, after strengthening itself, it could annex surrounding dynasties, expanding its power. While an empire might still be a distant dream, at least within the realm of dynasties, it would be unrivaled. After discussing extensively, they listed the following points. 1. Dispatch craftsmen to expand Longning City and construct a new palace. The original Gaia Spinchen and City Ios residents were suitable central locations. 2. Announce the relocation to the entire nation. 3. Prepare for actions after the relocation, such as opening academies, spreading martial arts nationwide, encouraging childbirth, etc. Implementing these plans would take several years. However, if successful, the strength of the Great Guy would significantly increase. Relocating the capital will be handled by the Ministry of Works. You have full authority over the entire kingdom. I want the capital relocated to Longhua. Improved our talents. Once the capital moves, spreading martial arts will follow. His Majesty truly has a broad vision. While surprised, the reaction was understandable. First, the current capital wasn't originally the Guy family's, so having their own capital was reasonable. Second, the purple chi cloud was crucial. Xylon Reaver, the Devon had come here earlier, supposedly exiled, but now the capital was moving here, rendering the exile meaningless. In pursuit of benefit, hundreds of thousands surged toward Longning City, igniting the Great Guy. Numerous craftsmen arrived from all over the country. Within days, the Ministry of Works came to Longning City, openly recruiting craftsmen and preparing design plans without delay. Upon arrival, they inspected the area and prepared for substantial renovations. Former city Iofcal would likely lose his position, possibly transferred to the original capital. Designs were quickly finalized, enhancing the existing palace plan to create a brand new blueprint. The occupied land would be considerable, requiring the demolition of the city Iof's residence, Gaia's Pension, and other major residences nearby to meet requirements. Furthermore, new structures would be built around the city to house those displaced by demolitions. After expansion, Longning City would likely double or triple in size. This would lead to population imbalances in other cities, making them smaller. Currently, the Great Guy had vast lands but lacked a matching population. However, policies encouraging childbearing aimed to address this, offering various benefits for larger families, ensuring they lived without worry. Chapter 40. Home Lost. Begin the work. On command, countless houses were demolished. They had provided ample compensation and evacuated everyone beforehand, so they could start directly. Except for necessary buildings, everything else was leveled. In an instant, Longning City was filled with dust and smoke as numerous soldiers carried building materials down the streets. Some were digging foundations, others constructing solid ground, while stone carvers sculpted stones and woodworkers carved intricate designs into wood. To quickly establish a new palace here, they had poured in enormous effort, using vast human and material resources. However, from the current progress, it would definitely take less than 3 months. Xylonra than 200,000 to 300,000 people participated, including over 100,000 craftsmen, ensuring extremely high efficiency. Once the foundation was laid, these structures could be assembled, and a brand new palace would soon rise within Longning City. Xylon Reaver, the original residents, did not sit idly by. They joined in to expand Longning City, an unprecedented level of cooperation. Days passed, and what was once done, now, even this place was to be flattened. Your Highness, if we don't demolish this place, they won't leave us alone. Where will we live afterward? Roxy asked. These days, she couldn't properly meditate due to the disturbances. Had this not been a significant matter for the guy, she might have gone out to settle scores already. Forget it. If he wants it, let him have it. We'll be leaving Longning City in a few days, Isaias replied. There were only 3 months until the Young Elite War. This was the best time to head to the Divine Spinitial Imperial Court, allowing them to understand the Northern Domain situation and assess their potential opponents. With the strength of Eddie and Roxy, they could at least impress everyone, especially when visiting the mystical Michaelaven sect to check on his third Pablo. You 3 go ahead. I'll handle things here, Isaias said. The 3 nodded and left, knowing the mansion would soon be razed, and they didn't know when they'd return. After they left, Isaias dismantled all the arrays. Michael could always find another residence elsewhere. The guy wasn't the only place he could stay. However, he wouldn't ignore the guy entirely. Michael left some means in place to protect the royal family in case of danger. With everything removed, the true appearance of the mansion was revealed. Continue, the Minister of Works said through gritted teeth, determined to clear this mansion. However, as soon as they entered, the entire mansion began to collapse. Without supporting energy, the earlier damage to the walls caused it to crumble. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it could be done. I mentioned before that I'll be away for a long time. There's no need to worry, Roxy replied. Clearly, she was prepared. Over the next few days, they watched Gaia's Pension being demolished and rebuilt. What was once lost reappeared as part of the new palace. Isaias felt the most profound changes from these events. Such unexpected occurrences led the guy to undertake such a monumental task, losing even his home. Looking at everything, Isaias felt a mix of emotions. That night, Isaias woke everyone up. It's time to go. Chapter 41. The Teleportation Array. Under the night sky, 4 figures flew through the air, gazing down at the city below in silence before disappearing into the darkness. They had no powerful riding beast for transportation and could only rely on their own flying abilities, going wherever they could manage. To be honest, the grand relocation of Qin Dynasty wouldn't make much difference. They didn't know when they would return, or if achieving the Dharmaraja level during this time would have anything to do with the Qin Dynasty. Sometimes fate was just so unpredictable. If they hadn't flattened the Qin Aspinner, none of this would have happened. Nashdivine's court was in an unknown direction, which Isaias ranked Dharmaraja. Clearly, this kingdom could start preparing for the advancement to the Empire stage. Michael, grandmasters were no longer rare. Only after stepping into Dharmaraja could one be called a master. There are so many masters here, Kenna said. She had imagined that the outside world might have people stronger than her, but she hadn't thought there'd be this many. At her current strength, she was undoubtedly the top grandmaster within the Qi territory. By now, she had achieved 7th rank grandmaster. The Dharmaraja rank wasn't far off. With 2.5 months until the elite battle, it was enough time to break through to Dharmaraja. Xylonst importantly, her age was still only 20-something, indicating that her future achievements would be immeasurable. In Tianza territory, there was no Dharmaraja expert younger than 60 years old. For Dharmarajas, 60 was still considered young. But compared to Kinna, they were no match, not even in the same league. This kind of talent couldn't be cultivated by a kingdom. Perhaps this elite battle was for empires and above to participate. Forces too low level weren't even considered. We'll rest here briefly, Then we will use the teleportation array to head for Tianyue Empire, Isaiah said. Tianzi didn't concern them. They merely passed through, stopping for meals. Additionally, this kingdom possessed a teleportation array. There was only one in the capital, connected to a corresponding array in Tianyue Empire. It could save them a lot of time. It was because Tianzi was powerful enough that there were experts who came here to stones, the guard said. Spirit stones were the currency used among martial artists. Michael signed up for some himself, which had greater purchasing power than gold and silver. To start the array cost quite a sum. Sir, don't misunderstand. This is set by an elder of Immortal Michaelavan sect. We also need to split the fee with them, the guard explained. Immortal Michaelavan sect? Isaiah said in surprise. What a coincidence. Having gone in a random direction and about to reach the First Empire, he encountered the presence of Immortal Michaelavan sect. Yes, Immortal Michaelavan sect is one of the 3 major sects of Tianyue Empire. A place we martial artists aspire to join, the guard said with a look of longing. Had he gone there, he wouldn't remain at the innate stage all his life. Even if his talent wasn't much, at worst, he'd reach Dharmaraja. Unfortunately, he wasn't good enough for them. Thank you for the information, Isaiah said, directly handing over the spirit stones. Whatever happens, he would know once inside the Tianyue Empire. Michael wondered if the 2 princes with him could establish a foothold here. Empire founders must be at least prince rank. Within a sect, Dharmarajas could become deacons, meaning their elders must be at least prince rank or higher. After leaving the kingdom, his current strength didn't seem as impressive anymore. If he could push any one of them to Xylanarch rank, it would be better. Then, within the empire, few would dare oppose them. However, this was merely wishful thinking. He himself had yet to break through to prince rank. After receiving payment, the guard activated the array and gestured for Isaiah and company to step in and stand steady. Activating the array enveloped them in a strange force, turning them into beams of light and vanishing from the platform. ##### Chapter 42. The Tianyue Dynasty. In the Tianyue Dynasty, at Songshan Prefecture, lies the city of Songshan. A large teleportation array shimmered with light as 4 figures appeared, attracting curious and critical glances from onlookers. It's not yet time for the Xintian sect to open its doors. Why are people from the dynasty already here? Look at them, they even brought their families. These people from the dynasty must think anyone can join the Xintian sect, don't they? Michaelaring the murmurs around him, Isaiah couldn't help but feel speechless. What did you know? Just because you have high cultivation levels, do you get to look down on others? But it was undeniable that the people here were incredibly strong. The weakest ones were 7th to 8th rank late-stage innate cultivators. Ordinary humans seemed non-existent here, perhaps they existed, but definitely not in this area. This was a prefectural capital after all, and the Tianyue dynasty only had a few such cities. Without substantial strength, one simply shouldn't come here. Furthermore, Isaiah noticed several dozens frowned slightly. One was called the Noel sect, identical to the one within the Gai Empire, though whether there was any connection between them remained uncertain. The last one was the Michaelavanly Opportunities sect, seemingly under direct command of the royal family, though only they knew if it was true. They're dressed just like that woman from before, Maria gaped. From this observation, Elspeth's words proved accurate. The Xintian sect was indeed very powerful. Even reaching Michaelavan phase didn't guarantee much. One could only become an overseer. Let's find a place to stay, and try to locate Elspeth, Isaiah said. Michael wanted to head to the divine Espinartial Imperial Court. With the teleportation array, specifying a destination meant the guards would open the corresponding portal instantly. The time taken would be negligible. Before embarking on the journey, they hadn't realized the extent of the outside world, leading to assumptions of extensive travel times. But now, upon witnessing new sights, everything felt refreshingly different. Consequently, they no longer felt rushed. Even if they arrived on the last day, they wouldn't miss out since the teleportation array connected directly to the capital of the divine Espinartial Imperial Court. The only downside was the high cost. The brief murmurs of surrounding people ceased quickly, as many like Isaiah visited from various regions. With hundreds of subordinate dynasties under the Tianyue dynasty, endless discussions would hinder everyone's cultivation. They found a simple one that provided food and lodging, with minimal requirements. The Jamis will soon arrive at Songshan Prefecture. I heard she's only 20 and has already reached 5th rank Michaelavan phase. Do you think the Jamis is visiting for something specific? I reckon it's for the Northern Region Genius Contest. It starts in less than 3 months, and this time, the Xintian sect is leading the charge for our Songshan Prefecture. That makes sense. I wonder if any geniuses will emerge from those dynasties? How likely is that? In such small areas, where resources are scarce, how can true power arise? Who cares? I hope the Jamis secures a good ranking in the contest. Our overseer Elspeth from the Xintian sect isn't bad either. She became an overseer and personal Avril at only 23. Wonder if she'll participate in the contest? She should, as everyone gets only one chance. Missing it would be a pity. Listening to the diner's chatter, Isaiah understood that his timing was perfect. 5th rank Michaelavan phase. Maria clenched her fists tightly. She was still only at 7th rank as spinster, a long way from this realm. If she couldn't even reach Michaelavan phase, participating in the contest would be impossible. Don't stress too much. You've been cultivating for a short time. Have confidence in yourself, Isaiah reassured her. Michael looked forward to this contest, where numerous powerhouses would gather. With a princess boasting 5th rank Michaelavan phase, the Imperial Court's geniuses would be even more formidable. Maria might not achieve high rankings, but the mere participation made her extraordinary compared to countless others. Your Highness. Maria's eyes showed complexity, feeling disheartened after experiencing this new world. Sister, we'll enter together, and I'll protect you, Eddie promised. As a noble Iof, even in the Imperial Court, he doubted there'd be too many geniuses surpassing him. His support would mitigate threats against her. If there are too many opponents, I might join too, Isaiah added, intrigued by the idea. Michael hadn't fought much, but it didn't mean his combat skills were lacking. Having Alpha Round always kept him trained. Competing alongside top geniuses sounded thrilling. Achieving a rank would bring considerable rewards, resources for self-improvement, recruitment, or enhancing the Gai Empire. Spending more time here meant gathering more information, including details about the previous contest's top rewards. Clearly, many craved these opportunities, yet lacked the necessary ability. Isaias also learned that several noble Iofs had participated in the previous contest. However, the rankings were Forget it, let's go, Isaias said with a smile. Michael didn't take the other party's words to heart. This was the Xintian sect, and it was not worth it for him to force his way in just to see someone. Xylon Reaver, his third Pablo, was cultivating here, and visiting Elspeth was merely to understand the details of the North Domain Genius battle and check on his Pablo's progress. If they wouldn't let him in, he saw no need to press the issue. Leaving was the best option. "To what pretense?" muttered the Avril as he watched Isaias and his companions leave. They might look decent, but they were likely just another bunch of troublemakers. Wait, something doesn't feel right. Michael should be someone Senior Sister Aru knows. How could that be? With his plain clothing, how could Senior Sister Aru know him? Just a feeling. They seemed too calm, like meeting or not meeting Senior Sister Aru wasn't important at all. Don't you think? Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case. From start to finish, they remained unusually composed. Even princes would never overlook Senior Sister Aru. You stay here, I'll go inform Senior Sister Aru. Even if she scolds me, I accept it. Fine. The Avril quickly ran to find Elspeth. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he needed to report this. What if this person really was someone known to Elspeth? If they missed it, they would be held accountable. Even if he... Forget it. Did he say anything when he left? Elspeth asked. Michael didn't say anything, just turned around and left. As expected, only he could act like that, Elspeth mused aloud. Isaias truly did not care to argue with anyone. If he couldn't get what he wanted, he simply left without wasting words. There was likely no one else who would treat her with such indifference. Do you know which direction he went? Elspeth pressed. Isaias coming here was likely related to the North Domain Genius battle. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine why such a lazy person would leave the compound. Songshan City. Very well. You may go now, and this is for your effort. Elspeth tossed a pill to the Avril. Thank you, Senior Sister Aru. The Avril happily accepted it and quickly left, not daring to linger. To you all, stay here. I'm going down the mountain, Elspeth told her fellow Avrils. Sister Luafei, who is it that actually made you go personally? A green-clothed girl asked. An interesting person, Elspeth replied. I want to go see too. Me too. Michael probably doesn't wish to meet you all. Michael enjoys solitude, Elspeth explained. From her earlier encounter, she naturally assumed Isaias was a rather aloof person who didn't enjoy socializing unless with close companions. After telling them to stay put, Elspeth headed down the mountain alone. No man in the entire Tianyue Empire had ever received such treatment, deserving a personal visit from her. Actually, she was very curious about Isaias. 3 months ago, he was still a spinster. She wondered if he had broken through to Michaelaven phase yet. For others, achieving that in such circumstances would be extremely difficult. But Isaias was different. He had mysterious origins that no one could penetrate, even willing to follow a Michaelaven phase figure. After she left, somehow word got out that the high and mighty goddess Elspeth had left the Xintian sect to meet a man. Instantly, this news spread throughout the sect. Secluded geniuses emerged one by one. Tell me, what's his name? The holy junior demanded. Michael appeared gentle, but his eyes revealed simmering hostility. Clearly, there were many who coveted Elspeth. I don't know, my lord. Worthless. Given Luafei's nature, if the person wasn't extraordinary, she would never be interested. To dare come here, he must be a peerless genius. Finding him shouldn't be hard, he analyzed. Such was the disturbance caused by a top genius. Any slight hint of movement could create ripples across the Avril community, making everyone wary and ready to act. No matter what, knowing the identity of their rival was crucial. 3. Having cultivated to the celestial image realm, she already possessed remarkable talent. Throughout the entire empire, few could match her. Xylonst importantly, her beauty was unmatched, though not unparalleled, but certainly distinctive. Michael's every move was closely watched by many people, but even if he knew all this, he would merely laugh it off. Just an imperial genius, what did it really mean if one couldn't become a top-tier powerhouse? After returning to Tsongshan City, they were woken up by the noisy drumming and clamor outside, unable to meditate. Looking out the window, countless citizens lined the streets, welcoming someone important. It can't be that Jameis, Maria muttered. Earlier, at the inn, they had overheard people saying that the Jameis was coming to Tsongshan City. Such a grand reception must belong to a royal family member. Of course, it wasn't just the Jameis who was powerful. Her siblings also possessed formidable talents, a family of outstanding individuals, though none of them had come here. How beautiful, Maria suddenly exclaimed. Following her gaze, they saw a girl seated on a phoenix carriage, radiating unparalleled grace, surpassing even Elspeth. Even her smile was mesmerizing. This sister is truly beautiful, but I still prefer Sister Wanjun. You're always so good at speaking. While they chatted, Isaias and Archit. She had more important matters to attend to, finding Isaias. With the power of Xintian sect, locating Isaias was relatively easy. Though no one knew his name, through Elspeth's description, they found the corresponding person quickly, especially with the specific composition of 4 people, a child, a woman, and a middle-aged man. Once confirmed, she headed straight for the inn. Miss Aru, please come in, a voice called from inside as she reached the door. Prince, I apologize for any rudeness earlier, Elspeth said. No need. Call me Julius. Calling me Prince feels too formal, Isaias replied. Who would care about his status as a prince within the empire? I didn't expect that after 3 months, you've surpassed me by so much, Elspeth noted, sensing the depth of Isaias's cultivation, now incomprehensible to her. She could only clearly perceive Maria's strength, which had already reached the 7th rank of a spinster, a significant leap from the time in Chenxian's secret realm. If placed within Xintian sect, she couldn't guarantee Maria's achievements. Not to talk about this. Today, let's simply reminisce and discuss the Northern Region's elite contest and potential opponents. Of course, I won't make you tell me everything for free. If you need any help, feel free to ask, Isaiah said. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and victory will be assured. Yet others knew little about him. Elspeth also knew nothing except that Isaiah's strength was unfathomable, and he hadn't revealed any specific skills yet. Sure, the Northern Region's elite contest occurs every 25 years, gathering all the elites of the Northern Region. Besides the divine Spinnertial Imperial Court, 18 empires and several powerful kingdoms participate. As far as I know, each of the 8 major sects of the Imperial Court has a king-level elite whose exact strength remains unknown. And each empire has a powerful top-notch elite who has broken through to the peak of the celestial image realm and grasped the middle-class law image, making them exceptionally strong. She recounted all the information she knew to Isaiah. There were quite a few king-level elites. Standing out among them and representing the Northern Region in the Jingzhou competition wouldn't be easy, given the region's prestige and the need for genuine prowess. So many king-level elites, Isaiah remarked. But it's not related to us. Striving for a high ranking in the celestial image realm would suffice. As long as we make it to the list, there will be rewards, Elspeth responded, clearly aware of her own capabilities. Upon returning, she had advanced to the 3rd rank of celestial image realm, which undoubtedly placed her at the bottom rung among the participants. Chapter 45. Aim for the dukedom. Is it Michaelaven phase? Isaiah murmured, reflecting on the sheer number of prodigies in just the northern domain. How many geniuses must exist across the entire capital and even the vast lands of Huaxia? Michael felt an intense itch to challenge them all. Though he wasn't a peerless genius, perhaps not even matching Qina, none of this mattered. Michael had the system, which was enough to change his inadequacies and allow him to rise against the tide. Michael was now at the 8th level of the Michaelaven phase, only a short distance from becoming a duke. With 3 months left, breaking through wouldn't be difficult. Next, he needed to focus on enhancing his combat skills and his dermic phase. Being merely an 8th grade practitioner wouldn't give him the upper hand in fights. Isaiah didn't share these plans with Elspeth, setting a personal goal for himself, to become a duke. Speaking of which, how's my 3rd Pablo doing at the mystical Michaelaven sect? Isaiah asked. Back then, when Elspeth came to the Great Guy, she took several people with her. Michael wondered about their achievements now. You're talking about Jensen. His performance is decent. He's almost reaching the peak of the innate stage, Elspeth said. That's enough. Please help me look after him while he's here. Consider it a favor I owe you, Isaiah said. Someone had to inherit the Great Guy throne. Why not have the best person do it? If Jensen performed well, Isaiah would nurture him for the benefit of their father, and eventually make him the emperor of the Great Guy. Even if they, as Pablos, this northern domain prodigy battle is getting more interesting. Eddie, with your current strength, it's not stable yet. You need to break through to a higher realm quickly to stay ahead. Can you do it? Isaiah said. There were at least 8 ducal-level geniuses just from the Imperial Court's 8 Espinger sects. As members of the royal family, how strong were the Imperial Court's geniuses? Your Highness, I sense I'm close to breaking through to 7th rank duke. Beyond that lies the middle rank duke, which might be challenging. Time is tight, Eddie replied. Although he could directly advance to the ducal level, further progress would still be a long journey. 7th rank duke is still lacking, Isaiah said. For now, there seemed to be no better method to elevate Eddie, but ensuring he smoothly reached the ducal realm would solve everything. As for Georgina, my requirement isn't too high. Defeat all peers at your phase, and I'll help you reach the Michaelaven phase, Isaiah said. This, he was confident in achieving. Just recently advancing to the Michaelaven phase, going straight into competition would put her at the bottom, so Isaiah needed to boost Qina more. Time was indeed tight. Your Highness, I've mastered the 3rd level of the 9 turns golden body art. At my level, I virtually have no rivals. Plus, I have the vast wilderness sword sutra, making cross-level battles manageable. I'm just worried about opponents with special physiques, Qina said. Confidence is good, but don't overdo it. During the competition, know your limits. You don't need to vie for supremacy. Leave the rest to Eddie and me, Isaiah said. Your Highness, are you joining too? The 3 looked at Isaiah simultaneously. Yes, with so many geniuses competing, not showing our skills would defeat the purpose of cultivation. If Alf weren't past age limit, I'd bring him along too, Isaiah said. Michael wasn't concerned about rewards. Many items like spirit stones, weapons, and cultivation techniques weren't necessities for him. What he lacked, he could already cultivate to completion, so obtaining more was pointless. Aspiningly, he aimed for fortune distribution. The nations and sects of the prodigies would gain the northern domain's fortune blessing, producing many geniuses and strengthening the country. A great advantage. I should work harder too, Qina said. If even Isaiah was participating, she had no reason to hold back. I think reaching middle rank duke isn't impossible, Eddie said. Isaiah didn't pressure him. Admitting defeat wouldn't hurt since they were allies. Their aim was to clear enemies from the dukedom battlefield without much fuss. Your Highness, I'll cheer for you outside, Alf said. Isaiah's words sparked his ambition, though he couldn't compete alongside. Otherwise, a few powerhouses could incapacitate the opponents, allowing him to easily claim victory. Everyone, focus on cultivating. For safety, Alf will go rent a courtyard. Then to praise a man she had never met was truly intriguing. I won't mind if you laugh at me. I first met him 3 months ago when he was merely a grandmaster. This should be the 3rd time now, but I can no longer gauge his strength. And everyone around him is formidable, the weakest being a grandmaster. You might not believe this, but that weakest grandmaster advanced by a major realm within 3 months, while still within a dynastic power, a near impossible feat. Dynastic power. Crystal gasped, hardly believing it. If this were an empire or imperial court, such rapid advancement wouldn't be too surprising. But for it to happen in a dynastic territory, it demonstrated just how extraordinary his talent must be. That's right. I have a feeling he will be a genius capable of shaping an era, Elspeth praised without restraint. The most crucial reason was that Isaias came from a dynasty, from a place so obscure it didn't even appear on the map of the northern region, let alone as a vassal of any empire. It might be that no empire could subdue someone who produced a true dragon. How could they willingly serve others? She kept these thoughts to herself. Besides, Isaias seemed aloof, unlikely to interact much with others. If not for Jensen being in the Xintian sect, whether or not he would see her remained uncertain. Mikhail, you say this, I'm quite eager to meet him, Crystal said. Perhaps not possible. Michael doesn't like interacting much with people. Even I couldn't earn his trust, Elspeth replied. Then is he really a man? Crystal exclaimed in surprise. What kind of person could remain indifferent to such beauty? She felt compelled to help boost Jensen's strength. Favor from a powerful figure wasn't easy to come by, and required repayment. Of course, she wouldn't make Jensen her follower. She was merely temporarily taking care of him on Isaias's behalf. These are all for me? Jensen asked incredulously. The resources before him would enable him to break through to the celestial phase without hesitation, and Elspeth likely didn't have much left herself. Jensen was acutely aware of his standing compared to hers. He was far inferior. Do you think I'm joking? Elspeth laughed. Thank you, senior sister, Jensen said, accepting them despite some reluctance. Since Elspeth had spoken so highly of him, he figured he shouldn't refuse. Although he didn't understand why, coming from a mere dynasty, what could she gain from him? If you have any problems, come to my peak. Now, practice well. Elspeth quickly departed. Back at her peak, Luo Fei, giving so many resources to an outer sect Avril, is that proper? Her master asked. A spinster, while he isn't enough, the person behind him merits the full cultivation support of the Xintian sect, Elspeth explained. Micromaster, a Taoist nun, exuded unfathomable aura. Is Spinnerquist realm powerhouse, her status in the Xintian sect was paramount. Is he the one you visited today? Her master asked. She nodded, acknowledging it silently. Don't take a ##### Chapter 47, Late Night Trio Visit. With Elspeth's departure, the hidden currents in Tsongshan City began to stir. They had located Jedediah's lodgings, and even if he left the inn, it would be easy for those influential figures to find one person. No actions were taken during the day. They were waiting for the nightfall to visit. They wanted to see who was so remarkable that it prompted Elspeth to personally chase from Xintian sect all the way to Tsongshan City. Even in a rented courtyard, Jedediah had placed an array formation to prevent unexpected intrusions that could disturb his cultivation. No matter where he was, he preferred this method of cultivation that didn't require leaving his abode. In the dead of night, Luis, why are you here? Why, if Mario can come, why can't I? Outside Jedediah's courtyard, several powerful figures clashed. There were 3 people, all of whom were Tianxiang realm powerhouses. Whether it was Luis or Mario, both were among the top talents of the Tianyue imperial dynasty. The former was the holy junior of Xintian sect, while the latter was the chief disciple of Tianji sect. Seeing each other only heightened their mutual animosity. Let me say this, the third person interjected. We're all here for the same reason. Why don't we enter together? Brother Luo makes sense, Luis and Mario said simultaneously. This third person was the chief Avril of the Noel sect, named Gale. Michael looked refined, but only those who truly knew him understood how ruthless he was. Aside from the royal family, he was one of the least provocable top talents. Michael was nearly reaching the Wangho realm, not inferior to the other two. Even Luis and the others wouldn't have much of a chance against Gale, but concerning Elspeth, they wouldn't give up easily. Among the myriad women in the world, only Elspeth and Crystal could accompany them within the entire dynasty. Given that none of them dared to approach Crystal, Elspeth became their best choice for a Dao companion. Below them lay a small courtyard. If it weren't for its occupant, it wouldn't attract the attention of all 3 at once. Of course, Elspeth had more suitors than just these 3. Many more existed. But now that these 3 had arrived, the others could just go home and sleep. Glancing at each other, they directly landed outside the courtyard, and then pushed the door open without hesitation. A mere Jedediah wasn't worth sneaking into. Jedediah likely never imagined that meeting Elspeth would cause such a big issue. It was clear he didn't know about Elspeth's status among the young generation in the Tianyue dynasty. 3 top-tier geniuses visiting together at night. If it were anyone else, they'd probably be scared stiff. 3 Tianxiang realm cultivators breaking in here. What do you intend? Kenneth said, somewhat frustrated. The guests have arrived, Jedediah announced, ending the game. The trio was momentarily confused. That girl called him, Your Highness? Was he from the Arying family? Their hearts raced. If he were from the Arying family, the consequences would be dire. But they knew all of the Arying family's geniuses, and none matched this person. You 3 visit late at night. What brings you here? Jedediah asked straightforwardly. Michael didn't want to waste time. Night was falling, and it was time to retire after a few more games. Michael had early morning cultivation sessions to attend. Who is Elspeth to you? Why does she seek you out? Luis asked, his eyes filled with hostility. From your attire, you don't seem to be from our Tianyue dynasty. Don't you know Elspeth is our dynasty's jewel? Mario added. Elspeth belongs to the Tianyue dynasty. You shouldn't harbor improper intentions, Gale chimed in. Clearly, they all cared deeply about Elspeth. Otherwise, they wouldn't unite like this, even putting aside their enmity. Ah, I see. I thought it was something serious. Actually, Aru and I merely met by chance and have some minor interactions. My visit here is just to see an old friend. I have no improper intentions, Jedediah laughed. Michael hadn't realized Elspeth had so many followers, even making nighttime considered powerful, but outside of it, who cared about their identities? So formidable. The 3 hurriedly defended themselves, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Isaias. A faint chill and killing intent seeped through the air. Xylon Reaver, when the 3 of them united their strength, they were still overwhelmed by the opponent's imposing momentum. Cracks appeared on the ground, and beads of sweat dripped from their foreheads. At the same age, what background could this person possibly have? Now, they no longer believed Isaias's words. How could someone with such power be just a casual acquaintance of Elspeth? Beauty and ambition, the pursuits of all men. How could anyone not care? Go back. This time, I will overlook your trespassing. Next time, if you dare come again, leave your lives here. Isaias spoke casually, as if discussing trivial matters. Before they could react, everything around them turned chaotic. When calm returned, they found themselves standing outside the gate, terror evident in their eyes. What kind of ability is this? We've hit a hard stone, absolutely above peak celestial phase. I think the opponent might be a noble prince. A celestial phase expert wouldn't exert so much pressure on us. Did any of you see how he got us out? Damn it. Can't provoke him. I give up on Elspeth. Thinking of provoking others didn't know what Princess Crystal was capable of, but Alf knew. Getting entangled with her would lead to endless troubles and potentially deadly consequences. Michael aura was terrifying. No king or even emperor could match it. Provoking her meant certain death. Therefore, neither Isaias nor Alf wanted to mention her further. Within their capabilities, they could do anything, but beyond that, they could do little to help. All right, Isaias agreed. To be honest, he did not dare do anything to the Jameis. Someone wanted her dead, and if Isaias interfered, the karma would fall on their heads. As Crystal was about to push open the door, entry is refused for those nearing death. Please leave, miss. Do not disturb us. A voice echoed from inside, pushing her away ruthlessly. Crystal was infuriated and ready to lash out, but then her face showed disbelief. Michael called her someone near death. Certain things she knew only herself, never spoken aloud. That meant this person knew about her condition. Yes, that strange feeling today. It must have been them. Crystal suddenly recalled the peculiar gazes she had sensed while entering the city earlier, yet failed to locate anyone. You can see through me. Crystal's breathing quickened. She pushed against the door, but it was locked tight, resisting her efforts despite her full strength. The person inside was far stronger than she was. No comment. The cold voice continued. But you must know how it invites you, Alf said. Thank you, Crystal replied, stepping inside with trepidation. Once inside, the door slammed shut behind her, isolating her in a deep courtyard, separated from the world outside. ##### Chapter 49. The 9 Cycles of a Reef and Death. In the courtyard, a young man was seated, along with the middle-aged man who had guided him in. Apart from these two, there was no one else present. Kenna and Eddie had already been dismissed by Isaias, as the person before them was too exceptional for their knowledge. Alf remained because he was also aware of Crystal's situation. Thus, hiding or revealing the truth didn't matter anymore. You! Crystal wanted to say something but couldn't speak for a moment. Just moments ago, she only heard what Alf said, which made her storm in angrily. But facing these two strangers, she found herself at a loss for words. Xylon Reaver, their cultivation was far beyond hers. When did such a prodigy appear in Tianyue? My name is Isaias. Isaias introduced himself. You can see the problem with my body. Please, brother guy, save me, Crystal said, about to kneel in respect. No matter how strong-willed she was, she couldn't endure the nightly torment. Arik, any other person, she wanted to live, to escape this endless nightmare of an illness. Yushin could ever arise again. So I'm the second person with the 9 cycles of a reef and death body? Crystal grew more frightened the more she thought about it. If only one person with this constitution could exist, then no matter what, the other would find and kill her. If someone threatened her life, she would do the same. That's correct. And this constitution allows for rapid cultivation. If you were the only one, you'd be at least in the Wang Ho realm by now, Isaias explained. But since you're the second one, you're under many restrictions. Reaching even the Tianguang realm would be tough. Is there any way out? Even if it means losing this constitution, Crystal pleaded. She was terrified. Isaias understood her condition clearly, and she hoped there might be a way out of this predicament. As for eliminating the first one, it seemed almost impossible. Given her age, she should definitely be at least a Wang Ho, but the other person must be much older and thus far more powerful. Otherwise, they would have come sooner. How formidable would that person be? Of course there is. Can you feel the death chi in your body? Isaias asked. Crystal didn't deny it, silently nodding. This is your only chance. If you had a powerful protector, you could eliminate the other person directly, stealing everything from them. Ascending to Emperor would be no issue. But you don't have that. Detected by the other party. Michael felt that the other person with the 9 cycles of a reef and death body knew of Crystal's existence, but hadn't acted yet because her constitution wasn't fully developed. When she reached her peak and was close to death, her value would be immense upon consumption. Otherwise, why would the other person allow her to live this long? Thank you. Crystal stood up. She understood her situation now. She planned to commit suicide upon returning home, unwilling to let anyone else benefit from her demise. Oh, and don't consider suicide. That will only increase the death chi. Even if you die, the other person can still take everything from you. Isaias warned as she left. Crystal was horrified. She couldn't even control her own death. Was she truly doomed to wait for death? Your Highness, the first person has already reached 8 cycles, and is at least an emperor. We can't fight them. Why are you helping her? Alf questioned, confused. The more cycles the first person completes, the faster the second one's death chi grows. I need time. Don't you think nurturing a complete 9 cycles of a reef and death body would be quite rewarding? I want to see whose methods are more powerful, Isaias replied, a glint of determination in his eyes. A complete 9 cycles of a reef and death body is no less powerful than the Yin-Yang Sheldon, promising unlimited potential. Adding such a force to his ranks would be a remarkable achievement. Many things could change. As long as Crystal didn't meet a tragic end, enduring for a few years, he would assist her in overcoming the crisis, regardless of how powerful her opponent might be. Indeed, the road ahead is long and arduous, Isaias sighed softly, but he had confidence in himself. With perseverance and dedication, he could ultimately see through the fog to clear skies. Your Highness, I still feel it's not worth it, Alf said. Neither he nor Eddie was inferior to a perfect ninefold Fan-Death cycle body. Why did Isaias insist on helping Crystal, causing himself unnecessary trouble? Based on past behavior, Brendan wouldn't usually act this way. You'll understand in due time, Isaias replied mysteriously. Explaining the system wouldn't clarify anything, so it was better left unsaid. True, just one crystal wasn't worth such effort, but the system's rewards intrigued him. Michael couldn't wait to claim them. The summoned followers were intrinsically linked to his cultivation level. The stronger he became, the more powerful the followers he could summon. Now, he could at least summon those at the prince level, perhaps even an overlord. And these were individuals with great destiny. Who wouldn't want more capable helpers? Seeing Isaias's resolve, Alf had no choice but to retire for rest. That night was destined to be sleepless. Both Luis's group and Crystal were reflecting on the events following their encounter with Isaias. Everything seemed vivid and immediate. After returning, Luis and the others parted ways. Isaias's appearance and inscrutable strength dealt them a huge blow. How could such a terrifying force appear seemingly out of nowhere? Crystal, however, felt differently. Michael, it comes again, Crystal thought as she entered her room. A suffocating sense of despair rose within her. Michael's body broke out in a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably, as if something terrifying had invaded her. Piercing pain persisted for hours. She wanted to scream but held back. When the pain finally subsided, she lay exhausted on the bed, a smile playing on her lips, a fleeting moment of relief. Thinking of her inevitable fate, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment. She couldn't return to Isaias. Michael had made it clear that to live, she needed to attain a high realm within limited time and eliminate another person. Only then could she find true release. In a distant place, in a dimly lit room, an elderly man with silver hair also emerged from a similar state. I can endure for 3 more years. After that, no matter what, I must consume Crystal. Enhance their cultivation. Despite his immense power, Isaias maintained a secluded life. Few would imagine such a strong figure, even 2 princes, hidden in a place like Zhongshan City. A month remained before heading to the divine Espinitial Imperial Court. That morning, Isaias signed in for new elixirs, which increased the absorption speed of purple chi tenfold. At this rate, he might reach the 7th class law image level before departure. This pleased him. The more he advanced, the more advantageous he would be in the genius battle. ##### Chapter 51. Breakthrough. That noon, a purple aura enveloped the sky above Zhongshan City, with boundless auspiciousness raining down. This Aspany martial artists were dumbstruck by the sudden change, leaving them completely unprepared. This purple aura is beneficial, quickly cultivate. While everyone was at a loss, some martial artists had already uncovered the secret. Being under the purple aura bestowed blessings and significantly accelerated cultivation speed. Originally bustling Zhongshan City instantly came to a standstill as everyone halted their activities to maximize their improvement. Those who had been stuck at their respective levels for a long time found their bottlenecks loosening due to the purple cloud, allowing them to advance to higher stages. Haha, what a gain. Do you think it's because some powerful being has arrived in Zhongshan City? To cause such a huge disturbance, there were so many powerful figures, 3 Nashes and 1 celestial phase. Kenna had already advanced to the celestial phase realm before Isaias. Now she could participate in the northern region's Michaelavenly Pride battle. As for her ranking, it wasn't very important. Half a year was too short. Given more time, sweeping through the battle undefeated wouldn't be a problem. Focus on cultivation. Only half a month remains. Isaias said. Michael wondered if, within this half month, their strength could improve further. This was somewhat greedy of Isaias, but who wouldn't want their subordinates to be stronger? Though they were Nashes, they were still of lower rank and couldn't be compared to others. Even with powerful techniques, the gap in realms remained significant. Yes, the 3 replied. Recent improvements had already left them quite satisfied. Meanwhile, outside, things were heating up. So it's over? I wasn't done cultivating yet. I managed to break through to a minor realm. I will definitely reach the celestial phase within 100 days. Ordinary martial artists, blessed by this mysterious grace, showed joy, without thinking further. However, some people saw it differently. Such potent abilities could cleanse and elevate one's aptitude, which was terrifyingly powerful. If they could find the source, future achievements would be boundless. But was the purple cloud a spontaneous occurrence or controlled by someone? Investigate. Several powerful factions immediately began investigating, not necessarily to confront the source, but merely to understand who it was. To possess such power indicated extraordinary strength. Could it be you? Crystal mused. She couldn't help but recall the person she saw that night. Knowing her background inside out, what else could this person not do? But she didn't act rashly. Micro instructions had been clear, to stay away. Why stir trouble? As for others, it wasn't her concern. She had enough problems of her own, needing Isaias's help to remove her illness. Micro's suffering had intensified recently. Each midnight was agony. She desperately wanted Isaias to grow strong, but wasn't sure if he'd help her. In Isaias's eyes, her identity and appearance seemed unremarkable. Michael was extraordinarily calm and disliked involving himself in conflicts, preferring to keep everyone at arm's length. These days, she hadn't seen him leave home, living simpler than ordinary people despite being a super strong warrior. It was an inconceivable situation, so she wasn't sure if Isaias was involved, and even if he was, could she ask directly? Asking might invite unnecessary trouble. After the phenomena, the city indeed saw new faces. Some came. Both he and Eddie were 7th rank, one step away from being middle rank. They did not fear a middle rank duke either. If it came down to a fight, using their advantages, it was uncertain who would win or lose. After all, he's only a duke, nothing much to boast about. But from this, it is evident that middle rank dukes are top-tier existences within an empire. Even the dash of the Xintian sect possessed such cultivation, meaning their sect leader would be at most high rank. The Tianyue Empire almost certainly does not have any ruler-class powerhouses. You two should aim to break through to the 6th rank. Then you can suppress him directly, Jedediah said. Michael wasn't particularly concerned about others. If they liked showing off, let them. When problems arose, wouldn't they still need to handle them themselves? Your Highness, I'm nearly ready to break through, Eddie said. So am I. Within a month, I will surely reach the middle rank Duke level, Alf said. Alright, a lot of prodigies should be coming here soon. If you want to go out and explore, do so. Staying cooped up here all day is quite dull. Don't worry about me, Jedediah said. Michael could maintain tranquility because he knew he wasn't powerful enough yet. Michael needed continuous practice to defeat his enemies completely. Naturally, he had no intention of going out. As for the others, to be honest, there was no need for them to always follow him around in a small courtyard. Now things will get interesting. But anyone daring to challenge the Dash must at least be a Duke-level powerhouse. Hurry up and fight. I want to watch the spectacle. At this moment, the newly arrived Dash's face turned very grim. This was clearly meant to embarrass him. Yet, he couldn't locate the source of the voice, making his heart sink. Was it another rising super-strong individual? Who are you? Reveal yourself, the Dash immediately responded. Since the other party named him, doing nothing would only invite ridicule. My name isn't worth mentioning. I'm just itching for a bout with the Dash. I await you at West Suburb, 100 miles away. After speaking, the oppressive aura vanished, easing the city's martial artists. The confrontation between the two dukes frightened them. They feared these two might battle inside the city, causing untold destruction. This might be a trap. We cannot go, some of the attendants hastily advised. The timing was suspicious, a clear indication of ill intentions, possibly targeting the Xintian sect. They couldn't bear responsibility if something went wrong. If he challenges me like this, refusing will imply our Xintian sect fears combat, the Dash retorted, eyes filled with anger. Michael wouldn't let such disrespect slide. But, secure the base. I'll return shortly, the Dash insisted, confident in his abilities. In Tianyue, few surpassed him, and the earlier aura definitely belonged to a new, unknown duke. Not reacting would mean conceding dominance, so he rushed out. Back in the courtyard, Jedediah couldn't help but laugh helplessly. How long has Alf been holding this in? Jedediah said wryly. Michael understood the voice was Alf's. Ever since joining him, Alf hadn't ventured out much, let alone fought. Trapped in this tiny place, no wonder he was going crazy. Wonder how long it will take Alf to defeat the Dash? Jedediah mused. Michael had confidence in Alf. A 7th-rank duke with first-class Dharma Aspinifestation wasn't without a fighting chance against a middle-rank duke. Even if defeated, no one would criticize him. Georgina, wanna watch? Duke-level battles could greatly benefit you, Jedediah suggested. Both Alf and Kenna used swords. Watching his battle could offer useful insights. Let's go, Kenna agreed. If Jedediah suggested it, he obviously wanted her to see it. Fine, follow me, Jedediah said. Without protection, a Duke-level battle could easily kill her as a Michael-Avon phase practitioner. Michael couldn't risk losing someone he had nurtured for half a year. Not just them, many powerful individuals in the city also headed out. Such a battle was not to be missed, and it didn't seem like a mortal duel, reducing worries. 100 miles was merely a 15-minute journey for a Michael-Avon phase practitioner. By your sword, Alf replied, drawing the Giglian sword. Its edge pointed directly at the shepherd. This was a powerhouse several minor realms above him. Even with his many techniques, he needed to remain vigilant. Besides, Brendan was watching from the side. Even if he couldn't win, he couldn't afford to look too pathetic, especially when the outcome was uncertain until after the fight. Alright, you have the qualification to make me draw my sword, the shepherd said without further ado, taking out his long sword to face Alf in combat. There was no need to know who the opponent was. They just needed to be beaten down. Great river above. Alf swiftly attacked. Since the sword was drawn, the battle had already begun. There was no question of striking first. Long rainbow sword chi. Both sides instantly clashed, engaging in an intense and indistinguishable battle. In an instant, over 100 moves were exchanged, making it difficult for onlookers to discern the intricacies of their fighting. This is the power of a Wangho? Too terrifying. The pressure of this sword chi makes me fearful even from 10 miles away. It's too fast. I can barely see anything. Wangho, so terrifying. That's the shepherd. Who is the one fighting him? Never seen such a strong person before. All nearby spectators were deeply impressed with force. Besides, more people were gathering around, and there seemed to be several other Wang House lurking nearby. Continuing would yield no results, and this was already the best outcome. You're too kind, my friend. It was the advantage of my higher realm that gave me the upper hand. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain, the shepherd acknowledged, appreciating Alf's strength and humility. Alf just shrugged without replying. Ariettle, friend? By age, he could almost be as old as all of Xintian sect combined. But these calculations were irrelevant. He was just an ordinary Wangho cultivator. The shepherd speaks highly. Today, seeing you come, I got carried away by impulse. Please forgive me. My wish has been fulfilled, and I should leave, Alf said. My friend, I am Hiroshi, shepherd of Xintian sect. Have we met before? The shepherd asked. Just a commoner, not worth mentioning. Alf finished and left immediately. For a moment, everyone was at a loss. Such formidable strength, yet he claimed insignificance? What did that make them? Alf had put on another mysterious act, even impressing Isaias slightly. Why diminish oneself so much? They only asked for a bit of discretion, not complete anonymity. However, this was good. The more suspicious they became, the fewer would dare attack recklessly. Let them speculate however they liked. Your Highness, I wish to return for seclusion, Roxy said. She was profoundly affected. Perhaps this time, she could advance through 1 or 2 realms, depending on her own efforts. Very well, return then. Eddie, find Alf. When acting outside, be cautious but never allow yourself to be bullied, Isaias instructed. Your Highness, rest assured, Eddie replied. Then they parted ways. Their outing coincidentally caught the duel between the two Wang house. Only within the walls of the residence did they truly belong. There was no point worrying about other matters. As for Alf and Eddie, even together they couldn't handle this Hiroshi. Besides those few individuals, who else in the Tianyue Empire could pose a threat? After returning, Roxy immediately went into seclusion, determined not to emerge until she succeeded. As a Tianxiang realm martial artist, fasting for a few days wasn't a big deal. Isaias, on the other hand, found himself quite idle. At this moment, some were staring in horror. Michael's actually a Wangho level expert, Crystal exclaimed, having witnessed the scene. She hadn't expected the middle-aged man standing behind Isaias to be so powerful. Chapter 54, Gathering in Tsongshan City. If it were just an ordinary noble, it would have been different. But this was someone who could match Farrell and the Callahan of Xuanhuan sect, an absolute powerhouse on Tianyue. Michael appeared refined and gentlemanly, yet his demeanor commanded reverence, making people hesitant to meet his gaze. Thank you, your highness. Only after Ling Tianzuan spoke did they dare to rise, bowing their heads as they left. Hollis, let's go find our younger sister. She has already come to Tsongshan City. Fine. The genius battle is approaching. Everyone needs to focus, Ling Tianzuan replied. It wasn't that he feared these people causing trouble. This was the Ling family's territory. Who would dare oppose? Aspinantly, it was unnecessary to waste energy when they needed it for the genius battle. However, upon learning about recent events in Tsongshan City, their expressions grew serious. Indeed, there were hidden superpowers here, which startled them. These were figures who could contend with Farrell, and they weren't arrogant enough to challenge such opponents. A few days later, Tianji sect's prodigies arrived, creating more of a stir than even Herman and his entourage. They put on airs, looking down on everyone. Even the imperial family chose to be low-key, but these Tianji sect avrils were unrestrained. But soon, they provoked the noble. If it hadn't been for their affiliation with Tianji sect, they would have been killed on the spot. The noble realm cultivator they encountered laughed inwardly at their antics. Let's see you act now. You've overstepped, confronting one of the most untouchable people in Tsongshan City and getting a lesson in return. Everyone recognized him, though they didn't know his name, the same fierce person who had clashed with Farrell. Upon understanding the situation, Xuanxinzi immediately apologized in person. Upon realizing who they were dealing with, even he almost lost his composure. This was the formidable power from that courtyard. No wonder he was tossed aside effortlessly. Michael hadn't witnessed the battle and didn't recognize Jackson until others mentioned it. Fortunately, he hadn't acted rashly back then, or he might be dead now. After the arrival of Tianji sect's prodigies, Xilan Zong's avrils also came. The usually arrogant Xilan Zong entered Tsongshan City quietly and discreetly. It seemed they realized this city was not a place for mischief. This is boring. We'll leave in a few days. My realm is unstable, and I need to practice for a breakthrough. But this Humphrey sure can sit tight. Michael's going to break through to tier 6 without saying a word, Jackson said, leaving the inn. Preparing to settle down, in the past few days, Humphrey had made progress towards intermediate noble realm. This added pressure on Jackson. Michael had agreed to explore the world together, but now the latter was secretly advancing. Yet, he couldn't deny that Yin-Yang Godbody's breakthrough was truly unreasonable. Their time away had been long enough. It was time to return to the Crown Prince. Since then, no one saw that powerful noble drinking and composing poetry anymore. In just a few days, his poems had become famous throughout Tsongshan City. Inside the courtyard, Humphrey suddenly woke up, emitting a terrifying aura that filled the small courtyard. Fortunately, the concealment formation covered everything, preventing news from spreading. Intermediate noble realm, tier 6. I've finally fulfilled my promise. Humphrey's eyes sparkled with determination. Michael had promised to break through to intermediate noble realm before the genius battle, and now he had done it. Looking at the door beside him, Alger hadn't emerged yet. Michael knew the latter had become incredibly strong, though the exact level remained unclear. Good lad, breaking through silently, huh? Before Humphrey could revel in his success, he heard Jackson's voice. Li Laosher, Humphrey said respectfully. Despite surpassing Jackson in cultivation, he still addressed him as teacher. Michael felt Jackson was far more powerful than himself, with many things beyond his comprehension. Xylon Reaver, Jackson had tutored him. Teacher, why not? Forget it. You're like the Crown Prince, uninterested in talking. I won't nag you. I'm going to meditate, Jackson replied. Always free-spirited, Jackson had grown wilder over these few days. I'll favor Becker more. Not necessarily. It's rumored that Ruafing Aspen has cultivated his family's strongest technique to an extremely high level. Hurry, we'll miss it if we're late. Where there was excitement, people would gather. To the common folk, such events were commonplace. In the martial world, it was all about competition. Each man had his own breath of life. Who was better than whom? At the Shintian sect's quarters. This is really chaotic. Why are you competing with a family avril? Save your strength for the prodigy battles, the shepherd said. Shepherd, it was Ruafing Aspen who bullied me too much. I didn't want to confront him, but he kept saying I couldn't bear to lose. How could I tolerate this? Michael needed a lesson, Becker replied. Just this once. Remember, there are always greater beings out there. This Tsongshan City has become quite deep waters indeed, the shepherd warned. Even he dared not say he could dominate here. Within the city, there was a powerful opponent. There were also hidden marquises watching from the shadows. Days had passed, and he hadn't been able to locate them. Their skills far surpassed his own. Yes, this avril will do my utmost to uphold the sect's honor, Becker said. Go ahead, but don't cripple him. Soon, it was time for their match, and the two battled on the platform. At first, alright, you've been out long enough today. We're leaving tomorrow, go prepare, Isaias continued. Michael had no interest in watching further. His true opponents were the marquises. Only those powerful warriors were worthy adversaries. To be honest, Isaias's current strength was formidable, matching Alf's, both being 7th rank aspinarquises. Michael was only slightly behind Eddie. In recent days, he had cultivated entirely on his own, achieving his current status without using any elixirs. Breaking through to marquee rank took him just over 10 days, followed by continuous breakthroughs, an incredibly terrifying feat. After they left, Becker's battle with Ruifeng Aspen neared its end. Ultimately, Becker emerged victorious as the sex Avril. However, he wasn't happy. Fighting Ruifeng Aspen nearly drained all his essence. Standing out among so many prodigies would be immensely challenging. Yet, reflecting on it, he was still a genius participating in the prodigy battle, unmatched by most. Back at the quarters, niece Luofei has arrived. The shepherd put down his work. Michael was very attentive to Elspeth. After all, she was the best female Avril in the entire sect. Luofei pays respects to senior uncle, Elspeth said. Since her last visit, she had thrown herself into cultivation, perhaps spurred on by previous challenges. Breaking through not long ago, she reached the 4th level of Michael phase just a few days prior, significantly increasing her strength. Among peers, she was now considered exceptional. Among Xintian sect Avrils, only 3 could firmly surpass her. Some were heavily nurtured. Otherwise, she wouldn't be far behind. Everyone who was to come had arrived. Night fell, and every prodigy harbored mixed feelings, gazing up at the starry sky, unsure of what lay ahead. A dream chased for over a decade was about to unfold, excitement inevitable. Even Kinna felt the same. Such a grand event was something unimaginable before. Now, she could participate, and her strength wasn't too bad. As for Isaias, he didn't have much feeling about it. Hadn't it been for Elspeth mentioning it, he wouldn't even know. Michael preferred dedicating time to cultivation rather than competing with others. At dawn, Michael absorbed purple chi as usual, unyielding until reaching his peak. Cultivation was like rowing against the current. Not advancing meant falling behind. Once started, one couldn't afford to slack off. Around 10 o'clock, Elspeth arrived, informing Isaias that they were ready to depart. All the prodigies were gathered, except for them. So soon? Isaias sighed, stopping his cultivation prematurely, wasting the remaining hour of purple chi. By the time they arrived, the teleportation array was packed with people. Only the selected prodigies and their attendants could pass through. Not too many, limited to 1 or 2 per person. The strength of the Tianyue Empire is considerable, Isaias noted. Roughly 100 prodigies were present, mostly below 5th level of Michael phase. Not every prodigy received abundant resources. Only around 15 were 6th level or above. Michael's here. Several people's pupils narrowed upon seeing Isaias. They did not know his name but recognized how terrifying he was. Chapter 56, Arrival. Unconsciously, a space was made, and no one dared to get close. This was the first time Isaias and his group had appeared so boldly before others. Only those who had encountered him knew just how terrifying he was. It's him. The shepherd stared intently at Alf without showing any emotion. That day, this man had fought him for quite some time. Even though the opponent admitted defeat, he didn't think he had won. The few beside Alf were unreadable. The only one he could see through was a little girl who turned out to be at the 3rd stage of Michael image realm. There was also a child whom he couldn't read, which instantly gave him goosebumps. Under normal circumstances, discerning another's true strength wasn't easy. Everyone had their own thoughts, but without exception, they made room for Isaias's group. No matter how powerful one was, it was clear that these people were exceptionally terrifying. Even the new arrivals, not knowing the reason, tried to approach to greet them but were pulled back by others nearby, feeling their hearts race with fear. It was suicidal. Everyone has arrived? The shepherd cleared his throat, breaking the brief silence. Imperial sister Zhao Ming hasn't arrived yet. Please wait a moment, Elder, Silas said. I almost forgot. Let's wait then, the shepherd replied. Elder, you all go ahead. I will not go. Crystal suddenly walked over from the side. She cast a deep glance at Isaias. If she went to the Imperial Divine Espinitial Court, she might never return, imprisoned there. But here, he did not deign to come now, granting her some freedom. Zhao Ming, are you being unreasonable? You've always aspired for this, why give up? Imperial brother, I have thought clearly. With my current strength, I won't achieve a good ranking, and I don't want to hold you back. Crystal shook her head. She understood her situation best. But, before Silas could finish, Crystal interrupted, showing her determination not to go. Princess, we will be off then, the shepherd said. Elder, wish you all a triumphant return, Crystal replied. The teleportation array activated, taking the over 200 people to the Divine Espinitial Imperial Court, which was extremely far from the Tianyue dynasty. Even using the teleportation array, it took an exceedingly long time. Half an hour later, of course, they wouldn't interfere in friction between kingdoms. That was personal business. Calling it a lodging place, it was a large courtyard, suitable for 100 or 200 people. After assigning rooms, registration began. Every participant must register in person, unless one's fame was significant enough that others handled it directly for them. Isaias naturally didn't fuss. With so many people, perhaps moving out was a better choice for peace. Registration was simple, just a name, age, and originating empire. As for cultivation level, it was considered private information and not recorded. You come from a dynasty? The registrar asked, looking astonished at Isaias. It had been a long time since a Avril from a dynasty signed up for the talent battle, making this occasion somewhat surprising. Is there a problem? Isaias asked. No, but please display your Michael image aura, the registrar replied. No issue, Isaias levitated, proving it easily. Levitating, indeed you're at Michael image. Michael is your participation token. Keep it safe. There was no underestimation from the registrar. Isaias nodded slightly, took his token, and waited behind. However, seeing a child with Michael image from the same dynasty next, the registrar rubbed his eyes. Indeed, it was correct. Intriguing. Where did this guy sprout up? No impression at all. Chapter 57. A Ariettal Interlude. In the arena, Luis and Burke stared intently at each other, as if a battle could erupt at any moment. The other Avrils all retreated. The power of a peak Tianguang practitioner was far beyond their level. If they were injured, it would be due to their own carelessness. It was better to stay away for tomorrow's competition. Sorry, but you have to lose to me today, Burke said. Michael then stepped forward, his intent to fight rising strongly. His clothes tore apart from the intense aura he emitted, revealing his 8-pack abs that seemed to contain explosive strength. Instantly, those with weaker prowess felt an overwhelming pressure. A body cultivator. They gaped at Burke in shock, realizing why he was so terrifying. He was a body cultivator. Body cultivation was notoriously difficult, but once achieved, it made one nearly invincible within the same realm, leaving few rivals. Luis's eyes narrowed with concern as he felt the pressure. Then please teach me, Luis said, drawing his sword to face Burke. Come, immovable as a mountain. Burke wasted no time, charging straight in. This was a crucial battle involving the elders' bet, and both wanted to win. Luis wasn't foolish either. He used his agility to evade and counterattack. It was unclear how long this standoff would last. Both sides watched tensely, the overconfident guy down. With a loud thud, a figure flew backward in an instant. After a long pause, it landed on the ground. It was Burke. His head was spinning, not quite sure how Jedediah had managed to defeat him so quickly. Burke, this is just a common duel. How could you use such brutal force? Khan glared at Jedediah, his aura leaking out as if ready to suppress Jedediah. Get lost. Jedediah roared, forcing Khan to retreat several steps. A marquis. Everyone watched in shock as this seemingly ordinary person revealed such terrifying strength. Even Khan couldn't match him, pushed back by just a roar. What kind of strength was this? Michael's a marquis. No wonder, Elspeth thought, horrified. She vaguely remembered that half a year ago, he was only a spinster. Now he had become so strong that she could only look up to him, never catching up in her lifetime. Jedediah left, and no one dared to stop him. Not even Hiroshi believed he could handle Jedediah, whose strength was clearly far beyond theirs. Now it was confirmed. Jedediah was a marquis, though his exact rank was unknown. Their appearance was just a small distraction, not affecting Jedediah at all. Let's go. Khan helped Burke up, too ashamed to stay, challenging such a powerful opponent. If Jedediah wanted to kill them, they would have no choice but to accept their fate. They never imagined that the Tianyue Imperial Dynasty would produce such a dark horse. The genius of the divine Espinartial Imperial Court might be feudal and risk angering this young marquis. So young yet so powerful, Jedediah's future achievements would undoubtedly be immense, far beyond anyone's handling. Best to pretend nothing happened and let the matter drop. As for today's events, it was entirely self-inflicted, and no one could blame anyone else. Apologies, but you must lose to me today, Burke said. Michael stepped forward, emitting an intense fighting spirit that soared into the sky. His clothes were instantly shredded by the force, revealing his 8-pack abs which seemed to contain explosive power. In that instant, those with slightly weaker abilities felt immense pressure. Body cultivator. They looked at Burke in shock. No wonder this guy was so terrifying. He was a body cultivator. Body cultivation was extremely difficult, but once achieved, it almost made one unbeatable at the same realm. Tonghao's eyes narrowed as he felt the pressure. Note, Tonghao is typically a name and should be written as Tonghao in pinyin for better readability in English contexts. But since the user used Tonghao, I kept it as is. For fluency, it's better to use the full name Luis. For improved fluency and accuracy. Luis's eyes narrowed as he felt the pressure. In that case, please guide me, Tonghao replied, drawing his sword to face Burke. Correction. In that case, please guide me, Tonghao said, drawing his sword to face Burke. For better fluency and accuracy, it should be corrected as above. However, note there's a character inconsistency with Tonghao that hasn't been fully resolved in the English context. Typically, names should remain consistent and correctly spelled. Assuming Tonghao is the intended romanization despite its odd appearance, here's a revised version for clarity and natural flow. In that case, please guide me, Tonghao said, drawing his sword to face Burke. For the most polished result, if Tonghao can be confirmed or adjusted to a more standard romanization, like potentially Luis, that would further improve the translation quality. Final recommended edit, assuming standard romanization. In that case, please guide me, Luis said, drawing his sword to face Burke. Come, stand still like a mountain. Burke didn't hesitate and charged forward. This was a matter of the elders' bet, and both wanted to win. Tonghao wasn't foolish either. He relied on his agility to engage Burke. Note, Tonghao seems to be a mistranslation or misinterpretation of the name Tonghao, which should remain as Tonghao. If we keep the original Chinese, just having a powerful prince following him indicated that Isaias must be quite strong. I have no problem with it, but does the wager still count? Khan asked. Of course it counts. Fine, Burke, bring him down, Khan ordered, seemingly certain of victory. A mere Tianyue Imperial Dynasty couldn't possibly match him. Too bad, Isaias sighed. Enough talk, draw your weapon, Burke demanded. I'm afraid you can't handle it, Isaias shook his head. His best skills were spear techniques and the powerful celestial sovereign chopping 9 Michaelavans. Neither was something Burke could match. Arrogant, Burke shouted, charging quickly, intent on taking down this self-important individual. Bang! A loud sound echoed, and in the blink of an eye, a figure flew backward and landed after some time. Upon closer inspection, it was Burke. His head spun dizzily, not seeing clearly what had happened. All he knew was that he ended up in this state. Burke, how could you use such underhanded methods in a normal match? Khan stared angrily at Isaias, his aura unconsciously leaking out, seemingly trying to suppress Isaias. Get lost! Isaias roared, forcing Khan to retreat several steps. Prince! Everyone watched Isaias in horror. This unknown figure possessed such terrifying strength. Even Khan wasn't his match. With just a roar, turning around, Hiroshi immediately found Isaias and said the Michaelavanly shield array belonged to him since he had won it. This thing, keep it yourself. I don't need it, Isaias replied. Michael didn't see much value in it. Michael had many treasures, and this defensive shield, capable of protecting against prince-level attacks, was unnecessary given his strength. All right then, Hiroshi said, deciding to give it to another Averil later. Exiting the room, Hiroshi heard Isaias practicing inside, astonished. So diligent. No wonder he's so strong, Hiroshi thought. Being able to enter a meditative state, wherever he was truly impressed Hiroshi. This incident didn't attract much attention, possibly because the haughty elites were indifferent to the Imperial Dynasty's competitions. Khan had no intention of spreading it, perhaps preferring to let the top elites receive a surprise. Besides, it made no difference whether they spoke or stayed silent. Since Isaias showed no concern, spreading the news would be futile and might invite trouble from this young prince. So young, Isaias's future achievements would undoubtedly be immense, far beyond their capabilities. It was better to pretend nothing happened. As for today's events, they were entirely their own fault. Chapter 58, Fan City. At night, the divine Espinartial Imperial Court was abnormally bustling. Walking along the roads, one would frequently encounter nobles and martial artists. Even one that was profoundly thought-provoking. It was far beyond what the Great Qin Empire could compare to. However, he preferred a quiet environment. No matter how lively this place was, he wouldn't stay too long. Alf, did you find any rental courtyards today? Isaias asked Alf beside him. They hadn't been together today, as everyone was busy with their own affairs. They might stay here for some time, so finding a suitable residence was the best choice. Who knew? They might even advance a few minor realms during the competition. The arrangements are set. We can sign the contract tomorrow, Alf replied. That's excellent. Isaias nodded. It wasn't that he didn't want to squeeze in with these people, but he had too many secrets that shouldn't be revealed in front of them. As long as the competition hadn't ended, their progress would continue without stopping. Is Iofgai here? Elspeth visited late at night. Come in, Isaias said. Elspeth pushed the door open, holding a strange document. So late, Miss Aru. Why have you come? Isaias asked. The shepherd asked me to bring this to you. It might be useful for Iofgai, Elspeth said. Among the group, only she was somewhat familiar with Isaias. Others didn't even know his name. Upon receiving it, Isaias showed a look of surprise. Please thank the shepherd on my behalf. I will keep this. Isaias said. It wasn't participating in the competition would waste his morning cultivation time, which wasn't worthwhile. The purple chi from the East Dharma aspect required continuous accumulation over years. He couldn't stop. Continuing to read, he found the schedule details. There were 3 rounds in total. In the first round, participants would enter the secret realm of the divine Espinartial Imperial Court, hunting beasts to gain points over 10 days. The top 64 would advance to the second round. The remaining participants would engage in battles to create rankings starting from 65th place. There was no second chance. With good luck, one could quickly gain enough points to enter the top 64. It wasn't unfair. Only the strongest qualified for the second round. Those without sufficient strength stopped here, which was for their own good. Otherwise, they might end up severely injured or worse. The second round decided the top 16. 32 participants would fight to narrow it down to 16. With good luck, one could make it to the third round. The remaining participants would fight again, each facing all others, gaining 1 point per win, with the highest scorer taking 17th place. The third round was the finals, with each of the 16 battling 15 times. There was no room for luck here. After the finals, those who stopped at the second round could challenge the finalists, with each person limited to 1 challenge. Geniuses who reached the top 64 would receive rewards, including spirit stones, techniques, skills, and even destiny. This destiny was distributed to their respective empires based on the highest rank achieved, irrespective of the number of participants. Otherwise, powerful empires would easily accumulate destiny. Of course, this destiny was a prayer to the will of the northern region by the divine Espinartial Imperial Court. After witnessing it, ranks were assigned directly, bypassing the court. However, the divine Espinartial Imperial Court almost always dominated the top 10, leaving minimal destiny for others, solidifying the cycle of strong getting stronger. I won't hesitate to take the championship this time if there aren't any overwhelmingly powerful geniuses. Isaias closed the document, muttering. Destiny might be intangible, but its impact on an empire was significant. A powerful great guy was something he wished to see. Chapter 59. The Sole Human Sovereign. Xylearning. Large crowds flooded into the central arena of the capital, as it was once again time for the once in 25 years Michaelavenly Pride Battle. This time, it was even more special, a once-in-a-century battle among the regional prides. The significance of this event was far greater. People came here to cheer on their prides, but most importantly, they were his appearance. Generation after generation of his descendants had died without him abdicating the throne. However, it wasn't surprising. Barring any accidents, a human sovereign could live up to 5,000 years. How could he die so easily? The master of the imperial court, truly interesting, Isaias muttered with a hint of a smile. It's him, Alf said solemnly. When they arrived, they had learned about the divine Espinartial Imperial Court, the superpower with the only human sovereign in the northern region. Within the imperial territory, the Xuanhuan family reigned supreme. Even the transcendent 8 great sects had to bow before the Xuanhuan family. This was the power of a human sovereign. No force would dare provoke the Xuanhuan family. Let's not worry about him for now. Let's deal with what's right in front of us, Isaias said. Given his immense power, how could you hope to contend with him? Even if you had 1,000 legs, you couldn't escape death. I hereby announce that the first round of the Northern Region Michaelavenly Pride Battle will start at 10 o'clock. Now, please ask the 1256 contestants to proceed to the vicinity of the Celestial Scroll Secret Realm and wait for its activation, Kate announced. The audience burst into enthusiastic applause. The strongest bets were on the 2 ducal prides of the Xuanhuan family. No one knew if there were any stronger contestants. I heard someone from a dynasty is participating this time. I wonder if it's true? Why should we care? Dynastic prides are barely celestial phase 1 at best. They really don't know when to stop. Why don't they stay faces accurately? Meanwhile, after coming down from the stage, Cade's expression darkened. Definitely not my imagination. Someone was just spying on me, Cade muttered. Spying, not just staring. Myriad warriors usually paid attention to him, but today felt different. Michael distinctly sensed someone watching him with ill intent. A human sovereign's senses were extremely sharp, allowing him to perceive even amid the chaos, though he couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Worse, it seemed to be two individuals. To him, this was nothing short of a provocation. Unable to find them, he could only head towards the Celestial Scroll's secret realm. Back with Isaias. Alf, you don't need to go with me next. Go get the house ready, Isaias instructed. They had already agreed on it yesterday. All that remained was signing the contract today. Soon, he would have his own property in the divine Espinitial Imperial Court, situated in a place brimming with auspicious energy, perfect for cultivation. Additionally, signing in higher-tier areas granted more resources. Today, he had received resources equivalent to 10 times what he'd normally receive in a royal dynasty. One day's worth of sign-ins was enough to help him break through a minor realm, but he handed the resources to Alf, as there was no need to increase his strength before the matches. Alf hadn't received any elixirs in days, and had been relying on Isaias' supply. Giving the resources to Alf made perfect sense. If all went well, he planned to stay here for some time. As long as he could enhance his strength, everything else would follow. As for spirit stones, he hardly needed them during cultivation. Daily sign-ins provided plenty, so there was no need to worry. All right, I'll wait for you in the capital, Alf responded. And as for you two, once we enter the secret realm, we'll move together, Isaias said. 10 days was too long. If possible, he intended to advance several realms. Just now, he had surveyed the crowd and found that only one person among these prides had reached mid-ducal phase. This person was not on Hiroshi's list from yesterday, likely aiming to surprise everyone. Unfortunately, his plan would fail. Both Isaias and Eddie were incredibly powerful, leaving no chance for this individual. Chapter 60. Michael Avonlea Book's Secret Realm. The Michael Avonlea Book's Secret Realm, one of the 9 top secret realms controlled by the divine Espinitial Imperial Court, was left behind after the fall of a monarch. It has existed for several millennia and has given rise to countless powerful beasts within it. They weren't required to kill all the beasts or extract the resources inside to contribute to the divine Espinitial Imperial Court. Everything they obtained was theirs. The divine Espinitial Imperial Court, a grand entity, wouldn't stoop so low as to covet such trifles. This could be considered an indirect benefit. The location was outside the city, and it didn't take long for everyone to gather. The time hadn't yet arrived, so they had to wait. These bunch of trash, I wonder what the meaning is in their coming here, said a youth in fine attire. From his attire, he was clearly a Averil of one of the 8 great sects, and even one of the princes. No wonder he dared to speak thus. A prince can look down on all below him. Even though their faces were unappealing, they did not dare say anything. Arguing with him here would make it difficult to proceed in the secret realm. Why should our Imperial Court's geniuses represent the northern domain? Dividing everything every time makes me uncomfortable, another genius commented. It's only because his Espinjesty, the Nash, is merciful. Otherwise, how would they still have a share? These young elites of the divine Espinitial Imperial Court spoke without any restraint, completely disregarding the gazes of others. Why shouldn't they? With their formidable strength, they had nothing to fear even if these people attacked en masse. Furthermore, the divine Espinitial Imperial Court alone had over 400 geniuses. In a one-on-one battle, they were basically guaranteed to win. In this calculation, the strength of the Xuanhuan dynasty was also commendable, sending more than 100 people, but most were mixed in quality, rendering many ineffective. If they wanted to leave a name at this grand event, some dynasties brought only daring anyone to challenge them. What foul mouths. If I had prince-level strength, I'd go deal with them. You know you lack the strength, right? If you lack strength, just stay quiet. Someone will handle them. Verbal jousting was pointless. What mattered was proving oneself through action, not being worthless. But achieving that was not easy. Even elders like Hiroshi had red faces from the insults they couldn't retaliate against. Did they come to ensure none of them ended up at the bottom? Such words couldn't be spoken aloud. Though they knew it in their hearts, they had to attend. Violating the Nash's orders would lead to trouble. By the time 10 o'clock arrived, the time has come. Open the secret realm, Kate said. The monarch controlling the Michael Avonlea Book secret realm exerted his power, and a portal appeared before them. Report to his Espinjesty, the secret realm is open. Indeed, all geniuses, enter the Michael Avonlea Book secret realm. In the realm, avoid lethal force in battles among geniuses. Apart from this, there are no rules. Do everything to earn more points. That's all I will say. I hope each genius achieves excellent results, Kate added. This meant, as long as no one was killed, anything went. Even crippling someone was understandable due to youthful vigor and conflicts. Gaining points wasn't easy. Killing he would train for a few days, then find these people and take their points, leaving them nowhere to cry. In a sense, the first round had already begun, testing each other's strength. Knowing one's own gap with others was essential. Hashtag chapter 61. Who was intimidating whom? This was a massive stone platform, and all the prodigies who had entered the Michael Avonlea Scripture secret realm appeared here. Now, without senior figures to back them up, everyone except for the Imperial Court's prodigies, who remained as arrogant as ever, dared not make a sound, fearing they would provoke formidable opponents and find themselves unable to survive in the secret realm. You few, go hunt monsters for me, and report back here at 8 every evening, turning over your points, one of the holy juniors declared assertively. Those named immediately froze in disbelief. Was this even allowed? Wasn't it somewhat bullying? 2 prodigies of different realms competing together wasn't fair to begin with, and now they were reduced to serving others. Their faces turned red with anger, but none dared to speak. Why are you hesitating? Hurry up, I just need each of you to contribute 100 points per day, the person urged while they were still dazed. Old Michael, only asking those few people? That's not going to work if you want to be first. The emperor from Xuanhuan dynasty, is it? Strongest? Isaias asked, his face smiling. Michael was probing, testing if this prince was highly regarded by Cade. Even the Nashi wouldn't dare offend lightly, so he had to hide his true strength. As long as it was someone insignificant, giving them a taste of humility wouldn't be an issue. If he couldn't win, he'd endure. It was a principle he understood well. However, what he feared wasn't these prodigies but the higher-ups in the divine spiritual imperial court. Michael finally made a move. Seeing Isaias's demeanor, they relaxed somewhat. "Who are you to speak to me like that?" The prince instantly raged, glancing unconsciously at a nearby prodigy who had been silent and calm throughout. The unnamed prodigy merely turned his head slightly, ignoring the prince's gaze. "It seems your status isn't high. I won't play with you then." Isaias spoke, lifting his foot to leave. One question made him so cautious. Just how afraid was he? "Dare to look down on me? Get down on your knees!" The prince bellowed, launching a fierce attack. The forceful palm strike aimed to kill Isaias outright. This blow could only be countered by a king-level prodigy. Dead for sure, daring to provoke the imperial prince. Everyone felt pity for Isaias. While these people were indeed detestable, they did possess the power. Before the blow struck Isaias, a powerful force repelled the attacker, flinging him outside the transmission stone platform. Amidst coughing, everyone stared in shock at Isaias. King level. They looked at Isaias in disbelief, who had calmly deflected the prince, displaying strength that rivaled any king-level prodigy present. The prince, standing up, now regarded Isaias with a new caution, realizing Isaias was not what he imagined. "This serves as a lesson. Don't just randomly attack people next time. You're not qualified. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving. Remember, when you see me, take another route. I might also be interested in your points," Isaias warned bluntly. That was an outright threat. The prince's face darkened. He, a prodigy from a lower-ranked faction, dared to threaten him. The nearby king-level prodigies watched idly, not intending to intervene. "Wait, you say you serve the strongest, right? My name is Alvis, a 6th-tier king. Is that good enough?" Alvis revealed terrifying aura, causing immense pressure that left everyone staring in awe. Michael hid his strength very deeply. Someone actually dared to look down on the xuanhuan family. As the strongest, he had to step forward. Michael's been hiding this deep, aiming to surprise everyone. They only knew that the imperial family had hidden prodigies, but never imagined it would be this formidable. Others were already at rank 6, entering the mid-royal tier, while they still lingered at the bottom. Can he take it? Other prodigies watched with anticipation, hoping Isaias could withstand it. However, under everyone's astonished gaze, Isaias drew the extinction spear, swirling it skillfully in his hands. How could he passively endure blows? No one had dictated that only Alvis could strike first. World-taming dragon fist. Startling shadow lance. Two terrifying forces clashed simultaneously, exploding in the sky. The horrifying impact forced them to retreat continuously, taking nearly 10 seconds to recover. Both landed simultaneously, but it was unclear who won. "Let's go," Isaias said. Even if Eddie went up, Alvis would still suffer greatly. Drawing the extinction spear was already giving him considerable face. Seeing their departure, no one dared say anything, even Luis and others left with them. If Isaias represented Qin Dynasty, who would dare speak against it? They could challenge him in a real fight if they dared. Damn it, how could they ignore us like this? Wentian, shall we block his way? Another prince jumped out, indignant that someone staged a scene right under his position arose. They silently accepted their fate. Elsewhere, that's enough. If you want points, earn them yourselves. Isaias stopped suddenly, addressing those following him. Michael had helped these people once. Was he supposed to also earn points for them? No one spoke as they left Isaias. Meeting an imperial court prodigy would mean certain death, but they had no reason to keep trailing him either. "Thank you for your help. Half of the points I gain will be yours," Luis initiated. Others followed suit, willing to contribute their points. "I don't need your points. They're just numbers." Isaias shook his head. What could they say? Each found an excuse to leave. With Isaias's strength, whether they were around made little difference. A single royal beast offered hundreds of points, so why would he covet these few points? "Eddie, Georgina, after we settle down, the two of you should train freely, earning more points to enter the second round," Isaias said. "Your Highness, what about you?" Kenna asked. "I won't participate. Even the strongest, Alvis, is quite average. Only one of you needs to reach first place," Isaias replied, lacking interest. If others heard this, they'd be enraged. They struggled hard to reach this realm and qualify for the prodigy battle. Yet Isaias despised their low cultivation levels and declined participation. Michael's pretty mediocre. Chapter 63, Beast Uprising. Sign-in successful. Due to the host being in a special area, received 300 sovereign pills, 500 celestial phase pills, several other pills, a strand of primordial purple chi, and the ultimate skill, 9 Michaelaven slaying techniques, along with 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Ding. Also, this system recommends the host explore this area more deeply for potential unexpected rewards. Another morning arrived, and Isaias signed in as if it were nothing. However, the two sudden system notifications immediately grabbed his attention, making him eager to check his latest gains. "The quantity of these pills is even greater than what I could get in the capital," Isaias said, momentarily stunned. What on earth was this place? It seemed more dangerous and rich with treasures than an entire capital city. And yet, even Cade might not have discovered its full potential. Otherwise, these prodigies wouldn't be sent here for trials. Besides that, he had obtained a strand of primordial purple chi and the 9 Michaelaven slaying techniques, a significant bonus. Michael only regretted not having saved yesterday's sign-in attempt for this location. Primordial purple chi could directly enhance his dermic body, accelerating its formation. With this, a purple glow spanning 10,000 miles would descend upon the land, nourishing all living things, assuming he could stay here long enough. Emanating from him kept nearby beasts at bay. The terrifying pressure almost frightened them to death. Even if rare treasures lay where such phenomena occurred, they dared not approach without risking their lives. As Isaias's power increased, the beasts chose to retreat further, fearing involvement in whatever was happening. By midday, he successfully broke through to the 5th rank sovereign stage. I should investigate what this secret realm truly holds, Isaias said, standing up and ending today's cultivation. There wasn't enough time left to practice the 9 Michaelaven slaying techniques, so he planned to do so after returning in the evening. Since the system categorized this as a special area, it definitely held some treasures. Now that he was here, why waste the opportunity? Near a marsh, a horrific battle had already erupted. Dozens of prodigies found themselves surrounded by tens of thousands of beasts, seemingly enraged under the command of beast leaders. The attack left no room for mercy. What's wrong with these beasts? How infuriating. Must I withdraw like this? Facing countless beasts, even the strongest among them couldn't withstand the overwhelming pressure. Some of these were sovereign beasts, far beyond their capabilities to handle. Among the group, the highest ranking was at peak celestial phase, a level capable of competing in the second round. To give up now would be regrettable. They're abandoning the trial. They're being besieged by beasts. Beasts madness. One person could lie, but hundreds? Even the imperial court's own prodigies were expelled. Something was indeed amiss within the Tian Book secret realm. Upon the return of all prodigies, we will thoroughly investigate the Tian Book secret realm, Kate announced, arriving personally to address the matter. Normally, he wouldn't intervene over such small issues, but if the matter was too significant, he needed to explain the situation and possibly invalidate the first round's results. Yes, your Majesty. This incident involved even Cade, so it couldn't be handled lightly. In the Tian Book secret realm, near the marsh, more people approached. The moment they neared the swamp, beasts surged out not only to drive them away but to kill them. This is insane. Run. Seeing this, everyone sprinted away as fast as possible. Strangely, as long as they didn't step into the marsh, the beasts retreated. Don't go that way. Something major happened there. They warned others on the way back. Gradually, the swamp became off limits, and no one dared approach. A swamp? Might be worth exploring. Isaias mused, learning about the swamp from travelers. Michael believed it could be the area he needed to explore. Chapter 64, Dominance. Last night, when Kinna and the others returned, they brought some news that was mostly uninteresting and held little value for exploration. However, today's events in the swamp, coupled with the system's notification, Isaias just stood by doing nothing, understandably causing some resentment. But the only one brave enough to confront Isaias was Alvis. Do you intend to waste time like this with the beasts? Isaias said disdainfully. There was no point in wasting time this way. Humph, show your prowess then, a prince snapped angrily. Everyone was busy combating the beast monsters, and he wasn't contributing but still criticized. Watch closely, the mortal king punishes the 9 Michaelavens. Isaias transformed into a streak of light, quickly charging forward. Before anyone could react, he was back among the group, holding a bloody tiger head. Ayo. From the beast's side, a mournful cry emerged. Did you see? Only by making them truly afraid will they obey, Isaias remarked. His current display of a mortal king punishes the 9 Michaelavens was terrifyingly powerful, almost instantly eliminating a peer-level opponent without giving it a chance to react. The assembled elites fell silent, looking at Isaias with eyes full of fear. What kind of power must one possess to instantaneously defeat a prince-level beast monster? In the same realm, beast monsters usually had a it was clear they chose easier targets, venting their fear on these people. A roar erupted, and both sides clashed. No casualties occurred. It all depended on their ability to endure. We can't drag this out any longer or we'll all be trapped here, Alvis said. This was the beast's territory. Wasting time here wasn't wise. Let's leave. We can't explore this place anymore. After we get out, we'll definitely ask my father to send reinforcements to thoroughly explore the secret realm of the Michaelaven book. Good things shouldn't go to waste. We can't compete with that person. Watching Isaias depart, they sighed helplessly. Something important seemed to slip from under their noses without any recourse. Accustomed to being pampered, they never imagined encountering such formidable elites. If they couldn't win, they should retreat. It was better than dying at the hands of beast monsters. Once they left the swamp, the beasts didn't pursue. Unfortunately, many elites had already been driven away, reducing the workforce available to them. Such unexpected incidents forcing so many to quit prematurely would surely lead to dissatisfaction. Key among them were some capable elites who missed out on the second round without justification. Who would accept that? Outside, chaos reigned. In just a few hours, nearly 300 people emerged one after another. Everyone knew massive changes had occurred inside, and these people certainly didn't leave violent beastmen occupied the other, all eyes fixed intently on the peculiar object gradually rising from below. It was not yet time to make a move. For about 1 or 2 hours, whatever lay underground emerged onto the surface. Mud gradually peeled off, revealing its true form. It was a massive underground mausoleum relic. Even after washing away the mud, the remnants of ancient markings could still be seen, with bones scattered across the ground. Only by seeing the whole could one appreciate the sheer size of the relic. It spanned dozens of miles in all directions. There were also several entrances leading further into the depths, and no one knew what awaited inside. Let's enter, Isaias said. Standing there, the beastmen dared not move an inch. Yet, the intense longing in their eyes revealed how much they wished to delve deep and obtain legacies and treasures. Perhaps they might find a way to leave this place, no longer constrained. Not until Isaias and Eddie disappeared did the beastmen burst into excitement and proceed into the mausoleum entrance. They found little interest in anything on the surface, nothing but bones, just more bones. Surprisingly, even though it had been submerged in mud for who knows how long, the interior of the mausoleum remained dry, though it emitted some unpleasant odors. The labyrinthine pathways left everyone guessing what might lie ahead. With complex pathways, could they fully see the mausoleum's true appearance? At the center was a floating crystal orb, surrounded by 8 seats, each holding a complete skeleton emitting a golden glow. Golden bones? Michael had never heard of anyone reaching such a level of cultivation. The density of spiritual energy surrounding the area was almost enough to drive Isaias wild with joy. One day of cultivation here equaled a month of arduous training elsewhere. "I'm claiming this place," Isaias announced, addressing the beastmen. After securing the treasures, he intended to cultivate here for a while. It made this trip to the Michaelavenly book realm worthwhile. Roar. Hearing this, the beastmen were enraged, roaring defiantly against Isaias's claim. "This isn't up for discussion. Either leave or die," Isaias said, his eyes filled with deadly intent. A powerful aura emanated from him, causing the beastmen to step back involuntarily. The memory of Isaias's previous might was deeply etched in their minds. They conferred amongst themselves in murmurs and growls, finally deciding to collectively encircle Isaias, planning to force him out so they could claim the treasures. So eager to die? Then so be it. Immortal King conquers 9 Michaelavens. Isaias unleashed his ultimate move, eliminating at least one foe with lethal precision. The battle erupted instantly, blood flowing freely through the mind changed drastically as he attempted to lift the skeleton, startled by its immense weight. Immediately, he scanned it with the system, finally obtaining some information. Sage remains. Sage remains? What realm of power do these belong to? Isaias wondered. Michael had never heard of a sage realm on the central continent. The highest realm he knew was the Nash sovereign realm, which surpassed human Nashes by 1 tier. ##### Chapter 66, Advancing Together. Michael wasn't sure what realm a sage belonged to, but he knew the function of this object, refining and strengthening the physical body, deepening one's foundation. This was the greatest use of a sage's remains. If I could fully refine them, what level would I reach? Isaias wondered. However, he couldn't refine all these remains alone within a short period. Besides, Eddie also practiced physical cultivation and would need some improvements too. Michael then called Eddie over. Compared to the sage's remains, the value of those demon beasts was insignificant. Xylon Reaver, there was that crystal in the center. It remained unidentified and appeared as if embedded in the void. Eddie, refine these remains. These are sovereign pills. They should be enough to elevate you to rank 5, Isaias said. Today, he had obtained 300 sovereign pills from the sign. Not just the skin but the blood itself was expanding. The chi and blood flowed endlessly like a rainbow. Next came the bones, which absorbed the sacred nature from the sage's remains, gradually displaying a golden luster and beginning to exude the sage's authority. This gave both of them an inexplicable aura. The refinement process was extremely slow, and they couldn't refine even one set of remains in half a day. By evening, Isaias had only managed to dissolve less than a fifth of the remains he was working on. 4th rank lower flesh, equivalent to celestial aspect level 3. Isaias glanced at his stats. In the flesh category, he only had 4th rank lower. Previously, he focused on cultivating primordial chi and neglected flesh cultivation, so his physical strength wasn't particularly strong. Now, purely relying on his physical strength, he could crush celestial aspect warriors. If he continued refining, he could improve further. Eddie's flesh strength had reached 5th rank, or sovereign level. Being a physical cultivator, having powerful flesh was understandable. Isaias himself was now developing comprehensively, catching up. "You go bring one in here. We will be cultivating here for the next few days," Isaias said. As for points, there were plenty of corpses nearby. Any one of them could earn a place in the second round. No one cared how you killed a demon beast of this level. Even finding one, his cultivation and flesh strength instantly improved to 4th rank sovereign, and his flesh reached peak 4th rank. Overnight, he advanced from upper 4th rank to be closer to 5th rank. The directed teleportation array was interesting. It could be placed somewhere for a one-way teleportation. After that, the array would vanish, perfectly suited for him. Refining the sage's remains within such a short time was impossible. Once time ran out, everyone would be expelled, and re-entering would be difficult. The appearance of the teleportation array alleviated his concerns. The last 2 sign-in rewards surprised Isaias. Without time to practice, the 9 Michaelaven slaying techniques were directly accelerated into his memory, thoroughly integrated, and increased his refining speed. Michael tested by taking pills, absorbing origin purple chi, and refining the sage remains simultaneously. His improvement across all aspects stunned him. Unfortunately, certain buffs couldn't be applied to others, otherwise, it would have been even better. Under various enhancements, Isaias's cultivation speed soared. Even Eddie, who was formidable, stood up and moved farther away. Isaias's aura was overwhelmingly vast, disrupting him. Xylonra, importantly, Isaias' energy tides. Each time, it indicated that someone inside had broken through once more. With no beast monsters remaining in the vicinity to guard, they knew lingering held no meaning. Waiting for those people to emerge might lead to them being eradicated. Therefore, keeping a distance was their best decision. One day, the Michaelaven book's secret realm was enveloped in a layer of purple clouds. This extraordinary spectacle left countless prodigies in awe. They could sense a slight enhancement in their own talents, however minimal it might be. It was undeniably real. Besides that, there was an indescribable element, as though they developed some sort of entanglement with someone. Isaias's dermic avatar had broken through its constraints. 6th grade dermic avatar. Isaias smiled. A visit to the Michaelaven book secret realm not only upgraded his dermic avatar, but also elevated his cultivation to the 1st rank of Duke. However, he had yet to step into the ennobled level and needed some time to consolidate. After 10 days of cultivation, he should be able to reach the ennobled level. That step was rather difficult. Just relying on pills wouldn't suffice. Michael needed enhancements in other areas, such as supreme techniques or physical strength. Michael wasn't lacking in these aspects. After consolidating for a period, once his essence energy reached the appropriate level, everything would fall into place naturally. With his current power, he didn't need to participate in so-called. She couldn't approach the center, where the pressure was terrifying. "Hey Wooch sister, come here. Micro Highness is still in deep meditation and won't wake up for now," Eddie said. His refinement speed was much slower than Isaias's. However, he was nearing the end of refining this first sage's remains. By today, he should be completely refined. Due to focusing on the sage's remains, his cultivation barely reached 5th rank, but his physical body was already at peak 5th stage, very close to 6th stage. Such terrifying physical strength meant even a king-ranked powerhouse would kneel under a punch. Too bad Micro Highness can't immediately know I've broken through, Kenna muttered but walked over to Eddie. Having grown accustomed to Isaias's immersive cultivation, she shouldn't disturb him. It was better to use resources to enhance her own strength. Time flew during cultivation. 10 days swiftly passed. All Avrils will leave the Mycolaven Book Secret Realm within 1 hour. Isaias abruptly awoke. This voice clearly belonged to an expert from the Divine Espinitial Imperial Court, possibly controlling the Mycolaven Book Secret Realm. Time was up. They had to leave. It was somewhat regrettable that they would waste some time. Do we set up the teleportation array? Set it up. Michael planted the teleportation array he obtained from the last sign-in. Leaving now didn't matter. If he wished, he could return to begin verifying points. All they needed to do was hand over their cores. Calculations were made, and the cores were returned. These weren't items anyone would pilfer. Xylon Reaver, this prodigy battle was supervised by the human Nash. Who would dare tamper with such an important event? That would be courting death. Chapter 68. Lower scores shine brighter. Muriel, 147 points. Elon, 152 points. The announced scores instantly made the onlookers uneasy. The Mycolaven Book Secret Realm was certainly not short of demon beasts, and being peak geniuses, they found dealing with these creatures rather easy. Even slaying a first-stage Mycolaven phase demon beast should have been more productive than just barely over 110 days. It looks like they've been stripped again. Poor them. I wonder what this accomplishes for those external geniuses. While our Divine Espinitial Imperial Court is indeed formidable, doing this seems inappropriate. What's the issue? Since it's within the rules, if they were eliminated, that's their own bad luck. Some felt sympathy for the geniuses under the Imperial Court, while others thought this perfectly normal. Without competition, why bother practicing at all? Xylon Reaver, plundering point power, Kong was considered the strongest genius, even surpassing the geniuses of the 8 major sections. In the end, fate played a cruel joke on them. Despite scoring extremely high, both Alvis and Manuel couldn't help but look toward one direction. That person remained indifferent, causing an inexplicable tension within them. Only those who entered knew how terrifying Isaias was. They witnessed firsthand as he punched a 5th-rank Duke-level demon beast into oblivion. Such a person would slaughter demon beasts effortlessly, earning even more points. Congratulations to Prince Wintian for the highest score. Around them, compliments started pouring in, but few noticed their discomfort. Alvis merely nodded in response, his gaze never leaving that particular direction. You can go now, don't make anyone wait, Isaias said. Everyone's scores were low, so they didn't need to provide too many points. A small amount would suffice. Duke Crystal Core. Avril verifying the points exclaimed in disbelief. His words drew everyone's attention. A Duke Crystal Core could only be obtained by a Duke-ranked individual. The scores of other Duke-level geniuses had already been tallied. Is she a Duke? I have no recollection. I can't sense her cultivation. She might truly be a Duke. What nonsense. Are Dukes so casual? Instantly, Kenna became the center of attention. Are you also a Duke? Isaias said. A brief silence ensued, then quickly erupted. No points? Are you joking? Even if you were lazy, you shouldn't slack off during the genius battle. Useless. The first ever 0 points in the history of the genius battle. I don't even want to know his name. Coward. Did he hide somewhere inside? Waste. Disgracing us warriors. Various comments flooded in. Does he disdain competing with us? Alvis felt deeply humiliated internally. Being so powerful yet having 0 points. Wasn't this saying he wasn't worthy of being on the same level? But seemingly, he couldn't refute it. The other party was indeed very strong. Well, the first round is concluded. Due to an unforeseen event in the Mycolaven Book Secret Realm, the prematurely exited geniuses will enter another secret realm. Returning after 3 days for ranking, Nashran announced. The scene instantly fell silent, no one daring to speak. Before leaving, Cade glanced thoughtfully at Isaias. Michael clearly heard the powerful chi and blood resonance. This young man was very strong yet had 0 points. Looking at others' strength, he immediately understood. It was contempt for these contestants. This was Isaias' choice. Even as Nashran, he wouldn't openly promote Isaias to the second round in broad daylight. Chapter 69. Two-pronged approach. Those who knew Isaias did not look down on him. Michael was a true powerhouse, much stronger than they themselves could ever hope to be. Not advancing wasn't because of fear, but rather disdain for the process. As for those unaware and quick to speculate, what was the point of explaining anything to them? Even Isaias himself had never thought of explaining his actions, so why should they do such a thing? Returning to the imperial capital, he met with Alf. By this time, Alf had already ascended to the 6th rank of Duke, needing only half a step more to reach the 5th rank. Following the 2nd and 3rd rounds, you will have to fight on your own. I won't be present to support you. If everything goes smoothly, I might watch you, Isaias said. Having reached this stage, he didn't want to waste any time. His first priority was to secure all the benefits from the Mycolavenly Scripture Realm. You can rest assured, Your Highness. We will not disappoint, the two said confidently. Indeed, given their current strength, how many could truly be called opponents? Especially Eddie, who had already reached the 5th rank of Duke. By virtue of his realm alone, others couldn't catch up. Alf, wait for me. We need to go somewhere. Isaias turned to look at Alf. This time, only Alf failed to enter the Mycolavenly Scripture Realm and lagged behind everyone else. If all went well, by the calculation of the first round of the first match ended, Cade immediately summoned someone. Abdullah, entrust this matter to you. You must thoroughly investigate the Mycolavenly Scripture Realm. I suspect the rumors might be true, Cade said. Before obtaining the Mycolavenly Scripture Realm, there were rumors suggesting it was the legacy of an ancient powerhouse, containing formidable and terrifying legacies. If obtained, one could potentially achieve Nash status in this lifetime. Trapped at this realm for millennia, he yearned deeply to advance further. Leaving the divine Spinitial Imperial Court for broader realms might have offered greater chances of breakthrough, but he was unwilling to part with the power he held here. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will thoroughly explore the Michaelavenly scripture realm, Abdullah said. Abdullah looked somewhat sinister, pale-faced as if terminally ill, frail, and weak. Yet in the divine Spinitial Imperial Court, everyone knew that Abdullah was extremely ruthless, willing to do whatever it took to achieve his goals. Go, Kate said. Abdullah left on orders straight for the Michaelavenly scripture realm. With his cultivation, he could dominate the realm. But what would be his expression upon seeing Isaias inside? Brinley, you find out everything about that group, from birth to now. Cade immediately summoned another sovereign-level powerhouse. This one was even stronger than Abdullah. Earlier, outside the Michaelavenly scripture realm, he observed on the other side. Abdullah entered the Michaelavenly scripture realm and headed straight for the swamp. Michael already knew where the incident occurred and had visited there before, finding nothing unusual. Unthinkingly, something had now surfaced. Below, countless beasts trembled. They sensed a terrifying presence above that could kill them all. Even the human from earlier didn't possess such overwhelming power. They dared not look up, trying their best to remain silent. Watching the direction the figure moved, they felt strangely relieved. After all, they couldn't obtain anything from there. They hoped for conflict. Ruins? Array? Abdullah stared bewilderedly at the ruins covered in an array formation before him. Is this the cause of the beast uprising? Abdullah wondered. Such immense energy surpassed other areas. It was plausible that beasts gathering and driving humans away wasn't impossible. Michael immediately struck the array formation. Boom. A muffled roar echoed, shaking the ground. This was the devastating power of a sovereign, capable of unleashing world-shattering force with a single move. Someone's coming. Isaias woke abruptly, stopping his cultivation and gazing upward at a powerful figure standing aloft. Not broken? Abdullah's face darkened. Michael expected his attack to easily break the array, but it proved otherwise. Immediately, he launched consecutive strikes, determined to destroy this achieve such formidable strength. This was clearly the power of a Xylanarch. Stop gawking and let's set up. We'll wait for him, Isaias instructed, preparing to lay down a killing array. Dealing with a Xylanarch powerhouse, failure to slay them would only invite endless troubles. Better safe than sorry. Before Spirit Xylanarch entered, the two began setting up and hid themselves within the surrounding void, waiting for Spirit Xylanarch's arrival. Boom. The external array was shattered. Such level of arrays isn't even worth looking at, Spirit Xylanarch muttered, strolling straight in without any defense, confident in his own prowess. A mere Michaelavenly book secret realm held no threats to him from any beasts. Michael saw the crystal and skeleton in the middle of the underground palace, moving to inspect when suddenly, a strong warning surged within him. Danger. Michael hastily retreated, trying to back out. 9 strikes of Michaelaven slaughtering. First strike. Surprising flash. Green Lotus Sword Junior. 2 attacks silently emerged from behind him. Puff. Michael was thrown into the wall. Arg, daring to ambush me. I'll make sure you have no place to bury your corpses. Spirit Xylanarch shouted furiously, staring at the ambushers. Michael recognized them. The prodigy who scored 0 points and his servant. Michael felt infuriated and didn't care how Isaias entered, only wanting to kill him. Meanwhile, he felt some fear about Isaias' strength. A 20-year-old youth possessing Xylanarch level power. How is this possible? It took him nearly 2,000 years to reach this realm. After becoming a noble lord, each advancement required vast amounts of time. Second strike. Layered Waves. Layered Waves was far more powerful than Surprising Flash. Surprising Flash provided an instant burst, dealing fatal blows to enemies. In contrast, Layered Waves could theoretically attack infinitely, growing stronger each time, its endurance relying solely on the user's capability. Facing Isaias' spear thrust, Spirit Xylanarch dared not be overconfident, immediately countering. In an instant, he felt immense pressure. Isaias' attack was overwhelmingly fierce, showing no sign of stopping. I can't let him continue or I'll die. Spirit Xylanarch watched Isaias in horror. To think the latter could threaten his life, this realization terrified him. Having worked hard to attain his current position, could he really be killed like this? Michael was unwilling. Yet, he couldn't hold on. Just as despair loomed, Isaias halted. 7 consecutive strikes, too bad. 1 more and you'd be dead. Isaias shook his head helplessly. 7 consecutive strikes were his limit, lacking the strength to unleash another wave. Then it's your turn to die, Netherworld Ghost Claw. Spirit Xylanarch said. Immortal King Slaughter's 9 Michaelavens remained his strongest ace. With a punch, clouds swirled around, anomalies appearing frequently. What kind of move is this? Spirit Xylanarch felt his scalp tingle. Was this young man truly only 20? How terrifying. There was no time for further contemplation as he clashed with Isaias. Intense vibrations made the underground palace sway dangerously. Both flew apart, landing and unable to move. Ha ha ha, you're out of strength, right? Spirit Xylanarch laughed loudly, struggling to stand before collapsing again. A requise, but I still have help. Alf, finish him. Isaias said. 1 blow depleted both their primordial energies, bodies pushed to the limits. Spirit Xylanarch's laughter abruptly ceased. Michael forgot there were 2 opponents. While the other was weak and ignored, he now became a lethal enemy. This guy, a Xylanarch, should have many treasures, but I can't kill you yet. Alf walked over smilingly, his smile appearing demonic to Spirit Xylanarch. A wail echoed across the sky. Michael was kicked by Alf, his dantian shattered, his chi plummeting, quickly turning into an old, decrepit man. In this state, he could last 10 to 15 days. Not killing him was because such a powerful individual generally possessed life tokens. If he died, Cade would definitely send other experts, escalating the situation endlessly out to positions below 64 under the pressure from geniuses like Alvis, while some late-stage celestial phase warriors advanced to the second round. Adjustments were made to avoid doubts about the integrity of the genius battle. The losers couldn't compete in the central plaza of the imperial capital. This place was exclusively for the top 64 battles. With so many participants and not much disparity in strength, each match often required a long battle, leaving ample time for recovery between fights. It was unlikely the second round would conclude anytime soon. On the first day, Eddie and Kinna didn't get a chance to fight. Despite needing only 32 matches to end the first half of the second round, some pairs fought for hours. The closer their cultivation levels, the longer the battle took. Whether intentionally or by luck, the noble Michaelavan geniuses encountered weaker opponents and easily advanced. This was inevitable. By the third round, only noble Michaelavan geniuses remained. On the second day of the second round, it was finally Kinna's turn. Michael's opponent conceded without any resistance. Rather than wasting energy against her, it was better to conserve strength for the next opponent. After 3 continuous days, the first half finally concluded with 32 victors. They needed to face each other in another round to determine the top 16 for the second round. By now, the situation was clear. One side had 16 noble Michaelavans, the other had 16 peak celestial phase geniuses. The outcome was almost predetermined unless 2 noble Michaelavans met prematurely, which was nearly impossible. There was no significance. On the 4th day of the second round, the top 16 emerged. Their battles would be ranked accordingly. Such a waste of time. After returning, the two sighed. If not for this ridiculous genius battle, they would have joined Isaias to cultivate and enhance their strength elsewhere. There was no need to stay here. Apart from when they had matches, they stayed at the courtyard to cultivate as much as they could. Advancing further required extensive accumulation at their current level. If others knew, they might be infuriated. Participating in the Northern Region Genius Battle was an honor and symbol of status. Yet, here they were complaining. But to them, it was just that simple. A few days later, except for the top 16, all other rankings, including the top 10 from the first round, were finalized. Finally, it was their turn. That night, countless people buzzed with excitement. Tomorrow was the highly anticipated Noble Michaelavan Genius Battle, representing the North Domain in the Jingzhou competition. Predictions were already being made for the third round's champion, who would claim the top spot. Everyone waited in anticipation. In the Immortal Palace, Changning, do you have confidence for tomorrow's battle? Asked the palace mat's secret realm. Cade pondered over recent events. This session of the Northern Region Genius Battle was slipping out of control. Isaias, aimless until age 20, infamous. Reviewing Isaias's file, Cade wanted to kill Thunder Iof. In Londing City, he rarely left and appeared within Tianyue Dynasty's territory, already at Celestial Phase. This city experienced several anomalies. Could his fortune come from here? But now, Isaias was missing. Closing the file, he prepared for tomorrow's event. Meanwhile, inside the Michaelavanly Book's secret realm, congratulations, host. Your insight has led you to step into the kingship realm. Kingship so soon? Isaias opened his eyes after days of cultivation. With the help of enlightenment pills from the system's sign-in rewards, he reached kingship, the final minor realm of noble Michaelavan. ####Chapter 72, Sacred Beast Egg. The Wangho realm is already the pinnacle. Next comes the Junju realm, which requires even more time and resources. This place, where all the remains of the sages have been fully refined, no longer holds any special significance. The rewards from signing in here are now similar to those in the imperial capital. Additionally, his dermic body has advanced to the 3rd rank, an upper-class dermic body. Though both have gained substantial strength, they have become even more composed, remaining unobtrusive unless absolutely necessary, then striking with stunning results. Hamilton beside them had deep feelings about this transformation, witnessing firsthand how these two men grew to this level within 5 days. They covered the distance others might not finish in 1,000 years, and it took just 5 days. Seeing the golden remains lose their luster after complete refinement left Hamilton feeling utterly hopeless, especially as this might signify the end of his own fate. Congratulations, Your Highness, on breaking through to the king rank, Alf said. Initially, Alf was stronger than Isaias, but now Isaias has surpassed him and must protect him. This is just a minor breakthrough, not worth celebrating, Isaias replied. Until he becomes an emperor, he cannot shake off the shadow of the divine exponential imperial court. That pressure weighs heavily upon him. Michael desires that object too much. Michael Ping Crystal achieved the 9 revolutions of a reef, and death would bring him enormous benefits, and even Alf could undergo a transformation, becoming even stronger. Walking over to the crystal guarded by 8 sages, what could be inside? Without the support of the sage remains, it had already fallen to the ground. Picking it up, it felt as light as air. His divine sense penetrated it, discovering it to be similar to a storage space. But there was one difference. This crystal could house living organisms, which is quite extraordinary. Inside was a strange egg, filled with terrifying elemental energy. A Phoenix Saint Beast egg. After hatching, you can obtain a Saint Phoenix Beast. It requires slow nurturing. Estimated hatching time is 3 years, with an estimated resource consumption of. The amount was astronomical. Just looking at it made Isaias lose interest. Such a large quantity of resources could elevate him to an extremely high cultivation realm, or perhaps even catch a Saint Beast as a helper. What use would he have for this? For now, let's store it. Isaias moved the Saint Beast egg from the crystal core to the system space. Then, the crystal shattered, as if it no longer existed. Michael never intended to hatch the Saint Beast egg, finding it counterproductive and a waste of his cultivation time. Treating it like a child, nurturing it every day, it was madness. In the future, if he encounters a phoenix, he can return the egg and ask for some benefits. At this point, staying in the Michaelavanly Book secret realm no longer held any value. Alf, we should leave, Isaias said. Since cultivating there had been exhausted, there was no reason to stay, especially considering this person had been inside for a while. If Cade lost patience and sent someone else, Your Highness, what about him? Alf asked. Let him fend for himself, or kill him if you wish, Isaias said. Hamilton was pitiful, cowering on the ground, dirty and terrified, realizing death awaited him. "I know what to do," Alf said, dragging him outside and throwing him into a beast-dense area where he was instantly torn apart. "You shall not die by our hands," Alf watched coldly. Following Isaias, they left the place, returning to their courtyard to continue their cultivation undisturbed. Apart from when Thunder Iof visited once, no one paid attention to his movements, unaware of what he was doing. "Your Highness." Seeing Isaias return, the two people in the courtyard were overjoyed. These past few days had been tedious. With Isaias back, they could improve their strength. "Why so happy? Let's see how the young geniuses fare first," Isaias said. Given the circumstances, it wasn't the right time to enhance their abilities. With high attention on them, daily advancements would raise suspicions. Better to save resources and boost their strength after victory. "Oh, we haven't improved for days," they slumped. Imperial Palace. Hamilton is dead. Cade's expression changed drastically. Upon resting, he was abruptly informed by guards that Hamilton's life plaque had shattered. Losing a Junju was a significant matter for the Imperial Court. Sending Hamilton to investigate the Michael Avonlea book's secret realm yielded this devastating result. "Damn it. Cough cough." Michael began to cough violently. "Out." Michael ordered everyone out. Alone, his face contorted in pain, sweat pouring down. At critical moments, his condition flared up again. It happened more frequently now. "If not for the perfect 9 revolutions of a reef in death, I wouldn't bear this pain anymore," Cade murmured, gradually relaxing. Far away, Crystal also breathed a sigh of relief. Each episode became harder to endure. Following Isaias' warning, she didn't move recklessly. Chapter 73. Spirit Iof is dead. In the dead of night, Cade summoned all the royal lords to the imperial study. The death of a lord was no trivial matter. It signaled the emergence of a terrifying enemy within the empire capable of hunting down such powerful beings. Even though Spirit Iof was only an initial stage lord, he was still a lord, one who had cultivated for over 1,000 years. "Spirit Iof is dead." After everyone had gathered, Cade spoke slowly, his tone heavy. "What?" One of the lords gasped in shock, not expecting the reason for their midnight summons to be Spirit Iof's death. The divine Espinitial Imperial Court hadn't experienced a lord's death in nearly a millennium. For it to happen now was truly alarming. "Your Majesty, who could have done this? To dare kill one of our lords. This crime must be punished." These men expressed their outrage, but perhaps not out of genuine sorrow for Spirit Iof. Xylon or likely, they feared for themselves. The appearance of a mysterious powerhouse capable of slaying a lord was a horrifying prospect. If any of them were on that killer's list, wouldn't they just be waiting to die here? "We aren't sure yet." Spirit Iof died within the Michael Avonlea Scroll's secret realm. There may have been unknown changes there, spawning a fearsome creature capable of killing a lord. "Who among you is willing to investigate?" Cade asked. This information actually relieved them. Dying in the Michael Avonlea Scroll secret realm seemed preferable to being killed by someone else, which would pose a greater threat. But even so, if the secret realm harbored such an enemy, it was frightening. They looked at each other hesitantly. An initial stage lord like Spirit Iof had already perished inside. If they went in, they'd need someone stronger. But they didn't know the enemy's strength. Entering without certainty might result in the same fate as Spirit Iof, a risk they were unwilling to take. Everyone tried to pass the responsibility to others. After all, their lives were most precious to them. Suddenly, the imperial study erupted into noise and debate. "That's enough. You are all Lord Warriors, and your unseemly behavior is disgraceful. Leave this matter to Black Profound Iof and True Iof. With both of you at Advanced Lord stage, you should be able to handle the Michael Avonlea Scroll secret realm. The Emperor must oversee the genius battle. I don't need more trouble." Cade interrupted their discussion, visibly irritated. A minor incident caused such fear. How could they accomplish anything under these conditions? The dozen lords fell silent, too frightened to speak. When Cade was angered, the consequences were dire for them. "We obey the imperial command," Black Profound Iof and True Iof said. These two were highly ranked among the lords, and dealing with the Michael Avonlea Scroll secret realm shouldn't be a problem for them. Iofs in the divine Espinitial Imperial Court were formidable powerhouses, numbering only in the dozens or hundreds. Aside from the 8 major sect leaders, who reached the pinnacle lord level, the highest rank among others was advanced stage. No peak lords existed. Nash Cade was already North Territory's apex warrior. The situation settled, everyone felt a little relieved. It was good that it wasn't them. However, if even True Iof couldn't handle it, then Cade would have to deal with the Michael Avonlea Scroll secret realm himself. Suspecting Isaias? That was a stretch. They would see the championship match, where each genius contestant was at the prince realm. Isaias did not attend, preferring to remain low profile. As a crowned prince, he could hide from others, but challenging the emperor's authority was unwise. Safety came first. Fox seems to be a 6th-rank prince. Michael's bound to win this time, someone commented. Dream Palace's holy son isn't bad either. Although he's only a 7th-rank prince, he's killed a 6th-rank beast. His strength is formidable. Haven't you thought about the 2 geniuses from the dynasties? They're surprising, but this is the prince realm. Dynasties pour everything into cultivating princes. If they could improve further, they'd at least be imperial courts. Imperial court? I think it's an imperial domain. Imperial courts don't produce prince-level geniuses. These 2 are monsters. Once they return, they'll elevate Great Guy to an imperial court. Then, North Territory will have 19 imperial courts. In any case, I don't hold much hope for them. On one side were the established, heavyweight geniuses respected by many. On the other, newly ascended princes who had already achieved much. Could they soar even higher? Casual remarks filled the air, but Isaias paid them no mind. If Brendan participated, what role would you play? Eddie thought disdainfully. Even he had reached 5th-rank prince with terrifying combat strength. 3rd round, first match, Great Guy Dynasty's Qin versus Immortal Michael Avon Palace's Eustace. The 3rd round began. Immortal Michael Avon Palace, one of the 8 major sects, boasted 2 prince-level geniuses. Eustace had recently attained 9th rank prince, matching Qin. Please. The match started instantly, energy surging on the arena. Eustace is doing well, suppressing Qin. Immortal Michaelaven Palace is indeed strong to produce such talent. Something's off. Qin is starting to counterattack. ##### Chapter 74. Dharmakaya, Taihuang God King. What kind of move is this? Eustace exclaimed in shock, staring at Roxy. A terrifying sword chi had nearly split him in two. Under that strike, he smelled death itself. Fortunately, at the last moment, the opponent reigned in her power, forcing the sword chi to dissipate. Thank you for holding back. Eustace admits defeat, Eustace said. Michael put away his weapon, not daring to face her with the sword. The sword Dao Roxy mastered was clearly superior to his own. Continuing the fight would only humiliate himself further. Initially, he had been attacking, but after around 100 moves, she began to retaliate relentlessly, forcing him into defense and ultimately leading to his total defeat. A bitter smile crossed his mind. Had she let him down easily after such a prolonged duel? Please accept my thanks for the match, Roxy said. Defeating just one Eustace wasn't much of an accomplishment. Only those surpassing the 9th tier could give her a sense of pressure. With the Tai Huang sword scripture, challenging higher tiers wasn't impossible. How did he lose? Did Eustace hold back? Michael had such an advantage. The spectators were dissatisfied. Eustace, who had been dominating, lost suddenly. They couldn't accept such a result. No matter how much they complained, it was already settled. As for the local martial geniuses, the outcome seemed predetermined. They understood each other well. Aside from the outsiders, their records remained as they were. In the morning, everyone had fought twice. After a rest at noon, they resumed in the afternoon. At this pace, it would take about 4 days to decide all rankings. It wasn't because they were slow, but some matches were too close to call. Why should the other side win when both parties were evenly matched? Each contestant was a peerless genius, too proud to yield easily. In a new round, Roxy and her opponents faced stronger challenges. Considering your previous actions, I will hold back, Sterling said. Michael was Eustace's elder Pablo, and now faced Roxy. Being an 8th tier king, his strength was formidable, giving him the right to speak confidently. His Pablo Makaya rose behind Roxy, a figure with star-like eyes, wielding a long sword, wearing a war robe, exuding supreme dominance. At that moment, everyone stood up. She, 2nd rank Dharmakaya. Can Sterling withstand it? The overwhelming pressure equals, or even exceeds that of an 8th tier, perhaps 7th tier. It's terrifying. Anyone who rises from humble beginnings can never be underestimated. It turns out she was holding back during our battles. Too extraordinary. If she is this strong, how about Eddie? No one dared underestimate them anymore. Royal prodigies couldn't be taken lightly. I retract my earlier words. Is it too late? Sterling asked. Feeling unprecedented pressure, the Dharmakaya only augmented Roxy, who hadn't begun yet. Once the move was fully formed, it would be even more powerful. Meeting it head-on could cripple or kill him. Whatever, Roxy replied indifferently. Whether he held back or not didn't matter. She gave it her all, and failure would be heartening. Thank you. Sterling immediately took action. Unexpectedly, instead of attacking, he focused on defensive techniques. Roxy truly threatened Sterling. Michael likely feels he might not defeat her. Do all prodigies of this generation perform this fiercely? Too thrilling. 1N. Keep it up. I'll be your fan from now on. Roxy wasn't exact. Always give it your all against an opponent. Even if you lose, you can rest assured. Remember this lesson. Yes, a spinster. I understand. #### Chapter 75. The focus of all eyes. In the subsequent rounds, no one dared to underestimate her anymore. However, the intense battle earlier had indeed taken a great toll on Qin. Just when they thought they could take advantage of her weakened state, she suddenly regained her vitality. Their hopes for an easy win were dashed. It was clear that she possessed formidable strength, making any attempts at outlasting her futile. Seeing no hope of defeating her, most chose to concede, realizing that continuing the fight would be pointless. With her high-profile performance, attention began to shift towards Eddie, who came from the same place as Qin. After carefully recalling their observations, they seemed to arrive at a frightening conclusion. From the start of the battles, Eddie had always just managed to defeat his opponents, whether they were 9th rank dukes or 8th rank dukes. His displayed combat strength was just enough to win each match, appearing extremely challenging each time. If he had only faced 9th rank dukes, it might have been manageable, but when he rose to the level of 8th rank dukes, no one could still think this way. This person was unfathomable. A 10-year-old child had become the subject of much discussion. Winning all 14 matches was not just a matter of luck. It was a testament to his strength. Only Alvis remained untested against him. Your Majesty, I will do my best, Alvis replied, his face showing increased gravity. Michael had observed his opponent for 3 days and still couldn't discern his true capabilities. Each time he thought he understood his limits, Eddie revealed even greater power. At least he must be at the 6th rank duke level, possibly even a 5th rank elite like himself. The thought gave him chills. Back in the Michaelavenly Scroll's secret realm, Isaias had smashed a 5th rank duke level beast with a single punch. Now, even a child seemed to be surpassing him. Michael felt uncertain. How could this be? Cade didn't speak, clearly sensing Alvis's anxiety. Could it be because of the Michaelavenly Scroll's secret realm? Cade wondered. Michael couldn't fathom how Eddie had become so much stronger since arriving. Yet, Xianjun and the others had entered the realm 3 days ago and hadn't returned yet, raising concerns that they too might have been killed. On the stage, the battle had begun. Rankings depended on this final round. Adolf, this time, I won't fail. You must lose. Michael, Geary, don't be too hasty. Let's see what you have. The first match of the day pitted two elites, only the final match remained. Michael's eyes fixed on the child, feeling even more pressure than from Alvis. The final match of the elite battle, Alvis of the Imperial family versus Eddie of the Great Qin Dynasty. In an instant, countless eyes turned to the stage. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. Would Eddie create a miracle? Do you think that kid will pull off a miracle? Doubtful. Prince Wentian is the strongest elite in the imperial court, representing the empire. Now I'm actually hoping he pulls off a miracle. Am I crazy? This was the match everyone had been eagerly awaiting, the championship showdown. Despite the unknown outcome, the crowd now favored Eddie over Alvis. After all, he had come from humble beginnings, reversing the odds to stand where he was now. I must win, Eddie said calmly. This was the task given to him by Isaias, and he needed to accomplish it flawlessly, living up to the prince's expectations. Chapter 76, Possession. Bring out your full strength, Alvis said. Although he spoke thus, he did not dare to underestimate this young Jeremiah who had made it this far. He was certainly no powerless waste. The opponent was likely even more formidable than anyone imagined, and the unknown aspects of his abilities put immense pressure on him. Meanwhile, over these few days, he had already revealed many of his own tactics. As he spoke, in an instant, their speed created afterimages, and only those with significant strength could clearly see what was happening. Each clash pushed the limits of everyone's understanding as if these two individuals knew no bounds. I really am holding everyone back, Qin sighed, realizing she still lagged behind despite breaking through to the prince rank. Judging by this, the odds are pretty high that Wentian will lose, Cade remarked with a furrowed brow. This matter concerning the distribution of Northland's fortune. First place and second place were worlds apart. No matter how many elites the divine spiritual imperial court had, it wouldn't help. Only occupying the top spot mattered. Shadow Iof, he quietly called someone over. You're a Spingesty, a shadowy figure silently appeared behind Cade. If Wentian is at a disadvantage, secretly aid him. First place must belong to the divine spiritual imperial court, Cade instructed, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Those from minor regions should quietly stay out of his way instead of challenging him. Michael didn't mind sending them straight to hell. As you command, the Shadow Iof replied before disappearing like flowing water, seemingly never having been there. This person was Cade's most trusted aide, whose capabilities significantly reduced many pressures. Meanwhile, the two on stage fought intensely, leaving no room for distraction. Outside, Isaias and Alpha arrived, choosing to remain unnoticed in a corner, simply spectators. A few minutes later, Dharma transformation, 9-turn Vidyaraja. Losing patience, Alvis felt himself only receiving blows, leading to a mix of anger and embarrassment. Michael unleashed his Dharma transformation. That's the Xuanhuan family's 9-turn Vidyaraja. It's so powerful. I can feel intense pressure even from such a distance. Given time, Prince Wentian will surely ascend to a Iof. But what about Eddie? How can he match up against Prince Wentian enhanced by the Dharma transformation? Now that you mention it, why hasn't his Dharma transformation appeared yet? Could he be holding back? I don't think so. Aspanibe, his Dharma transformation has already appeared, like a shadow transformation, intangible and hard to detect. They were citizens of the divine spiritual imperial court, naturally hoping for their own side to win. Mutual annihilation. Eddie suddenly lunged at Alvis, using explosive strength to slam him backward. His own flesh body was at the peak of the 5th stage, comparable to a sealed prince. Alvis could hardly withstand it. Is he losing? Watching Alvis fly backward, everyone felt uneasy. If he went beyond the boundaries, it would be a direct loss. However, in the next moment, Alvis steadied himself, and his aura changed dramatically, with a fierce light in his pupils. What technique is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Is there such a skill? Prince Wentian seems terrifying now. On stage, Eddie's eyes changed. Michael's not Alvis, Eddie thought. Yet, with the opponent rushing at him, he could only steel himself and face it head-on. Just one exchange put him on the defensive, almost getting thrown out. Just a little stronger than a first-rank prince. I still have a chance, Eddie estimated Alvis's strength after their encounter. The unaware crowd cheered wildly below. Prince Wentian must win. Beat that kid from the dynasty, showing him there are always stronger people. Victory belongs to us. If he were born a few years earlier, he might have had a chance. In this state, Prince Wentian is invincible. ####Chapter 77. Terrifying Eddie. Finished? Now it's my turn, Eddie said angrily, maintaining his distance from Alvis. No matter who the opponent was, he had to defeat him. Not only did the other party have tricks up their sleeve, but so did he. Do you still have more tricks? Armin felt an inexplicable sense of unease deep within. If even possessing Alvis couldn't secure a victory, this person must be terrifying indeed. Michael's so young, yet frighteningly powerful. Given another 60 years, perhaps he could become a Xylanarch. At that time, even his true self wouldn't be able to deal with him. No, I must finish this quickly, Armin decided and immediately took control of Alvis's body, rushing forward to thoroughly defeat Eddie. Let me show you my power, clones. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a person identical to Eddie emerged from him, radiating the same energy as the original. Clone technique. So this is his full strength? Aspanibe, now I understand why he's called Eddie. At this moment, the crowd was astounded, believing they had seen all of Eddie's power. Yet, there was still hidden depth. One could never fathom the extent of his abilities. However, it wasn't over yet. Avatar, twinborn Dowager. A terrifying avatar slowly rose from behind him, causing onlookers to hold their breath in awe. What kind of avatar is that? My goodness, just looking at its eyes makes my soul tremble. Is he really from the Imperial Dynasty? Suddenly, everyone looked at Eddie with a mixture of apprehension and fear. It was unimaginable for such a young individual to possess such terrifying combat prowess. Even peak royal strongmen felt pressure at this moment. In this state, Eddie could stand shoulder to shoulder with them, almost reaching the level of dukedom. But was this Eddie's full strength? Each time, he exceeded expectations. Brinley, re-examine their backgrounds thoroughly. Cade's expression changed drastically. Michael feared provoking a terrifying enemy. Although he was in the Nash realm, there were many stronger hidden cards does he have? While golden bones were rare, Gold-colored skin indicated the achievement of a golden body. Even if Eddie hadn't fully covered his entire body, he had already advanced significantly on this path. Nobody expected Alvis to win. He faced a terrifying opponent. Continuing would only lead to total defeat. In this state, Alvis won't last long, they speculated. Armin, return. We've lost, Cade transmitted telepathically to Armin. There was no need to continue. Any injuries inflicted on the possessed body would hurt Alvis, and prolonging the fight would increase the trauma. They expected a swift victory, but only managed to force out some of Eddie's hidden cards. I concede, Armin, controlling Alvis, admitted. Michael couldn't let Alvis regain consciousness, or things could go awry. They needed to leave immediately. Well done, Eddie responded. Michael didn't hinder their departure. His objective had been achieved. Revealing his hidden strengths was only temporary. His power would continue to grow. I hereby announce Eddie as the champion of this year's Prodigy contest. Cade declared the result directly. With Eddie's display of immense power, the outcome of the match was certain. After announcing the schedule for the afternoon, he promptly left. It was nearing noon, and awarding prizes would naturally take place later. Eddie is the absolute dark horse this time. Michael swept through the competition undefeated. I still hoped Prince Wentian would win. So did I. But didn't you see how bizarre Eddie was? Like some kind of monster? The audience lingered, reminiscing about this extraordinary event. This edition of the Northern Domain Prodigy Contest was likely the most powerful ever, featuring 2 5th-rank royalty prodigies, each exceptionally formidable. Should they reach the ducal level, they might challenge Xylanarchs. Such talents were insurmountable peaks. Congratulations on winning first place, Kina congratulated. Though she didn't advance further, she was satisfied with her ranking. Hey Wooch sister, you did great too. Let's go back and share this good news with Brendan, Eddie said, ignoring his torn clothes. Michael wanted to share this victory with the prince. After learning the results, Isaias and company returned to the residence. Our 2 prodigies have returned, looking quite victorious, Isaias chuckled. Who would have thought they'd climb so high and win the contest? Unbelievable. Unfortunately, the Great Qin Empire was far away, making it hard to receive updates here. However, many would soon visit the Great Qin Dynasty, seeking tremendous opportunities spurred by these fearsome talents. Your Highness, let me tell you, something was off with Alvis in the final match. They still had to attend the ceremony in person, or else it wouldn't be recognized. Alright, don't be so tense. It's not easy for him to kill us. Rest for now, and prepare to leave this afternoon, Isaias said. The Great Qin Dynasty might be irretrievable. As for whether Cade would target Kevin, it was hard to say. But if the other side dared to attack the Great Qin, he would retaliate against the strong powers of the Imperial Divine Espinatial Court. With the spatial evasion shuttle in hand, who was afraid of whom? If he couldn't fight, he could run, and the other side could only choke on his exhaust fumes. Let's see who couldn't bear it more, him or Isaias. Just as he finished handling his matters, Hiroshi and his group came knocking. Congratulations, young spinster guy. The Great Qin has taken first place, they greeted with flattering words. It was obvious they were genuinely happy. After all, Isaias had come with them, making it quite honorable to boast about. And now, it seemed they could count each other as friends. I never imagined you'd grow so quickly, and them too, Elspeth commented. She hinted at something specific, but she couldn't see Eddie and the others as they had gone to rest after their battle. Only Isaias and Alf remained before them. Now, everyone around Isaias had surpassed her. Initially, Alf was the only one who posed a threat, but robe that concealed his face, yet emitting a formidable aura. Only one person in the entire Imperial Court could do this. Why has the human Nash come to visit me? Isaias asked. What did the human Nash want? To capture him? I've investigated your background. You're just a lucky recipient of some inheritance. How about this? Withdraw from today's fortune distribution, and I'll spare the Great Qin, Cade, no longer hiding his intentions, demanded. As long as Eddie didn't show up, the fortune would remain within the Imperial Divine Espinatial Court. However, he hadn't fully uncovered Isaias's background. Brinley hadn't returned yet. Michael merely wanted to intimidate Isaias into backing down. Spare the Great Qin? Your Espinjesty must still be asleep. What if I killed Crystal? Isaias responded, clutching the spatial evasion shuttle tightly. This was a human Nash realm powerhouse before him. The slightest misstep could cost him everything, and he wouldn't be able to save Alf and the others. But Isaias held a card in reserve, and wasn't afraid of what they might do to Alf and the others. Instantly, a terrifying killing intent pressed down on Isaias. Do you want to die? Cade said menacingly. This time, Isaias had struck at the core of Cade's ambitions. Whether he could break through to the Nash Respecter realm hinged on Crystal. Every attempt was pushed to the limit, needing just one of them, which only made himself unhappy. But I must bring Crystal with me before I leave, Isaias thought. What Cade truly feared was not him personally, but the potential threat of the spatial shuttle and Crystal. As long as he kept Crystal by his side, Cade would hesitate to act rashly. Since Isaias knew his secret, Cade wouldn't let Crystal remain outside freely. Michael would use any means necessary to take her away, ensuring no leverage could be used against him. Although Isaias was alone and had nothing to fear, countless citizens of the Great Qin Dynasty depended on him. The entire situation had arisen because of him, and would also end because of him. Alf, go with them to collect the reward. Once you have it, head immediately to the Tianyue Imperial Court to find me. Keep the spatial shuttle safe, and don't use it unless absolutely necessary, Isaias instructed. Your Highness, are you planning to? Alf began. Michael had been present during their conversation earlier. Sure, don't let them know about this, Isaias said. Understood. Time was of the essence. Cade might already have dispatched strong forces. In fact, upon returning, Isaias immediately summoned Armin. Go to the Tianyue Imperial Court and capture Crystal for me. Bring her back alive, Cade growled, thoroughly annoyed by the feeling of being threatened. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to him like that. Without any worries, he could now focus all his efforts on dealing with Isaias. No one who threatened him could walk away unscathed. Yes, you're a Spinjesty, Armin replied. As a loyal subject, he wouldn't question Cade's orders, he would simply execute them. Hardly had Armin entered the transmission array when Isaias followed closely behind. Both headed toward the Tianyue Imperial Court, whose defenses were no match for Armin's strength. With this matter resolved, Cade brushed off his concerns and resumed his amiable demeanor to distribute the rewards at the central square. Michael was confident in Armin's capabilities. Except for the morning incident where the competition wasn't won, Armin always handled matters well without causing worry. At this moment, the central square was packed with people eagerly awaiting the results. The prestigious talent contest, which had lasted for over half a month, was finally coming to an end. Let's congratulate all the talented individuals and wish them great achievements in their future endeavors. The crowd erupted into applause, shouting the names of the contestants. Even Eddie received cheers from the audience, earning recognition from other nation citizens. However, he didn't care about these accolades. Whether or not they acknowledged him was irrelevant. What mattered was the approval of Brendan. Once a nobody, Eddie owed everything he had to Brendan. Standing on stage, he remained composed. I won't detail the reward, this is at Cade. Now please, RMC, we'll distribute the rewards to the talent contestants. And Eddie, Alvis, Shangguan Mingyue, Wan Huatian, and Long Qilu, please follow me directly to the Howren secret realm. Eddie and Kinna's expressions turned grim. With the Nash watching them closely, leaving wasn't easy. The rewards were indeed substantial, yet they lacked interest as these wouldn't benefit them significantly. On the contrary, the other contestants were thrilled. Meanwhile, a cluster of golden clouds rapidly scattered across the sky, with the largest chunk heading straight for the Great Qin Dynasty. Far away in the capital of Great Qin, formerly Longning City, Cavan was puzzled. Why has the Golden Dragon of Fortune become so powerful? Cavan wondered. They hadn't done anything extraordinary, yet the Golden Dragon of Fortune had grown dramatically, overshadowing those of neighboring dynasties. The Imperial Seal. Suddenly, he noticed the seal held by the Golden Dragon of Fortune had ascended to the level of an Imperial Seal. This meant that once they produced a marquee, they could instantly become an Imperial Dynasty, overpowering all surrounding regions. Xylon Reaver, the enhanced Golden Dragon, would protect all living beings within the Great Qin territory, doubling their cultivation speeds. The benefits were immense, and he had no clue where they came from. Could it be Xiao Shang? Impossible. He's only been gone a few months. Michael couldn't fathom how this happened and didn't even consider Isaias, given his inability to cultivate. At the Imperial capital, Your Majesty, I'll inform my over 10 sovereigns guarded various parts of the city. Not even a fly could escape. Capture them alive. Cade instructed the nearby sovereigns through telepathy. Dead men had no value. Only living ones could make the other party hesitate. Isaias, don't think that just by going to the Tianyue Empire, you can take Crystal away. I will dig out all your secrets. No one who opposes me will have a good end, Cade thought to himself. Michael understood many things clearly, including Isaias's departure. Michael allowed it without stopping them, separating them while knowing he could always lure them back as long as someone remained. Xylon Reaver, he had dispatched Orin there too. With a sovereign's strength, capturing a Spinnerquist should be effortless. An unpossessed Orin was indeed an early-stage sovereign, and the gap between a sovereign and a Spinnerquist was significant. What Cade didn't know was that Isaias had already killed a spirit sovereign before, making him even more formidable now. Even an early-stage sovereign couldn't touch him. Thus, he let Alf and his companions leave without interference at the scene. Instead, if they were caught elsewhere, no one would know what he did, and conveniently, with one less Eddie, he could ensure his Averils benefited from the vast realm. The secret realm was specially prepared for the northern region's genius battle, opening every 25 years, filled with immense power. Giving others the advantage wasn't wise when he could give it to his own people instead. Considering this, he felt somewhat relieved. The only thing he couldn't understand was how Isaias knew about his 9 turns a reef and death reincarnation technique. None shall stop me from becoming the great Nash. Meanwhile, the three made their way straight to the teleportation array, but their faces fell as more and more powerful figures appeared around them. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to escape. We're surrounded, Alf said. Several terrifying auras were already locked onto them. Once on the teleportation array, they would be captured immediately. Then they'd be at the mercy of their enemies. Alf then made a bold decision, to find a sparsely populated area and use the spatial shuttle to escape. But without a teleportation array, they didn't know how long it would take to reach the Tianyue Empire, or if they could even find Isaias. Otherwise, everyone would be in trouble. Spatial shuttle. Alf immediately took out the shuttle, and they quickly entered it. They're trying to escape. Block them immediately. 5 to 6 sovereigns acted swiftly, attempting to stop them. Bang! A terrifying attack struck the surface of the spatial shuttle, but it only shook slightly without sustaining any real damage. This artifact could withstand prolonged assaults even from an emperor. A group of mere sovereigns couldn't stop it. You play your games. I'm not playing along. Spatial jump. Alf's laughter came from inside the shuttle, which sounded piercingly sharp in their ears. These sovereigns couldn't catch 3 Spinnerquists. Spreading this news would make them seem incompetent. Besides, how could they explain this to his Majesty? Despite their utmost efforts to block the shuttle, it was futile. Zoom. The spatial shuttle broke through the space seal, traveling through dimensions. Its destination was unclear, but simply escaping under these circumstances was a remarkable achievement. Faced with empty space, they could only curse in frustration. Darn it, he has an artifact that can tear through space. If we don't eliminate them soon, they'll become a major threat. Hurry and report to his Majesty and issue a hunt order. There will be no place for them to hide in the northern region. Since the targets had escaped, staying longer held no meaning. They returned to report. When Cade heard this news, he immediately stood up from his dragon throne. You let them escape? What are you good for? Cade shouted. Capturing them would guarantee Isaias coming over. But now, despite his power, he couldn't bring them back. They dared not speak until he finished scolding them, replying afterward, Your Majesty, the villain possesses an artifact capable of breaking space, forcefully breaching our defenses. We couldn't chase them. They are indeed cunning. Please issue a warrant. We vow to hunt the villains across the northern region. Please approve us, your majesty. The situation is as it is. You can't be blamed entirely, but we have more pressing matters. You must head to the Tianyue Empire, join forces with Oren, and bring the person back. Delay may cause unforeseen changes. Leave immediately, and we'll discuss the warrant later, Kate said. After venting his anger, his mood improved somewhat. Scolding them served no purpose. He couldn't kill them all. Who would work for him then? Obey. The six left the hall, heading straight for the Tianyue Empire. Such a significant event occurring in a short time, with 7 sovereigns descending on the Tianyue Empire, was quite terrifying. Leaving, they breathed a sigh of relief, glad to be out of the enraged emperor's presence. Despite being sovereigns, they felt unprecedented pressure. Resisting was impossible. Xylon Reaver, they couldn't bear Cade's wrath. Crystal's matter cannot fail. Cade's eyes showed profound determination. Michael had endured for thousands of years to achieve greatness and the honor of the Supreme Nash. Otherwise, why stay hidden in this desolate region for so long? Beforehand, Isaias and Oren had already arrived in the Tianyue Empire and the imperial capital, arriving just in time. It's him again. Since he works for Cade, killing him isn't too much, is it? Feeling the familiar aura of Oren, Isaias's killing intent surged. The Oren in front, unaware of the tail following him, hurried to the palace to complete the emperor's orders promptly, ignoring everything else. ##### Chapter 81. You fear you can't leave. Where is Crystal? David infiltrated a nobleman's residence, directly taking control of the noble. Compared to monarchs, nobles were far too weak and had no ability to resist. Daniel stared in horror at the figure before him, unable to discern any features, just an embodiment of darkness. Yet the other party's methods filled him with utter despair. Michael hadn't even realized someone was behind him until a blade pressed against his throat. Only then did he realize he was being held captive by someone of unimaginable strength. Though he was only a 7th-rank noble, throughout the entire empire, there should have been no one who could approach him undetected and leave him utterly defenseless. Everyone was a noble, with some higher and some lower. That was normal. And he couldn't possibly be unaware of what kind of situation the Tianyue Empire was in, which meant that this person must come from a more formidable force. 2 impossible words flashed through his mind. Xylonarch. The other party must be a powerful, high-ranking monarch. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain how he was so easily captured. Fortunately, this strong individual didn't kill him outright, but wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of a certain person. My lord, I know where Princess Crystal is and can lead you there. Please, my lord, don't kill me, Daniel said, trying to lower his stance as much as possible. What else could he do? The other party was so powerful that a mere gesture could end his life. In his heart, he mourned for Crystal, who had incurred the wrath of such a mighty power. From the other party's intentions, nothing good would come of this. Michael didn't know what would happen when they found her, but at least she would be taken alive instead of him dying. Michael could only apologize silently, feeling powerless. Don't waste time. Lead the way quickly, David ordered. David also wanted to bring Crystal back as soon as possible. Delay could lead to unforeseen complications. Who knew what might happen unexpectedly? Following Daniel's guidance, they swiftly arrived at a palace. My lord, that is the Jameis's residence, Daniel said. Since you've served your purpose, you're no longer of value. Die, David said without hesitation, slitting Daniel's throat. It was best if no one knew about this mission to avoid ruining the emperor's plans. Daniel was merely unlucky, being the closest and weakest noble to David. Before he died, Daniel's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at David, as if asking why he still killed him after leading him. Unfortunately, dead men need not understand these things, and he passed away with that confusion. After David left, Daniel's body on the ground immediately drew the attention of nearby soldiers. It's Iof. He had easily found Crystal and brought her under his control, without anyone hindering him. Ironically, most of the stronger individuals had rushed to protect the emperor after Daniel's death, leaving her vulnerable. As the Jameis and a top prodigy, she was important, but not as critical as the emperor. You. Hold your tongue, David interrupted, knocking her unconscious. Michael didn't bother with explanations. His mission was to take her back, not justify himself to a mere ant. Lifting Crystal onto his shoulder, he prepared to leave via the teleportation array and report to the imperial court. However, as he was about to depart, a figure appeared at the door, smiling ominously and watching him closely. This made David uneasy. The figure seemed familiar, and after a moment of contemplation, he realized this was the very person the emperor wanted to eliminate. But he had seen Isaias too rarely to recognize him immediately. You fear you can't leave, Isaias remarked confidently. Michael wasn't what he used to be, having now reached the 6th stage of advanced corporeal strength. Humph, no matter who you are, daring to obstruct the emperor's plan means you will remain here today, David growled menacingly. Come, let's see if you're stronger than Spirit Xylonarch, Isaias taunted. David hesitated momentarily. Spirit Xylonarch. He remembered well, but Spirit Xylonarch was already dead. It's you, David exclaimed. Perhaps these 2 individuals had come specifically for Crystal. That person, I think I've seen him somewhere before, a prince suddenly recalled. Watching the 2 battling figures, the young man seemed familiar yet impossible to place. Indeed, Isaias had only stayed briefly in Songshan City and rarely appeared in public. It would be surprising if anyone remembered him. At this moment, Shadow Iof grew increasingly uneasy as he fought. The strength of this youth seemed endless, while he, a mighty lord, was growing exhausted. His opponent was merely a prince. Continuing this fight could only lead to his death. Shadow Legend. Shadow Iof lunged fiercely at Isaias, who prepared a powerful counterattack. But in the next second, Shadow Iof fled into the distance, clearly unwilling to engage. Shadows are indeed troublesome, but do you think running will do you any good? 9 strikes of Michaelaven's decimation. Shatter Illusion. The meteoric spear chased after Shadow Iof relentlessly. This move was highly effective against phantoms. Even when he turned 2-dimensional, the meteoric spear locked onto him upon contact. A terrible scream echoed as Shadow Iof's form burst out, unable to enter shadow form again. You. Shadow Iof stared at Isaias in shock. With his power restrained, death loomed near. Fear filled his eyes as he looked at Isaias. Was this really just a prince capable of driving him to this to a kill? Nash, Crystal said. Michael didn't object. Given the strength of their opponents, she couldn't handle them. If they returned, she'd only face death here. Leaving with Isaias would benefit Tianyue dynasty more. Otherwise, another attack could devastate Tianyue completely, more than just collapsing some buildings. No time. We must leave immediately, Isaias urged. Who knew if Cade would send more enforcers? Being able to kill one Shadow Iof was lucky enough. Ideally, his realm should have reached Iof, sparing him this struggle. Being surrounded by Iofs would make escape difficult. Besides protecting Crystal, which gave them pause, he had no other options. All right, Crystal conceded. She had no choice, such was the plight of the weak. Picked up by Isaias, they flew swiftly towards the teleportation array. The space shuttle had already activated, signaling trouble for Alf's group. They wouldn't appear in Tianyue anymore, and neither did Isaias need to wait. Randomly selecting a dynasty to teleport to, there was no time to deliberate. As soon as they left, 5 or 6 Iof-level warriors arrived at the imperial capital. Where is Crystal? Everyone trembled in fear, too terrified to look up. These people exuded overwhelming authority, even more fearsome than the earlier duo. She was taken away by a strong warrior. We don't know where she went, the Tianyue Nash stammered. To survive, she could only rely on Isaias. Chapter 83, leaving the northern domain. After several dozen consecutive teleportations, Isaias finally stopped when he was certain there were no pursuers behind him. Michael planned to rest for a while in this royal city. After so many random teleportations, even he had no idea where he ended up, only that it was unfamiliar territory. Finding a sparsely populated corner, he grabbed a thug. Without much conversation, a few threats, and he quickly received honest answers. This place was called the Great Dream Imperial Dynasty, a kingdom within the Xilanuntan region. They had indeed left the northern domain and entered a neighboring region, the Xilanuntan region. The dynasty here seemed quite formidable. Within his perception, at least 5 Aspinarquis-ranked powerhouses and 1 duke already existed. And those who concealed their auras were undetectable by him, potentially harboring sovereign experts, something unmatched by the northern domain, which lacked even a single Aspinarquis. Does the Great Dream have any sovereigns? Isaias asked. Instead of speculating on his own, he figured it would be more practical to ask this person. Though his cultivation was only at the Grandmaster level, he was still from the Great Dream Imperial Dynasty, and thus likely to have better knowledge of the situation here. If sovereigns did exist, he needed to stay low for now. It wasn't wise to provoke any sovereigns yet. He could still be under Cade's global manhunt. Crystal had been taken away by him. His rage was understandable. However, Isaias wasn't worried about Cade targeting the Great Guy Empire. In their conversation that night, they had touched upon such matters. Any move against the Great Guy would result in merciless retaliation against the divine Aspinartial Imperial Court's powerhouses, leading to mutual destruction. That's why returning to the Great Guy wasn't an option. Battling within its borders would only harm its people. One day, he would make Cade taste the feeling of being relentlessly pursued. Turning his gaze sharply towards the thug, who hadn't yet answered his question. Yes. The Great Dream has sovereigns, and 3 of them. The thug hurriedly replied. All he felt towards Isaias was terror. Michael knew better than to lie or hide information. Anything less than complete honesty would invite unimaginable suffering. What are their strengths? I don't know, the thug shook his head. As just a grandmaster, he had no way of knowing the cultivations of those higher-ups. Thank you for your honesty, but for our safety, you will sleep eternally. Isaias spoke without hesitation, eliminating him immediately. Who knew if he wouldn't blabber around and draw unwanted attention? Sometimes, ruthlessness was necessary to establish stability. Any potential threat would be extinguished mercilessly. Such concerns would dwindle once he reached unrivaled strength. Aspeny, the attention of the sovereigns not fall on me, Isaias murmured to himself. Michael then took Crystal to purchase a private residence. This would be a temporary shelter. Given his unique circumstances, he needed a quiet place. Michael didn't fear the sovereigns. After all, this was just another imperial dynasty. With time, once he broke through to sovereign rank, everything would be resolved. Their arrival in this city went unnoticed. Merely 2 more people among countless others. There was nothing extraordinary about them, and they remained inconspicuous, drawing no attention. Meanwhile, Alf and the others wandered aimlessly, heading back towards the Great Guy. The world was vast, but they didn't know where to go. Previously, Isaias made all the decisions. Now, dispersed as they were, they relied on themselves. The Great Guy was the most familiar, and with the teleportation shuttle, they could flee if any strong foes came after them. This journey would not be short, however. Without using transmission arrays, they had to fly from the divine Aspinartial Imperial Court to the Great Guy Dynasty, covering tens of thousands of miles. A shadow seemed to loom over the divine Aspinartial. Isaias is spotted. While these measures seemed futile, Great Guy wasn't particularly strong, and without significant support, achieving Prince's realm or becoming an empire would take centuries. They aimed to curb Isaias's influence. Yes, the 6 responded, their eyes revealing mixed emotions. This assignment meant they were sidelined, possibly never regaining favor or access to crucial resources. Being marginalized was the harshest punishment for incompetence, leaving them powerless, much like how they made others feel. Note asterisk: the translated chapter preserves the original structure and maintains the story's continuity. Character names are kept consistent with pinyin transliterations, and the narrative tone remains intact. Chapter 84, Noel sect of floating Xilanuntan. It seemed that everything had settled into a calm, devoid of turmoil. The Xilanuntan region. Among the 9 regions of Jingzhou, the Xilanuntan region was one of the stronger ones. It boasted 5 imperial courts, 5 sacred grounds, and over 100 royal dynasties. Just the known human Nashes numbered 15. far exceeding the strength of the northern region in more ways than one. In recent years, the Xilanuntan region had seen considerable changes. While it might be stronger than the northern region, this area suffered from more disasters. No supreme power had been able to unify the Xilanuntan region, making it impossible to form a united front against external threats. Azure Cloud Imperial Court, Star Plucking Pavilion. Quickly inform His Majesty. The demons of the Noel sect may make a comeback. We must prepare early. The Noel sect is back. They've become increasingly active. Upon hearing this news, everyone present experienced a drastic change in demeanor. The Noel sect was a taboo in the Xilanuntan region. No one knew where they came from, but each time they rose, it brought catastrophic destruction to the Xilanuntan region. During the most severe incidents, 5 or 6 human nashes were lost. The Noel sect possessed formidable strength, emerging suddenly after a period of dormancy to massacre the strong within the Xilanuntan region before vanishing without a trace. No one understood their true motives. Sometimes they would appear only once every 1 to 2 centuries, while recently it had shortened to about 50 years. Since their last outbreak 30 years ago, the threat loomed ever closer. Thus, summon orders spread from the 5 imperial courts on that very day. All nobles and above were to gather at the various imperial courts to prepare for an all-out battle with the Noel sect. While this wasn't entirely mandatory, it might as well have been. Anyone within the bounds of the Xilanuntan region was fair game to the Noel sect's merciless slaughter, regardless of origin. I just advanced to noble rank. Damn this Noel sect. No telling how many powerful figures will fall this time. The summon orders sent mixed emotions among those who saw them. Issued from the imperial courts, they could not be ignored. For now, preparations were being made. No one knew when the Noel sect would arrive, but preemptive action was always better. Joining the imperial court also meant access to resources which could bolster one's own strength. To engage the Noel sect, resources couldn't be spared. Every breakthrough could mean fewer casualties for them, and thus greater benefit. The northern edge of the Xilanuntan region. Michael, the wind bit like ice, the snow never ceased, and people rarely ventured. The harsh environment made this place nearly uninhabited. Those who did come here were usually ascetics seeking enlightenment amidst the snow-covered peaks. Deep within the snow lay a towering mountain named Floating Xilanuntan. It was the highest peak in the region and a nightmare for many ascetics. Once one reached the halfway point, communication would inexplicably cut off, deterring any future ascetic from attempting the climb. At the halfway point of Floating Xilanuntan, a group of fierce-looking martial artists patrolled meticulously. Behind them lay a cave they guarded diligently, allowing no outsiders in. Blood supplies are low again. Iof Noel's power has grown even stronger. We should initiate the war directly and harvest. Let us forge my immortal demonic body with the lives of the Xilanuntan region. Unite and act without fail. As you command, Iof Noel. Your power covers millennia, unbeatable in all realms. Go now. My patience runs thin. This blood is too old. As they emerged, their eyes burned with murderous intent. This time, the barbarians of the Xilanuntan region will likely gather forces to confront us head-on. However, I plan a different strategy, said a senior member of the Noel sect. What do you suggest? All eyes turned to him, the smartest among them. Since Iof Noel mentioned using the Xilanuntan region's inhabitants for sacrifices, it's clear he needs vast amounts of blood. So, we'll start by attacking those weak dynasties, gradually devouring the Xilanuntan region. By the time they realize it, we'll ambush them on their way back, preventing their forces from consolidating. This way, they won't pose much threat to our Averils. Though the Noel sect seems heartless, awakening Iof Noel requires human sacrifice. This time, minimize losses. Well done, strategist. We'll follow your lead. I propose sending 2 nashes per dynasty, 1 noble for minor kingdoms. As for the imperial courts, our 10 members can each oversee one without needing direct action. Our combined power as 10 imperial Iofs will annihilate the Xilanuntan region. Imagine their shocked faces when we attack. Who says the Noel sect lacks wisdom? Just do it. That day, countless Noel sect Averils, they were none other than the demonic sect which had disappeared for 30 years. They received word, but didn't anticipate that the attack from the demonic sect would be so swift. Previously, attacks only happened periodically, and just 3 days after receiving the imperial edict, the demonic sect attacked. There was no time to prepare. Xylonst importantly, in the past, the demonic sect never harmed ordinary people. There was no real concern. However, this time around, the demonic sect was extremely ruthless. At this rate, the mountain region faced imminent destruction. If they continued their slaughter, by the end of the war, the mountain region might turn into a realm of ghosts. The emperor fled, abandoning this vast dynasty. Accompanied by a group of civil and military officials, he sought refuge in a neighboring empire. As for those civilians, nobody cared about them anymore. Although it seemed inhumane, at this moment, saving their own lives was the most pressing issue. With the departure of the powerful, the remaining cities became easy prey for the demonic sect. Ariancheng was the last city of the Icy dynasty. The emperor has abandoned you. Now, I give you a choice, a high-ranking noble of the demonic sect said. His disdainful aura made the people of Ariancheng fall silent. They had heard rumors of what the demonic sect had done in other cities. They wanted to flee, but as mere civilians, they could not escape. Outside the city walls, demonic beasts awaited to kill them. Ultimately, they could only wait for death. Initially, their eyes reflected hopelessness, but when they heard the words of the demonic noble, their eyes sparked with newfound life. Who wanted to die if they could live? Even serving the demonic sect was better than being betrayed by the emperor. Enter the Noelic conversion pool, accept the baptism of our Noel Iof, and become part of our demonic sect. Then we will all be comrades, and you can cultivate our demonic arts to gain unparalleled power. All those who abandoned you will pay for their actions. The demonic noble coaxed. Michael even placed the Noelic conversion pool right in the center of the city. Aspeni were already tempted. If the righteous path did not accommodate them, why couldn't they fall into demonic darkness? This world is inherently unfair. Survival of the fittest rules. Do not listen to him. Michael's leading you down the path of demons. Have you forgotten how they slaughtered our fellow citizens? Michael reticle fiends. They deserve death. Just as some were about to enter the Noelic conversion pool, they were stopped. Seeing this, the demonic noble smiled rather than showing anger. We are heretics, but now your fate is in my hands. Do you think your supposed righteousness will come to save you? How about we make a bet? Only the heretical fiends you see before you can save you. Do you believe that? Michael further shattered the spirits of these people. Once the Noel Iof emerged, a large number of demonic cultivators would be needed. Proselytizing now is a good choice. Get lost, you fools who try to stop me from becoming a demon. Righteousness? Ha, go to hell with your righteousness. I'm almost dead, and nobody has come to save me. So why not become a demon? My lord, I wish to become a demon and serve you loyally. Noelic cultivator, here I come. I have no talent, but after entering the Noelic conversion pool, will I gain immense power? Of course. As long as you are a demon, you will receive the blessing of the Noel Iof, and anyone can wield formidable power. Fine, from now on, I stand against the righteous path. What is the way of Tao? What is the way of Noels? Just matters of the heart. Xylonra and more people walked into the Noelic conversion pool. Even those who initially protested began to waver. In the face of life and death, only one's own survival truly mattered. Who was right or wrong? It didn't matter. Deep down, they knew this, but still rushed forward with determination. Not only fear of demons, but also disappointment in righteousness. When calamity strikes, who can remain aloof? Everyone is part of the situation. It's merely a question of choosing. Michael didn't retract his order. Otherwise, people might think they'd get many chances. Repeated challenges to the limits must bear consequences. This would also instill fear among newly converted demons. There was only one chance. Missed it, and perhaps next lifetime they'd fare better. Half a month passed. The entire icy dynasty fell. Apart from the last city where roughly 30,000 or 40,000 turned to demons, the rest lay in silence, corpses piled high. Without proper handling, plagues might break out, posing an even graver challenge to the mountain region. ####Chapter 86, Turmoil. Their powerful life force and blood were collected and sent to Fushan. The Noel Iof's cultivation has probably already reached the heavens. Not just the Noel Iof. Even his 10 subordinate Empyreans could grind the mountain regions into dust several times over. Now that a full-scale war has erupted, everywhere they pass is left almost entirely dead, except for Noel sect Avrils. They do not kill demonic beasts. Well, not absolutely. Noelic beasts reside deep within the mountains, making them difficult to hunt. Humans live in cities, and any city houses hundreds of thousands of lives, far easier to take than hunting demonic beasts. Not only the Polar Cold Dynasty but all human nations near the Fushan region are now threatened. The Polar Cold Dynasty was merely the first to fall, but certainly not the last. This sudden change has left the gathered experts of the 5 imperial courts stunned. The anticipated chaos among heroes did not occur. Prepared for death, they were instead informed that their homes had been raided. Millions of lives are lost each day. This is the Fushan Noel sect, a brutal force with formidable power. Unable to match it, one can only wait to die. In the Azure Cloud Imperial Court, could the Noel sect have an Empyrean-level expert? Nash Azure Cloud worriedly asked. Michael had reached the peak of human sovereign level, just a step away from Empyrean. Yet this step had held him back for millennia, unable to advance further. This single step was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Empyrean was his greatest concern. Without such strength, where did the Noel sect find the courage to launch a total war, directly aiming to exterminate the mountain region? Their fierce momentum truly frightened everyone. Your Majesty, we should seek aid from the Divine Dynasty. Just now, I divined and it seems highly likely the Noel sect has an Empyrean-level expert. We can't stop them, and I suspect their large-scale massacres serve a greater purpose, possibly sacrifices. We must be cautious. The Divine Dynasty itself is facing many troubles. Will they be able to come in time? Regardless, we must try. In that case, I'll humbly ask the Divine Dynasty one last time. If it can bring peace and safety to my Azure. Looked at Isaias, her face filled with hope. Walking through the streets, bad news comes every day. The enemy hasn't arrived yet, but morale is already shattered. The issue of closed borders has nearly sparked conflicts. Throughout history, people always think of their own escape when faced with disasters. Note, I've maintained the meaning and fluency in English while ensuring it reads naturally. Now, the only person she could rely on was Jedediah. Time and fate, there's no use rushing. We still have some time before the demon cult reaches here, and I need to strive for a breakthrough. Jedediah said. Michael was acutely aware of how inadequate his strength was. The step from Wangho to Junju is indeed very difficult. Despite signing in for half a month with substantial bonuses, there has been no improvement in strength. However, quite a few supreme skills have been learned. But without improving his cultivation, it was meaningless. To better fit the context and ensure natural fluency in English, I would refine this sentence as follows. But without improving his cultivation, it was all meaningless. Fortunately, today's check-in was decent, and in a few more days, he should be able to break through. Only then would he have some confidence in surviving the disaster. As for everyone else, it was up to their own fate. As for Crystal, they would have to play it by ear. Since she wasn't part of his inner circle, the Chandal rewards didn't include heavenly resonance pills and were all tailored to Isaias' needs. The resource even more powerful figures in the future. Resources were severely lacking, so he would only accept those with extraordinary talent. Open up, we're drafting soldiers. The edited translation conveys the meaning accurately and reads naturally in English. It maintains consistency in terminology and style with the rest of the narrative. The noise outside the door was chaotic. At this moment, they were going door to door seeking people, especially high-realm martial artists who were desperately needed for the battlefield. According to the Household Registration Office, this courtyard had been purchased not long ago by someone who was, at the very least, a Grandmaster expert. Such an individual would be more than capable of handling some demonic cultivators and contributing significantly to the empire's efforts. Get lost. Have your emperor come see me. Isaias impatiently sent out his voice, his terrifying aura sweeping across the entire imperial capital. Which sovereign is enraged? This revision ensures the sentence reads naturally in English while maintaining the meaning and context of the original text. It also keeps consistency with the terminology used in the rest of the passage, such as referring to high-ranking individuals as sovereigns. This aura startled the people in the city. The massive disturbance was no less impressive than that of a sovereign, and it was naturally assumed to be a display of sovereign-level power. After all, there were only 3 sovereigns in the entire imperial capital. In the imperial palace. Note. For a more contextually accurate translation, it would be better to have the surrounding sentences. However, based on the provided sentence, this is the natural and fluent English translation. There's another Iof. This increases our chances of victory a bit. I'll go meet him. For better fluency and natural reading in English, the translation can be edited as another Iof. This boosts our odds a little. I'll go and meet him. Be careful, this situation is not easy to handle. Those low-ranking soldiers probably provoked him. This edit ensures the translation reads naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. At that moment, outside the courtyard, the few soldiers had yet to recover from their shock. For a moment, they thought they had encountered their own great-grandmother. Note, the original sentence uses a culturally specific reference, Zunai, meaning great-grandmother. That doesn't translate well into English. I've adjusted it to convey the same sense of shock and familiarity while ensuring it reads naturally in English. If you prefer a more literal translation or a different cultural reference, please let me know. They looked at each other in shock. They seemed to have discovered someone of great importance. It was already a stroke of luck that he didn't take their lives after they knocked on the door. Come on, quickly return and report to the emperor. This maintains the urgency and natural flow in English while accurately conveying the meaning from the original text. Not daring to linger, they immediately left the place, knowing it was far beyond their capability to handle the situation. Chapter 87. Invitation. The Great Dream Dynasty's powerhouses arrived and stood outside Isaias's door. Without permission from the person inside, they did not dare barge in recklessly. They had been hiding for so long without being discovered, indicating the other party's strength. Besides, they still needed Isaias's power to help the Great Dream Dynasty through tough times. Come in. After a while, they finally heard a voice coming from inside, which slightly eased their expressions. They were rulers, yet they were waiting like students to be summoned. Without hesitation, they walked in directly. In the face of formidable enemies, all preconceived notions could be set aside, especially since they had no conflict with the person inside. Upon seeing Isaias, the 3 men felt an indescribable strangeness. Young. Too young. Isaias gave off the vibe of a 20-something youth. Although higher cultivation led to stronger vitality and youthful appearance, his aura was distinctly different from what they imagined. Indeed, heroes emerge from the young. At your age, you've already become a ruler, making us feel ashamed, somewhat limited but determined to fight to the death. If he survived, it would bring him significant benefits. Because of the emergence of the Noel sect, he had obtained many items from the sign-in system. The longer it took, the more resources he acquired. However, the system had assigned no specific missions. The only task-like thing was helping Crystal. Everything depended on his own abilities to secure these resources. Michaelaring this, the trio's faces showed displeasure. They had come with sincere intentions, only to receive such a reply and not even know his full name. Yet, they couldn't suppress their anger, as Isaias's strength was indeed powerful and invaluable to them. In that case, we won't disturb you further. We hope, brother Guy, you can lend a hand when the time comes, Leandro said. Since the other party was unwilling to say more, staying here held no meaning. I'll do my best, Isaias responded. If things got out of hand, he'd run away. Sir, they don't seem very happy, Crystal said after Leandro left. So what? As long as I'm strong, wherever I go, nobody dares say no. Focus on cultivating now, Isaias replied. Those people's thoughts had nothing to do with him. Michael needed to break through to the ruler realm before the Noel sect arrived. Once he reached that level, his physical strength would fully manifest, and his combat power would skyrocket, potentially rivaling advanced orders. They prepared a vast amount of resources and sent a warrior to deliver them. Sir Guy, the Nash has instructed me to give you these to assist you. Isaias pondered over the received resources for a long time. Please tell the Nash that my name is Isaias. When the Noel sect arrives, send someone to summon me, Isaias said. This was the Great Dream Dynasty's gesture of goodwill, which he accepted. I will certainly convey the message. I won't disturb you further. Michael left immediately to report back to Blaze. Isaias, huh? Ancestor, you really see far. Blaze marveled internally. Now they knew that the other party didn't seem to need their help, yet responded positively to their gesture of goodwill, ensuring future support, a promise. These resources wouldn't serve much use to Isaias, whose requirements to break through realms were immense. The entire treasury of the Great Dream Dynasty might not suffice. Take it for cultivation. Your strength isn't enough, Isaias told her. Crystal was initially happy, but almost choked upon hearing the latter part. I'm at 6th Michaelaven phase, for crying out loud, she thought. Though compared to Isaias, it seemed lacking. Chapter 88. Sovereign Realm. No matter how unpleasant he felt, resources were indispensable for cultivation. These things far surpassed those in the Tianyue Empire, significantly accelerating his cultivation. Michael would be foolish not to utilize them. For Isaias, staying at this level of cultivation was a hindrance. If surrounded and pressured, it would put him in a difficult position. Rather than facing such a situation, it was better to nip it in the bud. Days passed one by one. Every day brought new news. A certain dynasty had been destroyed, and the Jarrett sect had slaughtered another city. There was not a single piece of good news. The defense lines were continuously shrinking. Aspeny powerful individuals had retreated to the central mountainous region, uniting all top forces to fight against the Jarrett sect to the death. A single force was simply unable to resist the Jarrett sect. One day, someone came to the courtyard outside Isaias's residence. A spinster guy, the front lines are getting perilous. I'm going to the Tsangyun Imperial Court. My 2 younger family members will trouble you to take care of them. If I unfortunately perish, and the empire is trampled by the Jarrett sect, you are free to leave. Leandro bowed in the direction of Isaias. In his heart, he had a premonition that the young man inside might be the last hope for the Dream Dynasty. While he did not expect him to overthrow the Jarrett sect, just holding off a few Jarrett sect experts during their invasion would suffice. With strength on par with the sovereign despite being only a prince, Isaias possessed extraordinary power. Even if defeated, they could easily escape unless caught unawares. Normally, princes found it extremely difficult to kill a sovereign. The previous success against Abdullah and David was largely due to luck. So-called natural order was the ultimate manifestation of power, allowing the use of natural forces to enhance combat prowess. For instance, a practitioner of wind attributes could harness wind power to increase strength. Currently, they could only borrow this power but not control it. Once they reached the Empyrean realm and formed a domain, they could rule within that domain. Prince, using power to dominate. Sovereign, controlling the natural order. Empyrean, domain barrier. This was step-by-step utilization of natural forces, providing immense enhancement. Empyreans could transform a space into their domain, trapping any fighter who entered. Below this realm, there was almost no chance of defeating an Empyrean without equal strength. Now, with the Dharma body at the 2nd rank, combat power surged, bringing him closer to greater strength. Next, he needed to cross into the sovereign realm and become an unparalleled sovereign. Xylonuntans have no fixed shape, water no fixed form. Where does my power lie? Isaias wondered. Michael continued his seclusion, needing more time. Meanwhile, terrifying wars erupted. The enemy seemed unhurried, they were playing a bigger game. One day, in the Dream Dynasty, today, I will enter the sovereign realm. Natural order, condense. Terrorizing Qi swept across the dream capital, leaving everyone stunned. They heard the sound of someone entering the sovereign realm. In an instant, winds rose and clouds gathered. Countless natural Qi converged on one spot. Isaias's body acted like a black hole, absorbing madly. Michael aimed to break through directly to the high sovereign realm. Being trapped here for so long, this burst of advancement was unstoppable. After a few breaths, boom, natural Qi trembled. Sovereign, truly a sovereign. We pay respects to the sovereign. Countless civilians knelt on the ground. A living sovereign was much more influential than an emperor. They dared not stand up, continuing to wait. The momentum of the breakthrough had not ended yet, continuing forward. Within a short time, he crossed into the mid-sovereign realm. Inside the palace, Horst and his Pablo were dumbfounded by the overwhelming aura. Having spent half their lives cultivating to reach the initial stage of sovereign, seeing Isaias reach mid-stage in one go was awe-inspiring. Sighing, they watched further, curious about Isaias's limits. Of their end. Even as powerful as a divine being, one cannot escape aging. Naturally, they didn't want the rank of the Yuhua divine dynasty to fall to that of an imperial court. An imperial court without an emperor-level cultivator is not recognized. Some emperors at their peak force their kingdoms to be regarded as imperial courts, taking advantage of regions without strong forces, though no one acknowledges these claims. Otherwise, most nations in Jingzhou would have been demoted. A divine dynasty must have a divine being. An imperial court needs at least one emperor cultivator. A royal dynasty can be established by human emperors. As for kingdoms, if they have dukes, they are considered top tier. Without dukes, they are easily replaced and lack any strength. The Yuhua divine dynasty was the only divine dynasty in Jingzhou and had the sole divine being. If he were to die and no one else could break through to this level, Jingzhou would face invasions from other large provinces, as they wouldn't have the means to defend themselves. According to this trend, Oswald will soon reach the divine being realm. It was ultimately my mistake. His roots have grown too deep to save. Even at the cost of my life, I must suppress him. Prepare swiftly, dispatch the army to the mountain region. We must eliminate this vile offspring before the enemy arrives. The figure on the mountaintop finally spoke. The family can't withstand it. A representative from the Ji family came here, delivering this message. It was a warning and declaration of war. If they surrendered, everything could be negotiated. They could rejoin the Yuhua divine dynasty as generals, representing it in battles for the continent. If not, the forefather would settle the score personally. Though the Dwight might rival the forefather in strength, his emperor-level devil cultivators were fewer than those of the Yuhua divine dynasty. Defeat was inevitable. The power of the Ji family cannot be underestimated. We must await the Dwight's decision. Indeed, the Ji family has several emperor venerables we can't handle. But they try to pacify us without showing up. Don't they underestimate us? They headed directly to the Blood Jarrett pool to await the Dwight's response. A spinster Dwight, how should we proceed? They detailed everything to the Dwight, acknowledging his lineage to the Ji family. Ha ha ha, that old ghost Daryl couldn't hold back. Do as you see fit. From Jing province to the mountain region, it's about a month's journey. During this time, slaughter the mountain region freely. Use the Blood Jarrett pool. As the Dwight spoke, the blood coffin emitted terrifying energy. Dynasty, like the Dream Royal Dynasty. Chapter 90, Taking Action. I'll be there. Let's go, Isaias said. Both his cultivation and physical prowess had reached the high-rank Xylanarch level, making him virtually invincible within his realm. It was a pity that Alf and the others couldn't come. Otherwise, they could all improve together. With Alf's strength, it wasn't impossible after so long. There was no need to overly worry about them either. Compared to cultivation talent, they were still above Isaias. But for now, the priority was to resolve the crisis caused by the Jarrett sect. Alright, then I'll wait for young Master Guy in the border city, Blaze said. Michael had to immediately head to the front lines. Michael couldn't let his soldiers fight on the front lines while he remained idle in the capital, doing nothing. Besides, if he didn't go himself, why should Isaias help defend against external enemies? The vast imperial capital was almost deserted. Everyone with cultivation had already gone to the border, and as for the civilians, they could do nothing but pray here. War didn't involve them directly, but if the front lines fell, they would die anyway. A few days ago, one could still see people on the streets. Today, when Isaias looked outside, only a few scattered figures remained. A prosperous city, due to an invasion war, had become desolate overnight. Young Master Guy, what about me? Mountain region without a place to hide. For their first encounter, Blaze personally led the army and charged into the enemy ranks. Including Blazin, they only had 2 Xylanarchs on their side. While the enemy had 10, they were now surrounded, looking on mockingly, treating them like clowns. Yet despite this, they fought to the death without retreating. Surrender to the Dwight, and your lives will be spared, a Jarrett sect Xylanarch said. This was a high-rank Xylanarch with formidable strength. Michael could easily kill Blaze and his Pablo without effort. On this journey, no monarch from any nation dared face them, fighting bravely alongside their people. Such people caught his attention, and he wanted to recruit them. Haha, there's no need for words. If you want to kill my people, step over my broken body first, Blaze said. Become a devil? Michael wasn't mad. If becoming a devil solved all problems, he would have done so long ago. Even if he surrendered now, the vast lands behind him would still be ruthlessly razed by the Jarrett sect, with few survivors. Since such was the case, why align with the devils and shame his ancestors? Even dying standing was better than living kneeling. You're a spingisty. We cannot let our Nash fight alone. Brothers, kill these bastards. Kill. Insulting their monarch. How could they stand idly by? Each burst forth, entangling with the enemies, though it was futile. The enemy outnumbered and outclassed them. It was a battle with no suspense, destined to fail. Yet, they resolved to charge forward regardless. Stubborn fools, the Jarrett sect Xylanarch said. Michael gave them a chance because he saw something valuable in Blaze and his Pablo. Since they were ungrateful, there was no need for courtesy, just kill them. From now on, the mountain region needed only one voice. Young Master Guy, why aren't you here yet? The people of the Great Dream Dynasty can't wait any longer, Blaze thought despairingly. His own death wasn't terrible, but what about the fates of these millions of warriors and civilians? Die. No one will come to save you. The Jarrett sect Xylanarch moved instantly, unleashing a terrifying force. The Pablos couldn't resist, truly feeling the gap between them. I'm here. Just as the attack was about to end their lives, a figure appeared, intercepting the attack and dissolving it. Who is he? So strong. Whoever he is, he's here to help us. The Nash is saved. Brothers, give it your all. Tear these scoundrels apart. How quickly you turn your back. Jarrett's deserve death. Suddenly appearing, Isaias gave them immense courage, launching a new counterattack. Young Master Guy, Blaze said, finally feeling relief. You guys help the other warriors. This is my responsibility, Isaias said. Who are you? The Jarrett sect Xylanarch asked, his tone unfriendly. Michael hadn't attacked earlier because Isaias' strength intimidated him. Even unprepared, such an attack wasn't something a regular Xylanarch could withstand. Isaias, having just arrived, casually deflected the attack. Definitely a formidable figure, but he remembered no record of Isaias in his intel, meaning this was an unexpected adversary. The dead don't need to know. 9 strikes of Michael Avon slaying. Isaias didn't argue, attacking at close range. In the enemy's surprise, he impaled a Xylanarch with one swift strike. With his current strength, killing lesser opponents was effortless. You will die. All attack, kill him, the Jarrett sect Xylanarch ordered. Fair play wasn't a concern. They were devil cultivators. Even despicable means were justified. Besides, outnumbering him was nothing to consider. Chapter 91. A decisive victory. Beside them, Blaze and his Pablo, who had not yet left, wanted to step in to help but were shouted down by Isaias. Still here? Wanna die? Isaias roared. In his uncontrolled state, he could not be responsible for any accidental harm. Xylon Reaver, the enemy was too formidable, and these 2 Pablos would only be liabilities. They left, driven away by curses. Since Isaias, they must continue fighting. You 9 combined can barely match me? Do you really think I can't kill you? Divine Nash slays 9 Michael Avons, Isaias said, suddenly sheathing his spear and launching a rapid attack with terrifying power toward the nearest lord. Boom. To everyone's astonishment, he obliterated the person outright. What? His boxing technique is more fearsome than his spear skills. The remaining lords were shocked, puzzled why Isaias had stopped using his spear. It became clear that he had superior combat techniques that could instantly kill a lord. 10 lords had been reduced to 8. Alexei's expression darkened, bearing the brunt of another loss due to a poor decision. Retreat, join forces to kill him. Don't give him a chance to breathe. They unleashed even more potent attacks, surrounding Isaias. It was clear he was also a high-ranking lord, but his burst strength exceeded theirs. If they could endure until he exhausted himself, they could finish him off. Reasonably assuming that the young Isaias lacked stamina for extended combat, they aimed to force him into a defensive stance. Trying to tire me out? Isaias laughed, a carefree laugh. Even if they wore themselves out, they couldn't budge him. Apart from Alexei, the rest could be disregarded. Michael resisted only because he wasn't masochistic. Though his 6th-stage body was strong, being hit still hurt. Take this punch. A mid-range. Continuing this battle meant certain death. Already 3 had fallen, leaving the remaining unable to handle this monstrous creature. Xylaments later, retreat was on their minds. They couldn't win and needed stronger warriors to deal with this menace. Otherwise, confronting him meant certain death. Look for an opportunity to withdraw, Alexei said. Too powerful. Isaias forced them to yield. But could they leave as they wished? Another lord is dead. Victory tilts towards us. Michael's incredibly strong, holding off 10 without faltering. Press our advantage. Kill all the demon cultivators today. The Great Dream border cannot be violated. Each time Isaias killed a lord, the morale of the Great Dream soldiers surged. These lords had been a heavy burden, now removed. leaving the mere demon cultivators insignificant. Bloodshed stretched far and wide. Every moment brought deaths, the battle exceedingly brutal. Minutes later, another corpse fell from the sky, deepening the demons' despair. Their mighty opponent seemed superhuman, effortlessly killing another lord amidst numerous attackers. This was not some minor figure but a true lord, killed so easily. Retreat. Alexei finally snapped, signaling immediate withdrawal. Continued fighting meant certain defeat, and soon no one would escape, including the million demon cultivators below. If you can escape, I'll take your name. You won't see any more, Isaias replied, not slowing his movements as he swiftly attacked Alexei, already battered and bruised. It took only a few moments for Alexei to succumb to the long spear in Isaias's hands. The last Iof had fallen, and the outcome of this war was now inevitable. Congratulations, host, for eliminating a perpetrator of slaughter and contributing to the balance of the world. Starting tomorrow, your sign-in rewards will increase. There's such a thing? Isaias was somewhat surprised. Was this acknowledgement from the universe? And with that, his rewards increased? Putting away his spear, he landed on the ground, standing shoulder to shoulder with Blaze. Sir Guy. Both of them stared at Isaias with golden eyes, unable to believe that this seemingly ordinary young man had killed 10 Iofs. If they remembered correctly, Isaias had only recently ascended to the rank of Iof. Such combat strength was beyond their wildest expectations. They knew Isaias was powerful, but not this powerful. Your Majesty, the demon cultivators are fleeing. How should we proceed? A general approached. Blaze instinctively looked toward Isaias. Now, the one with the most authority to decide was Isaias. Michael, as the emperor, was merely a supporting role. Chase after them and kill them all. Do not give them any chance. I will help you fight, and if they escape back, they will surely bring more formidable forces to the next place without telling anyone where exactly he was going. Michael needed to help the other nations in the mountainous region get through their difficulties. Michael realized that as long as he was in the midst of war, his cultivation could rapidly improve. Xylon Reaver, each time he killed a top-tier demon cultivator, the rewards from the next day's sign-in would increase significantly. After just a few days, his cultivation had begun to loosen up. Additionally, even body-strengthening pills had appeared, which could directly enhance physical strength, an invaluable treasure. Perhaps this invasion by the Noel sect wasn't entirely bad. At least it allowed him to boost his strength. Horst said, I owe you gratitude for your timely assistance in this battle. I cannot leave for now, but once I return victorious to the capital, I will surely honor you and express my deepest gratitude. Had Isaias not arrived in time, the Great Dream Empire would have been in dire straits. Thank you, but it's unnecessary, Isaias said before riding the clouds away. During the war, except for a few imperial courts, other nations didn't have the capability to activate protective teleportation arrays. They had all been shut down. Michael had to rely on his own flying ability to move around. It wasn't much of an issue since he wasn't heading to any imperial court anyway, where the battles were even more intense. Going there wouldn't serve any practical purpose. He was merely a Iof. Unable cultivators resulted in significant losses among their troops. After resolving another kingdom's crisis, he left the battlefield quietly, hiding both his identity and his deeds. Michael continued this anonymous combat, having slain countless lives over the past period. Night fell. In a few more days, I'll break through to the peak Iof realm. Isaias gazed at the stars. My strength has grown stronger, but even more terrifying enemies lie ahead. Michael could only sneak around within smaller nations. Great Dream Empire. Is he really leaving? Crystal wondered. Although people returned with news of victories from the front lines, Isaias hadn't reappeared. She had asked around, but no one knew who Isaias was. However, they remembered a peerless youth who single-handedly slaughtered 10 Iofs, securing their victory. They hadn't seen Isaias since the pursuit. We should wait a bit longer. Maybe he just had urgent matters, Crystal said, shutting her courtyard door, no longer concerned with the outside world. Songyun Imperial Court. Gathered here were numerous strong figures, all with solemn expressions. An entire imperial court had fallen, demonstrating the might of the Noel sect. One day wasn't enough to hold out. Despite the 100-plus human sovereigns gathered here post-collapse, the plan was to focus all forces at the strongest Songyun Imperial Court while abandoning other areas. Engaging the demon cultivators in the northern region warriors were needed to assist the mountain region due to threats. They joined the group and successfully arrived in the mountain region. But here, they faced even more daunting challenges. Chapter 93, The Divine Dynasty arrives. That day, they joined the war and felt the breath of death. The dense and unending ranks of demon cultivators pressed down on them so hard that it was difficult to breathe. No wonder few were willing to support the Xylonuntan region. The disaster here was truly too terrifying. Even if all the martial artists from the northern domain joined the battlefield, it wouldn't make a splash. Thankfully, the few of them had decent strength and survived one battle after another. Xylon Reaver, their strength improved further through these battles, yet this still didn't bring them any sense of security. Even the human Nashes had already died several times, let alone them. Recently, they heard some good news. A young genius had been helping stabilize the rear situation. As long as the main force of demon cultivators didn't emerge, they would still have a chance. During this rare respite, they enjoyed a moment of ease. On floating Xylonuntan, Daryl, the old man, is taking his sweet time. I can't wait anymore. Oswald appeared, bare-chested, standing atop the mountain. His red pupils, flowing long hair, and full-body black dragon tattoos made him seem more sinister. Behind him stood 10 imperial sovereigns, his strongest subordinates. These people hadn't gone to the battlefield but were waiting for Oswald's next move. The man in front of them was a terrifying existence of the divine, a peak figure. With him around, the feathered divinity dynasty was destined to fall. The nation of demon cultivators would soon rise. Go give them some pressure. Leave no one alive in the imperial court. Oswald suddenly turned and said to those behind him. With their strength, swallowing the Xylonuntan region would be child's play. They hadn't acted directly yet solely because they were waiting for their desired opponents. This place was their base. The battlefield would favor them even more. Yes. The 10 nodded, cruelty flashing in their eyes. Oswald left. It wasn't yet his time to act. Let Xilanshire go. The Sphinx sure everything goes smoothly. I'll take care of it. Xilanshire, ranked last among the 10. Such an effortless task required no one else. He could suppress 100 human Nashes alone. Back then, they forced us out to this desolate land. Let them taste being sealed away, Xylinda said viciously. I've heard someone is slaughtering our kings and lords. Should we stop them? They aren't even human Nashes, just relying on slightly stronger lord cultivation levels to oppress their peers. There's no need to worry. If we can recruit them as average cultivators at the human Nash level emerged, especially supported by an unfathomable demon cultivator behind them, plunging the morale of all martial artists into despair. That person. They had seen him before, slaying several human Nashes with a single sword stroke, leading to the downfall of Tianqiong Imperial Court. An imperial sovereign. And an imperial sovereign who personally oversaw the battle, exerting immense pressure. Within 3 days, 2 more imperial courts fell. Noel cultivators advanced like a flood, sweeping through the Xilanuntan region, pushing back the cultivators step by step. One day, outside the capital of Tsangyun Imperial Court. Without an imperial sovereign, what kind of court is this? Die. Xilanshire moved, overwhelming demonic chi crushing and corroding the city that had stood for 10,000 years. It couldn't withstand the assault of an imperial sovereign and collapsed instantly. The last few human Nashes died in battle, whether original members, hidden ones, or reinforcements, including those from Star Realm. Blood stained the sky. From this moment, they had lost. Lost thoroughly, without any strong figures left, only lords. Against demon cultivators, there was no resistance. They fled wherever they could, hurrying back to their own empires to face the impending demonic armies. Alf and others were scattered, drifting with enemy strength was terrifying beyond imagination. They couldn't even touch a hair of theirs. Xylon Reaver, the enemy had hesitated, not killing them outright. Was it to wait for someone to come? Or was it the powerful person who sealed them who had overheard something significant? Chapter 94. The rebellious Ganon Daozhu. Human deity. The faces of those from the divine dynasty changed dramatically. Others might not recognize it, but they were very familiar with the aura of a human deity. Only such powerful beings could project their voice across an entire major domain. The expressions of those present turned grim. Wasn't this saying that only if their forefather took personal action could they suppress the other party? This is merely a lower deity. Acting so rashly, what decorum is this? Daryl cursed. Oswald's becoming a human deity came as no surprise to him. However, entering divinity through demonic means was terrifying. Such individuals would resort to terrible massacres at any time. Even he couldn't confidently say he could steadily defeat the Noel Iof. The other party was a lower deity, but wasn't he also one? But now was not the time to show weakness. If even he lost composure, what would happen to everyone else? There'd be total chaos. Compared to the Nash realm, deities were truly terrifying. At this level, they could turn the tide with a flick of their hand, decreeing laws that stabilize the world. How could their power be something within the scope of Nash's? With me here, the Noel Iof will not become too much of a problem, Daryl said, calming people down for the moment. Ancestor, then what should we do next? I think since Oswald set a month's deadline, he must be in poor condition. Why don't we launch a surprise attack? The second Pablo makes sense. We should finish him off while he's weakened and not give him another chance. They had both admiration and hatred for this Oswald. If he followed the righteous path, the G family having 2 deities would shine for 10,000 years more. But now, all that was lost and moreover, Oswald had broken through to the human deity realm, standing in opposition to the G family. Either Oswald would be killed and his teachings eradicated, bringing glory to the G family, or their clan would fall into ruin. There was no third outcome. Between the two, there would inevitably be casualties. Hush. For this month, you will remain quietly. If Averils of the Noel sect invade, kill them on sight, Daryl commanded. Only he knew that this month wasn't given by Oswald, but was a period Oswald allowed for him to reach peak condition. Only in that state would he be worthy of fighting Oswald. How foolish of them to even think of ambushing him. A peak human deity was not someone they could challenge. No matter how many Nashes there were, not even 10,000. Finally, it's here, Isaias said. Michael immediately asked the system to start the summon. With his current strength, hopefully, the summon follower wouldn't be as weak as Alf. It would be great if he could get a formidable deity level being. That feeling of being suppressed was extremely unpleasant. Summon successful. Summon character, Daozhu Ganon from the chaotic Dao world. Current level, 9th rank Nash Venerable. The void twisted, and a figure walked out directly. As the figure revealed himself fully, Isaias saw a man holding a fly whisk, dressed in a Taoist robe, sporting a long beard, and with flowing white hair, looking somewhat ethereal. So fragile a space. But this Daozhu acknowledges my loss and recognizes you as my master, Ganon Daozhu said. Isaias felt struck. Why did Ganon Daozhu seem disdainful towards his world? And what bet was he talking about? Xylon Reaver, he had never heard of Ganon Daozhu before. However, someone called Daozhu surely wasn't weak at their peak. Don't look at me like that. This Daozhu speaks with honesty. Nor do I need your worry. Each time you enhance your cultivation, so shall I until reaching peak strength. With my guidance, you will quickly ascend to the pinnacle, Ganon Daozhu continued. But his words confused Isaias. One thing he liked was that as he advanced, Ganon Daozhu would gain strength, eventually reaching the peak. Who knew what level? Chapter 95. Gathering of the Armies. When Crystal returned, she saw an unfamiliar person but did not give it much thought. She had no authority to interfere with Isaias's affairs, and was only a little curious why this person followed Isaias's every word. What she didn't expect was that this Taoist, who looked somewhat like a celestial sage, would turn out to be a formidable 9th rank Nashtun expert, just below the celestial deities in the human realm. In the Imperial realm, the bottom 3 ranks are known as Great Nashes, the middle 3 as Nash Iofs, and the top 3 as Nash Respectables. Daozhu Ganon resided at the final rank of the Imperial realm. After surpassing it, one could ascend to the domain of celestial deities. Even someone as powerful as Dao Zhuganan dared not claim he could kill celestial deities at the imperial level. The gap between these higher realms is vast and incomparable. The abilities they command are fundamentally different. Now, talking about the Dark Iof and Daryl, even though they were lower gods, they possessed divine cores which made them far superior to the imperial realm, nearly immune to destruction. In Jingzhou, aside from these two, with Dao Zhuganan present, he could almost go unchallenged. Pack up, we're leaving, Isaias said. Now that Cade no longer posed a threat, after the chaos within the Jarrett sect ended, he could forcefully Even those below the required level had come to contribute to the mountain region. After identifying themselves, they were assigned to the irregular troops camp. There was no time for training. Once the war began, each fought their own battles, needing no commands. Perhaps the Divine Dynasty soldiers wouldn't even pay attention to them. After all, the Divine Dynasty itself could face the Jarrett sect alone. Recruiting these people merely reduced their own casualties, something Isaias didn't mind. His goal was to kill demon cultivators, which benefited him. Why wouldn't he do it? Your Highness, there's a lower god over there, Dao Zhuganan whispered quietly into Isaias's ear. Only celestial deities could threaten him, deserving his utmost vigilance. With his current strength, he couldn't kill celestial deities, nor could they easily kill him. Michael had that much confidence, but no one liked having such a terrifying presence nearby. It should be that so-called ancestor of the Yuhua Divine Dynasty. Let him deal with the Dark Iof. We'll wait for opportunities to kill more Imperial Realm martial artists, Isaias said. The stronger the enemy he killed, the richer the rewards from his sign-in system. Even back in the Great Guy, the rewards wouldn't diminish. Otherwise, who would risk coming here? Got it. You've reminded me so many times. If we could kill some Imperial Realm warrior, sect cultivators swiftly assembled. The Dark Iof's orders were absolute. No one dared defy. An endless sea of dark-clad warriors covered the snowy field. Looking out, it seemed boundless, filled with powerful warriors. They had waited for this day for a long time, hence the rapid assembly. In just half an hour, everyone was ready. A force numbering billions, quite efficient indeed. Advance to the mountain region, march. Kill. Bearing intense murderous intent, they surged southward. Fortunately, cities en route were already evacuated, preventing unnecessary slaughter. No one could halt their progress, pushing forward directly before the Divine Dynasty forces. In this massive battlefield, it was wall-to-wall people. The demonic beasts on the mountains had long fled, too terrified to remain. Oswald, after 10,000 years, you still don't repent. Your crimes warrant execution. Daryl appeared in the sky, directly addressing Oswald. Ultimately, this epic war was an internal conflict among the G family, dragging countless innocents into it. Old fool, you're stubborn. What's wrong with demons? Look at me. Haven't I broken through to deityhood? Today, either you die or I live. Noel troops, annihilate them utterly. With a wave of his hand, countless Jarrett sect warriors surged forward aggressively. These notifications provided him the motivation to fight bravely. Otherwise, he would have retreated. The sole drawback might be the lack of tangible benefits. Nevertheless, he received more resources daily than before, which was indeed an improvement. As for Dao Iof Ganon, he suppressed his cultivation and mingled among the human Nashes, seizing opportunities to eliminate them. A move akin to taking credit, but no one dared to cause internal strife during such a critical moment, so they kept their distance from Dao Iof Ganon. Jensen paid no attention to all this. His goal was simply to deliver the final blow and reap the rewards, while letting the Divine Dynasty warriors handle the hard work. As for the Imperial Realm battlefield, it would take days to reach a decisive outcome unless the cultivation gap was enormous. Among so many Imperial Realm experts, not even one reached the rank of an Imperial Venerable, ensuring that no one surpassed another too significantly, leading to a prolonged and intense battle. This allowed him time to roam within the human Nash battlefield. In an isolated dimension, only the Dwight and Daryl remained. Their battlefield was moved here to prevent the surrounding mountains from collapsing if their conflict continued unchecked. Peerless one, if you turn back now, the G family will still respect you as their ancestor. Missing this chance will cost you forever, Daryl said. Michael still harbored hopes for Oswald. As he approached the end of his life, Oswald shone brightly, with limitless potential. Releasing such an opportunity would determine if the G family could enter the central region of Divine Continent. Xylon Reaver, after 100 years, he would need someone to inherit his mantle upon his ascension. Ha ha ha, Daryl, don't you find it laughable? From the day you sealed me, I ceased to be part of the G family. I'm no longer Oswald, I am the Dwight. With those words, the Dwight's demonic aura surged, seemingly overshadowing Daryl. Whether you are the Dwight or Oswald, you are still you. I truly do not wish to see you stray down this path, Daryl said. Humph, spare your breath. I will never help the G family. Either kill me now, or today marks your end. Only one god can reign over Jingzhou, the Dwight replied. Stubborn brat, then don't blame grandfather for not giving you another chance, Daryl said, his aura quickly overpowering the space. Instantly, half of the isolated dimension turned black, the other half white, sharply defined. Is that all you've got? I thought after 10,000 years you would have broken free from your constraints. If that's all you've got, you can die today, mayhem unleashed. The clash between two deities caused the surrounding space to fragment repeatedly. Days passed, and everyone was covered in blood. Some individuals stood out prominently on the battlefield. On the lowest tier battlefield, when I get back, anyone who dares say my Pablo is trash will lose their skin, Jensen vowed. Xiaosheng, what are you talking about? Asked Avril nearby. Didn't you see? The one in the sky is my Pablo, Jensen said proudly, standing tall, hoping for praise. You must be dreaming. With such a Pablo, you wouldn't be here. Get ready. The enemies are coming again. If you had a Pablo like that, I'd wash my hair upside down, but I quite like your thick skin. Clearly, no one believed him. The gap between Jensen and Isaias was immense. One was merely an adept while the other could decimate rulers. Jensen's face turned red with anger. No one wanted to listen to his explanation. Forget it. arguing with them is pointless. They won't believe me anyway. He finally shook his head in resignation. Even he couldn't have imagined that without coming here, he would never know his Pablo possessed such prowess. Everyone had misjudged him. After a brief rest to restore his strength, he rejoined the battlefield, a relentless grinder that had already claimed millions of lives over several days. There, Isaias hovered in the air, unchallenged by any demon cultivators. They watched him warily, recognizing him as a formidable opponent. They shifted their focus to others, waiting until the Dwight eliminated the Divine Dynasty's deity. By then, victory would belong to them. Control over this battlefield had shifted to their side. Without the strength of princes, those celestial phase cultivators could not achieve much. Xiaoshang is working so hard. Isaias glanced at the ongoing battles below and couldn't help but shake his head. Over the past few days, he had noticed Jensen gradually approaching him. Jensen already knew about his hidden strength, but so what? Michael didn't care at all. Initially, he had fled to the frontier merely seeking a quiet place to sign in and cultivate. Now that his strength had grown significantly, such matters were insignificant. Xylon Reaver, he was pleased with Jensen's performance. He hadn't backed down due to the powerful enemies, fighting ever more bravely despite nearly losing his life several times. Your Highness. Alf and others came beside him. On this battlefield, it was almost inevitable to encounter people at this cultivation level. Michael stabilized the battlefield, and keep an eye on Xiaoshang, Isaias instructed. Michael needed to find a place to digest the gains from this battle. After successive battles, his cultivation had loosened somewhat. Now at the peak sovereign realm, if he broke through, he would reach the human Nash realm, allowing him to face Cade directly. Michael wondered what kind of expression Cade would have when he saw Isaias's formidable strength after only 4 months. What Cade had pursued for so long was probably facing annihilation by the allied armies of the Divine Dynasties. Next came the battlefield for human Nashes, nearing its conclusion. After the final human Nash fell, Dao Spinster Ganon finally showed a satisfied smile. Just knows how to steal credit. The surrounding human Nashes grumbled. Though he hadn't contributed much effort, he had claimed many kills. Almost every human Nash's fall involved him, yet his involvement had also saved several powerful emperors. They couldn't blame him too much for his aid. If he wished, he could have easily ended the battle, disregarding the comments around him. Only the Imperial Realm remains. Thus, this farce should end. With these words, he suddenly flew towards the Imperial Realm battlefield. What is he doing? Haha, trying to ambush Imperial Realm cultivators. He must be reckless. Is it easy to sneak attack an Imperial Realm cultivator? If he can kill an Imperial Realm warrior, I'll stand on my head and wash my hair upside down. No one believed in Ganon's ability, given his mediocre prior performance. Human Nash? All Imperial Realm cultivators were puzzled seeing Ganon fly towards them. This was not a place he should intrude. Aspany Divine Dynasty's Imperials had already been killed, while 10 on the demon side remained unharmed, being all Empyreans with immense power. Leave immediately. This is not your place. An Imperial from that have been better to just take over the battlefield and prevent the deaths of any Nash Realm cultivators? Each Nash was cultivated with centuries of effort, but no one dared question him. Michael was an independent powerhouse far beyond any faction or sect. When deities remain inactive, he stood as the strongest. Even in the Divine Dynasty, there were no such terrifying figures. Who would dare raise objections at this moment? The next instant might bring a horrifying attack from such a fierce individual. No matter how much they disliked the situation internally, they kept it bottled up. Why should a great master need to explain himself to them? It was best not to invite trouble. Together, or we all die. Compared to the Divine Dynasty, the demon cultivators fared much worse. With such a terrifying powerhouse focused on them, escape was nearly impossible. They might as well fight to the death, die if they must, but make Daoist the Spinster Ganon pay dearly. As for the Divine Dynasty warriors, they hid behind, knowing that with Daoist the Spinster Ganon here, their help wasn't needed. One person could single-handedly contend with 9 emperors. Though all in the same realm, these 9 ranks distinctly separated into 3 stages, demonstrating the enormous gap each promotion brought, just like between a deity and a Nash. They swiftly surrounded and attacked Daoist the Spinster Ganon. Tiny Daoists, do you think you can stop me? Foolish thoughts. Taste my celestial dust sweeper. Daoist the Spinster Ganon said, casually waving his dust broom. Ah! Instantly, one of the Nashes flew backward, spouting blood. Such overwhelming power stunned all the onlookers. A mere wave could send a Nash flying. Did it even need to be fought? No matter how many more attackers came, they would only be fodder. The demon cultivators began retreating mentally, wondering why the Noel Iof hadn't appeared yet. Otherwise, why would they fear a single Nash? Could wars between deities be so terrifying that battles last for ages? Without seeing it firsthand, no one knew for sure. All they knew was continuing this way, they would all die at this man's hands. After killing one emperor, Daoist the Spinster Ganon attacked again, targeting a demon cultivator wielding a large blade. Without a word, he swung his dust broom. The target felt space before him tear apart, as terrifying power engulfed him entirely. Then, he saw no more. The third emperor fell. Ha! This demon sect looks like a pack of stray dogs. Daring to create chaos means accepting death. Elder, kill these mongrels. Letting them live, with the Noel Iof alive, would lead to their return and further invasions. Better to eradicate them completely. While some pursued the remnants, the lower-ranking soldiers rested after days of combat, reaching their mental limits. Upon waking, they handled the corpses. Just days had passed, yet bodies were rotting. Especially demon corpses, upon decay, their blood polluted the land, creating wastelands over time. Noel cultivators, toxic through and through, couldn't bring peace even in death. With the battle over, all eyes turned to Daoist the Spinster Ganon, unsure what to do next. Though the war here was over, the battle between deities wasn't. Unsure if unexpected developments awaited, they looked to Ganon. What are you looking at? The war is over. Go enjoy yourselves. I'm leaving, Ganon said, slightly smug. Suffering under Isaias's hands, he felt pride facing these people. With a disdainful glance, he vanished into the sky, no one knowing where he went. Returning to Isaias, he resumed seriousness. With the war over, support forces from various sects departed, leaving the ravaged mountain region barren. There was no worth staying in this devastated area, lacking even decent landscapes, poorer than the northern regions. The destruction caused by the Noel sect left the mountain domain ruined. Among the Xintian such a monumental error. Ace, who had fallen into demonic ways, had now grown strong enough to challenge him. You want to be the god of Shan domain? Not for a few hundred years yet, Daryl said, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Michael could not let Oswald leave this place. Otherwise, the G family would surely face retribution, and no one would survive a deity's attack. How could the Imperial realm withstand such a blow? Do you still have strength left? You dare say that? Forget it. I'll kill you first, then go to the Yuhua divine dynasty. Supreme among all, the blood Noel's power. Behind the Noel Iof, a blood-red moon rose. Under the blood moon, the space darkened, swiftly spreading toward Daryl. This was his most powerful strike. Wherever the blood moon shrouded, all enemies would turn into pus and blood, dying instantly. Unfortunately, I can't kill you with my own hands, Daryl murmured, almost detached. The Noel Iof was too powerful now, having assimilated half of the Shan domain. His demonic powers unprecedentedly potent. A Sunset-era Daryl was no match. If allowed to leave, the Shan domain would become a demonic wasteland, its inhabitants enduring endless suffering. Michael couldn't be considered a good person, but now, with no escape, perhaps he could make some contribution to the Shan domain. Then accept your fate. The Noel Iof's power increased dramatically as he exerted every ounce of his energy to crush Dolph. Once the Michael Avon's divine seal began, it immediately locked the surrounding space. No matter how hard he tried to escape, it was impossible. After Daryl finished the incantation, the seal was complete, and there was no way out. The Noel Iof felt bitter resentment. He was the strongest demonic genius. Even after Daryl died, he couldn't feel joy. From now on, there would be no deity guarding Jingzhou. On the divine mountain of the Yuhua divine dynasty, the Ji family's powerful figures remained silent. Where their patriarch had been was now shattered into spatial fragments. Our ancestor is gone. They were heartbroken. Without a deity to protect them, their divine dynasty was only in name, destined to be devoured by neighboring dynasties. Other great states nearby waited for Daryl's demise, hoping to break the deadlock through Oswald, but they ended up reaping what they sowed. We must retreat to the Star Domain. We can't hold Jing territory anymore, said the strongest imperial sovereign of the Ji family. They had no choice. Past glories faded like fleeting clouds. Without strength, they didn't deserve such vast lands. The Star Domain was where they rose and remained the most powerful territory outside Jing territory in Jingzhou. They couldn't lose the Star Domain if they lost Jing territory. Of course, if enemies hadn't come, they wouldn't have rushed to leave Jing territory. Who knew of it? No one could threaten him again. Outside, Alf and the others waited. The war ended, and they came here with slightly improved cultivation. Unfortunately, Gai Gigsheng failed to advance to the human Nash realm in one go. ##### Chapter 100, Captured. Revenge must be taken if there is a grudge. It wasn't some deep-seated enmity. It was mainly because the two factions simply couldn't stand each other. Your Highness, I have returned. A figure appeared from afar, swiftly approaching them. The newcomer was none other than Daospinster Ganon, whom Isaias had sent out to complete a task after the war ended. I haven't failed my mission. I've brought back the resources, Daospinster Ganon said, presenting a spatial ring. Isaias inspected it, and found it brimming with resources. It didn't matter which faction they belonged to originally, they were his now. Given his current strength, and having seen So, you're a cultivator from Longxi. No need for formalities. We're colleagues under Brendan, Ganon replied. With Isaias present, neither dared to overstep their bounds. Let's leave first. After we get back, you two can discuss whatever you wish. Right now, we need to kill someone, Isaias interjected, cutting off their conversation. Some matters should not be known by others. Even Eddie and Kenna, who followed him closely, knew nothing about the system. Meanwhile, at the divine Espinartial Imperial Court, the martial artists who came to aid the mountain domain had returned and promptly reported their experiences to Cade. Already at peak sovereign level, Cade felt a chill down his spine. His trusted informant had conveyed this alarming news. Isaias had not only escaped to the mountain domain but also advanced to peak sovereign level, just a step away from becoming a Nash. His ability to slaughter sovereigns like chopping vegetables was terrifying. Such rapid growth worried him deeply. Immediately capture the royal family of the Great Qin Dynasty, Cade ordered without hesitation. To make Isaias apprehensive, he needed hostages. If Isaias broke through to become a Nash, these hostages would serve as negotiation leverage. A hostage exchange would ensure both sides went their separate ways. It was a sound plan, and he succeeded in capturing the Great Qin royal family. Upon being captured, they were thrown directly into dungeons. What realm of strength is that man? How did we end up angering him? They wondered in confusion. They hadn't even started dominating or advancing into imperial territories when they were mysteriously captured and confined in dungeons with their cultivation suppressed. Cade feared harming them, knowing that confronting such a rising star might be futile. At Xintian sect, a spinster, I want to... Chapter 101, Home Raided. Finally back, Isaias said. Michael vaguely remembered passing through this teleportation array when he fled in a panic. How could he forget such an event after just a few months? Arriving within the Northern Territory meant it would be easy for him to reach the divine Espinartial Imperial Court, but before that, he had to visit the Great Qin Dynasty. Michael hadn't been home for months and didn't know how Katrina had affected his homeland. Without stopping, he headed straight for the Tianyue Empire. This was the familiar city from which they initially set out for the divine Espinartial Imperial Court. The path ahead seemed like the one Crystal had taken upon entering the city. Recalling those events felt vividly real. Now, he no longer feared his enemies. He could easily eliminate them. The pressure he once felt was gone, leaving him incredibly relaxed. Wait here, Ganon, come with me, Isaias instructed. From here on, there were no teleportation arrays to take them further. The others flew too slowly, only the two of them being at their peak cultivation levels, so the journey back to the Great Guy wouldn't take long. Once assured of the safety of the Great Guy, he could head directly to the divine Espinitial Imperial Court to deal with his final adversaries in the north. Alf and the others hadn't stayed at an inn or contacted anyone. Instead, they remained outside the city to avoid detection by potential spies left by Katrina. Hours later, Isaias rushed towards Longning City. Leaving had been aimless, following any road without direction. Returning, however, was much simpler. I'm back, Isaias muttered outside the city walls. Despite the days apart, everything seemed unchanged as if he had never left. At this point, showing low profile wasn't necessary. Even showcasing himself before everyone wouldn't matter much. As long as certain people were safe, the vast world would offer countless places for him to go. Suddenly, something felt amiss. Why is there only one Grandmaster? Isaias wondered aloud, puzzled. His perception detected only one Grandmaster martial artist. Even if the Great Guy were weak, it couldn't lack Grandmasters entirely. Where could they all be? With lingering doubts, he found the lone Grandmaster deep in the palace. It was his third Pablo, Jensen. Jensen had clearly become a Grandmaster warrior, the top-tier fighter within this region, but his gaunt appearance suggested he faced insurmountable difficulties. Da-da-da. Who's there? Footsteps startled Jensen, who instinctively grabbed his weapon, ready for battle. Upon seeing the familiar yet unfamiliar face, he broke down. Hollis, he choked out, quickly standing up like a guilty child crying in front of Isaias. Hollis, I'm so useless. Akil and everyone else were captured by others. I couldn't protect them. Crying, he recounted everything he had heard, seeking solace only from his formidable eldest Pablo. Don't cry. Wipe your tears. They're just petty thieves. Hollis will teach them a lesson, Isaias said calmly, although his fists clenched tightly in anger. No one but Katrina from the lofty divine Espinitial Imperial Court could have carried off Kavin and the rest in one day, vanishing without a trace. The capital now lay desolate. While no one dared openly establish a new king, unrest brewed beneath the surface. If things continued, scoundrels might rise to usurp the throne, marking the end of the Great Guy. Losing his home would make Isaias rootless. Yes, Jensen sobbed, regretting his insufficient strength. Stay put. Don't tell anyone about what's happening, Isaias warned. They needed to keep some matters between the Pablos. Someday, he would leave the northern territory for other lands. Michael, take this. From now on, the Guy family rests in your hands. After resolving matters, don't seek me out. I'll already be gone. Isaias handed over a spatial ring filled with resources plundered from the Xylanuntan domain, cultivation techniques, elixirs, divine weapons, and various assets sufficient to build a true empire. This ring bore multiple seals set by Ganon, opening only to Guy family bloodline members unless a deity enters, with solitary figures drinking themselves into oblivion. Night had deepened, yet those who hadn't returned home each carried a story. Without war, this city's prosperity would never wither. Since arriving here, Isaias did not act rashly. The Guy family members were still under Cade's control, and he wasn't foolish enough to recklessly charge in and expose himself to Cade's manipulations. These are all the details, Ganon. Find out where my Guy family is. Isaias briefly explained the situation, offering his essence blood for Ganon to locate the Guy family. The path of celestial mysteries was unfathomable. While Ganon's main focus wasn't on this, he had dabbled in it enough to handle a group of cultivators below the Nash realm without difficulty. Your Highness, it's my fault. If I had stayed in the Great Guy Empire, this might not have happened, Alf said remorsefully. Your Highness, Eddie and Kinna began, but looking at Isaias, they felt an inexplicable pain. Having followed Isaias the longest, they knew his character well, someone who preferred peace and quiet, yet anyone could be driven to anger. This isn't your fault. Even if you had been here, you couldn't have stopped Cade, Isaias said. Back then, Alf had just broken through to Sovereign, a mere beginner in that realm. How could he contend against someone who commanded over a dozen sovereigns? A few of them dispatched would have been more than enough to handle him. Michael could still differentiate right from wrong. Besides, Alf had been summoned by him, and wouldn't have left his side unless instructed. With what had happened, no one could be blamed, except that he had not been strong enough initially. Although Isaias didn't blame them, their hearts remained shrouded in gloom. They would not let this go unpunished tonight. They would make the first person of the northern domain pay for his actions. The jovial atmosphere vanished as everyone fell silent. Your Highness, I found them, Ganon announced. An Imperial Venerable's prowess made things easy. Cade's caution was indeed commendable, imprisoning the Guy family deep within the palace and placing sovereigns as guards. It showed how much respect he held for Isaias. Had Isaias rushed in directly, killing Cade wouldn't be difficult, but the Guy family would suffer as soon as the others realized what was happening. It was always better to plan carefully before taking action. They arrived effortlessly at the designated place, guarded by Sovereign Darius and Sovereign Xian, both powerful rulers. Darius, do you think this is necessary? Xian asked. For his Espinjesty to assign 2 sovereigns to guard this place, prepared to kill all inside at the slightest sign of trouble, was indeed extravagant. They were among the few sovereigns in the divine Espinitial Imperial Court. Even Celestials could handle such tasks. People who returned from the Xylanuntan region witnessed that person's strength firsthand. In just a few months, he rose to peak sovereign and will definitely break through to give any light. Staying long here would surely drive one mad. Tracing further down, Isaias finally found the Guy family unharmed, but confined in the underground dungeon. A gentle wave of his hand broke the iron chains restraining them. All were unconscious, clearly tampered with by Cade. Take them to the teleportation array, and Alf, you and the others escort them back, Isaias ordered. The Guy family shouldn't be involved in this turmoil. Carrying them would be easy despite the oddity of the scene. Who dares intrude on the teleportation array? As they approached, soldiers blocked their path, guarding this strategically vital point, especially suspicious of a group leading so many prisoners. Die! The soldier crumbled into dust. Open the array, quickly. Isaias impatiently commanded. Terrified, the other soldiers complied without question. Only after the last person was sent through did Isaias relax. While no one in this city posed a threat to him, having the Guy family here complicated matters. Now that they were gone, it was time to settle accounts with Cade. Palace. Something feels unsettling. Hasn't Darius reported any issues? Cade pondered. Thinking of Isaias's rapid advancement frightened him. Perhaps he shouldn't have provoked him, but it was too late now. Report to your Majesty, Darius has reported no problems. That's good. But the next moment, a booming voice echoed throughout the capital. Cade, come out and face death. Chapter 103, Imperial Majesty. There's an assassin. The palace's formidable strength sprang into action immediately. Countless soldiers surrounded the imperial palace tightly within a very short period, leaving no room for escape. However, they appeared somewhat tense and awkward in their movements. Above the sky stood two figures exuding an awe-inspiring aura that seemed to look down upon all beneath them. Daring to call Cade by name, one would either be insane or an absolutely terrifying powerhouse. But could an insane person stand towering in the 9 heavens? For a moment, they were unsure of how to proceed. How could it be? Cade's face was grim. Isaias should not have arrived here so soon. Wasn't he said to have disappeared after the war ended? Michael assumed Isaias had merely gone into seclusion, which is why he didn't appear. Only then did he get the chance to capture all members of the Guy family as his ace in the hole. Now Isaias had come, and it was clear from his tone that he was furious, likely aware of the Great Qin Dynasty's transformation. Otherwise, what business would he have visiting the divine Espinitial Imperial Court at this time? Dying. In an instant, they felt the presence of death. It's Imperial Majesty. That person beside him is an Imperial realm expert. Top-tier experts, including Cade, looked at Ganon with eyes filled with fear. With such strength before them, any plot would be futile. If given another chance, he would definitely eliminate Isaias completely, without giving him a second chance, chasing him to the ends of the earth if necessary, provided Isaias couldn't advance. However, chances lost are gone forever. In the next moment, Ganon suddenly appeared beside Cade, instantly sealing his cultivation and tossing him like a dead dog in front of Isaias. Naturally, Ganon's force supported him, so he wouldn't plummet to his death. Is my Great Qin Dynasty so easy to mess with? Open your eyes and witness how the divine Espinitial Imperial Court falls, Isaias declared. Facing Isaias's cold gaze, Cade shivered involuntarily, trying to speak but finding himself mute. Michael wanted to say that Guy family members were still under his control, but considering the current situation, it was obvious that Isaias had already sent someone to deal with Darius and others. Otherwise, the lord he sent would have returned long ago. Xylonra and more people stepped forward, over 100 in total, all princes or higher, now looking lifeless and devoid of their princely heirs, knowing only death awaited them, against an enemy too powerful to resist. Very well, since you visited the Great Qin Dynasty, die, Isaias declared, unleashing a devastating strike fueled by anger. No one survived. They offered no resistance, possibly understanding Isaias's intention behind letting them confess. Their families would be spared. From this moment on, the divine Espinitial Imperial Court is disbanded. Tomorrow, I don't want to hear anything about it. Can you do that? Isaias looked at the surviving ruler-level experts. They hadn't participated in the Guy family affair, and Isaias knew exactly who did. Recently, he obtained a method to identify causal relationships through assigning an event, making identification easy. Surprisingly, none of them dared to harbor any Jiaoxing psychology. Facing Isaias's questioning, they nodded hastily. Note, Jiaoxing means Jiaoxing psychology, which refers to a mentality of hoping for unlikely good fortune or escape from an unpleasant situation by chance. A more natural translation would be, none of them dared to harbor any Jiaoxing mentality, or none of them dared to hope for a lucky escape. For better fluency, I would suggest, surprisingly, none of them dared to hope for a lucky escape. Of the divine Espinitial Imperial Court, that was their affair now. Without an emperor to suppress them, they could even establish their own imperial dynasties if they wished, with no one to interfere. The downfall of an imperial court would give rise to a dozen or so empires. Previously, cooperation with the Xuanhuan family was merely a partnership. Now, with them obliterated, these people had no more qualms. Those of the Xuanhuan family who did not die by Guy Yongsheng's hands were killed by these people, for no other reason than to secure their rule today. Leaving powerful rivals alive would have been unwise. So, in one fell swoop, they rooted out all potential threats for good. Alvis and others met their ends one after another. In their final moments, disbelief filled their eyes. Though Guy Yongsheng had spared them, why were those who once professed friendship turning on them and sending them to a miserable death? Even after all this, they weren't content. They declared that all books related to the divine Espinitial Imperial Court must be destroyed. From this moment on, it became a taboo name that none should mention again. Guy Yongsheng had nothing to do with what happened here. Michael only needed to kill Cade. As for what befell the others, it was their own affairs. When enjoying the fruits of the Xuanhuan family's success, they also had to endure the pain of its downfall. Hold it tightly, don't let anyone break in. The people in the palace worked nervously and busily. A few terrifying experts had arrived, bringing their emperor back. Jensen then took charge, handling all the arrangements. Despite only being gone for a few days, the strength of the greater Guy nearly collapsed. Had they waited any longer, there might have been rebels rising under the guise of restoring the imperial family to take over the palace. Thank you for bringing my father and them back. Rest here for a while. I've arranged food for you, Jensen said. Except for Crystal, whom he hadn't seen, he vividly remembered the ferocious looks of the others on the battlefield. All definitely formidable figures above the royal prince realm. Michael dared not neglect them, even if they were servants of his elder Pablo. No need, Prince Third can attend to family matters first. We've completed our task and won't disturb further, Alf replied. It wasn't disrespect towards Jensen but rather because they had more pressing matters. Then thank you all. Inform my elder Pablo upon your return. I'll handle things here, everything is fine, Jensen said. Since they were in such a rush to report back, he couldn't insist on stopping them. Only able to let them go, he felt somewhat helpless inside. His elder Pablo was so strong, yet why choose to remain hidden, even risking being hated by the world? It was hard to understand. With demeanor, he gleaned some information. It was probably his eldest son. If he chose not to say, let it be. Michael wouldn't blame his son for this decision. Choosing to hide must have had its reasons. Why bother so much? Regardless, he was his son. Besides, since Gai Yongsheng could bring them out from such power, there was no need for concern on his part. Rather, they shouldn't burden Gai Yongsheng. Akil, rest well, Jensen said, leaving to return to his residence. Yet, for some, the long night made sleep elusive. Hashtag chapter 105, Fusion. Halfway back, the two groups met in a desolate mountain area where no one seemed to live. It was unclear how far into the wilderness they had ventured. Let's do it here, Isaias said. Using this barren mountain range to bury an emperor might seem bleak, but perhaps in a few hundred years, some prodigy would come across this place and gain the fortune meant for him. Nash. Crystal looked at the man beaten like a dead dog and her face turned pale with shock. Even though she knew Isaias was incredibly powerful, treating an emperor so disdainfully was terrifying. She still had some memory of this person, having seen him from afar before. But who would have thought that even someone as mighty as an emperor could end up a prisoner one day? Michael had once been so illustrious. Ganon, transfer Cade's energy into her body, Isaias instructed. The 9 transformations of a reef and death body, Ganon, with her perspective, though Isaias had explained the stakes of the 9 transformations of a reef and death body, that either she or Cade would die. When it came down to it, she felt a pang of compassion. How could anyone not feel pity for a life? Weakness is a sin. Tonight, she saw firsthand just how terrifying weakness could be. The divine imperial court was strong, which was why they attacked the Great Guy and took everyone captive. But they didn't realize the Great Guy had hidden cards up its sleeve. Once used, these would bring destruction upon them, obliterating all their glory. That was the sole imperial court in the northern region. Isaias only needed to order the court to dissolve, and they had no choice but to follow, because he held the power that could change the entire landscape of the northern region. Others retreated to the perimeter, waiting for the 9 transformations of a reef and death body to erupt. Cade waited until the last moment because he lacked confidence that he could achieve perfection. Michael didn't want flaws in his cultivation path, preferring to endure the pain till the end. But before he could reap the rewards, Isaias intercepted him and cost him his life. An unworthy fate indeed. At midnight, the intense pain nearly made Crystal faint. That hopeless feeling returned, and Cade fared no better. His strong cultivation suppressed the pain somewhat, but the agony was real. This is the moment, Ganon said, her palm transforming into a transparent blade as she struck Cade's abdomen without hesitation. The process of grafting the power was brutal. It involved forcefully extracting all of a person's energy at the peak of their physical transformation. No. Cade screamed in terror. Now he had no time to think about the pain. Watching his energy core being forcibly pulled out by Ganon chilled him to the bone. While he had done similar things before, he never imagined it would happen to him. With each extraction, his breath weakened, and his bodily functions rapidly deteriorated. His skin wrinkled and shriveled, and his hair turned white instantly. His vitality was nearing its end. Without powerful support, how could an ordinary person live to be 5,000 years old? In despair, he slowly died, turning into dried husk within moments. A gentle breeze blew by, leaving nothing but his clothes on the ground. Airing miss, the fusion might hurt a bit. Bear with it, Ganon said as she quickly transferred the energy sphere into Crystal's abdomen. A piercing scream echoed through the night. The shrill cry made even Isaias shiver. This was why he initially didn't want to involve Crystal. This constitution was truly evil, harming both herself and others. Only the one who survived deserved the 9 transformations of a reef and death body. Everyone remained tense throughout the night, unsure if Crystal could survive this ordeal. After a long night, she finally emerged weakly from the valley, her face pale, but her aura significantly enhanced compared to before. What had happened here was terrifying for these wild beasts. They had witnessed the death of a human Nash and felt the overwhelming aura of those people, an aura not to be provoked. With the bonfire as the center, a 10-mile radius became a forbidden zone. No beast or demonic beast dared to make a sound in this area, fearing that it might disturb these formidable humans who could easily crush them with a mere wave of their hand. The night passed uneventfully. In the morning, Isaias resumed his usual cultivation routine. His Ziki Donghua was already at the second stage, but still far from the first stage. Today's sign-in did not yield any original purple chi. Apart from a few scattered pills that enhanced Ziki cultivation, there were only reduced cultivation resources. This was normal. After all, this place couldn't compare to those special regions. To rapidly increase one's strength, one had to go to places with significant opportunities. Otherwise, it would take an unimaginable amount of time to break through to the human Nash realm. Take care, Arying, Isaias said before leaving. Yes, both parties had achieved their goals, and now Crystal should leave. The Tianyue Imperial Dynasty was where she belonged. No one would remember her constitution anymore, and whatever she wanted to do was her own business. Isaias couldn't keep her with him forever. She considered staying since her improvement had been rapid under Isaias's guidance. However, a gentle shake of the head and a smile told her that she didn't belong to this group. They were extremely exclusive, and outsiders couldn't integrate unless they truly became part of the team. With Isaias as the leader, all he needed to say was the word, and everything would be fine. Take care. Crystal's emotions were complex. She glanced at the others before flying back to the Tianyue Imperial Dynasty. Staying here longer held no meaning for her. It was better to return and enhance her strength, especially with major unrest looming in the northern domain. Only by becoming stronger could she protect herself. Isaias glanced at his companions and, easing his brow, announced that they were going home. They flew towards the Great Guy and vanished into Longning City, their their whereabouts unknown to anyone. In Jensen's memory, Isaias had already left and likely wouldn't return, having warned him last night not to seek him out. An ordinary courtyard, modest enough for 10 people, was where Isaias planned to summon 3 more individuals besides the 5 present. Alf will undergo transformation soon, which should take about a month. Alf, go into seclusion. Strive to successfully transform after a month, Isaias instructed. After moving into their new home, he immediately initiated the transformation. This ability to elevate his followers was best used as soon as possible. Without a doubt, this was for Alf. As for Ganon, given his current rank, this transformation might not be sufficient to elevate him further. At 9th-stage Imperial Sovereign, killing a human Nash wouldn't grant him rewards powerful enough to advance him to the Divine Realm. Yes, Your Highness, Alf replied, turning to close the door behind him. The surging power within him excited him immensely. Once again, his strength would significantly increase. Michael knew how strong he was after the transformation. Meanwhile, everyone else went about their business, without interference from Isaias. Qin, of course, returned home. Michael's father was no longer the city lord of Longning City, which didn't require a lord with the emperor overseeing it personally. Kel didn't want to return to the old capital and resigned, returning home. Given his solid strength, he didn't need to worry about livelihood. Georgina, since you're back, why don't you stay a few days? Missy said, her face lighting up since Qin's return. In their impression, Qin had received favor from a powerful figure, becoming his Averil. Michael's strength was formidable, and after such a long period of cultivation, seeing her again might be difficult. Missy wasn't a martial artist. She was just an ordinary person, subject to the cycles of life and death. Xylonther, Isaias distributed resources to Eddie and dismissed them. Michael was about to summon, wondering what powerful follower he might obtain this time. Summon. Isaias rubbed his hands in anticipation. After all, rubbing hands doubles luck, right? If he got 3 more Imperial Sovereigns, it would be perfect. Then, walking out with 4 Imperial Sovereigns, all of Jingzhou would kneel, nearly invincible unless the Divine intervened. Xylon Reaver, Ganon's situation was unique. If he advanced, Ganon would naturally break through to the Divine Realm. But it was uncertain how far Isaias needed to advance to enable Ganon's breakthrough. Summon successful. Summons follower Abby from the Sword Dao world, currently at the first stage of later Michaelaven. #### Chapter 107. The 3 Michaelavenly Elites. Summon follower Milton, from the Sword Dao world, current cultivation level is first stage postnatal. Summon follower Uriel, from the Azure Island Unton, current cultivation level is first stage postnatal. Under Isaias's expectant gaze, 3 rather feeble figures appeared before him. Michael was utterly speechless. Indeed, free things were never good. Ariel Flash, is this it? Isaias said with a smirk. A spinster, you can first check their attributes, Flash suggested. With a doubtful look, Isaias examined their attributes, and the dark cloud of displeasure on his face, it wasn't a human but a beast. An adorable fox no bigger than a palm, barely days old, due to Azure Island Unton's inability to cultivate it properly. This fox had been picked up by the system after prayers were made to heaven. Alright, barely acceptable, Isaias said cheerfully, though they were somewhat short of his expectations, they were still tolerable. Abby, Janine. Isaias called. Yes, Your Highness. The 2 stepped forward, waiting beside him. In that moment, Abby's heart was filled with endless ripples. During his most despairing moments, a voice in his mind offered a path. If he followed a certain person, he could gain a powerful inheritance and rise again on the Sword Dao. Without hesitation, he signed the indenture. What did he have to lose? Thus, he came here and underwent transformation in a mysterious space. Realizing the changes in his body, he felt that each breath brought him closer to breaking through. Even at his peak, he had never experienced such strong affinity. Looking at Isaias, Abby's eyes burned with zeal. Following this person would surely lead him to the pinnacle of Sword Dao. Michael had made the right choice. Otherwise, he would still be wandering aimlessly somewhere, bullied and ignored by all. As for Janine, she stared intently at Isaias, trying to see through him, but naturally saw nothing. I hope my choice is right. Missing too many opportunities, failure will mean the end of my will to continue reincarnating. Janine thought. She placed all her hopes on this person. If Isaias could help her reach the peak, then following him was worth it. You 2 just arrived. Get acquainted with your new abilities first. In the afternoon, I'll have Ganon guide you to grow stronger quickly. There are a few empty rooms over there. Go settle in, Isaias instructed. Yes, Your Highness. Without a word, they followed Isaias's orders and left. Outside, Abby witnessed Ganon guiding Eddie, which greatly impressed him. Even simple movements, in Ganon's hands, seemed effortless, reaching a near-Dao level of skill. I've come to the right place, Abby thought, suppressing his eagerness and focusing on his own affairs before seeking instruction. As. Meanwhile, Janine was extremely nervous. She initially thought Isaias might have misspoken, or there was a name coincidence since the Dao Iof Ganon was an extremely terrifying figure who recently disappeared. But here, she saw the living Dao Iof Ganon, which sent shockwaves through her. Even the Dao Iof follows him. My life has prospects now. Inside the room, Isaias looked fondly at the small, fleshy ball in his hand. Unlike Abby and Janine, this little creature was a natural-born powerhouse. Elixirs couldn't bridge the gap. Though elixirs could elevate one's cultivation, obtaining Dharma phantoms like Isaias's was incredibly difficult. Xylonra experiences meant better chances of achieving what suited them. #### Chapter 108. The Imperial Sovereign. In the afternoon, Isaias gathered everyone together, except for Alf, who was in seclusion. Michael briefly introduced them to each other, helping them integrate into the group. For some reason, Qin and Eddie felt immense pressure, especially towards Janine and Abby. These 2 were not much older than themselves, just in their early 20s. Xylon Reaver, their cultivation levels weren't particularly strong, so they likely had a similar background as they did initially. Anyone who caught the attention of the prince would not be ordinary. They might even be more powerful than themselves. The way they looked at these newcomers became increasingly cautious. After assigning cultivation goals and points to note, Isaias left them alone. Michael played with Herbert on the side. Currently, he lacked the resources to cultivate Herbert further, so he could only wait a while. Such matters cannot be rushed. Who would have thought that in this courtyard, there would actually be 4 formidable prodigies? Even the weakest among them had the potential to become an emperor. As for the others, their future achievements, from Isaias's perspective, were uncertain yet bound to be remarkable. Janine? This name sounds familiar, Ganon said, pondering. Michael felt like he had heard it somewhere before but couldn't quite place it. After all, the people who surpassed him were few and far between, while those who didn't were as numerous as cattle. Senior, this junior is the imperial princess of the Longhua Holy Land, Janine said softly. Before Ganon Daozhu, her title meant little. If she could receive Ganon Daozhu's full instruction, her life would change dramatically. Oh, I don't remember. Ganon replied nonchalantly. Just another holy land. How could he remember? Not to mention its imperial princess. Even the rulers of holy lands wouldn't leave an impression unless he heard about them. Janine was torn with conflicting emotions. Being an imperial princess back home, here she amounted to nothing. Michael, no one cared about her identity or origins. It was already fortunate enough to be allowed to cultivate alongside them. What more could she ask for? Your talent is passable. I'll instruct you for a while. If you fail to meet expectations, our master-avril relationship will end here. Do you understand? Ganon said. If not for the prince's face, he would rather remain in his room, communing with the heavens. Why carry a burden like this? Just because someone else found value in them didn't mean he would necessarily agree. Those who truly impressed him were peers at the Daoioth level. Thank you, days. The next step after celestial phase was noble Ioth. Xylons remained stagnant at this stage, unable to advance rapidly despite abundant resources. Abby bitterly smiled. Michael was trying to feel happy. Why must they be so discouraging? Someone like Jin Ariangong wasn't worth comparing to. She didn't need to break through. She needed to recover. It seems we need to spend more time cultivating or risk being surpassed, which would be too embarrassing, Kenna commented, no longer expecting to match the others, only hoping to achieve a breakthrough herself. A month passed in the blink of an eye. One noon, intense vibrations erupted from Alf's room, the aura emanating terrifying. The Airy clan of Longxi still has some substance. It looks like he can break through to the imperial sovereign realm, Ganon chuckled. The Airy clan of Longxi. Janine's demeanor changed. She knew someone was in seclusion but not their identity. Michaela and Ganon Daozhu's words shocked her. Compared to her, an imperial princess from the Longhua Holy Land seemed insignificant. Is this going to be my future master? Abby gazed with fervent admiration, sensing a fearsome yet compatible sword Dao. Mr. Airy has become stronger. Kenna and Eddie widened their eyes, profoundly impacted over the past month. Haha, I've succeeded. The power of the imperial sovereign. It fills me. Let go of them, which meant she had to gain new understanding outside of this small courtyard. Staying here would gain her nothing. Yes, teacher, Janine replied. She was very clear about her own situation. She wanted to advance further and already had an idea of where to go. Jingzhou had nothing more to offer in terms of trials. The most remote place attracting attention recently was the ancient tomb in Engsub that had become known throughout the mainland, even reaching places like the Great Qin Empire. She could try her luck there. Senior sister Salma, are you ready? It's time to leave. Abby's voice came from outside. Michael had joined as a junior avril due to Janine's far superior strength. Teacher, I'll be going then, Janine said. Ganon didn't tell her to take care of herself. Probably, even if she died, Ganon might not die. Go ahead. You kids have all reached your bottlenecks and should face them yourselves, Ganon said. This time, it wasn't just the two of them leaving. Kenna and Eddie were also departing. These 4 were all hitting their limits, except Abby who had just entered the royal rank. The other 3 had reached the king rank, on the brink of breaking through. Yet, even if Isaias gave them abundant resources, it wouldn't help with this final step. Some things required personal experience and effort. Even Isaias himself hadn't yet advanced to the human sovereign realm, though his foundation had significantly, making progress natural and effortless. Michael didn't rush. Gradual progress was sufficient. For those with external aid, finding opportunities outside wasn't necessary, though not everyone could take this path. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will do my best to assist you, Ganon assured. Gone was the former arrogance. He was now merely Isaias's mentor and attendant. Completing his duties benefited him too. When he eventually returned to his peak, Isaias's strength might bring him progress. At his level, achieving even slight advancements after hundreds of thousands of years was commendable. Michael could wait. After Alf and the others left, the courtyard became quiet, except for the playful fox cub, Herbert, bringing some amusement. Growing rapidly, Herbert was now about the size of a small dog, loving to roll around and eat modestly. What truly made Herbert beloved was its extraordinary growth rate. With spirit beast cultivation pills, it could swiftly advance. Soon, reaching maturity would be effortless, as it possessed innate abilities typical of demonic beasts. For instance, its dermic image and bloodline powers unique to Xylonant Gikyu naturally bestowed authority and a special domain. It didn't need much cultivation since many things were inherently understood. Without worldly influences corrupting its mindset, it remained pure. Chapter 110. The Rise of Great Qi. Time flowed on. In the outside world, with Great Qi at the center, a monumental transformation had taken place. Over the past few months, Jensen utilized the resources left by Isaias to cultivate and strengthen the royal family members, significantly boosting their power. A large number of top-tier warriors were cultivated as well, making the dream of reaching Michaelavenly phase no longer a fantasy. Several individuals have even attained the 9th level of Michaelavenly phase. Among them, Kevin stood out the most, almost breaking through to the prince rank. Michael could hardly contain his excitement. Once he reached the prince rank, he would immediately set about advancing the dynasty to an imperial dynasty. Nearby kingdoms had already been annexed, and the vast territory was now sufficient to accommodate an imperial dynasty. Such ambitious expansion would inevitably raise concerns and resistance from other kingdoms and imperial dynasties. However, it was quite the opposite. Except for some nearby kingdoms, the imperial dynasties paid little attention. This was because the nearest imperial dynasty was the Michael-Avenly Leap imperial dynasty, and the region where Great Qi resided was mostly barren land. Even if all this territory fell under Great Qi's control, it wouldn't make much difference. Xylon Reaver, the real reason was that person. Anyone who witnessed Isaias's prowess during the divine Espinartial court or the Xylonuntan region battles would never dare harbor thoughts against Great Qi. Not even a monarch could put up any resistance against that young man and ended up being defeated. Rank Dharma transformation, which he shattered instantly, knowing it wasn't what he sought. If he were content with less, he would have reached the peak long ago. For the future of Great Qi, he continued to strive diligently. Isaias had told him that in the future, Great Qi would depend on him. After a few generations, Isaias would no longer concern himself with Great Qi's rise and fall but focus solely on pursuing martial arts to its pinnacle. By then, Isaias might not even recognize anyone from the Qi family and would leave without hesitation. Kevin didn't push himself to the extreme, but instead rushed to prepare for the advancement to the prince rank. Michael believed that paving the way for the younger generation would give them better opportunities. Achieving this milestone was lucky enough. Higher levels were for Jensen to explore. Xylon Reaver, the Qi family recruited many warriors and secretly formed their own force. With the help of a large realm's resources, it wasn't hard to accomplish. They needed loyalty above all, using secret techniques to expedite their growth. Thus, a 10,000-strong army was formed, each member at least a spinster level. Their strength was equal to others, though their endurance might not match typical spinsters. This force existed solely to protect the Qi family, and few knew of it. Xylons passed again. One sunny day, an awe-inspiring pressure spread rapidly, drawing millions of eyes toward the palace. Is His Majesty breaking through to the prince rank? Michael-Aven blesses our Great Qi. Great Qi has produced a prince. At that moment, the citizens in the capital were overjoyed. They had long heard that their emperor was an unparalleled Michael-Avenly phase warrior, nearly certain to reach the prince rank soon, and here it happened sooner than expected. People knelt devoutly on the streets as the overwhelming aura symbolized the beginning of Great Qi's rise. Indeed, that day it was announced that Great Qi would hold a ceremony to advance to an imperial dynasty, praying to the heavens and preparing the nation for this glorious moment. Advancing from a kingdom to an imperial dynasty was far more significant than regime changes. Each year, many kingdoms perished and new ones rose, but advancing to an imperial dynasty was extremely rare. Some warriors might never witness it in their lifetime. Each of the 18 imperial dynasties in the northern domain had existed for over 3 millennia. Even princes only lived a few hundred years, while monarchs lived approximately 3,000 years with some extensions. Nashes theoretically lived 5 to 10,000 years, providing ample time to cultivate successors, which made imperial dynasties hard to destroy. Who would go out of their way to annihilate one, except those aspiring to become an imperial court? Now, Great Qi was to ascend to an imperial dynasty, inviting all others to celebrate. How many would come was unknown. Ultimately, Kevin, a newly minted prince, rushing into the ascension ceremony, might be considered hasty and poorly thought out. In the Michael-Avenly Leap imperial dynasty, the Great Qi is eager, said the Michael-Avenly Leap Nash. Without the looming threat of Isaias, they naturally paid little heed to Great Qi. They hadn't heard news of Isaias for a long time, suggesting he might have left Great Qi's territory. For such a martial artist, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts was more important than dynastic matters. Furthermore, they doubted Isaias left nothing for Great Qi after the Xylonuntan region battle, as no valuable resources were found despite extensive searches, implying they were taken. With these resources, given time, Great Qi could certainly become a top-tier imperial dynasty. But rushing to advance the very next day after breakthrough showed impatience. Post-ascension, Great Qi might also face schemes from others seeking to exploit their resources. We will reply to the Great Qi envoy that we, the Michael-Avenly Leap imperial dynasty, will attend the ceremony. Chapter 111. The Rise of Qi II. Someone responded, but many more imperial dynasties expressed disdain. Currently, Qi was not worth their attention. The only formidable figure they could see was a single prince, and asked whether Qi is worth our all-out support, said Elspeth's master. Who could make such a decision? Even Elspeth herself had only met him a few times without any deep interaction. She knew nothing about his current movements. A spinster, if I must say, Qi is definitely worth getting closer to. Even if Isaias doesn't show up much, with his abilities, if he were to help Qi, he could certainly build a formidable empire, Elspeth said. A person's reputation speaks volumes. The only thing to watch for was whether Isaias was alive or dead. Michael hadn't appeared for almost half a year, and no one knew where he went. Forget it, let them decide on their own. Our branch has little influence and can't change anything. She abandoned making a decision. Ultimately, the choice rested with the patriarch. Asking her now was only due to some past connections. The final outcome was rather disappointing. Without Isaias's appearance, they wouldn't deliberately court Qi. A newly established imperial dynasty faced immense challenges, not just internal issues but also competition from other imperial dynasties, empires outside the northern region, and various powerful forces. Establishing an imperial dynasty wasn't easy and might lead to turmoil. In the outskirts, at the stronghold of a group of bandits, the chief, we have investigated. 6 months ago, Qi was merely, they could easily crush Qi. Wait, something feels off. Normally, after just breaking through to prince, they shouldn't have the courage to establish an imperial dynasty. This is a foolish move. There must be some hidden card we don't know about. Let's investigate further. If confirmed that they have no external aid, we'll attack the northern region on the day of Qi's ascension, giving them a surprise, the chief said. Michael wasn't rash. His intelligence rivaled the strategists. The chief is right. Let's investigate once more. Since the chief decided this, none objected. Caution did them no harm. The matter was settled. Apart from the Gale bandits, several other forces in the northern region were curious about Qi. wondering what made them bold enough to advance now. If they found a guy inadequate, they wouldn't hesitate to seize its resources for themselves. Only a few knew about Isaeus' deeds. Besides Arsene Dynasty, most had only just heard of the guy, explaining their thoughts. In a small courtyard, why is a kill rushing? Even without establishing an imperial dynasty, what difference does it make? Isaeus shook his head. Elevating an empire boosted its fortune, making cultivation easier for its residents, and increasing the likelihood of producing geniuses. While this held no significant meaning for Isaeus, the guy needed long-term development, and faster elevation was better. The guy's sudden actions would likely draw numerous challengers. Unless they truly couldn't handle it, this matter required observation. Michael didn't worry too much, with Abby and others having improved, and 2 achieving Xylanarch status. Passing each calamity significantly increases their power. Cade, for instance, is an adept who has faced the fire calamity. If confident enough, one can voluntarily invite the 3 calamities, and surviving the wind calamity would designate them as a wind calamity human Nash, distinguishing them from those still in the 9 tribulations phase. Surviving the Michaelarch calamity paves the way for the next stage, preparing to break through to the 10,000 years human Nash realm. This is the most terrifying tribulation. 10,000 years signifies 10,000 years of life, which is the upper limit for a human Nash's lifespan. It is also the most vulnerable stage. One must undergo the 5 signs of decay, during which the practitioner becomes extremely fragile. Any minor mishap could be fatal. Walking down a path with uneven ground might cause a stumble that leads to death. Human Nashes undergoing the 5 signs of decay are so delicate that they may not survive even a minor accident. They usually hide their location to avoid any risk, as trustworthiness cannot be guaranteed even among close family members. Unless a practitioner reaches the end of their 5,000-year lifespan, most do not choose to enter the 10,000 years realm because the risks are too high. Complete 9 revolutions of a reef and death body. Afterward, he will leave the empire to someone else and seek to experience the 5 signs of decay, eventually striving to achieve the way of the Nash and become a paramount figure. Additionally, each tribulation aids the growth of one's domain and forms a true small world, a divine kingdom, when reaching the divine realm. Reaching this stage essentially means being at the zenith of power on Zhongshan continent. Given these difficulties, Isaeus has been hesitant to break through to the human Nash realm. While the 9 tribulations are manageable, the subsequent stages instill fear. If something goes wrong, Ganon and others won't be able to protect him adequately, leading to an untimely death. The human Nash realm. It's difficult, Isaeus sighed. Looking up at the sky, his mind remained restless. Previously, he only knew of the existence of the human Nash realm but had no idea of its complexity until the system compiled it and Ganon explained further, giving him a deeper understanding. Michael realized how fortunate it was that he managed to escape Cade's clutches. If not for Xuanhuan's concern over his own Michaelarch calamity, Isaeus might have suffered immensely even with the Void Shuttle. Michael could defy all beneath the human Nash realm but still showed respect to each human Nash, no matter their relative strength. He did solemnly. Tomorrow, if anyone disrupts the Ascension ceremony, eliminate them without hesitation, Isaeus ordered, hoping to prevent any disruptions to his breakthrough. Yes, your highness, they replied firmly. Chapter 113. Hostility unleashed. The Ascension had arrived as scheduled. Langley City was teeming with people. Millions watched the event together. Influential families and martial artists from all over the nation gathered in the capital to witness this legendary moment. It was a great fortune to see an imperial dynasty established within one's lifetime. Of course, there were also the insignificant beings lurking in the dark, ready to make their move. The grand ceremony to honor heaven proceeded orderly. Soon it reached the oath-taking phase. Have you heard of the Swiftwind Bandits? I've heard your great guy advanced from a spinster to duke in just half a year. You must have received a significant legacy. My Pablos don't mean any harm. We'd like to borrow some wealth, and then we'll leave immediately, said the chief of the Swiftwind Bandits. They had indeed come after investigating and finding no stronger martial artist guarding Great Guy. Following their usual practices, they planned to take advantage of this situation. The Swiftwind Bandits? A powerful organization in Tianyu, with multiple dukes. This is bad news for Great Guy, one observer remarked. They moved too hastily. If they had waited and accumulated enough strength, Great Guy's North Region doesn't tolerate external troublemakers. As Tianyu's envoy mentioned, Great Guy belongs to North Region. Nash Guy, if you give up some resources, my Konglai Empire will help repel these bandits. Nash Guy, if you can spare some resources, my Honglu Empire will stand with you. Cavan felt ridiculed. They treated him like clay, ready to be carved and sliced. Gentlemen, this is excessive. External forces are pressuring us, yet you still demand benefits from Great Guy. I am ashamed to be your ally. Great Guy has the backing of my Qin Dynasty. What's your Qin Dynasty? Just a dying sovereign. I fear not. Nash Guy, why don't you hand over the items quickly? We don't want much, just enough to divide. Then you can proceed with the ascension. Otherwise, Great Guy won't ascend today. The scene became chaotic, splitting into 2 factions. The few empires and sects genuinely supporting Great Guy couldn't match its strength. It seems we aren't the only ones harboring ill intentions towards Great Guy. Let's see who prevails in combat, the bandit chief said. The situation was bleak for Great Guy, but they remained silent throughout. Fine, remember this day. Since you seek death, I will grant it. Shadow Guards. Cavan bellowed. Numerous black-clad figures appeared, faces obscured. These were the Guy Shadow Guards. They were formidable, with a dozen dukes and the rest of spinsters, numbering 10 and sects they represented. Some debts couldn't be easily forgiven. Someone would have to pay a price for resolution. Choosing such actions left them no one else to blame for the consequences. Faced with external enemies, taking advantage was a death wish. Your Highness, all are noted. 11 empires, 29 sects, and 5 extraterritorial forces, Kenna replied. That's good. Leave the rest to the 4 of you. Go in my stead to congratulate the Great Qin Dynasty on its ascension, Isaias said. For these small fry, he couldn't muster interest. They didn't even have a sovereign-level cultivator. With the combined power of Qin and the others at the sovereign level, everything could be handled. The Great Qin Dynasty wasn't without a profound background. It was just too powerful for them to imagine. Yes, your highness, the four solemnly said. Their eyes burned with rage. Daring to covet the Great Qin Dynasty meant they didn't deserve to live. Isaias left, returning to continue his cultivation. Just then, he felt inspired about his future direction and wanted to return to validate it. Michael had no time to compete with these people. Attack. At all costs, kill them, Kevin ordered. Since they couldn't tolerate it, they wouldn't anymore and directly attack to show their might. Great Qin Nash, this is madness. Acting now leaves no room for reconciliation. Ha! You bully us to our faces and expect me to remain silent? Dream on. Even if I die, some of you will go with me, Kevin said. In an instant, the scene turned into a battlefield. As blades flashed, heads rolled. Bloodshed was necessary for the dynasty's ascension to deter villains. Humph, arrogance. What does a mere dynasty like yours think you can match us? The Great Qin must be destroyed. You must get past me first. Crystal attacked, revealing herself as a duke. Yet she was so young. Who is she? How can she possess such strength? When did Michael Avonlea U Empire produce such talent? Could she have support from a sovereign? Nonsense, it can't be a sovereign. Whoever she is, since she's involved with the Great Qin, let's eliminate her too. With dukes entering the fray, immense pressure fell upon the Great Qin and its allies. Combined, the enemy had over 40 dukes, a scene unimaginable during a dynasty's ascension ceremony. Besides both sides, there were neutral parties observing, waiting to see how events unfolded before deciding to act. We should join them too, Sword Salma said. Among the four, she led subtly, her combat strength unmatched by even Eddie. Agreed. Releasing their overwhelming presence, they crushed the battlefield. Who? At that moment, everyone looked up at the sky. For figures slowly approached, their pressures in the prince. It could only be the original crown prince. With such formidable strength, no wonder they easily won at Tian Xilanuntan Pass. And the anomalies in Longning City and the bizarre occurrences during the palace construction now made sense. Michael finally acted, Crystal mused. Now, the battle ceased, no longer requiring their intervention. This overwhelming force could handle everything. Your Majesty, the prince is still in seclusion and regrets not being able to come personally. As for these scoundrels, the four of us volunteered to deal with them, Sword Salma said. There is no reason for blame. If you're willing to help, that's even better. Remember to tell your prince to visit the palace, Kevin smiled. Of course. Only their voices sounded. Others dared not speak until Sword Salma's group looked at them. This is a misunderstanding. Our Tianyun sect has always been loyal to the Great Qin. As for our Sky Crack dynasty, faced with external enemies, we should unite against them. They resembled clowns at this point. As for the Storm Raiders and other extraterritorial forces, they were internally tormented. With such strength, they should have shown it earlier instead of waiting till now. Xylon Reaver, they had no retreat, unlike local factions. Truth lies in hearts, the prince will decide. We've noted today's events as that it offered help, never sparing a glance for those who had wavered, as they were unworthy of his attention. In the future, he might even have to settle accounts with them. With four sovereigns intervening, there was nothing left for them to do but wait quietly for the situation to be cleared up. The factions represented by these people could offer little resistance. Even if they had sovereigns, how many sovereigns could a regular imperial dynasty possibly have? They probably didn't stand a chance against Janine and his companions, whose strength had grown so rapidly. This matter was far from over. One day, Kevin would personally visit and demand an explanation. Who had given them permission to send envoys without his consent? Minutes later, hundreds of bodies lay on the ground, including dozens of princes. The rest were also formidable warriors. Such losses were a significant blow to them. If they had just attended the ceremony respectfully, they could have earned the goodwill of the Great Qin. Instead, they chose to make themselves noticeable, and ended up dead. Janine and his three companions landed gracefully, not a single drop of blood staining their garments. Your Majesty, the scum has been eliminated. We will take our leave, Janine reported. Slaying this rabble was the best gift, more than enough thanks to Isaias's generous contributions to Jensen, which would suffice for the Great Qin to advance to the imperial court level. Rise, Kevin called from the platform. Thank you, Nash Guy. From now on, he was Nash Guy, and once the Great Qin ascended to the imperial court, he would become Nash Guy. That was still a distant dream. Suddenly, a thunderclap broke the sky. A vast cloud of purple aura appeared out of nowhere, covering a 10,000-mile expanse, its boundaries unseen. Drops of dew fell upon everyone, merging into their bodies. Initially puzzled, the crowd soon erupted in joy. Instantaneously, the restraints on their cultivation levels began to break, their talents enhanced. This was not ordinary rain but immense spiritual energy transforming their physiques. Everyone under the purple aura received significant benefits. Almost instantly, the Great Qin's power soared. It's the purple aura cloud. It actually appeared at this moment. My goodness, I thought it was a legend, but it has come true. Thank you, your Spingisty Guy. Now, they believed more deeply in the benefits brought by Nash Guy. Their faith in the Great Qin deepened even further. Even those who came to observe the ceremony received benefits, eyes wide with shock. Could the Great Qin truly be the child of heaven? How else could the will of the heavens grant such overwhelming benefits? Such a grand spectacle was unprecedented. For a full 15 minutes, the cloud remained, showering blessings upon all. Finally, the purple cloud gradually dissipated, restoring the clear sky. During those 15 minutes, many people's mindsets changed. Their strength increased by several levels. Even those with less favorable luck saw improvements. Xylonced critically, their innate talent had been enhanced, something almost unimaginable before. Is that it? I wish I could have bathed in it a bit longer. One shouldn't be greedy. This is enough. The cultivation techniques distributed by the imperial court now work for me. In a few days, I'll become an afterbirth spiritual artist. Michael, old Zhao, I'm already 3rd level afterbirth. Let's work hard and contribute to the Great Guy. Of course, as a citizen of the Great Guy, I couldn't be prouder. At this moment, at Isaias's residence. Congratulations, host. Your Dharma image has reached the supreme realm, possessing infinite potential. The purple aura can be automatically absorbed without active effort. The Dharma image will strengthen alongside the host. Chapter 116. The Xylonon rises over the sea. Supreme realm? Isaias said, his voice tinged with a sense of relief. It had taken nearly a year to successfully cultivate his dharmic aspect to the supreme realm water, bringing an inexplicable sense of tranquility and peace. I have comprehended. What kind of realm is this, stirring my inner strength? Above, among the clouds under the night sky, Isaias descended here, looking at his domain with satisfaction. This strange phenomenon was, in fact, his domain materialized. It was named, the Xylonon rises over the sea, seemingly peaceful and serene. Yet beneath this tranquility lay limitless peril. Within this domain, he had integrated various powers from techniques like Guanhuang Fa Jiutian and the 9 styles of Tianlu into a realm uniquely his own. Xylon Reaver, within this night, his dharmic aspect also existed, though the people below could not see it. They could faintly perceive that under this moonlit night, thunder seemed to surge, invisible and untraceable, while they enjoyed this rare benefit to enhance their strength. Michael's come. Isaias felt a premonition and looked up. His figure flickered, disappearing and reappearing above his domain. In the sky, thunderclouds gathered, obscuring the sun. Within his domain, however, these people naturally saw none of this. This was the first tribulation of the human sovereign realm, the 9-fold Michaelaven's tribulation. Simply put, it meant enduring lightning strikes. Come. Isaias calmly watched the 9-fold Michaelaven's tribulation, unmoved. Michael had long awaited Ao Iof realm, Ganon added. As for Abby and others, they saw nothing but remained silently waiting. Even the usually well-behaved Aeri was frantically anxious, having been separated from its master for just a few minutes. Subsequent heavenly strikes posed no difficulty to Isaias. His attire remained unchanged, as if the tribulation was mere formality. This result stemmed from his diligent efforts over half a year, obtaining immensely potent items daily. During this period, his strength increased immeasurably, equivalent to thousands of years of preparation for others. Achieving this level was only natural. Thus, the 9th tribulation human sovereign was realized. Only upon truly reaching this realm did he realize the sheer power of a human sovereign, commanding mountains and rivers with a wave of his hand. A single thought could send the moon into the water. The people of Great Guy faintly heard water droplets falling in the night sky, the sound of the moon entering the water. When the Xylonon rises over the sea dissipated, people felt an unreal sensation, unsure what exactly happened. It was all so sudden. Apart from congratulating Nash Guy, they knew not what to say. Perhaps this was due to being closely tied to the Empire. Otherwise, how could they witness such bizarre phenomena today? Quietly passing a tribulation without rousing anyone, not even causing a ripple. A human sovereign was born before their very eyes, yet limited by their realms, they could not see through. The Xylonon rises over the sea. Your Highness, you've reached the human sovereign realm, Ganon and Alf said with a smile. Now, Isaias approached them, radiating an aura distinctly regal. Michael might be mistaken for a mortal when standing among other human sovereigns. I have become a human sovereign, Isaias replied. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Your Highness, Janine and others said. They dared not meet Isaias's gaze, sensing an indescribable majesty. With insufficient cultivation, they needed to approach cautiously. Ordinary people might forget this in a moment, but cultivators harbored numerous taboos. Some exalted individuals they couldn't directly face or withstand, lest it shorten their lifespan. Although Isaias hadn't reached that level, they still felt pressured. You should also refine yourselves further. Advancing in realm isn't the problem. Comprehension is key. I hope each of you, upon reaching the human sovereign realm, can create your own unique dominion, Isaias said. Yes. They understood this truth. Seeing Brendan spend so much time on his breakthrough, it was only logical they would take even longer. Witnessing today's phenomena, they knew they wouldn't easily ascend until reaching their utmost limits, striving to go further. Tree. Isaias was nearly 22 years old. Several of his Pablos and sisters were already married, and some were expecting children. In just a few years, the number of Guy descendants would grow significantly. It's about time I leave, Isaias said. His stay had been long enough. Michael would continue his journey, as cultivation knew no bounds and should never cease. Besides, he needed to make arrangements for Kinna and the others. They didn't have to follow him all the time. In the dead of night, at the Imperial Palace, in the study room, Cavan was reviewing memorials. A smile spread across his face with each one he opened. Skywave City has entered the celestial phase realm. The Jade City family found a spiritual herb and used it to refine their averils, achieving the Half-Xylon the Spinster title. In High Xylonuntan City, the last commoner successfully learned martial arts and prepared to join the military to serve the court. These were reports from officials nationwide, bearing much good news. However, there were also unexpected developments. Several cities had witnessed the emergence of powerful beasts that had gathered nearby monsters into large groups, claiming dominance over their mountains. This is indeed a problem, but it can be left for future generations to train, Cavan thought, marking no action on the memorials as long as they remained under control. A unique crop called the potato was... Don't worry, I won't pass this position to him until he reaches the sovereign Nash level. Jensen had explained everything to him. With the resources sent by Isaias, the Great Guy could ascend to become an imperial court, meaning the Guy family had a good chance of producing a supreme Nash-level powerhouse. This was undoubtedly tremendous news for the Great Guy. Before Jensen broke through, he would hold this position firmly, ensuring smooth transition. I'm relieved to hear that. As for you, Akil, advancing early with a third-rank Dermic manifestation, You've somewhat lagged behind, Isaias said. This was Kavin's choice, and he couldn't change it. Sacrificing himself to foster the next generation, bearing all calamities, what could he do? What does it matter? With the dynasty's aura supporting me, I can still become a sovereign. If we elevate to an imperial court, I will remain emperor and have a chance to break through to higher realms. These achievements are enough to satisfy me. Did you come all this way just to tell me this? Are you planning to leave? It was certain that Isaias had been staying in the capital these past days, but hadn't shown his face. No one could find him anyway. What reason would they have to look for him? Yes, I am preparing to leave, Isaias said. This departure might mean he wouldn't return for an indefinite period. The Spinters in the northern region had reached a conclusion, and the great guy could develop peacefully. He placed himself outside such matters. There was no need for him to do more. They had their own future and did not require his presence to shine. Chapter 118. Leaving Estiel on the cold Xylanunton. Dawn. Isaias gathered everyone together. Seeing his serious expression, they all felt a twinge of unease, sensing something important was about to happen. Your realms have reached a certain level. In a few days, I will leave Jingzhou and head to Central Province. At that time, go to the place I mentioned last time. There lies your opportunity. There's no need to look for me. If nothing happens, just stay in the Great Guy Empire and check in occasionally. Isaias spoke much more. They listened intently throughout. A few days ago, he had already assigned them different destinations, places where they could potentially break through to higher realms with immense assistance. Whether they chose to travel together or separately was entirely up to them. For this trip to Central Province, he would only take Alf and Ganon along. The rest were simply too weak to be of any help, and might even hold him back during critical moments. Central Province is the most powerful state in the Divine Land. It's said that there are over 100 divine dynasties and nearly 1,000 top-tier sects there. Even a Nash seems not particularly formidable. The lord of any city might possess the strength of an earthly Nash, and even their advisors could be earthly Nashes. These tales, though hearsay, paint a vivid picture of Central Province's terrifying power. Without a deity's protection, even a kingdom could easily be supplanted. Other issues, however, remained unclear. Turning around, he headed towards the former Spring Dynasty. There stood the cold Xylanunton, the coldest region within the Great Guy Empire and Azariah's hometown and final resting place. Besides Kavin and Isaias, no one knew of Azariah's tomb. Kavin personally buried her, keeping it secret. Xylon Reaver. Who cares about a dead person in this world of strength? Michael had visited the cold Xylanunton several times. It was bitterly cold, surrounded by sheer cliffs that ordinary people couldn't reach. Before long, he arrived at the foot of cold Xylanunton. Only a few passers-by rested here. Once, there was a village nearby where Azariah hailed from. Kavin, in his youth, roamed here and met Azariah, a tale that became legendary among the villagers. If they knew what became of that young man, they'd recognize him as the current Guy Nash. Climbing upwards, he trudged through ice and snow until he reached a desolate cliffside. There lay a small mound without even a steel. Passers-by might mistake it for an ordinary dirt pile. Xylonther, I'm here. The last time I visited was 7 years ago. You've waited long. Michael spoke to himself, then took out a stone slab from the system space and used the extinction spear to meticulously carve words into it. Buried here was his mother. Even if she asked for nothing more than to watch over her homeland, Isaias could not allow it to remain unmarked. What if someone one day came and desecrated the site? Within half an hour, the steel was carved. Isaias solemnly placed it at the grave, inscribed with Tomb of Haywooderth Xylonther Shalify, ending with erected by Junior Isaias. Michael cast a powerful spell to protect the area, ensuring that anyone below the rank of Earthly Nash could not damage it. Who would waste their time coming here otherwise? After setting it up, he bowed 3 times deeply. Turning away, as he left, a figure emerged from the mountain body. Brendan has grown so powerful. My lady, when will you return? She then used her strength to erase all traces of the tomb, ensuring no one besides Kavin and Isaias could find it. Back home, Isaias felt an immense sense of relief, as if shedding a heavy burden. His heartache and regret finally felt resolved. Hashtag Chapter 119. The Sea of Stars. Above the imperial capital, high in the sky, 2 figures stood silently observing the small town below. Let's go, Isaias said. Ganon and the others naturally had nothing to say. Wherever Isaias wanted them to go, they would follow. Xylon Reaver, staying in a place with no strong individuals was of no benefit to them, especially for Alf, who was already an emperor. Unlike Ganon, he needed to rely on his own efforts to improve his strength, and going to larger places would allow for better enhancement. Even Isaias himself couldn't obtain anything worthwhile by checking in here. In theory, the present Great Guy should be one of the top-tier regions in the Northern Territory, but what he gained here wasn't as good as before. This meant that this place was not beneficial for him anymore. It's understandable. As the human Nash in this world, he was at the peak, and the road had reached its end. How could he grow stronger? Great Guy remained unchanged, and so did the people. Isaias's departure didn't disturb anyone. They might not even know of his existence. The Great Guy was flourishing, and the people lived in peace and contentment, a land of happiness. Days later, Isaias and his group were already far away from the Northern Territory. They arrived at the coastal city on the border of Jingzhou, facing a vast ocean with countless ships coming and going. The central continent was supreme, located at the center of the earth, the largest region with an area several times bigger than the other 8 territories combined. Surrounding the central continent was the Sea of Stars, a vast ocean containing terrifying monsters that even divine beings dared not claim they could cross unscathed. Beyond the Sea of Stars lay the 8 provinces, also known as the Barbarian Lands. Having even one divine being was a tremendous fortune. All those wishing to travel to the central continent had to take ships. Crossing by oneself was too difficult. There were few islands mid-sea, and if there were originated from actual events. Though they seemed powerful to ordinary people, they were still vulnerable before greater powers. In Arianiangai City, there were dozens of large and small families profiting greatly from this water route. giving birth to a few emperor-level cultivators. Sir, I've seen you here for a while. Are you heading to the central continent? We of the Xylan family still have some spots available. Would you like to join us? A man approached them as they pondered. You're quite interesting. Yes, we need to go to the central continent. Tell me about your Xylan family fleet. Isaias replied, intrigued. Standing here had attracted someone already. Had business competition escalated to such an extent? Not hiding anything from you, sir. Recently, the Sea of Stars has been unstable. We've even dispatched human nashes for protection. Therefore, the journey to the central continent is naturally not cheap and is divided into 3 categories. The first class, led by a human nash, offers regular seats for 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones, with the most expensive ones priced at 200,000 upper-grade spirit stones. But looking at you, sir, this amount is negligible. Isaias didn't respond immediately but observed the man curiously. Over 1,000,000 miles, protected by a human nash, it wasn't too expensive. If a ship carried hundreds of people, the profits would be substantial, thing he could approve on his own. The suite was spacious, more like a living quarters suitable for multiple people, though it came at a higher price. Isaias paid 1,000,000 upper-grade spirit stones for it. Chapter 120. Isaac, selection for the Holy Land. Michael didn't feel the slightest bit of regret, since he wouldn't use them anyway. Receiving so many daily from the system, they would only mold away in the system space. Whether more or less, it didn't matter much. A few sign-ins, and he would be back. Since they were to depart in 3 days, they arranged accommodations for Isaias and others who would board the ship. Naturally, the eating and lodging expenses would be free. Considering how much spirit stones everyone had spent, the Xylan family certainly had to meet these basic needs. This was a large courtyard with quite a few people inside. As soon as Isaias and the others arrived, they overheard discussions about their upcoming voyage to Central State. Some were going there for business, while others had reached their cultivation limits and hoped to try their luck in the deep sea. Everyone's purposes varied because they had paid enough spirit stones to secure the highest level accommodations. Neighboring theirs were several people who appeared wealthy and powerful, exuding remarkable auras. Among them was an Imperial Realm warrior. Michaelo, my name is Isaac. I'm headed to Central State for the Holy Land selection. What about you? A youth about Isaias's age spoke first. Isaias. No specific goal, but what is this Holy Land selection you mentioned? Isaias asked. Initially, Isaias hadn't planned to respond to him, but the Imperial Realm individual following behind him piqued his curiosity. What exactly was this Holy Land selection? After all, the young man named Isaac before him was a genuine ruler. Among the prodigies Isaias had seen, Isaac was the strongest. Do you not know? That makes sense since I never saw you at the Jiuyou Grand Competition. It's perfectly normal for you not to know. Let me explain. Anyone who participates in the Jiuyou Grand Competition and achieves a certain ranking can go to Central State to join a selection organized by the 10 Great Holy Lands. If chosen, you can become an Avril of the Holy Land, with a chance to reach the Imperial Realm. One could say that over 80% of the Imperial Realm experts from the outer 8 states originate from Central State. Few manage to break through on their own. The 10 Great Holy Lands of Central State are the most powerful forces, controlling numerous divine dynasties and sects below them. Xylon Reaver, from the aura I see, brother guy, doesn't seem weak. You should have been able to achieve a decent ranking at the Jiuyou Grand Competition. Why didn't you participate? Michael. Isaac looked. Many had already reached the peak of this world. That is indeed regrettable. However, you can still attend the event in person. If you catch the attention of the Holy Land Elders, you still have a chance, Isaac added. As they chatted, the Imperial Realm warrior beside Isaac was far from calm. Isaias's 2 followers gave him immense pressure. He couldn't even see through them. Michael wanted nothing more than for his young master to distance himself from these people immediately. To have 2 Imperial Realm warriors following Isaias made his identity far more terrifying than Isaac's. Thank you for your reminder. If the opportunity arises, I'll take a look, Isaias replied. After some conversation, Isaias and the others entered their rooms to rest. Only then did the Imperial Realm warrior get the chance to speak privately with Isaac. Ross, what's wrong? Isaac looked at Ross curiously, surprised by his sudden urgency. Young spinster, those 2 Imperial Realm warriors following that person are stronger than me. His aura suggests he's no weaker than a human sovereign. Do not get too close to him. It could be dangerous, Ross warned. Being an Imperial Realm expert, Isaias couldn't hide his strength from him. At such a young age to possess strength comparable to a human sovereign, his background must be mysterious. If it threatened their safety, it would be disastrous. No way, he's a human sovereign. Isaac exclaimed, suddenly feeling flushed. Just moment. Chapter 121. Departure from the shore. Over the past few days, no one had disturbed Isaias. Residing in the topmost floor was itself a symbol of power. Who would willingly seek trouble by confronting him? Xylon Reaver, his neighbors were all top-tier powerhouses, making it even less likely for anyone to venture up here. Michael remained confined within, as if he never existed. Even Isaac couldn't catch up with him, let alone others. In the early morning, dawn barely breaking through the darkness. Guest, we are about to depart. A knock on the door, followed by the voice of a Xylan family envoy. Today was precisely the scheduled departure day. I know, Isaias replied. Michael quickly packed up and left the room with his companions. They did not encounter Isaac, suggesting he must have already headed down. By the time Isaias and company arrived at the harbor, everyone else was already aboard the ship, awaiting only them. It wasn't that Isaias was being difficult, but rather that the Xylan family had informed him last minute, and he wasn't sure of the exact timing. The sea appeared gray and hazy, visibility poor. Hurry up, we're about to set sail. What are you dawdling for? As they approached, they heard a middle-aged man cursing. Michael wasn't hurrying them but directing the loading of cargo, which had been delivered late last night. The crew worked through the night to ensure they could depart immediately. Involves 3 human nashes and 1 Imperial Realm warrior dispatched by the Xylan family. However, the latter has remained hidden, and their intentions are unknown. Additionally, among our fellow travelers, only the Luo family warrior has reached the Imperial Realm, along with over a dozen human nashes. Ganon joined Isaias and shared what she had discovered. This small fleet is several times stronger than the northern region, Isaias remarked. Indeed, the northern region was a minor place. Staying there held little significance now that he had witnessed how different and vastly superior the outside world was. Just encountering an Imperial Realm warrior so easily made him realize how trivial and insignificant he was. The Central Plains must be incredibly prosperous. Thinking of this, he felt an even greater anticipation for that distant world. The journey has just begun. If you're not practicing, tell me about the 3 calamities, Isaias said, turning away from the window. A reef on the ship was dull except for cultivation, making this a perfect opportunity to discuss the human Nash realm with the others. Although he was only a 9th tribulation human Nash, several tribulations lay ahead. Learning more could only benefit him. I will gladly answer your questions, Ganon offered. Though I am not as knowledgeable as Teacher Ganon, I do have some understanding and would be honored to share it with your highness, Alf added. Having 2 experts help clarify his doubts was beneficial. Their experiences could cross-verify and provide more accurate insights. Some might breeze through the human Nash tribulations effortlessly, but verifying their experiences would lead to better understanding. Time flowed like water, and days passed swiftly. They had traveled more than 10,000 miles, though their journey wasn't linear. They frequently stopped at islands, with people leaving and joining the fleet at various points. They encountered a few sea beast attacks, but against their overwhelming strength, these beasts were no match. They were easily defeated, providing additional variety to the passengers' diets. At this pace, reaching the Central Plains would take several months. There was no rush. Isaias intended to savor the allure of the Starry Sea, which attracted countless adventurers. The deeper into the sea, the stronger the warriors became. On those islands, apart from children, no one was below the innate realm. Survival in such harsh conditions demanded formidable cultivation. Even a single island could establish a powerful empire in the northern region. Yet, people preferred staying on these small islands, advancing rapidly due to the inexhaustible resources provided by the endless sea. Underwater harbored abundant resources, ensuring a lifetime of wealth and the means to acquire cultivation. No one would remember you after that. However, such high-level disasters are encountered by only a few individuals. Different strengths of wind disasters result in varying levels of combat power among warriors of the same rank. Starting from the postnatal stage, if one can reach the peak at each level, there is hope to become the first mighty warrior to break through the divine realm in the great land of divine earth. From ancient times until now, no one has ever achieved this. There are always imperfections that cannot be compensated for. Even powerful deities are helpless. If they cannot break through, they too will eventually turn into dust after millions of years. This also means that even deities do not have eternal life. They only have millions of years, which seems long, but for beings at that level, mere cultivation or seclusion can last thousands of years. Calculating it this way, it isn't much. Rumble. A loud rumbling noise caused the fleet to abruptly stop. Some people who were off balance nearly fell over. Just as they were about to curse, what they saw outside made them forget their anger. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, with heavy rain pouring down. In the sea, dozens of gigantic creatures blocked their path. The parts visible above water were enough to make anyone's heart race in fear. They were surrounded by powerful sea beasts, whose green eyes seemed to have been watching them for some time. What's your purpose? Xylonra voices rose in frustration. They wanted to survive. They were just hitching a ride and didn't want to die. Inside the room, Your Highness, there are 3 Imperial Realm Komodo sea beasts beneath the ship, and another very strong aura is approaching. If they appear, no one in this fleet will leave alive, Ganon said. Those people must have taken a Komodo royal's young. Otherwise, so many giant beasts wouldn't be here, Isaias said. On his first sea voyage, he encountered such a thing. Michael scanned the surroundings, trying to find that person but found nothing. To shield themselves from our perception, the person must be quite powerful and possess a potent shielding artifact. Only someone at the Imperial Realm could do this, Alf said. Michael was searching as well. With the distinct aura of Komodos, they should be easy to identify. Yet, despite being an Imperial Iof, he couldn't detect them in the crowd. They were hiding skillfully. Apart from the Xylan family and the Luo family, no one else on board had such realm-strong warriors. Bang! Come in, Isaias said. Isaac and Ross entered, along with another Imperial Realm warrior. Guy Pablo, I suppose you have guessed by now, Isaac said somberly. Ross had been looking for the Komodo royal's young, but found nothing. Yet, the Komodo family appearing here wasn't without reason. Boast. Isn't that right, Xylan family human Nash? Isaac asked, staring at the human Nash who spoke earlier. The human Nash froze, exposed for trying to shift blame. If others knew the Xylan family risked everyone's lives for a Komodo royal's young, how would people view them? What are you talking about? Where is any concealment powder? Hand over the young, and we can leave, the Xylan family human Nash replied. Since you Xylan family dared this, don't blame us. Ross act. Immediately, Ross headed toward the cargo ship. Don't go there, that's our Xylan family cargo. Chapter 123, The Offspring. However, how could the human Nash stop the great Nash? With a wave of Ross's hand, a beam of energy shot toward the cargo ship. Scram! A roar came from the cargo ship, and a barrier rose to block Ross's attack. Finally, you've shown yourselves. Shouldn't your Xylan family provide an explanation for today's events? Ross sneered. They thought they could sneak through with all that breath-concealing powder. It was quite the audacious plan. Theoretically, enough breath-concealing powder could even shield deities from perception, rendering oneself invisible. No wonder he couldn't find them no matter where he searched. Roar! As soon as the Xylan family powerhouses appeared, the Komodo giants in the sea began roaring, showing great agitation. My Xylan family actions require no explanation to others, said the great Nash. They were almost past this place. If not for the great Nash declared without budging. Meanwhile, the Komodo giants beside him roared incessantly, clearly very anxious. One more sound and I'll kill it. The Xylan family Great Nash revealed an offspring, half a meter tall, held tightly in his hand, ready to end its life at any moment. What are you doing? You'll doom everyone here. Do you realize that? Ross exclaimed in alarm. Treating the offspring so callously before the Komodo giants, who appeared to be of royal lineage, was dangerous. Losing a royal offspring could drive the Komodo clan to madness, leaving no one alive. Chuckle. If I hold out for half an hour, Xylan family powerhouses will arrive. And who here thinks anyone will survive today? Foolish. Rest assured, no one will know what transpired here. The Xylan family Great Nash laughed maniacally. Instantly, everyone's faces paled. Michael intended to seal every mouth. Once everyone disappeared, they could claim the fleet encountered a storm, with all passengers missing and likely dead. And the Xylan family could continue their operations, unsuspiciously, unchallenged. To hell with this, kill them. This Xylan family is a bunch of dog bastards, making us serve as guinea pigs. I knew something was off when they sold me a ticket at half price. Everyone raged, wishing to tear the Xylan family apart. Yet all aboard were martial artists. This meant they were far stronger. I'm about to break through, end this farce now, Isaias remarked. Storm. The sea churned with black waters, deep whirlpools, and bloody patches amidst raging winds, rocking the fleet. Farther off, a storm was gathering, massive tornadoes rushing towards them. Leave it to me. A mere second-rank Great Nash isn't worthy of a spinster Ganon's intervention, Alf said, advancing with growing aura. Nash Iof. All gasped in shock, disbelief. How could such power be hidden aboard? Stay back or I'll kill it. No one leaves, the Xylan family Great Nash shouted, clutching the offspring, relieved to have leverage. Once the offspring died, the Komodo clan would go mad, killing everyone. Hashtag chapter 124, Wind Disaster. Shameless. Vile. The curses poured out like a deluge, but they dared to vent only verbally. This was the Nash, an awe-inspiring and terrifying existence. They wouldn't dare to speak if not for someone currently restraining him, doomed and still unrepentant. Imperial authority. Alf spoke as a fearsome aura erupted from him, enveloping the Xylan clan Nash's hands. Without reaching the Imperial realm, they couldn't stop him, and unlike humans, getting close would provoke the Nash, leading to mutual destruction. They could only wait for stronger reinforcements, but by then, the Xylan clan would have escaped into the vast expanse of the Starry Sea, making it almost impossible to find them again. Imperial Sovereign. Isaac looked at Alf, his eyes filled with unimaginable complexity. In the face of absolute power, all plots were mere jokes. Neither the Xylan clan nor Isaac himself mattered much to the other party. It might be true that Isaias wasn't interested in sacred selections, or that a deity backed him. Otherwise, why would an Imperial Sovereign escort him? A spinster, don't overthink it. Michael belongs to a different world than ours. Even without comparing yourself to him, you remain Jingzhou's greatest genius, Ross said. Isaac felt bitter inside. If he wasn't compared to someone like that, what significance would his title as Jingzhou's best hold? To others, he'd merely be an insignificant ant. Return the youngling to them, Isaias said. Yes, your highness. Alf complied, delivering the youngling to the Commodore family members. They accepted it with trepidation, feeling unreal. The man before them had just kicked a Nash to death. Had they rushed forward, their fate would have been worse. Being able to retrieve the prince so easily brought some relief. Isaias wasn't fond of doing things this way, but if he hadn't acted, what is this? What kind of wind disaster is he enduring? We're being dragged into it. Feeling the increasing strength of the wind disaster, they worried, fearing being pulled into it. Their own weakness would blame no one else. Annihilation winds. Such a bizarre place, yet annihilation winds appear. His potential is limitless, Alf noted. While not the strongest wind disaster, annihilation winds are extremely special, offering insight into the laws of annihilation and space. This will greatly benefit Brendan, Ganon remarked. Isaias' strength couldn't be denied. With profound cultivation, he was formidable among peers even in the chaotic Dao realm. Thank you for returning my son. Michael, take this wind-stabilizing pearl. A voice echoed from the sky. A pearl flew toward Isaias. Receiving it, he sensed the surrounding winds calming slightly. Thank you, Isaias replied. At this moment, a divine expert appeared, watching quietly as the Commodore family stayed nearby. Isaias stored the wind-stabilizing pearl. Its potent energy was perfect for refining his body, which hadn't improved in a long time. This chance couldn't be missed. Enduring the wind disaster meant surviving the annihilation winds ravaging forces. Overcoming it would strengthen him further, advancing him along the path to becoming a three tribulations human sovereign. Simple yet challenging, few could pass human sovereigns before, but none like Isaias, who faced the calamity with calm composure. In the midst of the storm, he stood with his hands behind his back, enduring the tempest without any resistance. A testament to his supreme confidence in his own strength. How many human sovereigns undergoing tribulation dared to let down their guard, fearing even the slightest mishap? But Isaias, after receiving a wind-stabilizing pearl from a powerful figure, didn't use it, choosing instead to withstand the wind calamity with his sheer strength alone. After this breakthrough, he might well rival the 10,000 longevity human sovereign, Ross muttered, awe evident in his voice. The gap between human sovereigns varied greatly, especially between third tribulation and 10,000 longevity. If one were represented by one, the other would be 10,000. Anyone who could weather the celestial 5 decays was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, the youth before him left even Ross speechless. What a peerless prodigy. Given Isaias' abilities, if everything went smoothly, achieving the Imperial realm was merely a matter of time. Even reaching the divine realm was within reach. Such a prodigy deserved his strong guardians. Everyone's gaze fell upon Isaias. When disaster was great enough, they all hoped he could overcome it, creating a miracle. Even the Chemo family hadn't left. They remained in the distant sea, silently observing the scene. Time ticked away as Isaias' domain contained too much complexity and power. It wasn't just a simple boundary. An extraordinary Xylonon rising over the sea. Its potent vitality and ultimate destruction even affect me slightly, a divine-grade martial artist remarked, growing increasingly intrigued by Isaias. Now, he understood Isaias' strategy. When the wind calamity reached its peak, he would use the power of his domain to resist it, allowing him to grasp the laws within the wind calamity. The only way to comprehend laws before the imperial realm. Laws were the embodiment of divinity, and this was what those in the imperial realm aimed to achieve. Only by comprehending the laws could one step into the divine realm. First, refine the body with the wind calamity, then master the laws. I seem to be falling behind. There are indeed geniuses like him in the world. Perhaps my chemo family should consider making contact with him, the divine-grade martial artist thought. Isaias' display was too unexpected, making it hard to believe he didn't have powerful backing. In his mind, Isaias had already become an enigma. Meanwhile, after deploying his domain, Isaias took out a chaotic-colored pill. Satori pill, it's up to you now, he said, swallowing the pill without hesitation. It was something he had received from daily sign-ins recently, possibly sensing his impending breakthrough, thus sent to assist him in grasping his own laws within the wind calamity. Even if he couldn't advance further as a human sovereign, having this foundation would allow him to break through faster once he reached the imperial realm. With the added power of the laws, his combat strength would be even more terrifying. Instantly, Isaias entered deep meditation, unmoved by the changes around him as time passed and the world transformed. Within the annihilation winds lay spatial laws, annihilation laws, wind laws, and more. Rare and potent rules that would significantly boost his combat power if mastered individually. Few observers remained by this point. Only those at or above the human sovereign level could pierce through the veil and understand what was happening outside. This was why many powerful human sovereigns invited only peers or higher to witness their tribulations. Only at such levels could one truly appreciate the subtleties involved. For ordinary martial artists, it was meaningless even if shown 1,000 times. At first, the human sovereigns felt uncomfortable under Isaias' domain, but soon they calmed down. Unable to intervene, they chose to observe and learn, benefiting their future breakthroughs. Higher-level martial artists could only marvel at Isaias, helpless to aid him. Unless they joined him in the wind calamity to share in his law comprehension, it would only make the tribulation more terrifying. Interfering with natural disasters meant going against the heavens, a price they couldn't afford. Chapter 126, Law Seed. So this is how it works. I have enlightenment. One of the human Nashes said, I feel like I can now harness fire disasters. Indeed, watching a powerful being transcend a calamity helps me grow. Several human Nashes murmured among themselves, each gaining something from the experience. Wind and fire disasters complemented each other. Neither could be said to be stronger or weaker. Experiencing more wind disasters would help them better endure fire ones. Brendan is too monstrous. Once he integrates the laws into his domain, who knows how powerful he will become, Alf commented. Supreme Human Nash? I haven't seen one in a long time. Though he's only a human Nash, he's definitely a heavenly genius, Ganon remarked. Becoming a Supreme Human Nash was no easy feat. Even on the Divine Continent, it was uncertain if the term Supreme Human Nash existed. What specific achievements were required to reach such a level remained vague. As long as one surpassed a myriad age human Nash significantly, but hadn't reached the sovereign realm, they could be considered a Supreme Human Nash. But exactly what constituted significantly was unclear, even to someone of Ganon's caliber. Among all cultivators across myriad realms, human Nashes were the most special. If their foundation was solidified, their future potential was limitless. They watched as, under the combined effects of Enlightenment Pill and the Wind Disaster, he managed to establish some connection with a portion of the laws. Soon, a branch grew from the area governed by the Wind Law. That was all it could manage for now. The Wind Law's Chuxing had taken shape. It was the first law he grasped. To elevate it and let the Wind Law grow into a towering tree would require a higher realm, deeper insights, or possibly more encounters with calamities. Note, Chuxing means initial form, or rudimentary form, so Chuxing is more accurate than Chu. Unable to make further progress, he switched focus. However, the laws embedded in the Wind Disaster were too profound and brutal, making comprehension difficult. By the time the Enlightenment Pill's effects wore off and he regained consciousness, he had barely managed to germinate a second law seed. The second law, Annihilation Law, a branch of Destruction Law, it was an incredibly terrifying force that could annihilate foes before they knew what hit them. The Wind Disaster sweeping past him felt like a gentle breeze, not even breaking through his defenses. This entire process took less than half an hour. In my name, bestow upon the Wind Law, Isaias declared, waving his hand. His domain gained a new feature as strong winds stirred the vast oceans within. The shimmering sea under moonlight confirmed the presence of wind. In restoring the original scenery, witnesses could hardly remain composed. That was a wind disaster. Just speaking aloud caused the phenomena within his domain to neutralize the calamity. If not seen with their own eyes, who would believe this wasn't legend? So it's over? A human Nash asked, swallowing hard. Rubbing his eyes, he couldn't believe it was real. Young friend, you've rendered me redundant. The deity finally emerged before Isaias, a humanoid Komodo beast of fearsome power. Thank you, revered deity, for your generous gift. Now that the wind disaster has passed, I should return this treasure, Isaias said, presenting the calming wind pearl. Once given, there's no taking it back. Keep this pearl. It's a small token. It's our clan symbol. If you have time, visit Komodo Island and guide my younger generation, the deity replied, impressed by Isaias. Very well, I will visit. Isaias accepted the symbol, a conch shell guiding the way to Komodo Island. Just then, a powerful aura locked onto the area. Where is my Xylan clan fleet? Chapter 127. The Fall of a Deity 1. House Xylan. The deity of the Komodo family's face darkened. This family had been plotting against his son and almost succeeded in killing him. Now they had the audacity to appear. Deity of House Xylan declared, striking without mercy at Alf who had just advanced. In an instant, everyone's attention focused on Alf. Below a deity, all were mere ants. Despite Alf's recent display of strength, there was no hope against a deity. Oriental friend, do not be anxious. Since this matter is caused by me, I will handle this lower deity. The Komodo family deity interjected, blocking Isaias. Michael, Isaias stood no chance against the lower deity. Since this person had saved its child's life, it was fitting for the debt to be repaid. Power law. With these words, it unleashed its law against the deity of House Silent. There's another expert. The deity of House Silent halted mid-motion, eyes filled with chill. Even as a deity, offending House Silent meant certain death. Not knowing what had transpired afterward, he had rashly attacked. Around him were not only other deities, but also foes of House Silent. Unhesitatingly, he summoned his law to clash with the opponent. Only after a brief engagement did he see his true adversary. Chris Komodo, it's you? The deity of House Silent, named Azariah, was surprised. The initial ease turned to gravity. Michael vaguely remembered that this time, House Silent had captured a Komodo youngling, Chris's son. Now Chris himself was standing before him, a far more formidable foe. Plus, the natural strength of the beast form gave him Komodo experts, reasoning that capturing a few would paralyze Chris, allowing an escape opportunity. Abandoning this route would be a small price for future peace. Growing closer, Chris realized his intent. A chilling sensation arose within him. How dare this human target the Komodo clan at such a critical moment? Storm God Nation. At Azariah's distraction, Chris quickly deployed his God Nation, enveloping Azariah in preparation for a decisive battle. You're mad. Mechanism God Nation. Startled, Azariah retaliated with his own God Nation. Terrified, Azariah knew he couldn't match Chris in consumption. When divine power was exhausted, death would follow. Divine power was the foundation of a deity's might. Losing it meant imminent demise. Today, you must die, declared Chris, unleashing relentless attacks. With external measures neutralized, only close combat remained. House Silent excelled in long-range control, lacking close combat skills compared to standard deities. Once engaged, they faced certain death. Realizing this, Azariah widened the distance. His sole thought was escape. Nothing mattered more than his life. Chapter 128. The Fall of a Deity, Part 2. Can you escape? Ultimate speed. In an instant, it appeared above Xylanri's head. Immovable Sheldon. Alright, very simple and brutal. The immense pressure that could crush them. The stronger one was, the deeper they could dive. Similarly, beyond the 9th Michaelaven, there were limits. They could only survive within this realm. Exploring outside the world was beyond their capabilities. Even deities had their limits. At this moment, where Chris was out of reach for Jedediah and company. It was a forbidden zone, uninhabitable by any life form. All they could do was wait patiently. Occasionally, disturbances below sent enormous ripples of lightning across the sea surface. This was likely Chris's power, the abilities of his clan being limited to thunder, strength, and destruction, brutal forces. After an indeterminate time, the water calmed again with no further movement. A corpse floated up from the depths. Deity Xylanri has fallen. Seeing the body, everyone sighed deeply. This was a high-ranking deity capable of judging all living beings, with a lifespan stretching millions of years, now lying silently in the water. Then, Chris emerged, looking battered. A dying deity's last counterattack was enough to injure it. Xylanri is dead. You may go, Chris said. It then glanced at Jedediah, nodding silently. Jedediah reciprocated the gesture. Earning a deity's favor, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Now, even if he couldn't make it in Central State, he could always come to the Star Sea. Without much ado, it led the Komodo beasts back into the deep sea. So this is the Star Sea. I thought it was just talk. Turns out even deities can die here. Do you think there'd be so many fleets otherwise? Having witnessed this firsthand, they would no longer doubt the peril of the Star Sea. The most terrifying thing wasn't the disasters encountered en route, but the unpredictable human heart, one capable of turning on its own kind. Once everything calmed, their eyes instinctively turned to Jedediah. After all, he was now the strongest among them. With no one left to lead the group, they naturally pinned their hopes on Jedediah. With him leading, the journey ahead would be easier. Previously, they hadn't imagined such powerful warriors existed in their group. Does anyone know how to sail? We'll part ways at the next island and each find a ship to our destinations, Jedediah said. No way was he going to drag these people along, especially since he wasn't familiar with the routes either. Though disappointed with the fleets, he had no choice but to proceed step by step. I can. Me too. Let me handle it. I know of a large island nearby. It should take about 3 days. Several volunteers stepped forward. They also wanted to leave, but regretted not following Jedediah directly to his destination. They selfishly thought about taking Jedediah to their respective destinations for free protection from ration with Arianiang Island and wasn't allowed entry. Why did the Xylan family representative come here? Was it Nash Tianyun who sent you? An emperor blocked the fleet's path, halting them outside the island. Chapter 129. Special period. The Nash appeared unusually tense. Normally, even without a cooperative relationship, after inquiring about the reason, they would be allowed entry to the island. However, this was a special period, and their unease could not be ignored. On the ship, everyone involuntarily had a string of question marks. They were merely here to transfer boats and did not think much about it. Why were these people so nervous? However, at present, it was best to first explain the situation. Otherwise, it would be hard to enter the island today unless someone up there took action to force an entry. Your Excellency, our team encountered some unexpected situations. The Xylan family attempted to harm us, but we have eliminated them all. We sailed here ourselves to change to another family's fleet for departure, said the person responsible for piloting the ship. A spinster Jalen, don't believe them. It must be a conspiracy by Tianyun Nash. What a coincidence that they arrived just now. They clearly have ill intentions. Before the Nash could speak, the warriors behind him began shouting, showing a strong resistance to outsiders. Do you have any evidence? Asked Nash Jalen. Their expression seemed sincere and didn't appear to be lying. Xylon Reaver, these ships looked rather battered, as if they had encountered a major disaster. Of course, this might be an act, and no one knew what kind of attacks they would face once allowed into the island. If they cooperated with Tianyun Island's strong ones inside and out, Orion Island would be in danger. I am Nash Monty of the Luo family. I can vouch for what he just said. Is this sufficient? Ellsworth stepped forward, acknowledging that having a Iof or a lesser Nash speak wouldn't resolve anything. Only a Nash could address the current predicament. Who knows if your Luo family isn't also in league with Tianyun Nash? It does seem somewhat true. I've heard the Luo family has a decent reputation in the northern region, and they are a family guarded by an imperial sovereign. They shouldn't align with Tianyun Island. If the Luo family were to attack, we on Orion Island couldn't withstand it. So, it's the Luo family that has arrived. Allow passage. Nash Jalen did not continue blocking them. There was no real reason to block the powerful Luo family, even if they were not as strong as him. With Nash Jalen's order, those below naturally did not dare hesitate and let them into the harbor. From your words, does Orion Island have something significant going on? Asked Monty. If not, why would they refuse others entry to the island? It made no sense. Luo Pablo, you need to know that recently, near the boundary between our Orion Island and Tianyun Island, a secret realm appeared. Both sides want to claim it. But Tianyun Nash invited 2 other Nashes to assist him, and they might launch an attack on Orion Island anytime soon. We have no choice, please understand, explained Nash Jalen. Michael didn't bother explaining further to others. Only another Nash deserved such detailed clarification. A struggle over a secret realm is common. Do they really intend to annihilate your Orion Island? Asked Monty. At this question, Nash Jalen fell silent. To be honest, Tianyun Nash indeed has such intentions. Michael plans to take control of several nearby islands, and has already killed a few Nashes in recent years. Even their islands have been occupied. His goal is to establish an imperial court, and use its power to advance to the rank of an imperial sovereign, whispered Nash Jalen. In the Starry Sea, imperial courts also exist, albeit on a smaller scale formed by islands. This was precisely what Tianyun Nash aimed for, a new imperial court to boost his own strength. This would inevitably infringe upon the interests of others. As equals, if one wanted to establish an imperial court, why should it be anyone else and not themselves? Thus, the conflict over the secret realm was merely a pretext for invasion. So, you're here at an unfortunate time. We have no spare ships to send you away. What about the Ocean Alliance? Don't they care? Asked Monty. The Ocean Alliance is not what it used to be. I suspect those two. If the Ocean Alliance truly intended to nurture a new imperial court, anyone willing to submit to the alliance could potentially replace Tianyun Island and become the new ruler. When will the Nash return? Nash Jalen sighed. Despite being powerful emperors themselves, they were still at the mercy of stronger forces, unable to alter their fate. Isaias was unaware of the happenings here and needed no knowledge of it. Michael came here to rest and prepare for the next voyage, disregarding any schemes. As long as it didn't affect him, he cared little about it. Not asking, not interfering, that was the right approach. Since their arrival, someone had followed them every day, seemingly supervising everyone. Aspeny stopped going out altogether. Furthermore, they discovered they couldn't find ships to leave, leaving them waiting. They are going too far, following us all the time. Why don't we just sail away with our original ships? Why suffer here? We can't. There's not enough fuel to reach the next island. Do you want to drift in the sea? This won't work either. I regret coming to Orion Island. Hashtag chapter 130, Ascension to Divinity. At the headquarters of the Oceanic Union. Nash Orion, you will be staying here for a few days. In a few days, I won't stop you. Do you understand what I mean? An elder said kindly, though his smile concealed many hidden knives. Nash Orion's body trembled. His greatest concern had indeed come to pass. Nash Tinyun's actions were backed by the Oceanic Union, and now it was happening so openly? If he stayed here for just a few days, when he returned, everything would already be done. At that point, with his strength, he would be powerless to change anything. Michael could either become Nash Tinyun's subordinate, continuing to control Orion Island, or he would have to flee far away. During these few days while he couldn't return, who knew what catastrophic blows Orion Island would suffer? Divine Nash Gigming, if the Union wants something, I can give it too. Why should it be only Nash Tianyun and not me? Nash Orion said. There was no need for pretense anymore. They both understood the situation all too well. Only the specifics needed to be laid out on the table. Orion, some things are not meant for you, so don't reach for them. Understand? If not for past ties, you wouldn't be standing here today, Divine Nash Gigming said, his eyes flashing with coldness at Orion's words, which displeased him. Well, Nash Orion muttered. Michael could only force a bitter laugh, understanding perfectly what Gigming meant. Disobedient individuals had met their ends long ago, like the nearby Celestial Star Island's emperor, who had likely been killed by the Union. Michael remained alive because Gigming had once patronized him, essentially serving as his mentor. On the surface, he seemed luckier than others, but without Orion Island, how was he different from a stray dog? Army assembled, ready to depart. Arik the Nash Xiang, these warriors couldn't sleep peacefully. The Starry Sea had changed, and so had the Union. It was no longer the support pillar that helped humanity occupy the ocean. Instead, it was poisoning its own people. Humanity is selfish. With enough benefits, they discard their false benevolence and embrace evil without hesitation, as evidenced by the current situation where no one could stop them. I hope Robert understands the greater good, one emperor said. Hyman, be careful with your words, another emperor hastily interjected, pointing towards the depths of the palace. Yes, let's go, the first replied hurriedly. As humans, they drifted together on this vast ocean, fighting sea beasts side by side, continuously expanding deeper into the ocean. Their gains grew, and nobody idly coveted others' islands. Such trivial matters weren't worth it. The real treasures lay deep in the sea. Xylon Reaver, what did an emperor need with such vast territory? Tianyun Island alone was enough for indulgence. On the next day, Orion Island. Sign-in successful. Due to the special circumstances of the area, rewards have increased. Congratulations, the limit of your follower Alf has been raised to the 9th rank of Nash. Follower Ganon has been promoted to lower divine. What's going on? Isaias was bewildered. How did his arrival result in unexpected enhancements for his followers? Originally, he expected that Ganon would only ascend to divinity once he reached the Imperial realm. Yet now, it happened prematurely, and this was only the first day of signing in. What strange place was this? A Spingisty. Why did we suddenly gain power? Two voices echoed from outside. Confused by the sudden boost, they quickly sought Isaias. Orion Island is about to undergo significant changes. You two must immediately find out what's happening here, Isaias instructed. Since arriving, they hadn't ventured out, remaining inside their room the entire time. Had it not been for the sign-in today, he wouldn't have known Orion Island was undergoing major events. Finding out wasn't difficult. Just asking anyone around revealed the news. Soon, they brought back information. Just Nash Tianyun? That shouldn't be enough to promote Ganon to divinity. This seems influenced by a divine being. What are they planning? Isaias massaged his temples, finding such matters perplexing, which he was least adept at handling. Ganon, given your current strength, how would you fare against a divine? Your Highness, at the lower divine rank, I am unmatched, even against 10 foes. But against middle divines, I can only defend myself. Higher divine. They arrived quickly, before dawn even broke. A long, drawn-out trumpet blast rang out, and countless warriors from Rudy Island rushed to the front lines. Instantly, the two forces stood in deadlock, everyone except those at the Nash realm participating. How despicable. They took our Imperial Iof away. It's too underhanded. Brothers, today we can only rely on ourselves. We swear to die rather than surrender to Bryce Island. We will not be their lackeys. Their voices grew louder, but they didn't know if their resistance had any meaning now. The enemy's strength exceeded theirs by dozens of times. It was a fight that couldn't be won. Continuing the fight would be futile and would cost them their lives. Jalen, you have no chance. Surrender now. By submitting to Bryce Imperial Iof, the 10 billion souls of Rudy Island will be spared, and your Imperial Iof will return, said one Nash. Bullshit. You are nothing but a pack of cowards. I am ashamed to be among you. Kill me if you dare. Jalen immediately rejected the offer. If even he gave up, Rudy Island would lose all its fighting power. Even if the Rudy Imperial Iof were here, the outcome wouldn't change. Why waste time? Once he is dead, there will be no one left to resist on Rudy Island, and Imperial Iof suggested, tired of this half-hearted approach. Michael believed they should use overwhelming force to eliminate the top fighters, leaving no future troubles. Without the Rudy Imperial Iof, Jalen Nash alone wouldn't cause much trouble. Farron Imperial Iof, please be careful with your words. Behind Rudy Island stands Gig Ming Imperial Sovereign. Even if we conquer this place, we must not recklessly slaughter. Another Imperial Iof reminded him urgently. Everyone knew direct assault was the simplest method. This was how previous rebellious islands were handled. Rudy Island was special though. Within the alliance, an Imperial Sovereign was considered high-level combat strength. They could be conquered, but must be given due respect. Otherwise, one enraged Imperial Sovereign could wreak havoc on them. Though they acted under divine orders, they would take responsibility for their actions. To protect their lives, they knew better. Hmph. Then let's capture him alive. I don't believe every person on Rudy Island has such strong resolve, Farron Imperial Iof said angrily, but also helplessly. Their relationship with Gig Ming Imperial Sovereign wasn't harmonious, making this situation tricky. Below, the battle raged, rivers of blood flowed, and many warriors died. What sustained their fighting was a shared belief. Gradually retreating, they lost the outer city, followed by the inner city. Only a few stubborn individuals remained in the central city, while all other resistance faded. This was a foregone conclusion. Jalen Nash's resistance seemed like a joke. That they still lived was because they were still under some protection. Bryce Imperial Iof and his group were relatively rational and didn't harm others directly but simply swept through. A puppet. Isaias observed Bryce Imperial Iof. Basic information about him appeared in his mind, but part of it was obscured. The stronger the opponent, the less he could see. Michael couldn't fully perceive Jalen Nash, let alone Bryce Imperial Iof. Apart from basic information, there was nothing else. The word controlled appeared after his name, indicating Bryce Imperial Iof was merely a puppet. An accomplished Imperial Iof invading other islands for no real benefit was unlikely. Establishing a dynasty was even more far-fetched. There'd be too many deities and emperors otherwise. Jalen, why delay your surrender? They were cornered. Everyone below the Nash realm was either captured or killed. No longer was there the initial spirit. It was now like a defeated dog. Jalen turned away. Michael refused to surrender. From their actions, he deduced they feared provoking Rudy Island and hadn't dared to deal a fatal blow. As the last remaining Nash realm fighter, they dared not touch him. As long as he didn't submit, it wasn't defeat, and Rudy surrendering now might make him a hero for holding out for half an hour. But would it matter now? Farron's eyes were filled with killing intent, wanting to resist one moment and submit the next. There was no such good fortune in this world. Chapter 132, Forced Conscripts. I've endured you for long enough. You only want to surrender now? It's too late, die here. Farron Imperial Iof said without hesitation and attacked Jalen Great Nash. At this moment, the other Imperial Iof had no reason to stop him. Even if Gig Ming Nash personally arrived, what could be done? Jalen Great Nash must die today. Let him know that a strong person's dignity cannot be desecrated. In the end, Jalen Great Nash couldn't believe it, dying like this. The corpse of the Great Nash fell, hitting the ground heavily, pounding on their hearts. Indeed, he realized, staying alive is quite good after all. From now on, Rudy Island will be under Bryce Island's jurisdiction. All those above the human sovereign realm, gather before me and report to Bryce Island. Any who resist will be killed without mercy, Farron Imperial Iof declared. An overwhelming aura spread throughout Rudy Island, as if trying to suppress everyone by force. Perhaps they didn't expect there would be outsiders on Rudy Island, and some even at the Nash level, or else they wouldn't have acted this way. My lord, we are just temporary residents on Rudy Island. Please show mercy. We shall leave decent. I'll grant you a position. Don't repay kindness with hostility. Thank Nash Bryce quickly, Gig Su Imperial Io for marked coldly. Families from Jingzhou meant nothing here. Families with a Nash as protector were abundant. Without a deity, nothing mattered, especially for a family no one had heard of. Why should they show respect? My lord, my young master is selected for the Holy Land. Isn't this not appropriate? Monty tried one more time. Fuck, little emperor, shut up or I'll kill you. Farron Imperial Iof's explosive temper flared up again. What was happening today? Why did these emperors lack any self-awareness? Michael had to resort to violence again. Wait, I'll go, Monty sighed helplessly. Weak in strength, what could he do? It seemed his journey to Central State would be indefinitely delayed, and going to Bryce Island would mean losing freedom. Looking at these ominous figures, they sensed no good would come. Perhaps officially joining the system of Bryce Imperial Court wasn't bad, but they might also be cannon fodder. No one knew their true intentions. The bar set so high. Only those at the human sovereign realm or above. That left those below breathing a sigh of relief, thinking how to leave as soon as possible and never see Bryce people again. This is good. As for your junior, bring him along too. His power may be lacking, but he seems somewhat useful. Farron Imperial Io fissing. Since the area was sealed, Isaias would eventually be discovered near the edge. They assumed Alf was inferior to Isaias, allowing them such boldness. Alf's eyes turned icy, radiating killing intent. It's him. Monty's eyes lit up. Things weren't as dire as expected. He might still have a chance to leave. Remembering the powerful sword cultivator, a mighty Imperial Io, things might play out well. Who gave you the courage to attack me? A roar sent Farron Imperial Io flying backward, consciousness fading, body falling lifelessly. In others' eyes, Farron simply collapsed after Alf's glare. Instantly, Bryce's side reacted defensively, watching Isaias's group warily. Let's go, Isaias said. Ignoring strange gazes, Farron Imperial Io wasn't dead, only knocked unconscious. Alf's imperial authority was fearsome, beyond Farron's capability. Though he wasn't killed, it shocked everyone enough. Chapter 133, Wanted. By the way, I need some people to help me navigate the ship. Isaias suddenly turned back and said to the group of people who were about to be conscripted. These islands could no longer be a place for them to stay. They would have to leave in their original vessels. Whether or not these people agreed was up to them. With sufficient strength came the power to do as one pleased. Sir, I'll go with you. And me too. I can sail and remember what he looks like. No one can attack our Aspen Rhine alliance and get away unscathed. Nash Gigzu said fiercely. However, he only dared say this much in secret. If he faced Isaias, he would flee as far as possible, not daring to utter another word. Michael lacked the strength, but the Aspen Rhine alliance still had formidable powers. As for whether it was his fault, he never considered it. Any cultivator of the Starry Sea fell under the jurisdiction of the Aspen Rhine alliance. Perhaps he harbored some selfish thoughts deep down. After all, Isaias's actions disgraced him in front of so many people. How could he swallow that indignation? Michael was determined to make Isaias pay. As ordered, we've sketched his features, and Emperor responded. Right, go check on Thunder Nash, Nash Gigza said, shivering involuntarily. Though he hadn't personally faced that horrifying power, the fact that Thunder Nash lost all resistance made it terrifying indeed. Facing it himself, he would likely have suffered even worse. Thunder Nash, Thunder Nash, Thunder Nash still breathes. A few Imperial Realm martial artists approached Thunder Nash, carefully checking his condition. After confirming he was alive, they infused him with spiritual energy. Several minutes later, Thunder Nash finally emerged from his dark state. I'm not dead, he said weakly, opening his eyes to see the sun high in the sky and familiar faces around him, emitting a feeble voice. Arriving at the next island, they bought a ship, learned navigation skills, and 3 of them set out independently. His urgency towards the central continent had diminished. The Starry Sea held countless secrets, many of which could not be fully explored in a lifetime. Xylon Reaver, he began investigating fire-related details, preparing for upcoming events. Items from the daily sign-in had connections to fires, potentially granting him benefits. Michael assumed their days of peace would continue until they left the Starry Sea. One day, Your Highness, the Aspen Rhine Alliance truly becomes more brazen every day, Alf remarked. They had just left an island and saw their wanted poster, surprised by the Alliance's courage. They wondered why the Aspen Rhine Alliance targeted them. Initially at Orange Island, they attacked Thunder Nash without considering his affiliation with the Aspen Rhine Alliance. They overlooked such information, knowing only fragments. Tianyu Nash was controlled as a puppet. It's fine. If they dare come, kill them, Isaias replied. Today, they were wanted. Tomorrow, they might face a mob. Michael wouldn't hesitate, believing only fear could bring peace. I think it may relate to Orange Island. An emperor's power isn't easily controlled. Only divine Nashes can kill but not control. Deities must have intervened. Did we unintentionally disrupt their plans? Daoist Spinster Ganon asked. His face remained relaxed, devoid of any fear. Even if the opposition came, they would be ready for battle. Chapter 134. There are always those who aren't afraid to die. It's possible. The Starry Sea has its own deities. In the Deep Sea area, only the Aspen Rhine Alliance operates. I wonder why they need to capture so many people. Isaias said. Only those above the rank of human sovereign are eligible for conscription. Their ambitions aren't small, but this is an internal matter for them. What does it have to do with me? If not for their reasons, we could have left Leong Island long ago and wouldn't be in this situation now. Michael, if the Aspen Rhine Alliance dares to come, let me see what kind of power they possess to dare issue a warrant for your highness, Alf said, finally letting his true colors show. His green lotus sword hadn't had a proper battle in a long time. In the past, the opponents were either too weak or too strong, preventing him from unleashing his full strength. Now, as long as they aren't deities, he can handle any number of Empyreans. Even if he can't win, isn't Ganon right beside him? Where are we heading next? Isaias asked, moving on without further discussion. During their recent travels at sea, they've gained much, encountering finally found you. Suddenly dozens of oppressive forces locked onto their ship. Looking up, at least 30 to 40 strong figures were rapidly descending upon them. Judging by their attire, they were clearly members of the Aspen-Rhine Alliance. It's from that island just now, Alf's expression darkened. They had merely refueled there, showing their faces briefly, yet here they came. There were 5 Empyreans, along with a cluster of Nash rank and great imperial rulers, a total of 35 individuals, all of the Nash realm. No other faction outside the Aspen-Rhine Alliance could muster such a force. Spare the grass but leave the roots intact, and the wind will blow life back into them. Isaias recalled a profound truth from his previous life. Michael had thought sparing them would earn their gratitude, but he was wrong. It only made them more brazen, plotting ways to end his life, ruining our Aspen-Rhine Alliance's significant plans and injuring our men. Gentlemen, please accompany us to the Alliance's prison. A 9th rank Empyrean blocked their path. The others gradually landed, glaring fiercely. Today's matters couldn't be resolved peacefully. Isaias smiled faintly. Since Ganon hadn't warned him, these people weren't formidable, and no hidden powers lurked among them. With his current strength, the system couldn't discern higher Empyrean warriors. Everything depended on feedback from Ganon and Alf. Is that Thunder Roar Grand Imperial Ruler? Isaias asked. Yes, the opponent replied candidly. This confirmed their suspicions, sparking even more interest in the Aspen-Rhine Alliance. Together, he's too tough. Discarding illusions, they focused on overcoming Alf. 5 Empyreans against 1. It should be manageable, even with fewer 9th ranks. Having 2 8th ranks wasn't a huge gap. Blades flashed in the sky, just as I wanted. Eat this sword, Green Lotus Sword Junior. Alf moved swiftly, striking from behind, mercilessly taking lives. The massacre was one-sided. His sword speed was unmatched. The enemies couldn't keep up, only suffering blows. Dozens couldn't match a single individual. Chapter 135, Complete Annihilation. The brief exchange of blows had already shattered their morale. Alf's fierce attacks left them struggling to cope, and the gap between them, despite all being Empyreans, was simply too vast, as if they weren't even on the same level. No matter what, Alf had once been a top expert. Even weakened, he was far beyond these people. After all, how many Empyreans can incapacitate and Nash with just a glance? Every move, every strike claimed another Nash's life. Such power made it no wonder he dared to challenge them all alone. If only they had known this before, they wouldn't have been so arrogant. They were accustomed to having their way, perhaps thinking that this starry sea was their dominion now. Outside the central region, no one from the outer realms could match them, and anyone heading to the central region surely wasn't from there. Thus, they could do as they pleased. However, all this hinged on having sufficient strength. If today's visitor had been a divine being, things might have been different. But with just a group of Empyreans, they stood no chance against him. At this rate, none would leave alive. As for coordination, there was none. Each fought independently, their attacks on Alf barely registering, like mere scratches. Great River Sword. Alf paid no mind to their thoughts, fighting more fiercely with each move, each containing terrifying Dao essence, lethal upon contact. In moments, all the Nashes were dead. Only 5 Empyreans and 10 Nashes remained, but they fared no better, terrified, with no heart left to continue fighting. One person overpowering dozens of equally ranked cultivators was unheard of. This wasn't a case of innate versus acquired prowess, but the realm of Empyreans, where only 1 in 10 billion could hope to break through to such heights. Even so, being crushed underfoot was humiliating. We are members of the Ocean Alliance. If you stop now, we'll cancel the warrant on your heads immediately when we return. Finally, under immense psychological pressure, an Empyrean spoke up. Michael didn't want to die here. As for the warrant, they'd deal with it later. It wasn't his call anyway, and it might result in even fiercer retaliation. Meaningless. Want to issue warrants? Go ahead. Want to give up? Fine too. You're putting the Ocean Alliance on a pedestal, aren't you? Today, all of you will die. Alf shook his head. Was he joking? To end the fight while he was still riled up? If he hadn't been powerful enough, would these people have spared him? So it was better for them to die. Only the dead are truly at peace. Whether the Ocean Alliance sent more reinforcements was their problem. Michael had crossed that line already. Kill one if he could. And who could guarantee that letting them go wouldn't lead to embellished tales like Farron's, inviting even more enemies? Without pausing, he struck again. This time even more viciously. In the desperate gaze of a Nash, Alf's Green Lotus sword pierced through him, sapping all life within. Darkness enveloped him, and he saw no more. 15. This finally stirred some pain among the survivors. And Nash, each one a celestial prodigy, creators of countless legends in their youth, destined for Empyreanhood, friends to some, now slain by a single blow. Their eyes, filled with fear, betrayed a hint of murderous intent. Michael had killed someone who lived alongside them daily. Want revenge? Come on, I'll give you the chance. Alf said this, yet his hand didn't pause, striking another Nash nearby. First, take out the weaker ones, then deal with the Empyreans. Though weak, they could still hinder him. So best to see what the Ocean Alliance intends, Isaias muttered to Ganon, unheard by others. To send so many strong hands after him. To capture, not kill, meant they needed living captives for some hidden agenda. Why? Above, Alf offered no reply but demonstrated with action that without those hindrances, his strikes were swift and deadly, claiming an Empyrean with each blow. It wasn't that the Empyreans were weak, but that Alf's foundation was too strong, too powerful for Empyreans to measure. Soon, all 5 Empyreans lay dead, with no survivors. Chapter 136, Change of Direction. Setting sail again, it was as if those Imperial Realm beings had never appeared. Isaias didn't bother dealing with their remains. He left them to whoever might come across them. Perhaps because of this, a powerful secret realm would emerge, attracting countless martial artists. Even an Empyrean couldn't underestimate the wealth here and avoid conflict over it. Sadly, for Isaias and his group, the resources ordinary martial artists needed were nothing but scrap, hence they didn't take them. Michael had better ways to obtain what he needed. Only when they vanished into the horizon did the beasts beneath dare to show themselves. The battle that had just taken place here forced them to submerge deep. More than 80% of the martial artists on Nanning Island were fire attributed. Even if they couldn't comprehend the law of fire, they could enhance their cultivation speed and comprehension. Improvements not through laws could still boost their strength. If not for that, why would they stay on an almost resource-depleted Nanning Island? As Nanning Island's fame grew, it attracted more people. Gradually, the resources weren't enough to share. Every time new fire-attributed martial artists arrived, they faced significant hostility. Just now, after Isaias and his team landed, they were constantly under surveillance. "We'll rest here for a few days before heading to the Sea Alliance headquarters at Tiannan Archipelago," said Isaias. Since the previous incident, he had planned to visit the Sea Alliance. Besides settling old scores, he was curious about the Alliance's true intentions. Xylon Reaver, the annual period for summoning a new follower, was approaching. This was a rare chance after signing in for a whole year. A single Ganon wasn't sufficient to challenge the Sea Alliance, barely protecting himself. But another strong follower could make the Alliance wary. If the new follower could reach High God status, Isaias would have the right to stand equal to the Sea Alliance, which currently only had one High God. Unlike before, where the system gave weak followers due to certain reasons, this time it was a solid reward earned over a year of waiting. Another High God could level the playing field against the Sea Alliance. They followed Isaias to enhance themselves. If he strengthened, everyone else would benefit too. Therefore, they didn't mind where they went. Now, Ganon, like Alf, was invincible among lower gods. After resting for a few days, they changed direction towards Tiannan Archipelago, postponing matters in the Serene Sea until then. Reciprocation is a social norm. He wanted them to know his power and not believe the Sea Alliance could ignore everyone and issue warrants casually without consequences. Michael admitted the Sea Alliance was indeed formidable here, but they underestimated the world, possibly encountering someone they couldn't provoke. As soon as they left, a fleet came by, preparing to cross the Serene Sea. "That isn't Brother Guy? Isn't he going to Zhongzhou?" Drew, aboard a towered ship, saw a small boat passing by. Recognizing the people on it, his pupils contracted. It was Isaias and his team. If not for him, they might still be trapped on Tianyan Island. "I heard they are wanted. Young spinster, don't get too close to him. The Sea Alliance is terrifying. Our Lu family can't afford to provoke them," said Yarden. Realizing how insignificant they were outside, Drew understood that although the Luo family was second only to the Ji family within the Feather Transformation Divine Dynasty, here, any island could host a Nash or even an Empyrean. They were minuscule compared to others. All he wanted now was to reach Zhongzhou quickly and avoid getting involved here. This was just a brief interlude. Soon they entered the Serene Sea. From this moment onward, they officially left the deep sea and approached Zhongzhou territory. This was the most perilous sea region, filled with unknown dangers. As for Isaias, he proceeded straight for the Tiannan Archipelago. At the archipelago, a deity raged over his dispatched operatives failing to capture Isaias. Their total loss diminished his standing among other deities. "Have Nanning Island seal off his exit from the deep sea. I will personally deal with him. That person must die," roared the furious deity. In this sea, no one dared to attack the Sea Alliance except those three fugitives who had killed dozens of Nashes, demonstrating formidable strength. Regardless of sending more men, he decided to handle it personally. Chapter 137. The Tiannan Archipelago. Compared to the enraged Sea Alliance deities, Isaias was indifferent and even sailed towards their headquarters. Why should he always let others surround him instead of stepping forward to see what they could do, daring to issue a warrant for his arrest? Issuing such a warrant wasn't a casual matter. It could provoke fierce retaliation. While he couldn't directly confront the Sea Alliance, he could hide himself for everyone involved. Isaias had clearly done his homework before arriving. Michael calmly disembarked and boarded the internal Sea Alliance vessel, knowing this would allow him easier access to information within the Tiannan Archipelago. "Didn't expect me to come here, did you?" Isaias said meaningfully as he followed the boat deeper into the islands. Within these 1,000 islands, apart from the headquarters, every other island was accessible. Rumor had it that the Sea Alliance comprised 10 deities, 100 emperors, 1,000 imperial lords, and tens of thousands of great emperors, though who knew if it was true. On average, each island housed at least a dozen imperial realm warriors and one imperial lord. This strength surpassed even the likes of Oriange Island, a top-notch territory, showcasing the might of the Alliance's headquarters. Just hearing about it made one feel stifled. Few dared oppose the Sea Alliance. People had tried to rebel against the Alliance, but it was like throwing eggs at a rock. They either ended up being absorbed or eliminated. The Alliance's dominance remained unchallenged. Such bad luck. I searched for half a month but still couldn't find that person's trace. They might have already entered the Serene Sea. Why would they stay in the deep sea after offending the Alliance? Why is the Celestial Edict deity so stubborn? Once we return, we're going to get scolded again. Well, what can we do? Michael's a deity. The size of each island was vast, capable of nurturing a powerful imperial court. The number of strong individuals rivaled Jingzhou's total. Along the streets, you'd encounter imperial princes casually. It was that commonplace. Just arriving here felt like entering a grand spectacle. When will the great guy become like this? Isaias mused internally, knowing it was just a daydream. Strength came with suspicion, and Great Guy's current power wasn't even enough to protect itself, let alone grow into something terrifying. They found temporary lodging, establishing a base to gather intelligence and approach Sea Alliance members discreetly. Night soon fell. "Your Highness, we've investigated the nearby 3 islands. There are 1 emperor, 5 imperial lords, and 35 great emperors from the Sea Alliance." Silently, 2 subordinates approached Isaias to report their findings. "Begin the decapitation plan," Isaias said lightly, making a gesture indicating they could proceed. With their abilities, dealing with just a few opponents would be effortless. Chapter 138, Gathering a Spin Power. Michael, Ganon, and Alf exchanged glances with a smile. When Isaias tasked them with this mission, they had already anticipated what was coming. If not for the plan, why would Isaias assign them this task? Isaias was even more cunning than they were. Once he acted, it would be a furious counterattack, ensuring his enemies felt the pain before they knew it. After coming this far, why would he play games? Who said anything for young generation to perish? Isaias said. Abby, Janine, Uriel, Kinna, and Eddie's strength wasn't bad. They had long surpassed the sovereign realm but still fell short of becoming human Nashes. But even the descendants of the imperial realm were merely kings, dukes, or sovereigns. Reaching the human Nash realm wasn't that easy. Plus, by using the pretext of a life or death duel, killing an opponent's progeny wouldn't draw much criticism. Wasn't this also a test for them? To improve their strength in battle. With Isaias's covert assistance, the Ocean Alliance would only weaken further. The system has gathered Janine and the others as requested, it replied. Now, it's time to sit back and watch the show. Isaias licked his lips, seemingly already envisioning the events to come. Michael not only intended to diminish the top combatants of the Ocean Alliance, but also to eliminate their next generation. Over time, the Alliance's strength would dwindle, perhaps even losing recruits. No one wanted to get involved in murky conflicts. Once a member of the Alliance, they would be targeted mysteriously, which was indeed terrifying. In Jingzhou, the Star Domain, Brendan is in the Starry Sea, and you want me to go there? Everyone waited. Hold on, Brendan summoned us. We'll abandon this and go, Abby said. Don't we give up the inheritance? Kinna was bewildered. Why hadn't she received notification? Not just her but Eddie as well. Seeing the treasure so close and having to abandon it was hard to bear. It's just a human Nash's treasure. We'll get better ones, Abby said. The trio quickly left the relic, stunning the others watching, confused by their actions. What kind of person is this Brendan? Michael gave up the human Nash's inheritance like that. Don't you see how young they are? Yet, they're already high-ranking sovereigns. With such strength, achieving human Nash is assured. If this Brendan really exists, a human Nash's treasure means nothing. People can make you envious enough to die. We can only take what others don't want. Now, how do we divide this? Let's use our skills. Of course, you could give it to me. I've been stuck at peak sovereign for centuries. If I break through to human Nash, I can help you break through. What do you say? Let's just use our skills. I've been stuck for a long time too. None of the onlookers were willing to give up this rare chance. Now that the original group had left, it was their turn. Isaias's followers hurried toward the Starry Sea under the cover of night. Within a few days, they would reach Coastal City, then head to the Alliance Michael quarters, confronting the opposition directly and slaying their prodigies. Thinking of the upcoming battles made him smile as he lay on a soft bed, drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, two ghostly figures swiftly moved toward nearby islands. The counteroffensive began tonight, determined to make the enemy feel his formidable power. Upon reaching the target area and confirming their objective, they struck mercilessly, transforming into Reapers of the Night, ruthlessly claiming lives. If they encountered a human Nash, they would deal with them as well. Chapter 139, Fear Spreads. Without any significant effort and completely undetected, they eliminated their targets without affecting anyone else. Nobody knew how they carried out the assassinations. Perhaps the victims never imagined they would be killed within their own stronghold, leaving them utterly unprepared. In the dead of night, they returned and reported their successes to Isaias. They had decapitated 41 Nashes along with a few Empyreans who happened to cross paths with them. Mere misfortune since Empyreans weren't originally on the hit list. They were dealt with without hesitation, showing no courtesy to the Sea Alliance's martial artists. Isaias nodded slightly. While killing these people didn't significantly impact the Sea Alliance, the primary objective was still the deities. If one could be slain, that would truly be cause for celebration. However, this would only make them clump together and never leave their territories easily. The place where they now responded heavily, unsure if they could resist an attack or what good finding the enemy would do. They could only strictly inspect passing merchants. Even strong measures couldn't be used. If they encountered the real perpetrator, everyone here would be at risk. After all, Shiyun Island was one of the external islands, making it a landing point for merchants. This meant several foreign Nashes resided on Shiyun Island. Even Kaylee wouldn't dare display arrogance before such entities. Strength was paramount. Otherwise, merely relying on the Sea Alliance's name would merely instill wariness but no fear. What a humiliating position to be in. How she wished to request the dispatch of a Nash to bolster their forces. Only then could she feel secure. Meanwhile, someone approached Isaias's group, briefly inquired, and left. They reacted fast, but it's useless, Isaias remarked coldly upon closing the door. They wouldn't evade his hunt through caution. Michael intended to teach them the terror of being hunted. I want fear to spread across the Tiannan archipelago, making every Sea Alliance martial artist wary, Isaias continued, glancing at the two men. Highness, leave this to us, Alf said with a grin. Why not take advantage of their tension and give them another surprise? Ganon suggested. Possibly influenced by time spent in Daqin, he now felt an urge to unleash his battle desires against equals. Life and death. Only when a high-ranking sovereign was killed did fear set in. Their threat was real. Families couldn't retaliate, and more alarming was the possibility of powerful allies lurking behind them. Confrontation could lead to immediate doom. This was just the beginning. Each day they only killed one opponent, part of preparations to enter the Tiannan archipelago. These individuals' bad luck made their acts seem plausible even deeper within. Hashtag chapter 140. Unable to hold on. Another night had passed. The next day, it was reported that several strong figures from various islands had all perished. Xylon Reaver, the distances between these islands were extremely far apart, making it impossible to predict their next target. If this continued, it would inevitably cause panic throughout the entire Tiannan archipelago. Currently, news of the Filang Imperial Realm deaths was only circulating within a small circle, already causing significant unease. It was now almost certain that the other party's goal was to eliminate the Maritime Alliance's powerhouses, and the targets were random, possibly affecting anyone at any time. Suddenly, thousands of Nashes found themselves in a state of anxiety, seeking comfort in numbers by joining forces with nearby Nashes, hoping that even if they couldn't survive, they could at least identify their assailant. Note, Pilang seems out of context here. If it refers to multiple or in batches, it should be adjusted for better readability. For instance, currently, news of multiple Imperial Realm deaths, or currently, news of Pilang deaths in the Imperial Realm. However, the situation only grew more despairing over time. Even when they banded together, the enemy remained elusive, executing them like slaughterhouse chickens, taking lives daily. Whether it be sovereigns or Nashes, no one was spared. They also heard another unsettling piece of news. Several prodigies had been issuing life or death challenges recently. Their targets were either allies of the Maritime Alliance or direct subordinates, always someone connected to the Maritime Alliance. It was hard not to suspect that these prodigies and the mysterious mastermind behind the attacks were one and the same, though there was no concrete evidence. Why couldn't these life or death challenges be refused? Technically, they could refuse, but doing so would invite criticism that their sect had failed to instill the courage to accept the challenge after years of cultivation. Such words would flood in, knowing well that many factions in the Starry Sea resented the Maritime Alliance and wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of any opportunity to defame them. After all, those being killed weren't their Avrils. The more deaths, the better. They might even thank the killers for presenting such an enormous opportunity. Without Avrils, the opposing side would weaken, unable to compete for numerous secret realms. Over time, their own strength would grow stronger. Had it not been for the Maritime Alliance's talented Nash descendants and the most gifted sovereign descendant are permitted entry into Tiannan Island. Additionally, unless necessary, Nashes and sovereigns should hand over power to lords and temporarily retreat to Tiannan Island for cultivation. From current indications, the adversary won't target warriors below sovereign rank. We will deliberate further once we locate the true culprit. Secret orders went out, revealing their inability to hold on. The recent losses of Nashes were too numerous. Even with the Maritime Alliance's vast resources to cultivate new Nashes, they couldn't withstand such relentless attacks. It took centuries to produce a Nash, yet dozens or even hundreds could be slain in a single night. Unable to hold on, they began consolidating forces. Gradually, they started evacuating, something unthinkable. Never before had a Nash shown expressions of helplessness. Nightfall arrived. Finally, we can go to Tiannan Island. I hope tonight doesn't bring trouble to me, a Nash said in his study, where three prodigious descendants waited, the cream of his family. Michael wished he could take more, but rules prohibited it. So, he discreetly called these three. Half a month had passed since the first Nash fell. If they hadn't realized by now that the outside prodigies and the Tiannan archipelago's mysterious mastermind were part of the same force, they truly were foolish. Grandfather, such major events are held in vain to cry out. The ominous laughter echoed through the room, leaving everyone frozen in place. Chapter 141. Unexpected news. The people present couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of fear. If there were no accidents, this person should be the one secretly hunting them, and his strength far exceeded theirs. In an instant, the space around them was sealed off. Even if they wanted to call for help from the outside, it was impossible. And even if someone did come, they wouldn't be able to save them. Among all the residents on this island, they had the strongest powers. A middle-aged swordsman stepped out of the darkness and approached them. The grim and deadly aura emanating from him was terrifying. It must have taken countless lives to cultivate such a fearsome presence. Why hide? After all, you deserve to die, Alf said. His movements over time had become increasingly proficient. First, he would seal the space, rendering any cries for help futile, trapping them here to kill. By now, they no longer feared being discovered. In the absence of a deity, who could stand against them? They would avoid confrontation when outnumbered and attack directly when facing fewer opponents. Hidden in the shadows, with enemies exposed, they chose the most suitable strategy. When did our Ocean Alliance offend you? I am willing to offer my apologies, the Nash said. Michael desperately wanted to live. The other party's strength was immeasurable. Though their strength was considerable, they couldn't withstand a group of Imperial Realm experts attacking together. On enemy territory, their current strength would be insufficient. Elsewhere, Ganon arrived at the third island of the night. Sir, I'm willing to exchange a secret for my life, an Imperial Venerable offered. Michael was a 9th-rank Imperial Venerable, known as the Ice Nash, a rarity within the entire alliance, even rarer than deities. Yet, despite his formidable power, he now had to admit that he was still too weak, humbly pleading for survival before these mysterious warriors. Tell me your secret. If it interests me, I'll let you go, Ganon replied. Michael wasn't in a hurry at all. The lives of these people depended entirely on his will. Sir, your ruthless pursuit of the Ocean Alliance is due to their rapid control over various islands and the capture of many individuals. I can tell you the reason. In exchange, may we leave here? I promise to stay away from the Starry Sea forever, the Ice Nash said. Nothing was more important than his life. Uriel, he would quickly flee the Starry Sea. Being labeled a traitor didn't matter. If he didn't take care of himself, he deserved whatever came. Michael was resolved to leave this place of conflict. I'm sorry, I don't like negotiating. Say what you want or don't say it. I don't mind, Ganon replied as he pressed his cordom forward, the tidal force nearly suffocating the Ice Nash. Even prepared mentally, the true power of the other side overwhelmed him. Deities attacked the Ocean Alliance. No wonder those who died couldn't send distress signals. With a deity involved, any resistance seemed negligible. Wait, I know another secret about the deities, the Ice Nash said through clenched teeth. Hurry up, don't waste my time. I'll decide if it's worth it, Ganon replied. The Michaelavenly Decree deity is not in southern Michaelaven Island. He is the only deity currently outside, now near Orion Island, apparently lying in wait for a wanted criminal, the Ice Nash stated. Michaelavenly Decree deity. I'm sorry. I only want to live, the Ice Nash thought. Who could blame him for his strong tactics? To survive, he had to betray the Michael decree deity, despite owing much of his power to the deity's support. But did that justify him deserving death? Wouldn't it be the deity's greed and selfishness that attracted such relentless hunters? The deity was alone. Ganon's heart raced with joy. This was perfect. Michael had been thinking of how to eliminate the deities. If they stayed together, it would be hard to act, but now one was alone. Erically, this deity was after him. God gave him this chance. He must seize it. Despite his inner thoughts, he maintained a cold expression. Not enough, Ganon said, feigning disinterest. The Ocean Alliance captures powerful individuals to open the Gaston's treasure. It's said that it can elevate someone to a higher god status, but opening the treasure requires many powerful beings to create a path with their blood and flesh, the Ice Nash revealed under duress. Michael hoped this would finally move the other side. Even his closest confidants were astonished. Who would have thought the Alliance's purpose for capturing powerful beings was for this reason? Only Imperial Venerables had the privilege to know. So that's it. But you seem to have lost your usefulness, Ganon said, then mercilessly killed the others, leaving the Ice Nash for last. You broke your word, the Ice Nash yelled. When did I ever promise to spare you? You offered the secrets willingly, Ganon retorted, showing no mercy and killing him outright. From the beginning, he never planned to let them go, especially those who had seen his face. How could he trust their words? Dead men told no tales. Chapter 142, Discordant Alliance Deity. On a whim, he decided to bluff and revealed all the secrets he knew. If he had acted as he originally planned, he wouldn't have learned these things. Also, if the Ice Nash wasn't a 9th rank Nash, he wouldn't even bother engaging with him. At the scene, dozens of corpses were left behind. After he left, the stench of blood quickly spread out. The enemies were busy again. Top-tier strongmen dying in recent times. A deity's head was too valuable to pass up when it presented itself. This is indeed great news. Let's prepare and head to Rudy Island, Jedediah responded. Sky Oracle deities are lower deities. This fact is widely known. If it were a middle deity, he wouldn't dare go so easily. But a lower deity? With Ganon's strength, nearly sweeping through lower deities, what was there to worry about? Michael had to let the Sea Alliance know his prowess. Yes, your highness. Both agreed, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Janine and others were nearby, unsure if they were close to breaking through. Lately, they had been very productive, slaying one prodigy after another. They went back to the original island, retrieved their ships, and sped towards Rudy Island. From that day on, no more Imperials were killed in Tian-Nan Archipelago. However, it wasn't likely to happen, as all strongmen headed towards Tian-Nan Island today. When they learned of last night's numerous deaths, the deities felt a twinge of pain. These were followers who'd served for thousands of years, lacking in power but invaluable for their help. Had they returned sooner, this wouldn't have happened. The Alliance leader hasn't emerged yet. We can't delay this issue further. Keeping everyone here isn't a solution. Who's willing to investigate? The vice leader asked. The other 7 exchanged glances, none speaking. Staying here. Those and deities wore bitter expressions. Why did this burden fall on them? If we don't go, we'll defy the vice leader openly. Fewer benefits await then, Artie muttered. Do you have any conditions? The vice leader asked, adding, if so, find someone else. This caused others to avoid eye contact. No one wanted this task. Trying to argue further, the deities found excuses to leave, not wanting to be entangled. Well, it shouldn't be hard to find them, Han's deity said, eyes burning with rage at those hiding in the shadows, determined to inflict the worst punishments upon discovery. I'm afraid they'll hide. 10,000 years ago, it took Milo a millennium, Artie replied. Historically, someone tried to topple the Sea Alliance, secretly battling for 1,000 years. Though no deities, they continuously hid and harassed the Alliance. Even with deities' efforts, they couldn't locate them. A millennium later, an insider was discovered leaking information, causing each action to be anticipated. A millennium of stagnation was a severe punishment. Chapter 143, Things remain, but people change. When they were in hiding, Isaias struck hard from the shadows, ruthlessly dragging their dignity through the mud. When they wanted to come out searching, Isaias had already left the Tian-Nan archipelago with his people, preparing to do something significant elsewhere. Even if they turned the entire archipelago upside down, they wouldn't find him. This was just the beginning. If the other party wanted to play, he'd be more than It's unlikely, Amir replied. We 10 deities are closely connected. We rise and fall together. I believe it's more probable that some of the Empyreans who attended the meeting are involved. Despite their calm demeanor now, their inner fury was near boiling point. Could they really afford to stay outside for much longer? We can't delay any further. We should return to Tian-Nan Island and take control regardless, Han Shun said. If they couldn't find the enemy, they would start with their own circle. If there was a mole, time would expose them eventually. In that case, Amir agreed. Staying here was futile. With the enemy determined to hide, any effort would be wasted. Returning to Tian-Nan Island, they immediately convened a meeting, informing the other deities of the situation before putting those suspected under close surveillance. After doing this, they still tried to find the enemy's whereabouts, searching aimlessly like headless flies. Meanwhile, Isaias and his group had already reached Orion Island. A battle had once taken place here. It was from this location that they first incurred the wrath of the Espinritime Alliance. A minor incident escalated because the Alliance needed strong individuals for their tasks, giving no quarter. Isaias had only intended to intimidate them, not to kill, but a pursuer later emerged, possibly because that person exaggerated the incident upon returning. Otherwise, why would the Espinritime Alliance attack someone whose strength they didn't? This might be the first deity to die because of him. Previously, the Xylan family deity had been killed by Chris, not directly by Isaias. Michael tasked Ganon with finding the deity first, and then went to see Janine and others. Michael hadn't seen them in months and wondered how their cultivation progressed. By nightfall, he found them. Upon seeing Isaias, Herbert immediately rubbed against him. Among them, Herbert had it easiest, requiring only cultivation pills to boost his power, inheriting formidable Dharma forms and realms effortlessly. His cultivation advanced rapidly, reaching the 9th tribulation human Nash stage. Your Highness, I missed you, Herbert said, now capable of speaking instead of chirping. Your Highness, Janine and the others stood up. Sit, Isaiah said. Everyone sat down. Michael examined them briefly, noting their vigorous energy and the strong force flowing within them, indicating they hadn't slacked off in their cultivation. Salma Milton, you two are close to breaking through, aren't you? Isaiah asked. They had solid foundations compared to Qin, who needed more time. Michael's perfect spirit body had an upper limit around the Empyrean realm, making breakthroughs harder. Eddie, being too young to understand many concepts, might remain in the Xylanarch realm for a long time before breaking through to the human Nash realm. Hashtag chapter 144, each with their own thoughts. Anytime, the two said in unison. Otherwise, they wouldn't have held back their cultivation if they weren't concerned that breaking through to the human sovereign realm would attract at Qin and another person, noting her disappointment. Among the group, Qin had been with Isaiah the longest. Yet now, she was starting to fall behind. She thought that with her talent, she could follow Isaiah for a long time. Even if she couldn't catch up in cultivation, she wouldn't lag too far behind. But after nearly 2 years, her advancement had started to slow down significantly. Eddie, on the other hand, didn't feel anything unusual. Michael was young and simply followed Isaiah without emphasizing breakthroughs. Some things were incomprehensible to him at this stage. Especially Michael Art Calamity, one needed to experience the warmth and coldness of the world to stand out. Every strong individual had gone through countless trials to successfully grasp the human sovereign Dao fruit. They silently nodded, recognizing the gap that had appeared. Even if they didn't want to admit it, they had to. In the following days, they scouted locations suitable for transcendence. Ideally, a place prone to calamities was best for the effects. With Alf ensuring safety, there was nothing to worry about. Once they found the location, they unleashed the 9 layers of Michaelaven tribulation without holding back. The commotion wasn't as brutal as Isaiah's, but it was still incredibly dangerous. Thankfully, both managed to transcend successfully, reaching the 9th tribulation human sovereign realm. After stabilizing, they could summon the wind disaster. Newborn human sovereigns should report to the Tianyun Imperial Court immediately. You two should come with us. Tianyun Imperial Court enforcers arrived nearby, commanding the two to leave with them. The commotion from their transcendence had drawn attention, and among the onlookers were members of the Tianyun Imperial Court, a force at its zenith, backed by the Ocean Alliance, giving them more confidence. Xylon Reaver, without any powerful protector near Janine and Abby, they seemed vulnerable. Coupled with the fact that the person speaking was a myriad age realm cultivator, stronger than the two, he issued commands without formalities. These young people, with such bright futures ahead, what a pity. Being noticed by the Tianyun Imperial Court can't end well. The onlookers all wore expressions of regret. By now, the Tianyun Imperial Court didn't need to hide its actions, openly taking what it wanted, which had bred disdain and aversion. Alf, Isaiah said. Without further ado, Alf struck and killed the enforcer. That's right, how could there not be a strong protector? They got what they deserved. They died well, those scum. The incident passed quickly, just a minor disturbance, the death of a human sovereign barely causing a ripple. After their successful breakthrough, they returned to Orion Island to handle important matters. This day, Ganon returned. Your Highness, I found his trail, Ganon grinned. How strong is he? Can you handle it? Isaiah asked. Ganon was undeniably powerful, but if the battle couldn't be concluded swiftly and others arrived, it would complicate matters. Deities were fast. Reaching here from the southern islands wouldn't take long. If the Michaelavenly Edict deity escaped, things would get messy. The deity wasn't foolish. Knowing he was outmatched, he would run. No one was like Xylan Fei, who would fight to the death underwater, just because he saw Breton and himself as evenly matched. Michael's a peak lesser deity, similar to me, but killing him isn't difficult, Ganon said confidently. Same realm did not equate to same combat power. The techniques he possessed were beyond the understanding of a Michaelavenly Edict deity. So let's start eradicating the Ocean Alliance by targeting the Michaelavenly Edict deity. Focus on defeating him, while Alf handles the rest, Isaiah said. Without the emergence of deities, Alf was a top Nash, whose true strength was unfathomable. There were no other Nashes on Arianiang Island. If there were, they wouldn't be from the Ocean Alliance. They were hiding. Yes, your Highness. Everyone smirked, harboring sinister thoughts. In Xuanhuan City, the largest city on Arianiang Island, the Michaelavenly Edict deity was resting. A sudden sneeze interrupted his peace. Deity, Darius Ming requests an audience. A voice came from outside the door. Enter, the Michaelavenly Edict deity said, dismissing the sneeze as unimportant, possibly unaware that anyone could harm him. Gigzu Nash entered, looking worried, and approached the deity. Deity, 2 new human sovereigns were born near Arianiang Island today. These are the ones who've been mercilessly slaughtering our alliance's elites. We initially attempted to capture them, but an imperial realm intervened. I suspect that the powerful being who killed our imperial has also arrived. Should we prepare for defense? Humph, a bunch of rats, skulking in the shadows. Tomorrow, I'll deal with them personally and see what these pests can do, the Michaelavenly Edict deity said. Michael hadn't found his target yet, and he had heard some updates from headquarters. However, he still had unfinished business and couldn't leave. If the target had come here, he would reluctantly resolve this issue. Hashtag chapter 145, Intermediate God. His intention was to find the person who had attacked the Espinratime Alliance, but if there were unexpected gains, he wouldn't mind doing more. At that time, he could mention it to others and get more resources, believing they wouldn't say much about it. After all, this mysterious force had been extremely rampant recently, forcing them to retreat to Tiannan Island and not dare to come out. On this dark night, a few stars. Michael couldn't help but look forward to it. This should be the system's most terrifying ability. Regardless of the reasons for being summoned by the system, as long as they could be of use to him, that was enough. This time, the commotion was noticeably greater than before. After several minutes, a mighty figure enveloped in dark aura emerged from the surge. Michael looked somewhat dazed, with no smile, no words, respectfully bowing to Isaias before silently walking behind him. Summoned follower Noel, from the extreme cold boundary abyss, currently at the second stage of human god. Noel, that was his name. Apart from this, there was no further description. His body harbored terrifying energy, even more fearsome than Ganon. According to the system's introduction, he was a terrifying being from the extreme cold boundary abyss, just born with intelligence. Michael would absolutely obey commands, even if it meant fighting to the death. Is it you, Noel? Stay by my side, Isaias said. Noel did not respond, only making a few simple gestures. Isaias paid no attention. After all, this was a human god at the second stage, equivalent to an intermediate god. The realm of gods was divided into 5 stages, corresponding to lower god, intermediate god, upper god, celestial god, and goddess spinster. Each stage also had different classifications. At this level, lifespans were before him. His origin was certainly not weaker than his own. If uncontrolled, it would bring endless trouble. Relax, Noel is absolutely loyal to me. However, I appreciate your concern. Don't be so impulsive in the future, Isaias said. All right, Ganon replied. But his gaze didn't leave Noel. This damnable pressure made him uncomfortable. If Noel reached the intermediate god stage earlier, wouldn't that mean he had surpassed Ganon significantly? Urgency crept in. If he didn't improve quickly, his status would diminish. Besides waiting for Isaias to break through and elevate his rank, Ganon could also train actively to gain greater power sooner. Seeing how quickly Noel advanced and became such a formidable presence by Isaias' side, Ganon knew he couldn't remain lazy anymore. Only he knew his secret thoughts. Understanding a god's inner thoughts just by facial expressions was beyond Isaias' capabilities. Meanwhile, Noel remained silent like a statue throughout. Go meet up with Exile and wait for our big fish to bite, Isaias instructed. They had already laid plans last night, sending Janine and Abby to a certain place. That god would definitely make a move, because they were associated with those from the Tianan archipelago. If previously, the celestial decree god wouldn't have acted, now he absolutely would. On one hand, Isaias and company appeared, signaling the master. Each loss weakened his forces. Obtaining a 9th rank imperial sovereign follower would significantly elevate his faction. At this moment, Alf had an odd look on his face. This guy must be crazy if he thinks he can recruit me after I've killed so many of his strong warriors. This too can be tolerated? Alf thought inwardly. Sir Deity, I am a bitter enemy of your Spinratime alliance. Are you willing to let me go? Alf said. With Ganon yet to arrive, he had to stall for time. There was no way he could fight this deity alone. Once Ganon arrived, they could directly trap the Michaelavenly Edict deity here, allowing him to deal with those Empyrean martial artists on Arianian Island one by one, ensuring none could escape. Just some useless trash dying, it doesn't matter much. Xylon Reaver, I haven't said I'll let you go. The premise is that you must be loyal to me, the Michaelavenly Edict deity replied, his gaze sharp, confident in his charm. Michael laid out the conditions, thinking that for an imperial sovereign like Alf, it shouldn't come to refusal. Alf, we're here. Alf heard Ganon's transmission. A faint smile spread across his lips. It was time to reveal their true intentions. I appreciate your offer, but I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to make me follow, Alf said teasingly. Do you want to die? The Michaelavenly Edict deity's expression changed, his tone becoming heavy, wasted. By now, the Michaelavenly Edict deity realized that the person he had been pursuing all along was accompanied by 2 deities, a treatment few young prodigies could enjoy even in the Central Plains. If I die, you won't live either, the Michaelavenly Edict deity said, striking first towards Isaias. Michael saw that among these people, Isaias was clearly the leader. No one spoke when he did. So even if he died, he wouldn't let them off easy. But he had to admit, everyone here was a genius, at least peak Xylanarch rank. Apart from imperial sovereigns and deities, the rest were quite young. They would undoubtedly become pillars of the world in the future. Humph. Xylan blocked Isaias, coldly snorting. The rushing Michaelavenly Edict deity seemed struck by a heavy blow, his body almost disintegrating. Terrified, he immediately retreated. Mid-rank deity, the Michaelavenly Edict deity exclaimed in fear. Not only was there a vast difference between Empyrean ranks, but also between deities. A mid-rank deity could crush a lower deity, which was why the leader of the Spinratime alliance held such power, because he was a mid-rank deity. Xylan, that's enough. Michael's mine, Ganon said. Then you take care of it. If he gets close to Brendan again, I'll deal with you, Xylan responded, unusually verbose. Watch me. Without saying more, and so quickly, Ganon noticed Alf had entered enlightenment, drawing a lot of law essence around him. It was a long wait. No one knew when Alf would finish. Michael might break through to deity, or just gain deeper understanding in Empyrean. Day by day, Isaias distributed the rewards from sign-ins to everyone. Time passed, and he felt his power reaching its limit, ready for a breakthrough. Hashtag chapter 147, Chaos. Michael was dead. The Michaelavenly Decree deity had been killed. It felt like a heavy blow had struck each of their hearts. When the deities of Tianan Island learned this terrible news, they all wore expressions of disbelief. Their first reaction was that someone was playing a prank on them. With the longevity of deities, only another deity could kill one. In the Starry Sea, aside from a few major powers, there were no deities. Xylon Reaver, these factions dared not kill the deities of the Aspenrine Alliance. The consequences would be more than they could bear. Yet, at this critical juncture, a deity had indeed fallen. How could anyone not be astonished? In the meeting room, there were 8 individuals present. When the Vice-Chancellor delivered this news, no one spoke, and the atmosphere grew overwhelmingly somber. They could handle being targeted lately and losing a few Empyrean realm experts. But now, even a deity had fallen. Initially, they felt furious, then tense, and finally, fear set in. If someone could kill the Michaelavenly Decree deity, they could also kill any of those present. There's courtyard and expelled everyone inside. Your Excellency, you're going too far. This is Aspenrine Alliance territory. The sovereign attempted to resist. Michael inwardly cursed. Where was the island lord? Michael couldn't hold out much longer. Recently, provocations were becoming more frequent, and as just a sovereign, he dared not challenge an Empyrean. Huh, if Nashenshi were here, I might show some respect. You? Just scram or die, the Empyrean declared. With no choice, he gave up the area, effectively ceding the entire island. Days later, the Aspen Rhine alliance is truly hamstrung. This is a golden opportunity. All the resources of the Tiannan Islands are mine for the taking. The Empyrean became excited, ready to capitalize on the situation. Initially probing the alliance's limits, he found no response after so long, indicating the alliance was tied down by other forces. The fall of many strong individuals and the retreat of alliance members clearly pointed to trouble, though the scale was unexpected. Even if they occupied these islands, the alliance couldn't spare forces to respond. Those already eager to act couldn't wait any longer. One by one, they rose up, seeking more benefits. As the center of the alliance, the treasures here were immense. Capturing an island would suffice for them to advance to the imperial sovereign realm. Such temptation, with no guard in sight, why hesitate? Thus, the Tiannan Islands teemed with opportunists. Only the bold thrived. Not seizing this chance would be unforgivable. Never short on ambitious individuals, they needed only the opportunity, which had now arrived. Just like the alliance plundered others to rise, they wouldn't miss such a chance either. For the alliance to be preoccupied, indicated the mysterious force opposing them was formidable. The war could last indefinitely. By then, they would be wealthy enough to leave whenever desired. Would the alliance dare chase them to Central Continent? A few clans there could crush the alliance. They were only fearless in the Starry Sea. This chaotic state was spurred by Isaias's small move, terrifying Tiannan's experts. After all, a deity falling so easily demanded caution. If it could happen to him, could it not happen to them? Xylonra and more Empyreans declared their dominion over islands. Even the Bryce Imperial Court felt the impact but couldn't locate where their captured elites had gone. Without top-tier forces restraining them, the Starry Sea erupted in chaos. Old treaties were nullified, and the longer it lasted, the harder it became to invade another island. Danger hung over the Starry Sea, with everyone fearing for their fate. On an unnamed island, Alpha made commotion. Without formidable power present to maintain order, all sorts of demons and monsters would surely emerge. Xylan was the best choice to handle such matters. Forget the scattered deities. Even if the Godwin were to show up personally, they wouldn't be able to do anything against him. Having an additional powerful figure on their side would make it easier for them to deal with the Sea Alliance. Xylon Reaver, cultivating in that area would lead to rapid advancements for Janine and the others, collectively strengthening their group. 3 days later, Ganon brought him to Nanning Island. With a sparse resident population, they entered forcefully, unaware that this place had been occupied by a certain emperor. Upon seeing intruders, the occupants initially wanted to stop them but were intimidated by Ganon's stern gaze. Once there, they headed straight toward the volcano, where the fire elements were most concentrated. This is going to be a fire disaster, and a deity is protecting him? Who is that person? The great emperor was inwardly shocked. Seeing Isaias descend onto the volcano, everyone instantly understood the urgency. It was all for the disaster crossing. If he had hesitated at all, he would have been killed on the spot. Outside the volcano, tens of thousands of fire affinity cultivators looked up at the young man standing atop the volcano in astonishment. Another young prodigy. The commotion has never been seen before. The Nanning volcano is surging. Such might would likely befit someone far beyond the 10,000 longevity realm. People can't help envying others. With such a huge commotion, who knows how terrifying his combat strength will be once he succeeds. I'm in the 10,000 longevity realm, yet that fire disaster could kill me, said a frightened 10,000 longevity human Nash. The sky darkened abruptly as a strong wind began to blow. Centered around Isaias, the world transformed into one of flames. Compared to the wind disaster, the fire disaster seemed straightforward. One only needed to endure within its heart to pass through it. Normally, it lasted just a few minutes, though exceptions occurred. In this case, the build-up alone took nearly an hour, with various unprecedented flames appearing, hovering around Isaias, ready to strike. Can he make it? A question arose in everyone's minds. The sheer variety and number of flames stirred something deep within their souls. There was palpable fear. Yet they also hoped Isaias could succeed, creating a miracle under such terrifying conditions. At first, everything went smoothly. A few small fire sparks near Isaias danced briefly then disappeared, transforming into pure energy absorbed into his body, strengthening him. His physical body, soul, realm, and dharma manifestation all improved. Next, a celestial sight appeared, bright moonrise over the sea. Yet today's moon seemed infused with intense burning intent, and the sea was not as tranquil. As the process continued, the flames grew more potent, seemingly trying to exhaust him. Michael attempted to use domain laws to weaken the flames, but it only fueled them further. If I can't extinguish them, perhaps fusion is better. Wind fuels fire, and fire strengthens wind. Might as well take this chance to understand the law of fire, Isaias thought, ceasing resistance and allowing the flames to assault him. In agony, he delved deeper into understanding the flames. They had emotions, joy, sorrow. Gradually, he entered a state of emptiness. Again, he found himself in the mysterious void. Mycor. No other law seeds existed, only endless flames that greeted him joyfully. On the dormant law origin, another seed sprouted at an incredible rate, thicker than the law of wind. These two laws were interconnected, and the law of wind strengthened along with it. The third law, the law of fire, was budding. With the law of fire, the external fire disaster weakened significantly until it vanished. The celestial phenomenon disappeared, the bright moon gone. Then, the sun reappeared, illuminating the sky. Watching Isaias rise and casually wave, red light descended on Nanning Xylanunton. His departure didn't diminish the impression he left behind. Witnessing such a brief and effortless disaster crossing would undoubtedly be remembered by local warriors. Meanwhile, on an unnamed island, Alf began his ascension. Colorful clouds spread across the sky, enveloping him. As deities didn't undergo disaster crossings, his achievement of godhood was celebrated by these colorful lights embracing him. Sky full of rainbows, deity revealed. Michael Avens. To think I'd witnessed the birth of a deity. Hurry over, we might miss this if we're too late. Countless warriors rushed toward the radiant light, hoping the deity might shower divine blessings, aiding them in their struggles. This was a new deity, standing at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Wasn't it worth paying homage? Chapter 149. The Supreme Finian emerges. But could deities be seen just because they wanted to? By the time they arrived, Alf and his group had already left. Although they knew a deity had ascended here, they had not witnessed the true identity of this new deity. Several days later, at Orion Island, Isaias and Ganon returned. When passing by the unnamed island, they discovered that Alf and his team had already left, clearly indicating their Isaias remarked. Such behavior made him feel helpless. Michael thought they were tough bones, but ended up facing the same soft, fearing hard attitude. If he exposed their full strength, the Sea Alliance would likely rush to attack mercilessly, without giving them any respite. The current situation was maintained because the Sea Alliance was unaware of their true capabilities and acted in secret, leading to the present stalemate. For now, they could only wait for the Sea Alliance's next move. Time passed, and batch after batch of prisoners were delivered to Tiannan Island. 1 million human emperors, 10,000 imperial realms, all are here, said an emperor-ranked dignitary. In front of him stood the deputy leader, an immensely powerful deity. Xylom them to the Gaston Sea covertly, ensuring no one discovers them, the deputy leader instructed. They were in a giant prison with an extremely strong seal. Not even an emperor could affect the seals, let alone open the cage. The imprisoned warriors despaired, cursing the Sea Alliance for their misdeeds. They regretted agreeing to surrender to the Alliance. Once entering Tianjian imperial court, they were instantly controlled, their power sealed. Reduced to mere waste, they lived off meager rations like beggars. A reef in Tianjian Island was miserable. Initially thinking it a good choice, they found it unbearable, living as animals, suffering constantly. Initiating the Gaston treasure would significantly increase the likelihood of his Pablo's success. Once achieved, they would gain formidable power, leaving the Starry Sea for Central Continent, establishing a foothold as high deities instead of being trampled like rats. Time flew. One day, Tiannan Island shook violently. A fissure appeared atop a mountain, emitting terrifying divine energy, pressuring everyone on the island. Welcome our Supreme Finian. Below the deity, they prostrated, welcoming their leader. Several deities kept their heads low, daring not look up. They didn't know the leader's name but acknowledged his peak intermediate deity status. Provoking such power was beyond reckoning. While they might not die instantly, death would not take long. The tasks I entrusted to you, accomplished? Asked the leader. Supreme Finian, all is ready, the deputy leader replied, signaling subtly, a signal known only to the two. Excellent. Prepare to activate the Gaston treasure. We can discuss other matters upon my return, the leader declared. Nothing was more important than his advancement. Once successfully broken through, his word here would reign supreme. Hashtag chapter 150, Gaston. Michael might not care about other matters, but the deeds they were about to undertake would incur universal resentment. They wouldn't be left with a good reputation, so they needed to enhance their power. Whatever expedited his advancement, he did, regardless of cost. Back then, no second deity existed in the Starry Sea. Either they had their divine blood drained, and their divine powers diminished until death, or they fled to Central Province. During the Gaston's reign, countless lives in the outer 8 regions trembled in fear. What others aspired to, the higher realms, became their unshakable nightmare. No matter how great the opportunity presented, they dared not take it, fearing it was a trap by the Gaston. Any enhancement granted would lead to their inevitable devouring once they reached a certain level, making them mere stepping stones for others. During his rule spanning hundreds of thousands of years, countless lives perished, with over 1,000 deities alone. The 9 provinces back then were far vaster than today, home to more than 10,000 deities. However, his tyranny caused the destruction of the 9 provinces. From then on, the realm above deities was completely sealed off. No deity could breach this barrier to ascend to higher dimensions. Perhaps his actions infuriated other deities, leading Central Province's numerous deities to join the battlefield to overthrow him. However, when they tried, they realized that the Gaston's power was unmatched. Even deity Iofs crumbled like paper before him. Michael was on the verge of 6 of the 9 provinces. It was a golden statue radiating sacred power. The golden statue declared, Gaston Fletcher has harmed countless lives and disrupted the natural order. He must be eliminated. Then, with a flip of its hand, the Gaston was crushed, turning into a blood mist. Prohibit the appearance of warriors above the deity realm within the 9 provinces. Immediately, terrifying chains of heaven bound the skies. Since then, warriors in the 9 provinces could only advance up to the deity Iof rank. Despite their efforts, they could not break this constraint. Additionally, they discovered that the lifespan of warriors drastically decreased. Previously, the human Nashes lived for 10,000 years, imperial realm for 100,000, and deities for a celestial epoch, 129,600,000 years. Now, the imperial realm lasted just 10,000 years, while deities from lower deity onward lasted 500,000, 800,000, 1,200,000, 2 million, and 5 million years respectively. This period saw deity Iofs dying of old age. For centuries, they tried to break through this constraint, but failed to summon the Holy Tribulation, forever stopping at the deity Iof stage. When that terrifying existence disappeared, a trace of the Gastons will remain at Xiun Island. Your Highness, those gods have left, Xylan said. Now, he had mid-rank gods around him. Due to a long absence from the Ocean Alliance's top leadership, he worried about secret moves they might be making without his knowledge. Thus, he sent Xylan to gather intelligence near Tiannan Island. Even if discovered, he could escape at any moment. This time, He brought back good news for Isaias. The gods on Tiannan Island had collectively left, taking all the Empyreans with them. Only those below the Empyrean rank remained on Tiannan Island. Could it be the Egbert's treasure? Isaias asked. The last time they came, Ganon had learned that the goal was the so-called Egbert's treasure. But despite searching for so long, there had been no sign of it, leading him to suspect it was fabricated just to mislead people. Now, they had finally moved, for a secret unknown to everyone else. Even if the Egbert's treasure is a myth, their actions are real. Your Highness, I will follow them, Ganon said. An action of such magnitude would not be trivial. If they could gather intelligence and then disrupt their plans, it would be perfect. No, let Xylan do it instead, Isaias said. Ganon's strength was insufficient. If detected by the stronger opponents, escaping might be difficult and he might get himself killed, which Isaias did not want. Each god was precious, a top-tier powerhouse of the Nine Land. They possessed strength enough to rival the Alliance. Not surprising, Tiannan Island. After a few days, I feel my realm beginning to loosen. The son of an Empyrean, truly fearsome. Brother Asher has surpassed us. Don't say that, it's all due to your praise. Ace speaking looked very pleased, relishing the attention and admiration. As a son of an Empyrean, he had great talent and deserved to advance before others. Boom. As everyone complimented him, a huge commotion erupted in the island's center. Great. A herald has transcended to human sovereign. Can't be. Michael's directly enduring heavenly tribulation here. Not bad. The numerous restrictions on Tiannan Island will reduce the tribulation's power. Sigh. Herald is truly powerful, reaching human sovereign so quickly. Only the successors of these strong individuals had time to chat and boast. They compared their talents and strengths as well as their parents' prowess. When the tribulation passed, a handsome young man emerged from within, seemingly calm but inwardly jubilant. Michael walked past others with grace, secretly enjoying their praise. Herald, Michael Avon's pride, unparalleled. Such a small heavenly tribulation couldn't even tear his clothes. Too powerful. Congratulations to Herald for ascending to human sovereign. In the next instant, a horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. A massive celestial hand burst through and violently exploded Ewok right in front of them. It took several seconds for them to react. Enemies warned the others. Attack. They panicked, screaming and fleeing chaotically in search of help. Chapter 152. Bloodbath. The carefree ease of earlier vanished. Anyone who dared to kill here had come specifically to eliminate them. If they didn't flee now, when would they? The ensuing chaos caught the attention of other powerhouses in seclusion, who exuded imposing auras, eager to see who dared cause trouble on Tiannan Island. Instantly, countless powerful auras emerged across the island. This awe-inspiring spectacle was enough to make any ordinary martial artist tremble with fear. Yet they seemed to forget how they initially ended up here, fleeing from others, seeking refuge because they were scared. Perhaps the numbers gave them a false sense of confidence, leading them to believe they could face their adversaries. Where is the enemy? Who dares to attack our Tiannan Island? How dare you act so presumptuously here? Surrender immediately. Get down here. They each bellowed without realizing that none of their side's Empyrean level or higher experts were visible, only a group of deity kings standing at the forefront. Tiske. If we kill all of them, they'll probably be heartbroken. Isaias' sinister laughter echoed from above. The them he referred to were naturally those deities. Indeed, there were no defenders left. They had all gone, but could they even escape? All the restrictions they had set up turned into chains binding them, proving counterproductive. Hoping to ensure Tiannan Island's supremacy, they had only made things worse for themselves. Running only hastened their deaths. Before deities, if anyone escaped, Ganon and Alf would have some explaining to do upon their return. Meanwhile, Isaias was fiercely slaughtering away. When the moon rises over the sea, the immortal king conquers the 9 heavens. Michael activated his domain, covering several miles centered around him. The human sovereigns trapped within immediately tried to flee, feeling uneasy under the night sky's oppressive presence. Within this space, a terrifying figure unleashed devastating attacks, instantly killing anyone hit, regardless of whether they were tribulation human sovereigns or 10,000-year human sovereigns. All met the same fate. Michael could instantly slay 10,000-year realm masters. Xylon Reaver, the longer they stayed, the more damage they incurred. The laws of wind, fire, annihilation, and various martial arts' overwhelming power sealed their fates. Isaias stood like a beacon, overshadowing the human sovereigns. Taking on 1,000 alone wasn't a dream. Even water deities could single-handedly slaughter all the world's deities. Isaias could improve further, perhaps even rivaling 10,000 human sovereigns or challenging the Empyrean realm if he reached supreme human sovereign. Sword Salma and Abby, energized by the battle, joined in, massacring the remaining human sovereigns. Though not as formidable as Isaias, they quickly dispatched opponents at the 9 tribulations human sovereign level. As for Herbert, it wasn't suited for combat, its pace slower, but as a small human sovereign expert, it still managed decent kills. Eddie's group proved they weren't liabilities by relentlessly attacking the numerous deity kings, though their efforts were limited. Fearing the deities overhead more than Eddie's group, the enemies couldn't fully unleash their strength. Dao Jarrett Twin Haywooderth. Eddie summoned another avatar, increasing his combat prowess. None wanted to miss this rare opportunity for a grand battle. On one side, there were just 7 people plus a little fox spirit. On the other, hundreds of thousands, all at least Royal Iof level. Yet they were being overwhelmed. At this rate, Tiannan Island would soon become a dead zone, with no survivors. Would the Ocean Alliance discover what happened here? Despite setting up monitoring measures, they had yet to appear. The battle raged on, with endless death. The deity's destructive power was unmatched. The Empyrean realm masters were easily eradicated. An hour later, Tiannan Island was bathed in blood, staining the surrounding sea, keeping sea beasts at bay. Despair spread among the survivors. They had no clue why they were targeted, nor why the Alliance's leadership hadn't shown up. In despair and fear, they awaited death. Not until the last man fell did they stop. Surveying the field of corpses, Isaias felt a shift within. Michael had become the blood-stained youth, defending himself against Noel sect experts. His confrontation with the Ocean Alliance marked a significant change. Burn it. A while later, he calmly commanded. A fire engulfed Tiannin Island, burying the carnage underground. They then swiftly headed toward the mark left by demons, venturing deeper into the sea, knowing that matters wouldn't end until those individuals perished. Chapter 153, Blood Sacrifice of a Million. At this moment, the Noel trailed behind those individuals, flying deeper into the ocean. The sea beasts grew increasingly scarce along the way. The further they went, the more intense and inexplicable sense of oppression weighed on him, arousing his aversion as if something terrible awaited him ahead. Xylon Reaver. The color of the sea changed from black to dark red, growing brighter and emitting a faint stench of blood the closer they got. This is blood, powerful blood. The Noel paused momentarily, sniffing the air before arriving at his conclusion. A sea dyed red with the blood of strong warriors. This was clearly no ordinary play. Unpredictable. After several days, they arrived at an island that existed as its own little world. While day and night cycled elsewhere, the island remained shrouded in perpetual darkness, an eerie domain filled with bones, indistinguishable by species yet still gleaming after countless years. It lacked vitality, dotted with dead trees, reminiscent of the underworld. In the middle of the island stood 18 colossal statues, some already glowing ominously red as if activated. Several Empyreans were seen extracting warriors from a small prison, slitting their throats under the warriors' terrified gazes. Blood spattered over the dark forbidden zone while nearby corpses piled high, dissolving rapidly. Perhaps this explained the abundance of strong warriors' blood outside. This place, created by the Oceanic Alliance, was the terrifying source. How many more? The Godwin asked, unfazed by the gruesome scene. A single general's success comes at the cost of myriad deaths. To advance, sacrificing mere warriors was insignificant. They died meaningfully, offering immense power. In the realm of the strong, compassion held no value. Survival of the fittest prevailed, and fate placed them in an era dominated by the Oceanic Alliance, driven by ambition and willing to go to any lengths to achieve their goals. There are still over 10,000 imperial realms, one Empyrean replied. They began collecting blood earlier, capturing and executing warriors starting from human sovereigns to imperial realms, a process involving over 1 million people. Only 10,000 remained, all subjected to this cruel method. Unimaginable despair and terror must have plagued them in their final moments, sacrificed to activate the 18 statues at the center of the island. These statues contained loyal followers of the Gaston, whose legacies needed nourishment from vast quantities of warrior blood to unlock the power of the 18 evil deities and reveal the Gaston's treasure. Each activation brought disaster upon humanity. Only blood from human sovereigns and above qualified. Others should assist. Faster, the Godwin commanded. Even deities took part. Despite possessing vast essence, the sheer volume overwhelmed them. You scum will die miserably. I'll haunt you as a ghost. This is all because of the evil deities. As they were dragged from the dark cage, curses flew towards the Oceanic Alliance members, but these words felt powerless. Arteries were severed without hesitation, bodies hanging upside down, dripping blood onto the statues. Initially, they cursed forcefully, but within minutes, their strength waned, leaving only numbness and fear. If cursing were effective, why practice martial arts when words alone could rule the world? Outside the island, the Noel watched the spectacle. Michael felt nothing, only indifferent. The extreme cold abyss surpassed this in horror. Freshly gaining sapience relative to that bleak place, slaughter no longer intrigued him. While this act was evil, greater evils existed. Michael chose not to intervene due to insufficient power. Facing so many formidable opponents alone was futile. Beyond the Alliance deities, the statues themselves posed a significant threat. They seemed alive, capable of action. Fighting here risked dying without knowing why, regardless of the Imperial Realm warrior's fates. Did it concern him? How many good people existed in the Starlit Sea? Unable to fight back, they awaited their fates, having harmed countless others beforehand. Karma had returned full circle. Upon slaughtering the last Imperial Realm warrior, 17 out of 18 statues were activated. Not enough? Your appetite is too large. Their expressions soured. They had gone through great lengths to collect these sacrifices, only to be told it was insufficient? Where could they find more? Chapter 154, Dogs Haywooding Dogs. Iof, there aren't enough of them. The ritual is almost complete. Interrupting now will only make the next attempt even harder. What are we to do? Everyone started panicking. This was a critical situation. They had no chance for a second try. Outside, a powerful force was lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. If they couldn't enhance their power, they would be forced to remain confined on Tiannin Island. Jarets, they have completely turned into demons. We are working with devils, run. Arik frightened cattle, they scattered everywhere, not knowing where to run. The deities were powerful, easily suppressing them and killing anyone within seconds. Finally, the last statue began to change. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only after the last Imperial Sovereign died did 18 beams of light shoot towards the sky, summoning a terrifying thundercloud. After a blinding flash of light, a teleportation array formed around the statues. It's opened. The Gaston treasure. Seeing this scene, the deities finally let out the breath they had been holding. This was what they had been pursuing, standing against humanity at all costs. The immense power contained here was truly mesmerizing. Once they became beings like the Gaston, who would dare oppose them? Crushing dissenters would ensure there were no opponents left. Anyone who dared to question would be immediately struck down. Han's deity, you go in first, the Iof said. They only knew this place was called the Gaston treasure. What lay inside was a mystery. Those who entered first might encounter danger. Iof, I am your most loyal follower. Hans's face changed dramatically. Wasn't this asking for death? They had finally reached the brink of the treasure, yet he was chosen for this. Shadows flickered, adding an eerie touch. At the entrance of a palace, they found Hans. His appearance had noticeably whitened, giving off an unsettling aura, yet he was still a lower deity, slightly easing their tension. Hans deity, you did well, the Iof commented. His eyes, however, had sharpened. Iof, it's my duty to contribute to the alliance, Hans responded. Very well. Since we're all inside, empty this place out, the Iof ordered. From a bird's eye view, they would have seen numerous palaces forming a vast human-like face. Unfortunately, their focus was solely on the spoils, ignoring everything else. Hours later, outside the island, Isaias and his companions arrived, staring at the carnage on Tiannan Island. The oppressive feeling from before vanished. Such atrocities warranted retribution. Your Highness, you missed a show. They just acted like dogs biting each other, the Noel narrated, increasingly talkative after spending so long without conversation. Oh, what happened? Isaias asked. They were devouring each other, the Noel recounted the events. Aiding tyrants, they deserve this, Kenna remarked. Never thought they would end up like this, Abby sighed. Does this mean we only need to deal with 9 deities now? Isaias concluded. Yes. Should we go into? Hidden for countless years, requiring such evil methods to open. This Gaston treasure was worth exploring, even if it cost the lives of hundreds of thousands. Hashtag chapter 155, Ronald. Inside the Egbert's treasury, they explored one temple after another. The results were far from satisfactory. With countless years passing, even if the treasures here once possessed supreme glory, time had eroded them away. A divine weapon was rusted to dirt, crumbling into dust with a mere touch. A divine pill no longer radiated its former brilliance, and now resembled a fossil, devoid of any luster. But some items remained intact, each one capable of leaving even deities awestruck. Where is the blood Noel god art? The Finian pondered. The more they searched, the more anxious he became. Michael felt something ominous was about to happen, especially given the Hans deity's strange behavior throughout their journey. Everything they found was discovered by the Hans deity. By right, he should have the first pick. Yet, he kept giving up his choices, taking nothing for himself. Xylon Reaver. An intense aura of death emanated from him, growing stronger as time passed. This urgency drove him to find their target item quickly and leave this accursed place. Blood Noel Goddard. An extremely evil supreme demon-forming deathly presence was something only corpses carried. Each time he led them to remnants of the Egbert, suspicion grew. The others felt the same way, their gazes toward Hans shifting. Just moments ago, he entered alone and transmitted sound. When they moved more than 100 meters away, they couldn't hear him anymore. Something was definitely off. Finian, I'm Hans. Why are you looking at me like that? Hans asked, showing no signs of panic. Boom. The Finian struck him with a powerful palm, sending up a cloud of dust. Such a blow could grievously injure a lesser deity, but when the smoke cleared, Hans stood unharmed. You're not Hans. Who are you? They swiftly surrounded him, finally realizing something was amiss. TSK, little ants, courting death, Hans muttered. As everyone watched in shock, his body began to transform mechanically. Tentacles emerged from his body, shedding Hans's skin to reveal a monstrous creature. Its body was wet, with 1,000 arms, its face on its navel, and hundreds of eyes covering its head. Its skin was purple, and its tail bristled with sharp spikes. I am Ronald, the disaster deity under the Egbert. Bow down, you insignificant ants, Ronald said. His aura was even more terrifying than the Finians, his cultivation surpassing theirs. The Egbert isn't dead, everyone gasped. If the Egbert were still alive, he must have lived for millions of years. Insolent. To mock the Egbert, slap yourself. Slap, slap, slap. Without question, they were slapped mercilessly, their faces swelling like pig heads. Their plight was miserable. With the Egbert's imminent revival, your strength is barely passable. I'll give you a chance to follow the great Egbert and spare your lives, Ronald said. Can it help me break through to high deity? Simple. All right, I'll follow the Egbert. We agree. There was no going back. Even if they refused, wouldn't they be killed by this monster anyway? Besides, there was no place for them in the Starry Sea. Following the Egbert might enhance their strength, a better choice. Following such a legendary figure didn't disgrace them. Wise decision. Now, come with me to gather the Egbert's remains and awaken him, Ronald said. Now, they understood why they only found the Egbert's body parts. His body was scattered across the temples, needing someone to piece it together. They felt cheated, possibly duped by false information spread from here. Despite their misgivings, they followed Ronald in silence, searching for the remaining pieces. As for the Hans deity, his fate was sealed, irrelevant to them. Ronald was too formidable. Outside, Isaias and the others paused near the teleportation array. Retreat. Isaias called out, the system issuing a strong warning. Some great terror can exist across 2 lifetimes. It was completely absurd. If true, the deity buried beneath would have held an unimaginably high status during his lifetime. Why ask so many questions? My master invites you inside. A heavy voice echoed. Everyone looked up to see the 18 statues coming to life. They extended large hands toward the group. They're alive. Everyone's expressions darkened. These sculptures emitted terrifying auras. Each was a divine realm being. Combined, they were even more powerful than the Sea Alliance. A mere set of spirit puppets, and you dare to challenge us? Ganon and the other 3 deities acted immediately. Fortunately, these spirit puppets were only lower-level divines. Although they wouldn't gain any advantage from being here, there was still a mid-level divine among them. Xylon Reaver. While these puppets seemed formidable, their range of movement was severely limited. The commotion created was much greater than their actual threat level. They couldn't pose a real danger, but those weaker members should stay at a distance and observe, leaving it to the 3 deities to handle the situation. Inside, Fernando continued leading them, collecting the remnants of the Gaston across various locations. Suddenly, he stopped. Are there more of you coming? Fernando asked, looking at them. From the memory of the Void Divine, He knew that no others were expected, and the strongest ones present were right in front of him. However, the spirit puppets outside, upon reaching the surface, they saw that the spirit puppets had been dealt with by Ganon and company. The puppet strength was relatively low, possessing only divine combat prowess without any additional abilities, making them easy to dispatch. Someone's emerging. Just as they were about to relax, they became alert again. Under their watchful eyes, 3 figures appeared through the teleportation array, facing them directly. An aura of evil deities. They've submitted to evil deities. At first glance, they detected something amiss with these opponents. Definitely not the kind of energy normal warriors possessed. Damn insects, you finally show yourselves. You killed so many of my men. You deserve to die. The leader roared, attacking fiercely with overwhelming power. The other 2 also quickly chose their opponents. They were nervous too. Their adversaries included a mid-level divine. Thankfully, they hadn't impulsively left the island earlier. Otherwise, they'd have perished. No wonder the celestial messenger provided no information. But now, with their leader, a one-on-one battle shouldn't be a problem. Choosing their targets, they began the fight. You all should leave and return to the great guy. Protecting it, Isaias said, sensing an intense danger. His concern wasn't about the few adversaries before him, but rather the malevolent aura leaking from the teleportation array. A terrifying existence he couldn't face and uncertain. Even if they attacked, it would only lead to their deaths, making any effort meaningless. Prepare to retreat. If we can reach below, they won't stand a chance against us. They whispered among themselves, nurturing thoughts of withdrawal. As they fought while retreating, they had already approached the teleportation array. All they needed was an opportunity to flee. We can't let them go, Ganon and the others communicated via telepathy. The Ocean Alliance should have 9 members, yet only 3 were present. This was an opportunity not to be missed. They couldn't afford to let these adversaries survive. Thus, both sides engaged in a fierce battle. In an instant, sand flew, and waves surged tumultuously. Thankfully, no living beings were nearby. Otherwise, with the power of deities, countless lives would have been lost. As for Isaias, no one was paying him any attention, as everyone was fully engrossed in the fight. Michael dared not approach too closely, waiting from over 100 miles away. The island now resembled a disaster zone. Its environment so harsh that even a Nash would be dissolved by its intensity, demonstrating the terrifying might of deities capable of effortlessly slaying Imperial Realm beings. Puff. A single sword stroke decapitated the weakest deity, whose head sank into the water while the body remained standing, frozen in its final pose. Foolhardy, Alf muttered under his breath before turning his gaze to Ganon's. Together, Ganon suggested. This was their true mission. The ones they had killed were merely pawns. The real threats lay within, though their numbers were unknown. What was clear was that their powers far exceeded theirs, considering that controlling mid-deities required at least an upper deity or higher. Together, the trio moved towards the teleportation array, with Ganon leading the charge and the other 2 aiding in constructing the ceiling array. Elaborate runes began to appear on the statues, transforming from dark and evil to radiant gold. Using the 18 statues, they repurposed the area, resealing it. Meanwhile, inside the Gaston's treasure chamber, how dare you, to obstruct my master's revival, Michael Noel, Blood Noel, Night Noel, go forth and hold them off. Donghua commanded. The spirits outside had been tampered with, escaping his control and exerting pressure on the space, causing alarm. These insignificant creatures knew the sealing techniques, posing a threat to him. Michael could not allow them to complete the seal, or it would delay his master's return indefinitely. 3 figures emerged swiftly, not from the Ocean Alliance, but from the dormant deities under the Gaston's dominion. Each a genuine mid-deity. Yes, your excellency Gunzilanuntan Iof. Donghua, the god of catastrophe and one of the 8 lords under the Gaston, known as Gunzilanuntan Iof, would never let his subordinates act unless absent the minor 5 decay stages. With 3 mid-deities around, there were too many uncertainties, leaving no room for carelessness. We can't let his excellency face this calamity here. Take him away somewhere else. They abandoned their efforts, knowing Isaias' safety outweighed anything else, even if the enemy broke free. Chapter 158. Michael Art Disaster, recounting the past. Finally gone. Upon seeing the other party leave, the 3 demons immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the huge commotion they had created, they hadn't actually fought. It wasn't that they didn't want to, it was because they lacked the capability. Awakening prematurely came with its costs. They possessed the realm of a middle-tier god, but were barely comparable to newly ascended middle-tier gods. Combined, they might not have been able to match the previous leader of the alliance. The opposing party misunderstood their true strength, seeing them as powerful due to the human emperor's presence. The influence of the heart demon compelled them to leave, and even if the opponent stayed to face the tribulation, they would be powerless to stop it. They were like tigers without claws, intimidating on the outside but weak within. Next, we need to refine the spirit in ages. Xylonther. Michael ran towards her, but she vanished. Julius, what did you learn today? Tell Xylonther about it. Behind him, a voice echoed. Turning around, he saw another version of himself. A young Jeremiah sitting contentedly in his mother's embrace, recounting the day's events. Wasn't this his past? His eyes welled up. From that day forward, the system awakened, and he began to rebel against convention. Afterward, the time spent with his mother dwindled until months later, when news of her sudden illness spread. On her deathbed, her greatest wish was to see him one last time. By the time he arrived, all he found was her lifeless body clutching a doll that resembled him. That moment marked a turning point in Isaias' life and appeared in his heart demon as well. Caught in these memories, he struggled to pull himself free. The scene repeated endlessly, and his gaze grew hazy. After countless repetitions, thank you for letting me see Xylonther again, but I know this shouldn't be. Suddenly, Isaias' eyes sharpened. Michael wanted to stay in this dream. but dreams always end. As he spoke those words, the vision shattered instantly. Then, he witnessed scenes from age 6 to 20, fleeting snapshots that left him unaffected. Next came his time in Longning City, where he focused solely on cultivation, a appearance of deities. It was also during this period that he summoned Ganon. Memories flowed, revealing a seemingly simple and seamless path. Finally, he resolved the Jarrett sect rebellion decisively. Now armed with the means to confront Cade, he couldn't wait any longer and quickly returned to the northern domain. Learning that the Great Guy leadership had been captured by Cade, he raced to the divine Espinartial Imperial Court under the starlit sky. That night, the divine Espinartial Imperial Court fell. Since then, the northern domain knew no imperial courts. In the ensuing months, he watched Great Guy ascend from a kingdom to an empire, establishing itself in the northern domain. One day, he faced the 9 heavenly tribulations, successfully transcending into the human Nash realm. Leaving Great Guy again, he ventured into the Star Sea, encountering the Kumo clan on the ocean. Another deity perished, and he became embroiled in the Ocean Alliance conspiracy, engaging in prolonged conflicts. Until arriving at the Gaston treasure trove, no dream can find him. Michael thought this ordeal was over. However, the scene shifted to the cold Xylanunton of the Espingan Empire. Why am I here? Confused, he followed the steps of the dream version of himself, reliving the establishment of the tombstone. When he left, someone took the tombstone, a woman. Here was part of his subconscious. However, the Michael Art Noel likely didn't expect this version of Isaias to be such a failure. No matter how it tried to mislead him, Isaias remained unmoved, choosing instead to live a life of indolence and daydreaming about making millions, becoming a lazy couch potato. In the end, before Isaias could make a move, the Michael Art Noel collapsed on its own. Worthless, completely flawless. Even the Michael Art Noel couldn't affect him, rendering it meaningless. At this moment, the aura around Isaias rapidly ascended, instantly elevating him to a new level. The Highness is waking up. Ganon and the others immediately sensed the change in Isaias. How long had it been? Michael had awakened from the Michael Art disaster illusion so quickly. Could it be that Brendan had no flaws? Some people could navigate through the Michael Art disaster like a game, having no inner demons to face, pure and spotless, merely skimming through the process and advancing directly. After a few minutes, Isaias' transformation finally ceased. Michael made it through? The first thing upon opening his eyes was disbelief. If it weren't for the 3 standing right in front of him, he wouldn't have believed that the Michael Art Noel had disintegrated due to his former self being a waste. Congratulations, Highness, your strength has advanced further, they said. Now, Isaias stood at the pinnacle of the 3 disasters Nash realm. Next, he could prepare for the 5 declines of immortals to enter the mirror. There's something odd. Although they are middle gods, their demonic origins seem incomplete, Noel explained. What does that mean? Highness, insufficient demonic origin means they lack inherent completeness, unable to unleash their full power, Ganon clarified. So, their strength isn't as formidable as we thought? Isaias understood. Exactly like the foundation of their martial arts. If unstable, their realm could crumble. If the same applied to the Noels, they had a chance to drive them back underground. Right. Then while they're vulnerable, let's take their lives, Isaias said. Earlier, everyone focused on his safety, neglecting the Noels' weaknesses. Now, free from concerns, they decisively attacked the 3 Noels. Trouble. The Noels felt uneasy. At this critical moment, the enemy had struck back. Xylons of their energy was spent repairing the spirit puppets, leaving their combat capabilities minimal. As for fighting using spirit puppets, forget it. The opponent could manipulate the puppets if they could alter their attributes. With no way out, they had to fight. None could prevent the Gaston's emergence. With that belief, they clashed with Ganon and the others. Highness, follow the method I gave you and reconfigure the spirit puppets. The rest is up to you, Ganon communicated telepathically. Yes, sealing the area fell to Isaias. They had to engage. Chapter 160. Xylanunton Iof, Fuller, guarding the 9 provinces. Each successful conversion of a being reduced the 3 Noels' cultivation by a fraction, and the suppressive power of this place was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, they would have long broken free to cause chaos. We can't wait any longer. Once he completes the seal, we'll be at his mercy. Let's get Iof Xylanunton Iof to deal with him, the Michael Art Noel said. Now, their opponent could single-handedly challenge them individually. If this continued, they feared they would die at his hands today, after endless years of slumber. Who would want to die like this? The 3 Noels immediately joined forces, forcing their opponent back, and swiftly rushed toward the teleportation array. They hadn't expected that the very thing they were proud of would ultimately become their own restraint. Even Egbert himself might not have anticipated such an outcome. Or perhaps it was a gamble, betting that no one in this world would know what he had created. Without hesitation, they rushed into the space of the Egbert's treasure. Ganon and the others, worried about accidentally harming Isaias, did not attack. The space was too narrow. Even a slight force could hurt the innocent. Fortunately, the enemy only wanted to escape, so they had no more reservations. All 4 attacked together, and their speed increased significantly. The wicked sculptures were now enveloped in a layer of sanctity, looking quite bizarre. After all, the sculptures themselves were various demons, which sharply contrasted with the holy light emanating from them. Ganon had told them that this method could only temporarily seal the place. The terrifying creatures inside would eventually break through the seal. What they were doing now was merely buying time. If they could elevate their cultivation to a high enough level during this period, everything would be fine. They might even be able to plunder the strength of the entity inside. Just as they were about to complete the task, an even more terrifying aura appeared. How dare you interfere with the awakening of His Espingesty, the Cord? This is a grave offense. The oppressive divine presence immobilized them. Divine Iof! Ganon and the others exclaimed in shock. This aura was already the pinnacle of power on the 9 provinces. Their adversary was on a completely different level, far beyond even celestial gods. Such a realm left no room for resistance. Before the true form emerged, divine pressure preceded it. In an instant, a bizarre creature with numerous arms and eyes appeared before them, making one feel sick. Deep-tide abyssal clan. Ganon's eyes flared with rage. Identifying the origin of this being confirmed that the secrets here were not simple. For the Egbert to have subdued such a powerful race as subordinates was indeed remarkable. Xyler, since the others were not yet awake, it had to act alone. This isn't up to you, Fuller said, reaching out to snatch Isaias from Daengus's grip. After all, Isaias was caught because he was aiding the 9 provinces. Under Fuller's watch, Daengus had used underhanded tactics. Normally, Fuller might turn a blind eye due to their agreement. But now, they were helping the 9 provinces overcome a crisis. Xylon Reaver, Ganon's words had surprised him. Learning that Isaias came from the Chaos Dao realm meant he was an ally who mustn't be harmed. Both sides then engaged in battle. As for Ganon and the others, their low strength disqualified them from participating. They anxiously waited on the sidelines, hoping Isaias remained unharmed regardless of the outcome. They fought for a while without resolving anything. Fuller, if you want him, go find him in the Lost Land, Daengus said, tearing open a spatial rift and tossing Isaias inside before vanishing at the speed of light. With Fuller present, Daengus couldn't make much of a move, but he could still give them something to worry about. Throwing the human Nash into the Lost Land was sufficiently troublesome. Besides, he already had a few followers helping to repair the Egbert's body. It was only a matter of time before he emerged. Whether to kill or spare Isaias wasn't critical. Please, Elder, save our lord, Alf pleaded. Michael might surpass Daengus at his peers' washed clothes, chatting and laughing, their faces beaming with smiles. Ah, a person. Suddenly, one of the girls washing clothes screamed in surprise, and the others followed her gaze. In the middle of the river, there was a man drifting along with the current, his state of life or death unknown. It was the first time they had witnessed such a scene. No wonder they were startled. Michael's floating this way. As they spoke in fear, the man drifted closer to them with the river's flow. They could now clearly see that he was rather handsome. Is he dead? One of them picked up a dry branch and poked him. Finding no reaction, she wondered if he was dead. Not yet, he's still breathing. A girl leaned closer, placing her hand beneath his nose, feeling for breath and confirming he was still alive. What do we do? Carry him back? Yes, his clothes are so strange. I've never seen anything like it. Where did he come from? Why don't we take him to my place? My father is a doctor. He might be able to save him. Amber, isn't that too dangerous? We can't just leave him here to die, can we? Ultimately, the girls worked together to bring the man to a secluded village, where smoke curled from rooftops. The village was small, with only about 100 households. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, it had a single path leading to the riverside. Paddies and pastures surrounded daily work. There were many fields to tend. Amber, go prepare a bowl of herbal soup, Amin said. Amin was his name, though most people called him Dr. Sher. The girl named Eunice, about 18 years old, was blossoming into a beautiful young woman. The village, known as Xylanunton Village, had been called that for ages, with its origins lost to time. It had around 100 households, and about 400 to 500 residents. The population had remained relatively stable, rarely exceeding 600 or dropping below 400, maintaining a unique lifestyle. They worked with the sun, slept with the sunset. There were no grand cultivators or knowledge of cultivation. They used oxen for farming, bows for hunting, and nets for fishing, ancient techniques passed down through generations. Even their medical knowledge, gained through tasting hundreds of herbs, had become a family tradition passed down through the Sher family. Even if spread widely, few could master it. Their ancestors' skills remained unchanged through the generations. Beyond the surrounding mountains lay endless streams, shrouded in mist, a place they called the Cursed Land, from which none returned. Those who died naturally found their final rest among the mist-covered mountains. From birth to death, they lived in harmony with nature. Half a month passed since the stranger arrived, yet he showed no signs of waking. Farming season approached, and everyone became busy, almost forgetting about him. Only a few village apart from his pale complexion, there was nothing unusual about him compared to a normal person. Day by day, his cheeks finally regained some color. After being in a coma for a month, he finally showed signs of awakening. One day, after Eunice fed him medicine and was about to leave, she caught a glimpse of his fingers moving slightly as she turned to go. Akil, he moved. Eunice quickly ran out to tell her father this news. Michaelaring this, Amin rushed over and sat by the bedside, feeling his pulse. Thunderous chi flow, such thunderous chi flow, Amin said, having never encountered anyone with such powerful energy before. Amber, you stay here and watch over him. Akil will go up the mountain to gather herbs and come back later, Amin immediately said. All right, Eunice replied, though she was somewhat reluctant, knowing it was part of her medical studies. Originally, she had made plans with friends to go flower picking but had to cancel because of this matter. In the afternoon, those friends indeed came, questioning her absence upon arrival. Explaining everything to them barely satisfied them. So he's waking up? Michael looks pretty good. I wonder if he's married? You little girl is thinking of springtime. But honestly, I don't think we have any chance. Amber stays by his side every day, and has even refused many suitors from the village. The more they speculated, the redder Eunice's face grew from anger. She struggled and managed to break free. Meanwhile, the man sat on the bed, staring at her blankly, his eyes filled with confusion. Hi, I'm Eunice. What's your name? Eunice broke the silence, wondering why he seemed dazed. My name, the man repeated, suddenly clutching his head in agony, slamming it repeatedly. That's enough. Stop thinking if you can't remember. Eunice hurriedly stopped him, but it was futile. Michael kept hitting himself until blood trickled from his nose. Without hesitation, she hugged him from behind, calming him down. Only then did he stop struggling. Eventually, his deep snores indicated he had fallen asleep. Seeing her current position, her face flushed. I'm dead, she muttered, trying to free her arm, which only woke him up, grasping her tightly again. She felt like crying. What was happening? How would she face people after this? Yet, She couldn't free herself, holding him through the night. When she awoke, he was gone. Outside, she saw her father directing a young man chopping wood. The pile of firewood nearby suggested he had been awake for a long time while she slept past dawn. Amber, you're awake. Come eat breakfast, Amin said, with an odd look that made her wish she could disappear. Amin must have returned last night to check on him and witness their awkward scene. Though they did nothing improper, how could she explain it away? Akil, it's not what you think. I didn't initiate. I didn't. Eunice stammered, unsure how to continue. I understand, Amin replied, though his doubts lingered. That who? Stop chopping and come eat breakfast, Amin called to the young man. Oh, the Jeremiah walked over obediently, seemingly at a loss for words. As he approached, that smells good. I dreamed of this smell last night. He suddenly stopped mid-step. You. Me. Eunice was exasperated, feeling like he was stirring up trouble intentionally. I didn't see anything, Amin said. The three ate breakfast together, the atmosphere strangely tense and uncomfortable. We can't keep calling you that who. What's your name? Amin asked. That morning, the young man had volunteered to help chop wood without prompting. Amin still didn't know his name. Asked this, the Jeremiah froze, looking pained again. Stop thinking, Eunice pleaded, knowing what was coming. But it was too late. He started striking himself again. Stop it. In desperation, the previous night scene replayed it, no one able to see their true faces. It's been a month, several people in the courtyard said somberly. There was truly no news at all, and they still didn't know where that lost land was. Even when they asked the powerful figures from the Starry Sea, they only heard rumors that deep within the Starry Sea, there existed such a place. A terrifying forbidden zone where all martial artists would lose their sense of direction. They didn't know how long they would have to wait, except for knowing that Brendan wasn't dead. Everything else was a mystery. Everyone, let's focus on cultivation. If you want to leave, go ahead. By the time Brendan returns, we can all have improved our strength, Ganon said. If Brendan were here, he certainly wouldn't want to see them dispirited, but would encourage them to diligently enhance their strength. Each one of them was destined for greatness in the future, and should not be held back by trivial matters. I've decided to go to the Central Plains, Janine said. Me too. After breaking through to the human sovereign realm, I feel that improving here in the northern region is too slow, Abby added. As for Herbert, she lay motionless sometimes and occasionally sobbed. She didn't need to leave since Isaias had given her plenty of cultivation pills before departure. All she had to do was lie back and relax. Kenna and Eddie did not need to rush either. They stayed to enhance their foundations first, and then look for opportunities to break through to the human sovereign realm. After this period of sedimentation, they felt confident about their breakthrough, aiming to push themselves to the extreme before advancing, thus boosting their combat power. Every saw someone trailing behind Eunice. Michael's called Byron. I gave him this name. It seems he doesn't remember anything from before, Eunice explained whenever someone asked. Gradually, everyone got used to it. People didn't seem particularly interested in someone who might have lost his memory. Even the girls who once clamored to marry him now avoided him. Who would want to marry a fool when they were naturally beautiful? Apart from Eunice, that somewhat eccentric girl, who would get close to him. She didn't mind because she found that Byron had incredible strength. Wherever she wanted to go, she just had to say so, and Byron would take her. Up the mountain to gather herbs, down the river to catch fish. Teaching him something, he learned quickly. Gradually, he mastered many skills, surpassing experienced hunters and nimble embroiderers alike. Michael exuded an air of mystery that made people want to get closer. Regrettable, had I known he was so smart, I'd have taken him even if he were a fool. Amber got lucky. In truth, I envy her. Having someone who always follows her orders, getting everything done. Aspen and I, we couldn't do it. We don't have the patience to teach him. Look, she's coming again with her little Byron. While they chatted, they saw Eunice again, and of course, Byron was following behind her. This combination, ###, chapter 164, Espinrich. That day, the weather was pleasant, and the sky was clear and blue. Ever since Zachary had learned how to gather medicinal herbs, Amin had been much more at ease, spending his days busily concocting something or other at home. Suddenly, there came an urgent knock on the door. What's going on? Michael immediately went out and saw his daughter pulling Zachary over, her face beaming with a smile that hinted at some secret agenda. Akil, I have some good news for you, Eunice said mysteriously. What is it? Has he learned a new skill? Amin asked, suspicion evident in his tone. Such things often happen these days. It seemed this young girl just wanted to show off. Guess again. Eunice shook her head. Akil can't guess. Just tell me yourself, Amin said. Really uninteresting. Fine. Your daughter has decided to marry Zachary, Eunice declared. What? When did this happen? Amin looked bewildered. Was this breaking news? Had he heard correctly? Although Zachary was indeed outstanding, it all felt too sudden. I just decided now, she replied. Amber, marriage is no trivial matter. There are only the three of us here. Please don't let it spread, Amin said, thinking she might be joking. After all, it sounded strange to him. People outside gossiped every day, but he never. Nonsense. Who wouldn't want such a son-in-law? Michael learns everything so quickly, naturally a good choice. Another chimed in. Xuanmu, you don't have to worry. From our observations, they are truly meant for each other, a third added. Though they cherished both Zachary and Eunice, seeing them so close together inevitably led to affection, making separation difficult. It was best to help them realize their happiness. All right, it's settled then. Please spread the word for me. The wedding will be held on the 5th day of next month, Amin announced. Once decided, there was no turning back. Leave it to us. They all agreed unanimously, perhaps more enthusiastic about it than Amin himself. Back home, he called Eunice over. I agree to your request and have arranged everything. Your wedding will be on the 5th day of next month. But listen up, Zachary. Come here, Amin said seriously. I can allow my daughter to marry you. Regardless of your past, if you ever make Amber unhappy, I will do everything to punish you. If it's Amber's fault, please don't scold or hit her. Tell me, and I'll bring her back home. Michael spoke earnestly, feeling as if something within him was lost, causing a strange pain in his heart. I promise I will never make Amber unhappy. If I break this vow, may I be struck by lightning, Zachary pledged. These words mean nothing to me. I judge by results. Prepare yourselves accordingly. There are only a few days left. Amin waved his hand dismissively. What was the point of empty promises? Action was needed, not just talk. Eunice and Zachary. In the spacious and now empty courtyard, Zachary entered the bedroom where Eunice awaited. Newlyweds' night traditionally involved lifting the red veil. Honey, I'm late, Zachary said softly. Not at all, Eunice replied. Michael beloved lifting her veil made her feel especially charming today. Sweet words, extinguished candles, and they fell asleep side by side. Tonight, he was the groom. Tonight, she was the bride. In the dark night, faint whispers and breaths filled the room. Some envied them. Others felt jealousy, but ultimately, they were now a pair. Nothing could tear them apart. Destiny brought them together. Cherish the moment. Don't miss the one before you, lest you look back to find them already wedded to another. Chapter 165. Amber is dead. Time flies. It had been 3 months since Zachary arrived here. After marrying Eunice, they led a simple life, following the rhythm of sunrise and sunset, living harmoniously together. However, on a certain day, they went to exile to gather herbs. Due to the rainy weather, they accidentally entered an area filled with toxic miasma, losing their sense of direction. Ordinary humans could not withstand the miasma's invasion. Within an hour, they began to hallucinate, seeing ghosts and monsters all around them, attacking from every direction. In their panic, they fled towards a cliff edge. Looking back, they saw countless howling spirits with grotesque appearances, while behind them was an endless abyss. Without time to think, they embraced each other and jumped off the cliff. Their speed increased rapidly, but they did not hit the bottom. Amber, live on. Zachary flipped over, positioning himself beneath Amber. Michael wasn't sure if anyone could survive such a fall, but this gave at least some chance. Zachary. As they finally approached the valley floor, they saw numerous bones scattered everywhere. It appeared that many lives had already been lost to the miasma, plummeting into this deep ravine. Suddenly, in an unexpected burst of strength, Eunice flipped over and positioned herself below. Zachary, I love you. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Thud. They landed on rocks. Eunice died instantly, her face still holding a smile. This was everything she could do. She only hoped that the one she loved would survive. Meanwhile, Zachary fell unconscious, with no obvious injuries on his body. 1 day, 2 days. Several days passed without any sign of the couple. The villagers, organized by Amin, searched frantically but found nothing. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. An unknown amount of time later, a figure appeared at the bottom of the valley. It was a stunningly beautiful woman who walked gracefully through the air, untouched by the miasma, which parted around her. What a pair of devoted lovers. Michael's a warrior undergoing the 5 declines of a celestial being? Why would an emperor come here? The woman muttered as she turned Zachary over. The 5 declines vary from person to person. Whether it's clothes becoming dirty, flowers wilting, armpits sweating, or bodies emitting foul odors, leading to discomfort. For warriors, the specifics depend on age, height, etc. If sufficiently powerful, the 5 declines are just a joke and need not be endured. But in the 9 provinces, almost every warrior faces a calamity, the dissipation of 3 flowers and separation of 5 vital energies. Simply put, it means losing all cultivation, becoming no different from an ordinary person. This is why the 10,000-year realm is very dangerous. Every strong individual generally avoids others during their ascension, fearing malicious intentions when they are as vulnerable as ants. Xylon Reaver, another common calamity is amnesia, where memory cannot be restored until the 5 declines are completed. The more one tries to remember, the deeper they sink, never awakening. Julius, the woman exclaimed upon recognizing Zachary's appearance, clearly given to him by Eunice. Amber, he screamed to the heavens, sobbing uncontrollably. Michael didn't know how he got back here, but he witnessed Amber falling off the cliff with his own eyes. Grief-stricken, he felt nothing could match the pain of losing her. Days passed, leaving him disheveled and frail. Michael limped down the mountain, endlessly murmuring Amber's name. Lost in his thoughts, he barely registered people questioning him on the way back to the village. Zachary, what happened? Why is he alone? Where's Amber? Hasn't he abandoned Amber to save himself? Hurry, tell Dr. Sher. They searched East Silenunton for 2 days without success, assuming they were dead. Now Zachary was back, but Amber was missing. Back in the house, he sat there with empty eyes. Meanwhile, Amin rushed over upon hearing Zachary returned. Zachary, where's Amber? Amin demanded angrily. Amber, Amber. Zachary kept repeating these words, his eyes vacant. I asked you where Amber is. Enraged, Amin struck him. Blood gushed from Zachary's nose, hitting the wooden pillar behind him. Zachary made no effort to defend himself, still muttering uninterruptedly. Amber is dead. She fell. Finally, Amin heard a coherent sentence. At that moment, the sky seemed to collapse. Michael looked years older than he were and deeper into despair, unable to pull himself out. A few days later, more wounds appeared on his body. To say it didn't hurt was a lie. This Zachary, his son-in-law and almost like a son, had most likely self-inflicted these injuries in his overwhelming sorrow. But Amin still couldn't forgive him. After briefly treating the wounds, he left him alone. Over time, when the villagers saw Zachary again, he had become half-mad, frequently appearing where Amber used to be, staying there all day, sometimes laughing foolishly, holding a jade pendant and asking anyone he met, "Where's Amber? Is Dr. Sher here? I want to get some." Never mind, if it's inconvenient. I'll come back another day. Outside Amin's door, a neighbor hesitated, wanting medicine but unable to bring himself to ask upon seeing Amin's state, so he turned to leave. Wait, Amin, am not that weak. Michael's what you asked for. I hope the elderly person gets better, Amin said, delivering the items while forcing himself to remain calm. Thank you, Dr. Sher. The neighbor thanked him and quickly left. Hearing the loud slam of the door, Amin couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it wasn't necessary, who would want to knock on Amin's door at such a time? Dr. Sher is pitiful too. His daughter disappeared, and his son-in-law went mad. Sigh, why is life so unfair? He sighed. Fate had been cruel, and he could do nothing about it. They felt deep sympathy for Amin and Zachary but couldn't do much. On the massive rock above the waterfall, Zachary mumbled something incomprehensible. His steps were inching closer to the edge of the cliff. One more step, and he would plummet into the abyss, disappearing without a trace. Zachary, come back, it's dangerous. Don't do anything foolish. Think of Dr. Sher. He can't lose you too. Come over here. On the shore, hundreds of people shouted. Although they disliked Zachary, believing him to be a curse, none wanted him dead. Dislike or not, he was still part of the community. But Zachary paid no attention to their voices. His eyes grew increasingly blank, teetering on the brink of falling. Above, two figures watched silently. Grandma, will Julius really jump? Eunice asked. Don't worry, I will intervene. Your husband won't die. Why are you so anxious? The woman replied. I just can't help worrying. Eunice blushed slightly. All right, let's see how this plays out. This is his trial. The woman added. Frankly, both women were worried. One for her son, the other for her husband. This woman was none other than Shayla. She wouldn't intervene otherwise, as she saved Eunice. You worthless scum. Don't you dare make me die of frustration? Didn't you think about why you're still alive? Amber didn't want you dead. You represent her now, not just yourself. Did you ever think about me? Hashtag chapter 167. Xylanther-in-law and daughter-in-law. After this incident, strange things seemed to appear in Kimball's mind, such as the Great Qin Dynasty. These names sounded familiar, but when he tried to recall them further, an inexplicable barrier blocked his memory, preventing him from remembering those things. So he stopped trying and continued living in the village. Compared to before, he now exuded much more warmth and no longer had a dull expression. Michael greeted everyone with a smile, as if all the unpleasant matters had become part of the past. On the other side, upon seeing Kimball successfully overcoming his tribulation, the two women smiled contentedly and returned to their deep mountain practice. Initially, Shayla had taken Eunice away and awakened her with powerful magic, teaching her how to cultivate. In just a short time, she had successfully advanced to the spinster level. Micro talent was not poor. Perhaps the entire village had potential, but they lacked the opportunities. Even if they were given cultivation techniques, they wouldn't go far. This place was isolated from the outside world and lacked cultivation resources. Entering the innate realm itself was a question mark, unless they had the courage to leave this land that had confined them for countless years. Beyond the mist, something terrifying might be waiting for them. Those who went in never came out. They didn't know what existed on the othersly possible. With the power she wielded in this land, nurturing an ordinary person was quite manageable. Ah, you're my mother-in-law? Why didn't Kimball tell me? And every time I asked his name, he seemed to be in great pain. Why? She bombarded Shayla with questions, discovering a whole new world. Michael lost his memory temporarily, a peculiar state. Once he overcomes the tribulation, he'll remember everything. Oh, and by the way, he's a prince. You'll be a princess consort, Shayla said. I see. That explains it. My husband couldn't possibly be ordinary, Eunice remarked, feeling a twinge of joy. Don't be too elated yet. Michael's now an emperor, able to live for a very long time. After 100 years, you'll turn to dust. To catch up with him, you have a long way to go, Shayla cautioned. What do you mean? Eunice asked, not understanding. Didn't everyone end up as dust after a few decades? In her experience, almost no one lived beyond 100 years. Let me put it this way. Beyond this land lies a world filled with wonders. Powerful warriors can move mountains and fill seas. Like me, Shayla explained, demonstrating extraordinary skills. The palace vanished instantly, and they appeared in a place shrouded in darkness. Winter has arrived. Shayla waved her hand, and snowflakes started falling. It's snowing. Eunice exclaimed, amazed by this godlike ability, becoming a warrior. Knowing Isaias was enduring a tribulation, she suppressed her inner turmoil and silently guarded him. Witnessing his changes, depression, despair, madness, broke her heart. Yet, she stood back to let him overcome it on his own. Each night, she stayed by his side, watching over him silently. At dawn, she quietly left, as if she had never been there. Fortunately, he finally overcame the ordeal, emerged from the shadows, and moved forward. Seeing this, she returned to the palace with Shayla. Apart from cultivating, she needed no other concerns. Shayla forbade her from leaving the palace, as if some great terror lurked outside, fearing harm might come to her. She focused on improving herself quietly, preparing to surprise everyone in due time. Hashtag chapter 168, the legacy. On that day, father and son chatted idly. Akil, what do you think the outside world looks like? Zachary asked. Ever since strange images had appeared in his mind, he had developed a deep interest and longing for the mist-covered regions. If not for his obligations, he might have hesitated no longer and ventured into that place. Instead of doing meaningless things here, he preferred to explore it and let his life shine with its last light. You really want to know? Suddenly, Amin's tone changed, becoming solemn. This was an expression Zachary had never seen before. Could it mean there were hidden secrets he didn't know about? Of course I do, Zachary replied. Follow me. Amin said. Zachary followed him inside the house without questioning. Something significant was happening, and perhaps it would align with the images in his memory. Once inside, Amin pressed a switch, revealing a hidden door. Michael walked straight through, and Zachary quickly followed. After they entered, Amin closed the hidden door from the inside. Apart from the two who disappeared, everything else remained as usual in the room. Behind the hidden door lay an ordinary-looking room. In the center were several ancestral tablets inscribed with names. On the table before the tablets were several old books that looked weathered by time. "Kneel down and offer incense to our ancestors," Amin instructed. As he spoke, he lit the incense himself and handed it to Zachary, who did as told. "The answers you seek are all in these books. Over the years, people have returned from the Misty region, but they only lived a few more days before dying. The books contain detailed records. You can read them at your leisure," Amin explained. After telling Zachary this, he left, giving him time to delve into the contents. If Zachary still wished to venture into the mist after reading, so be it. For ordinary people who never left the village, the ancestors' description of the Misty region was brief but chilling. Endless darkness, countless corpses, devoid of any signs of life. Michael died shortly after writing this book, aged 50. Since then, every member of the Schur family at age 50 ventured into the Misty region, hoping to find something beneficial for future generations, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Amin, being 49, would soon embark on the same journey, explaining why he brought Zachary here when he asked about it. This was a mission, the purpose of the Schur family's existence, and it mustn't end here. Continuing onward, 70,000 years ago, another ancestor ventured into the Misty region. They brought back a book called Qi Cultivation Technique, claiming it granted immense power, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. However, once brought back, it only improved the villagers' physical fitness and reduced susceptibility to diseases. What remained was essentially a form of calisthenics practiced by everyone. Although it didn't live up to its advertised potency, it did significantly improve their physical condition. Fewer people died of illnesses because of this practice. 30,000 years ago, another ancestor reaped immense benefits from the Misty region. Michael described seeing a massive island filled with bird songs and flowers, teeming with vibrant springtime. It felt like gods played there. When he approached, the island vanished. Nevertheless, he emerged with a mysterious warmth that extended his lifespan to 80 years, breaking the reply. "Your silence means you agree," Amin added. Subconsciously, he meant that as long as Zachary verbally agreed, once he entered the mist, nothing here would matter anymore. Chapter 169, Disciple. 3 months later. "Remember, do not tell anyone about my whereabouts. Just say that I am dead," Amin instructed. Michael was leaving, following the path of his predecessors. This was their family's ancestral precept and mission, which would not end with him. Michael wouldn't live a cowardly life. What if there was a vaster world beyond the mist? The information brought back by the ancestors was too scarce. Those who returned alive described the same place, suggesting they all went to the same destination. Michael didn't hope to travel further than them, but at least he wouldn't remain stagnant. Whether he would return wasn't important anymore. When he decided to take this step, death had been hovering around him. Even if he came back here, he would die very soon. Xylon Reaver, the villagers probably wouldn't ask many questions. After all, for 1,000 years, the Schur family had always been single-handedly carried on without 3 generations living together. Each member died at 50, and everyone understood this implicitly. "All right," Kimball replied. 3 months ago, he had anticipated this day. Now, medicine classic. Perhaps the heavens knew they were losing a successor to the herbal medicine tradition, for the youth learned extraordinarily fast. In just half a month, he grasped the basics, needing only time to accumulate more knowledge. The villagers here never lacked talent. If martial artists from a sect came here, they would be overjoyed by the abundance of rare geniuses. Unfortunately, they were all bound to this place. "A spinster Kimball, are you leaving?" Emeric asked. Michael was the youth Kimball found, around 20 years old, with remarkable learning ability. Just now, Kimball told him he had learned the herbal medicine classic and now needed practical experience. The future path lay ahead for him alone. Emeric felt an inexplicable sadness. After Dr. Schur vanished, was his own master going away too? Was this the price for learning the herbal medicine classic? Could good people not have a happy ending? Protect the village well. Don't let the medicinal classic lineage break. Kimball lightly patted his shoulder. From this moment on, Emeric had to bear this heavy responsibility. As for the few books, Kimball did not pass them down but destroyed them. The cost was too great. Instead of sending others to certain death, it was better to live out their days here, maintaining continuity under a different name while preserving the legacy. Xylon Reaver, the place was perilous. Suddenly, he felt a heavier burden. Without his master, he was the village's only doctor. People's lives depended on him. Even if he wanted to enter, he must first train a competent Averil. That day, the village was heavy-hearted. Kimball was gone, replaced by Emeric. Before, Emeric practiced under Kimball. Now, Kimball's absence made everyone speculate. "Zyda, your master?" "I don't know. Aspenibe, he went to find his wife," Emeric said, eyes red. Hearing this, everyone remained silent. Eunice was dead. How could he find her unless he followed her? Such occurrences within such a short time weighed heavily on everyone. Hashtag Chapter 170, the Netherworld. Returning here felt very different to him. There was no miasma, no cliffs, and no wandering spirits. Apart from the sunlight being unable to penetrate, making the ground unusually damp, it wasn't much different from a common deep mountain forest. Following the path from his memory, he arrived at the area he had reached with Amber. There were indeed many bones, but they belonged to wild beasts. Additionally, there was a deep valley, not very high on either side, just a few dozen meters tall. Xylonving forward, he gradually became enveloped in mist, soon reaching the boundary between the two sides. Without hesitation, he continued forward, entering the mist. In the distance, he saw a cave and walked straight into it. The cave was long, and after walking for an indeterminate amount of time, the scenery finally changed. Once he exited the cave, he could no longer see it when he turned back. This world behind the mist was quite unlike what he had imagined. Above the sky hung a dark red sun, casting a shadow over this land. The space appeared dark and foreboding, with decaying creatures scattered everywhere. Small puddles, filled with thick, viscous blood, dotted the uneven ground. Everything seemed to be soaked in this putrid liquid. There were humans, wild beasts, and numerous nameless creatures, as well as various strange objects that resembled weapons but were unfamiliar to him. In such an environment, survival, let alone breathing, was extraordinarily difficult. The air was filled with decay, and staying too long would drive one mad or suffocate them to death. Michael chose a direction and took a step forward. Michael didn't know if it was the right choice, but now that he was here, there was nothing left to say. He just needed to move forward. It seemed that this world had only one color. A lot of time passed without any change, though he did discover a few living insects feeding on decaying corpses, emitting a foul stench. They noticed Byron and rushed toward him, eager. Those who survived after entering this region could alter their fate. It was a relic of the ancient battlefield, formed from the blood of countless strong warriors. It was rumored that a horrifying secret lay hidden beneath the netherworld, one that remained undiscovered to this day. Some believe the ancient war was sparked by this very secret. Also known as the ancient netherworld, countless cultivators had entered it throughout history, but most met their end within. Even divine beings perished in untold numbers. Of those who survived, some went on to establish the current underworld court, including Shayla herself, who had gained her status as a top divine being after her visit. The underworld court, ruled by 10 powerful families, existed in the shadows of the mortal world. Though not ghosts, these individuals had obtained the ability to survive in the netherworld through unique cultivation methods, standing shoulder to shoulder with the powers of the mortal realm. At this moment, in the Yama Hall, ancestors, Amin panted, his breath quickening. Before him stood the ancestors whose names were inscribed in the records, exactly as described in books, down to their names. Don't worry, we'll explain everything later, one ancestor said. Amin's arrival through the mist and reaching this point already demonstrated his exceptional talent and great fortune. Following this, they gave him detailed explanations. The Shur family was one of the 10 major families of the underworld went to receive his inheritance. Chapter 171. Return. The inheritance had ended, and in a single transformation, he became a third-rank domain law-embodied king. A leap straight to the top. Perhaps he was an ordinary man for the past few decades, but now, having seized his opportunity, he soared above everyone else, surpassing even the most outstanding geniuses. This was just the beginning. Reaching the Nash realm in the future would be no problem. One cannot deny the immense power that the Shur family possessed within the netherworld. Even though a genius emerged from the ancient nether soil every 500 or 5,000 years, over time, the Shur family had amassed formidable strength. Xylon Reaver, after they became powerful, they produced more descendants, continually strengthening their power. No wonder they were one of the 10 great families of the netherworld, wielding supreme authority. Am I really a king now? Amin still couldn't believe it. A mere king doesn't amount to much. In this era of great strife, where sainthood can be achieved, you must seize your opportunities. Don't let temporary advancement cut off your future paths, a forefather beside him earnestly advised. Families that survived from the era of sainthood knew more than others. The Gaston who stirred up the 9 continent storms was merely the catalyst. The root cause was that the martial artists of Byron had disappeared. With his current strength, finding someone was easy. If he couldn't find Byron, it meant that Byron had gone to the world beyond the fog in the nether soil. Amin had barely managed to emerge from the nether soil due to the Shur family's power, but Byron had nothing. Entering the nether soil would almost certainly lead to death. This wasn't good news at all. Even as a king, Amin couldn't guarantee he could return from there unscathed. One must rely on personal strength. After losing Amber, was he about to lose Byron too? An indescribable feeling rose in his heart. Losing children to death is always unbearable. Michael swiftly left and returned to the Shur family in the netherworld. Old ancestor, is there any way to bring Byron out of there? Amin asked. This, xuanhuan. I understand your feelings, but the nether soil's dangers are far greater than you think. Even deities dare not act recklessly there. Unless Byron can come out on his own, we cannot interfere. Clearly, even the Shur family elder was powerless against this situation. The terrors of the ancient nether soil far exceeded what they had seen. Hearing this, Amin's spirits dampened. Even the mighty Shur family couldn't do much. What kind of power would be needed to reverse the situation? Unbeknownst to them, Isaias was making significant progress in the nether soil. Apart from forcibly breaking the ground to absorb scarce energies, as he grew stronger, he began absorbing. Congratulations on achieving Supreme Human Sovereign. The system rewards you with an Imperial Realm Insight. Supreme Human Sovereign? Just like that? Isaias was confused. Michael didn't do anything extraordinary. How did he become a Supreme Human Sovereign? Michael needed to verify it outside. And during that brief moment, he made the place briefly change color. Byron's memory is brief, but contains feelings I never had. She is my wife. One day, I will find her. For now, I'll leave here and head to the Great Qin Empire, Isaias said, reclaiming the Annihilation Spear. Silently overcoming the 5 declines, he became a Supreme Human Sovereign with heightened combat strength, uncertain just how strong he had become. Send me away. Indeed, he only said one sentence, and a portal appeared before him. Without hesitation, he stepped through, leaving immediately. After he left, a will materialized in the land. I look forward to a spinster's early return. Having spoken, it silently disappeared, and the nether soil resumed its previous desolate state. Meanwhile, emerging from the portal, Isaias found himself on the island where Andre had cast him into the Lost Land. It had been sealed by Ganon and company, free of demonic presence, but hasn't shown up in the underworld. Shayla exclaimed in shock. Grandma, did something happen to my husband? Eunice asked. Now, she too had transformed, from a little swan into a full-grown one. I'm not sure. The ancient underworld soil is perilous. Even if the 10 rulers of the underworld combined their efforts, they couldn't shake its foundations. However, Isaias should be fine. Michael's likely gone to the 9 provinces, Shayla explained. The 9 provinces? Another unfamiliar term that she had never heard before. You'll understand eventually. Focus on your cultivation for now, Shayla said, clearly not wanting to delve further into the topic. She would tell Amber what she needed to know but discouraged unnecessary questions. Amber's quiet demeanor pleased her. When not allowed to ask, she remained silently compliant. ######the Starry Sea. Isaias returned to Orion Island. The destruction of the Spring Alliance had caused a tremendous upheaval. On Tiannan Island, the bodies of imperial human emperors littered the ground, and all the high-ranking officials of the Spring Alliance were dead. The whereabouts of the deities were unknown. From that moment on, the era of the Spring Alliance's rule came to an end. Countless warriors celebrated as those who had been forced underground emerged. One such warrior that preserved the route to Central Province. How much things have changed, Isaias thought. It had been half a year since he entered the Lost Land, yet it felt like yesterday. Michael set off, leaving the Starry Sea. Upon reaching Arianhai City, he discovered the Xylan School had not been dissolved, but had instead grown stronger. Clearly, the Xylan School still held some sway in Central Province, making it difficult to suppress any incidents otherwise. If they provoked him, he could easily eliminate the Xylan School, but he refrained from bothering them, already showing considerable restraint. From Arianhai City, he used a teleportation array to travel directly to Great Qin. Before leaving, he had instructed everyone to wait for his return, and none had encountered mishaps. Few noticed his arrival. Aspany didn't even know of his existence, despite his remarkable contributions in the mountain domain. How many knew his name? Few outside the Imperial realm could achieve widespread recognition, and most wouldn't care about someone below their rank. #####Great Qin. The resources Isaias left behind had greatly improved the Empire's combat capabilities over the past 6 months. Prince Third had rapidly advanced, becoming the Empire's guardian spirit. Achieving the rank of Noble Iof and nearing the realm of Nash, he promised to be the first true Noble Iof in the Guy family. Once he achieved this, he would stand on equal footing with the 8 great sects of the Espinitial Nash court. Pure gold and lightning flashed amidst rolling thunder, causing massive commotion. Hundreds of thousands were jolted awake, their gazes turning towards the distant mountain peak. Such a spectacle was rarely seen. Was it another influential figure making grand oaths? Deep within the royal palace, the Guy family members braced themselves, over 100 strong, ready and waiting for action. If any existence threatened the Great Guy, they would not hesitate to rush forward, engaging the enemy in mortal combat, even if their power couldn't so much as touch the hem of the enemy's garment. Regardless, they would strive their utmost. On the mountain peak, several powerful figures gathered here. With Ganon and others guarding, no outsider could breach this place. All living creatures were kept at bay below the mountain. Georgina, rest assured in facing your tribulation. Leave the rest to us. All right. Saying this, she no longer suppressed her aura, an overwhelming momentum surging skyward. From miles away, Longning City found itself enveloped by an oppressive presence under which no one could lift their heads. Such a formidable being was beyond what the Great Guy had yet to achieve. It spurred them on to become stronger faster. Merely holding a title as royalty or noble couldn't secure the eternal prosperity of Great Guy. In everyone's sight, above the sky, dark clouds roiled, flashes of lightning illuminating barely causing a ripple. Michael, her hair remained intact, her clothes unblemished. Just the first bolt, hardly anything significant. She rallied her fighting spirit and looked toward the heavens. Getting through this would make her an empress tonight. Although she'd still lag behind somewhat, she reached the general realm of her peers. Tianyue Imperial Dynasty, Songshan City. Revisiting here, Isaias felt a flicker of excitement. With a fleeting glance, he quickly flew toward Great Guy. Currently, Great Guy lacked its own teleportation array and relied on neighboring empires. It wasn't a matter of wanting to construct one. It demanded strict requirements, time, and resources. The rapidly expanding Great Guy couldn't afford to allocate resources elsewhere. Everyone sought to immerse themselves in elixirs and potent medicines to bolster their strength. When their power increased, these projects would be easier, possibly attracting aid without asking. Soon, he reached the Great Guy border, feeling inexplicable joy at the familiar flags. "I'm back," Isaias whispered midair. Then, like a gust of wind, he headed straight for Longning City. A warm breeze brushed past, soldiers defending the borders feeling infused with a powerful energy, a casual gesture granting them benefits. Reaching near the capital, he saw rolling thunderclouds allure tranquility except for scorched earth where lightning had struck. Longning remained unchanged, but this night would keep many awake. Upon witnessing Kinna complete her tribulation and receive heavenly retribution, powerful warriors glimpsed her form, feeling deeply humbled. Chapter 174. The Great Guy has produced a human Nash. Sitting up late into the night, they conversed intimately and in detail. There were so many things they wanted to say and ask, endlessly discussing that day's events. They still felt their power's insignificance, utterly incapable of withstanding such forces. Even when Isaias was captured, they were powerless. Later on, apart from knowing that Isaias hadn't died, they remained secluded within the Great Guy, not venturing anywhere else, even ignoring the significant changes in the Star Sea. To them, others' troubles were none of their concern. If they couldn't even protect the prince, why should they care about these matters? Shortly after returning, Eddie successfully ascended to become an emperor during his tribulation. This seemed to have spurred Kinna, who diligently enhanced her strength, reaching her peak. Eventually, she also succeeded in ascending during this night's tribulation. Now, she could finally progress at the same pace as everyone else. Despite the possible widening gap between her and the others, at least they were on the same level now, right? No matter how weak she was, it was only relative to those in this courtyard. "You should be happy for me," Isaias said. Even he wouldn't have believed he'd escaped the shackles of the 5 decays for this reason. That place was indeed the best place to transcend the 5 decays, presenting no real threat. Michael had to thank Daong Essex for making it possible. "Your Highness, have you reached the supreme human Nash realm?" Ganon asked suddenly. Passing the 5 decays meant immortal realm, possibly even supreme realm. If he couldn't reach this level in one go, it would be impossible later on, as there'd be no tribulation to push him through. Of course, just a supreme human Nash, Isaiah said, revealing his formidable aura. Instantly, the courtyard transformed, placing them within his domain, giving them a direct experience of his power. Supreme human Nash. Those who understood breathed more rapidly, while others sensed Isaiah's terrifying might. Even among fellow human Nashes, they felt that Isaiah could easily defeat them at the same realm with little effort. Your Highness, you can now rival an emperor, truly unrivaled, Ganon said excitedly. Such a genius was rare. Following him meant they wouldn't suffer any losses. All right, everyone rest. In a few days, we'll go somewhere, Isaiah said. Deep down, he had lingering doubts. Why did previously unknown memories appear in the heart tribulation? Not resolving this, he couldn't sleep. Presence of a human Nash. Although unclear about its direct link to the Great Guy, given the lack of reaction from the newly minted emperor, many believe there was a connection. Thus, numerous strong cultivators began flocking to the Great Guy. Wherever a human Nash resided, it became the core of the North Domain, receiving the region's blessing. Just like before with the divine Espinitial Empire, what was once a desolate land became the center due to the emergence of a human Nash. In a certain sect, the Great Guy doesn't have teleportation arrays yet. Prepare several to send over. Follow the ancestors' orders. In the Xuanhuan Imperial Dynasty, draft immediately. Our dynasty wishes to forge ties with the Great Guy. See which princes and princesses are unmarried. Your Spingesty is wise. Everyone acted swiftly, fearing being left out. Lower-tier forces under the Imperial dynasties lacked the qualification to join. With many powerful cultivators arriving, the Great Guy gained unprecedented prominence. On the surface, Cavan greeted every visiting powerhouse with a smile. Privately, however, they knew the truth. The breakthrough belonged to Qina, but they couldn't find her, nor Isaiah. Without him, the human Nash wouldn't belong to the Great Guy. Desiring stronger power intensified, especially for Jensen. Though lacking slightly, he wanted to help the Great Guy's eyes filled with doubt. Michael had observed Ganon and the others' reactions but hadn't sensed anything adverse or even a hint of coldness. Yet, Ganon and company were acting as if facing a formidable enemy, which genuinely alarmed him. Could there really be something hidden here? Continuing upward, they finally reached the peak, drenched in sweat. The higher they ascended, the greater the pressure became. If not for their considerable strength, they wouldn't have made it past halfway up the mountain. At the top of Cold Xylanunton lay a mysterious space. There are deities accompanying your highness, a page remarked, her tone indicating surprise. Indeed, it was quite astonishing. Just 6 months ago, Isaiah had only recently achieved the human Nash realm, and now he was near the Empyrean realm. Xylon Reaver, he had 3 deities in his retinue, one of whom was a mid-tier deity, an impressive feat, though she still surpassed them. She didn't intend to reveal herself, merely observing from afar. However, the pressure she had imposed on Ganon and the others lifted slightly, easing their burden. It's gone. At least a Michael-Avenly deity level. How could there be a Michael-Avenly deity here? It seems your highness's identity isn't simple either. They felt a mixture of awe and trepidation, unable to comprehend the origins of the entity. Your highness, I need to speak with you, Ganon said. What is it? Isaiah, a Michael-Avenly deity. How is that possible? Isaiah exclaimed, utterly shocked. Michael-Avenly deities were fearsome beings existing only in Zhongzhou, few in number. To think one might reside atop Cold Xylanunton seemed unbelievable. I believe this may be closely tied to your highness's mother. She cannot be an ordinary person, and there must be more unknown secrets about her. This matter is too significant. It might involve the rulers of the 9 continents. Let's postpone discussing it until our strength grows. They agreed unanimously, avoiding delving into the issue further. Even if great conspiracies lay within, they believed uncovering them would come naturally once they grew stronger. Focusing on such speculation now would be pointless. Not every deity possessed ancient legacies like Fuller and Spencer. Without exceptional strength, they would long have faded into history. Lower and mid-tier deities were the norm in the 9 continents. In an era where celestial energy was sealed, few warriors attained advanced realms, requiring extraordinary talent, insight, and opportunity. Their trip to Cold Xylanunton yielded no immediate results, but Isaiah realized his mother's identity was profound, given the presence of a Michael-Avenly deity guarding her tomb. Recognizing his current limitations, he resolved to strengthen himself further to ultimately unveil the world's mysteries. Chapter 176, 5 years. Michael didn't dwell on these matters. If his strength wasn't enough, then he would continue to improve and focus on cultivation. Recently, the system had accumulated a large amount of resources that could significantly boost everyone's strength. However, reaching the human sovereign realm required more personal enlightenment. Otherwise, no matter how many resources were available, they would be meaningless. Particularly for overcoming the tribulation of 5 Michael-Avenly decays, one truly needed an immense opportunity. Relying solely on oneself might lead to eternal entrapment with no escape. This was also a watershed moment. Those with true strength and those without became distinctly evident. Even someone like Sword Salma might take a long time to transcend this boundary. While passing Wind Calamity and Fire Calamity seemed easy, the challenges ahead were significant. Apart from Sword Aryinglan, others might stagnate for a considerable period. Not everyone could transform as swiftly as Alf, directly becoming an emperor and avoiding the human sovereign tribulation, then rapidly advancing to lower deity status, almost breaking through the next level. Throughout this period, he hadn't encountered many deities through his check-ins who could significantly help him. Today, he handed everything over to them, leaving it to them to decide how to distribute the resources. His own cultivation never relied on external sources. Michael could Sword Aryinglan sought out Alf. After this period of preparation, she overcame the Michael-Art Calamity and now had to face the 5 Michael-Avenly decays. Go ahead. I'll handle the rest, Alf replied. Then, carrying Sword Aryinglan, he flew off into the distance. Everyone had their unique way of facing tribulations, not necessarily identical to Isaeus's. Some methods were quick, while others could span tens of thousands of years, experiencing birth, aging, sickness, and death, eventually freeing themselves from the cycle. Such tribulation methods, if successful, granted terrifying power. 2 months later, Ganon advanced to middle deity, giving Isaeus another capable general. Abi also prepared to overcome the 5 Michaelavenly decays and called upon a demon to protect him. Absolute loyalty allowed him to entrust his life to another without too much suspicion. The most carefree one remained Herbert, constantly asleep. Yet its cultivation progressed rapidly. It had already become a Nashrealm fox spirit. Once it broke through to deity status, ending its growth phase and entering maturity, it would be on par with others. Frankly, such rapid advancement was enviable, yet it came at a huge cost. Without experiencing tribulations, it lacked something essential, comparable to a 1,000-year prodigy's combat strength. 3 years ago, Sword Arianglin returned successfully, entering the Myriad Age realm. After returning, she immediately entered seclusion, preparing to achieve Nash status, with her aura becoming increasingly enigmatic. 18 months ago, Abi returned, likewise overcoming the 5 Michaelavenly decays. On this day, Eddie turned 18. No longer fragile, he finally overcame his Michaelart calamity, the most arduous among all. Being an abandoned child, past traumas were magnified during the Michaelart calamity. Struggling within it for a month, he eventually awoke, grateful not to have faced it earlier. Surprisingly, Kinna overcame her Michaelart calamity before Eddie. Apart from initial struggles when encountering Isaeus, her memories were mundane, lacking ripples or demonic influences, leading to her direct success. Over the 5 years, they walked back and forth outside Isaeus's room, uncertain how to speak. They weren't always in the capital, occasionally venturing out. The prince's aura grows ever stronger. Shouldn't he wake up soon? What does the prince's Nash-level enlightenment entail? Why so long? Muttering daily, they resumed their cultivation. Meanwhile, unnoticed by them, Great Guy silently transformed. Through 5 years of trials, it firmly established itself in the northern domain. No longer what it once was. Guy's family had reservations about allowing rulers into the city. Despite the human Nash's presence, no one had actually seen him. Michael was likely hidden somewhere, yet all attempts to locate him proved fruitless. Xylon Reaver, the Guy family itself lacked a ruler, and they certainly didn't want an unpredictable force lurking in their midst. If he ever went rogue and caused chaos within the city, it would be disastrous for the Guy Empire. 2 years ago, Guy's third prince transcended to become a ruler with overwhelming power. Additionally, several other experts, including Kavin, reached the Sealed King realm. Had it not been for some unforeseen events that prevented Kavin from refining his Dharmakaya, he too might have become a ruler. But there was no regret in his heart. Breaking through multiple realms had extended his lifespan considerably. What more could he desire? Regarding ascending to the rank of a ruler, Kavin was quite confident. As for the realms beyond, let them be. An emperor should enjoy his reign and not burden himself indefinitely. On a night 2 years later, deep within the forbidden palace of the imperial city, several rulers resided here as part of the royal family's secret forces. By this time, the combined strength of the Guy family alone was enough to match any other imperial dynasty, with their highest rank members being rulers. Jensen, Guy's son. Strength was terrifying. It dominated the northern region, and given time, it could become another imperial court. Though much time had passed and numerous experts had been cultivated, Jensen still held onto a wealth of resources brought back by Isaeus from the mountainous region, sufficient to train imperial-level masters. Only a portion had been used so far, with a steady stream of new resources flowing in, inexhaustible. Shintian sect no longer visited. Rather, it had relocated within Guy territory, thriving under the name of Crown Prince Jensen. Unconcerned with these developments, Kavin focused on improving himself. While no one dared challenge the Guy Empire in the northern region, external forces remained a threat. They were unaware of the region's transformation, and considering how even the worst part of Jingzhou could birth an imperial court, Kavin knew he must push himself to protect the empire's territories. This winter seemed unusually cold, with half of the Guy territory covered in snow and ice. Other empires faced similar conditions. A fierce cold wave was ravaging the northern region, leading to unprecedented disasters for nomadic tribes, leaving countless displaced. The stars above flickered ominously. That night, at the northernmost point of Jingzhou, boom, the massive ice mountain, standing for 10,000 years, collapsed. Nearby villagers were frozen permanently in the icy blizzard. Each morning, strange footprints, several times larger than human ones, appeared on the snowy ground, sparking speculation. Region of the northern domain, countless sea beasts emerged onto land, seemingly affected by the cold currents. They needed to leave the frigid waters, causing unimaginable devastation to the nations in that area. Sea beasts of the human sovereign realm even dominated parts of the northern domain, establishing a sea beast nation. In the western part of the northern domain, where vast mountains and the mountainous regions meet, for some reason, the demonic beasts seemed to have received orders, ruthlessly attacking human territories. Another terrifying calamity swept across countless human settlements in the northern domain. In the south, it was another domain's concern as they faced a cholera outbreak. It felt like a vast conspiracy was swallowing them whole. In the golden hall of the Great Guy, Kavin sat as the supreme ruler, while Jensen attended on the side. Michael had begun learning how to become a qualified emperor. His progress was evident, making him the preferred choice for the imperial throne among many officials. As for Isaeus, few knew about him. Even when the Great Guy ascended to an imperial dynasty, Isaeus never appeared. Some knew, while others remained clueless. But Jensen's actions were tangible. As soon as Kavin abdicated, it would be his time to ascend. The snow noels in the north are reviving. Sea beasts are landing in the east, and demonic beasts are rampant in the west. Aspany Nation grace matter. To survive was enough. There was no need for more. Xylan's generals, they saw this as a golden opportunity to achieve glory. For 5 years, they had been drilling troops without significant engagement. The chance to finally showcase their strength was irresistible. Those advocating repelling the enemy simply wanted to maintain honor and avoid criticism. My lords, all have made reasonable points. How does the crown prince see this? Kevin interjected, stopping the discussion. Akil, I believe we should first fortify our core human strongholds and crush all invading enemies. As for expanding, we shouldn't rush. Michael are my 3 reasons. First, in the east, the sea beasts have human sovereigns. If they don't fight, we cannot defeat them. There might be similar threats elsewhere. Defeating other dynasties now would require immense effort to manage new territories. Our young empire isn't prepared for such vast governance. Second, this disaster will produce many refugees. Although the Great Guy is prosperous, we cannot bear the high cost. Establishing checkpoints outside our borders to accept refugees allows us to utilize their efforts, preventing starvation and idleness. Have you considered the potential consequences if the Great Guy accepts a large number of refugees without giving them work? The principle of contentment leads to desire applies here. Once their basic needs are met, the Guy, facing disaster, they could only focus on self-preservation. Others' fates mattered less. Xylon Reaver, some empires stronger than the Great Guy ignored aid requests, showing greater indifference. Hashtag chapter 179. Whales devouring, worms gnawing. All the imperial dynasties in the northern domain were gearing up for battle, especially those closest to the borders. Each day, they dispatched large numbers of personnel to suppress any unrest along the frontiers. Not only did the Great Guy Empire do this, but almost every nation aimed to keep the flames of war outside their own gates, hoping it wouldn't spread within. Those regions that had already fallen into chaos were largely ignored. People struggled just to survive. Who would even think about expanding their territory? It was akin to inviting disaster upon themselves. Gradually, the forces in the northern domain realized something was amiss. The demons and monsters from 3 directions had a clear goal. Every place they passed through turned barren. If there were human cities, they would be mercilessly destroyed until nothing remained but ruins. In the northern areas, after the invasion, everything became an icy wasteland of extreme cold. The human inhabitants could only watch helplessly as the invaders approached, eventually abandoning their cities when they could no longer hold them. Resistance only angered the snow noels, leading to even crueler actions. The situation was similar in the other 2 directions. The eastern region transformed into with means fled to safer places. Those without awaited their fate. No one would come to their aid. Everyone relied on themselves. Some had given up resistance, waiting for the demons to end their lives. Only a few remaining empires still held firm, engaging the enemy in skirmishes. Even Great Guy and some central forces found themselves increasingly unstable. One day, the Great Guy Imperial Guard set out, both regular and reserve forces, to defend the empire's borders. Their deployment indicated that ordinary soldiers could no longer withstand the demon invasion. Deep in the frozen north, within an icy village, the progress is too slow. We must cleanse the northern domain quickly to welcome the return of our 100 tribes. This time, we cannot fail again. Whoever stands in our way shall die, declared the snowman, identical to the snow noels, radiating a terrifying aura. High Priest, our snowmen are too few. Creating an ice empire is difficult. Please allow us to use the divine artifacts. Please permit us to use the divine artifacts, echoed the other snowmen, eager to expand beyond their small haven. They weren't dead but merely in seclusion. The vast northern domain had been occupied by humans for so long. It was time for them to reclaim it. Approved, said the High Priest. Upon hearing this, the snowman leaders rejoiced. With the divine artifacts, their conquest would proceed faster, expanding their territory, and the defenders were exhausted. Sending more warriors to the front lines couldn't change the outcome. Still no news? Asked Kevin, looking visibly aged. Losing so many brave men each day, he felt powerless. Nearby kingdoms were falling, and soon the enemy would reach Great Guy. Where would his people go then? Initially, they thought this was just a simple beast upheaval that would pass. But daily reports plunged their hopes further. They knew this was only the vanguard. Far more formidable forces were yet to come, aiming to conquer the northern domain, including Great Guy. I'm sorry, Akil. I've done my best but can't find her, Jensen admitted. The current predicament left him desperate to find Kinna, whose intervention as a Nash could buy them more time. Otherwise, Great Guy would lose all resistance. Even the Imperial Guards were sent to the front, leaving domestic forces severely weakened. This tribulation was indeed dire. Chapter 180. Battle to the final chapter. The Ares Xylanuntan dynasty fell. The ancient Dust dynasty was destroyed. One piece of news after another came in, and it seemed that the North Domain was on the brink of defeat. Those peak dynasties could be wiped out in an instant. What would happen to everyone else? The forces that had splintered from the divine Espinitial Imperial Court were also eradicated. By now, only 3 dynasties. Ariang Zhengfeng is eternally grateful. After reading the message, those present fell into silence. Clearly, the Tianyue dynasty was nearing its end. A personal letter was also delivered, meant only for Kevin, asking him to care for his daughter, Crystal, and a few talented members of the Ariang family. It was heartbreaking, accepting their fate. Send word to open the borders and welcome the people of Tianyue. With the entire nation's strength, we shall face the demons, Gai Shangbei declared. The influx of refugees, mostly civilians unable to fight, were assigned to build defensive structures. A day later, Tianyue fell, leaving only the Great Guy in the North Domain, surrounded and isolated. Countless powerful warriors guarded the borders. At the border, this Great Guy is quite resilient, remarked the general. Our clan leader demands that we take down Great Guy quickly. No more delays. Charge in, breach the defenses, and push deep into Great Guy's territory. Charge. These few are mine. They roared, using all their might to attack Great Guy. Faced with overwhelming odds and powerful rulers, the Great Guy barely stood a chance. Elsewhere, a group of human emperors gathered, battling the 3 tribes strongest. Though outnumbered, hiding during disasters, then emerging in times of conflict to claim their share, using brutal means to cleanse the North Domain of life. Stop him. Seeing the Noel's rapidly increasing power, the opposing deities felt pressure. If he gained high-tier deity strength, they would suffer the same fate as those already dead. Not a chance. Ganon and the others immediately attacked, buying time for the Noel. But weakened by energy transfer, they were easily defeated, relying solely on the Noel. Tisk, TSK. This is high-tier deity power. You will all die today. The Noel's aura surged, gaining high-tier deity combat prowess using the other's strength. His realm hadn't broken yet, still a mid-tier deity, temporarily wielding this power. The opposing deities turned pale. Their adversary had succeeded. Hold him off. He won't last long. Even if he were a high-tier deity, they wouldn't fall so easily. Thus, they resumed the intense battle, but casualties began to mount. The Noel's power was immense, capable of slaying lower-tier deities despite not being at full strength. On the battlefield below, Janine and the others had lost their fighting ability, standing only through sheer willpower, refusing to fall. You humans aren't entirely worthless. Your performance exceeded expectations. If you were part of our race, it would have been different, but alas, you aren't. Kill them. Pity you chose to stand in our way. As they prepare to strike, suddenly, the sky is darkening. What is this? Get away from me. Suddenly, countless cries of agony rang out. The leaders turned to see their own kind collapsing, hidden killers lurking in the darkness. Come out. Roaring in fury, they realized other powerful beings still existed. Chapter 181. This place, leave it to me. Their anger seemed powerless and futile. The enemies simply ignored them, relentlessly reaping the lives of their kin. This area was filled with the elite forces of the three tribes. If they were all killed, it would take an immeasurable amount of time for them to rise again. Stop at once, or I will kill these few humans. Since the other side was killing their people, it naturally belonged to the human race. Therefore, they intended to use these few humans as leverage to make the other side stop. It seemed quite effective. Upon hearing these words, there was a noticeable pause from the enemy, which brought them a moment of joy. Being able to make the other side stop was a good thing. However, before they could fully rejoice, an even more terrifying pressure came crashing down, suffocating them. The races that have retreated from the historical stage dare to salt. Otherwise, the Great Guy would have been overrun long ago. That won't do. After slaughtering so many citizens of the Great Guy, you can die now. When the sea rises, the Xylonon appears. Isaias declared. In the pitch-black night, a bright moon and an ocean gradually appeared. Deploying his full domain, augmented by the weight of the Imperial Realm, he obliterated the enemy. Several human Nashes vaporized on the spot. The power of the Imperial Realm was far beyond what any human Nash could reach. With just a thought, they lost all resistance. Aya, you will regret this. Once my tribe's army arrives, you will surely perish. A snowman Nash screamed, but the fear in its eyes couldn't be hidden. Compared to the deceased Nashes, it was even weaker. Isaias remained indifferent. Even if there were stronger opponents, they had to come to him. Since no substantial reinforcements arrived, it showed that entering the 9 provinces wouldn't be easy for them. Time flew by, and the invaders were swiftly annihilated, leaving a huge blow to the 3 tribes. Afterward, Isaias provided some resources to help them recover their strength. Tell me everything that happened while I was in seclusion, said Isaias. Just as he emerged, the system alerted him that his followers were under attack, in mortal danger. The attackers were marked as races that had exited the historical state, the North Domain territory. Since they had slaughtered the humans mercilessly, the humans would show no pity either, eliminating every member of the 3 tribes. This was about blood debt being repaid in blood. Isaias wasn't idle either. Michael went to the border where Ganon and others were stabilizing things. The demon state was raised to a higher god. The crisis resolved, and the battle involving deities wasn't something a first-class Nash like him could participate in. Driving out the invaders was the priority. In the Treeman tribe war zone, the tree people are too powerful, Dermot. We have no reinforcements. Without reinforcements, we must use our flesh and blood to hold them back. Soldiers, charge with me. Kill. Kill. Outside the city, corpses littered the ground, raising the earth by several meters. They didn't remember how long they had been fighting continuously, without time to bury their fallen comrades. Those who fell were replaced, pushing back the tree people, preventing them from crossing the city gates into the Great Guy. Such tenacious morale moved even the Treeman commanders. They faced the strongest resistance yet. Charge! The Treeman commander shouted, leading the tree people forward. Destroying this Great Guy empire meant the North Domain would be theirs. With 3 tribes united and guarded by multiple gods, the North Domain would be unassailable. Then, they could gradually bring in more powerful beings, restoring their former glory, without any cost, just because the owner was powerful? If it were any other matter, perhaps he would have spared them, but their actions against the human race demanded justice. Only by exterminating all of them could the countless souls find peace. Your guardian Nash is dead. Now it's your turn, Isaias said coldly. The phenomenon of a mortal king punishing the 9 Michaelavans appeared, and with one punch, all the tree people within range were killed. Only a few stragglers managed to flee frantically. Michael, yeah, that's how they should be dealt with. The might of the guardian Nash is unrivaled. These damn beasts deserved it. If only the guardian Nash had acted sooner. Seeing this, the soldiers' spirits soared. This was the long-awaited result. One-sided slaughter unfolded as they watched the massive phantom strike with each punch, eliminating thousands of elite tree people with every swing. After a few rounds, not a single tree person remained alive. Cleanse the battlefield and bury the fallen souls, Isaias ordered the general on the wall. Follow the guardian Nash's decree, everyone bowed and replied. This was not the time to question why the guardian Nash acted now. Xylon Reaver, did anyone dare question his actions? Besides, it was odd that for so long, except for the initial rumor of a guardian Nash appearing among the tree people, no such powerful figure was seen on the battlefield. Everyone immediately at Aryan High Pass, a guardian Nash descended, overpowering the tree people with unmatched force. One piece of good news after another reached Cavan, easing his worries. Declare this to the whole nation. Spread rapidly, word of the guardian Nash's victory brought relief to Great Qi. Some rejoiced, some cried tears of joy, and some questioned. If there were so many guardian Nashes, why hadn't they acted sooner? Countless lives could have been saved. Aspini from other empires voiced this concern, having lost their homes and families to this catastrophe. Yet, did Great Qi owe them aid? Even they could see that the guardian Nashes on both sides had mysteriously not appeared on the battlefield, raising suspicions about hidden battles elsewhere. Reconstruction efforts focused primarily on clearing corpses. Other territories of Great Qi remained unharmed. Unfortunately, the other empires perished entirely. About 1 billion refugees fled to other regions, not all clinging to their homeland. Gradually, those remaining rebuilt homes and registered under Great Qi. Those unwilling to stay were given provisions and left on their own. Eventually, they discovered the transformed regions where the 3 tribes once resided were now desolate wastelands. In the courtyard, Your Highness, Aspin has awakened. Ganon excitedly reported to Isaias. Aspin had forcefully harnessed the power of the upper gods to eliminate all deities, then fell into a coma when the power dissipated. Without hesitation, Isaias went to see Aspin, acknowledging his greatest contribution. Your Highness. You did well, Aspin. It's my fault for underestimating the enemy's strength. I should have come out earlier, Isaias said. Let's heal first and strengthen ourselves. When the time comes, join me in striking at their core. Yes. A fiery passion surged in everyone's eyes. Why should they always be on the defensive? Why not launch a counterattack? ##### Chapter 183, 100 Ways to Wait Revival. In the Northern Domain, 100 Ways to Wait Revival. Decree after decree was issued from the imperial capital, spreading outwards from the heart of the Great Qi Empire. With only a few billion people remaining in the Northern Domain, the vast and sparsely populated land was insufficient to cover the entire region. Aspini places had thus fallen into disuse and might turn into ancient ruins many years later. The cultivation techniques were opened up across the entire domain. Any citizen of Great Qi could receive a set of cultivation methods that could elevate them to the rank of a spinster. However, they would need to find the resources for cultivation on their own. Given the vast expanse of the Northern Domain, the wilderness contained nothing but beast monsters, no other powerful creatures. This was a long-term trial that would determine whether Great Qi could become strong. If everyone improved, the empire would naturally grow stronger. Even though the Northern Domain now belonged solely to Great Qi, they did not dare to be complacent and instead redoubled their efforts. Otherwise, any random disaster could nearly cause the downfall of the entire region. They couldn't afford to not try to get stronger. That battle taught the world that weakness is a sin, and one must become powerful. They also realized that relying on others is not always an option. When disaster strikes, only by being strong can one avoid harm. Aspini people still harbored resentment, wondering why the human sovereign did not emerge earlier. After this battle, some began thinking about how to reduce their dependence on the human sovereign. Great Qi became more united than ever before, with daily reports of victories. It took almost 10 days to clear the battlefield. Those who contributed were rewarded, with families receiving rewards if the contributors did not return. These resources were used to strengthen the citizens of Great Qi. Suddenly, there was a wave of enthusiasm for cultivation. With the full support of the state, it became much easier. Every day, varying numbers of people became martial artists, continually striving to advance. With only one empire, the Northern Domain's fate was intertwined with that of Great Qi. Blessed by heaven, talented individuals emerged frequently, eagerly sought after by the public. Each person's goal was no longer small. Unable to rely on the human sovereign, they aimed to become the human sovereign themselves. Even knowing that this goal was difficult to achieve, without trying, how could they know if their efforts were futile? 1 month after the war, across the Great Qi territory, the first phase of nationwide martial practice had been achieved. The last citizen over 18 successfully entered the latter Mycolaven realm. Though the path to everyone becoming as mighty as dragons was still long, at least they had taken a critical step forward. The future held promise. Reconstruction was nearly complete, and Great Qi had put on a new face. The shadow of war had passed. They needed to look ahead. Today, during morning court, Your Spingisty, as of yesterday, 15 Mycolavenly image realms and 3 princely realms have emerged within our borders. Your Spingisty, all citizens over 18 are now in the latter Mycolaven realm. Additionally, we have 3 new princes and 22 new Mycolavenly image cultivators, enhancing our strength. Your Spingisty, documents from various regions report that many young adults wish to enlist. Your Spingisty, border residents ventured deep into the snowfields and obtained Tianshan Snow Lotus, which is on its way to the capital. Your Spingisty, we added 700 people yesterday, and 30,000 women confirmed their pregnancies. Your Spingisty, all good news. Kevin felt contented, thinking of things once deemed unimaginable. Preserving the Guy family's legacy was already a feat. Who would have thought they would transform from a kingdom into this formidable empire in just a few short years? Enlistment will be delayed for now. How's the preparation for the task I assigned you? Kevin asked. Your Spingisty, canal digging and fertile fields are all progressing well. The bird domestication plan has succeeded halfway and will add to our aerial strength once completed. Do as you see fit, without reservation. Great Qi will always be your strongest support. Thank you, Your Spingisty. Everyone felt the weight on their shoulders grow heavier. Great Qi was becoming increasingly powerful, requiring even more management. Especially with civilians cultivating, controlling them would become harder, and conflicts could break out anytime. This was why only a spinster-level cultivation techniques were taught to the general populace. Higher levels were reserved for those who made significant contributions to Great Qi. A spinnertial prowess can lead to lawlessness. Some restrictions were necessary. Aside from this, everything proceeded smoothly. Time seemed to make people forget the existence of the human sovereign. If no one mentioned him, he might soon fade from memory, not forgotten, but unable to be fully acknowledged. Outside voices didn't affect Isaias and his company. Post-war, they focused on closing their doors for cultivation to improve their strength. After a month of rest and recuperation, the Noel had fully recovered. Using upper deity power increased his confidence in breaking through. Your Highness, I plan to visit the mountain region, the Noel said. For the first time, he requested leave from Isaias. As bodyguards, their primary duty was to ensure Isaias's safety. Now the northern domain was peaceful, especially with Ganon and Alpha's deities. Michael sought to advance further. Staying here might hinder his promotion. Upper deity. Isaias's eyes revealed resolve. Certainly, the Noel affirmed. His foundation was solid. He only lacked the right opportunity. Within Jingzhou, the mountain region seemed to have the most potent demonic energy. Once a deity resided there, and Zhu Shuang's massacres left the area turbulent, greatly benefiting demonic cultivation. Michael planned to seize this chance to break through in the mountains. Very well, go. There's no need to worry about Great Guy. Isaias said. Your Highness, I'll return as soon as possible. The Noel bowed respectfully and turned into a streak of light heading for the sky. This journey was his alone. Ganon, envious, was a middle deity. Alph was close to middle deity, currently in seclusion elsewhere. Michael reported finding he seemed to have reached the Imperial realm, just one realm away from becoming a divine being. The difficulty of breaking through was greater than all his previous cultivation combined. Michael took a deep breath, looking at the two people with more joy than anything else. They had finally grown strong. Ganon, they're entrusted to you, Isaias said. With Ganon guarding them, accidents would be minimized. Ganon nodded slightly and took the two away to an unknown location. In a certain village within the Star region, two strange people arrived today. They seemed abnormal and almost deranged, not even remembering their names. They looked quite pitiful, so the villagers kept them. Soon, nearby bandits raided the village, indiscriminately slaughtering the villagers. In the Great Guy Empire, Isaias looked at the empty courtyard without a ripple in his heart. Except for Herbert, who still accompanied him, everyone else had left to enhance their strength. The resources Isaias provided were not very helpful for those at the human Nash realm. They still needed to venture out to increase their power. On the contrary, Isaias enjoyed the signing in resources alone, his cultivation increasing steadily. Within just 2 or 3 months, he had become a 4th-rank imperial sovereign, advancing a rank each month. Such speed was simply too fast. Warriors at this level had spent countless years cultivating for even a slight improvement. Michael was making rocket-like advancements. Great Guy is about to produce its own human Nash. Isaias's gaze shifted towards the direction of the palace. There, a human Nash aura was coalescing. It belonged to dynasties. Once Jensen became a human Nash, the title of dynasty would be solidified for the Great Guy, free from outside criticism. Inside the Forbidden Palace, Xiaosheng is about to break through, truly worthy of being our Guy family's strongest genius. We old bones will help him, striving to achieve enlightenment as soon as possible. Good. We've been eagerly awaiting the emergence of a true human Nash from our Guy family. A pity he isn't here. They fell silent for a moment, naturally understanding who he was. Though less known to the world, as core members of the Guy family, they knew more. They always had a strong backing, but the person hoped they would grow strong rather than depend on him. Otherwise, the Great Guy could have unified the northern region long ago. They began helping Jensen prepare for his breakthrough into the human Nash realm. A powerful aura spread within the Forbidden Palace, creating intense pressure that outsiders could feel. Eventually, Cavan ordered non-essential personnel to stay away from the Forbidden Palace to ensure Jensen could cultivate undisturbed. This went on for over a month. One day, daylight suddenly turned to darkness, just like before. Who was about to break through to the human Nash realm? Everyone in the capital looked towards the Calamity Cloud. It can't be the Crown Prince, right? I heard he was already at the peak sovereign realm. If it is, that's excellent, then. Congratulations to the Crown Prince on achieving the way to emperorhood. Aspany the Crown Prince reign eternally, shaking the universe. I wish to follow the footsteps of the Crown Prince, fighting for the Great Guy. Having the Crown Prince is a blessing for our Great Qin. The people voiced their heartfelt approval. This was their human Nash. Even as mere onlookers, they felt immense honor. Chapter 185, The Fourth Deity. After Jensen ascended to the rank of human Nash, the confidence of the Great Guy Empire soared. A series of directives were issued, rapidly enhancing the Empire's strength, especially among the border guards who experienced tremendous breakthroughs. Those who had served the Great Guy well naturally did not have poor luck. Several generals in the army achieved the rank of Xylanarch, an unimaginable feat, and they also received powerful cultivation techniques bestowed by Jensen, further advancing their capabilities. This made military service even more desirable to civilians. However, joining was not as simple as wishing. Rigorous evaluations were required, with no fixed schedule. Without external threats, the soldiers could freely explore the surroundings, keeping most of their discoveries for themselves after a portion was submitted. It was nearly impossible not to become strong. At that time, these children's talents would undoubtedly be exceptional. Michael eagerly entered the bedroom, where the Susanna appeared slightly weak after giving birth to 2 babies. Xiaosheng, look at our children. They resemble you so much, she said with a warm smile. Of course they're my kids. Who else would they resemble? Jensen replied affectionately. As the couple basked in their happiness, a crowd gathered outside the Crown Prince's residence. Where are my grandchildren? Let me see them. Cavan, dressed in imperial robes, hurriedly arrived. Unknowingly, he was about to become a grandfather, feeling youthful enough to father more children. Your Majesty, please. Jensen immediately went out to greet Cavan. The joy needed to be shared with everyone. Upon learning it was a pair of twins, Cavan felt incredibly delighted. Outdoing himself, either nothing or both at once. Michael promptly bestowed generous resources upon the Susanna, although she found them unnecessary given Jensen's presence alone. The rewards were merely a formality. Thank you, Your Majesty, the Susanna said. Well, I won't disturb you any longer. Tomorrow, announce this to the entire realm. We must celebrate universally, Cavan declared. The next day, news spread across the Great Guy. Fascinating. The Crown Prince has twins. Our great guy will have successors. There was no significant loss, merely a few missed top-tier fighters. Yet, his enhanced strength surpassed all expectations. Depending less on external forces was ideal. Summon, Isaias commanded. Last time, the summon came from the polar abyss realm, a terrifying place. What kind of formidable figure would arrive this time? Michael eagerly anticipated the outcome. Summoning a being beyond a deity would alleviate all worries. Such a presence could suppress all opposing forces. Given current circumstances, that seemed unlikely, even surpassing deities might be improbable. The deity realm represented the pinnacle of the 9 continents. Stronger beings than deities didn't exist here. After ascending to deity status, perhaps he'd summon a higher-level deity. Thunder struck the clear sky, and strange phenomena appeared atop the mountain. Don't disappoint me, Isaias murmured, hoping for more than just spectacle. Waiting, he found it somewhat tedious. Why did this summon take so long? Almost like childbirth, slow and drawn out. 15 minutes later, he finally saw a figure emerge, a veiled woman with a radiant halo, exuding sanctity. Congratulations on summoning Dao Spinster Aryang of Arif, from the Chaos Dao realm. Current rank, High Deity. ####Chapter 186, Enhancement. Arif Dao Iofjin? Isaias was somewhat surprised. It seemed he had a special connection with the chaotic Dao realm. Several of his followers were connected to it, and they were all incredibly powerful. And this one would be the second Dao Iof under his command, bearing the title of Dao Iof. During her prime, she must have been quite formidable. Michael's strength did not disappoint him either. She had reached the rank of High God. Such power placed her in an extremely profound realm among deities. Jean pays respects to your highness. Jean nodded slightly. While she was summoned as a follower, she was not Isaias' slave. With her immense power, acknowledging him was already quite significant. Indeed, each Dao Iof was a thorn, difficult to deal with. No need for formalities, you just stay by my side from now on, Isaias said, feeling somewhat uneasy. This woman was too aloof, making him feel uncomfortable. Your highness, there is a Dao Iof's aura here. Has another Dao Iof descended? Jean asked. Yes, he will return after some time. You'll meet him then, Isaias replied. Oh, who is it? Ganon. It's actually him, Jean muttered softly, then walked aside without disturbing Isaias. They each occupied their own space, facing each other, neither bothering the other. Mike of mid-god. Xylan successfully absorbed demonic energy, slaying Oswald, and advanced to the rank of High God. After Isaias' breakthrough, 3 system notifications made him even happier. Really, thinking of something, and it happens. The system really delivered today, Isaias said. Instantly, the power of his subordinates increased significantly. A High God was equivalent to 100 mid-gods. Only those who experienced it truly understood the gap. When Xylan forcefully advanced to High God, he could easily handle the gods of the 3 races. The disparity between deities could be seen through their ranks. Suppressing his joy, he knew he still had a long way to go. In the star domain, 2 powerful emperors awakened, their presence terrifying the surrounding demons and monsters. Finally awake, Ganon smiled. These 2 were Eddie and Kinna, who had awoken from the calamity and ascended to the myriad longevity realm after relentless effort. Georgina is so powerful. And Pablo Eddie, they must be sent by the heavens to protect us. Looking at the 2 incomparably powerful individuals, the villagers below showed hopeful expressions. Their village had suffered from demons and monsters for years, without any strong figure coming to help. Countless villagers had sacrificed themselves over the years. Fortunately, the heavens did not forsake them, sending these 2 powerful experts. As Uncle Aunt, you don't have to do this. You know we can't stay long. We are just ordinary martial artists, not deserving of such honors. I'll visit often, Kinna said. They didn't need these things. They weren't following the divine path. These gestures were unnecessary. Oh, you're leaving? Georgina, Eddie, can you stay a few days? The villagers felt a bit disappointed, having finally seen martial artists who were about to leave. Sorry, we have to leave. But I'll leave some things that might help you, Kinna said. Above, the spinster Ganon was waiting for them. There was no reason to stay, and Brendan was awaiting news. With this crisis resolved, the impending crisis would be far more terrifying. All right, I have nothing much to give you. Take these. The village head took out 2 jade pieces from his chest and gave them to the 2. Come back to see us, girls. Hold on, let me get some provisions for your journey. Without much delay, they understood that this place was too small for them. Their world should be outside, not bound here. Though the time was short, these 2 left an indelible mark in the hearts of the villagers. Chapter 187. Who can speak of oldest spinters? Everything is settled? Ganon asked, watching the 2 successfully pass their tribulation. Michael was deeply gratified, not wasting the months. After practicing for so long, they had brushed against the threshold of the divine Nash realm, a step that separated countless prodigies. It still needed time to cross successfully. Continuing to hone their skills outside wouldn't bring much additional benefit, so they decided to return to the Great Guy first. That place brought them peace of mind, aiding their breakthroughs. Without prior agreement, all those who ventured out returned to the Great Guy after their cultivation advanced. That place was their foundation. A few days later, Alf was the first to return. As his cultivation improved, his face showed more joy. In the past, he was not at Ganon's level, but now they all started anew, none significantly stronger than the other. Michael might surpass him this time and reach a higher realm first, feeling inexplicably happy. Isaias was also pleased for him. His subordinates becoming stronger meant he was becoming more powerful, having established a foothold in this world. That weak Jeremiah had grown steadily, blooming silently, transcending above all gods. Gradually, others returned. Arif Dao Iof. At the moment of entry, Ganon was struck as if by lightning, looking warily at the masked woman behind Isaias, as if she were some terrible presence. Others didn't know, but he was very clear. Ganon, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to follow Brendan first, Jean said, her voice mysterious, almost captivating. Janine beside her stared at their private matter. They had no need to meddle. You talk, I'll go cultivate. Haven't bathed in months, clothes need changing, goodbye. Everyone found an excuse to leave the scene, leaving Ganon with a wry smile, remembering a jest that led her to pursue him here. I am unworthy, fearing to mislead Dao Iof Reef. Please don't take it seriously, Ganon said. Do we Dao Iofs lack such grace? Why do you treat me this way? Jean pressed further, revealing a hint of disappointment. Upon arriving, learning another Dao Iof was Ganon, she endured excitement, waiting for months, only to get this result. Seeing Ganon fall silent, her nose tingled. Coward. She turned and walked back to her room. Hearing this, Ganon suddenly found courage. I'm not a coward, Jane. I will formally propose to Clan Ming. The courtyard fell silent. Oh, proposal, that's the key part. So they're involved. Seems there will be drama. Whispers came from nearby rooms, but each person present, being top-tier experts, heard everything. Ganon felt utterly embarrassed as a Dao Iof. He shouldn't lose composure like this. I'll return to my room, he left abruptly. Silence resumed, and no one dwelled on the matter. If Ganon wished to explain, he would. If not, prying into personal matters was unnecessary. Inside her chambers, see if the heads of these three tribes are any match for my blade. After a brief discussion, those who needed to leave set off, while the others remained behind. This time, they were traveling light and only taking the elite. Jedediah, a 7th-rank Empyrean, possessed nearly unparalleled combat prowess within his realm, unparalleled law incarnations, domain control reinforced by laws, and terrifying immortal techniques. If he didn't have some means of self-preservation, even Empyreans would be hard-pressed to survive a single round against him. Yet, such power was still insufficient when facing deities. Michael still felt at a disadvantage. However, certain matters required immediate action. So many powerful figures had appeared recently, yet none of them returned to report. The tribes would surely send more powerful beings. They might also know that their kin here had perished but hadn't come yet due to other complications. Why not take advantage of this opportunity and go directly to their lair? Fighting there would be safer, and would destroy their own homeland in the process. Janine and the others simply lacked the necessary strength. Even Herbert had just reached 2nd-rank Nash. The others lagged far behind, so going wouldn't make much sense. Leaving them here would better prepare for other unexpected situations. Near the northern region, another area was suffering under the ancient race's assault. But Jedediah couldn't bring himself to help. Others would step in, and those deities who ventured into the Star Sea would return immediately. After all, you can't have strangers sleeping comfortably next to your bed. But how many forces would Jingzhou have left after this wave of returns? Currently, Jingzhou's strength was already weak, and it was the only major region in the outer 8 regions without a deity. Years of calamities had worn this land thin. When would such turmoil end? That day, they left the territory of the Great Qin Empire and headed towards the eastern coast of the Eastern Sea. The Tree people had launched their invasion from here. Their clan's origin was likely in this vicinity. Upon arriving, all that was visible were waves crashing over the sea. No signs of life remained. The cities here had been destroyed, overrun by vines. In the face of disaster, there was no place to hide. Even the coastal waters had few fish, as if they feared the lingering aura of death. But these details weren't their primary concern. They needed to locate where the enemy originated and stealthily infiltrate their home to show that losers were always losers and shouldn't dream of turning things around. Causing trouble could lead to nothing good for anyone. The vast ocean made finding the place challenging. They were entirely unfamiliar with this area. The Great Qin Empire's location was relatively central, leaving them unaware of the surrounding conditions. Why don't you show off your skills instead of waiting for us to fail? Jean gave Ganon a kick. Jedediah said. His breath wasn't calm. Internally, he was excited. Just the name sounded incredibly impressive. Comparing others' paths, a reef or causality, to his understanding of wind, fire, and annihilation, felt somewhat trivial. Perhaps he should explore causality with Ganon later? The invasion by the Tree people is the cause, and our visit is the effect. Today, in the name of causality, I will recreate the original cause and manifest it. Ganon murmured, threads of invisible filaments appearing on his fingertips. Removing unnecessary parts, he retained the useful ones. These filaments, known as threads of causality, were visible only to practitioners of causality, but Ganon wanted to flaunt them, hence materializing them. When he finally traced back to the last thread, Ganon smiled. Your Highness, I found it. Follow me, Ganon said. With Ganon leading, the three followed the threads of causality. It was quite a distance as they flew across the sea. This was the outer sea, beyond the outer 8 regions, an extremely remote area. No one knew what existed here. It might be an undiscovered region inhabited by ancient races. No one would risk venturing there. By now, the ocean beneath them had turned black, with exceptionally fierce sea beasts. They could sense the presence of Empyrean-level sea creatures. Only their imposing auras prevented attacks. It's below, Ganon said, diving deeper into the abyss. I will go first. You can come over once it's safe, Xylon said. Since this array led straight into the enemy's lair, even with all their confidence, there would likely be guards on the other side. One could never be too cautious. A single lapse could mean extinction before they realize their mistake. All right. If anything goes wrong, return immediately and destroy the array, Isaias replied. Xylon nodded solemnly and departed via the teleportation array. The Forgotten State, a land abandoned by humanity. Michaeler, spiritual chi was sparse, and resources were scarce, tightly controlled by various clans. Even Averils within the clans received little share. Those without strength saw their cultivation levels plummet over time. Xylonst had been erased from history's pages. Survival of the fittest was the eternal truth of this land. Southern primitive forest. In this jungle, several dozen clans resided, some large and others small. Among them were the Tree People clan, Fairy clan, and Demigod clan, with all other clans subordinate to them. These three tribes openly and covertly fought each other for the meager resources. Minor skirmishes occurred every 3 days, major battles every 10. Over the years, countless powerful figures had perished. At this moment, inside the Tree People clan, the Creed's face was stern, and his subordinates' domains weren't important to them compared to the Forgotten State, which produced fewer gods. Only the central province held their attention. I wish I could join the battle. Staying here is pointless, one sighed. Yeah, we're stuck here guarding this place. How envious we are of those fighting, another lamented. The Tree People here harbored resentment, assigned to this safe but meaningless task. They wanted to prove themselves but lacked the strength. Unnoticed, the teleportation array behind them began to glow. Someone was using it. Still engrossed in self-pity, they didn't notice the imminent danger. How about I send you to your deaths? A sudden cold voice made them nearly faint. Who's there? Instantly alert, they tried to raise the alarm. However, no one was around, as the clan's strong members were gone, and anyone weaker wouldn't help. Turning around, they found a human warrior facing them, looking at them with eyes filled with malice, causing chills to run down their spines. A human. Their minds raced. Why was a human here? They should be in the 9 states. Die. Sensing no nearby strong presence, Xylan acted without hesitation, snapping their trunks, drying them to death. Memories. They gained some understanding of the area. This land, named Xiyizu, was aptly described as a forsaken territory split from the main world over 1 million years ago, far from the main world. The cultivation environment here was far inferior to the main world, producing only a few gods over the million years, all of whom belonged to the royal or imperial families. Below the royal level, all the gods survived from 1 million years ago. They weren't humans, so their lifespans were incredibly long, with even lower gods living over 1 million years. However, being confined here led to almost no progress, a kind of torment. Xylon Reaver, death was a massive crisis for the entire clan. They avoided it whenever possible. 3 divine Iofs, the 4 fell silent. That represented the world's pinnacle strength, and they stood no chance against them, not even having a chance to escape. Regardless of why they hid here, their strength was undeniable. However, good news was that the Treeman clan and the other 2 clans were merely upper clans, within their capacity to handle. The Flame Noel clan and Snowman clan were even slightly weaker than the Treeman clan. To Shiming Mine, Isaias said, it was a great opportunity, letting these 2 clans fight while he reaped the benefits. The Treeman clan still had 2 mid-tier gods. When the time came, it would be their end. Eliminating a few clans? What did it matter in the vast expanse of Xiyizu, with its hundreds of gods? Killing a few who would know? Besides, the other clans hadn't provoked them. Using their hands to eliminate the Treeman clan wasn't too much, was it? The 4 raced toward Shiming Mine. Shiming Mine was a top-grade spirit stone mine, one of the essential mines in this primordial forest, crucial for cultivating future Avrils. An additional Emperor Realm practitioner significantly boosted their strength. Soon, they reached their destination. Near Shiming Mine, gathered forces from 2 clans awaited. The Demigod clan consisted of winged humanoid creatures, with 3 mid-tier gods and 10 lower-tier gods. The Treeman clan had 2 mid-tier gods and 12 lower-tier gods. 2 upper clans combined made over 20 gods. Just how many gods did the imperial families have, surviving through such long ages? Surely they had some methods. Upon arrival, they didn't rush to act. They observed covertly, waiting for developments. At their upper god level, crushing all life at Shiming Mine would be effortless. They could wait until both clans fought each other to exhaustion before reaping the rewards. Baldhead, today either you leave, or you stay forever, the Alexi snarled. Facing him was a bald birdman, not someone easily provoked. Damn it, calling me bald? Watch out, I'll cripple you. You demigods, stomp those trash flat. The Anson nearly roared. You could say anything but call him bald. Since talking wasn't an option, there was no point in trying. One sentence ignited the war. Trash die. Hey Woodard man, in this primordial forest. The Callie's eyes gleamed with cold light. Unlike the other 2 clans, the fairies were beautiful, though somewhat effeminate, appearing gentle yet being a terrifying cannibalistic race. Stealthily, they had reached peak mid-tier god status, ready to advance. Worrying about where to find justification to boost her strength. Now with the 2 clans fighting, she could sit back and reap the benefits, delightfully. Inside the battlefield, the gods hesitated, unconcerned about the deaths below, but cautious regarding gods' lives. Until the first god fell. Ah, killing my clan's god? Today the Treeman clan must perish, the Anson roared. It wasn't me. Another Treeman mid-tier god stumbled, clearly confused. Michael hadn't attacked that lower god, yet the person died near him, above. Right on time, Ganon clapped his hands, dismissing it as a minor deed. With no gods dying after such a long battle, he had no qualms about starting with one. Translation note. Names such as Isaias, Ganon, and locations like Xiyizu, Shiming Mine are kept as phonetic transliterations. ##### Chapter 191. The winner. Under his provocation, the deities of the 2 races fought to the death. When one's own people had already perished, who would bother with any restraint? It was imperative to set aside these unrealistic thoughts. What mattered was that it benefited her. The lives of others meant nothing to her. In the Shiming Mines, strong figures continued to fall. After this, Ganon did not intervene again. His objective was reached. All he needed was to observe. Xylements later, the second lower deity fell, this time from the tree folk. Now, the honor of both sides was even harder to maintain. Each aimed to see the other dead. Amidst the fighting, insults were hurled, cursing the ancestors of the opponents for 18 generations. Deities only spoke such words to each other. In this deadly struggle, none came out unscathed. Days later, few still stood. All those below the deity level were dead. The tree folk had only the creed left, while the demigod still had 2 middle deities and 1 lower deity. It was clear that the tree folk faced certain defeat. They lacked the strength to continue fighting. Ha ha ha. Your tree folk will ultimately perish. Everything belonging to you shall belong to us, the demigods, laughed the Qian bitterly. There was no need to determine right from wrong in the current situation. Baldy, even if my tree folk perish, your demigods won't fare any better. With how we've been fighting, do you think that woman would miss this chance? Said the Creed. Michael was at his wit's end, his internal spiritual energy nearly depleted and severely injured. Fighting against 3 deities was whether it was laughter or tears, this battle had hurt deeply. Suddenly, he regretted pushing things to such extremes. Why had he gone all out against the tree folk, bringing himself and his people to this state? Though it looked like they still had 2 middle deities and remained a superior clan, they knew deep down how precarious their position was. Excluding the deities, emperors, human emperors, and lords, the ranks between them and the lower levels were completely broken. Without higher-ranked fighters, how could they survive in sure state? The other 2 deities appeared demented, muttering nonsensically. They found it hard to accept. If only they had known. The tree folk fared even worse. In 10,000 years, no one would remember them, and the other clans wouldn't spare their remnants. Rumors said the tree folk had a portal to the main world. At this place, we elves take claim. Do the 3 of you have any objections? A voice interrupted. Hidden away, the Mona could no longer hold back. She chose to strike now, knowing that the enemy was weakened. Even if they fought, the loss wouldn't be too great for her side. So she came, speaking commandingly, demanding the territory from the demigods. You dare. The Qian was furious, but dared not vent his anger, knowing that any move now would mean the permanent downfall of the demigods. He could take. There were sprites watching them from outside. They could only carry a fraction of their possessions. As for cultivation resources, forget about it unless they wanted to fight the sprite clans to the death. Such an outcome would only be more tragic than what they face now. Clan leader, where should we go now? Asked another middle-rank god. They no longer had the momentum they once did. They now resembled stray dogs, having lost their direction. I've heard that within the Treant clan, there is an ancient teleportation array leading to the main world. Let's try it out and take that useless race down as well, said the ensign. All this misfortune was due to the Treant clan. Without enough power, they should not have monopolized the western brightness mines and caused such a calamity for the demigods. Yes, it was all the Treant clan's fault. They had to be exterminated to quench this rage. The deeper they pondered this, the deeper their hatred grew toward the Treant clan. Treant clan. At that moment, their eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty red light. Altogether, the demigod clan numbered around 1 million, each glaring murderously at the direction of the Treant clan. Under the watchful eyes of the sprite clans, they moved toward the Treant clan. This move was met with indifference from the sprite clans. Power always prevailed, and who cared about the fate of the weak? Once they were extinct, there would be more resources available. Had set up a teleportation array connecting to the main world, or else over the years, those races struggling in the world relic state would have already relocated. Why didn't they leave earlier? Isaias didn't know, but it wasn't something within his concern. All he knew was that any threat to him must be eliminated. Michael had already sabotaged the teleportation array here and planned to find the Flame Noel clan and Yeti clan to destroy theirs as well. If they reconsolidated their forces and invaded Bayou again, it would bring catastrophic disasters that Bayou couldn't withstand. It would take unknown centuries for humans to flourish in Bayou. With a population of 10 million still too small to even match Arianiang Island, their territory was merely a tiny part of Bayou. Let's go to the polar volcano, Isaias said. The polar volcano was the habitat of the Flame Noel clan and had been retrieved from the memory of the Treant clan. Along with the Yeti clan, these 3 clans maintained relatively amicable relations. Otherwise, during the invasion of Bayou, they would have attacked each other rather than occupying separate territories. Destroying the 2 remaining clans' teleportation arrays would grant him free movement. Although the world relic state was bleak, especially for gods, he could still enhance his strength here. Of course, if it became too perilous, he would choose to leave. Conquering the world relic state was exceedingly difficult. One misstep, and it could end in disaster. Xylon Reaver, human appearances, Clan Finian. Stop talking. We leave now, heading straight to Central Holy City, said the ensign. Michael knew that woman was still watching. They had delayed too long. Further delay might provoke her dissatisfaction, a consequence they could not afford. Finally, before sunset, they abandoned their cherished homeland and embarked on the journey to Central Holy City. If not absolutely necessary, no clan willingly went there. That place was essentially the playground of the royal and imperial clans. Anyone entering became their subordinates, regardless of cultivation level. Refusal meant nothing but death. Even powerful clans built their cities and pledged allegiance, suffering harsh exploitation. A proud upper race like the demigods had fallen to such desperate straits, seeking refuge in Central Holy City. Yet, they had alternatives, conquering other races' territories and causing wars, given the complex subordinate relationships. However, the demigods could no longer endure the chaos. Chapter 193. Escape from the Polar Volcano. The Polar Volcano. It wasn't far from the primeval forest. Continuing southward would take one to a world of flames, teeming with numerous fire attribute creatures vying for the resources within the Polar Volcano. There were 3 dominant clans here, but they all had a common superior. Primarily, the Polar Volcano was renowned for its abundant fire essence crystals, which were also highly sought after. The second dominant clan announced its departure. Those that initially resisted the disaster together were now leaving or scattering. Leaving was the right choice. Preserving strength was better than unnecessary sacrifice. Who would remember them otherwise? Better alive than dead. Aspenide, there was still hope. Thus, out of the 3 major clans, only the Flame Beast clan remained silent about their stance. As for the minor clans, their departure or stay was of little concern. Such clans were abundant. Occasional extinctions were deemed natural. Return, said the Flame Beast clan chieftain grimly. This latest eruption caused massive losses for the Flame Beast clan. With several eternal lamps in the main world extinguished, the Flame Beast clan was on the brink of falling to the ranks of minor clans. The chieftain felt intense bitterness. If not for the volcanic disaster, he wouldn't have sent clan members to the main world. After millions of years, nothing was clear about the conditions there, and now, they were almost facing extinction. Ignoring others' gazes, they returned to their clan territory. With the situation as it was, there was no other choice. Outside the polar volcano, their options were limited. Either become lackeys of a royal clan or seize other clans' territories, leading to inevitable racial wars and more loss of life. Upon returning home, peace to rise again is better than living like pigs here in the world remnant province. The Flame Beast clan chieftain grew irritated. If they feared death so much, what was the point of cultivation? They had lived for so long. Hadn't they had enough? Mycor, there was no future. The path to godhood was blocked. Did they wish to serve others their entire lives without gaining anything? This life was not for him. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, each weighing their options and deciding their own fate. Michael wouldn't force anyone to follow. They looked at each other, unsure of what to decide. Chieftain, I'll go with you to the main world. Me too. I'm tired of this place. Haven't breathed the air of the main world in a long time. Let's see. Some voiced their agreement, while others remained silent, contemplating deeply. The portal will open in half an hour. Follow if you wish. Once through, I'll destroy the portal. Act according to your will. Inform others. Time won't wait. The Flame Beast clan chieftain said calmly. There was no need for anger. Everyone chose their path. Half an hour later, only about 40% chose to accompany him to the main world. Michael felt some disappointment. Had they lost their fighting spirit in these years, preferring servitude over venturing into the main world? We should go, he said, seeing no one else following, initiating the portal. Thousands of flame beasts transferred through the portal continuously, each batch numbering in the hundreds. Within the Noel B. Silenuntans of the main world, the flame beasts reappeared. Though the place had been modified, they dared not act rashly, remaining cautious until the last member arrived and the portal was destroyed. Cutting off their retreat, they had made a clean break. Chapter 194, Diverging Paths. Rushing along, they hurried to the vicinity of the polar volcano. Why did they all flee? Doubts arose in their hearts. Upon arriving here, they saw numerous beings fleeing as if they would be captured if they moved too slowly, suggesting something terrible lurked there. Grabbing an unknown being without any unnecessary chatter, they directly extracted its soul memories. Afterwards, they obliterated all evidence. No one would know. Only those with enough power could do such a thing. Those lacking would risk counterattacks leading to their own spiritual chaos. In an instant, they understood the situation. Lately, disasters frequently erupted from the polar volcano, especially the disaster of the fire, which specifically targeted the strong. If no one stopped it, it would spread and endanger more people. Every time they tried to stop it, gods died. Unable to bear such losses, they had to flee the polar volcano. Clans without means to leave the legacy state either invaded other places or sought refuge under several cities as vassals. No wonder they invaded the northern region, Isaias said. Has it deteriorated this badly here? If he were in their place, he too would think about developing elsewhere. When survival became impossible in the legacy state, the Aspinen world seemed like a good option. To the Flame Beast clan, they decided immediately to wipe out the Flame Beast clan first. They hadn't seen any signs of the Flame Beast clan yet, so they probably hadn't left the polar volcano. Or they might regroup and attack the northern region again. Something Isaias didn't want to see. Michael needed to stop all disasters here. Once the legacy state truly connected with the Aspinen world, he'd address it then. At least now, he couldn't allow himself to be trapped. With the memories of the captured being, they knew the route and proceeded directly. Before long, they arrived at the Flame Beast clan's territory. Only 4 lesser gods were present, with no trace of middle gods. Their faces revealed deep concern. With the departure of the clan leader and the absence of middle gods, their status dropped, making it hard to stay positive. They also needed to leave soon or face destruction when the next disaster struck. The sooner they left, the better for them. Xylon Vin directly. Kill everyone except that lesser god. Isaias ordered. Their intervention could expose them, so it was best to eliminate witnesses. Michael needed 1 lesser god alive to track the middle god. 1 middle god, 7 lesser gods, it blurted out. Lead us to the teleportation array. Isaias's face remained grim. So many gods. Alf needed immediate help. The array is already destroyed. You can't go to the Aspinen world anymore, it admitted dejectedly. So, why should we keep you? Gai Qianhong's kill intent surged. Michael felt awful. They destroyed the array like he did, regretting not preserving the Tree Clan's array. It didn't finish before Aspen Yun struck, ending its life with 1 swift slash. Gan and Jan, you two go to the Snowman clan and exterminate them. One of you return to the northern region, while the other guards the teleportation array. Xylan and I will search for the source of the volcanic unrest. Isaias instructed. Having learned the situation, the system prompted him to seek the origin of the polar volcano's unrest. Though there was no reward, finding the source might advance his laws, a path exclusive to gods. Driven by this possibility, he needed to uncover the unrest's root. Advancing his law comprehension, he had insight but no growth, was a god's domain. Leaving Ganon and Jean, 2 high gods, would ensure the Snowman clan's destruction and safeguard the grace only deepened their dread of the main world. They hadn't destroyed the teleportation array out of lingering hope. That day, while they were discussing the future direction of the Yeti clan, given that the resources of the frozen snow Xylanunton were insufficient to sustain its development, leading to rapid decline, it seemed like the Yeti clan was reaching its end, but fate had other plans. Suddenly, 2 terrifying auras emerged outside the snow mountain, mercilessly wiping them out amidst cries of despair. The Yeti clan was thus annihilated. Go back. I will stay and guard here, Ganon said. Both were upper gods. With the Flame Beast clan's strength, they couldn't match these 2. Whoever stayed would face greater risks. No one knew if a powerful clan might suddenly descend. Given their status, an attack was inevitable. All right. Jean did not argue, directly using the teleportation array to leave. She appeared in the far north, still frozen and untouched. She set up a protective layer around the teleportation array, impervious to anyone below upper god. Satisfied, she returned to Great Guy. Previously, traveling from the far north to Great Guy took a long time, But as an upper god, it only took her half a day. Reuniting with Alf, she quietly guarded Great Guy from divine intrusions. The Flame Beast clan did not actively reveal itself, even if they achieved great things. One day, a small flame beast ventured out, killing nearby adventurers. News reached the capital. Is the Flame Beast clan reviving? Grant a Spinnershal, heavily reinforced Tiger War Pass. Upon discovering Flame Beast clan members, kill them on sight. Immediately, many warriors rushed to the border, including Crown Prince Jensen, a powerful human Nash. Other checkpoints were also fortified. If the Flame Beast clan came, would the Yeti clan and Tree clan follow? Ariang Shang, let's make a trip, Jean said, eyes gleaming deeply, thinking they would hide and falter, but they dared to reappear. She wouldn't be gentle this time. Secret enemies weren't good. Only exterminating all threats could secure peace for Great Guy, while hiding would suffice. Venturing out meant elimination. Meanwhile, underground, the Flame Beast clan leader was furious. What were you thinking? Do you think the main world is like the Lost Legacy province? Your actions will bring calamity to our Flame Beast clan. Finian, it's just a few ants. What's the big deal? You dare talk back? Beat him. A few large flame beasts pummeled the offender. We should find a place to hide. Whether or not there are gods, we're exposed. Prepare for swift attacks, a lower god advised. Reasonable enough. Compared to humans, they were failures, hidden in sewers. Their appearance meant while these creatures diligently absorbed spirit energy to improve themselves, warriors from the Great Guy Empire reached the border but did not blindly launch an attack. The strength of the Flame Beast clan still loomed vividly in their minds, and it was unlikely that Jensen alone could resolve the issue completely. Before thoroughly investigating, the best strategy was to hold the fort while dispatching scouts to keep a close eye on all areas to prevent ambushes. Their objectives were too conspicuous, and the Flame Beast clan was formidable and elusive. Unless they possessed invincible strength, there was little they could do except guard their territory. Under Jensen's command, Colin, Tiger War Pass, was as secure as ever. Not even a mosquito could fly in. But simply holding out wasn't a solution either. They hoped that the Flame Beast clan would come out and fight them face to face rather than waste time like this. Quite smart of them. The Flame Beast clan has several deities, which are far beyond what they can handle, said Jean, nodding as she floated in the air. She wasn't afraid. If they came, she'd just kill them. However, the Great Guy Empire didn't have the capability to do so. She turned and flew deeper into the Beast Mountains, with Alf closely following. With their combined power, they could indeed handle the Flame Beast clan. After reaching the depths, the two of them brazenly scanned the area with their divine senses. Feeling the overwhelming presence, all the beasts trembled and cowered on the ground, unable to move. This terrifying being had descended upon the beasts' Islanduntans. They deserved death. They actually ran away. What a pity. Tell Prince Shaoxing later using whatever method you choose, Jean remarked. Since those deities had left, there was nothing more for her to worry about. Wouldn't it be better to return and focus on cultivation? I'll take care of it, said Alf. It was a simple task. Why not let Qina deal with it? Those people might not recognize him, Alf, but they certainly knew Qina. Once, this matter had caused a great commotion throughout the Great Guy Empire. A day later, Colin, Tiger War Pass. Everyone had been awake for over 24 hours without spotting any sign of the Flame Beast clan. They had to stay alert, strengthening patrols without the slightest slackening of vigilance. Do they plan to show up? Jensen stood on the city wall, pondering. If this continued, the warriors wouldn't hold out much longer. Without knowing when the enemy would appear, staying on high alert indefinitely wasn't feasible. Prince, the Flame Beast clan has left. You can safely return to the capital. A woman's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Qina, he responded instantly, recognizing the voice from when the Great Guy had ascended to imperial status. Yes, it's me, Qina replied, without intending to reveal herself. Do you really still reside in Great Guy? What about my elder Pablo? Is he still alive? Jensen asked, slightly emotional. Years of signing them to cheer and jump with relief. On the other side, the fleeing Flame Beast clan, under the supervision of an elder responsible for the Eternal Lamp, reported shocking news to everyone. Clan Finian, 13 of our clansmen are dead. What happened? We didn't encounter any enemies, right? The Flame Beast clan leader asked immediately. Clan Finian, they didn't follow us but stayed behind in the cave. Why didn't you say this earlier? What were those idiots thinking? We only noticed their absence on the way. It seems we underestimated the northern region. There are powerful deities here. Fortunately, we left first. Being alive is wonderful. Though the loss of a dozen disobedient clansmen was unfortunate, it was their kindred. The situation here was more perilous than in the World Legacy province, where they might survive if they surrendered. Mycor, humans would likely not show mercy. Chapter 197, Knocking on the Door. With the departure of the Flame Noel tribe, the northern domain returned to tranquility. For various reasons, it would be a long time before anyone else set foot on this land. With ancient forces expending their efforts elsewhere and the outer 8 provinces struggling to survive, no one paid attention to the fate of the northern domain. This was for the best. They could focus on enhancing themselves. Only through immense power could they face disasters with confidence. If it was close to his own, there wasn't much to fear. Are you sure? Isaias asked. Certain. It tried to kill me but failed, instead suffering injury itself and fleeing rapidly in that direction. Xylan pointed deeper into the polar volcano, a region untouched by any living being, its horrors unknown. Their plundered memories contained no records about the depths of the polar volcano. Let's go, Isaias declared. What was there to fear? This might even be an opportunity for him to advance to the deity realm. Currently, he was at the 7th rank Nash Exalted Realm, 2 minor realms away from full perfection. Advancing to deity required a domain law, which he already possessed 3 of, ensuring his path should be smooth. If this entity could push him further, all the better. Who wouldn't want increased cultivation? They moved swiftly toward the source. Meanwhile, the fleeing entity, back in its lair, gasped heavily, constantly checking if its pursuers followed. This is bad. That person was so strong. Will they come to kill me? I can't let go of the fire source pearl. Think of a plan, it muttered, pacing nervously. Suddenly, it felt even more distressed. Someone had breached its barrier and was approaching. There was no doubt. It was the person who attacked it earlier. Desperately outmatched during their encounter, Xylan had only been caught off guard due to the ambush. Yet, even then, it couldn't seriously harm Xylan. When its strength surpassed others, it ruled with impunity, like against the Flame Noel tribe, where deities perished and Nash's countless fell. Now faced with someone stronger, it hid in fear, a prime example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Despite the calls outside, it stayed hidden. Annoying brute. Another violent tremor signaled another attack. Its supposed advantage of terrain was disregarded. Someone dared challenge it on its home turf. Xylan grew frustrated. I'll seal this lava and see how you fare. Devouring a spingic domain. Michael activated his core dom, visibly blackening parts of the lava. If it refused to emerge, it would gradually weaken. Predictably, once it sensed its strength declining, it couldn't sit still, bursting out of the lava surface, shouting at Xylan, "Stop! We can talk." Chapter 198. I Want It All. The Flame Transformation Noel, a demon that has long existed in intense fire attribute regions, can significantly enhance one's perception of fire and increase the power of the law of fire. As soon as it appeared, the system provided this information to Isaias. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with an intense light. Michael practiced the law of fire, and swallowing this flame transformation Noel would undoubtedly provide a similar items existed in the polar abyss, so this wasn't surprising to him. Isaias also received a prompt from the system explaining that the fire origin pearl had similar properties to the flame transformation Noel, though its energy was purer and more powerful. Yet, this flame transformation Noel seemed rather weak. It surrendered without even starting a fight, willingly handing over such valuable treasures. With proper use, it could break through to the celestial deity realm using the fire origin pearl, becoming a formidable figure in all of Shi state, beyond even some divine Ios. But it looked cowardly, losing its will to fight against stronger opponents. What do you say? Spare me, and this fire origin pearl is yours, the flame transformation Noel said, glancing at Isaias, as if the seemingly weaker human was the true master. If he nodded, it would be safe. They recognized its identity and the importance of the fire origin pearl. Ha ha ha, you're really adorable, but I want everything. Jared, it's up to you, Isaias replied. Your offer won't save you. Read down and die then, Jared Abyss. Jared unleashed his full divine domain, enveloping the flame transformation Noel, fearing it might act recklessly and attack Isaias. At this point, unless it could defeat him, there was no hope of escape. Watching Jared and the flame transformation Noel vanish, Isaias muttered by anyone. Jared's divine domain was repeatedly torn apart. The flame transformation Noel reformed itself again and again, gradually weakening. Time lost meaning, until finally, in this space, a weightless corpse fell. Jared quickly acted, ensuring it retained its energy. Retracting his divine domain, he came before Isaias. Highness quickly absorbed the flame transformation Noel's energy, Jared said, handing over the corpse. Great job. Isaias began cultivating on the spot without hesitation. There was no better place to absorb fire energy, and with an upper-tier deity guarding, it was exceptionally safe. The battle was a crushing victory. The flame transformation Noel barely lasted long in Jared's hands before its vitality was extinguished. Its misfortune was profound, having spent countless ages developing intelligence, trying to drive away threatening races to live safely, only to encounter Isaias and Jared. Without warning, they attacked and annihilated its true spirit. One could not pity it. If Isaias and Jared were weaker, they might have been killed too. In the end, it came down to who was stronger. Instantly devouring the flame transformation Noel, a surge of terrifying energy spread through Isaias's body. Michael turned red, nearly bursting under the intense pressure. Rapidly cycling his cultivation technique in tandem with over the years, countless tribes had fallen into slavery or vanished in the tide of history, insignificant events. Undisturbed, Isaias focused on devouring the flame transformation beast and the fire source pearl simultaneously, accelerating his cultivation. On the first day, given his current state, he obtained a special item through the sign-in system that could help him rapidly refine the fire source pearl, enhancing his strength. With this aid, he expected to reach the 8th rank Nash stage within days. Michael hadn't imagined such rapid progress at the Nash level. Before, he improved by 1 rank every month. A week later, news of his breakthrough finally came. At the 8th rank Nash stage, he was just 1 step away from the peak, an invaluable expert even among Nashes, unmatched beneath the gods due to his formidable combat power. During his breakthrough, he briefly awoke before continuing his deep cultivation. By the time he finished refining the flame transformation beast's corpse, a month had passed, and he had already reached the peak of the Nash rank. Michael was now fully absorbing the fire source pearl, drawing immense energy, with divinity within reach. Meanwhile, changes occurred outside. The once dormant Egbert's treasure began to stir. A malevolent deity named Bo emerged, suppressing the Star Sea and reclaiming dominance over that domain. Meanwhile, a supreme expert named Fuller rose to prominence, each controlling half of the Star Sea. This time, Bo did not target the Nashes. Their strength was too weak to awaken the Egbert, and Fuller, who was nearby, wouldn't let him act freely. In the central state, the 10 major sanctuaries dispatched their strongest warriors to Jingzhou and other regions, searching for something significant. They enlisted the full cooperation of the 8 Spinger provinces, offering substantial rewards for whoever could find it, promising a divine position. Thus, the various provinces buzzed with activity, searching according to the sanctuary's instructions. Divinity. Who could resist such temptation? Despite much effort, they found no trace. That person was well hidden, difficult to locate. Elsewhere, several other races emerged, causing chaos across the 9 provinces, but they were swiftly suppressed by great powers. It was rumored that the Flame Noel clan went to Komodo Island, clashing with local tribes and resulting in several divine deaths. Xylon Reaver, ancient secret chambers appeared in the central state, attracting numerous prodigies. Isaac, the young man from Jingzhou, now a sanctuary Avril, participated in these secret chamber contests and became a xuanhuan realm expert, heralding a bright future. In the Great Qi of the northern region, nearly 3 years had passed, bringing significant changes. Free from internal and external threats, the Great Qi thrived. There were now 10 human nashes. The country experienced unprecedented prosperity, with Prince Jinsen being the pinnacle, a super expert in the xuanhuan realm, one step away from the Nash realm. Over the years, many prodigies emerged within the Great Qi, turning once distant dreams into reality for 20-year-old youths, giving them their own nobility. Some who had fled the northern region returned, increasing the population to over 30 billion, supported by abundant resources won at great cost. Late one night, at the imperial palace, a surge of energy arose, then quickly faded. Cavan's face showed signs of disappointment. How many times had this happened? Michael lost count. Year after year, his attempts to advance to the human Nash rank ended in failure. Failed again, Cavan muttered. His voice was heavy with frustration. Was the dermic embodiment truly limiting him so much? Not entirely. The corresponding dermic embodiment merely made future breakthroughs easier. Poor-grade dermic embodiments offered minimal chances for advancement. Being a lower third-grade dermic embodiment, reaching the peak sovereign realm was already quite an achievement. Yet, hope lingered in his heart. Akil, don't be discouraged. I will help you, Jensen said, hoping to comfort his father. Jensen remembered clearly. This was his father's 49th failed attempt. Anyone would feel frustrated. Human Nash, it has become my obsession, Cavan admitted. Initially eager for rapid advancement, he rushed Haitian. He silenced them immediately. Chapter 200, Bearing the Will of Michaelaven. Today's matter is a family affair of the Qi household. You know this, but do not spread it. It must not shake the foundation of our great Qi. Cavan continued to speak, revealing only his inner thoughts to everyone. With his current strength, he was no longer sufficient to govern the great Qi. The court ministers seemed to give more weight to Jensen's orders. Strength determined all, especially since Jensen was nearing the Nash realm, an unparalleled feat in the northern domain for 10,000 years. When handling state affairs, he felt utterly exhausted, often unable to make decisive judgments. An emperor of an imperial dynasty, lacking formidable power, could truly accomplish nothing effectively. Letting go of his position, he would attempt to break through to the human sovereign realm. Understood, they nodded, agreeing without further comment. Then, each dispersed as if nothing had happened. On Yuan's Island Unten, Jean and others gathered here, with more and more people flooding into the capital city. They had long since moved out, hidden at the peak of Yuan's Island Unten, where they could overlook the bustling Qi city. Feeling the recent fluctuations, even Jean was astonished. Another failure? How is this possible? Even as a low-grade Dharmakaya, with our help, he should have broken through by now, assisting the Tao in carrying the fortune of a world, granting one immortality and incorruptible flesh, but at the cost of repeatedly entering reincarnation, forgetting past lives, and losing all cultivation. All lost cultivation would return to the original body, reinforcing it infinitely. When awakened from reincarnation, all accumulated power would converge, allowing an instant breakthrough beyond current limitations. Each time, bearing the Tao, one lost cultivation, descending from the current realm. For instance, after the first bearing at the God realm, the next time, one could only cultivate up to the Nash realm before losing all strength again and being randomly sent elsewhere. No one could break the limit of bearing the Tao, and until then, no one knew who bore the will. No one dared provoke such a strong person, for besides bearing the Tao, there was also exercising the will. The power of Tao was their greatest support. In the world of Tao, Tao was supreme. Regardless of one's realm, all would be erased. The requirement of bearing the Tao was to protect the destined child, safeguarding world safety. As the destined child grew stronger, so did the power of Tao. Mutual. If you agree, I can send you into the next era now. In what form? As your current identity, but your cultivation will fall to a Spinnerquist level. Good. Start now. I can't wait. Deep within the palace, Cavan, while meditating, suddenly convulsed. On the verge of death, he saw a massive figure, identical to himself, appear before him, tapping his forehead, plunging him into a daze. His aura rapidly diminished from peak Xylanarch to high Xylanarch, then instantly down to Duke level. However, his memories weren't erased, retaining knowledge of the Qi dynasty. That, on Yuan's Island Unten, Jean and Alf stared, dumbfounded. An imposing figure descended from above, glancing at them. Despite their peak strength as gods, under that gaze, they felt exposed. Once the figure vanished, their backs were drenched in sweat. They exchanged a glance, remaining silent, knowing some secrets were best kept undisclosed. Chapter 201. The newly ascended deity. At the polar volcano, Isaias was encased in a thick golden cocoon from which intense fire element fluctuations emanated. 3 years had passed, and his cultivation had long since reached its pinnacle. The fire source pearl had been fully absorbed, and the golden cocoon on his body symbolized the process of becoming a deity, signifying his transformation like a butterfly breaking, needing to progress step by step on their own. At one moment, the surrounding fire elements rushed wildly into the golden cocoon. The red glow around the outer layer of the polar volcano instantly dimmed. A terrifying aura surged toward the sky. A red light pillar formed deep within the polar volcano, spreading infinitely far. A deity is being born. Nearby tribes watched the polar volcano direction in terror. Yes, terror. This aura was too intense, even pressing the leaders of the noble clans to the brink of suffocation. For them, the emergence of such a terrifying deity was not a good omen. Then, green light points appeared around the red light pillar. 2 laws. Is it the Flame Fiend clan? Or the Fire Spirit clan? Or perhaps the Yanhua clan? Impossible, they don't have such powerful deities. 2 laws, you must be joking. Even upper deities aren't guaranteed to master 2 laws. However, amid their shock, gray mist emerged on the light pillar, swirling around it. 3 3 laws. This thoroughly stunned them. What kind of terrifying existence had been born at the polar volcano? Lower deities comprehended 1 law at 30% completeness. Middle deities comprehended 1 law at 60% completeness. Upper deities perfected 1 law, and talented ones could comprehend a 2nd law. Celestial deities perfected 2 laws, valuing their lives above all. Meanwhile, Aspen slowly moved away from the center, as the pressure grew increasingly intense. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand it, but it was unnecessary. Brendan was breaking through, and he only needed to guard nearby. Cracks appeared on the golden cocoon. Inch by inch, it split open until it separated into 2 halves, revealing Isaias seated cross-legged inside. His body had almost turned golden, much like the remains of ancient sages, albeit not as hard. In an instant, Isaias opened his eyes, releasing a burst of golden light that reached the heavens. Michael had ascended to deityhood. At the moment the golden cocoon shattered, he transcended from mortal to divine, transforming into a deity's body. His foundation was sufficient, and with ample energy, he became a deity. Michael vigorously circulated the ancient chaos scripture's basic section, absorbing the diffused energy. His domain evolved into a divine territory, akin to a small world capable of nurturing life. However, no deity idly used their divine territory to cultivate life, as it served as an extremely powerful attack method. Once engaged in battle, the life within would be damaged, directly harming the deity's core essence. Divine power slowly increased. Still a lower deity, not yet a middle deity. Michael continued to absorb. With the Fire Source Pearl's aid, his fire law achieved perfection, meaning he could directly cultivate to upper deity methods afterward. In short, he wouldn't lack resources. Michael could focus on cultivating with peace of mind. ####Chapter 202, Casual Chat. Your Highness, your cultivation. Ganon looked at Isaias with astonishment, inexplicably feeling a wave of fear. As an upper god, he felt an inexplicable dread towards the prince. Just a middle god. Let's leave Jiuyou now and destroy the teleportation array, Isaias said. A middle god. This revelation struck Ganon hard. In just a blink of an eye, Brendan had advanced to a middle god, and a mere middle god made him, an upper god, feel such pressure. With lingering disbelief, the 3 used the teleportation array to leave. Upon arriving in the far north, they immediately destroyed the teleportation array. From then on, no more ancient races could come from Jiuyou to the northern region unless they chose to cross the vast ocean, flying step by step. But by then, Isaias would have grown strong enough. Why fear them? The ancient races were not just enemies of the northern region, but also adversaries to all human clans across the 9 continents. Above the Michaelavans. A middle god? Do you really think I need to protect someone at this level? Do you find me idle? The Sheldon remarked. How did this brat go to Jiuyou and come back as a middle god within just 3 years? This was faster than even he had been. Do you believe me when I say I didn't know either? Haven't you noticed that we can hardly divine his condition unless he allows us to see it? Don't you think there are too many secrets surrounding him? The void consciousness asked a series of questions. In theory, everything in the 9 continents should be under their control. But Isaias was an exception. His destiny was simple yet mysterious. Haha, truly worthy of being my offspring. In several 10,000 years, when those people come again, I won't be fighting alone anymore, the Sheldon said. Michael couldn't care less about the secrets. That's true. As long as we break the chains left by those people, the 9 continents will usher in a golden age. It's time to get rid of Fuller and other nuisances, the void consciousness said. Once I awaken, I'll destroy him first. Perhaps letting Iof Yenshan curb his arrogance wouldn't be bad. Do you think I don't know about their filthy tactics? The spanking me carry the eternal blame is despicable. That hypocrite even dared to seal me. When Yin and Yang unite, making the 9 continents rise to power, who can stop us from challenging the chaotic Dao realm? They'll find it hard to drive us out. But he was a loser, powerless to change anything. This time, this is our last hope. You mustn't encounter any accidents. The Roberta has already controlled half the power in the Netherworld. We rely heavily on you too, the void consciousness said. You've helped me a lot. We won't fail this battle. Even if you don't trust me, you should trust my wife and son, the Sheldon said. You're right. The Roberta is reliable. Isaias is too unpredictable. You claim to be a supreme chord but ended up like this, wasting my essence again, the void consciousness said somewhat helplessly. Purely unexpected. I was ambushed. Anyway, let's drop this. Have you figured out the origin of that ancient Netherworld territory? It feels like there's a terrifying force beneath it. Will it threaten the Netherworld? The Sheldon asked. It's untraceable. Every great war, it appears. It seems to need energy, almost draining me when I entered. We'd best leave it alone for now and handle immediate crises first, the void consciousness replied. Clearly managing this world, yet unable to deal with these entities, it was frustrating. I don't care. If it hurts my wife, I'll keep attacking regardless, the Sheldon said. As you wish. I'm going to the Netherworld to subdue those stubborn old fellows. If I were still at my peak, I'd kill them. They really cause trouble. Alright, I'll watch over things here. Those sacred grounds aren't honest either. Trying to alter history and embrace the 10,000 Ages Dao sect. It won't end well for them, the Sheldon said. However, the void consciousness had already left without responding. Above the Michaelavans once again became a chaotic blur. Glancing down at the trio traveling below, mixed feelings arose. This brat was helping outsiders, which irritated him but left him powerless. Yet he wasn't eager to awaken either, still possessing the strength of a feudal lord. Who knew when he would finally reach zero? Sighing, he vanished from the sky. Isaias and the others were unaware of this conversation. At their cultivation levels, they couldn't sense such terrifying existences. Returning to the Great Qin Empire, Jean and the others had been waiting for a long time. Your Highness, something big has happened in the Great Qin Empire, Jean said. What is it? Isaias asked, his eyes growing cold, fearing another outbreak by the Flame Noel clan. It's about your father, Your Highness, Jean whispered, glancing upwards to ensure that terrifying figure wasn't present before divulging the information. Perhaps he needed to inform Isaias through someone else since Cavan's descent to the feudal lord level was a fact. Eventually, Isaias might dig deeper into it. Better to tell him directly. My father is a supreme warrior. Isaias exclaimed in disbelief, thinking he was the king, only to realize it was his father. With such a background, why bother striving so hard? Just relax and coast along. To evade detection by two Dao lords, Jin and Ganon, how powerful must his father be? For now, keep this secret. There's no need to investigate further. Focus on enhancing our strength. Lately, I felt uneasy, sensing some problems, Isaias said. Yes, your highness, everyone replied. During Isaias's absence, they had also been advancing. Except for Qin, who remained at the human Nash stage, everyone else was at least at the imperial realm or higher. Airy emitted by her innate talent, her peak was around the imperial realm, stagnating longer at the human Nash stage compared to others. Don't stress too much. Even if you only reach the imperial realm, I'll find ways to improve your cultivation, Isaias reassured her. Thank you, your highness. Qin's eyes gleamed. Seeing others advance ahead of her stirred mixed feelings in her heart. Growing from a commoner to this point was satisfying, yet she felt disappointed, knowing she couldn't continue accompanying Brendan. A deity held supreme power and longevity, but what about the imperial realm? Only around 10,000 years. Death was inevitable. She was the second follower, without notable achievements but faithfully serving. Go rest. Tomorrow, I'll give you something special, Isaias said. Through signing in, he obtained items to enhance her perfect spirit body, or else he wouldn't dare make such promises. ##### Chapter 203, Shackles Broken. Shi Province. A new deity emerged from the polar volcano, and during the breakthrough, the divine power generated was so overwhelming that no one dared to approach. It was suspected that a high deity had been born. This news quickly spread back to the central holy city in the ears of the powerful clans. Since the expulsion from Shi Province, only low deities had been born, with not even a single mid-deity appearing, let alone a high deity. Such significant news drew a large number of formidable warriors to the polar volcano. Arik the Kali, many deities on the brink of a breakthrough were still stuck at the peak of the mid-deity realm after a million years, believing they could eventually transcend but making no progress. This was a world that had been abandoned, where any deity's level at the time of abandonment was eternally locked in place. Only those below the deity level were unaffected, implying that all deities in Shi Province had been cursed. Had it not been for their inability to defeat humans, they might have returned long ago. But living here, extinction was inevitable. The prosperity of the 100 races has diminished, leaving only a few remnants today. Xylonra would fall in time. Central Holy City. Go and secure the polar volcano. Do not allow anyone to approach, said the Iof of the Nether deity. Divine Iofs joined forces to search using great powers, combing through the void but finding no trace of the fire element. Upon reaching the depths of the polar volcano and seeing the empty lava cave, their faces darkened. Someone killed the fire element. Might the human race have sent someone to weaken our strength in Shi Province? That seems unnecessary. With their current power, it wouldn't be hard for them to exterminate us. There must be something we don't know yet. Immediately investigate recent events in this region. Humans dominated the main world, amassing immense resources over 1,000,000 years, increasing their power immensely. They had no need to do this. Even if they broke the pact, there would be no way to fight back. So, it couldn't be the style of humans. It might have been an act by a race within Shi Province. After being trapped for so long, some had their own ideas, which was understandable. They waited silently for the information to come back. As for the polar volcano, there was no need to seal it off. It had been emptied, offering no benefit, not even to powerful clans. Shi Province was vast, but most resources were held by strong figures. Only smaller races would compete for scraps. A small primitive forest was contested by 3 superior races and multiple lesser ones, but to the imperial clans, it was negligible. Due to the lack of imperial suppression, nearby tribes flooded into the polar volcano, vying for a share. The Yanhua clan and Flame Spirit clan immediately returned to protect their territories. The Fire Noel clan had already left, turning their asset, also had divine Iofs with varied means. We should be cautious. In my view, none of this matters. Since a mid or high deity broke through, it signifies that Shi Province has regained heavenly recognition. We can return home and prepare to re-enter the main world. As for those little worms, we needn't care once we're in the main world. True. Let's meet in 10 years in Zhongzhou. We can't miss this sage position again. So, let's reunite in 10 years. Given human strength, I suggest we unite. Agreed. Our 100 clans should join forces. Unable to gain more valuable information, they left the polar volcano. Breaking the divine shackles meant they could return. Nothing mattered more than this. Their restless hearts could no longer be restrained. Chapter 204, the purple cloud reappears. Isaias could never have imagined that his fortuitous actions would lead to the acknowledgement of the 100 clans of Shiizu by the heavens, thereby earning them the right to return to the main world. No longer did they need to remain in that godforsaken place. Though not weak, Shiizu still fell far short compared to Zhongzhou. For a deity to be unable to transcend their current realm was a maddening experience, like having something lodged uncomfortably in one's throat. At this moment, the air in Shiizu seemed cleaner, a sight they had long hoped for, dreamed about, and now finally realized after 1,000,000 years. Meanwhile, Isaias was helping Qin transform her bone marrow and meridians to enhance her potential, bringing it on par with Eddie. However, he couldn't quite match Abby and Janine's level, as their status was indeed stronger. Among the 3 attendants currently sent, they were already at the D-Zune realm, just a step away from becoming deities. Before attaining divinity, Herbert faced no bottlenecks. Janine had already mastered her domain rules, walking her own path similar to Isaias, allowing her smooth progression once enough energy was gathered. Abby was slightly behind, but reaching the divine realm was only a matter of time. For now, He had to wait for Alf and the others to ascend first. After altering Qin's potential, she immediately immersed herself in cultivation, effortlessly reaching the threshold of the D realm. Talent greatly determined a martial artist's limits. A day passed quickly. Attendant Xylan, Ganon, and Jean have surpassed their limits and reached the peak of the Michaelavenly deity realm. Attendant Alf has surpassed his limit, reaching the upper divine realm. The summon attendant function has upgraded, allowing new attendants to be summoned or existing ones to undergo metamorphosis using summon attempts. Alternatively, their power can be directly boosted. With the current world's maximum Isaias's current power, even an accidental leakage of purple chi offered tremendous benefits, turning impossibilities into realities. After regaining his composure, Isaias looked at his dermic manifestation, feeling a bit odd. Just how powerful had he become? One thought could affect an entire city. Let me give you all a boost. Isaias spoke, and the purple cloud rapidly expanded, followed by a light rain. Raindrops mingled with the earth, grass sprouting from the soil. Integrating into martial artists' bodies, it spurred rapid cultivation advancements. Within moments, thousands of martial artists within the imperial city broke through. Falling on commoners, it improved their constitutions, curing their ailments, and allowing them to sense spirit energy. This phenomenon lasted for 7 days and nights, even surpassing the blessings of the northern region. However, Isaias's coverage wasn't as broad as the luck granted by the north. I broke through to human sovereign without any heavenly tribulation? Interesting, this cloud layer is terrifying. Each appearance boosts the strength of Great Guy. I'm only at Xylanarch level, but I'm confident I can vie for the human sovereign realm. Truly extraordinary. I hope it happens more often. Looking up at the clear sky, countless martial artists reflected, regretting not breaking through under the previous purple cloud. What they didn't know was that within these 7 days, not one but 18 individuals achieved the human sovereign realm without triggering any heavenly tribulations. Had they been able to see beyond the clouds, they would have noticed dense thunderstorms raging above, though it was only the 9th level tribulation. Isaias could withstand it. There were few strong figures in the northern region, and he couldn't let them perish, especially within the imperial city where destruction of buildings might occur. So he intercepted the 9th level tribulation outside. Typically, martial artists shouldn't interfere in another's tribulation as it risked accidents. But with such a significant power gap, it was manageable. Before the crowd could rest, an aura surpassing the human sovereign descended. A radiant sun rose from deep within the palace, ascending straight into the sky. Golden light sprinkled, like a gentle spring breeze. Congratulations, Crown Prince, on achieving the imperial realm. A voice echoed from deep within the palace, informing the bewildered citizens that Crown Prince Jensen had broken through to the imperial realm. From now on, Great Guy would have an imperial realm protector. Congratulations, Crown Prince, on breaking through to the imperial realm. Countless citizens knelt, eyes filled with fervor. With an imperial realm presence, perhaps they too could aspire to reach this height. Their loyalty to Great Guy grew even stronger. Only in Great Guy could they achieve greatness. Rise, Jensen said, lifting the kneeling citizens with an invisible force, higher realms. This would, in turn, make the Great Guy Empire even stronger. Apart from Kevin deep within the palace, who was still troubled by why everyone else had advanced. His son Jensen had even become an emperor. He himself had not only failed to break through, but had also mysteriously regressed by a major realm recently. No matter how hard he tried to comprehend it, he could not advance to a higher realm. It was as if his imperial realm had been forcibly cut off. It wasn't that he couldn't reach that level anymore. This feeling of helplessness was indescribable. Could there be something I did wrong? Kevin began to doubt himself. Despite Jensen's personal examination, no clear reason could be found. Forget it. Since this is my fate, I'll contentedly take on the role of retired emperor, Kevin said. With the decline in cultivation, his lifespan was also shortened. At his age, being at the king's realm already made him appear somewhat elderly, exacerbated by excessive exhaustion. Seeing no hope ahead, he might as well enjoy life promptly. Michael missed his eldest son who had vanished for nearly 10 years, with no news since leaving, except for occasional assistance sent back. Feeling enlightened, his mood improved significantly. Walking to his desk, he took out an imperial edict and began writing. Several years ago, he truly didn't want to take this position. My decision is final. The Celestial Observatory will prepare accordingly. Dismissed, Kevin declared without giving others a chance to speak. It was a fait accompli. Farewell, your Majesty. Leaving the Golden Hall, the ministers discussed Jensen's ascension in hushed tones. Concerns about Kevin, now stepping back, received less attention. Only the powerful could lead a nation to greatness. That same day, a message spread throughout the capital. Did you hear? The Crown Prince is ascending the throne. The Crown Prince is both talented and virtuous, our greatest warrior. I can accept him on the throne. Compared to the Crown Prince, the other princes are far inferior. Do you need to say that? Haven't you seen how they indulge in pleasures and give up the throne? Remember when Gordy, 7th Prince, and 8th Prince were strong contenders? Unfortunately, the Crown Prince is too brilliant. Sharing the same era with him is both tragic for the outstanding figures and a blessing for the Great Guy. Walking along the streets, one could hear citizens discussing the matter. Abdicating to allow a more capable successor was nothing unusual. He simply lacked the capacity to remain on the throne. There wouldn't be much talk or criticism of Kevin being unfit. The fact was, his strength was insufficient to lead the Great Guy. Aspany years ago, Hollis had already excelled in mountainous regions. Jensen was just reaching that starting point, wishing deeply that his elder Pablo could witness his growth. Unfortunately, despite waiting, he couldn't find him. Perhaps few remembered Hollis after so many years. Yet, Jensen would remember forever. Carrying this sadness, he began his reign. Unlike his father, who followed set schedules, Jensen would decide when and how long the court sessions lasted, all on his terms. Chapter 206, The Impending Crisis. It's not that Isaias is aloof, but he has entered a deep state of closed-door cultivation. His mastery of the fire principle has reached perfection, allowing him to advance to the upper god realm. The resources obtained from daily sign-ins are enough for him to focus entirely on self-improvement, leaving no time to pay attention to the outside world. Besides, it's just the imperial court. Once he stands at the pinnacle, offering his congratulations will still be appropriate. For now, self-improvement is the priority. Half a month later, in Star Sea's coastal city, originally thought it was the presence of ancient Dao sects experts. Aspeny I ask what brings well. Even if a few god rulers were to offer protection, any attempt to expand there would result in heavy losses. Hold on, our Gaston Hall also requires the same, came another voice from afar, adding to the city lord's distress. How could all these people come today? Being a city lord is truly a humiliating position when two lower gods bully a middle god. Since that's the case, I, Haywood, will do everything to assist both of you. Is that agreeable? He asked, knowing compliance was his only option. Agreed. The two lower gods responded, though their eyes held a mutual hostility, indicating a potential conflict. Another half-month passed. The ancient Dao sect and the Gaston Hall showed their fangs, expanding ruthlessly. Any dissenters in their territories were eliminated without mercy. The capital region of Jingzhou fell into chaos, with the Xuanhuan divine dynasty losing its status, demoted to an imperial court. All underperforming empires were downgraded, becoming vassals to the two major powers and paying annual tribute. In the Xingyu and Jing regions, resistance barely lasted 10 days before complete occupation. Next came Kuan, Xian, Nan, and other large regions. Within less than a month, Jingzhou, excluding Shan and Bei regions, was under their control. The main reason for leaving these regions last is that they had little value. Standing ready for combat. Let's go. See who fears whom, Fuller challenged. I doubt your Gaston Hall is the only one with recovered elders. Our ancient Dao sect has 3 revived elders as well, Zack and Hansen. Haha, we knew your Gaston Hall was powerful. The 8 Iofs under the Supreme Deity King are indeed formidable. Let's see if your 8 Iofs cower again, Fuller continued mockingly. 2 figures appeared, their strength on par with Iof Arlo and others. The gathering of 6 powerful entities created turmoil over the sea. So be it. If you wish to attack Great Guy, let's have a battle, Isaiah replied. With matters reaching this point, there was no need for further talk. We're taking Bei. Your obsession with the Great Guy dynasty suggests its importance to the Gaston Hall. Order our forces to eliminate the royal family and install our own ruler, Fuller directed to his subordinates. You dare. Isaiah roared in fury. None of us leaves today. Want to fight? We'll oblige, but then Great Guy will belong to us, Fuller taunted. Knowing destruction of what the enemy values most is the most effective tactic. Chapter 207. United in Michael Art. Apart from being anxiously helpless, Bruce and his companions could do nothing. They did not want to admit it, but they had to acknowledge that the 3 patriarchs he only needed to stall these 3 divine lords. Who cared about anything below divine lords? Better not mess up and regret it later. Destin, what are you talking about? Gabrielle June beside him asked. How could the matters entrusted by the court be taken lightly? Qin Shui and Gabrielle looked at him differently. Indeed, outsiders could not be fully trusted. Non-kin had different hearts. Did he dare defy the court's orders? You two calm down. The court just transmitted a message, telling us to just stall Fuller and the others. Bruce quietly relayed the message. Their suspicions toward him were still too strong. Only someone like the broad-minded Cord could accept his abyssal evil Sky Clan identity, even if he was just a pawn. Hoping that is the case, this reassured the two slightly. Meanwhile, Fuller and his companions were now uncertain. Just a moment ago, they were ready to die, but now they had given up. Were they merely engaging in empty threats? Or was there something unknown? It felt strange. Could they still recall everyone in time? Bruce, do you think that by saying this, I won't send anyone to Bayou? I'll bring the head of the Great Guy Nash right before your eyes, Fuller said. Michael suspected Bruce of bluffing and needed to be cautious, but he also worried about suffering losses. Do as you please, Bruce responded. Humph, we'll see. Fuller angrily turned and was about to leave. Where are you going? Don't you want to fight? Satisfy you then. Gabrielle June, Carter, shall we accompany them in a battle? Bruce said. Since he was told to stall, might as well fight. Wasn't fighting what they wanted? Consider it a warm-up. Let's see who laughs last. Fighting? Let's go. The 3 patriarchs of Myriad Antiquity Dao sect entered the fray together. In this uninhabited sea area, the 6 godly-level fighters clashed fiercely. Underwater creatures fled from the scene as quickly as possible, wishing they had more legs to run faster. Anyone staying here would face certain death. They fought without restraint, not even considering moving to another dimension. Poor nearby life forms could only watch their homes be destroyed, helplessly leaving. Under Fuller's orders, the Myriad Antiquity Dao sect force headed toward Bayou. They heard of recent unrest there, with only one kingdom remaining and not very strong. They wondered why this place, insignificant as it was, warranted over a dozen gods. Surely, sending an Imperial Realm expert would suffice to easily solve it. It would be better to invade other provinces to expedite the invasion process. But following orders from above, they could only accept. All speed forward. Secure Bayou before sunset. The leading Michael-Avenly deity commanded. Indeed, all the powerful figures from Jingzhou under Myriad Antiquity Dao sect gathered, led by a Michael-Avenly deity, forming a formidable force. This power could obliterate Jingzhou itself, not to mention Bayou. Secure Bayou before sunset. This was not an impossible task. With the speed of deities, they could reach the Great Guy territory in moments. Bayou had only one empire, easily conquered. Meanwhile, the Great Guy was already in turmoil. They were somewhat isolated from information, but not cut off from the outside world. McCalering about 2 powerful forces sweeping Jingzhou, taking control of all dynasties and killing any dissenters, even nearby mountains had fallen. Next would be them. Given the speed, there must be deities involved. For now, they could do nothing but wait. They thought that Jensen's advancement to the Imperial Realm would guarantee peace. However, without absolute strength, How could they enjoy the prosperity of Chang'an? Everything was an illusion. In the Golden Hall, everyone remained silent. Not out of losing ambition, but sheer powerlessness. Sending people to fight would be futile. What could they do? Wait for them and surrender when they come, Jensen said. His face showed exhaustion. As emperor, he lacked the courage to grovel to foreigners. Arriving in humiliation was worse than dying honorably. Perhaps each person had different thoughts. Historically, fallen emperors never submitted. Such shame surpassed death. You're a spingisty. A collective sorrow filled the room. They understood what Jensen meant. Ministers could defect, but not the ruler. People couldn't fight those two divine Iofs. But what about those beneath the divine Iof rank? 3 celestial gods would suffice to level everything, and he was about to advance to upper god status as well. Desperation stirred within him. He wanted one of them to reach the divine Iof realm first. Enemies at this level posed a tremendous threat to him. Facing such powerful adversaries left him completely helpless. At that time, he deeply felt his own insignificance, an experience still vivid in his memory. No matter how many followers he had, none matched the value of one advancing to divine Iof. It could avoid many troubles. If time could be more abundant, it would be even better. Michael had never thought his time would be so pressing. This system wasn't helpful either. Knowing there were such powerful individuals, it didn't provide him with stronger followers. Sire, as long as there are no divine Iofs, we can handle as many as they send, Ganon replied. Go and guard outside the national border. If you can't withstand them, take those people away, Isaias instructed. The 3 nodded solemnly and set off for the border. They guarded the crucial passage between the mountainous region and the northern domain. As long as divine beings approached, they would intercept the enemies outside. Having done all they could, he sighed in relief. One by one, each task or prophet, willing to forge ahead in darkness. They had their own pursuits and didn't want to waste time on unnecessary matters. Being forgotten was better, nor did they wish to bear heavy expectations, for that was a truly troublesome burden. Is that bright Xylonon pass on the border of Great Guy? A Nash realm presence here. It looks like they won't submit, an upper god remarked. Unbeknownst to them, they had already reached near Bright Xylonon Pass. Probing its situation as divine beings was quite simple. Surprisingly, a Nash realm presence sat there. Indeed unexpected. Since when did such power reside here? Just steamroll through. What are a few Nash realms? A mantis trying to stop a cart, an ant shaking a tree. In their eyes, the Great Guy dynasty remained a toy easily manipulated, insignificant and unworthy of note. Such arrogance would lead to regret. While they inspected Bright Xylonon Pass, someone also watched them closely, eyes brimming with icy killing intent. 1 celestial god, 3 upper gods, 2 middle gods, 11 lower gods, over 500 Nash realms. Truly, they hold Great Guy in high regard, Ganon mused, wondering why the other side sent such a powerful lineup. Fortunately, they could handle it. A celestial god against those below celestial god, a dimensional advantage. Only that celestial god barely warned. Michael only knew Fuller by name. There should be some survivors left. We'll search their souls to find out, Xylan suggested. Michael had been present too. Over time, his thinking became more flexible, less rigid. In his heart, he shared the same thoughts as Ganon. Why would representatives of righteousness do such outrageous things? I'm fine. Since they wish to kill the Great Guy Nash, let's keep them all, Jean said. Before they acted, Jensen flew into the sky to confront them. Are you the Great Guy Nash? The celestial god asked. Now, Great Guy shouldn't be called a dynasty but rather an imperial court, whose strongest would generally be the emperor or supreme emperor. The youthful Jensen couldn't possibly be the supreme emperor, hence he must be the emperor. I am the Great Guy Nash. I can die, but the citizens of Great Guy should not. Please spare them, Jensen pleaded. Humph, what standing do you have to bargain with us? Slap yourself. A spirit-infused hand shot towards Jensen. The gesture aimed to be fatal. Yet, Jensen showed no fear, prepared to die. You're a spingisty, the subjects panicked. Even Jensen believed his end was near. Your tempers are too hot. Come to my cordom for a chat. A Reef Divine Realm. Chapter 209. The Gods of the Great Guy. A lush, verdant world quietly enveloped Bright Xylonon Pass. A serene woman and 2 formidable yet unfathomable powerhouses appeared before everyone's eyes. The sect leader came personally. Anything else would result in certain death. You want to fight? I'll join in too. Abyssal Cordom. Michael, Karmic Cordom, Aspen and Ganon rapidly unfurled their divine kingdoms. Under the influence of these 3 divine kingdoms, a terrifying pressure emanated. The once mighty imperial realm figures, who had stood high above others, were instantly reduced to blood and flesh, exploding into nothingness. Only deities could survive such a terrifying force. Sword Michaelart Cordom. All the gods of the eternal Tao sect hurriedly unfolded their divine kingdoms to resist. However, a Michaelavenly god remained a Michaelavenly god. The gap in strength was too large. There was no chance of resistance. Seal. After disposing of the obstructive elements, they forcibly pulled all the strong members of the Eternal Tao sect into another dimension. They definitely couldn't continue fighting here. Despite their unwillingness, their forces were inferior to the opposition, leaving them with no options. The sky no longer bore any traces of the deities. So, we have hidden powerhouses on our side. We don't need to fear deities anymore. If only I had known earlier, what did I worry about? Looks like they're dead for sure. They dared invade Great Guy, so they got what they deserved. But I'm curious where they came from. I've never seen them before. The soldiers buzzed with conversation. Being part of Great Guy filled them with pride. With such powerful protectors, how could they not feel safe? Perhaps these protectors had always been silently watching over them. Aspenide, when they grew stronger, they'd have the opportunity to meet them face to face. My elder Pablo has become this powerful? I must work harder, Jensen muttered softly, audible only to himself. The guardian deity of Great Guy had always been his elder Pablo. It had been a long time since he saw him. Every time crisis struck, he brought unexpected surprises. Michael aimed to handle matters beneath the gaze of the deities without causing his Pablo concern. With the crisis resolved, he didn't need to remain at Bright Xilanon Pass. After ordering the soldiers to reinforce their defenses, he left, coming and going hastily, as if he had never been there. Within the dimensional space, sensing the overwhelming combat prowess of Jin, Aspen, and Ganon, the Eternal Dao Sect's gods struggled mightily. Apart from the Michaelavenly god, everyone else was killed within a few strikes. Eternal Dao Sect, back then, Kiefer helped us. By principle, I should let you go, but your actions today make me doubt, Ganon remarked. At this point, they had already been captured. In less than 15 minutes, all the Eternal Dao Sect's gods were slain except for the Michaelavenly god, who had been taken prisoner. Their actions posed a severe threat to Great Guy, and they could not be released. However, they needed to know the origin of the Eternal Dao Sect, and why they sought to annihilate Great Guy Sect, the Egbert Temple, the Egbert, the 8 Iofs of the Egbert, ancient wars, and more. The more he learned, the more varied his expressions became. When he awoke, his complexion was paler, revealing the difficulty and significant energy cost of the soul search. Well, Jean looked over. The story is more thrilling than you imagined, Ganon responded. Even he hadn't expected such a history to exist on Jiuyou. Previously, when they retrieved information from the Egbert's treasure, they obtained only scattered fragments that painted the Egbert as exceedingly evil, a nemesis of the world, while portraying the Eternal Dao Sect as righteous saviors of Jiuyou. Who could have guessed that the Eternal Dao Sect intended to invade Jiuyou to vie for ascension in the Chaos Dao world? Indeed, the Chaos Dao world did open periodically, welcoming lower world martial artists for ascension. So, after learning the full extent of their intentions, his expression was so varied. Don't think too hard. Let's return. The prince should know this news. I'll report it together, Ganon concluded. With the enemy vanquished, there was no need to linger. They needed to bring this news back quickly. Fortunately, they kept this Michaelavenly god. Those below the rank of a deity weren't privy to this knowledge. Plus, this Michaelavenly god had been dispatched from the world of the Eternal Dao Sect. The trio then headed toward the imperial capital. And this. You had powerhouses set up beforehand, waiting to trap us all in one go. Kiefer glared at Bellamy, wanting to tear him apart. From previous signs, it was clear the opponent was trying to stall them. In battles, they seemed weak and ineffective, yet didn't let them leave until their own people started dying. To say nothing strange was going on. Who would believe that? So what? Bellamy replied. Bellamy patted his buttocks and prepared to leave. Kiefer and the others were momentarily speechless. Though Bellamy, strength seemed slightly inferior, he wasn't weak, making it impossible to stop him. The setup in Bayou Domain had likely been withdrawn already. It wouldn't make sense to chase after him. It must be admitted, an imaginative enemy causes more trouble. In reality, Bellamy, words couldn't stand scrutiny. Both sides knew each other well. How could they have enough strength to deploy in Bayou Domain without exceeding each other? They had sent divine beings from the 8 outer regions to prevent being surpassed. Neither side's forces in Bayou Domain were sufficient to annihilate the other. This implied a hidden force, which Bellamy knew about but kept concealed. You just wait, Kiefer said through gritted teeth. Besides issuing threats, what else could he do? Michael couldn't do anything to harm them. Humph. Michael received 2 derisive laughs in response. In the capital of the Great Guy Empire, over millions of years, the Nine Lands constantly lost its fortune to the rise of the 10,000 ancient Dao sect, reaching unknown heights. Originally, using the power of a saint, they should have destroyed the Nine Lands and plundered its essence. However, at the last moment, Gaston struck a deal with the Michaelavenly Dao, gaining saintly status through its power. In that battle, 5 saints of the 10,000 ancient Dao sect were killed, forcing their retreat. Afterward, no saint-tier entities could enter the Nine Lands. Gaston was completely sealed, partly in the treasure of Gaston and partly above the heavens, coexisting with the Michaelavenly Dao. They couldn't kill Gaston, so they altered the historical truth, portraying Gaston as an evil deity, slaughtering other deities and devouring their divinity to achieve sainthood. They became the embodiment of justice, protecting the Nine Lands from Gaston. Additionally, Gaston was also known as the Supreme Chord. What the celestial deity knew was enough to change the worldview of the Nine Lands, which once stood at the peak in the lower realms. Your Highness, there's an even more interesting piece of news, Ganon said, looking like someone inviting a punch. Just say it straight. Don't beat around the bush, Isaias laughed, scolding him. Knowing this changed their perception of the Gaston Temple. Hard to imagine how much burden Gaston bore to keep the enemies at bay, fighting alone, unaided, fighting for the Nine Lands, willing to even make a deal with the Michaelavenly Dao. Sadly, some people were traitors, working as dogs for the 10,000 ancient Dao sect. For centuries, they sought to accept the 10,000 ancient Dao sect into the Nine Lands, resisted only by other divine lords. Otherwise, the Nine Lands would have been thoroughly corrupted by now. You're ready for this. The Gaston's name is Kavin, Ganon announced. What? Everyone listening intently suddenly changed expression, especially Isaias, who couldn't believe his ears. Your Highness, I didn't say wrong. Nor did you hear wrong. Gaston is indeed called Kavin, and he truly represented the Michaelavenly Dao, Ganon reiterated. This revelation startled him as well when he found it in the memory of that person. Don't spread this information, Isaias said. Last time Aryang told him his father was extraordinary, capable of acting on behalf of the Michaelavenly Dao, a terrifying powerhouse. But he never expected Gaston to be named Kavin. Signs pointed to numerous mysteries of the Nine Lands remaining undiscovered. Previous knowledge was too limited. If Gaston were truly evil, the Nine Lands would have been ruined long ago, considering there were plenty of divine lords in Zhongzhou like Bellamy, making nothing impossible. Would treat it as an imperial court. To them, this was a significant shock. A terrifying force rose quietly by their side without their knowledge. Thankfully, the court alerted them. Otherwise, they would have suffered irreversible consequences after being caught off guard. After stabilizing the outer 8 provinces, a lengthy period of dormancy followed. No one wished to provoke war first, accumulating strength in secret as if waiting for something specific. Since that day, Isaias also buried himself in intense cultivation. With no deity descending, there was no need for him to emerge from seclusion. Another year had passed. Now, with enough deities and Sword Salma nearing deity status, there was no longer a need for continued summoning. This time, he aimed to enhance the power of Xylan. Choosing Xylan was because of his unmatched combat prowess. Michael was born purely for battle. If not for lacking the corresponding cause and effect Dao, he would have been the most powerful among them initially. Naturally, this opportunity fell to him. Isaias's plan was simple. Elevate one person to divine Iof status to expand their options, freeing them from constraints. From the memory of the celestial deity, he learned the eternal Dao sect had at least 3 divine Iofs in the 9 provinces. Without comparable power, it was hard to sleep easy. Currently, the Gaston Temple acted as a check on them, giving him some breathing room. But what about the future? When the eternal Dao sect sent more formidable figures, they would likely target the Great Guy again to avenge their past defeat. Michael was unaware that Fuller and others considered this setup a trap by the Gaston Temple, thus viewing the eternal Dao sect as enemies. They might lead powerful forces here in the future. Without strong resistance, they would still face a disastrous defeat. Once the Great Guy fell, who would protect the billions of lives in the northern border? Enhancement was essential. However, the results weren't significant. Divine Iofs were already peak powers in the 9 provinces. Breaking through was no easy task. Michael wasn't in doubt that this summoning could produce at least a higher deity, but it wouldn't make much difference. Not reaching divine Iof level, they were still mere ants. For years later, Xylan's strength had long reached the pinnacle of celestial deity status. Another year has passed. The summoning count is refreshed. Let Xylan undergo a metamorphosis, Isaias declared. The northern border remained quiet, untouched by external disturbances, as if everything had settled into peace. Even Isaias himself had advanced to the higher deity realm. Yet he did not waste resources on himself, but directed all towards Xylan, who led everyone else. Just one step away from becoming a divine Iof. Success would signify a qualitative leap in their collective power. Jean and Ganon remained at their current levels. Understanding the situation, they harbored no grievances. Not enhancing anyone meant preparing for inevitable doom. After Xylan, it would be their turn. Even the ruler didn't continue advancing. All resources leaned towards Xylan. Xylan has transformed again. His cultivation is already at the peak of celestial deity. This time, he should reach divine Iof status, Ganon said. Despite possessing causality laws, calculating outcomes for peers carried a terrible backlash. Determining when Xylan would advance required risking half his life force. Deity injuries often took ages to heal, so it wasn't worth the risk. So, they waited, hopeful for success. Others remained silent, placing immense hope on Xylan, wishing for no failure. Amid these long years, the ever-eating Uriel reached lower deity status faster than anyone. Normal trials didn't affect him, only endless cultivation pills allowed such rapid advancement. Daily sign-ins always provided beast cultivation pills, unchallenged by others. Such a span of time naturally led him to deity status. From now on, the effect of cultivation pills waned. He needed more substantial means for advancement, similar to Sword Salma and Abby. The rest were all Nash respects. Among them, Sword Salma had successfully comprehended the law, needing just a trigger to enter the deity realm. Everything was progressing positively. They awaited news outside Xylan's door, knowing it could take days or even weeks. Waiting felt interminable. 3 days felt like an eternity. A terrifying aura emerged from the room, piercing the heavens. Even Isaias's group struggled to suppress it. The previously dormant Guy Imperial capital witnessed strange phenomena once more. The sky was covered in colorful clouds, with glimpses of a terrifying, demonic figure behind them. One glance, and everything seemed diminished. This is whose breakthrough? My goodness, is this the guardian deity our general spoke of for our great guy? Just one look nearly left me breathless. Countless citizens were stunned. Besides deities, they couldn't imagine what could cause such a commotion during a breakthrough. The figure was beyond direct observation. One glimpse left one entranced, lingering in dreams. What profound power emitted such divine majesty? As murmurs filled the air, the celestial phenomena gradually faded but lingered in public discourse. They knew a deity silently watched over the northern border skies. That was enough. This translation captures the essence and tone of the original Chinese text, ensuring it reads naturally and coherently in English while preserving the narrative flow and character. Day, year after year. Year after year, today seemed like any other day. It seemed everyone had forgotten about the Great Qin Dynasty. A new generation of elites had risen, with many lords and even sovereigns appearing in their 20s. An era of prosperity seemed imminent. The golden dragon of fortune for the Great Qin Dynasty continued to grow daily. With all these enhancements, it was impossible not to become stronger. Even breaking through had become much easier. Once, a Nash could confine them for a long time. Unfortunately, after so many years, no second imperial realm power had emerged. Instead, Jensen himself reached the third rank Nash, and the resources left by Isaias were nearly depleted. His cultivation growth had almost stagnated. In theory, the resources left for him should have been enough to cultivate up to the sovereign Nash stage, but with the expansion of Great Qin, more resources were needed. After being distributed, too many people were cultivated, and now he hadn't even stepped into the Michael-Avenly sovereign stage. There are gains and losses. Michael sacrificed himself for the prosperity of Great Qin. Just within the Guy family alone, there were dozens of human Nashes. 3 had just broken through to the 10,000 age stage, making them the only 3 10,000 age cultivators in Great Qin, capable contenders for the imperial realm. From this perspective, Xylan, on the other hand, had been born in chaos and relied solely on his innate strength. As for Alf, not reaching the peak of Taoist spinster, he feared misleading the geniuses. When asked, he remained silent, directing them to Ganon and listening to him, as well to perfect his divine realm. Alf and Isaias both advanced far in the higher god realm. Alf comprehended several laws and needed only one law perfected by 50% to ascend to the celestial deity stage. This required massive resources, and 7 years only brought him to 40%, just a little more. Isaias, aside from mastering the fire law, spent these years refining the wind law, reaching 40%. Michael might advance to celestial deity on the same day as Alf. The rest were Abby and others, almost ready to break through to the divine realm. Eddie and Kenna were 9th-rank sovereign Nashes who hadn't yet comprehended laws, so they would listen to Ganon's teachings together. Aerie herself ate and slept most of the time, remaining a lower god with a slight increase in her understanding of laws. These were their advancements over the past few years. Your Highness, rest assured, I will ensure they perfectly break through to the divine realm, Ganon promised. Actually, Janine could have broken through 2 years ago, but he was busy integrating laws, which took a lot of time. Teaching wasn't a quick task, so it was delayed. Since they made the first move, they must pay the price, Isaias said. Preparing for so long, it was finally time to act against the Eternal Tao sect. This time, they lay low for 7 whole years, striving to reach a level where they could combat divine Ios. 7 years of waiting. If they didn't come, he would have to go to them. Chapter 213, Michaelading to the Starry Sea. On this day, Isaias, Ganon, Xylan, Jean, and Alf officially set off for the Starry Sea. The others, including Janine, had just ascended to the divine realm. It would be too distracting to bring them along at this time. It was better to leave them at home until everyone reached the divine level and dealt with the Eternal Tao sect. The group included 2 divine Ios, one of whom was a celestial deity, and 2 upper deities. This formation was formidable, with each individual being among the top in their respective ranks. Isaias himself possessed the combat strength to challenge a celestial deity. Each member had pushed their limits, and Ganon had once remarked that although Isaias was not a celestial deity, he rivaled one in power. This was recognition of his fighting prowess, and all the hard work finally paid off. The others were also formidable, ready to confront the Eternal Tao sect. If they couldn't fight head-on, they could divide and conquer. The place wouldn't allow them to hide indefinitely. After 7 years of development, both the Eternal Tao sect and the Gaston Temple underwent significant changes. The Eternal Tao sect is growing stronger. We must stop them or we'll die before the return of the Cord. In 3 days, a convoy from the Eternal Tao sect will transport resources to the Tranquil Sea. It includes a mid-deity. We should ambush them as an offering to our fallen deities. Where did you get this information? I have an informant inside the Eternal Tao sect. Michael told me. This seems too simple. It might be a trap. If you're afraid, then don't go. Fool. Why not send more people? The route might be real, but there will likely be more than just a mid-deity. Then send 3 upper deities. We can't bear this humiliation. After deliberation, they decided to send several upper deities. One of the Eternal Tao sect's deities must die. Otherwise, they couldn't swallow their pride. Last night, the Eternal Tao sect suddenly attacked one of their lower deities, killing him on the spot. This tarnished their reputation and provoked the Gaston Temple. Though there had been friction over the past 7 years, none involved deities, making it manageable. But once deities start dying, the situation would escalate, inevitably sparking a full-scale war. With deities entering the fray, the Starry Sea would never see peace again. Any side would be drawn into the conflict, and perhaps the seas had already lost tranquility, with deities either submitting or being killed. On the vast sea, a large ship sailed toward the Tranquil Sea, loaded with experts hidden by powerful arrays. Even though the crew were all imperial realms, it wasn't hard to gauge the terrifying strength aboard. We should attract the Gaston Temple's deities like this, said a celestial deity confidently. Such blatant exposure of their location ensured the Gaston Temple couldn't hold back. The killing of the Gaston Temple's deity was deliberate, intended to draw out their deities for individual elimination. With both sides' experts watching closely, the deity Iofs couldn't leave their sections. Thus, these tasks fell on their shoulders, aiming to weaken the opponent through any means necessary, be it underhanded or strategic. Even I couldn't endure, let alone the Gaston Temple, especially given their protective nature. They won't tolerate this provocation. Let's head to the Tranquil Sea and deliver the resources. They didn't take a detour, directly heading for the Tranquil Sea at a moderate pace, seemingly stalling to give the enemy time to prepare. Indeed, the Gaston Temple sent a team of deities to the Tranquil Sea, led by 3 upper deities, eager to kill Eternal Tao sect members. At Seaside City, Isaias and company arrived via a teleportation array after a series of travels. Previously, he intended to reach Central State to boost his strength but encountered unexpected events, eventually advancing to the upper deity realm. Whether going to Central State was necessary now seemed debatable. Michaelad to the Eternal Tao sect, Isaias declared. They came with murderous intent. Those beside him showed signs of eagerness. After 7 years of waiting, they now had 2 divine Iofs. What changes had the Eternal Tao sect undergone in these 7 years? Regardless, they would ensure the Eternal Tao sect's demise. All invaders must be exterminated, none left alive. They would visit the Gaston Temple to see what transpired, remembering how Donus ruthlessly cast him into the Lost Lands. Even the 8 princes of Gaston wouldn't forget this. Seaside City had no deities left. They had joined one of the 2 powers, forcing them to align. Only deities from the outer 8 provinces survived, far from this land. They avoided the war but still lived under the shadow of the 2 powers, possibly being conscripted when needed, unable to escape. The sea breeze carried a briny scent, mingling with a thirst for blood. In disaster, who would rise and who would fall? Chapter 214, Unexpected Gain. In the Starry Sea, the entities involved were either the Myriad Eons Tao sect or the Gaston Temple. From the start, they had made up their minds to eliminate any enemy they encountered without hesitation, regardless of their rank. They would deal with intruders and let the consequences be on the outsiders. If a local martial artist from the Starry Sea joined the Myriad Eons Tao sect, they would still be treated as an adversary, with no time to determine right or wrong. Perhaps some were coerced, but the might of the Myriad Eons Tao sect was undeniable. Some might have wanted to join the sect, simply unaware of its true origins. As they progressed, they encountered several islands marked by the Gaston Temple, which they bypassed. Soon, they discovered the first Myriad Eon's Dao sect outpost, guarded only by a few great nashes. Whether out of overconfidence or something else, such a small force was laughable. Having been idle for too long, the group attacked like ravenous tigers. In mere moments, the large outpost was reduced to ruins, leaving no survivors. The Myriad Eon's Dao sect's outpost has been wiped out. Michaelaven. Such a commotion. It must have been divine intervention. How could they not target the Gaston Temple instead? But the Myriad Eon's Dao sect has been good to us, providing cultivation resources. Acquiescing to the people around him, Isaias felt a wave of sorrow. The Myriad Eon's Dao sect had employed insidious tactics, gradually infiltrating the 9 continents through manipulation of local martial artists. Within just a few years, the people no longer rejected them. In fact, they started to accept and even embrace them. However, this wasn't surprising given the Myriad Eon's Dao sect's formidable power and mysterious background. Outside of Central Continent, many were oblivious to the sect's origins, only knowing who treated them well. Unbeknownst to the locals, in ancient times, the oppression inflicted by the Myriad Eon's Dao sect upon the 9 continents was unimaginably brutal, a crime that could never be forgiven. Your Highness, should I alter their memories? Ganon asked. No, let's go, Isaias replied. Michael didn't want to shatter their illusions. Their opinions mattered little to him. Gathering his thoughts, they moved on to the next target. This was only the beginning. Their resolve to destroy the Myriad Eon's Dao sect was unwavering. Congratulations, host, for eliminating the invaders. Your entire faction has gained improvements in cultivation, law comprehension, cordon growth. After leaving the island, the system's notification halted him in his tracks. Eliminating the Myriad Eon's Dao sect brings rewards? Isaias paused, surprised. It seemed that eradicating the Myriad Eon's Dao sect members, even just a few great nashes, brought tangible enhancements. My strength seems to have increased. I feel it too. The others also noticed subtle, yet significant changes in their abyss. He resolved not to show mercy toward the Myriad Eon's Dao sect. Previously, he defended the Great Guy border. They recalled the Gaston Temple had hidden powerful deities who hadn't surfaced since killing a celestial god. Yes. Don't relax. They may act again. Prepare accordingly and report immediately upon discovery. Understood. Isaias and his team indeed did not stop, attacking day and night without respite until the Myriad Eon's Dao sect left the 9 continents. The Starry Sea was either the Myriad Ancient Dao sect or the Gaston Temple. They had decided from the start that they would sweep through, attacking any enemy they encountered. It didn't matter what level they were. If they were outsiders, then they deserved whatever came their way. Even if a martial artist from the Starry Sea had joined the Myriad Ancient Dao sect, they were still considered an enemy, and there was no time to discern right from wrong. Some might have been coerced, but the strength of the Myriad Ancient Dao sect was undeniable. Perhaps some wanted to join it, but simply didn't know its true origins. Along the way, they bypassed several islands with the Gaston Temple's mark before encountering the first Myriad Ancient Dao sect outpost. Only a few great nashes guarded it. Either the sect was confident in its own strength, or it simply looked down on anyone else's. It had been too long since the group had taken action. Like ravenous tigers, they swiftly razed the outpost to the ground, leaving no survivors. The Myriad Ancient Dao sect outpost has been wiped out. My goodness, experience, rule growth, and cordon development. Exiting the island, Isaias paused at the system's prompt. Eliminating the Myriad Ancient Dao sect yields such benefits? Isaias was stunned. For this sect, he now saw a boundless fortune. Merely killing a few great nashes had boosted their power, albeit minutely, but it was tangible progress. Mikhaili, my strength seems to have improved. Me too. The other 4 noticed changes as well, feeling genuine improvement. It's because of the Myriad Ancient Dao sect. We can boost our strength by wiping out their doctrines. I suggest we split into 5 groups to expedite our growth. We'll reunite near the Myriad Ancient Dao sect headquarters, Isaias said. This method is excellent. Jean is close to breaking through to Divine Iof, and your Highness and Alf are both peak high gods. This could push you both to become celestial gods, Ganon added. Besides the 2 Divine Iofs, everyone else was at the peak of their current realms. Perhaps this opportunity would help them break through, gaining greater power for the impending confrontation with the Myriad Ancient Dao sect. I agree, but let's not stray too far in case of emergencies, Jean cautioned. Agreed. Let's proceed as planned. After a brief discussion, they divided and set meeting points on various islands, gathering periodically. Once they left, Isaias asked the system, what's happening? The spinster, you seem to have forgotten something. The system exists to protect. Whether it was the Great Guy border defenses or the present-day foreign invasion, it's all about protection. By repelling invaders, the spinster naturally gains rewards. So, even here, I can gain rewards for defending the entire 9 continents? Isaias muttered. Understanding the cause and effect, he resolved to show no mercy toward the Myriad Ancient Dao sect. Once, he defended the Great Guy border. Now, he must defend the borders of the 9 continents, preventing foreign aggression. Steadying himself, he headed toward his target. That day, dozens of Myriad Ancient Dao sect outposts across multiple islands were obliterated, including one divine being. The combined boost applied to everyone, including Janine and the others. Each island provided a negligible increase, but cumulatively, it significantly advanced his win law. With a few more days, reaching 50% progression and smoothly ascending to Celestial God was within reach. Even his law seeds sprouted new buds. When they bloomed, he would master new laws. Theoretically, he could grasp all laws. That night, the Myriad Ancient Dao sect headquarters was eerily silent. The patriarchs, including Fuller, wore grim expressions, and the subordinates dared not speak. Night, they couldn't sleep, staying vigilant around the clock in hopes of catching the enemy as soon as they arrived. Suddenly, many regretted joining the Wan Gu Dao Zone, feeling like they were unfairly targeted. Until their dying breaths, some could not fathom where things went wrong. ########## Orange Island. Once again, it was the same old place. Unfortunately, the former Orange Nash had been incorporated into the Wangu Dao Zone and was now living in fear within his own palace chambers. Initially, he thought that by breaking away from the Sea Alliance's control, Orange Island could return to his grasp. Too many people had perished on this land, including his Pablo, Nash Xiang, who died defending Orange Island against the Sea Alliance's assault. Michael had barely reclaimed it when the Wangu Dao Zone took over, proving even more domineering than the Sea Alliance. This time, realizing resistance would only lead to futile sacrifice, he submitted without a fight. The strength of the Wangu Dao Zone was evident. Joining them seemed like a fair trade. At first, things appeared to improve as they provided many resources, offering hope for him to advance to the imperial sovereign realm. But now, all this was about to be shattered. A terrifying and powerful force was targeting the Wangu Dao Zone and heading straight for him. His despair was profound. His fate had always been tumultuous. But they didn't matter now. All that mattered was his loyalty to the Wangu Dao Zone. Do it, Nash Xiang said, his body relaxed, resigning himself to fate. In response, Ganon acted swiftly, effortlessly extinguishing the life of the Emperor with his divine power. A flash of blue light within the chamber, Nash Xiang slumped over his desk, his life's work for Orange Island ending here. Perhaps his intentions hadn't been wrong. He only wished to see Orange Island flourish. But the Wangu Dao Zone had to be destroyed, along with all its allies. No one could remain uninvolved, especially when eliminating them would strengthen their own forces. Isaias wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Ultimately, Isaias did what he did for his own benefit. How many people like Nash Xiang had met a tragic end? Orange Island was merely a small part of the bigger picture. Aspany imperial realms were annihilated, including divine powerhouses. Within a single night, more than half of the Wangu Dao Zone's forces across the Celestial Sea were wiped out by supreme deities. This was the speed of the gods, easily traversing the Celestial Sea. Only the Tranquil Sea remained untouched. When dawn broke, a dark cloud loomed over the Wangu Dao Zone. They received countless bad news throughout the night, learning that many of the forces they had painstakingly built up over 7 years were destroyed. These were the very forces they intended to use to take control of the 9 provinces someday. Frustration mounted as their plans unraveled. Any leads? They referred to the secret operations in the northern region. One day was enough for reconnaissance since teleportation arrays were widespread within Jingzhou territory, unlike the unique circumstances of the Celestial Sea. We found no other gods in the northern region. I suspect it's the Gaston Temple's hidden force. Humph. Whoever targets us must be linked to the Gaston Temple. Send troops to their territory. Spink them experience what it's like to have their lineage destroyed. Isaias' arrival had disrupted all their plans. They intended to secretly ambush their foes and lure them into the Tranquil Sea, but events forced them to change strategy. They had to eliminate hidden enemies before endangering their own people. Even worse, these shadowy enemies might include divine Iofs. Threatened at their core, they had to respond cautiously. Consequently, the Gaston Temple's lineage also came under attack. Inside the temple, they cried out in injustice, caught off guard by the sudden assault. The Celestial Sea became increasingly chaotic. Everyone was on edge, fearing they'd become collateral damage. Both factions were extremely tense. Of course, Isaias and company were unaware of this. Even if they knew, they wouldn't stop. They would continue their assault until the Wangu Dao Zone was completely eradicated for the minor benefits it offered. Indeed, the rewards for aiding the 9 provinces were well-timed. With each victory, they grew closer to breaking through their current realms. Eliminating the remaining minor forces might just push them over the edge. This energized Isaias and his team. For the Wangu Dao Zone, it was nothing short of a disaster. The surviving remnants fled to headquarters, the only place they believed would keep them safe. Your Highness, signs of celestial deities have been spotted near Naming Island. Should we investigate? Ganon reported back. Gathering together, they shared intelligence. Oh, celestial deities, interesting. Whose forces? Isaias asked. Wangu Dao Zone's. Their divine beings have been concealed, possibly preparing something significant, Ganon replied. If they're Wangu Dao Zone's, then wipe them out, Isaias ordered. Chapter 216. Stillborn in the womb. Since they are enemies, there's no need to be courteous. It's better to kill them first. If they were at the headquarters of Myriad Aeon's Dao sect with several divine Iofs presiding, it would indeed be difficult to act. Their own strength was clearly weaker, despite high combat capabilities, but they couldn't match the numbers. There were at least 3 sect spinsters alone. They never thought that they'd encounter such a good opportunity. Divine Iof. Michael stuttered out 2 words. This kind of pressure he only felt from characters like Secta Spinsters, but these several energies were completely unfamiliar. Indeed, multiple forces locked onto him. Other deities looked up at the sky apprehensively, sensing something terrifying watching over them. Celestial deity not bad. Isaias and his group revealed themselves as they spoke. Feeling the energy of the opposing side, the Myriad Aeon's Dao sect celestial deity tensed up, speechless. 2 divine Iofs and a celestial deity did not hide their intentions. Even if their numbers doubled, it wouldn't make any difference. Kill them. Let's finish this quickly, Isaias said. There was no need to waste time on trivial matters. Today's tasks were many, and several individuals' cultivation levels were nearing breakthrough points. How much progress could be made depended on the Myriad Aeon's Dao sect's contribution. Killing them, who knows how much advancement it would bring. Wait, I have something to say. The celestial deity tried to speak, but before he could finish, powerful energy crushed over them, giving no chance for reply. 12 deities and numerous imperial realms were all killed. No commotion was raised. Their demise seemed insignificant. They intended to ambush others, yet instead, faced more formidable opponents. 3 powerful auras then soared into the sky. After eliminating the opposition, the system rewards arrived, pushing them, already at peak condition, into new realms. Wind law comprehension reached 50%. Brief flashes condensed, emitting boundless light in the night. Celestial deity realm achieved. This wasn't over. After one light dispersed, another rose. Alf successfully broke through his shackles, attaining celestial deity status. When the third beam appeared, Nanning Island fell silent. The momentum exceeded previous occurrences, spreading throughout the sky. Watching the aloof woman in the sky, everyone bowed silently. This height they could never reach. In one battle, 3 breakthroughs, achieving unprecedented heights. This myriad Aeon's Tao sect truly deserves our gratitude. Otherwise, I couldn't have broken through so quickly, Isaias said. Once worrying when he could achieve celestial deity realm, now killing deity sufficed. Xylon Reaver, as long as myriad Aeon's Tao sect didn't go extinct, they could keep advancing until leaving the 9 continents, potentially merging laws and achieving divine Io status. Breakthrough resulted in even greater strength and recklessness. They continued to besiege myriad Aeon's Tao sect headquarters without lingering. Within the sect, following the celestial deity's death, silence reigned. They couldn't believe another celestial deity was lost. It's Yulu celestial deity. Did they go to the Tranquil Sea? Was the Gaston Temple moving so fast? Probably not. They weren't that fast. Instead, hidden forces must have infiltrated. Ganon proceeded to the sect headquarters, evading detection using his skills. Only the few divine Iofs sensed some irregularities, feeling uneasy near the sect, suspecting surveillance. Chapter 217. Reconnaissance. As dusk fell, Ganon concealed his presence and infiltrated the Eternal Tao sect. Everywhere, there were divine figures moving about, all part of the preparations for their invasion of the 9 provinces. One couldn't help but wonder just how much more strength lay in reserve behind them. In this sect, which boasted of a sage's protection, deities didn't seem too precious. If they were not so expendable, they wouldn't have been sent here to die. These actions had no connection with Isaias. He simply dared to make them pay the ultimate price if they dared come. Michael would erode their strength bit by bit, augmenting his own. Ultimately, he didn't believe that the Eternal Tao sect could continue sending waves of forces without end. Patriarch Hall, the highest deliberation place of the Eternal Tao sect. There are still no clues, but I can assure you that our opponent is not from the Gaston Temple. The Gaston Temple is still recovering. They do not have the time to target us. Then it must be a new force, neither from Central Territory nor the Gaston Temple. So where did they come from, and how powerful are they? What if they were After thoroughly investigating, he didn't linger but first informed the others about the situation here before deciding on further actions. Alone, he couldn't take down the colossal Eternal Tao sect. Facing such a strong opponent, guerrilla tactics would be his primary strategy, weakening them gradually. Xylon Reaver, these people were still targeting the northern region. Only 2 lower gods were defending there, insufficient to withstand them. Michael needed to crush their plans at the outset. Upon returning outside, Isaias and the others had been waiting for some time. Your Highness, I've investigated thoroughly. The Eternal Tao sect is more formidable than we knew. They have 10 divine Iofs, 50 celestial gods, and over 1,000 other gods combined. Ganon paused briefly, but most of their gods remain hidden within a mountain peak, seemingly not fully awakened. Despite their divine power, they cannot act. We should destroy that place first. There are also 2 places I can't fully understand. One is a teleportation array, likely connecting their realm. The prohibitions are too strong. Even divine Iofs find it hard to break through. The other is beneath the slumbering gods. It seems to contain something terrifying. When I approached, I felt a subtle suppression, and the aura is extremely repulsive. Michael narrated everything he discovered to the group. Such strength find my destruction lance after breaking through to celestial god. Isaias shook his head. Before, he lacked strength, thus hiding behind others. Now sufficiently powerful, he no longer wished to remain sheltered. All right, then your Highness must stay within our sight, Ganon said. Isaias' safety came first. Rest assured, I value my life more than anyone, Isaias replied. Michael wasn't done living to fall here. Alf, you stand in front of Brendan during combat, Ganon instructed. If Isaias insisted on going, they would protect him to the death. On it, Alf responded. Not so severe. Let's go. Don't delay, Isaias urged. When had he become so vulnerable, needing protection? Ganon covered everyone with causal power, concealing their presences. Silently, they infiltrated the Eternal Tao sect, unalarmed, possibly never expecting Isaias and his companions to arrive so quickly. They probably believed it was merely a reconnaissance mission, unknowingly facing imminent danger as they slept soundly. Chapter 218. Let the sleeping ones sleep forever. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse, a perfect time for deep dreams. Someone had infiltrated their home, yet they remained unaware. In this place of eternal slumber, many ancient sages of the Eternal Tao sect lay. At the last moment before being driven away, the sages had sealed the living forces here, slowing down their life's passage, waiting for the day when they could be awake. Michael wondered when this promise would come true. Michael wasn't lacking in talent, but in their world, the number of sages had reached its limit. No more sages could be accommodated unless the existing ones died, leaving only the chaotic Tao realm, where more opportunities awaited. During the peak era of their world, there were 10 sages, but after 5 were slain, no new sages were born, not even half sages, which remained an unreachable dream. To become a sage, he needed to achieve greatness here. This time, there could be no disappointment. As night dragged on, a persistent sense of danger gnawed at him. To clear his mind, he decided to take a walk. Hovering above the sect, he observed the peaceful scene below, sensing nothing amiss yet everywhere seemed off. Michael kept vigilant, ready to respond at the first sign of trouble. Careful measures ensured success, especially with enemies lurking unseen. They couldn't afford another failure. The consequences were unacceptable. Unbeknownst to him, several intruders had already entered the sanctuary where their sect's powerful sleepers lay dormant. Row upon row of crystal coffins lay neatly arranged, the deities inside appearing vivid as if in a deep slumber. Their vital signs and divine power were intact, but unfortunately, they could not move. Deep inside, a downward passage was sealed by an overwhelmingly powerful force beyond the reach of divine Iofs. Breaking through would take considerable effort. These are the fruits of your own actions. Blame yourselves, not us. Your Highness, this is the ice sealing method, which locks a person's aura, slowing down their vital signs. By opening these coffins and allowing air to enter, we can kill them. But be cautious, they might awaken immediately, Ganon explained. Unexpected interruptions were the biggest fear. Even if they woke naturally, they needed time to adjust. Otherwise, air entering their systems would cause their breaths to falter, leading to suffocation. A small chance remained that they might regain power, becoming formidable deities and alerting the sect's elites. There's no time to lose. Let's get to work. If they love sleeping so much, let them sleep forever and never wake again, Isaiah said. Eliminating threats without effort was ideal, saving strength for dealing with external foes. Xylons of the deities mentioned by Ganon were confined here. 5 divine Iofs, 34 celestial deities, and over 800 lesser deities. Seizing their divine power today could create a half-sage. The eternal Tao sect would then mean nothing. They could be erased from existence. Thinking about this alone was satisfying. Defeating enemies to strengthen oneself was already rewarding enough. One must learn contentment. Immediately, these 6 began opening the sleeping chamber and rushed over. The aura of a divine Iof, who has awakened. Beverly? Or Adrian? As he thought, reaching the sleeping chamber, he saw the carnage inside, his eyes turning red with rage. You dared to kill our sect's elites. I'll destroy you. We're exposed. Let's go. Without hesitation, they swiftly killed the divine Iof and fled the scene. Other divine Iofs rushed in, making escape imperative. Chapter 219, Loss of Control. I remember you. No matter where you run, I will find you. You won't escape. Hawkins said furiously. Michael recognized a few of them. Precisely because of this, he felt a tinge of fear. If he remembered correctly, the last time they met, these people were only newly ascended as deities, and that young-looking Jeremiah was merely a human sovereign. After more than a decade, they had terrifyingly reached the Michaelavenly deity realm. They seemed to be catching up to his own level. Could it be that with some more time, they would reach the same height as him? It wasn't impossible, seeing how the other 3 had already attained the divine Iof realm. Honestly speaking, he didn't dare press too hard. After all, the other side consisted of 3 divine Iofs, while he was alone now. The others were still on their way. They feared being surrounded, not just facing him. Pursuing them from a distance, he aimed to buy enough time until the others caught up, ensuring these little scoundrels wouldn't escape alive. Otherwise, how could he honor the fallen warriors? To safeguard the future of 10,000 ancient Tao sect, how many powerhouses do they have? Hawkins, where are you? One after another, messages flew toward him. Not having time to think, he fabricated a streak of radiant light at his position, leaving a mark for the other divine Iofs to trace. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming wave of murderous intent, almost tangible. Rushing towards him, Ganon and the others quickly surrounded him during his momentary distraction, attacking with deadly force. 3 divine Iofs confronting him directly and still managing to send a distress signal. They couldn't let this opportunity pass without teaching him a lesson. A sudden surge of danger forced him to stop. In front of him, the sea surface split apart under powerful force, creating a deep trench spanning thousands of meters, likely harming countless innocent creatures. Watching this, Hawkins remained speechless, only watching as those 5 people disappeared into the distance. If he had reacted any slower, those 3 attacks landing on him would have inflicted severe injuries or even death. It wasn't until the arrival of other divine Iofs that he realized what happened. The sea hadn't recovered from the impact, the aftereffects lingering. Hawkins, where are they? Zack asked. Let's return. I'll explain everything to you in detail, Hawkins replied. Still finding it hard to believe, they had under himself in this predicament. The inhabitants of the 9 continents largely opposed the 10,000 ancient Tao sect, no matter how much benevolence they offered. Outsiders were always outsiders. Of course, traitors were exceptions. Their traces, we cannot find. We need to pull back or wait for the semi-saints. Otherwise, anyone we send out will die, Bob suggested. Indeed, these 5 were formidable and hidden. Without doubt, they hid near the 10,000 ancient Tao sect, ready to strike if anyone ventured out, ensuring no one, not even a fly, could escape. Triggering a divine Iof's attention would alert the Gaston Temple, making the situation even more complex. Unknowingly, they had lost control over the Starry Sea, besieged right outside their doorstep. 5 sect Finians appeared together, yet the opponents didn't budge, rendering them powerless. Contact the main sect and bring over a semi-saint. Awaken the remaining powerhouses in the slumbering grounds. We can't lose any more, another sect Finian said. Now, only Michaelavenly deities and divine Iofs remained in the slumbering grounds, all others destroyed. Never before had they felt so frustrated. Over the past few years, they roamed the seas freely, none dared defy them. In addition, reinforce the formation. Rotate our divine Iofs to guard constantly, allowing— What do you mean settled? Jean was completely lost. It happened like this? Ganon patiently explained everything to him. Only then did he understand why such a good opportunity had passed without Isaias directly killing Fuller. 3 against 1, while not an instant kill, wouldn't take much time. Even if pursued by the other side, they still stood a chance with 4 against 3. Let's not talk about this anymore. Once our strength grows, a deity won't amount to much, Isaias said. Now that he had reached the Michaelavenly deity realm, he could summon subordinates next time. Who knew if he could get a deity-level subordinate? Summoning a semi-saint wasn't impossible, but the pinnacle power of the 9 continents was not so easily summoned. With the Eternal Tao sect sealed off, clearly we can't deal with them. Staying here would be pointless. So where should we go? Ganon asked. Everyone looked to Isaias for the decision. Whether returning to Great Guy or heading to Central Plains, as his subordinates, they would give everything to help Isaias reach the peak. Let's go to the Gaston Temple, Isaias said after some thought. With nothing pressing at the moment, exploring the Gaston Temple to assess the situation and settle accounts with Graham made sense. At that moment, Graham inside the Gaston Temple shivered inexplicably, feeling quite uneasy. Eternal Tao sect. Is this considered repayment? Back in his residence, Fuller meet with everyone at the Gaston Temple. Isaias's voice echoed outside the temple. Powerful auras immediately suppressed the area. In an instant, millions of living beings on the island dared not move. Are you the ones who repelled the Eternal Dao sect? Truly unexpected. Great Guy possesses such formidable warriors. A voice came before its owner, signaling their approach. Graham and company obviously wouldn't ignore guests standing right at their doorstep. They were deities. Ignoring them was not an option. They might level the place if ignored, and they somewhat rejoiced in having stayed away from the Guy Imperial dynasty, which would have left them in a tough spot otherwise. Who would have thought such powerful figures would emerge from that forsaken place? Not just 1 or 2 but 4 or 5. Were these all their combatants? What if there were more hidden ones? Truly intimidating. However, when they saw the visitors clearly, Graham trembled violently. It's you, he pointed shakily at Isaias, looking as if he had seen a ghost. It's been such a short time. Surely you remember the man who dared bring people to seal a god king and tossed you into the lost land. Jin Shanjun, do you know each other? No wonder you helped us against the Eternal Dao sect. This must be a friend of yours. Invite them in quickly. Old acquaintances, young brother Isaias, please come inside. Other deities thought Graham encountered old friends, causing him to shake with excitement. Yes, it's a Chapter 221. News of a semi-saint. Montgomery's heart was filled with frustration. It felt like this was all aimed at him. Xylonra importantly, he was puzzled by the relationship between this youth and the God King. Since he came from Guy, it seemed the God King had instructed them to treat Guy favorably. Yet, based on the current situation, Guy seemed to be surpassing them rapidly. How could they need his help? If anything, Guy should be helping him instead. Before Jedediah and his group arrived, they barely managed to hold their ground against Myriadian's Dao sect. Now, these newcomers had not only crushed Myriadian's Dao sect but even attacked their headquarters. The gap was evident. While they had taken advantage of the element of surprise to slaughter many foes, their raw power could not be denied. So, should he allow this fight to happen or stop it? Considering the rapid growth of Jedediah, Montgomery knew that rejecting him today might lead to facing dozens of godlords next time. This youth was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. I agree, Montgomery gritted his teeth and said. No matter what, he needed to get through this encounter. Letting Jedediah do as he pleased might cause untold disasters. It would be better to take a hit now and move on. Whatever the case, he mustn't attack Jedediah himself. Now that you've agreed, stand straight and still. I'm about to begin, Jedediah said with an eager expression. Slapping a godlord in the name of a celestial deity, Montgomery asked, trying to hide his resentment. Michael feared losing control and attacking Jedediah. Especially under everyone's scrutinizing gazes, the humiliation weighed heavily on him. Imagine recounting his glorious deeds only for someone to interject with the fact that he had been slapped by a celestial deity. It would ruin the moment. Not yet. We are here to deal with Myriadian's Dao sect. They've retreated to Flowing Cloud Island, making them unreachable. But if we join forces, we can drive them out. Then, the Starry Sea and the outer 8 provinces will belong to your Gaston Temple. Interested? Jedediah proposed. Michael wanted to use the Gaston Temple strength to eliminate Myriadian's Dao sect. That hidden place contained too many powerful beings, including a portal that connected to their world and could transport powerful individuals. Eliminating Myriadian's Dao sect would be ideal. You overestimate yourself. If it were that easy, it would have been done already. Cornering them could release their semi-saints, turning the Starry Sea into a wasteland. Unless you have a semi-saint's power, it's not that simple, Fremont warned. Why would they leave their legacy here without any backup plans? Myriadian's Dao sect has survived for 5 million years because they possess formidable forces. Jedediah was momentarily speechless. Hidden semi-saints? He'd putting pressure on him. Thank you for the information. For now, Myriadian's Dao sect is your concern. I doubt they'll leave easily. We have other matters to attend to, so we'll leave now, Jedediah said. Feeling Montgomery's stare, he knew many eyes hoped he'd depart quickly. Since that was the case, he wouldn't linger. As long as the Gaston Temple exists, Myriadian's Dao sect won't dominate the 9 provinces, Fremont declared. Jedediah and his companions left, heading toward the Tranquil Sea. The Starry Sea no longer offered substantial improvements to his strength. A visit to Central Province might prove fruitful, being the holy land for cultivators. Hashtag Chapter 222. Signing in at the Tranquil Sea. Now, the 10,000 ancient Dao sect had retreated to Flowing Cloud Island, where 5 divine Iofs resided. They couldn't launch a direct assault, as they would be on enemy territory and might not escape. The enemy wasn't afraid of an open confrontation but rather feared stealthy ambushes, which were harder to defend against. After some time, the enemy would eventually emerge. To prevent any unforeseen events, Isaias sent Jean back to the Great Guy Empire. Who knew what they might uncover? It was better to play it safe. On the journey to Central Prefecture, only 4 people remained. Taking Alpha along was intended to help him break through to the divine Iof realm. If the Great Guy Empire surface, just like mortals, without sinking. No one could fly here. This alone made the Tranquil Sea the undisputed #1 forbidden zone. Scanning the area with his divine senses, he noticed some colossal and powerful creatures beneath the surface, yet none seemed interested in them. Progress was slow. Crossing this sea would take roughly 10 days under favorable conditions. The first night arrived, and the Tranquil Sea was undeniably beautiful, with the stars reflecting off the water, creating an enchanting scene. Congratulations, host. You have discovered the place where a sage fell. Sign-in successful. Received 10 strands of water law and 1 strand of earth law. A place where a sage fell, directly granting laws? Isaias was stunned. Michael hadn't expected this to be the site of a fallen sage. No wonder deities were banned from flying here. A mere deity trying to fly over a sage would be courting death. Even after a sage's demise, their presence continued to affect this space. The sea beasts beneath were unaffected because they existed below the sage's influence. Furthermore, the sage permitted martial artists to traverse the surface, already a significant concession. Isaias didn't dwell on these details. Michael rapidly absorbed the laws from signing in. Within him, the law seeds grew stronger, awakening 2 new laws, enhancing his core dom. Amidst the vast ocean, land appeared. The laws for faster law comprehension and items to increase law mastery. Michael pinged them advance further. Michael didn't know when he would reach the half-sage level, but could only proceed gradually. 6 months later, his water law and wind law reached perfection, drastically boosting his combat power, making him nearly invincible below the divine Iof level. However, he hadn't found the opportunity to fuse laws yet, continuing on this path. Xylon Reaver, he comprehended 18 laws in total, gaining more each day through signing in, seemingly proportional to his strength, initially receiving only 10 strands of water law, but when his water law reached perfection, he gained over 1,000 strands. The stronger he became, the more he gained from signing in. Integrate. After months of seclusion, Alf finally broke through, merging Sword Law and Azure Lotus Law together. The energy waves disrupted the tranquil sea, attracting sea beasts. Sensing the cultivators on board, the beasts hesitated and left, except for a few stubborn ones that observed Isaias and his group for days, admiring their rapid growth. Now another person showed signs of breakthrough. Fusing laws, even initially, made one a top-tier divine Iof. The 2 laws intertwined, finally reaching equilibrium. At this moment, Alf's aura surged, forcefully divine Iof, but surpassing one. They found him more inscrutable than ever. Yun Island. After a year, they began to notice Isaias and others' auras less frequently, and they started to become active again. At first, they ventured out cautiously, but over time, their courage grew. After 10 days of probing, they realized something. Their opponents were not staying on Yun Island. Perhaps they had left long ago. They had merely been scaring themselves, too afraid to venture out. Immediately investigate the Great Guy. The first command after emerging from seclusion was to search for clues in the Great Guy, as various signs indicated serious issues there. Previously dispatched people had all died, and it was just a minor empire. It was impossible for it to possess such power. The Gaston Temple was still dormant, accumulating strength, and there couldn't be any extra forces deployed in the northern domain. It could only mean that the place held other secrets unknown to them, so they must uncover the information clearly. This time, the leader of the mission was Zhongzhu Hansen. If celestial deities weren't effective, perhaps divine Iofs would suffice. If they tried to escape, there would be nothing anyone could do about it. Perhaps they could indeed find the hidden opponent. Be extremely cautious. If things can't be resolved, immediately retreat. The others instructed Hansen. Over the past year, they had not awakened the 6th divine Iof, which meant every person they sent. This was a snapshot of one city, where 2 human Nashes within the same city were no longer unusual. In the past, human Nashes were rare, but now they were considered quite decent. If one wanted real experts, they would be looking at the 10,000 years realm. That was the closest existence to the imperial realm, of which very few existed in the entire imperial court, most residing within the capital. Imperial capital. Arying Zhaoming congratulates her sister on transcending the heart calamity. Initially, the Tianyue Empire had sent her here. Except for her, the entire Arying family had perished. She didn't waste the power of the 9-turner reef and death cycle. After perfecting it, her talent soared, almost breaking through to the imperial realm. Sister, you're not as strong as me. You've already taken a step closer to the imperial realm, Elspeth said. Back then, she was the sole survivor, now becoming an outstanding talent in the imperial court. I still have much to improve. Speaking of which, Dan Taijin from the Dantai family is preparing to prove her imperial status. She's incredibly strong, being a top talent since the front court era. We can hardly match her. Emph. No matter how strong, none are as strong as his Espingesty. Honestly, besides the geniuses of the Guy family, everyone else is quite comparable. Over the years, the Great Guy had changed significantly. Some descendants of the Guy family had offspring, and even at just 10 years old, they were showing remarkable prowess, gaining significant strength at a young age. Among them, Jensen's son stood out the most, becoming a duke at just 10 years old. While his status played a role, without natural talent, he wouldn't have achieved such accomplishments. The Great Guy has risen and no longer needs our protection, Roxy remarked from the void. She was now a deity, the last realm in the human world. Beside her were Eddie and others, each having attained the rank of deity. The Empress Dowager had left a year ago, and they had guarded this place for a year, witnessing the increase in the prosperity and flourishing of the Great Guy. Let's leave. We come here every day. They have their own way of life, and we shouldn't interfere too much, Eddie said. The other two didn't say much but agreed silently. There wasn't much to worry about anymore. The vast lands of the northern domain were now part of the Great Guy. With increasing strength and population growth, it was only a matter of time before they spread across the entire domain. Under the cover of night, several ghostly figures quietly entered the Great Guy capital. There are 4 young deities here. This place is indeed not simple. The aura here is so strong, surpassing even our myriad Dao sect. Truly strange. Perhaps those people came from here. They concealed their presence immediately upon arrival, blending into the capital city. Unbeknownst to them, their every move was being observed by an eye. Still daring to come to the Great Guy, unable to let go gather some information. How did he end up putting himself in danger? Michael was a divine Iof after all. Could someone really humiliate him this much? Unfortunately, Jean didn't give him any opportunity for mercy, but instead struck again immediately. The other several celestial deities were already turned to ashes under Jean's assault. The gap between one divine Iof and another was immense, an insurmountable chasm. No matter how much he struggled, it would be futile. In the end, he was killed with a single strike by Jean's sword, falling unknown to anyone during the night. As a divine Iof, he should not have come alone. If even one more person had been with him, Jean wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. Longning City remained as bustling as ever, with no one aware of what had just transpired, nor that a divine Iof had perished here. #### Serene Ocean Region. The 1-year period has concluded. Summons will now refresh. Finally, Isaias opened his eyes, waking from his meditative state. His subordinates had all grown to reach the level of celestial deity and divine Iof. It was time to expand his forces further. Michael wondered if, with his current strength, he could summon another divine Iof. Summon. The calm sea surface twisted as space distorted. Alf and the others glanced briefly but lost interest quickly since the newcomer's aura wasn't particularly mood improved. Everyone's strength was relatively close, and they could grow together. Rise, Isaias said. Thank you, your highness. With this celestial deity joining, their power grew a little more. They continued advancing on the boundless ocean, unsure what awaited them ahead. Since everyone else was a divine Iof, resources naturally tilted towards a spinster tribulation relief. This couldn't be helped to ensure he didn't lag behind when everyone else advanced. Meanwhile, over the past year, Isaias's mastery of laws had reached 81, with most perfected. This vast foundation significantly boosted his combat power. Even Alf admitted defeat against him. The issue of law fusion still troubled him, preventing him from breaking through to divine Iof status. With the Spinster Tribulation Reliefs edition, their team became livelier. During leisure moments, they would catch sea beasts for a feast. Unnoticed, another half-year passed. Congratulations, host. Companion of Spinster Tribulation Relief has broken through to the divine Iof realm, rewarding host with a complete law of speed. Another voice rang out. Isaias paused, his lips twitching, unsure how to respond. Did he need another law? Not really. This was already his 188th perfected law, giving him formidable combat power, yet it didn't allow him to break through to the next realm. Even a Spinster Tribulation Relief, once a celestial deity, had surpassed him to become helped. Xylon or people meant more strength. If something went wrong, they could always blame it on Frisco, not themselves. Enough small talk. Who's our enemy? Asked Envoy Frisco. This was the main goal. Without threats from the Central Holy Land, whom did they fear? They would show him how they dealt with those people. To him, the 9 provinces were nothing but wastelands where none at his level could stand against him. About this, we haven't found out who it is. It seems related to the great guy, Fuller awkwardly replied. Could he admit they stayed in hiding out of fear? No way. That would invite a barrage of curses he couldn't endure, thanks to Frisco's bad temper. Seems? Useless fools. Frisco raged. After such a long time, there was no progress. How could they not infuriate him? Chapter 225. They all felt confident. They endured Rick's rant for quite some time, always greeting him with a smile. Why worry so much? They'd deal with the situation when the time came. It seemed that Rick was just the scapegoat anyway. If he failed, it would be interesting to see how he would report back. Did he really think the problem could be easily resolved? Perhaps soon, he would realize that the enemy's tenacity far exceeded his expectations. Immediately send someone to the team's advancement. Forget it. I'm now at the divine Iof level of combat strength. Let's go back and resolve the issue with the 10,000 Ian's Dao sect. As long as we don't wake that half-sage, everything should be fine, Isaias thought. Xylon Reaver, being away for such a long time. Who knew if the 10,000 Ian's Dao sect had made other moves? Keeping them around was like having a thorn in one's throat, extremely uncomfortable. With this in mind, he instructed Ganon to change direction and leave the tranquil sea. Although it looked like they had lingered here for a while, they hadn't strayed far from Nanning Island. It would only take a few days to return to the Star Sea. This time, he was accompanied by 4 divine Iofs and himself, a Michaelavenly deity with divine Iof level combat strength. With such a formidable lineup, wouldn't it be impossible to lose to a single 10,000 Ian's Dao sect? Even more, he felt invincible below the half-sage realm. No one could defeat him. The numerous laws he possessed gave him tremendous confidence. Over the past few days, he had fought many battles and emerged victorious each time. Michael was undoubtedly the strongest among them, possessing a full 188 perfected laws, all achieved through sign-ins, without needing to comprehend them. This increase in strength, combined with the law seeds balancing his power, meant he had no fear of imbalance, using his were spies from the 10,000 Ian's Dao sect gathering intelligence. They were also stunned by the Imperial Court's rapid growth. To say that the great guy lacked powerful backers behind the scenes was unimaginable. Initially, they speculated that perhaps a powerful hidden force in the northern region supported it. Now, it seemed clear that the great guy itself harbored unknown secrets. Honestly, they all wished to join the great guy to enhance their own strength. However, as members of the 10,000 Ian's Dao sect, they would have to return once their sect's elite arrived. Such a significant achievement might earn them a greater opportunity. As one person mentioned, given their low levels, managing to gather information without detection was fortunate. Soon, this news reached the others. The great guy has deities, but they haven't appeared in a long time, probably gone. This is our chance. Prepare immediately and crush the great guy. Find those people, Rick ordered. That was the intel they got. They weren't concerned with details, assuming that they were far superior. Michael was incredibly confident, hailing from a prestigious lineage capable of instantly killing even someone of Hansen's caliber. His immense strength bred confidence, allowing him to face any enemy. Since this involved the great guy, he would kill its royal family, forcing the others to emerge. Led by Rick, they headed towards the great guy in a grand formation, with Imperial Realm cultivators as soldiers and deities as generals, a rare and imposing lineup. Just as they left, Isaias and his team arrived. No one on Flowing Cloud Island? A scan with Divine Sense revealed no strong presence besides residual energy flows. Ganon, trace the causality. Isaias said. Something felt off. Where else could the 10,000 Ian's Dao sect go? Ganon immediately activated the causality path to trace the others' movements. It was relatively simple, quickly revealing the recent activity in the area. Your Highness, they went to the great guy. Just minutes ago, Ganon reported urgently. They intended to attack the great guy. Fortunately, they returned in time. Otherwise, Jean alone couldn't withstand so many strong opponents, especially one who exerted pressure even on Isaias, a deeply advanced divine Iof. Let's go back to the great guy, Isaias said, his expression grim. They immediately set off toward the great guy, leaving the resolution of Flowing Cloud Island for later. Chapter 226. The army approaches the city. That afternoon, the previously peaceful capital of the Great Qin Empire was now shrouded in gloom. The citizens looked up at the sky with despair, where hundreds of terrifying figures hovered. Their mere presence exuded an oppressive aura that instilled hopelessness. Not a single one of them was below the Nash realm. Even Great Qin's Imperial Realm warriors would be like ripples against the storm. They were an overwhelming force that circumstances. Indeed, Great Qin remains the greatest variable here. Where are the others? Give them a chance to join us. Let's not say I'm bullying the few. Rick, the envoy, spoke confidently, convinced of his superiority over Jean. Just a woman, no matter how strong she might be as a divine Ioth, she couldn't compare to him, a first-tier divine Ioth among the semi-saints. We are your protectors. Leave now while you can. You're no match for them. Don't worry about us. Great Qin cannot lose you. Fearing their gods would be overwhelmed, the people cried out desperately. Though they thought the deities had abandoned them, now they were protecting them again. Gratitude filled their hearts, but despair lingered, knowing there was no winning against such overwhelming power. As long as the gods survived, Great Qin could rise again. They were the pillar of hope, indispensable to its resurgence. Is Xuanhuan also a god? Cal and his wife, seeing the familiar face, shed bitter tears. Yet they hoped she would leave, feeling content that they had reached this point. This day marked the catastrophic end of Great Qin. With the divine army bearing down and no match found within, they would soon vanish into history's oblivion. Gods, please leave. You're no match for them. Please go. The cries rose and fell, but in Rick's eyes, it was all a joke. They had come, and why would they let these frail mortals put you at a disadvantage? How can you fight me like this? Rick mocked, unconcerned about mortal lives. To him, Jean's efforts were futile. Staying put made no sense. To fight is inevitable. Words are unnecessary, Jean responded coldly. Michael's expression remained frosty, showing no mercy towards outsiders. Fuller, go ahead. Show them we're not bullies, Rick instructed. Fuller, his second strongest, capable of handling the task, stepped forward confidently. Rest assured, envoy. I will capture her. To those who spared me last time, today, I'll give you 3 moves. After that, it's fair play. Fuller declared, not boasting but adhering strictly to his word despite Jean's fierce attacks. You should pay attention then. The way of a reef, flora flourishing. Behind Jean, a towering tree sprang up, covering the sky, its branches reaching out to attack Fuller. Suddenly serious, Fuller braced himself, ready to counter. Their battle of supernatural powers ensued, evenly matched for the moment. Fuller honored his promise, letting Jean unleash 3 powerful attacks without retaliation. Near the closest imperial dynasty to the Great Qin court, Jedediah and others rushed toward the chaos. The terrifying life force permeated the air. Oh no, this is Jean's way of a reef. She's in danger, Ganon exclaimed anxious. Capital city. The third move came, and Fuller's expression changed drastically. Michael could feel the terrifying energy contained in Jean's strike. If he took it, he would die. These 4 words flashed rapidly in his mind. Waste of flesh, you've overestimated yourself. 10,000 swords returning to their source. Rick acted, helping Fuller defuse Jean's assault. Michael didn't know Jean anything, and had no hesitation in attacking. Michael had said he wouldn't outnumber and overwhelm, but now Fuller was still overestimating himself. If he didn't act now, a divine sovereign would die for nothing. You don't keep your word, 2 against 1. It was agreed that 3 moves would be allowed. Why are 2 people attacking together? Discontented voices arose from the citizens below, but apart from speaking out, they could do nothing. Allowing or not allowing it is up to them. Even if our Great Qin fights to death, we cannot bow down to the enemy. Whether or not the opponent gave them room wasn't their choice. Victory itself tilted towards the other side. What else could they do but express impotent anger? Humph, it seems you don't know what a deity is. Everyone attack together, level this place, said Rick. Michael couldn't wait any longer. The more actions taken, the more mistakes made. Focus on one thing only. In the face of absolute power, everything was futile. Hundreds of experts attacked, creating a spectacular scene. Multicolored sword energies, punches, and laws intertwined in the sky, sweeping across the Great Qin capital city. Facing such overwhelming attacks, Jean's divine domain fractured inch by inch. The shield protecting the Great Qin was disappearing bit by bit, casting an unprecedented shadow of death over the citizens within the city. Compared to deities, they were far weaker. Clang. Jean's divine domain dispersed, and she retreated, heavily injured by a single collision. Michael's divine domain was shattered into fragments, and it would take her a long time to recover. She felt some regret, and looked into the sky with a touch of helplessness. Even though the enemies attacked, she did not regret her actions. If she could do it again, she would still defend the Great Qin. Yet, she failed to protect this land in the end. It was a pity she couldn't meet others anymore. Everyone, step back. Jean lifted her arm, and the living creatures seemed to sense something. A vast amount of life force converged from all directions, merging into her body, forming a terrifying force. Seeing the condensed life energy in her hand, Rick felt an inexplicable unease. What was this? What did this crazy woman want to do? Where did she get such bizarre means? Stop her. Rick struck first, and others joined him in attacking Jean. Though it seemed like a long time had passed, it was just a moment from when Jean's divine domain broke until now. Jean, stop. We're back. Just as Jean was about to make a last stand, she heard the voice she had been waiting for. Unknown to her, several figures appeared beside her, propping up her divine domain and forcing the enemies back. That person looks familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere. Hey Wooch brother, you finally came. Any later, and we really wouldn't have held on. The Great Qin soldiers beneath had varying thoughts. Your Highness, Jean called out, retracting the path of life. She flew to Isaias' side, and Abby followed suit. Those who had lost hope regained it. In contrast, Rick and his companions revealed a grave expression. These newcomers included 4 divine sovereigns, each with considerable strength. Although the man in the center was only a celestial deity, why did every divine sovereign stand behind him? Do you call yourself Rick? Isaiah stepped forward, looking at Rick with disdain. Rick almost went berserk on the spot. What kind of gaze was that? Did he look down on him? But he dared not, sensing imminent death in just that glance, preventing him from resisting. The formidable Ellison army stopped advancing, feeling unprecedented pressure as if facing a half-saint, or perhaps something even stronger. Rick's throat tightened as he took a step back until he bumped into someone behind him. Did I Great Guy would remain uncorrupted forever? Who could breach its defenses? End of chapter 227. Hashtag chapter 228. Arrived too late. Frisco and the others were barely holding on, their gazes filled with terror as they looked at Isaias. Where had this world-class demon come from? A single person was suffocating them all, even more terrifying than the Egbert from before. Gods were not like those mere warrior ants. They stood at the pinnacle of the world. Yet before this man, they lacked any means to resist. Even they were struggling to take a step. If he really acted, it would probably take just one move to slaughter them all. And this man was merely a Michelavenly god. If he managed to integrate the laws, how much would his combat power increase? Under the chaotic Tao realm, would anyone still be able to match him? Internally wailing, coming here was clearly the wrong decision. Knowing how powerful he was, they should have never come to the Great Guy. They would have been better off going to the Central Plains for a chance, where they could get support from the holy sites instead of being wiped out. Now, bringing all the forces of the myriad ancient Tao sect, they had hoped to destroy the Great Guy but ended up putting themselves in such a terrifying situation. Why are you pressuring the Great Guy so hard? Don't you want me to come out? I'm here now, what do you think? Isaias said, his eyes filled with disdain. In just over 5 million years ago, there emerged Egbert, and today, the power on the 9 continents has not only not weakened but also produced a terrifying powerhouse like this. Could they possibly deal with such a force? To hell with the order from the main sect. Nothing mattered more than staying alive. No one spoke. They knew they couldn't return alive today. Facing the savage and terrifying Isaias, their future seemed bleak. Especially Qin Jiuyou, whose inner emotions were complex. Who would have thought that after just a decade, the other party had grown to the point where he had to look up to him? Activating his divine realm confined him within, leaving him struggling. I gave you a chance last time, and you didn't realize your position. What a waste of your righteous spirit. Isaias's gaze fell upon Qin Jiuyou, who was commendable compared to the others. Michael repaid kindness with kindness and avenged wrongs. His grudges were clear-cut. But opportunities only came once. Michael had spared Qin Jiuyou once, and now it was even. Since he dared to come back, he must have been prepared to be exterminated. The main sect shouldn't have invaded the 9 continents. Qin Jiuyou sighed deeply, giving up resistance and letting the law invade him, vanishing instantly from the world. Each law here possessed enough attack power to make divine Iofs tremble. Together, could they even handle a half-saint? It was unclear. His will had already collapsed, dispersing into the heavens. After sleeping for 10,000 ancient years, he had yet to dominate the world and reach the sage realm when he was slaughtered by another. It was truly tragic, but that was reality. Only immense strength allowed one to survive and gain more. As he died, the remaining 4 instantly turned grim. Originally, 5 people could share the pressure, but now, with the burden on 4 and under the scrutiny of a murderous madman, hopelessness filled their hearts. You can die as well? Isaias spoke and personally attacked, shattering their desperate will to survive. With just one strike, their combined defense crumbled into pieces. The 4 suffered heavy injuries and flew backward, being killed by the laws along the way. They had come fiercely, yet vanished silently. The scene felt like a dream. Only after Isaias disappeared into the sky did they react. Is he really your Majesty's elder Pablo? With such gods protecting us, our Great Guy will be safe for eternity. I think there's still hope. We shouldn't be so dejected. They were still reflecting on the scene, memories of Isaias flooding their minds. Unbeknownst to them, it had already been over a decade. Time was merciless, constantly chasing, yet always lagging behind. Just as everyone sighed, a powerful aura appeared again. Where is the old scoundrel of the myriad ancient Tao sect? The Egbert Temple has come to aid the Great Guy. Myriad ancient Tao sect, don't act recklessly. Your grandfather is here. Voices echoed across the sky, followed by numerous divine figures standing above. The arrivals were from the Egbert Temple, rushing over upon learning that the myriad ancient Tao sect had come to the Great Guy. This scene made them quite suspicious. They didn't see any gods, only 2 emperors. Had they come to the wrong place? However, they soon realized something was off. The people on the ground looked at them with strange expressions, not fear but curiosity. Having experienced divine pressure and witnessing Isaias killing the gods, they weren't afraid anymore. Gods were very strong, weren't they? But many had just died here. Why fear death? Had we come to the wrong place? Whispered the leading gods. Thank you for your concern. You haven't come to the wrong place. This is indeed the Great Guy. However, before you arrived, the enemies were already exterminated by our guardian god, causing you to make this trip in vain. Jensen stepped forward. Since Isaias hadn't appeared, it meant this group posed no threat to the Great Guy. Michael could rest assured and act without worrying. Solved? So many gods, how could that happen? Their faces were full of disbelief. Those were gods. Even in a one-on-one battle, it would take days to determine a winner. How could this happen so quickly? Their first reaction was that Jensen was lying to them. But then again, why would he need to? Could it be that someone had indeed killed hundreds of gods from the myriad ancient Tao sect before they arrived? Hashtag chapter 229. What is a semi-saint? All of this was utterly inconceivable, hard to believe. Even if they reacted slowly, the time it took for the eternal Tao sect to arrive here wouldn't exceed half an hour. Such a short time. Who could kill hundreds of deities, including 5 deity Iofs, among whom were 2 extremely powerful figures close to the rank of a semi-saint. Even the arrival of a sacred land's powerhouses couldn't achieve this, unless a semi-saint had acted. Armin. A voice rang out, causing Armin to shudder involuntarily. This voice was too familiar. He had just been severely beaten not long ago and sustained serious injuries. It was no joke. He had truly been pummeled. Ah, it's you. We mean no harm, Armin quickly said. Michael couldn't detect Isaias's presence, which indicated that his strength far surpassed his own. A year or so ago, he only regarded Isaias as a slightly stronger deity. Now, just because of this, he had to treat him with utmost caution. The rest of you return. Armin, come to me, Isaias said. Since he wasn't targeting the others, they didn't feel anything unusual, but Armin felt as though he were rooted to the spot, locked down by an inexplicable force from deep within the imperial capital. Seeing that Fuller and the others were dead, they decided not to linger in the Great Qin Empire any longer and left immediately. After they departed, Armin followed the guidance and met Isaias. Damn, how did he manage to kill so many deity Iofs? Armin inwardly grumbled, genuinely afraid. Isaias's transformation over this period was tremendous. Though still a celestial deity, there was now a feeling of unease when meeting his eyes, something lower-level beings felt before their superiors. Despite being a deity Iof, he felt like an insignificant ant before Isaias. Cough, why did you call me? Armin chuckled nervously, trying to ease his internal fear. I didn't have anything else, just wanted to ask you about what a semi-saint is, Isaias said. With most of the Eternal Tao Sect's forces annihilated, it was time to conclude matters concerning Flowing Cloud Island. Michael feared that alarming the semi-saint now would put him at a disadvantage. Though his people came from a powerful world, they too were baffled when asked about semi-saints, for such a realm didn't exist in their knowledge. You don't know? Armin exclaimed in surprise before muttering to himself, right? The term, semi-saint, emerged after the Great Battle. Ultimately, they are still at the deity Iof level. No wonder peak deity Iofs could easily kill newly ascended deity Iofs. One might be partially fused while the other near perfectly fused. Such disparity exists even between minor stages, let alone full stages. For those semi-saint deity Iofs, the gap must be immense. What is the current strongest semi-saint on the 9 realms like? Isaias asked. Given his current strength, shouldn't he be comparable to a semi-saint? His laws were substantial, possibly even more robust than average deity Iofs. Thus, he could potentially defeat deity Iofs easily. Before I went into slumber, the strongest was around 7th stage. If he's still alive, he'd be 56th stage or so. You're not thinking of confronting the semi-saint on Flowing Cloud Island, are you? Armin suddenly countered. There was no reason for Isaias to keep him here otherwise. His inquiries about semi-saints hinted at possible action against the island's semi-saint. Isaias nodded without evasion. Having killed Fuller and others, the system rewarded him with some perfected laws. Indeed, quite a few. Using these, he could gain control. And on the branches of law seeds, numerous laws awaited development. If he could kill that semi-saint, wouldn't he gain even more? Unable to merge laws presently, he could expand other laws until all were perfected. Michael couldn't fathom how powerful he'd be then. I advise you not to from where. Sages, terrifying beings who master the Sage Tao. Under the Sage Tao, even if you have countless laws, they still shatter at a single touch. If law is 1 and Sage Tao is 100, no matter how many ones you add, they will never surpass 100. This is fact. At best, you can make this 100 wobble slightly but not cause it to collapse. Now, having understood what a half-sage truly is, his goal became clearer. He needed to first elevate his cultivation to the level of divine Iof, no matter how difficult this step was. By the way, do you know which place on the 9 provinces Earth is easiest for comprehending laws? Isaias asked. In areas rich with laws, signing in to obtain these laws would be easier. Within a few years, his strength could rapidly increase. While he might not be able to defeat a half-sage who has gone through 81 transformations, it would at least bridge the gap between them. For now, the only plan was to bring forth more laws and then seek other opportunities. Of course, it's the 10 great sanctuaries. Each sanctuary has a mysterious region, such as the Greedy Wolf Spring in the 7 Stars Sanctuary or the Buddha Area Pagoda in the Crystal Sanctuary. All these places are filled with laws. Legends say that if all these mysterious regions were gathered together, they could attract the location of the Chaos Tao world, Auric explained. Planning to comprehend laws? Michael asked casually. I've had this idea, Isaias replied. If he didn't comprehend laws, what else could he do? Ever since that day when he signed in at Tranquil Sea and did not get any good things, he returned here and found the situation similar. The resources remained abundant, and there were laws, but those were mere strands of the ones he had obtained before. Giving these strands to others wouldn't significantly improve their strength. Having grown accustomed to obtaining complete laws in one go, receiving these now felt unsatisfying. So, he needed to find new places that could boost his strength. I recommend you go to the Divine Xia Sanctuary. Only this sanctuary can be relied upon, Auric said. Without elaborating further, it was clear that even if other sanctuaries betrayed, the Divine Xia Sanctuary wouldn't. Since the court cared so much about the Great Guy, it indicated that Isaias was likely on their side, helping against the Sword Sect world. Recommending him to the Divine Xia Sanctuary was surely the right move. You can tell them I recommended you. They should let you cultivate in the Ancestor Dragon Pool, where you can quickly grasp laws, he added. The Divine Xia Sanctuary's Ancestor Dragon Pool. Thank you, Isaias said. Michael suddenly felt that Auric wasn't so detestable after all. When it came to allies, Auric tried to help as much as possible, but when it came to enemies, he was ruthless. Initially, Auric had stopped Isaias from reviving the Gaston. Perhaps it felt like a dream. How one person standing there halted all gods. This moment made him believe Isaias possessed the combat power of a half-sage. Qin had merged 2 laws to 90%, and the envoy was even stronger yet still got instantly killed. Such strength couldn't be anything but a half-sage. It was strange, though, why he hadn't reached the divine Iof realm yet. Learning this, Auric hurriedly left. The threat from the Eternal Tao sect silently disappeared for now. Back home, he immediately went to Flowing Cloud Island, determined to prevent any accidents. If Sword Sect World's experts arrived, they might not be able to stop them. Despite losing 5 sages, sages still existed there. This was something unprecedented on the 9 provinces Earth. The seal was weakening, and the event drew nearer. If the cord hadn't awakened by then, they would only have themselves to rely on. Isaias gathered everyone together. Everything was running smoothly now, requiring no interference from him. Ganon, have you calculated it? Your Highness, I only managed to calculate part of it. Eddie comes from Zhongzhou and surname's Jiang. Beyond that, I couldn't continue. The Jiang family has a half-sage, Ganon replied. Strength was indeed his weakness. Despite being a Taoist spinster, without strength, it was all meaningless. Titles meant nothing if he lacked the power. Zhongzhou, surname Jiang, this is enough. In 3 days, Eddie will go to Zhongzhou with me. Janine and the others can stay here. This time, he only brought Eddie, not for any other reason but to give him an answer. After such a long time, it was time to fulfill his promise. Not only did Eddie want to know the truth, but Isaias did as well. That cold night, how did Eddie come to him? As for Janine and the others, with 5 divine Iofs here, helping them should be easy. Advancing to higher levels shouldn't be difficult. Your Highness. Eddie felt mixed emotions, somewhat afraid. Over the years, he had avoided thinking about this. Especially during heart calamities, he almost succumbed. Now, getting some news, he still resisted facing the truth. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. Why are you afraid? Isaias reassured him. Though not a half-sage, he was as formidable as one. Even if the opponent had a half-sage, would he allow his ally to be bullied? Chapter 231. Arrival at Central Province. 3 days later, Isaias and Eddie departed together. The responsibility to safeguard the Great Guy was handed over to them. However, it seemed that no special protection was necessary as the Eternal Tao sect would not be able to recover and strike back anytime soon. With the Egbert Hall guarding the teleportation array, one could say with almost absolute certainty that an attack would be detected before it could happen. By the time they paid attention to the Great Guy again, everyone would have already advanced to much higher realms. Or perhaps the enemy had no clue about the existence of the Great Guy and only assumed it had been destroyed by the Egbert Hall. That was also a possibility. On World Legacy Province's side, the remaining 3 teleportation arrays were thoroughly destroyed. Unless the various races there were willing to sail across the vast ocean to reach the northern shore, there would be no threat. Even if they had such determination, would they choose to remain in the northern domain? That was another question. This time, the Great Guy's rear was truly worry-free. Their departure was hurried, leaving no time to admire the flourishing capital of the Great Guy Empire. The next visit might be many years later. An inexplicable sense of anxiety crept in. In the imperial palace of the retired emperor, Kevin looked bewildered. Why did I drop to the celestial phase realm? Kevin said dejectedly. Last time, he inexplicably fell from the sovereign realm to the sealed king realm. Despite continuing his cultivation, his realm not only failed to advance but regressed further, directly dropping to the celestial phase realm. Michael was utterly confused. Jensen came to examine him, but found no clear reason. Kevin appeared even older than before. Perhaps when he dropped to the mortal realm, he would look like any ordinary person. While others grew stronger with cultivation, he took steps backward. Even if he stopped cultivating for a long time, he would still regress. Such pain was something few could understand. Your Spingesty, don't worry. Eldest brother should know the answer. We can ask him next time, Jensen said. What else could he say besides offering comfort? This time, they couldn't even say goodbye. When would the next meeting be? Could Kevin wait until then? No need. Being an ordinary person doesn't seem too bad, Kevin said. Michael now had no illusions. This was simply impossible. It was better to settle down as the retired emperor. Xylon Reaver, he harbored some resentment toward Isaias, who hadn't spoken to him in so many years. Even if he couldn't restore his power, he hoped for heartfelt conversations after such a long separation. But nowadays, the Great Guy faced increasingly terrifying dangers. Isaias must also feel the pressure, forced to push forward due to threats. With a heavy heart, Kevin dismissed Jensen and locked himself in, accepting his fate. It wasn't that Isaias was heartless. He always visited the Guy family, but he knew Kevin carried greater secrets. Rather than interfering, it was better to let things take their natural course until everything became clear. After half a day's journey, they arrived at Arianhai City. The ship was still there, and they headed straight for the tranquil sea. All along the way, Eddie appeared extremely uneasy, uncertain whether he hoped to see those people or feared encountering them. His memory started only from age 10, before which he wandered alone through cold winters. If not for Brendan appearing, he would have died. Meeting his family, could he forgive them? The journey afterwards saw him unable to focus on cultivation, nearly driven mad with anticipation. Eddie, Highness. Eddie snapped back to reality, looking at Isaias, unsure what to do. You could make him fight on the battlefield or do anything, but every heart has its vulnerable side, easily shattered. Relax. You still have me and everyone else behind you. Things may not be as bad as you think, Isaias said. Michael empathized with Eddie. Being abandoned didn't feel good. Luckily, in this world, Kevin treated him sincerely. Highness, but I'm really anxious, Eddie said. At that moment, he felt lost, unsure what to say. Hate? Definitely. Miss? Definitely. Because of these feelings, he was torn, unsure how to face what was coming. Don't you trust me? Isaias asked. Sigh, I trust Highness, Eddie replied. But the anxious expression couldn't be hidden. Isaias didn't press further. If he had been abandoned for so long, nearly dying in winter, houses and divines were rare. Yet in Tianfu City, encounters were commonplace. Fishing boats outside the city featured fishers at the Duke level. This was a true cultivation sanctuary, each city rivaling the combined strength of the outer 8 provinces. Perhaps the unique geographical environment here gathered numerous strong cultivators, proving the extraordinariness of this place. Central Province, we've arrived, Isaias said. Walking down the streets with Eddie, their attire stood out compared to the locals. Hick, clearly from the countryside. If he went to the holy city, he'd be shocked. From some poor village, yet claims to be an emperor. Not bad for his age. Isaias and Eddie walked amidst the bustling streets, feeling somewhat out of place. Chapter 232, Divine Xia Sacred Land. Derisive voices filled the air. No matter where one went, natives from higher-tier regions seemed to have an innate sense of superiority, looking down on people from other areas. It was no surprise. Places like Great Qin struggled to produce a human nash, while in Tianfu City, even fishermen were human nashes. By comparison, their strength paled significantly. However, it would be unwise to belittle martial artists from other regions too easily. One never knew what formidable power might stand before them. Isaias heard their comments, but paid them no mind. Could he really plug every mouth in the world? Knowing his own standing and limitations sufficed. Clarity in what was within and beyond reach was enough. These people would never imagine that the object of their mockery could be a deity. Although deities abounded in Central State, they might not recognize every deity when visiting new places. Nevertheless, these beings stood at the pinnacle of power. It was best not to offend them unless absolutely necessary. If angered, their retaliation would leave one dead without any hope for revenge. Outside martial artists, come take a look. Latest overview of Central State, only for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Area limited quantity, first come, first served. Freshly unearthed divine tokens, reasonable prices, no cheating young or old. The street bustled with vendors hawking their goods. The average vendor here was around the level of a human nash, a mere small-time trader in Tianfu City. Some may also choose this lifestyle after achieving peak cultivation for the experience. In short, this place offered quick insights into the Central State structure for outsiders from the 8 outer provinces. Frankly, paying 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for an overview was exorbitant. But many chose to buy it for quick information. This mass-printed, non-special book advertised its rarity, which was rather absurd. Still, who could blame it being their territory? Qin was far away. Surprisingly, one of the 3 ancient clans was the Jiang clan. Compared to sacred lands, ancient clans were more mysterious and rarely interacted with the world, making them hard to find. Jiang clan, Divine Xia Sacred Land, Isaias muttered, closing the book. Eddie's face remained expressionless beside him. Could I be from the ancient clan? If so, why did they abandon me? Michael wished his background were simpler, unrelated to the ancient clan, just a regular family. Don't think too much. Let's go to the Divine Xia Sacred Land first, Isaias said. Michael didn't want to visit the Jiang clan yet, still lacking sufficient strength. A trip to the Divine Xia Sacred Land presented opportunities to see the ancestral dragon pool, possibly gaining rules to enhance his power. Michael felt that upon blossoming all the rule seeds, he would enter the deity Iof realm. For now, he'd awakened only 200 rules, less than a tenth. Patience was key. Michael refused to believe exploring all 10 sacred lands wouldn't help him achieve perfection. They quickly left via the transmission array, leaving without looking back at the city. The Divine Xia Sacred Land was located in the center of Central State. Centered around the sacred land, it expanded outward into a massive city. The inner city housed avrils and elders, numbering at least tens of millions. Elders were usually above the deity level. If one reached the deity realm before age 100, they could become a saint's son, among the most powerful avrils, holding status equivalent to elders. Each sacred land always had exceptional individuals. After several rounds, spending substantial fees on transmission, Isaias and Eddie crossed half of Central State. Reaching the outskirts of Divine Xia Sacred Land, they could only access the outer city. Inner city entry was restricted to sacred land avrils, but other means existed. One way was passing exams to become an avril, not a general recruitment process anyone could test. Success granted entry. Another way was becoming an attendant to some powerful figure, potentially getting adopted as an avril by high-ranking members. Entry methods were diverse, though not strict. Having emperor-level potential sufficed. Failing to reach the emperor realm was akin to being worthless. Don't assume emperor-level potential is impressive. Competition among peers was intense. Not everyone reached the emperor realm, often perishing midway, ultimately insignificant unless they became deities. At the avril's examination site, Isaias and Eddie were met with skepticism. You're joking, right? The examiner scoffed. Why can't we? Isaias asked. You're already deities. You should take the elder exam, not the How could someone like you, a heaven-defying prodigy, come from the outer 8 provinces? The elder replied, his vigilance only growing heavier. That place was considered so remote that the emergence of a god would be a miracle. Elder, have you heard of Armin? Isaias said, realizing he needed to bring up Armin. Xuanhuan, how do you know this? The elder's pressure immediately intensified. Any slightest sign of resistance from Isaias would prompt an immediate attack. Even though he couldn't fully perceive this young man, mentioning Yueshan Iof, who was under their ancestor, was significant. It's him who sent me here, and my surname is Guy, Isaias reiterated to ensure the elder hadn't forgotten. You wait here, I cannot decide on this matter myself. Follow me, the elder instructed, still uncertain, but acknowledging the significance of what Isaias knew. Given that this was the headquarters with half-saints present, even if Isaias were incredibly powerful, it wouldn't change the situation. Isaias agreed and followed. Michael sensed a familiar aura here, which seemed beneficial to him. Seeing the towering holy mountain in the center, he felt a stirring deep within, as if something was beckoning him. Michael had made no mistake coming here, now only needing to find a way into the sacred grounds. Even after explaining everything, thorough checks and identity verification were still necessary. His finger squeezed out a drop of blood and presented it to Bogdan, who placed it on a crystal. Under everyone's anticipation, the blood integrated into the crystal. Welcome to the Shansha Sacred Grounds, Bogdan smiled, confirming Isaias wasn't an outsider. Trevor, accompanying Isaias, also naturally became an avril without further verification, given Isaias's testimony. Congratulations, Sacred Junior, Barnabas congratulated. Do you have other matters for being here? Bogdan asked, knowing Isaias must have a purpose. I want to go to the Ancestor Dragon Pool, Isaias replied. Each sacred ground had a location with the densest laws. For Shansha, it was the Ancestor Dragon Pool. With your status as Sacred Junior, you can enter the Ancestor Dragon Pool to train for 1 month annually, Bogdan responded. I want to visit daily without necessarily training inside, Isaias clarified, only needing to check in without staying long, wondering about the surprises such a rich source of Dao energy might bring. Not training? Bogdan queried curiously. I have my own methods, just entering daily is sufficient without lingering, Isaias assured. In that case, it's feasible. Remember though, if you do train, it cannot exceed 1 month. To avoid objections from other Sacred Juniors, Bogdan warned. Agreed, Isaias nodded. That day, Xuanhuan announced gaining 2 new Sacred Juniors, Sacred Junior Julius and Sacred Junior Trevor, ranking alongside others. Another 2 Sacred. His speed of cultivation and enlightenment was too slow. Staying here would be meaningless since he could gain just a few laws each day. In the long run, becoming a divine Iof seemed promising. You stay here and cultivate, Isaias said. Eddie's talent was still quite good. After all, he was someone born into royalty, having become a deity after only a few years. Among people of the same age, few could match him. As for Isaias, he was an exception, given that he was practically invincible and incomparable. After becoming a deity, they relied more on themselves. Isaias needed far too many resources. A week passing through in a hurry, he came and left. So perfunctory, and he's called a Holy Junior? Just coming in and out once counts as a day. The Holy Junior can only come here for a month each year. What a waste. Nearby cultivators, upon seeing Isaias's behavior, immediately showed disdain. Such an opponent posed no threat to them. Over time, the gap between them would only widen. Michael, do you think the prince is not powerful? Eddie murmured lightly. However, arguing with him made little sense. Perhaps the prince didn't want to explain much either. If he revealed his true strength, with his identity, where couldn't he go within the divine summer sacred land? After this, Isaias led a simple life, signing in daily and staying within his cave, going nowhere else. All are present except for the half-saint supreme elder. Good, then let's begin. I've called everyone here to discuss Longtian's child returning, Nicholas said, his voice trembling, seemingly affected by memories. The crowd buzzed below. Memphis, a legendary figure of the Jiang clan, was unforgettable to all, especially the events from over a decade ago, thought buried in memory. Hearing this news again, they couldn't remain seated. They had been fooling themselves, unable to forget the past, unwilling to confront it. That child returned? Wasn't he sent to the northern region? Impossible. That star of misfortune couldn't possibly return. The northern region has no resources. How could a dying man survive there, much less return? It's all his fault. If not for him, Changtian wouldn't have died, and our relationship with the Ming family wouldn't have deteriorated so much. How dare he come back after causing so much harm? Below, emotions surged, clearly indicating their dislike for the Jeremiah, whose presence had brought great calamity to the Jiang clan. Isn't our treatment of a child too harsh? Michael never wanted this. I think we should welcome him back. Michael's of our Jiang clan's bloodline. Shouldn't he belong among us? But he's a star of misfortune. How many of us died in that disaster? Several supreme elders fell into deep slumber. The dual forces within him are too terrifying. Bringing him back risks instability. We could observe him discreetly before deciding. Being able to cross the starry sea signifies he wasn't fated to die. Various opinions filled the council hall. Past events replayed vividly. But could it be blamed on him? At 10, the Jeremiah couldn't control such powerful forces. Surviving was already miraculous. Throwing a 10-year-old child into outer 8 prefectures for self-preservation was selfish indeed. Learning of Eddie's return was due to a mark left on him. Unless he came to Central State, it wouldn't trigger, alerting the Jiang clan upon arrival. They hoped Eddie would survive and control his powers, for that power threatened even half-saints, suggesting limitless potential. Yet, they had to send him away to prevent the Jiang clan's collapse. Arriving an ordinary life might be a blessing, avoiding so much suffering. Now he's returned. Some among them still harbored resentment, while others wavered, believing he might now control his own powers. Those who lost loved ones might still find it hard to forgive Eddie. Nicholas watched silently, feeling guilty about the child, his own nephew, enduring hardship abroad for years before returning to Central State. Perhaps he was also lost, unsure where to seek solace. This time, he sought his ears, who had suffered the most. Arriving as an outcast was never easy, yet even those at home had been tormented internally. That settled then. I'll go fetch him personally, Memphis said, eager to see what his nephew had become. I will come too, another elder god named Jean added, being closer to Memphis. Since everyone had set aside their prejudices, he should also go. Fine, Shanghai and I will go together. The rest stay behind and wait. We too will suffice, Nicholas said, shutting down any further debate. They wanted as few people involved as possible, since there was still uncertainty. It might not pose much danger to others, but for the Jiang clan, it could be catastrophic. Even just getting close could be perilous. That day, Nicholas and the other left with a few attendants. They only knew the person was nearby, having reached Central Zhou, but not the exact location. Following the mark, they would eventually find him. Perhaps driven by eagerness to see Eddie, they rushed tirelessly and swiftly arrived at Shinyaxia City by noon. Why would he be here? Nicholas wondered. After all, Shinyaxia's origins were sensitive, ancient secrets which others found mysterious, but they, survivors from that era, knew far more. Their relationship with Shinyaxia wasn't particularly good or bad, just occasional exchanges without significant ties. So when they learned Eddie was there, they were puzzled. Did he not inform Bogdan and left, letting the divine lords handle it? On the way to the ancestral dragon pool, Martin mused, who could it be? A member of the Jiang clan. Only Eddie had arrived recently. Elder, you called for me? Eddie appeared, ending his cultivation session. Just as he entered a deep state, he was summoned by Martin, suggesting something important. People from the Jiang clan are here looking for a Jiang Averil. Do you have the surname Jiang? Martin asked. Thinking about it, they only knew his name was Eddie. Strange, since normal people wouldn't choose such a name. Xylon Reaver. He had skipped the initial examination, a arriving with Isaias. Initially calm, Eddie's breathing quickened upon hearing the Jiang clan had come. Martin surmised he might be the one they were looking for. Aspenibe, I do have the surname Jiang, Eddie answered hesitantly, feeling uncertain about this identity. Michael'd only been in Central Zhou for a few days and hadn't planned to seek out the Jiang clan. Now, facing this situation so soon felt overwhelming, even terrifying. He wasn't ready for this. Then follow me, Martin said, noting Eddie seemed resistant toward the Jiang clan, perhaps due to some past events, though it wasn't his concern to delve into that. Eddie followed Martin to the guest hall where several divine lords conversed. In here, he wouldn't even know about the existence of the Jiang clan. Eddie, it's a fine name. However, child, you belong to the Jiang clan. The blood of our family flows through your veins. I know this may upset you, but it is an unchangeable fact. Nicholas spoke as he summoned a drop of his own heart blood and quickly drew it into Eddie's hand. When their blood mingled, it emitted a brilliant golden light, a unique bloodline mark of the Jiang clan. Once the golden light faded, a totem of the Jiang clan appeared on Eddie's hand. Congratulations, Clan Chief Jiang, on finding the Qilin child. The Divine Xia Sanctuary's spinster sincerely congratulated. What else could one say at this moment but offer congratulations? This Jeremiah had been wandering outside all these years. Michael had heard rumors that the Jiang clan experienced a massive upheaval over a decade ago, causing them to retreat into the Jiang world, rarely interacting with the outside. It seemed like the Jeremiah might be the one everyone talked about. All the elders present stood up to congratulate Nicholas as well. Only they knew what was truly on their minds. Child, come back with us to the Jiang clan. Embrace your true identity, your history, everything, Nicholas said. Eddie was not without a name, but ever since he was expelled, his name had been erased from the clan records, effectively stripping him of his identity. Only after recognizing his roots could he regain everything. They hoped this lost child could return home. No matter what, the potential risks needed clarification. Best send them away. The Divine Xia Sanctuary didn't rely on anyone else's averils to maintain its sanctity. Jiang clan members are here? Isaias paused. Bogdan arrived, explaining the situation to him briefly. You seem to know Eddie's identity. Yes, Nicholas has come for him, Bogdan said. Not being part of their group, holding on to him wasn't possible. So, I'll take a look then, Isaias replied. Since they had come looking for him, he couldn't ignore it. Attempting to simply take Eddie away wouldn't work, but having them arrive first saved him the trouble of searching later. Each of the three ancient clans had their small worlds, which outsiders couldn't easily locate unless they were strong enough to break through those barriers. However, doing so would enrage the entire Jiang clan, making it easier to enter than to leave. Upon reaching the guest hall, everyone stared eagerly. Prince, they've arrived, Eddie said, feeling more confident knowing he had support and wasn't alone anymore, even facing Nicholas. They naturally referred to the Jiang clan members. Isaias waved a hand, signaling Eddie to wait calmly. Everything would be handled by him. Nicholas and Stanley weren't feared, especially with the Divine Xia Sanctuary's spinster nearby. Michael could act freely, and no one could challenge him. You are Eddie's prince? Nicholas said, this is a debt owed by our Jiang clan. Secondly, I must also thank you for taking him in. Otherwise, he might have died. Lastly, do you know why our Jiang clan withdrew from the Jiang world? You wouldn't know that when his power erupted back then, it damaged a corner of the Jiang world, causing countless deaths within our clan, including my wife, my 2 children, his parents, and many other cousins. Did you know about this? If we could, we would not have wanted to send him away. Didn't it pain us? Of course it did. But keeping him in the Jiang world would only lead to its collapse, and all of the Jiang clan would die. I had no choice. Michael is my Pablo Memphis' son, and I couldn't bear to do it either, but 1/3 of the Jiang clan perished in just one outburst of his power. What else could I do? Tell me what else I should have done. Nicholas's eyes reddened as he spoke. Michael didn't want things to be this way, but at that moment, if they hadn't sent Eddie away, what could they have done? Kill Eddie? Isaias and Eddie remained silent, realizing that while they knew their own struggles, they hadn't considered that the Jiang clan was also in dire straits. They only saw the vague description under Eddie's introduction, never imagining that it would reach such an extent. The Jiang clan, one of the 3 ancient clans, could not withstand Eddie's eruption. No one could say who was right or wrong. Abandoning Eddie was understandable given the circumstances. Eddie could resent them for ignoring him, but could they truly face him again? That was the question. Eddie replied. Good. Then let me take you home, Nicholas said. Child, we genuinely hope that you will be well, Stanley added. His eyes moistened slightly. Perhaps Eddie mastering this power could console those who had died. Nashu, now that our clan member has been found, we thank the Divine Xia Holy Land once again for taking care of our clan member. The Jiang clan is willing to offer 3 dragon blood pawn slots for your averils. Nicholas stood up and declared. You honor us, Nashu responded. Nashu, the Saint Iof of the Divine Xia Holy Land, a peak divine lord nearly reaching the half-saint realm. Then we will take our leave. We will visit again once we settle our affairs, Nicholas said, eager to bring Eddie back. You are always welcome to Divine Xia, Nashu said. Before leaving, Eddie bowed to Isaias, knowing it was uncertain when he would return. Your Excellency, wait for me, Eddie said, for simple words conveyed much. After so many years together, no more needed to be said. Go ahead, Isaias replied. Michael never restricted them. Eddie had the right to pursue the truth, and this was an opportunity for him. There, he might receive more inheritance and quickly enhance himself. In the end, Eddie left. Are you Isaias? Nashu asked. Yes. You are remarkable, bearing a striking resemblance to the legendary figure. From now on, you can enter and exit the ancestral dragon pool freely. Time is short, and we can only rely on ourselves. The other holy lands cannot be counted on, Nashu said with a hint of bitterness. Has it come to this? I fear it might be worse. The 100 clans are returning, and the Gate of Ascension is coming, Nashu explained. Well, I will give it my all, Isaias replied. The 100 clans of the World Legacy Province included 3 imperial clans and 4 royal clans. Yet, he only briefly toured there without real engagement. Could there really be only 3 divine lords among them? With that level of strength, why were they driven out by humans? The vast territory of 9 provinces could certainly accommodate such powerful clans, but without experience, he couldn't speak definitively. Isaias left, now that even Eddie had found a place to belong. This trip to Central Continent demanded he improve himself. No matter what disasters awaited him, he must move forward and not retreat. Meanwhile, Nicholas led them to the outskirts of the Jiang world. Collecting his emotions, Eddie resolutely stepped into the Jiang world, a familiar yet indescribable feeling flooding his heart. Looking at the city before him, his feet seemed unable to move. Clan Finian, I wish to visit that place, Eddie said. All right. Nicholas didn't refuse and quickly flew towards the place with him. Ahead, the space was shattered, filled with terrifying spatial agreement. They chose today to announce his return, drawing many early risers eager to witness this moment. In the center of the council hall, Eddie knelt, awaiting the restoration of his identity. Under the watchful eyes of his clan members, Nicholas produced a token. Take this and go to the Dragon Blood Pool to reclaim your identity, Nicholas said solemnly, placing the token in Eddie's hands. Thank you, Clan Patriarch, Eddie replied, accepting the token with both hands held high. Though initially weightless, the token now felt heavy as a mountain, his hands trembling, heart pounding. After receiving it, Eddie stood up and bowed to everyone present. Very well, the Jiang clan has another son. Someone's voice sparked celebration among the crowd. Whether he was a prodigy or not wasn't crucial. After all, reaching the deity realm before the age of 100 was no small feat, akin to the esteemed avirals of sacred realms. Prodigies were not lacking, but more always meant better. No one would begrudge having more strong individuals in their family. Amidst the cheering, Eddie walked past them, heading straight for the Dragon Blood Pool. Only after undergoing its purification could he truly regain acceptance into the Jiang clan. Michael left at such a young age that he had never experienced the Dragon Blood Pool. Some emerged from the pool with soaring strength, breaking through multiple cultivation stages and transforming their talent. Others remained unchanged. At the entrance to the Dragon Blood Pool, Disciple Eddie, carrying the token, seeks entry for purification, Eddie stated. A massive white python, alive for countless years, guarded the place. Enter, the python said after sniffing around him. Walking alone, Eddie entered the Dragon Blood Pool. Inside, dragon roars resonated. This pool was formed from the blood of a fallen true dragon, found by the Jiang clan and cherished as a treasure, used to strengthen future generations. Over time, the Dragon Blood Pool had made the Jiang clan even more powerful. With barely a thought, Eddie stepped into the center of the pool. Suddenly, 2 dormant energies within him surged, piercing the heavens. That power! What terrifying aura! It sends chills down the spine. So this is the force within him? Witnessing the 2 opposing forces rising to the sky, all onlookers gasped in awe. It was an overwhelming force, causing resonance even from its residual power. Was it fear? Or excitement? Though it soared, it did not spread out, seemingly balanced by some unseen force. They intertwined. The truth dawned on him. He owed the Jiang clan too much, being a criminal who should never have returned. His breath quickened as he realized how wrong he had been about them. Their sacrifices were far greater. Had he stayed, the Jiang clan might have faced utter ruin. Finally, he saw his parents' faces, angelic and protective, whispering to him, urging him to live strong, without resentment or sorrow. What happened couldn't be changed, but looking forward, where wasn't there green mountains? Tears welled in his eyes, blurring his vision, yet the past was gone before he could call out. Memories faded into obscurity. When all memories dissipated, 3 words surfaced in his heart. Devlin. Michael has a name, nameless. This was his name, stripped from him upon exile, like someone born without kin. Now, welcomed back into the Jiang clan, he could reclaim this identity. Devlin? Do I deserve this name? He asked aloud. At that moment, he doubted himself, feeling unworthy of the name. Too much burden lay on Devlin. He feared he couldn't bear it, let alone repay the debt in his lifetime. Since the clan has accepted you, you are worthy of this name, the python spoke beside him. It knew of the past but had no involvement beyond guarding this place. I hope you can shoulder the responsibilities of this name, the python added. Every Jiang clan averil who recent years, her cultivation growth was astonishing. From 30 transformations to 60, just within 20 years, a speed no one could catch up to. They were also very afraid, especially upon learning of even more powerful entities behind the Empress. The oppressive aura was like a stranglehold on their fate, making it hard to breathe. They thought the Empress wouldn't act too quickly, but they were mistaken. In just a few years, she had unified the other factions. They despised those who surrendered so easily. Couldn't they hold out longer? Now it was the Yamahal's turn to choose. Refusal was an option, but the consequences were unbearable. Being expelled from the underworld would be fortunate. Direct extermination would end their ancient lineage forever. Dustin City and the Door of Rebirth weren't faring any better, as they had reached their deadline. The Empress merely chose to start with the Yamahal first. Perhaps in the Empress's eyes, there was no difference between the 3 families. They could be destroyed at any moment. Behind the Empress stood her daughter-in-law, another rising star who ascended from nothing to become a deity in just over a decade. Eunice knew best what it felt like to have such a powerful mother-in-law. Today, she came to gain experience. She didn't need to do anything. Shayla would handle everything. No one could stand against her, the undisputed strongest in the underworld, even favored by the Michael Avonlea Dao. The underworld must be unified for but doing another. Boom. Under the terrifying pressure, the buildings of the Yama Hall collapsed in masses. The ghosts watching from behind gazed fearfully at Shayla. Was this the power of the An? Even the 9 strongest underworld figures combined couldn't withstand her. This was just a warning. She hadn't harmed the souls, only destroyed structures. Guy Guangwang could only watch helplessly, sensing the boundless killing intent directed at him. Michael feared speaking again, lest Shayla kill him outright. Yama Hall submits. Please, Empress, stop, Guy Guangwang said, feeling powerless against her. Facing the Empress, he felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Michael rank far exceeded his. Even a slight gap before fully merging with the laws meant a vast difference. 1 or 2 levels could mean instant death. Post half-saint, each additional transformation widened the gap significantly. Daring not to stall further, he realized that even if he wanted to remain aloof, it was impossible in this era. Unless he possessed supreme power and had no ambition for sainthood, he couldn't escape this fate. But such a warrior wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Thus, the underworld was destined to have only one voice, that of the Supreme Divine Temple. Remember your words, Shayla said. Empress, rest assured. We know what to do, Gai Guangwang replied. Shayla nodded in satisfaction. Strife among underworld forces weakened them all. Bringing them under control was best. Later, they could defend against external threats and ease the pressure on the 9 continents. If chaos struck, unity was essential. Let's go to the Door of Rebirth, Shayla said. Today, 2 representatives of the Supreme Divine Temple took the Yama Hall without a fight. Next was the Door of Rebirth. As for Dustin City, it was second only to the Divine Temple. Its ruler, Dustin Eider, was extraordinarily powerful, almost matching Shayla. Michael's, he was left for last. If resolving it smoothly wasn't possible, then they'd see whose methods prevailed. With 8 forces united, even Dustin City's resistance would be futile. The Netherworld really has declined, Gai Guangwang sighed as he watched Shayla leave. Indeed, the Netherworld had declined. Now called the Underworld, it was once known as the Netherworld, ruled by Lady Chastity, alongside countless stars. Be it the Central Plains or Celestial Invaders, all fell under its jurisdiction. But those days were gone. And Gai Guangwang wasn't the true Gai Guangwang, just a descendant of the Zhang family. The true elders had vanished into the vast cosmos. Hashtag chapter 240, thoughts. Under the authority of the Empress, they had no choice but to submit. Even if the Netherworld was weak, its lineage could not be broken. The humiliation of today must, since that was the case, she wanted to know what the others were doing. Apart from the 3 gates of the Netherworld, other forces had already submitted, as they lacked the resolve. Those who didn't submit would never have the opportunity to speak. She only wanted to know the stance of the Yanluo Palace and Dustin City. Dustin City was stronger and wasn't her concern. Therefore, she could only look to the Yanluo Palace. They have already submitted to my Supreme Divine Temple, Shayla said. If negotiation was possible, there was no need for conflict. They needed to conserve their strength for Dustin City and the formidable Eider there. Who knew how difficult it would be to make him submit? It might turn into a hard-fought battle or one without any conflict. Who could say? Very well, I am willing to integrate the Gate of Rebirth into the Supreme Divine Temple, Adeline said. The Gate of Rebirth was even weaker than the Yanluo Palace. If the Yanluo Palace had been swallowed up, what could she do? She sighed. How was it that the Empress received divine favor, becoming such a powerful unifier of the Dark Earth? Clever, Shayla said. It wasn't surprising. Adeline had only undergone 42 transformations, nearly 20 less than Shayla. Such a gap left almost no room for catching up. Surrendering was the best option to ensure the continuation of the Gate of Rebirth. Whether for the future return of the Rebirth Gate's forebears, or the present continuity, her mind wandered with endless thoughts. The future was unclear, but they had to move forward. On another path, Shayla and her companion continued. Amber, you should return to the temple. We might engage in battle soon, and I can't protect you completely, Shayla said. The Eider of Dustin was a force with unfathomable strength. His exact power was unknown, but he was among the 10 strongest in the Dark Earth, possibly as old as the ancient history itself. Granny, are you sure you'll be okay alone? Eunice asked, worried. In the Dark Earth, Granny was her support, along with the Sure family. But it was true that the Supreme Divine Temple was small, requiring personal involvement in everything. At this moment, only the 2 of them represented the Supreme Divine Temple. Before Eunice came, Shayla was a formidable force alone, untouchable. As the saying went, she herself was a powerhouse, needing no external help. Don't worry, he will act, Shayla said, gazing into the distant sky, as if piercing through the river of time to reach an unknown destination where her heart lay. But now, she couldn't go, because the aura of the Dark Earth would be rejected by the 9 provinces. Michael, Eunice thought, her mind wandering. It seemed like a long time had passed without seeing him. Had he given up, thinking she wasn't here? Granny, I want to go to the 9 provinces, Eunice said, as if making an important decision. Child, you shouldn't think like this. For the 9 provinces, the Dark Earth represents the dead and is despised. Even as a deity, you would be greatly suppressed. The 9 provinces are vast. You might never find him. Are you still going? Shayla said. She wished to go but couldn't right now. Michael, waiting person, was still asleep, unsure when he would awaken. The Dark Earth was desolate, vast wastelands uninhabited. The Supreme Divine Temple was even more desolate, with no maids or living beings. Now that Eunice wanted to leave, she could only persuade, not stop her. I'm going, Eunice said. Thinking about it, she decided to act without hesitation. What if she had good luck? She really wanted to see his homeland. Alright, take this token. With it, you can cross the Lost Land to the northern domain, where my tomb lies. If you find the Great Gai Empire, start your search there. If you feel wronged, crush the token, and I'll bring you back to the Dark Earth, Shayla said, handing over a token, feeling a bit reluctant. Granny, I'll just go take a look and return soon, Eunice said. The temple was too desolate. If she left, who would keep her company? Xylon Reaver. Would their mission to Dustin City go smoothly? No one knew. Corpse whose emitted aura formed this ancient land. Others claim it is the site of a primordial chaos realm powerhouse's demise, leading to its cursed state. Still others suggest it is a fragment of a shattered world. Who knows what is true? Or perhaps there is no definite answer yet. Even the combined efforts of the 10 greatest powerhouses failed to budge the ancient underworld, and one of them perished in the process. Among the surviving 9, one rose later to fill their ranks. Since then, unless necessary, no one willingly ventured into that eerie place. Even the Byron family, who once thrived because of the ancient underworld, avoided it after their initial experience. Surviving entry into the ancient underworld and making it to the underworld was a miracle in itself. A second attempt meant certain death for them. Thus, establishing Dustin City here demonstrated unparalleled strength, deterring anyone from provoking it. Now, Shayla stood outside Dustin City. You have arrived. A voice resonating through eternity emerged from within Dustin City. A faceless figure emerged, cloaked in a long robe, looking oddly unsettling. Michael stood there, yet Shayla sensed nothing of his presence, as if the space were entirely void. Are you, the Eider of Dustin? Shayla asked. An immense pressure weighed on her heart. She knew she could not defeat him. Even underworld would emerge, swallowing this place whole. At that time, you might need our help to stop the flood. To you, Dustin City might not matter much. Ariku, I have my own mission. Dustin City has already sacrificed every last soldier. Now it is my turn. The Eider's words revealed profound sorrow. Despite his renowned title, he had been bound here for countless years, unable to step away even a single step. Michael preferred calling this place the underworld, which made him feel closer to home. Otherwise, he might have abandoned this land long ago, seeking enlightenment elsewhere and leaving the 9 provinces behind. But he could not bear to leave this homeland. If he did, no one would protect it, and the underworld would cease to exist, with no way to return home. This is Dustin City? Shayla gazed emptily. She hadn't realized that not only did she carry immense pressure, but the Eider also bore unendurable burdens. Aspiny, I ask you a question? Shayla inquired. Ask. What level are you at? Are you a sage? Sage? Probably. I've been a sage for countless years. I've experienced the invasion of the ancient Dao sect, the incursion of the outer realm Noels, and the collaboration of realms to destroy the world. I've seen it all. Unlike the other 2 sects, the ruler of Dustin City has always been me. Shayla was astonished. This was the true Eider, far stronger than Chapter 242. Amber enters the 9 provinces. Inside the Supreme Divine Hall, 4 eyes met. Amber's gaze was filled with curiosity as Shayla suddenly appeared before her, seemingly having only spent a brief moment in Dustin City. Could it be that he had already pacified the Eider of Dustin? She wasn't powerful enough, but she understood the divisions of Netherworld territory well. Apart from the Supreme Divine Hall, the other 8 forces were on par with each other, while Dustin City stood alone in its own tier, albeit rarely seen and little known. However, it wouldn't be easy to subdue the Eider. Grandma, did it succeed? Amber asked tentatively. I've taken over Dustin City. Why are you still here? Shayla replied. She still couldn't quite believe how smoothly everything had gone. It seemed she had succeeded, yet there was a lingering uncertainty. Compared to the 9 provinces, Dustin City felt more like an unsolvable mess. The Eider had guarded the Netherworld for countless years, and now everything would fall into the past. She had never imagined that the ancient Netherworld could be so terrifying. Even a sage like the Eider couldn't withstand it. No wonder he hadn't stepped up 5 million years ago to join the 9 provinces in resisting their enemies. The danger here was far greater than in the Sword Sect world. The divine kings of the 9 provinces could merge with the Michaelavenly Dao's power to stand against ancient sects, but in the Netherworld, there was no force to rely on. Even the Michaelavenly Dao had no idea just how powerful the Eider truly was. I wanted to wait until you came back before leaving, Eunice said. Shayla glanced at her, understanding her thoughts, fearful that if she were hurt, no one would be there to take care of her. It's all good now. Go to the 9 provinces. I need to rest, Shayla said. She felt inexplicably exhausted. Events had unfolded unexpectedly, and she needed rest. With Eunice leaving, it would give her some peace. Oh, so I'll go then? Amber asked. Go ahead, just make sure you come back. Eunice left the Divine Hall and headed to the Ghost Gate, bearing Shayla's token. This place belonged to no one, and led directly to the 9 provinces. Your subordinate Black, White, Impermanence pays respects to Princess Amber. Before the Ghost Gate, 2 voices, one black, one white, spoke respectfully. Today, all warriors from the Yama Palace had received news that they had submitted, and were now under the command of the Divine Hall. Therefore, addressing Amber this way posed no issue. I want to go to the 9 provinces. Open the teleportation array, Amber said, showing Shayla's token. Yes. The 2 who initially hesitated now had no doubts. They opened the gate outward, leading directly to the 9 provinces. In the past, they used this path to go to Central Province to capture souls, but that was long ago. Now they could only operate within the Netherworld with limited authority. Any force would eventually decline. Looking at the violet glow, Amber felt excitement. This was where she was headed. Rumor had it, it was called the 9 provinces. Thank you. Eunice walked straight into the glow. In the space-time tunnel, the scenery of the Netherworld flashed backward. Before reaching the end of the passage, she vanished from the Netherworld. Cold Xylanunton. Cracks appeared around Shayla's grave, startling the guardian beside it. Who dares desecrate Michael Respingisty's tomb? Show yourself, a woman shouted angrily. She was the protector of Shayla's grave, prepared for any intruder who dared approach silently. Could they be stronger than her? But regardless, no one could tamper with Michael Respingisty's grave. Boom. In the next second, the grave exploded open, revealing a woman emerging from within. Have I arrived in the 9 provinces? She muttered, stepping out on her own accord. Michael's aura swiftly weakened, dropping from a lesser god to a 9th-rank Nash. The suppression from the 9 provinces began taking effect. Shortly, her power stabilized at the myriad years realm. It was indeed Eunice from the Netherworld. Though prepared, she hadn't got as much oppressive force. After bidding farewell to Helen, she set off for the capital. Helen, protect her. This place needs no further guarding. A voice echoed in Helen's mind. It was the person she had awaited for decades, bringing color back to her disappointed face. Michael Respingisty, you've returned. She showed hopeful anticipation, but there was no response. Communication across realms required vast energy and had a significant delay. It wasn't coldness from Shayla, rather, sheer exhaustion. The more one knows, the more fear arises, Helen thought. Michael Respingisty? Helen asked again, still receiving no reply, sinking into disappointment once more. Sigh, Michael Respingisty is too far away. But I must protect her and not disappoint Michael Respingisty. Helen regained confidence, following Eunice toward Longning City. As for cold Xylanunton, with the grave broken, there was nothing left to guard. A celestial god secretly watched over Eunice's safety, which remained secure. Unaware of these arrangements, nor able to trace Helen's aura, the external world outside cold Xylanunton captivated her curiosity, drawing her in. Several days later. Wow, this is the capital, Gigsheng's home. I'm here. Chapter 243. Empress in person. In an unfamiliar environment, Eunice seemed like a maiden from the countryside, finding everything around her new and intriguing. She gazed here and there, and her beauty attracted many martial artists to watch her. A few young men, who appeared to be from wealthy families, tried to approach her for conversation, only to meet with icy, cold faces. Initially, some thought they could rely on their powerful backing and act without restraint. However, after being taught a lesson, they realized that this woman, who seemed new to the bustling city, was actually a terrifying martial artist. Even among all of Longning City's inhabitants, very few could match her strength. Micro-cultivation had fallen, but she still carried the aura of a divine being. Even an emperor might not be able to harm her. One could say that within the Gai Empire, no one could challenge her unless someone at the imperial realm decided to intervene. A follower at the Michaelavenly deity realm. Where does she come from? Jean mused, her brows slightly furrowed. She had been observing these two since they entered the city. They were no ordinary individuals. They possessed formidable destructive power. Xylon Reaver. She could sense the divine aura flowing within Eunice's body. Such a prodigy must have an extraordinary background, though she had yet to ascertain the specifics. Micro-cultivation rapidly improved. First rank, third rank, ninth rank. Within moments, she stepped into the divine realm. At this moment, colorful rays of light filled the sky, seemingly welcoming her arrival. My goodness, is this a miracle? Is Michael Respingisty breaking through to the divine realm? I knew our great guy would become even stronger. How much time has passed? We already have a divine being emerging. The citizens watching this spectacle were elated. The stronger the Gai Empire became, the higher their starting point would be. In the future, they could proudly display their identity to martial artists from other regions. A great honor indeed. While they rejoiced, others grew anxious. In the palace, that woman, she's a divine being. Jensen dropped his pen, startled by the news. The Gai family's spies spanned the entire nation, making any unusual activity clear to them. Unbeknownst to Eunice, she had unexpectedly recovered, revealing herself with the strange auroras that exposed her to the public. Withdraw our people, do not monitor her, Jensen ordered. Michael couldn't provoke a figure of her caliber. Even if she acted, it wouldn't be against him personally. Michael preferred to focus on being emperor, spending time with his empress and son, who had recently made rapid progress. Concerning a divine being, the intentions toward her deserved death. Be reborn as an ordinary person next time, Ganon declared. No one could covet an empress. If they entertained thoughts, they should blame themselves for their fate. That night, those who had been confined at home were silently reaped. Jensen's desk received a message. The goddess in the city was his elder Pablo's wife, and those killed had lusted after Eunice. For the message to reach him so discreetly, it must have been conveyed by a divine being, likely the powerful protectors of the Gai Empire. Very well, you truly deserve death. Send for the heads of these families to the palace, Jensen said, unable to sit still. To face his sister-in-law without recognizing her, and worse, let her be harassed. It couldn't stand. They must pay a heavy price. Because of one person's actions, Longning City erupted in turmoil. One's reputation precedes them, and even mere thoughts could lead to disaster. Too bad for them. Human names are as significant as tree shadows. Even the slightest thought proved fatal. The story and logic remain coherent with the previous content, maintaining the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Chapter 244, News of Isaias. Xylan learning. Several family heads left the imperial palace with disheveled appearances, hurriedly packing up after returning. They could no longer stay in the capital city, just said respectfully outside, not daring to be the slightest bit disrespectful. You are calling me? Eunice was greatly puzzled. Was this about her? It seemed like she was the only one here, with no one else around. With doubts, she approached them. None of the faces were familiar. Yes, the prince mentioned the empress consort, Ganon replied. Who is your prince? Eunice felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that she was finally getting news about that person? Aspenive, it was related to last night's anomaly, certainly not because he broke through to become a deity. Just being a deity wouldn't warrant such an elaborate effort. Rather, it was the mysterious power that appeared yesterday, removing her shackles and aiding her progress. Yet, even so, she remained insignificant compared to these people. Apart from 3 lower deities, she couldn't gauge the other's strength. Unsure, she asked to avoid confusion later. Our prince is Isaias, Ganon stated. Really him? Where is he? Eunice pressed immediately. Having been here for many days, she'd inquired about Isaias, but time had passed, erasing memories. Aspeny warriors came and went, and some civilians died while newborns arrived, making information scarce. Even when she asked, it felt somewhat unfamiliar. Some remembered vaguely that the emperor had a Pablo named Isaias, but most didn't. Rastari Sea were fierce, let alone Zhongzhou, which had half-saint-level monsters. Entering unnecessarily would only result in injury. So, it's like this, Eunice felt a tinge of disappointment. Crossing realms to find her husband, but with this outcome. But she understood. The battles in Michael Earth were terrifying, and it would be even more intense in the 9 provinces. Lady, we reside on Yunshan Peak outside the city. If anything happens in Great Gai, you can call us, Ganon offered, pointing the direction. All right, Eunice responded. After brief conversation, Ganon and company withdrew, continuing to guard Yunshan Peak. With their presence, Great Gai's dignity remained unchallenged, barring their death. Watching their departure, Eunice felt relieved. Finally, she had news. Waiting a bit more wasn't intolerable. After all, she came here to find people. Having news was better than aimless searching. Hidden nearby, Sybil felt uneasy. As a celestial deity, she dared not make a sound. How incredible must a heavenly person be to tame so many divine sovereigns, she sighed admiringly. Previous encounters always surprised her. She hadn't imagined how fast he grew, wondering if he was now also a divine sovereign. With her worries resolved, Eunice settled comfortably in Great Qin. Apart from her divine identity, the disappearance of those clans made other families cautious. They knew the city had another formidable figure they couldn't provoke, even if unreasonable improvement. But he wasn't overly concerned. If he couldn't break through, then comprehending more laws would do. Michael was growing stronger every day, and in the long run, he wouldn't be any worse off than other top-tier half-saints. Given enough time, he could become invincible even without reaching the divine Iof realm. Apart from him, Devlin was also improving. With the support of the Jiang clan, he reclaimed what belonged to him and benefited from the dragon blood pool, finally ascending to the intermediate deity realm today. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was once again time for the annual summoning. Before this, he had already summoned 8 followers, plus 2 others he had recruited. They were all striving to grow stronger and climb higher. This time, he proceeded directly with the summoning. Whether or not he could summon a divine Iof seemed insignificant. Ordinary divine Iofs offered no help to him, and it was better to enhance an individual's strength. If one first stage sage wasn't powerful enough, then try second stage or third stage, until the 99th stage, ultimately achieving invincibility. Congratulations to the host for summoning Ashlyn from the immortal sword world, currently at the celestial deity level. Another unknown world. It felt like a while since he encountered beings from the Chaos Dao realm. Now, they came from various worlds where they were unparalleled and rarely met their match. There wasn't much commotion. A faint ripple appeared in the space, followed by a graceful figure standing before him. Ashlyn. Fengyi pays respects to your highness, she said, approaching Isaias. Michael's face was veiled, and she carried a lute, which must have been her weapon. Isaias nodded slightly. Not even a divine Iof, what a letdown. Were these followers merely adding flowers to brocade? In the end, only his own power truly mattered. Meanwhile, Ashlyn felt somewhat uneasy, wondering if she had done something wrong. Why did Brendan seem so cold? She dared not ask but obediently followed Isaias's commands. She thought she was strong enough to be of assistance, yet here she was, clearly being rejected. Looking at Brendan, she saw him shrouded in a mist she couldn't penetrate. However, she was the sole follower here, and Isaias would naturally provide her with whatever resources he had. The extra laws from daily sign-ins were generously shared, along with ample resources for her cultivation. Michael couldn't afford to have his follower remain weak. Several months later, she broke through to the divine Iof realm. At this moment, Isaias gave her a large amount of resources to take back to Jingzhou, intended for a person named Ganon, who would allocate them to strengthen those with lower ranks. Ideally, everyone should reach the divine Iof realm, ensuring no concerns for future battles. After all, divine Iofs were elite fighters, playing a crucial role in warfare. Lately, Isaias had been venturing out early and returning late. The ancestral dragon pool no longer benefited him. Each place contained limited laws, and he couldn't comprehend them all. Thus, he ventured into the strange lands of other holy sites. Relying on his strength, he infiltrated these places, sneaking and undetected due to his short stays. Even if someone noticed, who could stop him with over 1,000 laws in his grasp? Michael had even ambushed a 50-stage expert, leaving the opponent unable to find him. In less than a year, with celestial deity-level strength, he rivaled the strongest. Future opponents might underestimate him based on his rank, leading to their downfall. Of course, he wasn't the only one getting stronger. After receiving the resources from Ashlyn, Ganon distributed them, causing rapid advancements among everyone. Some managed to enter the half-sage realm, unheard of previously. The higher stages became harder, but each promotion brought bodily enhancements, extending lifespans. Although within the divine Iof realm, the increase wasn't significant, more cultivation would eventually free them from lifespan limitations. Beyond the 9 states, deities' lifespans greatly increased, if not eternal, at least significantly extended. The slower members caught up under everyone's supervision. Kenna and the others had reached the upper deity realm, nearly becoming celestial deities. Auras. Chapter 246, The Last Rule. What year is this now? Does our clan still exist? These semi-saint ancestors gazed at the familiar land, filled with countless emotions. They had been in the holy domain for countless years, and were uncertain what the world legacy province had become. The outside world was shrouded in mystery to them. Some faces were familiar, but most were strange younger generations. Some of the ancestors did not find any descendants among the 100 clans nearby, which left them somewhat disheartened. When they entered the holy domain, there were already rules laid down that the rise and fall of each clan would depend on their own capabilities. They understood that world legacy province's situation could barely support so many people. Observing the current state of the 100 clans, only 3 deities, the decline over the years was unimaginable. If not for their sealing themselves within the holy domain, many might have perished. Those who found their clans were overjoyed, while those who couldn't felt dispirited. Under limited conditions, the 100 clans joined forces with the highest alliance, forming a united army, preparing for another war across the 9 provinces. The battle they lost long ago offered another chance. They couldn't afford to miss this opportunity for ascending to sainthood. In 3 months, the 100 clans will return. This news came from the highest alliance. In 3 months, he'll hit a bottleneck after smooth progress previously. With 2,999 perfected laws, his every action could cause catastrophic destruction, reversing rivers, altering landscapes, but still, he remained incomplete. Only one law was missing, yet it proved incredibly difficult to grasp. Michael kept repeating the same old laws without success. In the vast universe, countless laws existed. Perfecting 3,000 laws allowed for endless derivations, beyond count. Isaias was no different. He only needed to understand 3,000 laws for full bloom. One seed lay dormant, waiting to blossom. I should leave, Isaias decided after some thought. Remaining here wouldn't help him break through. It was time to traverse the world, seeking inspiration for the final law. Michael acted immediately, leaving his cave residence to find Tomas. It was time to say goodbye. He didn't want to leave ungratefully after staying for so long. Recently, Tomas never asked anything of him but supplied resources as requested, which made Isaias feel indebted, almost like freeloaders. Leaving so soon? Tomas asked when Isaias approached. It wasn't surprising. Geniuses like Isaias wouldn't stay forever in Xinxia Sanctuary. Yet Tomas hadn't expected such a quick departure after just over a year. Did Xinxia mean nothing to him? Tomas didn't know that during his stay, Isaias had traversed Centris direction. Qinfu City. Returning here briefly, Isaias boarded a ship out to sea, finding no appeal in this place. Once considered rustic here, he attempted flight over the calm sea but felt tremendous pressure, preventing ascent. Indeed, I can't compare to saints, Isaias admitted. Even deceased saints' wills were unmatched. Their bodies forbade weaker cultivators from flying overhead, regardless of Isaias's strength compared to a 99 transformation semi-saint. Chapter 247. Finally meet. Perhaps he hadn't yet reached the power of 99 transformations. The might gained from integrating laws was far more potent than that of a single law, and each additional integration multiplied the difficulty by dozens. Those half-saints who could cultivate to such a realm had all practiced for countless ages before attaining their current level. Who was like him, achieving perfection merely by signing in? Unable to fly, he contentedly took the boat here, propelled by powerful magic so fast it flew over the water, unafraid of disturbing the creatures below. If they wanted to confront him, let them come out. Indeed, this action drew many sea beasts. Initially angered, they sought to teach this person a lesson, reminding him that this was the tranquil sea, not a place for such recklessness. But upon seeing Isaias, they immediately turned away. They didn't recognize him, but the aura around him was profoundly terrifying, impenetrable even to their divine senses, akin to the depths beyond human reach. Yet, could a mortal be here? Could anyone dare cross the tranquil sea alone? They wouldn't believe it for a moment. Thus, Isaias's power must surpass their wildest imaginations, reaching some horrifying level only such a mighty warrior could traverse. With such strength, everything he did was right. No one dared question or oppose him. Traveling at such speed, Isaias quickly arrived near South Bright Island. Had it not been for the tranquil sea's restrictions, he could have traversed hundreds of thousands of miles instantly. Michael could fly from one end of the 9 provinces to the other in no time, even reaching remote places like World Remnant Province effortlessly. Upon reaching South Bright Island, he abandoned the boat and instantly transported to Flowing Cloud Island. How could he allow outsiders to occupy the 9 provinces, especially near Jingzhou? Once the ancient cultivators of myriad ages Dao sect broke through the seals, the outer 8 provinces would bear the brunt, with the northern region also falling victim. Now, possessing the power to annihilate the enemy, he resolved to settle this matter en route. Someone is coming so fast. Who is that? Isaias was noticed as soon as he approached, unsurprising given he wasn't concealing his way, unable to withstand even a second. Flowing Cloud Island vanished. The half-saint's slumber deepened into true sleep. The transmission array collapsed. Thus, all remnants of myriad ages Dao sect in the 9 provinces were eradicated. At this moment, the world regained clarity. Isaias felt a strange sensation, feeling more aligned with this world. Without any system notification, exterminating a 4th or 5th transformation, half-saint now felt as easy as squashing an ant. Mission accomplished. Michael left toward the northern region, leaving Bruno and others dumbfounded. Is it over? That half-saint is dead? Michael was a half-saint. How strong is he? Is this really the myriad ages Dao sect we opposed? They doubted reality. If not for witnessing it firsthand, they couldn't accept a celestial god killing a half-saint so easily. All their years of cultivation seemed wasted. How could they compare? Exchanging glances, they shook their heads and laughed bitterly. Returning to the Gaston Temple, they awaited the Cord's return, ready to battle once more. Meanwhile, at myriad ages Dao sect headquarters in the Sword sect world, while they were indifferent to the deaths of others, losing a half-saint and damaging their transmission array was a severe blow. Enraged, the current sect leader dispatched numerous warriors to the 9 provinces, vowing vengeance against those who dared destroy their lineage. Journeying for a few more steps at this realm, their innate talents were exceedingly strong, and after reaching such heights, they couldn't bear to start anew. Now that their power had been suppressed, it was an opportunity to perfect their paths during this reconstruction, allowing them to advance further than before. Daozhu was very powerful, but even so, Ganon hadn't dared to challenge the Ming clan. This was enough to show that Daozhu wasn't invincible. He was merely a warrior who had reached a certain realm. They still had a vast path ahead of them. Having traversed this path before, it would be much easier now. Additionally, they could gain insights into other principles, deepening their foundation. You've done well. I have no use for these resources anymore. Take them for your cultivation, striving to assimilate as many principles as possible, Isaias said. Michael toured Central State and gained a general understanding of the power dynamics in the 9 provinces. However, this only made him feel unprecedented pressure. The number of half-saints was considerable, with nearly 30 surpassing the 50th transformation. Among them, only one could be trusted, the Patriarch of the Divine Xia Sanctuary. As for the others, most had pledged allegiance to the 10,000 Ians Dao sect, or were still undecided, some having retreated from public view. It was better to rely on oneself rather than on them. Despite his own formidable strength, he had to submit to the 10,000 Ians Dao sect, indicating that their power was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The resources suitable for them, and returned to their respective closures for cultivation. They knew Brendan had more pressing matters, so they didn't want to be in the way. Eunice hesitated. These people were all stronger than her, making her feel inadequate and unworthy. How could I forget you? Follow me, Isaias said. Michael personally selected several principles that suited Eunice, each one perfectly complete. If she could assimilate all of them, she would instantly become a celestial deity, a simple and direct approach. But not everyone could do this. Without that destiny, forcefully consuming principles would only lead to death. Absorbing and refining principles directly without reaching godhood was extremely dangerous. Even Abby and others, despite having complete principles, had yet to reach the celestial deity realm. They were gradually absorbing the energy, knowing that rushing would lead to failure. Of course, they could seek help from Ganon and others to accelerate the refinement process. However, each person here was busy fusing principles. None had the time to aid others, as it was both time-consuming and labor-intensive. They themselves felt the pressure. The sky over the 9 provinces had darkened, hinting at impending calamity. Isaias spared no effort in helping Eunice refine principles. Despite his strength approaching the peak of a half-saint, it still took a month to successfully assist her in assimilating 2 principles, thus entering the celestial deity realm. At this level, if Ganon and others attempted the same, it would take even longer. In that time, they could enhance their own strength. Perhaps Isaias' urgency in boosting everyone's strength was preparation for the future. For deeper issues, she didn't need to think too much. Someone else would handle it. This time, Isaias simultaneously refined principles for 4 people. Although it was more challenging, it was manageable, especially since they were already close to the celestial deity realm. 2 months later, 4 celestial deities emerged, and all had refined their second principle. Next was the supreme deity realm. This step could only be taken by themselves. Isaias had no idea how to proceed, nor had he signed any items that would aid in this. Otherwise, he could have tried enhancing himself earlier. It was frustrating being just 1 step away yet unable to find the right method. If he could fuse, his combat power would surge. Michael wondered what realm he would reach once fully fused. Could he match a sage? While speculation was fine, this was an unprecedented path, uncharted territory. Michael was alone and seeking answers. Chapter 248. All become celestial deities. After their intimate moment, he took Amber to Cloud's Island Unton. The main reason for his return was to provide them with resources. Since they were already at the pinnacle of deities, why not take a few more steps at this realm? Their innate talents were extremely powerful, and after reaching their current heights, it was a pity not to retrain and perfect themselves. With their power now suppressed, this retraining would help them refine their paths further and progress. He could only try to strengthen himself as much as possible. Michael exterminated a low-level half-saint today. Next time, it might be one from the dozens of transmigrations or even the highest level. He wouldn't be surprised if it were a 99th transmigration. Relying solely on his own strength wasn't enough. Michael needed more strong allies to assist him. Michael had to focus on these people. In just a year, celestial deities weren't very necessary. Even if someone could reach the God Master level quickly, it wasn't enough. Ideally, he wanted half-saints who had integrated multiple laws, which offered higher value. Michael didn't hesitate to invest resources into his people. Of course, he didn't forget about Eunice. How could he let her suffer when she came from another dimension to find him? A wife should be pampered. Seeing the items Isaias took out, everyone was accustomed to it, but Amber showed a doubtful look. Weren't these items supposed to be hard to obtain? Why did her husband have a pile of them? Thank you, Your Highness. Everyone took what suited them and went back to meditate. They understood that Brendan had more important matters to attend to and shouldn't be disturbed. Julius, Eunice hesitated. Facing people stronger than herself made her feel somewhat inferior, almost unworthy. How could I forget you? Follow me, Isaias said. Michael personally selected several laws suitable for Eunice, each one complete. If she could fully assimilate them, she would directly become a celestial deity, a simple yet brutal approach. But it wasn't for everyone. Without proper preparation, forcing the assimilation of laws would result in death. Only deities dared to absorb and assimilate laws directly without fear. Even Abby had perfect laws, but hadn't yet reached the celestial deity realm, slowly absorbing the power instead of rushing the process. Naturally, Ganon could speed up the assimilation process, but everyone here was busy fusing laws. Who had the time? It was better for them to do it themselves, not everyone being as idle as Isaias. Everyone felt the pressure too. The sky over the 9 provinces changed, becoming murky and unpredictable, as if an impending disaster was looming over the land. For Eunice, Isaias spared no effort, helping her assimilate laws. Even with his strength, it took him a month to successfully help her assimilate 2 laws and become a celestial deity. One must know that he was almost at the peak of half-saint status. Michael ping Eunice took him a long time. For Ganon, it would be even longer. In that time, they could further improve their own strength. Xylon Reaver, with Abby's talent, he might have assimilated the laws himself without any help. Dear, you're so good, Eunice smiled. In 1 month, she felt her cultivation skyrocket. Previously, she was only someone else would handle it. This time, Isaias simultaneously helped 4 people assimilate the laws. It was challenging but manageable, especially since they were not far from the celestial deity realm. 2 months later, 4 celestial deity energies emerged from them successively, and all assimilated the second law. Next was the God Master realm, which could only be achieved by their own efforts. Isaias didn't know how to help beyond this point. Had he obtained the corresponding items, he could have tried himself. Now, only 1 step away, he couldn't find the method, feeling quite helpless. If he could fuse all the laws, his combat strength would soar immediately. Michael wondered what level he would reach. Could he match a sage? Imagining this, walking an unprecedented path, he sought answers alone. Chapter 249. Chaos among the 100 clans. Leave the household to you all, Isaias said. By his side was Eunice, while opposite them stood Jean and the others. After helping everyone reach the rank of celestial deity, he was about to leave with Eunice to explore the 9 provinces, seeking his own path. Michael knew for certain that no matter what he did now, it wouldn't be the final signpost. Thus, he needed to find it on his own. Nobody else could assist him. Having resolved their cultivation issues, it was time for him to set off on his own journey. Among this group, Ganon was missing. Isaias had used the summoning opportunities allocated for this year on him. Being the scheming, the weak human race would never be our match. Unless we devour every last one of them, The flesh-eating clan will die in penance, said the elder of the flesh-eating clan, licking his cracked lips. This elder was hideously ugly, covered in warts and yellow teeth, having not brushed for who knows how many years. The sound of his chewing made anyone feel uneasy. Even the elders beside him kept their distance. His aura of death was overwhelming. Countless living beings had entered his stomach, even his own kind. No elder would like such a monster, fearing they too might become its meal someday. On the battlefield, the flesh-eating clan stood out. As long as they had food, their combat power would only grow stronger. They were among the most powerful elders, being one of the 3 imperial clans, with unmatched strength. It's time to announce to the humans that we're heading to the outer 8 provinces to give the central province human sects a surprise. But recently, someone destroyed our teleportation arrays. Not one of the hundreds remained intact. We must cross the vast ocean. Humph, do they think this can stop us? Let's show them the determination of our return. Cross the sea and eat up the humans. All hail the elders. After some encouraging words, numerous ships sailed into the ocean. This time, only those at the human sovereign realm or above were allowed to join. The weaker ones stayed behind to repair the ordnance, only made it more suitable for them. News quickly spread to the central province. Without reinforcements, no one in Thunder Province would survive the Noel's terrorizing power. In Cloud Province, Wasteland Province, Yi State, Lang State, Min State, Tong State, countless civilians perished, displaced from their homes, facing disasters far worse than the original northern domain. The central province acted swiftly, dispatching elites for support. The splinters concerning racial survival couldn't be ignored. However, the strength of the 100 clans couldn't be underestimated. In each province, along with a powerful clan and elder, were enormous armies of the 100 clans. United, they wielded enough power to destroy any nation easily. In Capital Province and the Northern Domain, Michael Gordon, have arrived. Tasty lambs, prepare for your cleansing. I'll devour every last human here, laughed the flesh-eating elder. Finally free, he vowed to feast thoroughly today. Spinaching straight toward the Northern Domain, but after a long walk, nothing remained except barren land, not even a trace of humans. In some places, ruined city walls barely visible under thick vegetation showed the past color. Xylonving forward, they found battle sites indicating intense past battles. Damn it, where are all the humans? Roared the flesh-eating elder, smashing a mountain with a single strike. Grabbing hundreds of other clansmen, he began eating voraciously. Others were terrified by this sight. Knowing the danger of following the flesh-eating clan was one thing, but never expecting such immediate danger, the possibility of being eaten before finding any real enemies. Immediately, everyone distanced themselves from him, afraid of sharing the same fate as those devoured. The flesh-eating elder, oblivious, saw them merely as food, caring not for their thoughts or fears. Chapter 250, Brutality. Brutality and cruelty. This was the true depiction of both the Conrad and the entire cannibalistic race. Every one of them was like this, resorting to any means for a single meal. Notions such as human ethics, morality, and order were meaningless to them. The human tribes could only endure due to the immense power wielded by the cannibals. The alliance of the 100 tribes seemed less unbreakable than expected. Each tribe was fighting its own battle. If an individual tribe possessed sufficient strength, why would they unite? They'd be inviting their own suffering otherwise. But to be honest, the lands north of Jingzhou indeed held some peculiarities. With their speed, they had already traversed more than half of this area, yet found no trace of humans. It was unbelievable. Had the humans abandoned this land? From the seaside to the extreme north, then to the endless island mountains. There were hardly any signs to care about others' fear. Being fearsome like it made others wary. That was the point of becoming powerful. Now lead the way. We'll flatten those human cities. Wipe out the humans, and we will have endless wealth. These rats are good at hiding, but they've shown themselves now. Dodging is useless. We'll teach them a lesson. Suddenly, the 100 tribes' warriors, energized, finally found the humans. Aspinide now they didn't need to die. Some even thought of escaping from the group. The Conrad was terrifying. Rodkong City, situated where the mountains meet the northern border, neighboring the endless island mountains, residents here enjoyed prosperity relying on this mountain range. Boom. One day, violent tremors reverberated through the ground, indicating numerous beings rushing towards this direction. Is it a beast wave? This thought crossed everyone's minds. Beast waves frequently erupted here, usually manageable for Rodkong City. But today felt different. The commotion was significant. Ding. An alarm bell rang. All men, women, and children capable of combat scrambled up the city walls. Fellow citizens, another beast wave is attacking our home. We must defend with all our might. Fight for Rodkong. Death is not a regret. They had no idea what disaster awaited them. Rodkong City was merely a small town with a few masters overseeing, along with tens of thousands forming this frontier city. Although slightly stronger eventually, all Jingzhou would answer to the carnivorous ancestor. Watching the orderly crowd ahead, it smiled, sensing the delicious scent. TSK, are you welcoming us? Your great carnivorous ancestor has arrived. Come into my mouth, little ones. This is now our domain. Others step back. In moments, the cannibals attacked mercilessly, reveling in carnage. The scene was horrific, even for the hardened 100 tribes who disliked such brutal methods. In 5 minutes, Rodkong City turned into a ghost town filled with blood and flesh. No humans survived. Only blood-stained ground remained. Cannibals truly deserved death, but no one witnessed this. Other tribes killed humans, at least they didn't consume the bodies. Satisfying. I need more human flesh. Find it for the ancestor. The blood stirred them further. Chapter 251. The 100 clans must be annihilated. A catastrophe swept across the mountainous region. Starting from Lukong City, it rapidly spread outward. Wherever the armies of the 100 clans passed, no one was left alive, executing their terrifying resolve to annihilate entire regions. News could not escape. Every place they reached was utterly obliterated. As their massacres increased, Some people ventured into those cities and were by. With the addition of these strong figures, humanity managed to hold their ground against the 100 clans. However, the higher echelons of humanity still kept watch on the defectors, unable to fully engage in the battle. The 100 clans must be annihilated. The traitors deserve an even worse fate. If not for their interference, humanity wouldn't have been in such dire straits, unable to drive away the invaders. That era gave the 100 clans a chance, but the clans did not extend the same mercy to humanity, intent on shattering human territories and establishing their own order. Great Guy Ganon emerged from seclusion. His cultivation had reached the 20th transformation, fusing 21 principles, making him a formidable warrior. Among all humanity, he stood among the upper-middle ranks. However, today, as he emerged from seclusion, he received troubling news. The 100 clans had returned and were ravaging the surrounding major regions. It wouldn't be long before Beiyu's turn came. They attempted to help, but with little success. The cannibalistic elder was a powerful demi-sage, having fused 42 principles. Without the assistance of Zhongzhou's strong figures, Jingzhou would have already been destroyed. The great era is upon us, and heroes rise. We cannot sit idle. I don't know where Brendan is now. With the star domain in peril, it may soon affect Beiyu. Having reached the 20 so long, it was time to relinquish control to the clans, especially the cannibalistic elder standing at the forefront of the allied forces, who exerted immense pressure on humanity. His terrifying means had truly frightened them. What he did wasn't battle, it was madness. Michael devoured cities one after another, casting a shadow over everyone. Then, Ganon and his group arrived. Beiyu's great guy joining the battle. They announced themselves upon arrival. Several demi-sages appeared, shocking everyone, especially in Beiyu. Though there were doubts, no one dared ask. In the presence of a 20 transformation strong figure hinted at even more powerful beings lurking in the shadows. Uncertainty remained, but adding one more demi-sage increased their chances of survival, allowing them to stall longer. Or perhaps they would end up as food for the cannibalistic elder, boosting his power further. Over the next few days, more strong figures from various regions arrived. Divinities were scarce, only 2 or 3 present. Clearly, there were hidden strong figures. Observing their aged faces, they seemed to have secluded themselves for a long time. If not for the 100 clans invasion, they might never have emerged. They aimed to break through to higher realms within their lifetimes. Starcy, the 100 clans truly deserve death. Isaias's eyes flashed ruins. Blood had dried, and severed limbs littered the ground. The unmistakable work of the Aspin-eating clan. Let's meet this Aspin-eating patriarch. A bunch of outcasts, given a chance, but unable to cherish it, Isaias said with a cold gaze. For all living beings, he couldn't save everyone, but he wished for such atrocities not to happen in his homeland. The scene was too horrific. One could only imagine the terror of being devoured alive. With boiling rage, they sought the whereabouts of the Aspin-eating clan. Eventually, near the Star Domain, they discovered the battlefield where humans and the 100 clans were facing off. A quick scan revealed that the human forces were insufficient to counter the 100 clans. They hadn't attacked yet, perhaps waiting for more experts to gather. This much confidence. They must be overconfident after so many years of sealing. Had only they improved all these years? Underestimating the human race would be their greatest regret, even if Isaias hadn't come. Once the Central Plains experts freed up, they could annihilate the 100 clans. This time, none of the factions would let them escape. Such a filthy race should vanish from history. It's about time. No more human experts will come, the Aspin-eating patriarch declared. They had waited long enough. Besides the few divine beings who claimed to be from the Great Guy Empire earlier, no other powerful figures had arrived. With such strength, the Aspin-eating clan didn't race further. Several sanctuaries and families had already betrayed the Eternal Tao sect, while others wavered. Except for these 13 factions, no one else could challenge the 100 clans. Xylon more than half had turned against them, leaving the 9 provinces in shambles. They lacked national loyalty, content to join the Sword sect once the Eternal Tao sect took over, caring nothing for the lives lost. The more casualties, the greater their contribution. The Divine Xia Sanctuary was overwhelmed, and uncertainty added to their challenges. They had done their best. It seemed like a deadlock, and if unresolved, the decline of humanity was inevitable. The extraterrestrial world in the 100 clans significantly impacted humanity. Amidst the stalemate, Isaias arrived at the Star Domain battlefield, witnessing the Aspin-eating patriarch leading millions of the 100 clans to slaughter humans. Stop! His command halted everything. The absolute power of his word froze them in place, including the 40th stage half-sage, Aspin-eating patriarch, who now broke into a cold sweat. Fear gripped him. What immense power could immobilize millions with just a single word? Had they known such a formidable force existed, they would have been more cautious. This wasn't a 100 clan expert. He knew all of them. If they had such power, they would have attacked the 9 provinces long ago. Terror and dread rose within him. It's over, was his final thought. Intervening meant no longer being neutral. On the human side, confusion and unease reigned. Who could possess such incredible power? Please, let it not be a 100 clan expert. Otherwise, they were doomed. Everyone present, except their eyes, was immobilized. Then, 2 figures, one male, one female, appeared before them. Unfamiliar faces, yet possessing unfathomable power, like celestial deities with a hidden aura of dread. Familiar hearts rejoiced. Their lord had finally arrived, ending their long wait and easing their anxieties. In that moment, they deeply felt the gap between themselves and Isaias. His words dictated the laws of nature. Even the mighty Aspin-eating patriarch was frozen in place, as if time itself stopped. Destroy! Before they could react, a terrifying force erupted from Isaias's hand, decimating the 100 clans. Every clash resulted in countless deaths. Against such strength, numbers meant nothing. In an instant, millions of 100 clans warriors evaporated, including the Aspin-eating patriarch, who never imagined dying this way. Treated others. From now on, upon encountering anyone from the 100 clans, do not ask questions. Just eliminate them, Isaias said. At this stage, what reasons were needed? They simply needed to deal with the opposition directly. Some might not have intended such destruction, but since they were here, they must stay. There were no innocents on the battlefield. Because of them, countless humans had died, and thus, they had to die too. This time, they did exceptionally well by coming here to the Star Domain and fighting alongside humanity. After giving instructions, he walked toward the Central Continent martial artists. Only a few of you came from the Central Continent? Isaias asked with some dissatisfaction. Had he returned any later, even Ganon and the others would have been sacrificed. This was too unwise. According to the information he received, there were supposed to be strong figures from the Central Continent maintaining order. Things shouldn't have escalated so badly. But in reality, if he hadn't come, this group would definitely have been devoured entirely. This sparked anger within him. Could it be that the human race of the Central Continent viewed the human races of the outer 8 regions with such callousness? This was a war for survival. None could remain uninvolved. What advantage did they gain from acting like this? Did they plan to leave it all to him in the end? Well, Your Excellency, we are also unclear why no stronger figures were sent from the Holy Lands. However, during our journey, we were intercepted by several half-saints from various Holy Lands. The 30-stage half-saint truthfully replied, revealing all the information his plans had been. A terrifying figure appeared in each province, instantly freezing everyone in place. Without any reason, all present enemies were brutally slaughtered. Some in other battlefields managed to escape with their lives, but they were merely small fries, easily handled by Central Continent experts. Through them, Isaias learned that all communications sent back to the Central Continent had been cut off, making contact impossible. Who would believe there wasn't someone meddling in between? In half an hour, Isaias toured the outer 8 regions, slaying every top-tier warrior without mercy. Despite their pleading, their actions in the 9 regions warranted their deaths to quell public anger. Noel Clan, Cannibal Clan, Bone Clan, Thunder Clan, Mist Clan, Shadow Clan, Xylonon Clan, all turned into ghosts under his hand. With the downfall of these 7 major clans and all half-saints, the grand return of the 100 clans within half a month ended in chaos and defeat. Even hiding deep in the forests, they couldn't escape slaughter. Humans detested the 100 clans deeply and would not give them any chance to explain. Only after all the 100 clans warriors were eliminated did this war conclude. This was only the battlefield in the 9 provinces. The legacy regions remained. Having neither shown gratitude nor respect, they dared to invade the 9 provinces and caused endless killings. Such races should not exist. To thoroughly eliminate these threats, all forces aware of the 100 clans sharpened their weapons. Their massive offensive on the 9 provinces likely drained the Lama said angrily. Facing him were the holiest spinsters of other factions. The scene was divided into 3 sides. One was the Divine Xia Holy Land, the second was the camp of the 7 rebels, and the third was the neutral party who had not yet made their stance clear, which left the Divine Xia Holy Land isolated and unsupported. If only these people had more courage, they wouldn't be in such a passive situation. What does it have to do with us whether they live or die? We can barely sense the deaths of your Divine Xia's few half-saints who have undergone 30 transmigrations. Clifton, the holiest spinster of Crystal Palace, said with disdain. As long as it wasn't his own people, the death toll didn't matter. He couldn't care less. When the time came, they would just leave, indifferent to the rest. What did it matter if they were beings of the 9 provinces? Talking about principles with someone who disregarded the fundamentals was like talking to a wall. Once they took control of this land, they could rewrite history however they wanted. Future generations would only see what they allowed them to see. Based on this, they simply didn't care about right or wrong. They only cared about their own survival. TSK, why is Tomas so worried? Your turn will come soon enough, said Paco, the holiest spinster of 7 Stars Holy Land. With those words, tensions escalated. The former statement was by Clifton, the latter by Tomas. It appeared that no one liked fence-sitters. Who needed them to play the good guy here? Take action instead of just talking. What use were empty words? Thus, neither side was pleased, and they even aroused others' disgust. Compared to Clifton, Tomas spoke much more tactfully. It wasn't out of gentlemanly manners, but because Divine Xia shouldn't make enemies unnecessarily. There was no need to provoke Holiest Spinster Zack. If their power was overwhelming, they wouldn't have hesitated to act. Holiest Spinster Zack chuckled awkwardly and retreated to his own camp. Other factions also felt uncomfortable, sharing similar thoughts as him. Blow with the wind. They hadn't expected such intense reactions and instinctively rubbed their noses. Luckily, it wasn't them speaking out. Otherwise, it would have been extremely embarrassing. In that case, the Zack Holy Land will not meddle further. Farewell, Holiest Spinster Zack said. Michael led his Averils away. Perhaps from the start, they had made the wrong choice, leading to this situation now. People simply didn't care for their involvement. Only the weak survived in the crevices. One after another, several other Holy Lands left, making Divine Xia look truly abandoned. They were besieged at their doorstep, unable to take a step outside. Though they were the foremost among the 10 explained. The more he knew, the greater his fear grew. Isaias was a true pinnacle figure, incomparably superior. Few in the Jiang clan matched him, while those around the young Iof were numerous and formidable. Nicholas fell silent after hearing this. Initially, he thought bringing Devlin back meant loyalty to the Jiang clan. But now, it was clear that Isaias had deeply influenced Devlin, even after achieving celestial deity status, without wavering loyalty to Isaias, a sign of immense trust. Nicholas pondered whether Isaias was worth placing their bet on. Failure meant utter destruction, forgotten by history. Clan Finian, we should consider it. Isaias may indeed be extraordinary. I've been to the northern region. That great guy truly was a miracle, Stanley whispered. Isaias's growth was akin to a cheat. It appeared Isaias remained behind the scenes, but the crisis was far beyond what the great guy could handle alone. No one else would have helped great guy besides Isaias. This showed Isaias never revealed his full strength before them. Only those who had followed him closely knew how terrifying he was. Chapter 255, Choosing Sides. Enough. The Jiang clan has remained silent for too long. With dire times upon us, how can we be cowards? Nicholas declared. The other elders of the Jiang clan nodded in agreement. Besides Isaias's lineage, the strength of Xuanhuan itself was formidable. Their alliance could potentially tip the scales into a more balanced confrontation. If Isaias were indeed as powerful as rumored, losing them, a heavy blow to their morale. I am a creature of Jiuyou, destined to fight for Jiuyou. Who are you to stand here? Servants of others barking madly? Have your masters given permission? Nicholas retorted, his words laced with venom. His insults colored the 7 faction leaders' faces black. With this, Nicholas had irrevocably alienated himself from those 7 factions, binding his fate tightly with Xinxia's. This not only demonstrated his resolve, but also showed he was done with false civility once enemies were made. Michael makes sense. Creatures of Jiuyou should fight for Jiuyou, not waste time on dogs, Nashi remarked, clearly delighted. The remaining neutral parties grew increasingly curious about the Jiang clan's motivations. Why would they choose to oppose the 7-star sanctuaries, risking conflict with 6 Saint-Iofs and 1 clan Finian? At their level, reputation mattered. A decisive victory brought prestige. Training avirals who surpassed others reflected well on their name. Now, Nicholas's bold insults were refreshing. Clan Finian Jiang, Tomas, may I join the fun? Would I be welcome? Clan Finian Iggy approached with a laugh. Honorable brother, she joining us is a blessing, Nashi replied. With the Shi family's support, their new coalition seemed unassailable. Xinxia now had 4 strong allies, nearly matching the opponent's strength without suffering significant losses. Only 3 neutral sanctuaries remained undecided, questioning the sudden shift towards Xinxia when they initially agreed not to intervene. A small Xinxia attempting to disrupt the central state's order? Pure fantasy. Tomas, let's move. Cowards stay behind, Nicholas urged. Indeed, listen up to our Shi families, Michael Avenly Dao, Iggy added. Both were formidable fighters, strengthened by their clan's ancient powers. Combined with Xinxia's immense backing, they held a fighting chance against the sanctuaries. Still, such odds implied many casualties. None present wanted death. If so, let's fight. Supreme Elders, protect us from the foe, commanded Nashiu. War spirit surged. Wait, I've thought it over. Jiuyou is our homeland. Let Zack lead the charge, announced the Zack Saint-Iof, siding with Jiuyou at the last moment. While Nashiu disapproved, it wasn't solely his decision. Others having chosen their sides, what purpose did stubborn neutrality serve? It seems the battle is off, thought Clifton and company, bewildered by the abrupt change. Humph, today we'll let you live. We're leaving. They knew prolonged confrontation would be futile. These people couldn't be stopped. Nashiu did not hinder their departure, preoccupied with rescuing allies. Not so fast. Suddenly, terrifying killing intent descended, forcing several Saint Lords to scramble backward. The ground caved in under the force of an overwhelming destruction law, chilling them to the bone. Had they narrowly escaped death? Note. This translation maintains the narrative style and character names Pinyin accurately. The storyline logically continues from previous content, ensuring coherence. Chapter 256, Purging the Sacred Grounds. Once the dust settled, a young man in green robes emerged, his face etched with anger. In his right hand, he held a long spear, its tip still slightly charred from the earth. This was the person who had unleashed that terrifying strike moments ago. With just one move, several holy Iofs were nearly annihilated. The newcomer was none other than Isaias. Michael had arrived earlier and witnessed the Jiang clan's act of surrendering. Michael intended to give others an opportunity as well. Waiting until after a confrontation to think of surrendering would be too late. These were top-tier forces of the 9 realms, and each additional power would provide substantial support. Michael was powerful, almost invincible when no immortals emerged. Yet, the sword sex world was even more formidable, and it was difficult for him to combat it alone. Keeping a few more might not be a bad thing. His strike could have killed them all at once, but he chose not to. Michael wanted to execute them publicly before everyone's eyes, declaring that traitors must die. If not for their selfishness delaying crucial resources from Zhongzhou, things wouldn't have escalated so much. Looking back at the entire incident, their actions needed no further explanation. They had been thoroughly exposed. Who is he? Never seen him before, but his strength today. Fighting wasn't an option, fleeing likewise. They were left waiting for death. Jiang clan, we made the right bet. Nicholas and others felt a surge of elation. Every family had ancestors, able to perceive the sheer terror emanating from this person. Because of this, they were secretly rejoicing. Everyone underestimated Isaias. Who knew a holy junior could be so powerful? His strength far surpassed anyone present. They didn't need to do anything now, just wait for the show to unfold. C-Clan and Star Cloud's Sacred Ground also felt relieved, glad they had made the right choice. Had they not, they'd be meeting their end here today. In the future, facing external enemies might be tougher, but today, if they hadn't chosen correctly, survival would have been unlikely. Gentlemen, this is our feud with Xuanxia Sacred Ground. It doesn't involve you, Clifton said boldly, wanting to leave. No one would willingly stand beside such a terrifying person. Daring not to raise his voice, he whispered cautiously. However, Isaias responded with a glare full of killing intent. One look felt like being plunged into an icy abyss, bone-chilling cold. An involuntary sneeze, a clear sign of fear. A youth they had never met, known only through rumors, could possess such terrifying strength. Could this be an old monster in disguise? Otherwise, how could Isaias, so young, wield such terror instantly, leaving no trace behind? Ace had struck them down mercilessly. The process lasted 15 minutes. Once the anomalies dissipated, the sky cleared. Besides the few forces supporting the 9 realms, no one else remained alive. Aspen and culprits punished, lesser offenders can be dealt with by you. Agree? Isaias asked. It shall be done. There was no room for negotiation. The gap in strength was too vast. Amber, let's go. Isaias called toward the sky, where Eunice's form finally revealed itself. Afraid she might get caught in the aftermath, he had kept her back. From appearance to disappearance, it took about 20 minutes. Yet, this event left an unmatched myth. Some claimed Isaias's strength was unrivaled in the realm of deities, untouchable by any other. Purge those maggots. Death to rebels. They've been thorns in my side for a while. This is ultimately the 9 realms. Do we still go to the outer 8 states? No need. That person likely came from the outer 8 states. Otherwise, he wouldn't have executed Clifton and the others. I don't care. Let's wipe out those offspring first. I despise these turncoats. The 7 stars sacred ground and the crystal sacred ground belong to our Jiang clan. Under the sunset, 2 figures, a man and a woman, walked farther and farther away, heading towards an unknown destination. The land of Zhongzhou, bathed in crimson twilight, exuded a murderous atmosphere, symbolizing the bloodbath to purge external invaders. Chapter 257, The End of a Reef. The elites of the sacred grounds were all wiped out, leaving behind only minor avirals who were at a loss. Faced with attacks from various forces, their resistance seemed so insignificant. Yet do not pity them. Having their heads chopped off was considered a light punishment. They should have been tormented for countless years until they died in agony. 10 days. An entire 10-day period of deathly silence in Central State. Every now and then, there would be news about someone being killed or avirals from a certain sacred ground wreaking havoc somewhere. Eventually, ordinary martial artists organized themselves to wipe out those renegade avirals. Although the main bases were destroyed, not everyone had been present there. Aspany avirals who were traveling outside escaped that disaster. However, concerning their identities, they either changed names and disappeared into obscurity, possibly enjoying freedom for the rest of their lives, or were found and killed on the spot. What once was an identity to be proud of had now become an indelible stain, making them targets anyone could kill without sympathy. Compared to this, death seemed like a lighter punishment. In just 10 days, countless heads rolled. The number from the 9 forces combined was uncountable. After the mass slaughter, many places became desolate. In recent years, the 9 states experienced multiple calamities, each bringing heavy turning the tide single-handedly. Sword Sect World. On the Eternity Dao Sect's Eternity Divine Xylanunton. Our pawns left in the 9 states have all lost contact, the sect leader of Eternity Dao Sect said solemnly. This wasn't good news for them. Previously, the destruction of Eternity Dao Sect hadn't gravely wounded them, but now, with all their informants killed and a rumored powerful expert emerging comparable to Gaston Cavan, capable of controlling life and death at will, their situation worsened. Such prowess surpassed the original Gaston. Losing these informants left them blind in the 9 states, knowing nothing. Other Eternity Dao Sect leaders remained silent. If the reports were true, things had escalated beyond their expectations. Without intervention from the sages, their efforts would be futile. How much longer until we break through the blockade? Asked the sect leader. Michael himself was a sage, but Cavan's earlier use of Michael-Avenly Dao power to set up the blockade was too formidable. Any sage approaching would trigger devastating power, leaving irreversible Dao injuries. If not necessary, no sage would risk this. Thus, they let the sub-sage level martial artists slowly erode the barrier, but time was becoming critical. Not just for the 9 states, they too were anxious because Sword Sect World cycle was nearing its end. Unable to as for coexisting peacefully with humans in the 9 states, that was virtually impossible. Regardless of who came, they would be seen as invaders and fiercely resisted. Given their immense power, once they took control, the native inhabitants of the 9 states would have no place to survive. Yes, they all felt the weight on their shoulders. For Sword Sect World's future, they must act, regardless of right or wrong. Subsequently, a large number of martial artists set out for the border between the 2 worlds, working tirelessly to breach the blockade. Above the 9 states, how much longer until you awaken? Their strength is growing, the Michael-Avenly Dao remarked. Now, Cavan shared a common fate with it, making predictions uncertain. Aspany events unfolded unexpectedly. Hurry up, these beasts can't wait. How long can you hold them? Said the divine body. With the current intensity, at most a century. If they continue sending experts, the time will be shorter. Also, look at your son. Michael's nearly at the sub-sage level. Find a chance to help him advance, replied Michael-Avenly Dao. Do you think I don't want to? Michael won't return to Great Guy. Even if I want to help him, I can't. Haven't you seen? Responded the divine body. Chapter 258. Seeds, Preparations, and Emergence. Beyond the realm, an endless army of martial artists was urgently breaking through the blockade, preparing to invade the 9 provinces. Within the realm, only such people could grow rapidly. Time was running out. From recent signs, the pace of the Sword Sect World's invasion was accelerating. Otherwise, the 7-star Holy Land wouldn't have acted in previous years. Besides the prodigies, the 9 provinces' haven also included numerous divine Iofs and quasi-saints. This group didn't require intense cultivation since their progress could take decades, even centuries or millennia. There simply wasn't enough time. They came here specifically to nurture these prodigies. If there were any questions, they would exhaust all resources to answer without reservation. With great enemies ahead, why worry about such matters? In total, the 9 provinces' haven housed 30,000 people, 28,000 prodigies and over 1,000 who had reached the divine realm. Their strength was insufficient for warfare. Their role was to preserve the seeds of hope for the 9 provinces. They had no confidence in defeating the Sword Sect World. When disaster struck, they would go to the battlefield and impart their lifetimes of knowledge and heritage to these seed prodigies. If they were defeated, these prodigies would be the last hope for the 9 provinces. This was the true purpose of their existence. The 9 provinces' haven was never created for war, but for their legacy. 10 years. The 9 provinces' haven completed its mission and disappeared from the public eye, along with those prodigies. The highest-ranking martial artist killed in conflict was merely at the human Nash stage, as all those who reached the Nash realm spontaneously went to Central Province to defend alongside the higher-ups. They had no time for anything else. The sky grew increasingly dark, with occasional thunderous roars and faint glimpses of figures above. This scene only heightened their pressure. It was true. The enemy was coming right above them. That was the last layer of protection for the 9 provinces. Once it shattered, they would face the invaders directly. Were they ready? No one could answer that question. No one was ever truly prepared. They had no idea what awaited them beyond the borders. Yet the other side had already initiated an invasion, illustrating the vast gap between them. At the very least, the invaders were far more advanced in cultivation. This was a war they knew they couldn't win. Yet they refused to back down an inch. The 9 provinces' haven was hidden. Even if they perished, the 9 provinces would have a chance, albeit losing its legend. One day, the waters of the celestial sea boiled, splitting the surface apart. A new continental plate emerged from beneath the sea, featuring an ancient relic attracting countless martial artists. Unbeknownst to them, a powerful ancient race appeared. 1060 Revolution quasi-saints named the Tianqin clan. During the crisis of the 9 provinces, how can the Tianqin clan retreat? These words reassured humans somewhat. Any sages. So at the very least, they should have 99 transformation half-sages. Without even that, the hope of victory is virtually non-existent. That realm can barely stand up to a sage, just like the Egbert from before. During every era of calamity, there are always people who stand out, using their formidable power and the cost of their own demise to successfully rid of enemies. But can a miracle happen again this time? Over 30 years. The northern region of Jingzhou has undergone tremendous changes. The territory of Great Qin has expanded to cover all of the northern domain. In 30 years, the population increased by billions. This is merely the number of newborns. As news of Great Qin's might spread, many outsiders arrived to fill some of the gaps in the northern domain's population. It was truly the dominant force of the north, unbeatable by anyone. One of the most significant events was the emergence of deities within the Qi family. More than one. The emperor beloved by the people grew into a towering tree, protecting the civilians of Great Qin with his own fortune, forcefully entering the realm of divinity and now standing as an upper deity. Originally, given his potential, he shouldn't have been able to achieve such heights, surpassing even the elite youths in Jiuyou's realm of victory. But under the influence of the powerful national destiny and nourishment from Isaias, he managed to grow to this level. Michael was originally going to head for Jiuyou's realm of victory, but Isaias appeared and stopped him. If Jiuyou's occasional coughs indicated he was approaching his twilight years. This man was Kevin. Over the past 30 years, his cultivation had repeatedly declined. Michael was now immortal, with a lifespan similar to ordinary humans, nearly 90 years. It was typical for someone his age. Standing beside the bed was Isaias, looking incredibly youthful despite being nearly 70. After all these long years had passed. Julius, you've come? Kevin said. Michael had much to say but didn't know where to begin, only managing 5 simple words. Michael hadn't seen Isaias for many years and was happy to see him once more, gripping his hand tightly. If everything went smoothly, Isaias would have been the emperor of Great Qin. But if that had happened, Great Qin wouldn't have achieved its present glory. Michael had several grandchildren and even great-grandchildren now, making his life worth living. Akil. Isaias opened his mouth, unsure what to say. It wasn't because he was sad about Kevin's imminent death. Knowing that Kevin's rank rivaled a sage, he felt no sorrow, only finding the scene somewhat peculiar. A great sage facing his end this way. This night, beyond these 2 sentences, nothing else was spoken. Until dawn, when Kevin asked him to leave, wishing for a moment of solitude. Looking at the canopy above, it was unclear what thoughts were passing through his mind. Almost awakened. How close am I to a sage? Isaias thought on his way back to Cloud's Island Unton. Despite decades of effort, he couldn't find the clue to the final rule. No matter how many methods he tried, it remained elusive, not for lack of effort, but due to the final fraction that would likely become a lifelong regret. Your Highness. Back at Cloud's Island Unton, a few figures greeted him, all half-sages, each emitting a powerful aura, save for Ganon. How is Ganon? Has he become a sage yet? Isaias asked. Alf, Noel, Jean, Wallace Shenjuan, Herbert, Abby, Janine, 799 transformation half-sages. These were recent achievements, plus Ganon, who was still in training, already at this realm and refining further, hoping to break through to sagehood. For this, Isaias had used 10 summoning opportunities. Michael walked the furthest on this path, surpassing others immensely, yet still failed to touch the threshold of sagedom. To be a sage required consolidating sacred Tao rules, which necessitated perfectly integrating laws and then breaking through cosmic constraints with immense power to invoke the descent of sacred Tao rules from chaos. Only by invoking these rules, under their baptism, could one ascend to sagedom. The path to sagehood was a shortcut to directly perceive chaos and touch sacred Tao rules. A deity's one would likely need to integrate even more principles. Among them, Ganon stands out the most, having long since reached the pinnacle of a half-saint and surpassed many others. Calling him a half-saint is no longer appropriate. Michael has transcended the realm of a half-saint and lies somewhere between sainthood, which can be referred to as sub-saint. Due to his previous cultivation of the cause and effect Tao, the probability of reconnection is quite high. If he were to become a saint now, he has the capability to break through the chaotic shackles and summon the Tao to descend upon him. However, the chances of encountering the cause and effect Tao are extremely slim. Additionally, another reason for this is the constraints of Jiuyou's world. No one has currently reached the realm of a saint because Jiuyou's power cannot support a saint's existence. It would collapse almost immediately. Your Highness, I still cannot perceive chaos, but using the power of my cause and effect principles, I have roughly calculated that on the day when Jiuyou's constraints shatter, I will be able to achieve enlightenment and become a saint. Ganon suddenly appeared, recounting his experiences during his seclusion to everyone. That's so? What is your current probability of attracting the cause and effect Tao? Isaias asked. Since a breakthrough isn't possible at present, they needed to explore alternative paths to elevate others. As long as he could break through in time, it would suffice. Will there be enough time by then? 10%. Ganon replied. This probability is too small. Even with his current cultivation, this is the best he can do. From his time and resources. Increasing one person per year wouldn't significantly enhance everyone's strength. Outside the borders, the Sword Sect world's army continued attacking. Within the realm, countless races lay low, waiting for battle. Time passed quickly, several years flew by. Your Highness, I now have a full grasp on attracting the cause and effect Dao. Ganon silently appeared behind Isaias, speaking of a very ordinary matter. I know, Isaias didn't turn around, his gaze growing sharper as he looked towards Longning City. Ganon seemed to sense something. In that direction, someone's life force had dwindled to its weakest point. One day, the sky over the Great Qin was heavy. Flags on the city walls changed from red to white. White silk hung from all palace eaves, and the entire imperial palace felt eerily quiet except for the hasty servants. Endless murmurs filled the air. On the streets of the capital, citizens spontaneously donned mourning clothes and burned paper money in fire pits. The hour has come, respectfully bidding farewell to Nash Taizong of the Qin Dynasty. A murmur echoed from deep within the palace. Nash Taizong, posthumously honored by Jinsen for Kavin, had both merits and demerits during his reign. But due to his persistence, the Great Qin emerged. Abroad, expanding territories, domestic heavens. Congratulations, you are about to officially become a saint. The safety of the Jiuyou continent rests with you. The will of Michaelaven spoke, seemingly envious. After fair trade with him for so many years, Jiuyou would finally produce its own saint. But faced with impending calamity, their chances of victory remained dim. Thanks to you, or I would have died long ago, the divine body said. As they conversed, the missing parts of the divine body slowly reformed, returning to his body and gradually piecing together a complete figure. A few minutes later, only the head was left unreturned. Why delay? Return now. Suddenly, a muffled voice echoed from the divine body. This sound resonated through the heavens. In the human realm, at the Great Qin Aspinusoleum, with a burst of golden light, the already buried coffin of Kavin exploded, something flying out from inside. Except for a few individuals, nobody could clearly see what it was. The eerie phenomenon sparked speculation. Faced with an empty coffin, no one knew how to proceed. Chapter 261. The First Sage, the Flood of the Nether Sea. Continue with the burial, to honor the founding emperor's position. A voice both familiar and strange reverberated through the heavens. It was Isaias speaking. A huge of rules flooded their minds, pushing them from just 1/10 complete to perfection, then fusion, all in an instant. This was a reward from the universe, boosting them from half a watch, a period of time, to 50 transformations. Such prowess suited their identities as the 8 Iofs, fitting to follow the court. In Central Plains, the holy land of divine Xia, the court has become a sage. We haven't lost yet. My king. The higher-ups of the holy land quickly ascended the sacred mountain to await the end of this phenomenon. They had once seen a similar event, the ascension to sainthood, but back then, Kavin only possessed the combat power of a sage, not the realm itself. Now, the whole sky celebrated even more fervently than before. What else could it be but the emergence of a sage? Apart from the Gaston Temple being a direct subordinate of the court, their divine Xia was also directly under his lineage. Otherwise, Auden wouldn't have said that divine Xia would never betray. Similarly, golden lights appeared here too, 10 beams falling on the strongest 10 individuals, enhancing their power significantly. In an instant, they broke through several realms due to their foundational strength. They were already fusing certain rules, just not entirely successfully. With Michaelaven Dao's blessings, it naturally sped up the process. Breaking through realms effortlessly, countless envied them. Eventually, divine Xia produced 1070 transformation quasi-sages, stronger than the Michaelaven Michaelart clan and others. Ancient life forms, aged to prove themselves, and one sage's appearance already strains this Michaelaven Dao space. No reckless acts allowed. By the way, what about her? When will she become a sage? Kavin asked, referring to Shayla. His aim went beyond becoming a sage himself. She has her own destiny, but you must prepare yourself mentally. The 9 states cannot have 2 sages. She'll become a sage within the nether soil. Only a part is under my control, and the ancient nether soil is uncontrollable. She might take over the duties of the underworld and reclaim Dustin City, Michaelaven Dao explained. Is there really no other way? Kavin frowned, realizing this wasn't good news. On the other side of the nether sea, even glancing there made his soul tremble. Thankfully, the Yama King guarded it. Otherwise, it would have already breached. However, the Yama King's power was waning, and what would they do when that moment came? No. If the nether sea breaches, both the 9 states and the nether soil will perish, Michaelaven Dao bluntly stated. Now aligned with Kavin, if he fled during the world's crisis, his sagehood would rapidly diminish, and he'd be forsaken by other worlds. Power came with responsibility. You couldn't simply discard the world once you achieved it. Unless he attained sagehood in the chaotic Dao realm, which would mean something different. She still had a chance to visit above Michaelaven and meet that person. However, due to Dustin's words, she had no choice but to abandon that plan. The nether sea was a place she could not avoid. Its significance was immense, far more terrifying than the sword sect world. It required cultivation far surpassing that of a sage to barely contend with it, and it was constantly eroding, never ceasing. The suddenness of events left her feeling isolated in the empty palace, with no one to confide in. This is my fate, Shayla sighed. She had no other options. With Dustin holding back the nether sea, if even he failed, the 9 provinces would be doomed. They would crumble from within, even without the interference of the sword sect world. If such a place existed, the 9 provinces would not perish. Even if others reached here, what difference would it make? Could the sword sect world withstand something that even Dustin couldn't? Before departing, she transmitted a message to the other 8 supreme powerhouses, urging them to uphold their duties, knowing she would need them soon, though she didn't specify the nature of the task. Michaelating to the nether sea, whether or not she would return in this lifetime remained uncertain. Perhaps her demise would come sooner. Some things had to be done, and this was fate. Apart from her, there was no one else suitable in nether soil. Michael's sudden departure stirred unease among the other supreme powerhouses. They had submitted to the supreme shrine only out of respect for the empress, but now that she was gone, and the shrine was unoccupied, they felt no further constraints. Unprepared for what lay ahead. Was she destined to spend her entire life trapped here? How long could she hold out after taking Dustin's place? Standing beside him, she dared not speak. Don't be so tense. I will assist you in my last moments by relinquishing my saint ancestor's power. Perhaps this can buy the 9 provinces 10,000 years of peace. During this time, try to enhance yourself and exceed me if possible, Dustin explained to Shayla, informing her of how much time she had. In this situation, the only option was for him to dissolve into the Tao. His cultivation had reached the level of saint ancestor, stronger than any sage, which made Shayla feel even more pressured. 10,000 years sounded long. Yet, after cultivating for millions of years, she had barely achieved half-sage status, unable to even glimpse the path to sagehood. To reach Dustin's level within 10,000 years seemed impossible. Who knew what that realm entailed? Seeing her silence, Dustin continued unperturbed. Now I will pass the underworld legacy to you. With the will of the underworld, you can become a sage, unrestricted by the heavens of the 9 provinces, but you will also bear the responsibility of protecting the underworld. Let's say if you can't hold off the ancient nether soil, then give up. Dustin choked on his last words. Why should Shayla, who was not born and raised in the underworld, remain like him? No one knew. 10,000 years seemed short. She stood atop Dustin City for 3 days and nights, gazing at the boundless nether sea, wondering if this would be her final destiny. To sacrifice the entire underworld for a crumbling world where no one survived. How tragic. Just like the 9 provinces, unable to resist the invasion of the sword sect world, their fate would be similarly dire. Beyond the original world, no other world would treat you as well. Chapter 263. The Second Saint, the Nether Path. Ancestor Saint, what level is that? Will Demi become a saint there? Kevin asked in puzzlement. As a saint, and one who wields part of the Michaelavenly Dao's power, he knew many things. Although he could not fully control the underworld, as long as the other party did not resist, he still had ways to know. Michael felt somewhat anxious deep inside. After all, the 9 provinces could only have one saint, and even then, only under imminent destruction. Now Shayla had the chance to become a saint without relying on the 9 provinces' Michaelavenly Dao. If there were 2 saints, his burden would be lighter. Xylon Reaver, he was very curious about the underworld spoken of by the Eider of Dustin. What kind of formidable power could produce such a terrifying powerhouse, so powerful that as a saint, Kevin couldn't detect a hint of them? The position of a saint felt stifling. Now, with Dustin exposing their strength, Kevin wanted to know how big the gap between them was. I don't know either. Don't make me sound too mysterious. You've also wielded Michaelavenly Dao power, the will of the Michaelavenly Dao said. Having experienced and encountered it, it was its own. In this nascent world, it was difficult for even a saint to be born, let alone something above a saint. Perhaps if Kevin went to the chaotic Dao realm and brought back knowledge from there, it would know more. If possible, it also wanted to ascend. A selfless Michaelavenly Dao had no secret intentions. Humans act while Michaelaven watches. Conversely, Michaelaven acts while humans watch. All truths become clear over time. With enough life experience, one could learn all the secrets of the 9 provinces. Kevin fell silent. The Michaelavenly Dao was right. Asking was futile. Michael should just go to the chaotic Dao realm himself and find out everything. However, the previous event of the Nether Sea breach halted the advance of the sword sect's cultivators. They watched from afar, hesitant to attack until they were certain, which would buy everyone more time to prepare. In the underworld, Dustin City, Shayla held the underworld inheritance, feeling uneasy and conflicted. After much hesitation, she showed determination. A looming disaster shouldn't halt my progress. How can I achieve enlightenment? Shayla muttered, plunging her consciousness into the inheritance orb. A vast flood of memories surged into her mind. It depicted a grand world, the ancient underworld, magnificent and awe-inspiring, spanning all realms. Countless saints once resided there, including several ancestor saints known as Dao spinsters. Advancing further would enter the realm of Dao itself, which only the chaotic Dao realm possessed. Even so, the underworlds might instill fear among all races, especially considering their specialized soul-targeting techniques, making them almost untouchable. With such power, the underworld would perpetually reign above the 9 Michaelavens. Until one day, a terrifying body suddenly descended upon the underworld. Instantly, it collapsed, leaving only a small portion to escape, forming the present-day underworld. That body remained nearby, always keeping a distance from the underworld. It seemed the underworld had forces that could aid its recovery, continuously sapping the underworld's power. Gradually, the decaying power released by that body formed the ancient underworld, a place brimming with opportunities. Entering it once offered immense benefits and a chance at becoming a saint. Entering again would mean certain death, becoming part of the ancient underworld. This meant the sure family members would have future chances at becoming saints. O mortal world. Beneath the nether, only death remains, no life exists. This was an extremely terrifying path. Its destructive power might not surpass annihilation, but its capabilities made even top-tier beings wary. Touching it invited misfortune. As the path merged into her body, sacred power spontaneously arose. The sky instantly darkened. Unlike Kevin's ascension, marked by colorful light, this was accompanied by a dead gray aura, spreading across the heavens, not less intense than Kevin's. She has achieved sainthood, Kevin said, his expression complex. Michael should have been happy, but he wasn't. It meant Shayla would forever guard Dustin City, a mere 10,000 years of freedom insignificant, compared to their virtually endless lifespans. You should be glad. And you can go to Dustin City to accompany her, the Michaelavenly Dao said. That's true. Time is plentiful. Why should I rush? What great trials haven't I faced? Once my cultivation improves, I will destroy that ancient underworld, Kevin replied, a fierce look in his eyes. Determination drove him to train harder. If being a saint was not enough, he would climb higher. Eventually, he would become invincible, disregarding any origins, annihilating anything that threatened them, no longer confined to that broken place. Reactions varied among the populace. Curiosity and fear filled them. They had never seen such strange phenomena, rivaling even the signs of becoming a saint. Is this a calamity befitting a saint? Not again. After just glimpsing hope? Could this also be a saint, just practicing a different path? If it's a saint, that's fine. But if it targets saints, where will we hide? Some rejoiced, others grieved. Facing the unknown always drained the spirit. Chapter 264. Finally met. Returned. The strange phenomenon dissipated, and the world returned to clarity as if nothing had happened. Perhaps only a few people knew about this event. Even Isaias wasn't aware of it, until the system informed him that it was due to warriors from another realm becoming saints. Indeed, it was not the Nine States' own world that birthed these saints. But for the anomaly to penetrate the Nine States suggests that the two worlds are intertwined, hence such unusual phenomena. In an instant, the Lost Land came to mind for Isaias, an ancient netherworld. It seemed like there were greater secrets hidden within, but his current strength wasn't enough to uncover them. Now, he awaited the breaking of the celestial constraints so that Ganon and others could advance to the Saint Realm, shattering the heavenly blockade in the Sword Sect's world. The blockade not only defended against external invasions, but also severed the chance for the Nine States' martial artists to achieve sainthood. Even with the system's assistance, it took considerable time to merely push them close to the brink of sainthood. For now, he continued signing in daily to boost the might of the Great Guy people, creating several prodigies over the years, extending the Great Guy's imperial reign. In time, they would become guardian deities. After achieving sainthood, he must leave. Remaining here offered little benefit beyond summoning subordinates below the saint level. Wouldn't it be better to venture into the chaotic Dao realm? Michael paid scant attention to the outside world changes, focusing instead on cultivating more deities. Above the heavens, Demi has also become a saint. You stay here. I'll be back soon, Kevin said. Michael didn't visit Great Guy or seek out Isaias because now was not the right time. Xylon Reaver, in Great Guy's eyes, he was dead. Why bother? Better to reunite with his wife. These days, he had been monitoring the netherworld. Finally, this moment arrived. Though not in the same world, theoretically, they should belong to the same place. Admiring the remnant will of the netherworld, despite its ravaged state, it still managed to produce saints. Just that single feat exceeded the power of the Nine States' Michael-Avenly Dao. Pity it fell, losing even sentience, leaving only instincts operating. If thoroughly merged, the Nine States would certainly. Before departing, Demi, wait for me. I'll find a way to enhance my power until this threat is eliminated. Then, none can oppose us. Kevin promised, unsure when he could fulfill it, yet it drove his efforts. Go, I understand, Shayla urged. Ultimately, they parted. Despite sharing a world, imperfect Michael-Avenly Dao rules imposed restrictions on their actions, frustratingly limiting them. I'll have plenty of time later. What's the rush? Kevin comforted himself on the way back. The netherworld's resistance wasn't strong, perhaps assimilated partly by the Nine States. Michael could visit periodically, better than waiting millions of years. Elsewhere, 10 days of silence perplexed the powerful Sword Sect observers. Apart from the world-ending commotion, two saints emerged consecutively. What's happening in the Nine States? The Dao Sect's leader pondered. Two saints. A past battle saw a half-complete saint slay 5 of theirs. Could they match them now? A swift attack aimed to catch the Nine States off guard, then escape through the Ascension Gate. A vast universe wouldn't confine them. However, with recent developments, invasion needed careful consideration. Finian, even if the Nine States produce saints, we shouldn't worry. If we fail to breach them swiftly, our world will be destroyed. Where will we go? In the past, go all out. Indeed, when everyone poured all their efforts into this battle, effects were noticeable. Even the sages descended from their thrones. Kevin did not remain idle either. He continuously fortified the boundary. However, his efforts could not match the speed at which the enemy was breaking through. Even with Shayla's assistance, she couldn't stay here indefinitely. She still needed to enhance her power, whether to deal with the Sword Sect world or the Nethersea. Formidable strength was crucial. Years passed like a fleeting moment, and another decade had gone by. Boom. The sentient beings of Jiuyou raised their heads and gazed at the sky, a trace of bitterness flashing across their eyes. The sky had collapsed, leaving a gaping hole. Under the relentless assault of the Sword Sect world, within just 50 years, half the predicted time, a hole was punched through the sky. This reality was something they found hard to accept. They thought they had more time before the enemy arrived, never imagining it would happen so soon. The hole was expanding outward, rapidly growing. They could even see the horrifying martial artists outside wielding weapons and hacking at the world barrier of Jiuyou without stopping for a moment. Weakness bore this consequence, and despite having sages present, anxiety filled their hearts. In Great Guy, Isaias and several others stood shoulder to shoulder. Witnessing this scene, their nerves tightened. The sky had collapsed, hanging over their heads like a sharp blade, ready to drop at any moment. How could anyone not feel this, capable of utilizing cosmic laws, represented a significant burden on the Michael-Avenly Dao? Of course, they could have relocated to the chaotic Dao realm, but that required time and authorization from higher-ups. Otherwise, they'd be considered illegal immigrants, pursued and hunted down. Unable to leave, they remained in their original world, leading to a vicious cycle. Accumulating sages increased pressure on the world, which could not develop and would eventually crumble. Beyond the realm, Jiuyou has fractured. Brothers, let's give it our all and breach it. I've tolerated this shell for too long, finally breaking through. These are the sentient beings of Jiuyou? Pathetically weak. Years have passed, and they haven't improved. Their Michael-Avenly Dao is severely wounded. I wonder who will save you now. Seeing the fractured corner, the martial artists of the Sword Sect world instantly showed excitement. This meant they could invade Jiuyou soon, a new world where they would undoubtedly reap great benefits. After such immense efforts, success was almost within reach. How could they not be thrilled? This time, we must conquer Jiuyou. Their Michael-Avenly Dao is weakened. Sages lack strength. Jiuyou belongs to exert immense pressure on them, suppressing their cultivation levels and making them vulnerable to counterattacks. This was the unique attribute of a world's Michael-Avenly Dao, boosting allies while weakening opponents. Breaking the world barrier allowed for full strength entry into other worlds, or showcased absolute confidence in maintaining dominance even under Michael-Avenly Dao suppression. Above, two figures watched the exterior domain, anger blazing within them, awaiting the arrival of the invading army. Everything became tense. The inhabitants of Jiuyou lived in perpetual anxiety. Powerful figures prepared for battle. Top experts folded their arms, watching ahead. In this moment, only combat remained. Chapter 266. The days of tranquility have ended. In the 9 provinces, countless lives have mobilized to their respective battle positions, ready for combat. Over half a century of struggle has also produced many powerful warriors in the 9 provinces. Those at the human sovereign realm and above now number in the hundreds of millions. Yet this was still insufficient. The enemy had more time to grow and possessed even greater strength. Despite this, they had to move forward bravely and not retreat. Behind them lay the vast lands of the 9 provinces. If these fell, all they would face was annihilation, the erasure of their culture, and complete obliteration. Should that happen, the invaders would be the new natives. He lacked full confidence. The Michael-Avenly Dao offered no assistance. Having expended much essence to withstand the previous 10 sages, enduring another attack would cause the 9 provinces to collapse on its own. Still, those issues would be dealt with when the time came. For now, sending warriors to the borders of the 9 provinces was the priority. Since the sky broke, the ancient Dao sect continually sent forces to probe, with some warriors crossing over from various dimensions. Every breach in the world barrier weakened the suppression on interdimensional warriors. Human sovereigns could now enter unharmed, manageable in small numbers but requiring collective effort in larger ones. Michael mostly focused on dealing with the ancient Dao sect sages. Below, warriors who witnessed the sage stared wide-eyed. A sage's presence truly commanded respect. Walking alone could create marvels, far beyond their abilities. Greetings to the sage. Voices echoed loudly, endlessly. His voice resonated throughout the 9 provinces, visible by all beings. Only a sage could achieve such feats. Even semi-sages couldn't project their figures across the provinces, many places being too dangerous even for them. I call upon all warriors of the 9 provinces in the name of the sage to head towards the border, Kevin announced. Though they had a century, only about 6 decades, once the world barrier shattered, the 9 provinces would be fully exposed, leaving nothing but submission. Destroying the barrier itself served no purpose. Understanding Kevin's intent, he gathered them to aid in repairing the barrier. Prolonging time is needed. We cannot let the sage fight alone. Kill these pests. I wish to clear obstacles for the Court. The time to repay the 9 provinces has come, fellow Taoists. I'll start with the killings. Reaching the battlefield, they wasted no time. Their advanced semi-sage powers easily slaying human sovereigns. However, 5 powerful presences crossed over, countering them. Himph, do you forget we exist? Kevin immediately retaliated. Then, a figure emerged from the netherworld, repelling the opponents. The clash between sages sent shockwaves retreating them hundreds of miles. Kevin, regardless of your delays, the 9 provinces will fall, said the Dao sect spinster. Irvin, don't gloat. Dare enter the 9 provinces, and it's your end, Kevin replied. Knowing empty threats were common but focusing on the immediate issue. Himph, lowly ants, daring to boast. Enjoy your last moments of struggle. Irvin, leader of the Dao sect, whose name few dared use. Both sides spoke harshly yet wisely ceased further escalation. Chapter 267. Isaias enters the battlefield. However, that intense sacred power was obviously targeted at those with greater strength. The stronger one was, the more severe the suppression they would experience. They couldn't recklessly hurt sages, except for the untimely circumstances that prevented them from taking that final step. With their counterattack, the sacred power within the 9 provinces was dispersed using divine power, relieving the pressure on everyone present. It's him. Upon recognizing the newcomers, those familiar with Isaias and his crew were not particularly surprised. They knew these individuals were powerful, but to be powerful enough to defy the sacred power was still astounding. Outside the boundary, Irvin and a few others initially reacted with fury. How dare any divine being resist their sacred power? But another glance revealed that almost all of them were nearly at the sage level. If not for the 9 provinces' limitations, there would be 8 additional sages. 2 among them had reached the pinnacle, undeniably on the verge of breaking through to become true sages. No wonder they dared resist the sacred power. Such immense strength naturally warranted their defiance. You are quite remarkable. A pity you aren't from my Dao sect. Otherwise, you could have taken my place, Irvin said, addressing Isaias directly. Though Isaias was the weakest cultivator in this group, his aura was the strongest, while the others would likely be defeated instantly, except for the 2 at the peak. That goes without saying. Of course the son of a half-sage is impressive. So what? Old man, are you trying to snatch him? Kevin retorted with heart from Kevin's ascension to sagehood. So many powerful prodigies emerged. Those earlier attempts ended in vain. Yet, they retained the capability for another assault, buying the other side some extra time. As the sages spoke, the people below murmured among themselves. Michael's actually the son of a sage. No wonder he's so powerful. But I've never heard of him before. Same here, I don't know either. I know a little. Michael once visited our divine summer sanctuary and became a sage junior. I didn't realize he was truly a true sage junior. Michael's pretty low-key. I've never heard him act or speak much. When he does act, he shocks everyone. Praise for Isaias was generous, acknowledging his exceptional strength despite his youth. Had they known better, they'd realize Isaias came from a humble background, receiving no favors from sages. Even the 2 powers he later found only aligned with him post-ascension. Subsequently, Isaias approached the border and stood beside Kevin. Kid, you didn't embarrass me. No wonder your mother always talked about you, Kevin said first. How is my mother? Isaias asked. Michael was around 70 or 80 years old, yet he had only seen his mother for a few years. Later, she vanished. Michael learned some things from Amber. They indeed fell off a cliff and were saved by his mother, otherwise Amber would have long perished. Their encounter was brief. He hadn't even visited the Netherworld. When Amber arrived, the Netherworld had just unified, and details beyond that were unclear. Your mother's situation is special. If you have the time, visit the Netherworld. Below the rank of sage, victory or defeat had yet to be decided. Even with Isaias and his group of great experts, the sword sect world already possessed dozens of near sages. If it weren't for the limitations of heaven and earth, they would also be sages. They now awaited who could slay their opponent the fastest. Those inside did not venture out, and those outside dared not enter. Amidst this chaos, it was clear that the 9 provinces were at a disadvantage. The fissure widened daily, and eventually, it would shatter. Ganon, you all remain here to hold this position, Isaias said. Since the opposition wasn't moving forward, there was no need for him to stay either. After several decades, he needed to visit the Netherworld. Michael feared that if everyone left, the other side would continue their assault. Leaving Ganon and others behind was the best option. The 9 provinces lacked peak near sages. Their strongest only reached around 60 transformations, falling far short compared to the opposition. Then, Isaias and Eunice transformed into beams of light, heading toward the Netherworld. Michael felt somewhat tense inside. His memories of his mother remained from when he was young. Thinking he had been low-key enough, he realized that his parents were the hidden major players. His father had dominated an era in the 9 provinces and had become its pinnacle, an unattainable realm for countless martial artists. Meanwhile, his mother had unified the Netherworld. Word had it that several supreme powerhouses existed there, possessing strength around 50 transformations. Given this, the 9 provinces might not stand against the Netherworld unless the Tianqin clan emerged. And these 10 supreme powerhouses were only part of the known Netherworld. In the desolate regions, whether great dangers lurked remained unknown. As for more information, Isaias didn't know much, his understanding limited to what Eunice had told him. The Netherworld was a world painted in shades of darkness, desolate as far as the eye could see. It seemed like it really was the realm of ghosts. As you arrive at Dustin City, Shayla's voice resonated in their ears just as they entered the Netherworld. She no longer cared about the Supreme Temple, aiding Kevin in defending against external threats in her free time, while using other moments for cultivation. She now exuded a mysterious aura, undeniably stronger than Gai Shangbao, inheriting the glory of the underworld. Once a world where sage ancestors had appeared. Guided by Eunice, they headed toward Dustin City. A person waited atop the city walls, a familiar figure that made Isaias stop in his tracks. Grandma, we're back, Amber smiled, feeling more at ease here than in the 9 provinces, having grown accustomed to this place. Xylonther, Isaias said, his voice choked up. Don't worry, come closer, let me see you, Shayla said. It was a day of reunion before the disaster. Tender moments were fleeting. Tomorrow or accident, who knew which would come faster? Or even the present. Worrying too much was pointless. Not much needed to be said. Xylons of the time. Shayla talked, and he listened. Afterward, he stayed in the Netherworld. Michael, he comprehended different laws of reality, unique and distinct from his own, but still not suitable to cultivate his last law seed. Yet, they strengthened his existing laws. When he had no leads, the Netherworld seemed like a reasonable choice. For years, he wandered through it madly. Over time, each law within him carried an additional essence, manifesting 2 opposite forces on one law. For example, the wood law split into Yangwood and Inwood, combined strength leaving him unsure of his newfound realm. One day, he found Shayla. Xylonther, does my current strength pose a threat to the sages? Isaias asked, channeling all his power, forming a terrifying energy sphere around his fingertips. Even the Netherworld shook as if divine punishment was descending. With a single thought, the heavens trembled. Julius, your strength is formidable, but it cannot harm a sage. No matter how much stronger you become, the difference remains due to the lack of transformation in Dao, Shayla explained. Watch closely, the yellow spring Dao. She summoned the yellow spring Dao, which enveloped her. Instantly, her aura immediately crushed by his existing laws. One day, after traversing every inch of the Netherworld, including lost villages, finding no answers, his gaze turned toward one place he hadn't visited yet. Xylonther Amber, I'm going to the ancient Netherworld. Chapter 269 The dome is shattered. No, Shayla and Eunice said in unison. Having stayed here for a long time, they naturally knew the dangers of the ancient Netherworld. If it were just dangerous, their reactions wouldn't be so intense. The crux was that entering the ancient Netherworld a second time meant certain death. This was the greatest law of the Netherworld since ancient times. No one could enter and exit twice. Only scorched earth remained upon re-entry. Knowing the peril of the ancient Netherworld and that Isaias had already come out of there, they were unwilling to let him risk his life again. That place was too eerie. While eroding the Netherworld, it also created countless prodigies. But besides Shayla's family, no one else knew about the erosion caused by the ancient Netherworld, not even Isaias. Shayla only mentioned he would cultivate here, inheriting some legacy, without divulging more to Isaias. Instead of burdening another with worry, he preferred to bear the responsibility alone. Perhaps this was what parents did, willing to endure all hardships themselves rather than expose their children to danger. What if I can break this timeless rule? Isaias said reluctantly. Michael had it will take for you to become saints. I'm afraid we may not have enough time, Isaias said. Enemies were closing in, and within a few years, the dome might shatter. If their breakthrough required too much time, the odds of survival were slim if attacked relentlessly. How much time do you need? Isaias asked to gauge how long he needed to hold on. Your Highness, I don't know about Xylan, but Jean and I will be protected by the Chaos Dao realm during our ascension, rendering attacks below venerated ancestor ineffective. We are only safeguarded while outside the Dao realm, needing about 5 minutes if everything goes smoothly. However, we cannot assist your highness during this process, Ganon explained, worried about being targeted due to Isaias's recent prominence. If attacked during this period, we won't be able to help, Xylan added, mentioning the protection of the Polar Realm Abyss, whose exact hierarchy was unclear. Can you try ascending now? Isaias asked. Michael knew he would be targeted first once conflict erupted. This isn't feasible. If we go out, we'll be easily controlled with minimal resistance. Even if we manage to invoke protection, our stay post-ascension would be limited, a final concession by the Dao realm to prevent saintly beings from wandering. Our plan is to use the moment of the dome's collapse to summon the Great Dao instantly. If successful, even venerated ancestors won't be a problem, Ganon concluded, reflecting on the risks involved. Isaias pondered, knowing the dangers were his own safety as a creature of the Dao realm. The moment they launched their attack, for beams of light shot skyward, momentarily quieting the chaos. People observed the figures under the light columns and sensed impending danger. The power those individuals unleashed was terrifying, and with the light columns rising, they were breaking through the chaos and attracting the Dao's essence. During this period, they were invincible. Outsiders couldn't break through. They are about to become sages. Quickly stop them. To achieve sainthood right before their eyes required immense confidence, disregarding their presence entirely. Numerous experts abandoned their invasion of the Nine Realms and attacked Alf and company instead. For sages breaking through simultaneously caused quite a commotion. Their light was the brightest on the entire battlefield. However, anyone rushing blindly towards them was inevitably repelled. How is this possible? When a Spinlick himself approached, he was also bounced back. The Fontan force from the light columns was incredibly strong, sending him reeling as if he'd been severely wounded. Note, Fontan should be translated as rebounding or repelling for better fluency in English. Revised. How is this possible? When a Spinlick himself approached, he was also bounced back. The repelling force from the light columns was incredibly strong, sending him reeling as if he had been severely wounded. Ganon and the others, surely they could deal with someone who wasn't yet a sage? When that figure appeared, Isaias stood among the four, suggesting he was their leader. Taking down Isaias would render the opponents helpless. Alf and the others were naturally anxious. The light columns flickered intermittently, affected by the pressure. Focus on guiding the Dao, Isaias ordered. Now they could only fight until the end. If they couldn't hold on for 5 minutes, today would be his burial day. Michael couldn't help but ponder the dusty treasures in storage, ready to shine one last time. At this critical moment, you're still concerned about them? Come and die. Another sage remarked. For a sage to act against a deity showed a blatant disregard for honor. Who cared? As long as they subdued the threats, the rest would be easier to handle. Attacking a deity directly. Aren't you too shameless? Kavin interceded, blocking Isaias. Limu of the Netherworld has come to test your sword sect strength. Shayla appeared, releasing a more formidable force than Kavin's, retaliating fiercely. The oppressive force on Isaias vanished instantly. 2 against 5. You have no chance of winning. You may hinder us for a while, but eventually, you will be annihilated. You have no chance, the Spinlick declared. The battle began immediately. The power unleashed by 7 sages fighting was terrifying. Up in the sky, countless Nashes battled endlessly on the dome-shaped battlefield. Below this level, one didn't even qualify to join the fray. The battlefield was like a meat grinder, churning royal blood, imperial blood, and divine blood alike. Michael darkened, and all beings mourned. This was a war for survival. None could retreat. If they retreated in the 9 realms, there would be no place left for them. While the sword sect world was also making a final gamble, hoping to gain rebirth through this battle. No one noticed the 4 light columns in the center transforming rapidly. The Dao had descended, and their divine powers were evolving, step by step towards the sage realm. Chapter 271. That trace of aura. 2 minutes later, a vacuum zone formed around Isaias, with hundreds of near saints cut down on the spot. The overwhelming combat power was suffocating. Originally advancing relentlessly, the near saints' steps came to an abrupt halt. Death was not terrifying. It was the meaningless nature of it that was. Their opponent didn't even pause for breath, and seemed ready for more battle. They were truly afraid now. At this rate, they might all be killed, and the opponent would still be fine. No wonder the sage wanted him removed first. Keeping him alive posed too great a threat to the sword sect world. If he won, no one in the sword sect world might survive. But without a sage intervening, no one could restrain this heavenly deity. Indeed, he was only a Michaelavenly deity, not even a divine Ioth yet. But his laws were too bizarre, filling his divine realm, each law carrying 2 opposing forces. The instantaneous explosions made people's hair stand on end. Each thick law strand could tear apart half saints of 70 to 80 transformations. A few strands wrapped around a near saint, and they would soon be melted away. Michael seemed almost flawless, unapproachable even. Continuing to attack meant only death awaited them. They came here seeking enlightenment for sagehood, not to die. We'll hold down Kavin and his wife. Ajax, you go and kill him, the Spinlick said. Michael was similarly shocked by Isaias' strength. If he reached the sage level, wouldn't he possess the power to instantly kill a sage? Such a prodigy must be destroyed if not from the sword sect world, just to reassure everyone. Michael must die. Sage Ajax said. If near saints were useless, he would have to do it himself. Once Isaias was dead, he could return to deal with the 2 sages. By then, the 9 provinces would surely lose. As for those becoming sages, they shouldn't be finished so quickly. Ajax left, leaving Kavin and his wife anxious but helpless. Ajax, if you dare hurt my son, I'll give up this old life so you never enter the chaotic Dao world, Kavin said. Wasn't that what he wanted? Hemph, as my opponent, you dare to be distracted? A Spinlick attacked swiftly, not giving him a chance. With a sage present, all others retreated. Seeing Isaias face a sage, they felt admiration. Perhaps he was the only deity who could make a sage act. You have the power to face a sage. Being killed by me should be enough to make you proud, Ajax looked down at Isaias, a trace of regret in his eyes. There was nothing to say. As opponents, he had to be killed or else cause endless trouble. What a formidable family. Parents as the only double sages in the 9 provinces, himself the best below a sage. Facing hundreds of near saints, he could instill fear into their hearts, perhaps unique in the world. Now, a sage had to intervene personally. Such achievements could be inscribed in history, but as invaders who intended to annihilate the 9 provinces, there would be no trace of Isaias afterward. That's my honor. I want to see the gap between me and a sage, Isaias said, facing the inevitable head-on. Path of poison. Ajax raised his path, sending out terrifying pressure to crush Isaias. It doesn't seem as intense as Xylanther's. Today, I'll challenge a sage. Isaias's gaze turned cold. Suddenly, numerous treasures appeared. However, there was no purple aura to herald his arrival. Firstly, they were not sages from the 9 realms, and secondly, the dome had already fractured, leaving no extra energy for such displays. A phenomenon is just that. It doesn't change anything. They are still sages, an indisputable fact even without these displays. First to emerge was Ganon, casting 2 supreme great Daos as soon as he appeared. Michael succeeded, and with 2 at that, far more powerful than when he first became a sage. Supreme great Dao cultivators aren't rare, but few are proficient in them. To wield 2 at once indicates future greatness, but also requires vast resources. Supreme great Dao. Spinlick's expression darkened. Just the first one already possessed terrifying power, surpassing their 3rd stage sages after only just reaching the 1st stage. With Ganon's enlightenment, their chances of invading the 9 realms vanished. Coupled with the previous attack on Jedediah by the Black Scorpion and its subsequent demise by mysterious forces, their 4 against 3 advantage was too low. Xylon Reaver, those other pillars of light were trembling, signaling the imminent appearance of more sages. They underestimated the process, expecting it to be 9 realms was never going to be easy. The previous calamities far exceeded the sword sect world, yet the 9 realms managed to repel them even without any sages. Now with multiple sages, it was simply beyond their reach. As for how they were repelled back then, only Tian Dao truly knew. Hurry, the other 2 are about to succeed too. Abandon the Dao sect lineage? We live, so the Dao sect lives. They weren't being heartless. In the face of disaster, ensuring their survival was paramount. As mentioned, remaining alive kept the Dao sect lineage intact, offering a chance for revival. Below, the warriors still battled, entangled by 9 realms fighters and unaware of the changes above. Their leaders were planning an escape while they fought valiantly, about to be abandoned. Cavan and company saw through their intentions. Want to leave? Stay here. Both of you, please help us capture a Spinlick. Cavan invited Ganon and Xylan, knowing that while the couple could stay behind, others would flee. Chasing and killing fleeing sages would be immensely difficult. Agreed. Injury to the prince is unforgivable. Ganon and Xylan immediately agreed not to let them go. Run. The Spinlick and the others suddenly unleashed overwhelming power, forcing those around them back before fleeing into space. Any further delay would cost them the chance. Despite desperate efforts, their flight looked unpromising. You ordered Jedediah's assassination, didn't escape. Other concerns were irrelevant. What if we add more? 2 more sages, Jean and Alf, appeared, surrounding a Spinlick, having also mastered Supreme Great Dao. All 4 sages had now emerged. Initially, a Spinlick still held some hope, but now he hesitated. How did he forget that? Viewing Jedediah as a thorn in their side, Guy surely saw him as the prime adversary. Notice how others face single sages, but he faced 3. Then let's fight. A Spinlick declared, abandoning silence, ready to carve out a bloody path. Chapter 273, the finale, Ascension. The sage at the 5th Michaelaven had sufficient power to withstand 1 or 2 of Ganon and his companions, but when all 3 fought together, with their combined strength from higher Dao cultivation, it became an extraordinarily fierce battle. Initially, the struggle was evenly matched, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. However, as time went on, under immense pressure, even with his heaven-piercing cultivation, he began to feel overwhelmed. Gradually, he fell into a defensive position. Ganon and his companions did not have it easy either. Irvin's cultivation realm was too high, and as a higher Dao cultivator, his combat prowess was formidable. They only managed to gradually suppress him after much hardship. On other battlefields, Cavan and their allies achieved decisive victories, overpowering their opponents in one-on-one engagements. Within 10 minutes, the first sage fell. The other 2 soon followed, for they dared come to Jiuyou, and here would be their grave. Watching the 6 remaining sages around him, Irvin lost all hope. 3 were already overwhelming, let alone 6. In my next life, I wish to be born into Jiuyou, Irvin sighed helplessly. His body rapidly expanded, generating a terrifying vortex of energy that engulfed the heavens and earth. Michael released his power, channeling it into Jiuyou. With this act, he reconciled with his fate, using all his might to aid Jiuyou in its advancement. As his sage aura dissipated and his corporeal form dissolved, leaving behind just a sliver of true spirit, he merged into the land of Jiuyou. Seeing this, Ganon and his companions refrained from attacking further, giving him a chance. His future achievements would depend on his own destiny. They were willing to grant him this opportunity because he used his own strength to benefit Jiuyou. With his demise, the sword sect world no longer had any powerful figures. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield ceased fighting. The sword sect martial artists abandoned resistance, realizing that continuing to fight crisis by surrendering their cultivation. What should have been a ferocious battle turned out differently due to the arrival of Ganon and the others. From enlightenment to conclusion, within half an hour, a cataclysmic war came to an end. Apart from the destroyed true spirits, tens of billions of human-level cultivators would reincarnate, which offered Jiuyou an unprecedented opportunity. Due to these new arrivals, the land might witness a surge of exceptional talents in the coming decades. Notably, the region of Great Qin saw the most such occurrences due to its encouragement of large families. Ganon, Assist in restoring Jiuyou, Isaias instructed. Sage power could indeed repair the world. They could cultivate and recover afterward. Yes, your highness. Without hesitation, the four of them, alongside Kevin and his wife, joined forces, using their immense sage power to restore the barrier of Jiuyou. When the sky appeared again, the inhabitants of Jiuyou finally breathed a sigh of relief, the looming threat dissipating as they emerged victorious. There was no better news than this. Unbeknownst to them, the influx of strong true spirits would significantly impact the original inhabitants, posing a massive challenge. Additionally, Jiuyou had lost a considerable portion of its elite fighters. The future depended on their own resilience. In the upper realms, only a dozen remained here. Those with insufficient cultivation had returned to Jiuyou to do their duties. Chapter 274. The Breath from the Ancient Netherworld. Netherworld. Those who had betrayed were now as anxious as ants on a hot griddle. Initially, they believed Shayla, a mere woman, was unfit to be the ruler of the Netherworld. Xylon Reaver, she had gone to Dustin City and hardly ever returned. Otherwise, given the situation at the time, they would never have dared to betray her. Adding to this, with the invasion of the Sword Sect world, they thought hiding within the Netherworld made them immune to any retaliation. To them, it seemed certain that the 9 realms were doomed, so why should they worry? Being local overlords wasn't so bad, right? But now that the 9 realms were intact and the formidable forces of the Sword Sect world couldn't even hold for half an hour, they were left stunned. Even more shocking were the appearances of several sages whose era had long passed yet still did not forsake the 9 realms. Perhaps Shayla didn't take their betrayal seriously. What truly troubled her was that these people had fled during the crisis of the 9 realms, refusing to join the border wars, hoping to reap rewards without paying any price. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Outside Dustin City, representatives from the Yama Palace and the Passage of Afterlife knelt silently. Inside the city, the saintly aura was suffocating, accompanied by roars of fury. Everyone's heart was uneasy, unsure of what fate awaited them. Each person would bear responsibility for their actions. You've let me down. You can deny being creatures of the 9 realms, but you cannot forget the protection the 9 realms gave you. Finally, a voice sounded from within the city, laced with sorrow and disappointment. Hearing this, their heads bowed lower, unable to face Shayla. Ultimately, their pettiness and overestimation of themselves led to this outcome. Commit suicide, leaving behind a sliver of true spirit, came another voice. Every individual present showed signs of pain. What did their actions achieve? In the end, they were still held accountable, meeting the same fate as the warriors of the Sword Sect world. A chance at reincarnation into one of the 6 realms, all depending on luck. Thank you, Empress, they said. Daring not to disobey or refute, this might have been the best possible outcome. Pride brought them no benefit. Instead, it could lead to disaster. After speaking, each warrior struck their own crown. Those who lacked the courage to do so were assisted. Instantly, countless true spirits soared skyward, scattering across the world to start anew where no one knew them. Their pasts erased by Michael Dao, none would remember where they ended up. This time, the Netherworld's strength suffered a significant blow. The Yama Palace and the Passage of Afterlife, dominant forces in the Netherworld for millennia, boasted more powerful figures than other supreme beings. Their reincarnation represented a tremendous loss for the Netherworld. But what choice did they have? How could they justify living when others sacrificed a god? As she walked, thoughts and reflections flitted through her mind. She wanted to transcend boundaries and descend her saintly aura into the ancient Netherworld. A powerful force repelled her, and for a moment, she saw a pair of eyes traversing the cosmos, reaching her directly. In those eyes, she sensed confusion and uncertainty, but no harm. After all, it was the ancient Netherworld. According to Dustin, it was once the physical form of a terrifying existence, mysteriously killed by someone. That gaze seems familiar. Shayla was surprised, but when she tried to recall it, it wasn't in her memory. Enough. What does it matter to me? Shayla smiled bitterly and vanished from Dustin City. The solitary city was sealed off, invisible to others. Above the heavens, the canopy of the 9 realms had recovered, unreachable by anyone except Kevin and Isaias. They pondered the mysterious presence, its origin and reason for aiding Isaias to attain sagehood. How strong were sages? One had been instantly killed without revealing its true form. A mere sword sect world wouldn't amount to much against such power. A single encounter could tear apart the world. Isaias' safety but could not bind him in one place forever. Xylon Reaver, he had a feeling that whatever peculiarities existed in that place would not harm Isaias. Otherwise, why go through great lengths to use powerful forces to protect him? It would have been easier to let him fend for himself. This was merely a guess without a definite answer. Only by going there would one know for sure. Of course, he hoped Isaias would return safely. Cultivation levels were secondary. With the Sword Sect world's failure, no external enemies invaded, and the Michael Dao entered a self-repair phase. The lifespan restrictions for gods would also revert to their initial state. Though not as long as those of sages, they still had extensive lifespans. Such a vast amount of time was enough for Isaias to break into the next realm. Up until now, he hadn't even reached 100 years old yet already attained such a terrifying level. There were even 4 sages beneath him. Unfortunately, they had all left, not continuing to remain here. Michael had many questions to ask them, such as what level sage ancestor was, if they had heard of the underworld, or what status sages held in the chaotic Dao realm. However, after the 9 provinces recovered, these few swiftly ascended without lingering. Perhaps they wanted to stay, but the rules of the Dao realm did not allow it. If that is my only chance, I will definitely go, Isaias replied, his eyes filled with determination. Michael had traveled every corner of the 9 provinces, but his time in the ancient Netherworld had been extremely brief. Everything else lay beyond his consideration. If he couldn't achieve eternal fame, then he'd end his days somewhere quietly. Fine, I won't force you. Do you have any other questions? If not, I'll seal the dome, Kevin said. As a sage, he had the duty to patrol the heavens and manage the mortal realm on behalf of the Michael-Avenly Dao. His role wasn't to chat with his children, though the Michael-Avenly Dao wouldn't say anything. If not for Isaias' subordinates breaking the seal, he could have stayed here indefinitely. Aspinantly, Kevin didn't know what to say to Isaias. His child had grown up, with his own ideas and pursuits. Between Kevin and Isaias, there was always a generational gap. Their conversations usually consisted of simple exchanges, rather than heartfelt chats. Thus, Kevin rushed to send Isaias away, guarding this lonely and dark place alone. I want to know about the Gate to Sanctity, Isaias asked. His subordinates weren't all from the chaotic Dao realm. Some came from other worlds. After cultivating them to their peaks, would they be guided back or ascend to the upper realms, or remain in the 9 provinces like Kevin? Could the 9 provinces withstand this? Michael needed to prepare for himself as well. With predecessors paving the way, his task now was to elevate his strength and seek the mysteries of sages. During this period, Devlin and others might precede him. Thus, understanding after a century, I will return. We will have our place in the Dao realm, Isaias said. Good, Kevin replied. Michael left the dome and returned to Great Qi. After this upheaval, Great Qi would soon become the center of the 9 provinces, attracting countless supreme experts. Almost every pregnant woman, upon her child's birth, could proudly claim, "My child has the demeanor of an emperor." Julius, hurry up. Your mother only has 10,000 years left. Kevin clenched his fists after Isaias left. Michael hadn't forgotten Dustin's Eider's words, which still echoed loudly in his ears. Chapter 276, The 9 Provinces' Proud King. After returning, Isaias did not enter seclusion but wandered between heaven and earth. For him, seclusion had no meaning. It was as if this final law did not exist in the 9 provinces. So despite his tireless search, he could never find it. Perhaps there might be news from the ancient underworld. If there were no other options, before the Gate of Ascension appeared, he would have to make the trip, even though the chances of success were infinitesimally small. Each day passed with the sunrise. Unconsciously, he had reached 100 years old. That was an entire human lifetime, from youthful vigor to the twilight years, silently fading away, while for deities, it was but an instant. Compared to their long lifespans, he was still merely taking baby steps. Ganon and others had left, leaving Isaias with fewer people to talk to. Wherever there were people, there would be struggles, never ceasing. Recently, the Great Qi Empire hosted its first Young Talent Conference, selecting the empire's top 100 talents. Among them were reincarnated mighty beings with great future achievements, but no one knew who their past selves were. They themselves did not know either. Perhaps when their true spirits awakened, they would remember everything. Or perhaps they were entirely new individuals, forgetting their previous lives. The 100 talents, each possessing godly qualities, were super geniuses. And this was just the strength of one country. The 9 provinces were full of countless untapped talents. Even once mighty deities seemed less unattainable now. Each of you is the pride of our Great Qi. From today forward, you will represent our Great Qi in battles, vying for the title of the 9 provinces' proud king. I hope that this person will come from among you. When the time comes, Great Qi will spare no resources to cultivate you. Achieving divinity at 100 years won't be a dream. On stage, Jensen spoke passionately. Over the years, his kingly demeanor had grown even more imposing, and under his rule, the Great Qi remained peaceful. His children were numerous, but like Alvis's offspring, they likely wouldn't inherit the throne due to their father's long lifespan. Perhaps knowing this, they trained even harder, not for the throne but for greater power. They heard rumors of vast skies beyond the 9 provinces where they could unleash their full potential. Given the opportunity, they couldn't afford to fall behind. A few had already entered the imperial realm and were among the 100 talents, those who had achieved greatness before turning 100. Isaias and Eunice had yet to show any signs of pregnancy. Isaias paid little attention, feeling that offspring were burdensome distractions before reaching his peak. Below the stage, the crowd smiled joyfully, watching the young talents on stage, among whom were their own kin and loved ones. Your Majesty, rest assured. We will bring back the crown of the 9 provinces' proud king. The talents were excited. This was the first Pan 9 provinces talent competition. Representing the Great Qi, they carried the legacy of legendary strong figures. Seeing Kevin that day had indeed shocked Jensen and the others, but they dared not doubt. They buried all questions deep inside. Good, this is what true sons of Great Qi should be like, said Jensen. Michael personally saw them off beyond the border. Though Isaias might not be the strongest as a ruler, his presence boosted morale but also added pressure. They felt the weight of their responsibility to bring back glory. Years later, they returned from the central province. In the Golden Hall of Great Qi, Your Majesty, the citizen Guy Zian has won the title of the 9 provinces' proud king and presents it to you. Apart from officials, several remaining talents were present. Not all 100 had survived, a fact they had anticipated. The 9 provinces are vast, not confined to just Great Qi. Reincarnated mighty figures abound, fighting fiercely for advancement. It's not uncommon. Excellent. Announce this, grant Guy Zian the title of Great Qi's proud king. Jensen exclaimed, elated. It might sound less impressive compared to the 9 provinces title, but here in Great Qi, it held significant meaning. Besides, Guy Zian belonged to the Guy family, and Jensen felt genuine delight, eager to celebrate publicly and share his joy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone else will also receive rewards. I'll list them shortly and announce them together. Jensen emphasized. These rewards were deserved for their efforts and sacrifices for the Great Qi. Chapter 277, Preparations to Depart. Xylon Reaver, great changes had taken place in Zhongzhou. From being the center of the world, it gradually reached a balance. The star sea shattered, and all the major continents joined together, redefining the layout. An agreement was also reached. Any martial artist above the celestial deity realm should not interfere with the operations of the 9 states unless absolutely necessary. The 9 states were now I want to go with you, Eunice said beside him. Michael's progress had also been significant, advancing further along the semi-sage path. She herself wasn't sure when she would reach her limit. Right now, she was very powerful, having broken through multiple obstacles without issue, only lacking a profound great Tao. Isaias wouldn't allow her to cultivate lesser great Taos, lest she be suppressed like a spinlick, who, despite having 5th Michaelavan sage cultivation, was surrounded and killed by several 1st Michaelavan sages. I can go alone. That place is too perilous. Isaias shook his head. Alone, he could leave at any danger without hesitation. But adding Eunice might risk both of them ending up buried in that wretched place. But, be obedient. I'll return safely. You've seen that they haven't harmed me. Otherwise, I would be dead already, right? Isaias said. Well, okay. When one lies flat, time loses its value. In a blink, several years passed. Under repeated transformations, Janine finally reached her limit. That day, the weather was clear, but suddenly, the sky was filled with miles of rosy clouds. Who became a sage? Michaelavan, I'm so envious. My heart hurts. Indeed, someone had become a sage. None other than Janine. Confident in her abilities, she cut through chaos without hesitation, reaching for the achieved sagehood. Their hearts stirred. Becoming a sage is really simple, Kevin said. After all, she is a native of the Tao realm. Achieving sagehood is understandable, Shayla remarked. They no longer interfered with Isaias's path, letting him pursue his journey. They feared methods that boosted strength abruptly. Isaias deemed those unsuitable for them. Otherwise, they would have taken shortcuts too. Eventually, Kevin would leave as well. With the 9 states stable, it didn't need his protection, especially with Shayla around. Normal sages stood no chance against the 9 states. Michael also recently transported the remaining parts of the Sword Sect world, providing opportunities for the 9 states to ascend to higher levels, potentially accommodating more sages. They awaited the appearance of the Saint Ascension Gate in peace. One day, Abby and Uriel successively reached their limits. All the individuals he summoned had been nurtured fully. Next came sagehood. As for Eunice, Devlin, and Kinna, they lagged slightly but should succeed before the arrival of the Saint Ascension Gate. If not, they could enter the Tao realm later. It wasn't urgent. Do you have to leave now? Eunice asked, reluctant. Isaias had concluded his affairs and was ready to venture into the ancient netherworld. Success hinged on this trip. Michael had waited too long, fearing he might forget. Today, I have made my decision, Isaias said, gazing toward the direction of the ancient netherworld with a determined look in his eyes. Would he find the answers he sought there? The Sea of Shadows is unpredictable. Be careful, Shayla warned. She began casting spells to temporarily open a passage through the barrier between the Sea of Shadows and the netherworld, allowing Isaias to enter. Unlike the rural village where the barrier had already fractured and collapsed, making direct access to the ancient netherworld possible, one could also reach it directly through the Sea of Shadows. However, she hadn't realized then that the Sea of Shadows had a highly erosive effect on the netherworld, requiring a top-tier powerhouse to guard it to ensure its safety. As soon as the passage opened, roaring waves surged forth accompanied by gusts of wind. Both frowned. The energy released was potent enough to threaten even an earth gnash, penetrating everywhere. Isaias felt an inkling of suspicion. Why had his mother chosen to guard this place? It must be because of this. If the power of the Sea of Shadows were allowed to recklessly invade the netherworld, the consequences would be unimaginably terrifying. Take care, Xylonther, Isaias said, staring at the opening before him. Despite the dangers lurking in the ancient netherworld, he had to go. Upon crossing the boundary, he truly felt the might of the Sea of Shadows. Somewhere along the way, bizarre energies had filled the sea, indiscriminately assaulting the world. The water was stained red with the carcasses of sea beasts floating everywhere. The deeper he ventured, the more he felt the terror of the Sea of Shadows. The entire sea had turned into a dead zone, devoid of any life. Michael wasn't sure if it had always been this way, but the sight before him was indeed frightening. The Sea of Shadows and the netherworld seemed to mark the boundary between life and death, even more horrifying than the disasters the 9 provinces had endured. It was a true end of all things, with no living soul remaining. Behind him, Dustin City was out of sight. This was unfamiliar territory, a place of endless loneliness and death. The surging waters exuded a foul stench, indicating that these creatures had died long ago. The mysteries here were many, and he wasn't certain he'd uncover the answers. Xylonving forward, the scene repeated itself. With a heavy heart, he searched for the location of the ancient netherworld. Only that enigmatic place could have exterminated all life in the Sea of Shadows. Michael couldn't imagine anything else that could achieve such an effect within the netherworld. Back in Dustin City, watching Isaias disappear, Shayla could only pray for his safety in her heart. Sages were not particularly remarkable in the context of the netherworld. They were as insignificant as ants. Carrying this burden that didn't belong to her felt futile. With her son now venturing there, she couldn't interfere should something happen. She felt utterly helpless. We must believe in Julius, Kevin interjected, appearing beside her. Not worrying was impossible, but he had no reason to prevent Isaias from going. For years, he had watched Isaias's efforts, never quite reaching the final step. Perhaps the 9 provinces truly lacked the catalyst for his breakthrough, and the ancient netherworld was undoubtedly the best choice. I just want Julius to return safely. Everything else doesn't matter to me, Shayla said. Even without breaking through, with the 2 of them around, who dared touch Isaias? Kevin didn't respond, knowing full well how unpredictable life could be. No one could guarantee smooth sailing. In the Great Guy Empire, Taoist true spinster Wallace and others paced restlessly. When Isaias set out, their hearts sank heavily. They had visited the netherworld and knew some of its tales, feeling worried about Isaias's journey. Brendan will definitely return safely. We'll wait for him. Only Brendan can come back from there, surely? They comforted themselves in self-deception. Besides them, only Jensen and a few others still thought of Isaias, though though unaware of his destination or able to offer prayers for him. In the Sea of Shadows, Isaias quickened his pace, gliding over vast stretches of sea filled only with bones. Michael didn't need to linger on these sights. This was beyond his control. Since the damage was done, he focused on finding his own answers. Flying rapidly through the sky, Michael flew for an extended period. Even with his speed, this time could have carried him from Central Prefecture to the northern region. Yet, he still hadn't seen the edge of the Sea of Shadows, suggesting it was possibly larger in diameter than the entire 9 provinces. Their netherworld was merely a small part of that vast world. Whether other continents existed elsewhere was unknown, beyond even the Michael-Avenly Dao's reach. What could deities do in such untouched realms? Days later, Isaias arrived at a peculiar area of the sea. Unlike the bloody waters elsewhere, this part was mirror-like, crystal clear, with blood-stained waters naturally dispersing around it. Beneath the surface, something seemed submerged. Approaching closer, he still couldn't make out the entirety. Michael soared upward swiftly until he could see everything. The sight below startled him. Beneath the mirrored surface lay a body riddled with wounds, punctured in many places. In one hand was a large millstone, and in the other, a broken spear. The corpse lay calmly, its hollow eyes flickering with a faint blue flame. Unfortunately, due to the age, the face had decayed. Xylon Reaver. He lost his sense of direction, engulfed by darkness, cut off from all else. Even someone like him felt an immense pressure in such surroundings. Was he now akin to that corpse? Dark, lonely, imprisoned in this eternal space? Struggling fiercely, he found no means to escape. The apparent clarity of the water was a deception, hiding boundless darkness. Trying to make a sound, he discovered he couldn't control his body, as though a devouring force around him stripped away his control over his own senses. Then, countless tentacles appeared beside him, dragging him in one direction while paralyzing him completely. Giving up resistance, he allowed himself to be pulled along. Resistance was futile given the vast disparity between them. With just a thought, the other entity could make him vanish. After what felt like a long time, he sensed he had reached the shore, gradually regaining sensation in his body. In the next moment, he opened his eyes wide, gasping for breath. That feeling just now, Gaiqiong said breathlessly. It was like being choked, powerless against an unyielding force. Since starting his cultivation, he had never experienced such despair. Surveying his surroundings, he realized it was still the dilapidated place where he picked up every object that might be valuable, some of which triggered enhancements, increasing his strength incrementally. Michael, amidst the desolation, he scavenged relentlessly, wandering through darkness without knowing when it would end. Unbeknownst to him, each piece removed from his body brought more light to the environment. The treasures flying into the distance emitted their glow at their original positions, as if restoring the world to its former glory. By the time Gaiqiong noticed, it was too late. Thousands of laws, his divine kingdom, domains, the Great Trend, even the Chord's 9 Michael-Avens and the Annihilation Spear, all were stripped from him. It felt as if these elements had never existed in his world. Now, his power had reached a fearsome peak. Half-saint? Sub-sage? Sage? Perhaps he was all these things, yet lacking a point of reference, he couldn't determine his true strength. Has this world regained its vitality? What about him? Observing the now vibrant world under bright sunlight, Gaiqiong felt a twinge of melancholy. Indeed, this place was no longer dark but vibrant, teeming with life, capable of creating a deity with a single breath. The him he referred to was the mangled corpse. If he hadn't come to the wrong place, the corpse was this very land, possibly restored to consciousness. Just the aura alone could cause the netherworld to collapse. How terrifying must its owner have been? Having absorbed his laws and granted him new power, Gaiqiong couldn't understand why this entity chose him. Before he could further contemplate, the harmonious world trembled violently, then rapidly collapsed. Vast amounts of laws soared into the sky, converging into a singular source. The vibrant world existed for only minutes before swiftly collapsing, a sight that left Gaiqiong powerless to intervene. Despite his formidable strength, he remained a spectator here, watching the rise and fall of the world, helpless to affect its fate. Then the earth turned, and the mangled corpse reappeared before him, with its missing parts rapidly restoring to form a complete being. The final sight sent chills down Gaiqiong's spine. Him. Note, the name, Gaiqiong, should be standardized as Gaigig, based on common pinyin practices for Chinese names. Chapter 280. Fate, the World Cultivator. It was a face that left one in disbelief. A face he knew all too well, almost an exact replica of his own. They stared at each other, speechless and tongue-tied. Be not surprised. We are one and the same. Through countless reincarnations, you have finally arrived here. Your divine soul is incomplete, so even with the extraordinary opportunities you possess, you cannot take that final step. Michael did not doubt his words because he saw their identical souls, still mutually attracting each other with an eager pull. So how should I proceed in the future? What about Alf and the others? Can I trust them? Isaias asked. Suddenly, he felt incredibly insignificant. Everyone around him seemed like moles, leaving him in the dark, or perhaps they were also unaware. Arik Ganon, who knew Isaias might be the successor of a great being, possibly that illustrious prodigy of the Dao realm, Avril of Eli. If it were all true, where would his path lead him? After reconstructing his cultivation, he felt his combat strength was similar to before but purer, yet his techniques and cultivation methods had been stripped away. Even if he could relearn them, he had no immediate desire to do so. With these words, he felt an unprecedented sense of confusion. Things were not as he imagined. Michael had hoped to quietly astonish everyone, but in the end, he was just a joke, raised like a pet, to be discarded when he lost value. They are also victims. However, they were seized by the wheel of destiny from various worlds, controlled by fate. There's no need to tell them many things. Stay neither too close nor too distant. Keep your secrets hidden, Michael said. Isaias understood. Everyone was just pawns played by destiny, unable to control their fates. The Tao of Destiny rank point. My memories will vanish. By not depending on the Wheel of Destiny to become a sage, Michael will find it harder to locate you. You still have time, though I hope you can expel the Wheel of Destiny from your divine soul. The second path is to achieve enlightenment through a world. This path is extremely difficult, akin to climbing a mountain. Even I, relying on a world, only equaled the status of a sage ancestor after 80% of my time and effort. If successful, entering the Tao sovereign realm will leave him powerless against you. My advice is for you to choose the second path. It promises higher achievements. Of course, it's your choice. After my dissipation, my decaying aura will spread rapidly. Even if you don't choose the path of world cultivation, I hope you incorporate this land into your core dom along with my body, hoping it will assist you in the future. Chaos Tao, world cultivation. These two terms rang in Isaias's ears. So the peak above the supreme Tao was chaos? And there were ready-made paths. How could that not be enticing? Can I cultivate both? Isaias asked. Certainly. However, I suggest you first cultivate your world to the sage level. Then, within your world, achieve enlightenment as a sage using the Chaos Tao. At that point, you'll no longer be restricted by any world, accepting the ancient netherworld into itself. Hail the new master. Suddenly, a multitude of beings appeared. They were powerful, yet their forms were somewhat ethereal, not quite like true living beings. These were the same entities that had greeted Alger with words when he first encountered the ancient netherworld. Among them were some even more powerful than he, undoubtedly at the sage realm. The strength of a boundary cultivator is largely determined by the power of the warriors within their world. With their addition, his own cultivation could rapidly increase, saving him immense time in shaping his world. Before fully merging with this physical body, the ancient netherworld would be part of his divine nation. The oppressive decay it brought would weaken his opponents as well, a curse from the Tao Iof of fate. If controlled, its destructive power would be unimaginable. Just look at the undersea and netherworld. They faced terrifying disasters caused by this curse. Now that the ancient netherworld was disappearing, they would no longer be threatened and could focus on cultivation. However, they could no longer gain any benefits from it, such as the opportunity to become sages. When the entire ancient netherworld was finally incorporated into his divine nation and under his complete control, he imbued his will into it, becoming the Michaelavan Tao of this land. I have completed my transformation into a boundary cultivator, far exceeding near sages. There should be a forest here, Alger said, pointing at a barren area. Instantly, a lush forest appeared, the trees familiar from his memory, each possessing corresponding attributes. Trees he had never seen before would need to be slowly created, a long process. However, he had already gained a significant advantage. Michael had an existing world and ready-made creatures, saving him considerable time. Similarly, his lifespan was no longer bound to the 9 provinces, but aligned with the longevity of gods across countless universes. Michael was indeed the Michaelavan Tao of the xuanhuan realm, but before that, he was also a life form of this universe, equal to the Michaelavan Tao of the 9 provinces, sharing its natural lifespan limit, though it was an unusual being. Time passed unnoticed, and he became engrossed in creating the world. Years later, the xuanhuan realm finally resembled a proper world, similar in size to the 9 provinces, except there were no animals. It was still in the early stages of life self-creation, consisting only of the plants he initially created and those weapon souls. Perhaps it is time for me to break through to the sage realm, Alger said. Despite nearly perfect creation, no new one clan leader, 12 elders, and the remaining weapon souls named themselves after their types, now having names and surnames. Simultaneously, they gain the ability to transform into their original weapons. The stronger their user, the greater their combined combat prowess, becoming formidable weapons. After advancing to the sage realm, Alger busied himself again, constructing large expanses of empty land and mastering various secret techniques. The things obtained from the Wheel of Fate were too dangerous to use again, including the Doomsday Spear and the Immortal King's 9 Michaelavans. The Wheel of Fate within him seemed inactive, as if this realm blocked its effects, with no prompt about daily check-ins. ###Chapter 282, Falling Star, Process. After advancing to the rank of Sage, he did not rush to further enhance his power. It would break through naturally. The foremost priority now was to comprehend and develop his own method of combat. At this point, he felt completely cleansed of the past, with nothing left behind. Days passed as he sat quietly within the universe, contemplating a fighting technique that centered on the Xianhuang realm. Every move he practiced harnessed the power of the Xianhuang realm. Even a light strike from him meant the opponent had to withstand the immense pressure of the Xianhuang realm, an ordeal even saints might not escape unscathed. Boundary cultivation, to a large extent, was similar to body cultivation, pursuing extreme power and victory through the simplest means. Fancy techniques were looked down upon. Due to the lack of weapons, the combat methods he created were primarily based on hand-to-hand combat. After a year, he practiced his boxing technique in the Xianhuang realm, delivering a punch towards a certain point, instantly unleashing terrifying power that caused a spatial crack, which he quickly repaired. This is still not perfect. There are too many preparatory movements. It can be simpler, Isaias said, unsatisfied with his recent punch. In such a long time, others could have already attacked him while he was still preparing, so this boxing technique still needed refinement. During this year, apart from developing his unique boxing technique, he also gradually expanded the newly opened areas of the Xianhuang realm. Consequently, he immersed himself further into creation, showing great enthusiasm for it. After all, it was something he created, and although its power might not match top-tier combat techniques like Immortal King's 9 Michaelavans Conquest, it was the most suitable for him. Since he created it, it could continuously evolve and grow along with him. Its potential would depend on how high he could reach in the future, making it timeless. Xylon Reaver, he could continue creating more techniques within the xuanhuan realm, where possibilities were endless and previously unimaginable feats were now easily achievable. The boundaries of the xuanhuan realm endured Isaias's repeated training. One morning, Isaias roared, "Falling star." Instantly, the space before him collapsed inch by inch. A single punch made stars fall, hence the name Falling Star. This was his first masterpiece, capable of immense destruction, born from his desire to obliterate everything. Success, Isaias smiled, satisfied with the result of his efforts. Falling Star was immensely powerful. A single punch caused celestial bodies to collapse and worlds to shatter, staining even saints with blood. Besides Falling Star, he had also developed his unique combat style, excelling in close combat against any fellow saint. Having improved over the years, he had reached the third stage of saint, with the speed of advancement slowing only slightly before reaching the peak of saint realm. With a peak saint like Chang Michaelshin and several other saints guiding him, slow progress was almost impossible. Michael retracted the technique and repaired the damaged space, then turned his attention to other parts of the xuanhuan realm. Today I'm in a good mood. There should be life here, Isaias declared, pointing randomly. In a forest, swarms of creatures appeared, none possessing any cultivation yet. These were not primates but reptiles that quickly spread across the mountains and fields. Various other creatures soon followed, occupying every corner of the xuanhuan realm. When the first human appeared, the world changed dramatically. Countless rays of light fell upon every creature, causing them to undergo transformation. Let all races find their place. Establish the xuanhuan doctrine. All beings can use the xuanhuan realm as a foundation, learning techniques and strengthening themselves. Permit same-species and interspecies reproduction, allowing civilizations and settlements to form. Form food chains, permitting natural selection and survival of the fittest. Allow. Establish the xuanhuan temple, open only to those who have achieved the saint realm and contributed significantly to the xuanhuan realm. Enjoy endless longevity within the realm until its collapse and gain the realm's blessings, accelerating cultivation. With each decree, the xuanhuan realm transformed. Except for the ancient hidden land, all creatures started at the same point, determining their own fate. After his speech, the xuanhuan realm began its cycle of struggle, slaughter, and reproduction without needing Isaias's intervention. The xuanhuan temple became a coveted destination for all creatures, a symbol of honor, though no one had entered yet. Even Chang Michaelshin needed to contribute significantly before entry, as nurturing a saint required enormous resources, comparable to maintaining Kavin in the 9 provinces. As Michaelavenly phenomenon martial artists emerged. One day, Isaias sat atop the heavens, radiating overwhelming power. The gate to sainthood will appear soon, he remarked. It was time to return. When he came, he was at the Michaelavenly god stage, unable to advance. Now, he stood at the 9th stage of saint, at the pinnacle of the saint realm, matching Chang Michaelshin's strength. The saint realm starts at 1 and peaks at 9, with the next level being Sage Nash. Cultivation in the xuanhuan realm greatly resembled body cultivation in its pursuit of ultimate strength, favoring the simplest methods to achieve victory over flashy techniques. Without any weapons, his creation naturally revolved around using his hands and feet. 1 year later, Michael was practicing his fist technique in the xuanhuan realm, delivering a punch at a specific point, instantly unleashing terrifying force that tore space apart. Michael quickly repaired the damage. It's still not perfect. There are too many preparatory movements. It can be simpler, Isaias said, unsatisfied with the punch. In such a long time, others could have already attacked him while he was still preparing. Therefore, the fist technique needed more refinement. Throughout this year, besides refining his own fist technique, he also slowly evolved new areas within the xuanhuan realm. Thus, he delved deeper into creation. Michael seemed very invested in this project, as it was his own creation. Perhaps not as powerful as top-tier battle techniques like the Immortal King's 9 Michaelaven's conquest, but perfectly suited for him. Since he created it, he could continuously alter it, growing alongside him. Its potential matched his own advancement, making it timeless. Xylon Reaver, he could create even more techniques in the xuanhuan realm, benefiting from numerous conveniences unimaginable before. The borders of the xuanhuan realm endured repeated trials under Isaias's relentless efforts. One morning, Falling Star. With Isaias's roar, the space in front crumbled, and with a single punch, stars seemed to fall. Michael's the name, Falling Star. This was his first formidable technique, possessing terrifying destructive power. Michael had created it with the intent of obliterating everything. Success. Seeing this, Isaias smiled, proud of his efforts. Falling Star carried overwhelming force, reducing stars to ruins and collapsing worlds, leaving sages bloodied. Besides Falling Star, he had also developed his unique combat style, making him an unmatched close combat fighter among sages. Additionally, after years of self-improvement, he had advanced to the 3rd level of sage. His speed of advancement wouldn't slow much before reaching peak sage, given the support of a peak sage like Gun Michaelshin and several other sages. Putting away his newly created technique and repairing the spatial damage, he looked contentedly around the xuanhuan realm. In a good mood today, I say this place should have living beings, Isaias mused, pointing randomly. Instantly, a forest erupted with life as countless creatures materialized without any cultivation base. They weren't primates but reptiles, quickly spreading across the mountains. Various other creatures emerged, filling every inch of the xuanhuan realm. When the first human appeared, the world transformed dramatically, bathed in countless lights, causing all creatures to evolve. All races take their place, establish the xuanhuan doctrine, and all can use the xuanhuan realm as a foundation to refine their skills and strengthen themselves. Allow breeding within and between species, allowing civilizations to arise. A food chain forms, permitting natural selection and survival of the fittest. Permit. Establish the xuanhuan temple, accessible only to those who have achieved the sage realm and made significant contributions to the xuanhuan realm. enjoying infinite lifespan within until its collapse, receiving enhancements from the Xuanhuan realm and increased cultivation speed. Each edict he issued changed the appearance of the Xuanhuan realm, except for the ancient void hidden in a corner. All living beings started from the same point, their destinies fostering competition and mutual benefits to spur them toward strength. Those who lagged would face defeat, and new races might emerge. His role was merely to manage the initial stages, stabilize the world, and seek resources to elevate its status. 3 years later, the first city emerged, showing signs of civilization, with celestial stage as spiritual artists appearing. One day, Isaias sat atop the 9 heavens, exuding immense power. The door to sagehood should appear soon, he said. It was time to return. When he arrived, he was stuck at the divine deity realm, unable to advance. Now, he stood at the 9th level of sagehood, at the pinnacle of sages, equal in power to Maigongshan. In the sage realm, one starts at level 1, and level 9 is the peak. Above the peak is the Sage King. ####Chapter 283, Borrow. It had been 10 years since he arrived in the ancient netherworld. Over this decade, monumental changes had occurred within him, rebirth and transcending the divine limit. Michael even created the world-ending technique known as Falling Star, where one punch could obliterate an entire realm. Then there was the Xuanhuan realm, his ultimate trump card. When all else failed, he could retreat into it and live a carefree life. Seeing that the Xuanhuan realm was functioning normally, he promptly stowed it away. Apart from being a realm cultivator, he was also a martial artist of the 9 states. But now, he had embarked on a different path and could leave the 9 states at any moment. However, such an action was unnecessary. This place had nurtured him. Without it, there would be no Isaias today. Please sign in, host. Detected abnormal state of the host. System reloading. Reload failed. System data scrambled. Warning, host's unauthorized actions will be sanctioned. Sanction failed. Unusual energy intrusion detected. System will unload, leading to the host's death. Please resolve the anomaly immediately. After stowing away the Xuanhuan realm, a barrage of notifications echoed through Isaias's mind. Reading these alerts, he felt a chill run down his spine. Everything pointed to the fact that the system was being manipulated by someone, and now, under the influence of powerful forces, it sought to eliminate him. A truly terrifying prospect. Checking the time, he realized it was several years ago. The Xuanhuan realm can indeed shield against the wheel of destiny, Isaias muttered silently. Having uncovered the true nature of the system, he naturally chose not to interact with it anymore. Let it do what it wanted. Once tired, it would rest. Michael couldn't challenge the wheel of destiny now, but wouldn't follow its predetermined path either. Ignoring it entirely was the best course of action. Once he touched the wheel, it might attract unwanted attention. Best to treat it as if it didn't exist. Warning, please resolve the abnormal state immediately and restore normalcy. Another crisp voice sounded off, but this time, Isaias ignored it. Signing in or not was irrelevant. His life mattered more. The system couldn't touch him and could only vent its frustrations uselessly. Ignoring the wheel of destiny, he proceeded toward Dustin City, shutting out the incessant voices. Previously, he had harnessed the power of the wheel of destiny to gain immense cultivation. But times were different now. Knowing the true face of the wheel of destiny, he prioritized his own life over everything else. Perhaps he wasn't as important as he imagined, just a tiny ant in the grand scheme of things. The feeling of being invisibly controlled was truly detestable. ###Dustin City. Shayla spent every day atop Dustin City, gazing across the Nether Sea. 10 years had passed, yet there was still no sign of Isaias's return. She was immensely worried, especially given the pervasive aura of decay that even she, with her sage-level prowess, found abhorrent. How much worse must it have been for Isaias, who hadn't even reached the sage realm? Could he withstand the 10-year ordeal? Another disheartening day. Michael's eyes dimmed with despair. Turning back towards the city, she had become accustomed to turning hopeful expectations into disappointment. Just as she turned to leave, she suddenly noticed a figure appearing far out at sea, gradually approaching closer until finally arriving before her. The figure was none other than her son, whom she had long awaited. Julius, Shayla exclaimed, hurriedly opening a gap to allow Isaias inside to avoid the decaying aura. She didn't notice that she could no longer sense Isaias's aura. Even where the gap lay, no dead silence prevailed, as all her attention was focused on him. Xylonther, Isaias called out, a rare smile breaking across his stern face. This time away had taught him things that made genuine joy hard to come by, but he tried to mask it. Good to have you back, Shayla said, her relief evident. Nothing could compare to the comfort of his return. Acquiescing to her chatter, Isaias didn't feel the least bit impatient. In the future, there might be no one left to nag him like this, so it was fine to listen. A few days later, Isaias left the netherworld, met his father briefly, and then returned to Great Qin. Seeing Abby and the others evoked some sympathy in him. Being summoned wasn't exactly a good thing. They were mere pawns in someone else's game. Fortunately, now that he knew this, he wouldn't let them use the power of the Wheel of Destiny to cultivate anymore. Gradually, he would assimilate their acquired powers and convert them into their own. Only then would they have the capital to resist. Had it not been for the Wheel of Destiny's watchful eye, he would have purified them right then and sent them to the Xuanhuan realm. Their talents were commendable, and entering the Xuanhuan realm wouldn't be a waste for them. Additionally, he planned to select some people from the 9 states to enter the Xuanhuan realm, accelerating development there. These individuals had to be prodigies. Otherwise, they wouldn't stand a chance against the advanced creatures already thriving there. In recent years, many of the inhabitants in the netherworld had risen to the rank of kings and dukes. They had spent considerable time exploring their cultivation paths on their own. Michael had merely allowed them to practice, and they had advanced based on their own efforts. Unlike the prodigies of the 9 states, who had ready-made methods to follow, these beings had blazed their own trails. Thus, he approached Michael Avonlea Dao. Upon seeing Isaias alone, the Michael Avonlea Dao of the 9 states was instantly struck with fear. It could no longer see through him, meaning he was above it. I'm here to borrow some people, Isaiah said, releasing the heavenly aura within him. You're taking the path of a realm cultivator, which explains it. Of course I agree. Considering what you've done for the 9 states, giving a few people is nothing. If the sage takes on avirals, those sects are beneath me. Only at the sage's door do we find what we truly seek. At the mere thought that this was organized by a sage, it instantly caused excitement among the geniuses of the 9 states. They were all eager for an opportunity to step into that mysterious world under the guidance of a sage. A large number of geniuses from all over the 9 states headed spontaneously to the divine Xia Holy Land. They did not know how the selection would take place, only that everyone had a chance regardless of their cultivation level or even race. Any being with sufficient ability could catch the sage's eye. The enormity of this opportunity almost made them feel overwhelmed. From this, they also inferred that the sage might have grand designs this time. But what could it have to do with them? Michael being the sage could bring unimaginable benefits. ##### Dustin City. After Isaiah left, the place once again fell into emptiness. Weren't those presences gone just now? Shayla wondered. She recalled when Isaiah came. She opened a gap in the barrier and hadn't sensed anything unusual. As far as she remembered, after opening the barrier, the corrupting force should have rushed in immediately to wreak havoc in the Netherland. But it didn't happen this time. Michael's attention had been entirely focused on her son, overlooking other matters. And soon she arrived at the location. Once crystal clear waters were now covered by nearby seas, forming a dead zone. One corpse had turned the entire Nethersea lifeless. And now, it simply vanished. This shocked Shayla greatly. She guarded Dustin City to prevent the ancient Netherland from affecting the Netherland. Its disappearance brought both surprise and relief. Without the restraint of the ancient Netherland, she could use the underworld legacy to ascend to higher realms. Sages were extremely powerful, possibly just stronger warriors in a larger world. She couldn't stop. She needed to push towards even higher realms. The ancient Netherland had always been a thorn in her side, but now, despite searching, she found no trace of it. It seemed to have vanished into thin air. Could it really be because of Julius? She stared in disbelief. Another possibility was that some ancient existence had taken over her son's body. Otherwise, how could so many people die inside while her son survived 2 visits, even changing his demeanor? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. She hurriedly left and headed for the 9 states to confront Isaiah directly. #### and Michaelaven. You're serious? The ancient Netherland truly vanished? And it's related to Julius? Kevin was stunned. That place was absolutely forbidden, making even sages seem weak in comparison. To say it had vanished was shocking. It's probably related to Julius, Shayla said, sharing her suspicions. No one but Isaiah had been there, and his power was profound. Michael approached undetected, visible only by sight, even at such close range. This is good news. You don't need to guard Dustin City anymore. Kevin commented. That's not the point. I'm worried Julius has been possessed. Shayla replied. While the disappearance of the ancient Netherland benefited her, she was more concerned about the possibility of possession by an extremely powerful entity that could revive through possession even in death. Why else would it save Julius? I don't believe it acted without purpose. Let's see. Kevin agreed, unsure what to think. His wife was far stronger than him and couldn't discern any issues either. Without hesitation, the two rushed toward the Great Qin Kingdom. #### Xylements later. Isaiah looked at his parents, feeling somewhat amused. Michael had expected them to react strongly but not like this. Understanding their anxiety, he knew the ancient Netherland had always been a source of immense pressure, a symbol of ominous doom. Its sudden disappearance with no warning, coupled with his presence there, naturally led to suspicion. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's because of the ancient Netherland that I attained sagehood, Isaiah explained. You became a sage. How is that possible? Kevin exclaimed in shock. Michael wasn't merely embodying the will of heaven. He could wield certain powers. Xylon Reaver, there had been no signs of sagehood during this period. They would have known otherwise. Please observe, Isaiah said, releasing the majestic aura of a sage. It dwarfed their own strength, demonstrating his terrifying cultivation level. Truly a sage. How did you do it? Kevin asked urgently. Secret. Isaiah shook his head. Not because he feared his father revealing it, but due to the enemy's sheer terror. One misstep could lead to irredeemable consequences. Michael would tell them eventually, when he was strong enough. #### Chapter 285. The Sage Chooses Disciples. Kevin and Shayla nodded indifferently without further questioning. If he said it was fine, then it was fine. There was no way to verify anything else, so they could only choose to believe Isaiah. #### Central State. Divine Xia Sacred Square. This day was extraordinarily lively, with the best of the young talents from all 9 provinces gathered in one place. There were more than 100,000 outstanding youths, each being the elite figures of their respective empires, representing their regions. Despite this, over 100,000 still came. Being a young talent wasn't rare or particularly precious. Only those who grew into true strength became powerful. These young talents were all terrifying individuals with potential to become deities. Any one of them could write a legendary chapter. Among these many young talents weren't just humans, but also included all living creatures from the 9 provinces. If not for the sage choosing avirals, it would have been impossible to gather so many different races of young geniuses in one place. In the square, everyone was eager. Even those who had previous conflicts now waited quietly. Above them stood a sage, who dared to cause trouble here. They might lose their entire clan. I must enter the sage's court, even if it's just as a nominal aviral. I'm the top young talent in the Wilderness Province. There's no reason I should lose. So what if you're the top young talent? You should ask Gaizian from the Great Qin Empire if he dares say he can definitely enter the sage's court. The sage's court isn't something to joke about. A rising star that fails to rise is not a true young talent. At least I'm better than you. In the crowd, there was constant chatter. Each one was a supreme young talent from their region. Just making them submit wasn't easy. First, you needed extraordinary cultivation and battle achievements, and second, they were curious about this place. Emerging victorious from there could allow them to join the sage's court. It must be some extraordinary realm, otherwise, such good fortune wouldn't exist. Even if we don't succeed, a place of interest to the sage surely can help us break through. To be honest, I never intended to become the sage's avaral. Compared to them, I fall short too much. I came for the possible opportunities. Advancing a few realms would suffice. Turns out there are others thinking the same. Some knew their limits and didn't dream of becoming the sage's avaral. With so many people, most likely they would only be nominal avarals, perhaps never meeting the sage in person. Why not seize this chance to advance several realms first, making the journey worthwhile? In their hearts, it must be an extraordinary place, capable of enhancing their cultivation. That's enough. Kavin's divine soul transmitted to Isaias. This so-called trial ground was actually Isaias's primal chaos realm. Michael did not tell them the truth and limited some of their abilities. The primal chaos realm didn't need external martial techniques. Anything they created there belonged to Isaias. Additionally, it allowed him to develop the world further, which still contained vast unexplored regions and blurred boundaries at its edges. Sending them to explore would help the world grow. However, this required Chaos Realm. A new chapter awaited them there. Entering meant facing challenges, discovering if they were fit to remain. As pioneers, they didn't need high cultivation levels. Promoting the development of the primal chaos realm was sufficient. Those unfit would be returned to the 9 provinces without any explanation. Isaias's word was final. Chapter 286. The Gate to Saint Ascension appears. Day after day, week after week, month after month, the arrival of the beings from the 9 realms caused a significant impact on the existing civilization. Just like when the Sword Sect world invaded the 9 realms, these new arrivals were strictly controlled by Isaias, unable to cause major upheaval. They existed at the same level as the natives. Even those who had reached the human sovereign and Nash realms were suppressed. Everything remained centered around the original inhabitants. Only when the natives could break through such realms would they be allowed to advance further. Over time, the elite young masters from the 9 realms explored and communicated with the natives of the xuanhuan world. They almost confirmed that this was an entirely new world, without any strong figures presiding over it. This ignited their desire to explore. Without powerful figures, could they become the first ones? Wouldn't standing at the peak of this world feel more fulfilling than being under a sage's shadow? Gradually, the image of the sages began to fade in their hearts. Only the tangible benefits verge of collapsing. Under the gaze of onlookers, 10 beams of light rose, carrying 10 treasures radiating brilliant light. What is that? It looks like our divine Xia ancestral dragon pool. No, there are other Holy Land's extraordinary treasures too. My God, they're all appearing. What's happening? Why did all the extraordinary treasures come out? It seems they are fusing together. Staring up, the martial artists felt bewildered, never imagining such a place could rise into the air with such a grand spectacle. Under everyone's gaze, the extraordinary treasures began to fuse, finally merging into one beam of light, flashing brilliantly. Clouds gathered, and gradually, a gate of light appeared in the sky. Below the gate was a seemingly endless staircase extending halfway into the air. The stairs were adorned with various colors, symbolizing different destinies. The gate to Saint Ascension has appeared. At this moment, all the half-saints emerged, eyes filled with longing as they gazed at the gate to Saint Ascension. Having waited millions of years for such an opportunity, especially those who survived the outer heavenly demon calamity, knew well the agony of waiting. Gate to Saint Ascension. From here, one could directly enter the Chaos Dao realm without needing sage-level cultivation. Reaching the other side would elevate one's existence, making the path to sainthood no longer a distant dream. I have endured by their pilgrimage, impossible to stop. Thousands of half-saints appeared, a terrifying sight. No one below the half-saint realm dared interfere, knowing their place. After the strong ascended, others would follow. Hierarchy mattered greatly. Defying it meant immediate death. Elsewhere, such strict hierarchy might be ignored, but here, sages had made everyone wait anxiously. Without power, walking ahead meant certain death. Even a lucky Michaelavan phase reaching the gate to Saint Ascension couldn't calmly enter among so many stronger beings without protection. Half-saints, deities, emperors, they proceeded in order, fighting frequently on the celestial stairway. Half-saint versus half-saint, deity versus deity. Aside from ascending, there were opportunities along the way, limited and available to the earliest arrivals. Encountering desirable rewards inevitably led to competition, ensuring fierce contention. Such intensity hadn't been seen in the 9 realms for ages, especially for high-level martial artists. Now, many perished instantly, their true spirits vanishing, buried forever on the steppes. Chapter 287. 1/100, 000. Above the heavens. How come Gigshing hasn't arrived yet? Kavin anxiously stomped his feet. They had agreed to go to the Chaos Dao realm together. With their strength, no one would dare stop them. They could pass through unimpeded. With the ancient netherworld now vanished, Shayla didn't need to stay and guard Dustin City anymore. Whether or not the netherworld merged with the 9 provinces in the future was something they did not know and did not need to know. Entering the Chaos Dao realm was inevitable. We cultivators must boldly move forward and not remain stagnant. Even a sage has aspirations. How strong are sages? Several perished in just a war between 2 worlds. It seemed that even sages weren't as invaluable as imagined. They were quite fragile, easily killed without standing up to disasters. A sage is merely at a higher starting point. Guy Gigshang was nowhere to be seen despite all plans being made, while others had already begun ascending, causing him much worry. But he couldn't find Guy Gigshang, whose whereabouts in the Xuanhuan realm remained mysterious and inaccessible even to sages. Without Gigshang, no one will pass through the Gate of Ascension, said Shayla. Their group included many who wanted to take the Gate of Ascension, but slots were limited. Before satisfying themselves, others had no hope. We have no choice but to go first. Let's ascend through the gate, Kevin replied. Wasn't it their prerogative to decide who stays and who goes given their strength? This time, no one could sneak through on low levels like before their destinies, since anything earned personally required a heavy price to seize. Of course, they needed to reach a certain level of strength. Otherwise, no one would care, possibly being quietly buried in obscurity. Yes. They responded affirmatively. Since Gai Gigshing said so, they couldn't argue. Brendan likely had other plans. Thus, they left the Great Gai Empire and headed towards the location of the Gate of Ascension. Daily, countless warriors climbed the staircase, reaping huge benefits along the way, boosting their cultivation and allowing them to climb more floors. Some were fortunate, some unfortunate. Those who gained nothing were cast down but fared better than losing their lives. Each person had one chance. Repeated attempts meant exclusion. This gateway, established by higher-level beings, demanded strict adherence to their rules. Resistance was futile. Upon arrival, Kevin and company started from the lowest level, though they progressed rapidly, effortlessly catching up to semi-sages. Feeling the swift gusts beside them, the semi-sages nearly cursed aloud, but swallowed their words upon identifying them. With sages present, what role did they have? Are we done for if sages arrive this quickly? Won't all spots go to the Gai family? What's the point then? These concerns were among semi-sages nearing their life limits. If no opportunity arose soon, they'd perish. This must be a fake gate, he mumbled, sitting tiredly. With the door sealed, he was helpless. Sitting next to the door, he noticed a set of numbers in the corner. 1/100, 000. 10,000 people needed, he blinked, realizing the 1 likely referred to him. Arriving early meant nothing if the door stayed closed. Hashtag chapter 288, ascending. Michael sat helplessly by the door, realizing that his hurried ascent was meaningless. He still had to wait for others. And when that time came, what could he, a mere human Nash, do? Attempting to sneak through in front of so many formidable figures had an infinitesimally small chance of success, almost none at all. Despair gripped him unless this door allowed 10,000 people to pass through, giving him a glimmer of hope. But logically, it was impossible. If everyone could go through, the chaotic Dao realm would be overwhelmed and affect the native inhabitants. They wouldn't be foolish enough to allow outsiders to ascend freely, destabilizing their own foundation. Looking down at the martial artists still climbing below, a sense of despair rose in his heart. Did he really think arriving early would guarantee passage? It was pure wishful thinking. Reach completion, reaching its peak. Michael merely observed, taking no action. Countless climbers ascended the stairs, including Kevin, Eunice, and others. Michael couldn't let personal reasons bind them here. Only in the Dao realm could they truly shine. What awaited them atop the stairs, he did not know. Michael was merely an observer, silently watching events unfold. Even with his abilities, he could not influence the Gate of Ascension or penetrate its power. The difference in life essence was insurmountable, beyond his reach. Everything that happened there was determined by fate and destiny. Therefore, it was crucial to step back from things that didn't belong to him to avoid deadly threats. Aspany had already returned from that place, and it wasn't just them. No shame in acknowledging defeat. Obsessing over saving face could mean never returning, rendering such pride pointless. Another half-month passed. One last step. I wonder if Renee has arrived yet, Shayla said, turning back to look. But even a sage couldn't see clearly what lay behind, only an indistinct haze. Each journey was solitary, each person's path unique. When opportunities arose, no one cared who you were. It was fight first, ask questions later. The stronger side always had the justification. Despite the time that had passed, enthusiasm for ascending the Gate of Ascension remained high. Spiritual artists from all corners of the 9 provinces arrived daily. Some had recently broken through to the celestial phase, seeking fortune. Ignorance quickened everyone's breaths, something they dreaded most. She hadn't concealed her aura, radiating the natural luminescence of a sage, contrasting sharply with lower-tier martial artists. This prevented others from offending her. It might seem ostentatious, but it stopped 99% of troubles. Naturally, some preferred subtlety, secretly advancing to astonish everyone. Tell me about this place, Shayla ordered. Michael's face remained cold. This was how sages spoke to mortals, high and mighty, while others flattered and feared offending her. This prevented unnecessary worry. Sages should act thus. If a sage treated commoners kindly, they would inevitably be tasked with difficult deeds. Bow to the sage. Based on our information, we suspect 10,000 people are required to open the Gate of Ascension. One person immediately responded, pointing to the digits beneath the gate, which had barely reached double digits. With the main force approaching 2,000, it wouldn't be long, as people continuously ascended. 10,000, huh? Shayla murmured, then sat in meditation. Everyone gladly complied, keeping a distance due to the oppressive presence around her. Chapter 289. Waiting. Even the volume of their voices was markedly lower, for they knew that no sage had arrived on their behalf. They could only whisper amongst themselves. Otherwise, if one slap came from the other's sainthood, on the square, several camps formed. Aspany martial artists gathered behind their own sages. At least they recognized them and could receive some protection. Those from worlds without sages huddled together for reassurance. Sages shouldn't randomly attack and kill everyone, right? Soon, the number of people on the square grew. They began mingling, curious about each other, wanting to understand what life was like in other worlds, better or worse than theirs. Why hasn't Julius arrived yet? That doesn't seem right. Shayla was worried. Every day she watched the portal belonging to the 9 realms. Aspany people entered, but none were Isaias. Michael's unease grew. Could something have happened? She wished she could leave the Saint Gate immediately to find Isaias. Regardless of how important the chaotic Dao realm was, nothing compared to her son's safety. Besides, with the lifespan of a sage, He could wait until the next opening of the Saint Gate. Why panic over a little extra time? Michael should be arriving soon. Let's wait a bit longer, Kevin said, also sensing something was off. Given Isaias's strength, traversing the steps should have been effortless, except for some specific steps that triggered unique events. Xylon's parts were straightforward, needing just a hand to traverse. If it comes down to it, his mission was clear. He was heading to the Dao realm for better development. Not coming? Shayla murmured, unsure of Isaias's intentions. If he wasn't coming, she needed to plan for herself. What about the others? Shayla asked again. They are still behind, but they should arrive soon, Devlin replied. Just then, another movement at the Nine Realms portal revealed True as Spin Wallace, who swiftly concealed his aura, acting like a passing stranger. Xylon people ascended, some familiar faces, others new talents. Gradually, each camp grew larger. Thousands had already arrived from the Nine Realms in just a few days. Despite the vast difference to reaching 10,000, it wouldn't take long. People continued arriving almost every minute. The stairs weren't as difficult as imagined, though the less skilled ones seemed unhappy, overwhelmed by the presence of so many strong figures around them. Regretting they weren't sages, they envied the freedom of not caring about others' opinions. These thoughts were futile. They must focus on enduring the wait. Without the full number, nothing could be done. The gate remained closed, leaving everyone waiting idly. Some even played with the door, hoping to pry it open and escape the agonizing wait. Chapter 290. 100,000 people. This pilgrimage path is fraught with difficulties and obstacles. Overcoming countless challenges, one can finally reach the summit. Michael, they face even more arduous decisions. However, low-level warriors have no say here. Staying in a corner could still get them killed by the aftereffects of others' battles. This is a real possibility. It has been over 3 months since the Ascension Gates appeared. Now, the number of warriors on this heavenly ladder has significantly decreased. No one remains below 1,000 steps. Those who have yet to try have mostly given up. Going now would be meaningless as the opportunities have already been taken by those ahead. Chances for entry into the Dao realm won't fall on them. Time spent cultivating in one's cave abode would be far more beneficial. That's our Green Cloud sect Prodigy, already climbing 2,000 steps. Our sect has hope. 2,000 steps? My Avril has climbed 2,500, almost reaching the summit. Once he returns, I'll pass on the sect leader position to him. Michael, your attempts don't work. My Pablo has already reached the summit. I believe he will become a Saint's Avril. Then, it will be the rise of my Luo family. Oh, reached the summit. Lying? Show me that expression again, and I'll punch you. They were comparing their prodigy's achievements on this heavenly ladder. It had become the standard for evaluating prodigies. Now, only this ladder held significant weight in the hearts of the people. Talents exist in every world, but only those who grow up are called prodigies. Those who falter along the way are nothing more than failures, forgotten after a few decades. Every day, someone emerges, and even after returning to their factions, they receive high honors. What was once unimaginable is now within reach. Some soar like dragons rising from clouds, advancing rapidly. Such phenomena are not rare, even within the same sect where hundreds of prodigies appear. Whether they can muster resources to cultivate them is another matter entirely. This situation arose mainly due to the death and reincarnation of the Sword Sect worlds and Dark Soil's powerful figures, resulting in numerous prodigies. Without this, perhaps not even 10,000 people from the Nine Realms could reach the summit. That path is extremely challenging. Passing the ladder's trials proves they have the potential to become saints, even if it means performing labor in the Dao realm. Those below are hopeful, while those at the summit endure agony. Surrounded by powerful figures, the strength they once prided themselves on shatters into nothing. Especially for the defiant prodigies, being here is like sitting on needles. They dare not move rashly. Their eyes helplessly glance towards the Ascension Gate, hoping the numbers increase quickly, wishing they could grab people down now to end this ordeal and avoid facing terrifyingly powerful warriors. At this point, nearly 99,000 people have gathered, only a few hundred short. They are overwhelmingly excited, finally awaiting this moment. However, the arrivals are slow. Those with true strength have long arrived, while the weak, finally, the middling warriors have climbed up. 10-9. From this moment, the countdown begins. The Ascension Gate changed color, emitting a faint glow as if preparing to welcome them. Hours later, the 100,000th person to reach the summit appeared, drawing everyone's gaze, as if welcoming him. Michael felt embarrassed, wondering if this celebration was indeed for him. Chapter 291. Rules. These people had waited too long. The first person to reach the summit was already several months ago, and now, after such a long wait, wouldn't they be anxious? They were practically running up to give this Pablo a big hug. Just at this moment, the originally sealed gate of ascension burst into dazzling light. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The 7 colors were sequentially arranged, giving one a sense of something lofty and supreme. Even if a sage stood before it, they would still feel so insignificant, unable to compare with the gate of ascension. What these people created certainly couldn't allow the beings from the lower realms to surpass them. At this point, the last person finally understood why so many people were looking at him. It turned out they were waiting for him. Once he arrived, the gate of ascension would open. If the number was insufficient, had some confidence in their abilities, cursed loudly and left the place outright. Clowns or ants, having made fools of themselves, it was time to go rather than be mocked further. However, their trip wasn't entirely wasted. They had gained much on the pilgrimage road and could continuously improve themselves. When the current sages departed, they might ascend to become sages themselves, gaining long life. Next time, perhaps they would control the quota for the Gate of Ascension. The second rule still offered some hope for the deities. With each world guaranteed 10 slots, they would at least get to the Dao realm, even if they couldn't compete for more. But Rule 3 was particularly galling. Control over the Gate of Ascension. Did that mean whoever was powerful could dominate the remaining 420 slots? They could choose who goes. Even an entire family could bring key members to ascend collectively, leaving behind the weaker ones, who, despite appearing weak, how many would dare provoke them? They were backed by sages, who knows if they'd return. In that instant, everyone involuntarily looked at the 6 sages. Without doubt, the control would lie among them. It was just a matter of who was stronger. As for the 3 worlds without sages, no one paid them much attention. 10 slots were plenty. Anything more would be overstepping. I need 80 slots for my 10 directions world. Is that unreasonable? I need 100 slots for my Longyao world, and you can divide the rest among yourselves. For better fluency and clarity in English, it should be revised to. I need 100 slots for my Longyao world, and you can divide the remaining slots among yourselves. Also, Longyao is not translated. If it's a proper name, it can stay as is, but it should be consistently styled, such as Ariyawa, using pinyin or another appropriate form. So the final sentence would be, I need 100 slots for my Ariyawa world, and you can divide the remaining slots among yourselves. However, if Longyao has an official English translation or localization, that should be used instead. Each sage hurriedly spoke, fearing being left out if they delayed. But their demands were too greedy, casually asking for dozens of slots as if they owned the place. 6 sages, averaging 70 slots per one. Despite varying strengths, getting that many seemed excessive. Greed like this, they're asking for trouble. 2 sages haven't spoken yet. If they join forces, the others won't have it easy. Are you crazy? If 2 team up, the other 4 won't just sit idle. They'll gang up when those 2 speak. Haha, why should we care? It's not our business anyway. Just enjoy the show. Indeed, Cavan knew they were deliberately saying this to isolate the 9 provinces. Fought others before coming here, winning 5-on-2 matches that they couldn't achieve. They wanted to plead for mercy, but seeing the devouring gazes, they choked back their words. How could they ask such formidable experts to save face for them? Chapter 292, The Decision. The gazes the Cavan couple received gave off a chilling vibe. Such ruthless people not setting their sights on them was already fortunate enough. They would have no chance in a combined effort, and it was a relief that they hadn't taken action just now. Otherwise, wouldn't they be left here to meet their end? Since the invasion from the other dimension had failed, it was without doubt that the sage of that world had been killed. If it were them, they would have met the same fate, leading to inevitable worry. Do you have any objections? Cavan said. Given the power disparity, these 4 sages had absolutely no chance. If they riled him up, he could make them meet their end right here. As for the many slots, to be honest, they couldn't even use them all. Surely, giving all of them to the 9 provinces would work, but taking away the very top ones would inevitably lead to a period of decline, or even an interruption in certain legacies within the 9 provinces. So, if they cooperated a little, it wouldn't hurt to give them some slots. This was also to prevent a cornered dog from jumping over the wall. If their world appeared near the 9 provinces one day and discovered that the 9 provinces lacked strong figures, they would definitely invade. And most importantly, they had no clue what Dao world was like. They couldn't let himself go first, perhaps 10,000 people, but having only 10 slots, it was indeed too few, 1,000 to 1 ratio. But once those with insufficient cultivation were eliminated, their chances increased significantly. Of course, there were some who voluntarily gave up. First, these were young individuals who might not be willing to take such a risk going to the Dao world, where they didn't know what awaited. Only that sages could advance further, and with all strong beings gathered from so many universes, competition would be fierce. Thus, they preferred waiting for another round, enjoying life for a while. Xylon Reaver, there were those lacking confidence in their abilities, believing such good fortune wouldn't come their way. If there are no objections, then we will divide the slots equally, Cavan said. Upon hearing this, those who were originally delighted and disappointed suddenly looked at Cavan with incredulous expressions. Cord, this is unwise. These are our 9 province slots. Why give them away? Please revoke this decision. Such voices came mostly from the living entities of the 9 provinces. Seeing an opportunity presented and then pushed away by Cavan, they felt extremely disappointed and puzzled about his intentions. They looked at Shayla, hoping she could mediate and persuade Cavan not to relinquish the benefits, which might not be given back if others took the upper hand. You question my decision. Cavan looked at them coldly. Of course, there were reasons behind his actions. First, he didn't want these people to take unnecessary risks. Second, he wanted to leave some seeds for the 9 provinces, focusing on older individuals for the first wave. Their years were few. They could try, maybe succeed. Aspiny among the 1,000 people lowered their heads, unable to hide their resentment. Clearly, half of them should have been selected, but the number drastically reduced. This time, apart from Abby and a few others, those nearing the end of their lifespan will go first. As for the rest, stay in the 9 provinces until you reach 70 transformations as half-saints, then seek answers above. This faint hope brought a flicker of optimism to their gloomy expressions. Could there be hidden reasons behind the Cord's actions? Only Cavan kept silent, leaving them with no choice but to suppress their curiosity, awaiting the future to explore themselves. Chapter 293, Ascension to the Dao Realm. Thank you, God King. The elderly martial artists felt deeply grateful when Cavan invited them over. They had thought they would miss their chance this time, but with 60 to 70 spots available, it seemed likely that nearly all of them could be taken. The others didn't voice any objections. Instead, a sense of anticipation began to brew within them. 70 revolutions were needed to explore the answers. What great opportunities would that entail? They couldn't help but wish for an immediate breakthrough to that realm. Could it be the chance to become a sage? That possibility still stood. Once he left, the sage position in the 9 continents, this tiny progress had been unattainable despite decades of effort. The world's essence hadn't advanced either. It grew with him, unlike the original 9 continents which carried many burdens and progressed directly. The difficulty lay in advancing cultivator's strength, as it required the entire world's inhabitants to cultivate together to push him forward as the ruler. Isaias didn't neglect the study of Chaos Dao either. Michael made some progress but still lacked clear insights into reaching the Sage King realm. Fortunately, the residents of Xuanhuan world slowly propelled him forward. In the future, emperors and deities would emerge, accelerating his cultivation even more. The most crucial advancement came from 2 new sage-level experts in the Device Soul clan. This marked a significant gain. In the end, loyalty mattered most. These individuals were reliable allies, far more dependable than Ganon and others, under his full control. Congratulations to the Device Soul clan for advancing 2 sages, providing powerful support to the Xuanhuan world. Your contribution is noted. Continue your efforts to enter the Xuanhuan Divine Temple. Isaias's voice echoed above the Device Soul clan territory, heard only by them. They belong to a hidden world, each individual possessing incredible power. Thank you, Iof. The Device Souls responded enthusiastically, finding immense motivation in the recognition, even if it was just verbal praise. They needed nothing more than to follow their new lord, contributing their part. Well, continue cultivating. Hope for your further breakthroughs, Isaias said, then left. Michael rewarded them with several anomalies, a simple commendation sufficient here. There was no need for ostentatious displays, and he had no grand gifts for them anyway. The Device Souls themselves were terrifying treasures. Afterward, he sought a heart-to-heart with the Michael-Avenly Dao. I am leaving, Isaias announced. So soon? When will you return? The Michael-Avenly Dao asked. This didn't seem surprising. Staying in one world offered limited growth for a boundary cultivator. To strengthen the world, one must invade others, plunder resources, absorb beneficial elements, and integrate them to foster a vibrant realm. At that point, even alone, he could face the universe's forces. Isaias had previously consulted about ways to expedite the world's development. As the mother world, the 9 continents couldn't be destroyed, so he focused on the cosmos beyond, where more opportunities lay. I don't know. Once I reach the Sage King realm, I'll return, Isaias said. Each minor advancement in the Sage realm required immense time. The opportunities given by Michaelshin and others had been exhausted with his promotion to Nora that left Kevin and the others too intimidated to move. They were utterly baffled, not understanding what was happening. It certainly didn't look like they were being welcomed as new arrivals. And who could have such strength that these formidable warriors would come to greet them? From the haughty demeanor of the soldiers, it was clear they didn't consider the newcomers worth a second glance. The enclosure seemed more like a precaution to prevent any escape attempts. This left everyone puzzled, whispering amongst themselves about what on earth was going on. Are you Avrils of any Dao Iof? Asked the leader of the golden armored soldiers. Confusion spread across their faces. They had just arrived, so how could they possibly know anything about Dao Iofs or even comprehend the conditions within the Dao realm? They were still wondering why they were being surrounded in the first place. They shook their heads vigorously, not daring to make any sudden movements. Each of the armored soldiers was undoubtedly at least a sage-level warrior, which only added to their feelings of dejection. Even sages were mere patrolmen here? Wasn't that beneath their dignity? They resolved to adapt to the situation and listen carefully to the arrangements. Doing so would likely be the best way to avoid trouble. It wasn't that the Dao realm had an abundance of sages. Rather, this was Ascension City, where each opening ceremony brought forth new sages, and only other sages could greet them. In reality, there were also many warriors below the sage level, but they inhabited another area entirely. Do you recognize any supreme sages, or have a family background? The general asked again. The questioning was serious now. A sense of caution crept over them. Could the answers influence their treatment here? It seemed increasingly likely. Think carefully before you answer. Ares will come at a cost, the general said. Noticing their hesitation, Michael merely wanted to confirm their origins. Those who had been contemplating lying immediately shut their mouths. Under the control of these soldiers, they decided it was better not to provoke unnecessary trouble. This experience already showed them that the Dao realm was no paradise, and one misstep could mean the end. No. Their voices rang out in unison, filled with a sense of helplessness. The Dao realm, they thought, was no heaven. It felt like falling from a great height into a deep valley. They spoke without confidence. Very well. Sages to one side, gods to the other, immediately. The general's tone suddenly shifted, his eyes full of disdain for this group of nobodies without any background or power. Treating them politely was unnecessary. It was almost generous not to press them further. These gods, take them to mining zone 99 for 10,000 years of service. The rest follows Prodigal. Kevin and Shayla replied. The other 4 remained silent, a sinking feeling growing inside them. They feared special treatment was coming, confirming that in every place, strength and talent were highly prized. Not bad. Try your best to comprehend high-level Dao, Graham said. They hesitated, unsure if they could indeed grasp more profound Dao principles. Yet, Graham provided no further explanation, and they dared not ask, having just arrived. Staying alive was priority number 1, exploring further when they gained strength. All this hinged on their ability to rise and become someone important. Now, 2 choices for you. First, join Dao Iof J's army and become part of the J military. Joining the J military offers a salary that can aid in advancing your realm. Serving for 10,000 years allows you to choose whether to stay or leave, with opportunities for promotion thereafter. The annual salary is 1 holy crystal below high-level Dao, and 10 holy crystals for high-level Dao, unchanged until you reach Great Sage or Sage Nash. As J military members, you can learn powerful techniques and martial arts and potentially receive guidance from Dao Iofs. As J military, you must protect the safety of the J sacred domain. Upon detecting spatial rifts or beast invasions, you must lead the charge. The second option is to serve in the mines for 10,000 years like those gods, unless you break through to Sage Nash or Great Sage, preventing your departure. Believe me, the Dao realm is far more vast than you imagine. Without strength, avoid causing trouble, as the consequences can affect entire worlds. Beyond the Dao realm lies a boundless universe, where the destruction of a world or two is faster than the birth of new ones. Kevin and the others remained silent. Both options spanned 10,000 years, neither particularly favorable. Mining definitely wasn't appealing and had strict requirements. Joining the J military sounded better, but essentially meant selling their lives cheaply. It wasn't much of a choice at all. They had hoped high-level Dao comprehension would grant better treatment, but it only disappointed them. These soldiers seemed eager to exploit them as free labor. Chapter 295, the Dao Realm. Just join the Liora army. It feels right. I have the hope of receiving guidance from a Dao Iof, so I'll join the Liora army as well. These words were spoken to ease their minds. After all, none of them wanted to dig mines alongside deities with their status as sages. It was simply too humiliating. While being a miner might be safer, there was no such thing as absolute safety in this world. An intelligent choice. In 10,000 years, you can gain recognition from the Liora continent and become a creature of the Dao realm. For now, only your identity as part of the Liora army will validate you, Bray said. This statement sent ripples of shock through the 6 individuals. Identity verification, another layer of control. Following behind Bray, they headed toward the military camp. Along the way, they caught glimpses of Ascension City. Sages weren't just common, they were overwhelmingly prevalent, at least within Ascension City. About 80% of its inhabitants were sages, numbering countless. Those with lower realms probably went elsewhere, beyond their line of sight. Military camp. There's an overview of the Dao realm in the room. Rest well today, and if there's nothing else, training starts tomorrow. Don't be late, Bray instructed. Understood. From now on, they would be members of the Liora army. It was unsettling for each of them, but what could they do? Their lack of strength left them with little choice but to comply. Aspany, who had come to Ascension City, regretted their decision. Why had they come up here when they had no gains and had to start working immediately? Especially the deities. Their treatment was far worse than that of the sages. In the mines, the Dao realm overview books were provided for free. They weren't valuable items and were meant to pass the time. Returning to their rooms, they flipped through the yellowed pages. It took many readings before the books became this worn out. The words almost rubbed away. With new worlds continuously emerging, the waiting period would likely extend even further. The mining activity every 10,000 years was perhaps related to this cycle. Seeing more of the world made one realize their insignificance. Bray hadn't lied. There were countless worlds, and no one cared if some of them vanished. Countless lives meant nothing. It was fortunate they didn't resist. Otherwise, they'd suffer consequences. Further reading included cultural histories of various places, like the nearby strong figures around Ascension City No. 9. Ascension City No. 9 was where they were. Specifically, it was Liora Continent's Ascension City No. 9. There were no empires. All lands belonged to Dao Iof Liora. Sects were allowed, but countries weren't, due to Dao Iof Liora's cultivation path conflicting with governance. Next was information about holy crystals. Each crystal was precious, essential for sage advancement, akin to spirit stones. However, they were difficult to mine due to terrifying radiation. Long-term exposure caused severe illness, and staying in the mining area for 10,000 years was already the limit. One needed to stay away from the mines for at least 10,000 years afterward before returning. This was why miners were rotated every 10,000 years. Besides ascenders, native creatures and prisoners of war also participated, as there were far more mining sites than available ascenders in any given city. Regarding realms, they ranked from deities, sages, great sages, ultimate sages, sage ancestors, Dao Iofs, to Dao respects. Sage ancestors were also known as Dao spinsters, potential candidates for transcending the Dao realm. Liora continent had 4 Dao Iofs, with Dao Iof Liora being the strongest. If anyone surpassed him, the continent's name would change accordingly, a common occurrence. Allegedly, these 4 Dao Iofs originated from the same lineage, though this was unverifiable due to the immense passage of time. Currently, only Dao Iof Liora was present. The other 3 had long vanished. Dao spinsters numbered over 10,000 on Liora continent, each being the founding ancestor of a major force, mostly secluded and inactive, focusing on breaking through to Dao Iof status. This summarized the Dao realm and Liora continent. The book ended here. They didn't need to know everything, and paper could record only so much. This was intended for newcomers, without much depth. Even the native residents of the Dao realm might not know more than this. The Dao realm? Gai Shangbai clenched his fists tightly. Indeed, it was a captivating place. Michael had anticipated humility, but hadn't expected it to be so profound. Sages and deities were both insignificant as ants. Only reaching Great Sage offered some authority, securing a decent position within the Liora army, better than Bray, who was just a Sage King despite his formidable combat prowess. Breaking through to Ultimate Sage was the key to becoming mid to upper level leadership in the Liora army, able to establish sects as patriarchs, as long as one adhered to local laws and paid taxes. As for Sage Ancestor, dream on. With only slightly over 10,000 on the entire Liora continent, it wasn't easy. For now, focus on enduring these 10,000 years. Chapter 296, Urgent Mission. The next day, they trained alongside other golden armored soldiers. They were treated just like ordinary soldiers, receiving no special treatment despite their higher paths. If they wanted more, they had to contribute more. New recruits were treated relatively kindly. They were given a set of cultivation techniques that, while not top tier, could Manchang bring them to the level of a Saint King. For further advancement, they were told that earning contributions would unlock everything. The military camp only recognized military merit. No matter how powerful one's cultivation might be, it was seen as merely coming for experience and leaving after the term, with no one remembering them. Only those who rose through genuine military merit earned respect for contributing greatly to a rioting continent and deserved a position of authority. The translated segment conveys, investigate its interior and escape if necessary, said the commanding officer, his expression solemn, implying the gravity of the task. Xylonra than 1,000 golden armored soldiers gathered. Additionally, anyone who returns alive will receive at least 10,000 military points. If you can bring back valuable information, there's no limit to the rewards. I hope you all return safe and sound. Do you understand? The commander added. Initially hesitant, the soldiers suddenly looked terrified. The offer of so many contribution points suggested that the spatial rift harbored great dangers, with 10,000 military points enough to acquire high-level cultivation techniques, a rare opportunity. No wonder they showed such expressions. It felt like sending them to certain death. How could this be acceptable? Yet, since arriving on the first day, they had lost the freedom to choose. Leaving before their term expired would be considered treason, resulting in endless pursuit. Conversely, entering the spatial rift offered a glimmer of hope. Despite the difficult order, they had to push through. If they managed to survive and return with the main group, they could easily earn military points. However, there was a time limit. They couldn't enter and exit immediately. It wouldn't be that simple, or else no one would explore spatial rifts. The commanding officer didn't concern himself with these details. His duty was to deliver the mission. From the moment they joined a riding army, this was their mission, to address any threat to a riding continent. With generous rewards, some might risk. What about you four? Rest assured, I won't blame you, said Bray, a slight smile appearing on his rigid face. Michael treated his subordinates well. He could have directly sent them to train in the spatial rift without discussion. Dying or living, no one cared. This privilege wasn't granted by all captains. I will go too, one soldier reluctantly said. Sorry, Captain. I'd rather stay in the camp. Captain, I'll wait for you in the camp. Apologies, Captain. My strength isn't enough. I may not be helpful. Only one volunteered, and even then, it seemed coerced. Perhaps none initially wanted to go. 10,000 military points sounded tempting, but enjoying them required surviving. Otherwise, it would be playing hero at the cost of their lives, regretting it later. All right, others get your gear. We leave soon, Bray said. But his eyes held disappointment for the 3 saints who backed down. While he wouldn't punish them, any benefits would likely favor others first. This was reality. They knew this but chose safety over ambition. Xylon's descending cultivators did the same, especially with their limited initial strength and lack of proper guidance. Advancing in the lower realms was slow, and not every world boasted strong sages overseeing their civilizations. 15 minutes later, lowest rank in the Dao realm. The newborns were of this realm, akin to untrained mortals. Against the sudden appearance of the spatial rift, they stood no chance to resist. They couldn't use the teleportation array to escape either. That option was only available to the privileged elites. What did it have to do with them? Fortunately, the ferocious beasts retreated eventually, ceasing their slaughter. Otherwise, Ander City would have been wiped out. Such high-level beasts were beyond their capacity to fight. Encountering one meant certain death. As Graham and his team arrived, the previously hopeless citizens lit up with renewed hope. It's the Leora army. The Leora army has come. Thank goodness and Dao Iof, we are saved. Sirs, please drive the beasts away. The cries for help never ceased. These people were too weak, and they had no choice but to place their lives in the hands of these rescuers, a tragic situation indeed. Originally, as beings of the Dao realm, they were absolute powerhouses in any world. Yet here, they couldn't even protect themselves, making survival a precarious endeavor. It wasn't surprising that the Dao realm treated lower realms so strictly. Anyone below the celestial deity realm had a poor chance of surviving in the Dao realm. Even a minor collision with something unknown on the road could result in death, similar to common mortals. The gentlemen can rest assured. We will drive the beasts away and give Ander City the justice it deserves, said the general in charge of the mission. The Leora army was structured by rank. Soldiers, squad leaders, starlight dermits, full Xylonon dermits, radiant sun dermits, grays. They swiftly entered the spatial rift. Aspeny, they find a way out. Stay close to me. Shayla pulled Kavin behind her. This scene left everyone speechless, including Kavin. When had he ever needed to hide behind a woman? But who could blame him when his strength fell short, and Shayla's protection was necessary? Hush. Upon entering, a haunting sound filled their ears, possibly natural or originating from some beast. They appeared together in the same location, holding hands. They found themselves in a dim, shadowy space. Be cautious. Shayla shouted, quickly pulling Kavin aside. Boom. The ground exploded, creating a huge crater. Looking up, a giant spider drooled down at them. Its presence was unnoticed until now because it hung above them. The earlier noise came from its massive legs. Zzz. The spider hissed, seemingly excited as it lunged towards them. It's a 5th-tier saint, not very strong. I'll distract it. You find an opportunity to strike, Shayla instructed. Only she could handle this. Kavin would be overwhelmed otherwise. Michael nodded, appreciating the support. One never knew what awaited behind a spatial rift. It could be a new world or a mine. Anything was possible. Encountering a large beast right from the start was relatively rare. Others faced varying degrees of challenges, some victorious, others might be. Some may be close, while others might remain unreachable even after a lifetime. Even a nearby world like the Sword Sect universe was separated by vast expanses of starry skies. Hidden within the endless darkness, many possibilities lay dormant. Asteroids, planets, black holes. Where there was light, at least one could anticipate danger and take evasive action. In the darkness, however, one could never tell what surprises lay ahead. Along the way, Isaias had collided with countless rocks. Minor incidents were inevitable during interstellar travel. Behind him, the 9 provinces grew smaller and smaller until it became just one of the myriad stars. After several days, he arrived near another world. This world had developed its own civilization, centered around mechs. The inhabitants controlling the mechs were not particularly powerful in their natural forms, but once inside their mechs, they could unleash combat power comparable to that of human Nash realm. Their technology was still advancing, with boundless potential for the future. But at present, they were rather weak and inconsequential among the countless worlds. My world should encompass such civilizations, Isaias mused, then waved his hand casually. Instantly, a small piece of land split off from the Xuanhuan realm. The Xuanhuan realm was designed to embrace diversity and grow together. Only by expanding in multiple directions could it create future surprise. Time is also gone. One bad piece of news followed another within the community. It suddenly dawned on them that this mysterious visitor must have taken those people, who were the most precious assets of their planet. One day, I will trample him underfoot. How dare he bully us like this? Furious yet powerless, they could only vent their rage. Without cultivation methods, ordinary lives didn't last long, just a few hundred years at best before turning into dust. Isaias might be older than any inhabitant here. Though over 100 years old, he had lost count of his exact age. Time was meaningless to him. Back in the Xinhuang realm, the new piece of land welcomed a group of newcomers. They nervously looked around, clueless about where they were. All they remembered was a sudden blackout before arriving here, nearly scared out of their wits. Everything around them was completely different from their original world, making them uneasy. They unanimously thought of the mysterious figure who had brought them here. Days passed without any sign of him. Starving, they decided, forget it, we need to survive first. Thus, they began building a new life on this land, gradually developing their own cities from scratch. Cut off from the outside, they research and martial arts advanced simultaneously. Whenever they achieved a breakthrough, challenges emerged, keeping them constantly vigilant. They formed new families here, knowing they might never return to their home world. Their children born here would not be considered part of the original world anymore. Thus, the cycle of challenge and growth continued in this newly integrated world. Chapter 299. Embracing all rivers. Looking at the increasingly powerful mech tribes, Isaias was quite satisfied. They had already settled into a routine and didn't require much attention. Michael could wait until they amazed him in the future. At least for the time being, they wouldn't have such an opportunity. Only saints would make Isaias take a second look. Only creatures of this rank could help promote his boundary cultivation, while the Chaos Great Tao remained just that. No matter how profound, it couldn't assist him much. This was the essence of boundary cultivation, where the focus lay on the boundaries with the Great Tao as a supplement or mutually reinforcing each other. Rapid enhancement of cultivation, without corresponding growth within his world's inhabitants, was pointless. In the end, any backlash would affect him directly. Time was on his side. There was no need to rush. Isaias found himself becoming more adept at fostering diversity within his world. His gaze turned towards the depths of the universe. Instead of waiting for his world to grow organically, he thought it better to plunder the fruits of other worlds, thereby quickly bolstering his own. Once a certain period had passed, and the first batch of humans died off after several cycles, their descendants could inherit their wealth and become his people. It wasn't a bad idea. Afterward, almost every 10 to 15 days, he would introduce new clans, creating new lands with increasing frequency. Unknowingly, Xinhuang boundary was divided into dozens of lands, large and small, with no communication between them, separated by a layer that couldn't be penetrated. One day, the mech tribes welcomed new technological tribes named Starship Tribe, Armor Tribe, Energy Tribe, etc., all focused on technology to forge weapons externally, thus acquiring formidable combat power. The emergence of these new forces brought war to the land. Conflicting ideas led to clashes. With limited resources, it came down to who had the stronger fist and thus, the reason. Every day saw tangible progress, and every creature embarked on the path of cultivation. When external forces were equal, the battle shifted to intrinsic strength. Encountering entities like Psyker tribes and Espingic tribes, Isaias didn't hesitate to incorporate them, establishing corresponding land blocks. Once these lands reached a comparable level of strength, Isaias planned to lift restrictions and let them fight. The clash of civilizations, whose light would shine the brightest. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed a certain fascination. Harbored other powerful clans. What awaited them might be destruction. Initially, each land would encounter only one other. Once they merged, Isaias would continue lifting restrictions. This strategy proved effective. To avoid annihilation, they sought strength to prevent disaster. Their spirits were terrible, all thanks to that person who left them here. Perhaps he observed from the shadows. They couldn't unite against someone they feared, nor did they share a common language. There was only fighting. Winning meant everything was theirs. Since that person wanted to watch, let him see their valor. Actually, Isaias merely glanced once and then lost interest. Survival of the fittest. Such things had always happened. Originally hundreds of clans existed, but many were wiped out or merged, forming new clans. Aspini tribe's original members aged and died. Few remembered their origins. Taking the Mech tribe as an example, tens of thousands originally arrived. Now, only a few thousand survivors remained among the present population of nearly hundreds of thousands. Few knew much about the past. Isaias erased memories, keeping only what served his purpose. Foreigners were ultimately just foreigners. Trusted insiders were more reliable. Perhaps in a few hundred years, the past would be forgotten. Of course, new land sectors continued innovating. One day, Isaias arrived at an unfamiliar star domain. Brother here? Brother, you should eat too. We're coming of age. If they had any elders behind them, how powerful must those beings be? Honestly, he envied them. However, he did not rush to make his move. Instead, he observed secretly first. Michael didn't want to risk finding himself facing a bigger black hole, something he couldn't deal with either. Yes, the two objects in front of him were indeed black holes. Intelligent ones that could move wherever they wanted and control their own gravitational pull. By converting matter from the universe, they grew stronger, continuing to develop their powers. Whether they were reproduced or born through other means, he didn't know. However, the fact that these two little things talked about parents suggested that there were even more terrifying entities behind them. This was why he didn't dare reveal himself easily. He didn't want to scare them off and then end up being chased by a horde of black holes, which would complicate matters significantly. Michael was here to cultivate, not to suffer. Time was on his side, so he didn't rush. After they finished eating, Isaias followed their pace, moving in a certain direction, though their slow speed was maddening to him. In his eyes, it was no different from turtle speed. On the way, he noticed that these two black holes purposely avoided worlds, wary of causing damage. For this, Isaias gave them a mental thumbs up. They were polite kids, patiently trailing them. Over a decade passed and energy was terrifying. This meant that these civilizations frequently engaged in war to meet their demands. Additionally, their lifespan was extremely short, disappearing within 100 years. Even seeking the path of martial arts combined with technology proved challenging. Perhaps this was the price of gain. Despite mastering advanced technology, they could not escape the ravages of time and the limits of longevity. A reef was just that short for them. Outside, Isaias was almost asleep, because these two little guys had stopped again, dawdling. For over a decade, they kept saying they needed to hurry home while taking their time on the journey, occasionally indulging in feasting, even snoring loudly, leaving anyone who encountered them utterly baffled. It seems I won't meet their parents anytime soon, Isaias sighed. Michael decided to act. At this rate, it might take them centuries to get home. Drifting in the universe, they would slowly gain strength, and there was little danger. For black holes, there wasn't much risk unless it endangered others. They traveled outside worlds, circumventing them. So why would anyone run into empty space to capture them? Of course, except for Isaias, who found nothing better to do than wander the universe and stumbled upon these two black holes, feeling a genuine liking towards them. Michael had no reason to refuse. Thus, he looked at the small black holes with a hint of longing, ready to extend his grasp. ####Chapter 301. Outer Regions. At this moment, Isaias's expression was as uncomfortable as someone suffering from constipation. Stuck in a precarious situation with the risk of the xuanhuan boundary collapsing, he had no choice but to immediately pull out the black hole and throw it far away. What went wrong? I still have so much to learn about boundary cultivation. Isaias shook his head. These were immensely powerful beings. If they could develop into a race, they would provide him with immense assistance. They might even help him advance to the Sage King realm. Speaking of which, he had been stuck at this level for a long time. Cultivation truly made one lose track of time. Years had passed without him even realizing it. Just as he was contemplating how to solve this problem, the surrounding space suddenly began to collapse, as if a powerful being had attacked, aiming to destroy everything here. Oh no! Michael shouted in alarm and quickly retreated into the xuanhuan boundary. Just moments before, he had felt an overwhelming force heading straight for him, capable of annihilating him. After he disappeared, the world at that location and its vicinity disintegrated into dust, floating through the universe. From a high enough vantage point, one could see a gigantic handprint spanning several light years, an unprecedented scale that few could imagine connecting in such a manner. You ran fast, didn't you? A mere boundary cultivator dares to scheme against my descendants. From the depths of the universe, a voice echoed ominously, seemingly addressed to Isaias. This sentence indeed made Isaias's hairs stand on end. Cosmic beings couldn't be trifled with. Their backers were far beyond what he could handle. Perhaps because the other party saw that he hadn't harmed the small black hole, he only received a warning. Otherwise, if this terrifying existence harbored ill intentions towards him, could he really have the chance to resist? The cosmos is truly terrifying. Within the xuanhuan boundary, Isaias listened to that sigh, inwardly pondering. Now, he truly dared not provoke cosmic beings again. Those two innocent children. How could they wander around so freely without being taken in by other cultivators? It turned out they had powerful protectors who could traverse vast distances instantaneously. Such ability was far beyond his reach, indicating that their strength surpassed that of sages. Sage was not the ultimate goal. It was merely the foundation for transitioning from lower worlds to higher ones. Every star in the sky was a small world, varying in power, possibly giving birth to extremely terrifying beings. Perhaps what everyone yearned for, the Tao world, was just a larger planet, above which lay even more expansive realms. In the depths of the universe, several towering figures surrounded a massive black hole. Let's go our separate ways. I'll take a nap now. Call me in the next cataclysmic era. One by one, they scattered, unwilling to linger. The situation was not as harmonious or simple as imagined. After the others left, Ezra remained silent for a while, then proceeded to restore the damaged area. The vanished world was instantly restored, as if it had never ceased to exist. All of this occurred in the blink of an eye. Having finished, Ezra drifted away to another place. That true eye of origin truly instilled fear. Though it was unlikely to kill him, many peers of equal strength could easily seal him away, preventing him from returning. But doing so would also make others feel threatened. Sealing Ezra today could lead to sealing others tomorrow, eroding trust within their small circle. You'd never know if you'd be the next to be sealed. The universe regained its tranquility, as if nothing had happened. Isaias waited for a long time, finding no further disturbance before daring to emerge from the xuanhuan boundary. Looking around and seeing no changes, he almost thought he had hallucinated. How could such ancient, powerful beings exist, crossing countless stars to precisely strike him with such immense force? But when he looked towards where the small black hole had been, it was empty. Given their speed, it was impossible for it to have left his sight. Thus, everything had been real. The other party had taken the black hole away. Michael didn't dare linger or speak. What if they heard him, planning revenge without resorting to violence? Otherwise, with its meager strength, it would have turned to dust long ago, and this world would be on the path to destruction soon. It has existed for a very long time, experiencing many calamities. This experience instilled fear in it. Even as a world Tao, they are living beings, the rulers of a world, who cherish their existence. World Tao is not a realm but a general term for this kind of entity, also known as the will of the world. In the vast ocean of star seas like sand, their existence is incredibly weak, especially after developing self-awareness. They understand this all too well. Who would willingly embrace destruction while able to live? It had also seen beings from its own world break through the void and leave. None returned, seemingly vanishing from the mortal world. No one knew how they fared in the higher realms, or if they had been killed. It wasn't impossible. After all, the world that could accommodate sages must be extraordinarily splendid, and who can tell clearly what lies beyond? Reflecting now, being a content world Tao is not a bad choice. Why risk it when staying here and enjoying eternal life is so appealing? What this world was called, the beings of this realm did not know, for the times were too ancient. They only knew that the land beneath their feet was called the Combat Chi continent, and the martial artists here cultivated combat chi. From low to high, there were levels like fighter, spinster, saint, Nash, As for cultivation, only a select few had the chance. Even if they had cultivation techniques, they lacked the resources to buy, unable to even enter the stage of a spiritual artist, let alone cultivate further. Pooling the entire city's resources could barely produce 100 fighters, with the strongest being a 3-star battle spinster. They were responsible for maintaining the peace of Border City, dealing with occasional monster incursions from outside the city walls. Advancing further was incredibly difficult. This city was practically isolated from the world. Except for fixed periods when supplies were brought in from outside, no one else came. Merchants wouldn't linger a second longer in such a place without profit. Why would anyone come to such a desolate spot? Yet, with the arrival of one person, significant changes occurred. Have you heard? There's a peculiar man in South City who says he can turn us all into fighters. I wonder if it's true. You believe that? If everyone could become a fighter, this place wouldn't be called Border City. Even the capital doesn't have the capability to make an entire city's population fighters. I want to check it out. It's not like I have anything better to do. Fine, but we'll just watch and leave after. Then let's go. In South City, 3 days prior, a man suddenly appeared with a stall displaying no goods, only a contract. It claimed signing your name would send you to a secret realm to explore, with all gains yours to keep. Such a deal, involving no loss, wouldn't convince anyone. If it required a hefty fee, it might be believable. Freebies don't exist, and one feared decision. His territory needed pioneering individuals. Michaelaring Isaias's words, the beggar grew nervous. Michael never told anyone about his condition, yet the man knew everything with just a glance. Shocked but hopeful, he believed this might end his fate. Fine, I'll go, the beggar said, stepping forward and swiftly writing his name, Gustavo. Spectators watched curiously, waiting for Isaias's next trick. Some wondered why a beggar could write so neatly, and if they hadn't met him before, suspecting a performance between Isaias and Gustavo to defraud them of their possessions. Chapter 303, The Yellow and Deep Village. Just as they were about to witness a joke, Isaias snapped his fingers, and a crack appeared behind him. This feat, whether intimidating or genuine, greatly shocked them. Could it be that this person before their eyes really possessed the power to help them become fighters? But why would he do that? They couldn't quite figure it out. Wouldn't it be better to quietly observe and wait for the little beggar's transformation? Please, this might awaken your other spiritual vein, Isaias said. This hit Gustavo like a thunderclap. Only he and his parents knew about this. Michael hadn't told anyone else. This was also the reason he wanted to start cultivating again. If he had no cards up his sleeve, he'd just be a cripple. Perhaps he can really help me. That kind of ability is at least what a Skymancer could do. But what does he want? Gustavo thought, suspecting the young-looking man in front of him. Such an act wasn't as simple as anymore. Has he run away? Michael didn't take anything from us, so probably not. Is there a limit to the number of people? Probably. I'll make sure to get there next time. In the sky. Arg, my son of destiny. It took me tens of millions of years to prepare for this son of destiny. The Michaelavenly Tao roared as natural disasters occurred around the world. It almost spewed blood. Its son of destiny was taken away right under its nose, leaving it extremely frustrated, unable to do anything. It had spent tens of millions of years gathering fate for its ascension to the great sage level. But now, he was gone, completely disconnected from it. In the yellow and deep world, Isaias kept an eye on the newly arrived beings. Great. Another son of destiny. My yellow and deep village plan can accelerate. Time acceleration. With immense power, he accelerated the world's rotation. 1 day outside equaled 1 month inside, which was the limit he could achieve. Any faster, and the world would collapse. As for Gustavo, once he entered, everything went smoothly. On the first day, he found a secret realm and obtained true dragon blood, activating his own bloodline. By the third day, he had advanced to the fighter rank. Of course, there were many similar geniuses blossoming rapidly across the land. They didn't know why, but these belonged to the yellow and deep world. Isaias had openly and covertly bestowed it upon Gustavo. As for Gustavo's original inheritance, it couldn't be cultivated here, only for reference, showing how tyrannical the rule was. Nothing from outside the yellow and deep world was allowed. Michael could let others go, but for someone like Gustavo, the son of destiny, once here, became his personal property, with no ties left to their original Michaelavenly Tao. 10 days later, 10 months had passed in the yellow and deep world. Also on this day, a large number of originally Dochi world's denizens were expelled. Only a small portion remained, indicating they couldn't leave or never thought about leaving. This world was too beautiful for them to realize they couldn't return to their original place. They would dedicate their entire lives to serving Isaias. On the streets of the border Huang City, hundreds of powerful fighters appeared out of thin air, with some flying in the air, astonishing everyone. That's Amen. How is this possible? Michael went to, it's true. That person can really make us stronger. At this moment, the citizens of Border City were thrilled. In just 10 days, such significant changes happened. Flying in the air symbolized becoming a Dowang, a concept they grasped. Amio, what did you experience in these 10 days? How did you become a Dowang? 10 days? Isn't it 10 months already? Just as they were eager to see the joke, this is too fantastical. Is it an illusion? At this moment, their hearts wavered. Perhaps this was a real boon falling from the sky. A powerful expert, having nothing better to do, felt sorry for their border town and decided to give them a benefit. Sir, I want to go in. Aspini I? Yes, Isaias said, opening the entrance again. Then he turned around and added, the entrance is here. Write down your name, and you can enter. Endless opportunities await you there, but also terrifying disasters. Whether you are a dragon or a worm depends entirely on yourselves. With that, Isaias transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. The crowd stood stunned. If it weren't for the stall still being there, along with the crack, they would have suspected they had entered some kind of illusion. That person didn't exist at all. Let me go. I'll sign up. I want to as well. All of you get back in line. Don't push and shove. Thus, a long queue formed, everyone eager to explore inside. But after 1,000 people went in, they found they could no longer enter. Has he run away? Michael probably hasn't taken anything from us. Is there a limit on the number of people? Probably. Next time, I will be sure to get in. Above the heavens. Ah, my luck child. I spent millions of years preparing that luck child. The Michael even told anyone else. This was also why he wanted to start cultivating again. If he had no trump card, he would be nothing but a waste. Perhaps he really can help me. That kind of ability. At least a Dozun can perform such a feat, but what does he want? Gustavo thought. Michael doubted the intentions of this seemingly young man. Such an ability was not as simple as it looked. Aspenibe, inside that crack behind him, there lay the answers. Once he thought of this, he could no longer contain his excitement. Michael saluted towards Jedediah and walked directly into the crack without further ado. The crack then closed, and Gustavo's figure disappeared. To make someone vanish in broad daylight, unless he was an unparalleled powerhouse, who could have such ability? Could he really be so incredible? Isn't this too far-fetched? Or perhaps it's some sort of illusion. At this moment, they began to waver in their hearts. Perhaps this was indeed a stroke of luck, a powerful being pitying them in this remote border city and giving them benefits. Sir, I want to go too. Is it possible? Sure, Jedediah said, reopening the entrance and added, Michael's the entrance. Write your name down and you can enter. There are countless opportunities there, but also horrific disasters. It all depends on yourselves. After saying this, Jedediah turned into a whizzing his immense power. Time flowed faster. One day outside equaled a month inside the xuanhuan realm, which was his limit. Any faster, and the world would collapse. When Gustavo entered, it was as if he had activated a cheat code. On the first day, he found a hidden realm and obtained true dragon blood, awakening his latent bloodline. On the third day, he directly advanced to the level of warrior spinster. Of course, the land of the xuanhuan realm had many such cheated geniuses enhancing themselves globally. They didn't know why, but everything that once stumped them suddenly became clear. Then came unprecedented advancements without bottlenecks. The Doqi continent rapidly saw the rise of numerous warriors because they had no cultivation methods. Under Jedediah's hints, they gradually explored and eventually produced warriors akin to the level of human Nash. Thus, they caught up with others. In the technology sector, various mech gods emerged. In the psychic sector, star sectors, magic sectors. Great, this looks like progress. Sitting on a cloud, watching the global surge of geniuses, Jedediah smiled contentedly. The civilizations he had collected were now rapidly developing. Before long, emperors, deities, and sages would appear. Michael, having remained stagnant for a long time, could advance as well. Wait until they reached the Sage King stage. They were excited. In 10 days, such tremendous changes had occurred. Being able to fly meant they were at the level of a Dowang warrior. Ah, Spin, what happened these 10 days? How did you become a Dowang? 10 days? Isn't it 10 months? Isaias had been monitoring the new beings coming in. Wonderful, another luck child. My Shenhuang village plan can now accelerate. So then, let's speed up time. Isaias said, using his formidable magic power to accelerate the world's progression. Time sped up, with one day outside equating to a month inside the Shenhuang realm. This was the limit of what he could do. Any faster and the world would collapse. Note, for consistency, Shenhuang should be either Xianhuang or Xianhuang. I used Xianhuang in this edit. Please let me know if you want me to apply this style adjustment throughout the text. Time accelerated, with one day in the outside world equaling a month in the Xuanhuang world. This was the limit of his capability. Any faster, and the world would risk collapsing. Speaking of which, after entering, Gustavo felt as if he had obtained a cheat code. On the first day, he discovered a hidden realm and obtained genuine dragon blood, which stimulated the bloodline within him. By the third day, he had already advanced to fighter level. Of course, in the Shenhuang world, many other outstanding individuals in the cultivation of the boundary. The faster they improved, the better it was for Isaias. The system of Shenhuang world was roughly complete. As for Gustavo, his rapid improvement was naturally due to the legacy of the Doqi tribe, which belonged to the Shenhuang world. Isaias openly and secretly gave this legacy to Gustavo. As for his original legacy, it simply couldn't be cultivated here and could only serve as a reference, a testament to the absolute dominance that did not allow anything outside of Shenhuang world to exist. Michael could ignore the others, but someone like Gustavo, a child of fate, became his private property once they arrived here, having absolutely nothing to do with their original Michael-Avenly Dao. After 10 days, 10 months had passed in Shenhuang world. On this day, a large number of creatures from the original Doqi world were expelled, leaving only a few who stayed behind, indicating they could no longer leave or possibly never intended to leave, as they might not have realized they could never return to their original place. They would spend their entire lives contributing to Isaias. On the streets of Border City, hundreds of powerful fighters appeared out of thin air, with many flying through the air, stunning everyone. That's Spin. How is this possible? Didn't he go to? It's true, that person really can make us to boundary cultivation. The faster they advanced, the better it was for Isaias. The system of the Xuanhuang world was now largely complete. Note, I've maintained the term Xuanhuang, as it seems to be a proper noun. If there's a specific English name for this world, you may want to use that instead. Please let me know if you need further adjustments, or if there are specific terms you would like to use. Gustavo's rapid improvement naturally stemmed from the legacy of the Doqi tribes, which belonged to the Shenhuang world. Isaias had secretly bestowed it upon Gustavo. As for his original inheritance, it was practically worthless here. Only certain elements could be referenced. Such was the tyranny, prohibiting any non-Shenhuang world elements from existing. Other individuals he could ignore, but people like Gustavo, who were children of destiny, became his private property once they arrived here, having absolutely nothing to do with their original Michael-Avenly Dao. After 10 days in the outside world, 10 months had passed in the Shenhuang world. On that day, a large number of creatures originally from the Qi world were expelled, with only a small portion remaining, indicating that they could no longer leave, or perhaps had never thought of leaving. After all, this world was so beautiful that they might not have realized they couldn't return to their original place. They would spend the rest of their lives contributing to Isaias. On the streets of Border Huang City, hundreds of powerful Do fighters appeared in the Xuanhuan world. Please check the previous translations to ensure consistency. On this day, a large number of beings originally from the Qi world were expelled. Only a small portion remained, unable to leave. Either they hadn't considered leaving, or they simply didn't want to. After all, this world was beautiful. They might not have realized they could no longer return to their original world. These remaining individuals would spend the rest of their lives contributing to Isaias. Meanwhile, on the streets of the remote Huang City, hundreds of powerful fighters suddenly appeared, with several even flying through the air. This sight stunned everyone. That's spin. How is this possible? Michael went to. It's true, that person really can make us stronger. At this moment, the citizens of the remote Huang City became excited. In just 10 days, such a huge change had occurred. The ability to fly through the air, that was the mark of a Do King warrior. Spin. What happened in these 10 days? How did you become a Do King? 10 days? Hasn't it been 10 months? Note, Do Qi, Huang City, Do King. And similar terms are kept as is due to their specific context within the story's universe. If these need further localization, please let me know. They would spend their lives contributing to Isaias. On the streets of Border squeezing their way in. Every day there was an upper limit of 1,000 people, and it had never stopped. And from now on, those who entered earlier started coming out too, though no one knew the reason. However, after seeing the formidable cultivation levels of these batches of people, they yearned even more for that mysterious place. Who says Hewu City is barren? Even if given a chance to enter the holy city, they wouldn't hesitate to refuse because they could achieve significant cultivation advancements within an extremely short time, reaching heights that others couldn't in a lifetime. With such conditions, who would dare say that Hewu City has no resources? With this secret realm alone, no one could refuse Hewu City. Once this news spread, this desolate city would immediately become the most prosperous city in the world. Seal the news immediately. From now on, outsiders are not allowed into Hewu City. Even for supplies, we will handle it ourselves. This is our great opportunity for Hewu City to rise. The city Iof is right. The secret realm belongs to us in Hewu City. No one can take it away. Xylanra and more vassals joined, and they hadn't enjoyed enough yet. Why would they let others intervene? Even if they did allow outsiders, it would be only after they reached their peak cultivation. At least, they definitely wouldn't share now. As time passed, Do Wang level experts in Hewu City were no longer rare. Even when everyone became at least Doja level, besides himself, that person deployed similar arrangements in other worlds. Otherwise, how could so many different systems exist within one world, completely different from the Do Qi they cultivated? As events piled up, it wasn't hard to guess that the strange creatures came from other worlds. Initially, Isaias didn't want to use external creatures, but preferred creating his own. However, this process was too slow. If left to figure it out themselves, who knows when they would see results? So he inserted creatures from other worlds, which worked well. Learning from each other sped up their progress. Under 30 times acceleration, the Xuanhuan world produced Nash realms. That place had only one realm classification, the acquired and innate system. But within their tribe, they preferred using their familiar realm classifications. In the dead of night, under the crescent moon, Hewu City fell into slumber. Louis, it's time. Are you willing to return to the Xuanhuan world? Louis abruptly woke up, hearing the call from the Xuanhuan world. Joy surged in his heart. Yes. Without hesitation, Louis chose to return to the Xuanhuan world. Michael had waited over a month to hear its call. How could he possibly refuse? Michael wished he could stay there for decades, becoming a Do D. By then, where couldn't he go on the Do Qi continent? In the Do Qi tribe, resulting in offspring stronger than their parents. Newborns wouldn't be expelled based on cultivation talent, having already marked with the Taoist imprint of this world. 10 months. How is that possible? It's only been 10 days. That can't be true. I was in there for 10 months, hunted by monstrous beasts every single day. I remember it clearly. Do you think there's a possibility that time moves much faster in that place? Just like what the immortals are rumored to do. Hiss, now that you mention it, that really could be the case. Otherwise, who could advance to Do Wang in just 10 days? That's not right. I recall many people reaching Do Huang. Why aren't they here? Could it be that the stronger one's cultivation is, the longer they can stay? No way, I have to go back in. However, it was all in vain. Michael wanted to enter, but he was repelled back. It was during this repulsion that a thought flashed across his mind. Wait for the summons. Michael couldn't enter again. Michael could only wait for that place to summon him. Beside him, others were still trying to squeeze in. The daily limit of 1,000 people had never stopped. From now on, those who entered would start coming out, but for what reason, they had no idea. But seeing these people's terrifying cultivation levels made them even more eager to enter that mysterious place. Who said Hewu City was barren? Even if they were given the chance to enter the holy city, they would refuse without hesitation because here they could cultivate to great heights within an extremely short period of time. Heights that others might never reach in their lifetime. With such conditions, who dared say Hewu City lacked resources? Just based on this secret realm, no one could refuse Hewu City. Once word got out, this desolate city would instantly become the most prosperous city in the world. Seal off all news immediately. No outsiders are allowed into Hewu City from now on. Even for supplies, we'll manage on our own. This will be a great opportunity for Hewu City to rise. The mayor is right. The secret realm belongs to us, Hewu City. No one can take it away. Xylanra and more subordinates were agreeing. They hadn't enjoyed the benefits yet, so why would they want others meddling? Even if they let others in, they'd wait until they themselves reached the peak of their cultivation first. At least for now, they definitely wouldn't share. As time passed, Douhuang experts in Heiwu Danwang City were no longer rare. When everyone had achieved the rank of fighter, life remained as ordinary as ever, just like before. This was because everyone's cultivation levels were similar. When someone's strength reached an absolute peak, things would be different. Unfortunately, there was no sign of any Douhuang appearing here. Heiwu Danwang City had a population of over 50,000, with 1,000 entering each day. Everyone had cycled through, but only 45,000 came out. And the renowned, their astonishment only deepened. Apart from this world, that person had similar setups in other worlds. Otherwise, how could there be so many different systems within a single world, none of which resembled the Dou-Qi they cultivated? Edit. Apart from this world, that person had similar arrangements in other worlds. Otherwise, how could there be so many different systems within a single world, none of which resembled the Dou-Qi they cultivated? Further refinement. Apart from this world, that person had similar setups in other realms. Otherwise, how could there be so many diverse systems within a single world, none of which resembled the Dou-Qi they cultivated? Final edit. Apart from this world, that person had similar setups in other realms. Otherwise, how could there be so many distinct systems within a single world, none of which resembled the Dou-Qi they cultivated? Note, Dou-Qi is kept as is because it seems to be a specific term from the original context that doesn't have a direct English equivalent. If you prefer, you can replace it with a more general term like martial qi or combat energy, depending on the broader context of the story. With more events occurring, it wasn't hard to guess that the strange creatures came from other worlds. This was why Isaias initially refused to use outsiders, preferring to create his own. However, this process was too slow. The Dou-Qi tribe, who established one powerful cultivation technique after another, providing them methods to cultivate. Xylon Reaver, Gustavo was the strongest in the Dou-Qi tribe, holding the revered title of Dosung, or a Nash in the xuanhuan realm, ranking among the most powerful. It was also the reason other tribes dared not easily step into the Dou-Qi tribe. People died here without formidable power to protect themselves. The realm was divided into several major forces: martial artists, technology users, mages, biologists, mechanists, etc., each harboring intense animosity toward the others. Every time new land emerged in the xuanhuan realm, it would lead to fierce battles. Finally back. This place is so comfortable. Michael comes the imperial rank. Spin shouted, regardless of the late hour, rushing forward to settle his excitement from the past month. Thus, after a month's absence, the sound of their relentless efforts once again echoed through the mountains and forests. Those who had advanced beyond the imperial rank were no longer here, having moved on to further places. Over the years, some from the Dou-Qi tribe had married and had children, whose lineage only grew stronger. These newborns were never cast out, regardless of their cultivation talent, already bound by the world's heavenly imprint. Spin suddenly bolted awake from his bed, as if he had just heard the recall signal from the xuanhuan realm. Note: for better fluency and clarity in English, xuanhuan should be translated or explained based on its meaning and context. If it's a proper name for a realm, you might want to keep it as is or translate it fully, e.g., xuanhuan realm. For the entire passage, Spin suddenly bolted awake from his bed, as if he had just heard the recall signal from the xuanhuan realm. Joy instantly surged in his heart. Yes. Without any hesitation, Spin chose to return to the xuanhuan realm. Michael had been waiting for over a month to hear the call from that place. Why would he refuse? Michael wished he could soak there for decades, becoming a mighty battle Nash by then, able to go anywhere in the world of Dou-Qi. But the reality was they needed to queue up, only able to passively wait and not actively enter. Michael envied those prodigies who could stay indefinitely in the xuanhuan realm, especially Gustavo, whom everyone from the Dou-Qi world knew as the pioneer of the Dou-Qi tribe. Gustavo created one powerful manual after another, giving them methods to cultivate. Xylon Reaver, he was the strongest warrior of the Dou-Qi tribe, holding the revered position of Dou Saint, which corresponded to the imperial realm in the xuanhuan realm, making him one of the most formidable warriors at present. Other tribes dared not easily step into the Dou-Qi tribe's territory due to this strength. This area saw the formation of several major forces: the martial artists, the technology bloc, the mirror that call. What reason could there be to refuse? Michael wished he could spend decades there, becoming a Dou-Di. By then, where couldn't he go in the continent of Duki? But reality required them to queue, passively waiting rather than actively entering. Michael envied those who could continuously immerse themselves in the Shen Yellow realm, corrected for accuracy and fluency. Michael envied those who could continuously immerse themselves in the Yellow realm. Note: Shenhuang is translated as yellow to maintain consistency and accuracy. However, if Shenhuang realm is a specific term or proper noun in your context, it might be better to keep it as Shenhuang realm to preserve the original terminology. For best practice, Michael envied those who could continuously immerse themselves in the Shenhuang realm, especially Gustavo. All inhabitants of the Dou-Qi world recognized him as the pioneer of the Dou-Qi tribe, creating powerful manuals one after another, giving them methods to refine their skills. Improved version, especially Gustavo, who was recognized by all inhabitants of the Dou-Qi world as the pioneer of the Dou-Qi tribe. Michael created numerous powerful manuals that provided them with methods to hone their skills. For better fluency and consistency in terminology, let's use cultivation instead of refine their skills. Especially Gustavo, who was recognized by all inhabitants of the Dou-Qi world as the pioneer of the Dou-Tori. Michael, without formidable power to protect oneself, death was always a looming threat. Note: Shenhuang is translated as Xianhuang and Dou-Qi as Dou-Qi to maintain consistency in terminology and style. Michael, several major forces were divided: martial artists, technology specialists, mages, biologists, mechanics, and so on. They harbored extreme hostility towards each other. Every time a new landmass was born in the Xuanhuang realm, it resulted in fierce battles. Finally back. This place is so comfortable. Douhuang, here I come. Spin shouted, regardless of the hour, rushing forward to calm the excitement built up over a month. Thus, after a month, the sounds of their struggle echoed again in the mountains. Those who had advanced beyond the Douhuang realm were no longer in the immediate vicinity. They had moved on to more distant and challenging areas. Over the years, many members of the Douqi tribe had married and had children. The descendants of these powerful individuals were even stronger than their parents. Newborns were not expelled from the tribe regardless of their aptitude for cultivation, as they already bore the mark of this world's Michael-Avenly Dao. Note, for consistency and clarity, I have used donghua instead of translating it, assuming it's a specific term or realm in the context. If you prefer it translated, please let me know. Chapter 305, Sage Nash. 1 year. A year had passed in the world of Aura. Isaias had also halted his frenzied pace. The accelerated time had ended, and this terrifying speed of time flow had drained all his resources. There was no such thing as a free lunch. It was impossible to increase the rate of development without paying a price. The cultivation time, increased by several decades, allowed the xuanhuan realm to transform immensely. All 840 members of the Artifact Soul Tribe had ascended to the Sage Realm, with 12 at the peak of the Sage Realm. The strongest among them, Michaelshan, was almost stepping into the Great Sage Realm. But since even the Michael-Avenly Dao of the xuanhuan realm hadn't crossed over to the Great Sage or Sage Nash realms, they couldn't break through either. Fortunately, they sought other methods to reach the Sage Nash realm, cultivating an additional realm that greatly enhanced their future combat power. The other 100 tribes were also not lacking in deities, with powerful clans having deity lords presiding over them. Their diverse ideas filled in the missing laws within the xuanhuan realm. When they successfully cultivated, Isaias could comprehend and apply those laws directly in the xuanhuan realm. Creating laws out of nothing was currently beyond its capabilities. Michael hadn't severed their connection to their original worlds either. Merging celestial bodies resulted in fragmentation, leaving only the stronger one intact. After realizing this, he felt a chill. Thankfully, he didn't force the merger. Otherwise, even without external threats, he would have exploded. Michael didn't believe the xuanhuan realm's strength could match that of a small black hole. This station has ended. With that, he casually waved and expelled all beings not belonging to this world, essentially those from the Aura continent. Each had been cultivating for over 10 years, achieving high levels. Converted into the terms of the world of Aura, they were now patriarchs or eminences, with few at the level of Aura Nashes. Those were truly weak, considering Isaias' support. On this day, in the border waste city, extraordinary fighters stared bewilderedly around. They were mid-cultivation when they were suddenly kicked out. How did we end up back here? I was about to become an Aura respected one. It ended in failure. Why no Aura Saint? It seems we need to start again. Wait and see. Not quite. Look at how many of us are here. 40,000. All of us came out? That shouldn't happen. Weren't only the top 10 supposed to come out, and haven't I been there for less than 10 days? Could something have gone wrong in the xuanhuan realm? Wrong my foot. With dozens of Aura Nashes, Noel gods, war gods, sky powerhouses, and others, who would dare attack the xuanhuan realm faced in a long time. Every day, they visited the south of the city, hoping to see the youth again. After a decade, nobody thought the youth was deceptive. Yet, there was always an elusive floating land above, unseen despite endless gazing. Xylons passed without recall. They felt abandoned, having contributed much. Despite lingering reluctance, they eventually accepted it. Above them, the world of Aura's Michael-Avenly Dao pondered. One fortunate junior exchanged for these people. Barely breaking even, the Michael-Avenly Dao consoled itself, knowing it was far from breaking even. Its advancement relied entirely on Gustavo, who vanished silently. Unable to fight him, it resigned. Preparing for millennia, time wasn't an issue. The chapter captures Isaias' advancements and reflections, along with the fate of those he'd brought into the xuanhuan realm. It also provides insight into the broader impacts of his actions on the world of Aura, maintaining continuity with previous narratives. Chapter 306. This is Border City? Michael felt heartache, just looking at those tens of thousands of Dozun. No matter how many there were, they could not compare to a junior of destiny. With things as they were now, he might as well leave them be. At least he wasn't significantly at a loss. What annoyed him was that these people became so dispirited after losing the support of that person. Plowing fields, feeding horses, herding cattle, treating themselves like mortals? Who has ever seen mortals who are Dozuns? Perhaps feeling depressed, Michael couldn't be bothered with these matters. Reaching such a realm was already their highest achievement in this lifetime. Only a select few could enter the realm of Do Saint. Also, due to the issue of cultivation methods, even if they cultivated combat techniques native to the world of Do Qi, the effects weren't great. Thankfully, they still had their legacy. Perhaps in the future, a few Do Saints would emerge, becoming powerful factions within the world of Do Qi. But it would be only that. Without achieving the era of the Do Nash, Michael would remain in decline. The talented ones had already been taken away, leaving behind only these rejects. Naturally, Michael didn't want to take more than a glance at them. Michael would see if their descendants were any better. In the capital city of the Tianqing Empire, Border City hasn't allowed outsiders in for over a year? What's going on? The Emperor of Tianqing showed a puzzled expression upon receiving this news. Michael might not remember other cities clearly, but anyone would remember having a nearly useless city within his territory. Normally, the Empire had to provide aid for them to get by. One wonders if those people had gone mad, willing to guard that desolate place for so long. Significant hidden, until now was unacceptable. Your Majesty, you were in seclusion then. We dared not disturb you. Besides, it was only a one-star Do Wang. Michael couldn't say it was because he looked down on that one-star Do Wang and considered secretly going himself to reap the benefits. But he discovered he couldn't cross the defenses set up by the other side. So he stopped suppressing the information, allowing royal personnel to investigate, while also using this opportunity to advance further. Alright, send someone to check. See what Border City is hiding from us. If those stubborn civilians dare to resist, then level it. Michael was quite annoyed. Anything existing within the territory of the Tianqing Empire was his. But Border City refused all outsiders and quietly developed itself, which made his expression extremely unpleasant. Such barren land could nurture a Do Wang. Perhaps something truly remarkable was there. Michael was tempted. Stuck at peak Do Wang for so long, Maybe this chance could help him step into the realm of donghua, adding an elder to the royal family. Yes. Delayed for a year, they finally took action. Had they responded promptly when Border City first closed, they could have suppressed it with donghua power. But now, it was too late. That day, several royal donghua led a caravan toward Border City. Approaching Border City, they saw no checkpoints. Are they fooling us? Greatest transformation. Perhaps when Central Plain Strong arrive, they will unravel this mystery. As for their report back, that was their problem. You moved fast. Michael Reefter, outsiders shouldn't visit Border City anymore. In the city, commoners watched them depart, contemplating. A few donghua couldn't be mere merchants. They must be scouts sent by the Empire. However, the efficiency was horribly low. Those tens of thousands of dozun made his heart ache. No matter how many there were, they couldn't match a child of fate. Now that it had come to this, let it be. At least Michael wasn't at a great disadvantage. Michael was just a little angry that these people had become so dejected after losing that person's support, plowing fields, feeding horses, and herding cattle. Were they treating themselves as mere mortals? But who had ever seen mortals become dozun? Perhaps feeling depressed, Michael didn't want to deal with them anymore. To reach such a realm was already the pinnacle of their lives. Only a select few could step into the realm of Do Saint, and even then, due to cultivation methods, their practice in the world of Do Qi didn't yield much effect. Fortunately, they still had traditions passed down. Perhaps someday, a few Do Saints might emerge, becoming a powerful force in the world of Do Qi. But that was all. Without achieving the era of Do Di, Michael would still decline. The geniuses had already been taken away, leaving only these lesser individuals. Of course, Michael didn't care to look at them much longer. He needed to see if their descendants were any good. In the imperial capital of Tianqing Empire, Border City hasn't allowed outsiders in for over a year? What's going on? The Emperor of Tianqing looked puzzled upon receiving this news. Note: I have made slight adjustments to ensure the translation reads naturally and fluently in English while accurately conveying the meaning of the original text. Huangcheng is translated as city for better readability, and Tianqing Guoju is consistently referred to as Emperor of Tianqing to maintain clarity and consistency. Michael might forget other cities, but in his own empire, there was a nearly worthless city like this that anyone would remember. Normally, the empire had to provide relief for them to barely survive. It was unknown if those people had gone crazy, willing to stay in that rundown place for so long. Luckily, they didn't need to struggle over anything, so no calamities befell them. Besides being barren land, it was almost a utopia. If they could be self-sufficient, they might not even know who their rulers were. But this place suddenly stopped needing their assistance and refused entry to outsiders. Their behavior led many to suspect that something valuable had appeared in Border City, causing them to guard it so diligently. Your Majesty, it is true. They to advance further. Forget it. Send people to check what else Border City is hiding. If those peasants dare to resist, then suppress them. This edit ensures the name Border City is consistent and reads naturally in English. It also maintains the meaning and tone of the original text. Michael was irritated. Since Borderhong City was on Tianqing Empire's territory, it belonged to him. Yet, they excluded everyone and developed secretly, which did not sit well with him. Such barren land had nurtured a Do Wang, hinting at something extraordinary. Michael was tempted, stuck at the peak of Do Wang for a long time. This might be his chance to break through to Do Huang, adding another ancestor to the royal family. Yes. After a year of delay, they finally acted. If they had gone when Border City first sealed itself, with the strength of a Do Huang, they likely could have suppressed it. But now, any action would be too late. That day, several royal Do Wangs led a merchant caravan toward Borderhuang City. Correction. That day, several royal Do Wangs led a merchant caravan toward Borderhuang City. Further refinement. That day, a group led by several royal Do Wangs disguised as merchants made their way toward Border City. Note: I refined the translation to ensure it reads more naturally in English and maintains consistency in terminology. The term, Border City, is used instead. This place is strange. Once inside, they realized Border Wilderness City's prosperity rivaled that of the imperial capital. If there were more people, it could easily pass for another capital. All the buildings looked magnificent, and the street vendors exuded vigor. Is this Borderhuang City? Did we come to the wrong place? Corrected for consistency in terminology and natural fluency. Is this Borderhuang City? Could we have come to the wrong place? For better context and fluency, it should be. Is this Border Wild City? Could we have come to the wrong place? Note: Huang is typically translated as wild or wasteland in similar contexts, so Border Wild City would be more fitting. Finally, after seeing more, they doubted themselves. This didn't match their impressions. Another point was that the citizens of Border City gave them eerie looks, seemingly kind but sending chills down their spines, as if they were facing terrifying powerhouses. I think we should leave. Staying here isn't wise. What sorcery is this? Why can't I sense their presence? Looking ahead, people bustled on the streets, but sensing with Do Qi, no one existed. Such a bizarre situation made them reluctant to stay. Has Border City vanished? Turned into a ghostly realm? This revision maintains the meaning and style of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. It also corrects Huangcheng to city for consistency, as Huangcheng really. In the city, citizens watched the group depart, pondering silently. Several Do Wangs disguised as merchants? Only the Empire could send spies, though their efficiency was terrible. ##### Chapter 307, The Summit. Upon their return, they indeed embellished the story further, even spreading suspicions about ghosts haunting the place. As a result, the Imperial ancestor personally intervened. However, much to everyone's disappointment, despite the large number of people sent, not even a trace of the frontier city was found. It seemed to have vanished into thin air. Thus, the matter of the frontier city was dropped without resolution. That place was nothing but a desolate land, and its disappearance was seen as a boon. There was no need to expend so many resources on it anymore. Indeed, places of little value were easily forgotten. What people cared about were things that brought them benefits. Others' lives or deaths were of no concern to them at all. From then on, the frontier city was isolated from the world, left to grow on its own. With everyone having similar cultivation levels, titles like city lord, family clans, and guards no longer existed. Everyone was an ordinary citizen, collectively managing the frontier city. Each day, they would look towards the south of the city before going about their business. Even though they knew they had been abandoned, in their hearts, they still held onto a sliver of hope, dreaming that one day they might wake up and find themselves back in the place where they once fought passionately. The changes in the world of martial arts were yet they had never known. If not for this mysterious summons, they might never have encountered these enigmatic powerhouses. Boundary King's Island Unten, the tallest peak in the xuanhuan world, was unscalable by half-saints. Michaelaven is as high as the mountain is tall. It was also called the Pillar-reaching Michaelaven. This name reflected how mysterious the place was. Now, they actually had the chance to climb the summit, which was an exhilarating prospect. Without hesitation, those whose names were called swiftly made their way there. Even if it was a trap, they would accept it, for after all, they owed their current glory to that person. It was unlikely he intended to kill them after putting in so much effort. ####summit of Boundary King's Island Unten. If I let them help me cultivate planets, could it accelerate the progress of the xuanhuan world? Isaias smiled, having waited for this moment for a long time. After finally assembling these 100 prodigies, who were nearly saint level, they would be the first batch to enter the saint realm since the soul tool race. Isaias had high hopes for them, signifying that the xuanhuan world would soon give birth to new saint realms. As for the soul tool race, they did not count. No one knew how strong their original forms were, and they lacked divine realms. They only had pure soul tools with formidable offensive capabilities, but no ability to expand. To cultivate local cultivators of the xuanhuan world, Isaias spared no expense. Now is the time, his smile widening. Below, 128 individuals were climbing the Boundary King's Island Unten. Only those who reached the summit would qualify to meet him. Otherwise, they were unsuitable. Half-saints could not reach this height, but these individuals' combat prowess was on par with quasi-saints. Would he worry about them? None of them were like Isaias, specializing in certain laws rather than mastering all of them. Many of the strange laws they used were created by combining principles from their original worlds with their current abilities. The xuanhuan world was highly receptive, allowing for the creation of new laws. This enabled them to create unique laws based on their original worlds. However, this condition was hidden, and Isaias never told them. Thus, those who climbed to this height demonstrated their prowess. Thrown into any world, they would become fate's darlings. Cultivation involved plundering. Who cared how they got here? What did Celestial will think? All that mattered was their own advancement. Glancing down, he paid no more attention, falling into meditation. It would take them some time to climb up. At the waist of the mountain, they looked at unfamiliar faces, feeling the surging power within each other, growing cautious. They realized they weren't alone in their strength. Chapter 308. Invitation from Xuanhuan Village. This short distance made them wait for 3 whole days. It was only after a certain hour on the 3rd day that they gradually ascended, and once they reached the peak, the oppressive pressure which had weighed upon them instantly vanished without a trace. Atop the mountain, warm breezes blew gently, with mist curling around. There were pavilions, terraces, artificial hills, and shallow pools. It felt as if they had entered a fairyland. They had been isolated for so long, and yet the summit presented such a magnificent scene. As the finest martial artists, they knew only that one person could have created this fairyland here. Upon reaching the top, they dared not move about recklessly and instead huddled together for warmth. An unusual sight among such elite warriors. All 128 of them arrived without exception, indicating that they indeed possessed considerable prowess. Suddenly, they noticed over 100 chairs appearing before them. Does this mean we're supposed to sit here and wait? Someone speculated. Since we've come, let's make ourselves comfortable. I think we should just wait here, another said, sitting down gracefully. Seeing this, the others also found seats for themselves. Instantly, their weary spirits, like basking in a gentle spring breeze, were restored to their peak condition. They realized at once that this was the person aiding them in dispelling their fatigue. No one spoke. There was nothing much to say, and so they simply waited. In their reverie, they saw a young man dressed in green robes flying toward them from afar. His feet were on auspicious clouds, his hands behind his back, and his cultivation was unfathomably deep. They couldn't discern anything about him. Bow to They rose, intending to greet him but were unsure how to address him. None of them knew his name or identity. However, those who had been captured from the start immediately recognized him as the one who brought them into this world. Even achieving sub-saint status, they still felt an unprecedented pressure before him. They suspected that even if they attained the realm of sage, they would struggle to match his strength. Fear? Yes, there was some. But more than fear, they felt surprise and a hint of anticipation. They were surprised by Isaias's plain appearance, which was far from what one might imagine for a world sovereign or incarnation of Michaelavenly Tao. And anticipation. Didn't they come here precisely to advance further? Standing before this person, seizing the opportunity, could they not ascend to higher realms? Meeting him now meant they were finally under his true scrutiny. Still, they shouldn't think too highly of themselves. Gathering so many people was no big deal, and he could create legends for countless others. Who were they to be singled out? Stick to your own business, don't overthink it. I am Isaias, sovereign of... They cared little for longevity. What mattered most to them was honor. Being there would signify their core membership, invulnerable except to the sovereign. Not even future powerful cultivators could touch them. Now, hearing Isaias announce the creation of Xuanhuan Village, they were taken aback. They knew this was the Xuanhuan realm, where no one dared use names related to Xuanhuan. Yet, here he was, announcing the establishment of a village composed of the most formidable beings, aiming for something grand. Willing, they responded without hesitation. This was an opportunity they dared not miss. This matter is provisionally decided. For now, return to your places. Await my summons and do not rush to become sages, Isaias instructed. The village would officially be established when it was ready. He had more pressing matters to attend to. After cultivating them for so long, it was time for them to contribute. With that, he placed a mark on each of them, a seal verifying their affiliation with Xuanhuan village. With this protection, ascending the mountain would no longer be arduous. The location for Xuanhuan village would, of course, be atop the Boundary King's Island. While he didn't seek to conquer any dominion, he did not want constant disturbances. Michael, thoughts of rivalry or conquest were irrelevant, as the Xuanhuan realm lacked the necessary conditions. Becoming a sage would mean they couldn't act freely. Chapter 309. The Xuanhuan Universe. Create a universe. The inheritance left by his predecessor was indeed too bizarre. Upon reaching this level of enlightenment, he was startled even himself, feeling fear from the predecessor's radical ideas. How vast and immense could the universe be? How could it possibly be created by human power? However, in the inheritance left behind by the predecessor were some speculations. Could the universe they were currently in possibly be someone stronger's creation? And the Chaos Dao realm had already been controlled by that person. Once they went there, he would have no chance to turn things around. Now he somewhat believed in the predecessor's speculations. With all items gathered, it was time for him to try walking a path never treaded before. Even if the predecessor was very radical and conjectured that the universe might be a creation, he didn't succeed because, first, he never got a chance to leave the Dao realm and reach the universe. Michael couldn't find the necessary materials, which only existed in legends. Xylon Reaver, someone had been secretly watching his every move, making it impossible for him to obtain these items. If he succeeded, he would be the ruler of a universe. If he failed, all living beings within the Xuanhuan realm would perish, turning into nothingness, disappearing entirely with no trace left in the universe. One could say this step also contained an element of gambling. There was another point. If successful, he could step into the Great Sage realm. Without the need for sustenance from these living beings, at that time the chaotic Dao would spread unaffected. Outside these celestial bodies appeared black holes that swiftly expanded outward. This was the original universe, where only the lonely planet of the Xuanhuan realm resided. Immediately afterward, this nascent universe began to give birth to dust, meteors, and even a strange sea filled with bubbles exhibiting terrifying vitality. That was the world's sea, similar to the original universe capable of giving birth to worlds, although it required vast ages. It could also be influenced manually to create these worlds as planets of various sizes, depending on how much effort was invested. Some could also become utterly barren, known as wastelands. Additionally, a smaller number of other celestial bodies were forming within. As the universe neared completion, Isaias breathed a sigh of relief. Surprisingly, nothing occurred. He initially feared that this might just be speculation, leading to his explosive death. Unthinkably, it turned out to be so easy, leaving him slightly smug. Boom. Severe shaking caused this newborn universe to begin collapsing. Large areas of space were destroyed, rapidly contracting outwardly, with cracks appearing in the sky of the Xuanhuan realm. No, not again. Seeing this, Isaias roared and produced more stones. These stones were common in the universe, but extraordinary in the Xuanhuan realm. Isaias floated in space, looking lovingly at the universe he had created. This was the advantage of boundary cultivation, no dependency on others. Through the development of the universe, he could acquire the resources he needed, despite the time-consuming process. Besides, he could plunder from the original world to expedite the growth of the universe. Now he truly had his own ace up his sleeve, allowing him to go to the Dao realm. Originating from the Xuanhuan realm, let's call it the Xuanhuan universe. Isaias casually named the universe. Furthermore, only he knew the true size of the Xuanhuan realm. The recent changes expanded it more than 100-fold, still growing at a rapid pace seemingly linked to the expansion of the universe. Such a vast world, even revered as a sage, might not be able to find its boundaries. It's time for them to break through to sagehood. Isaias glanced at the Xuanhuan realm. A single Xuanhuan realm was far from enough. The Xuanhuan universe had too much potential for development. Michael hoped that the more living beings here grew in cultivation, the greater their assistance to him. Michael Taiping and others, who had been waiting, immediately arrived at Boundary King's Island. Despite the Xuanhuan realm's expansion occurring outside the main continent, it didn't affect this area. They could reach Xuanhuan village at the fastest speed. A spinster. They addressed him. They felt a bit excited. After the anomaly, summoning them here meant the beginning? Follow me. Isaias said nothing more, wrapping them in his mana and bringing them to the edge of the world's sea. Each of you take a world. You are now creators. I want you to base your paths on your personal worlds to achieve the Tao of Sagehood. #### Chapter 310. Initial goal achieved. Realm cultivation, besides walking the path of cosmic refinement, can also primarily focus on enhancing a planet to achieve enlightenment, making it much easier to reach the peak, albeit with constraints imposed by the universe. The specifications of the universe limit what can be achieved, making it hard to surpass. Michael did not intend to reveal these details to them, but instead imparted only part of the realm cultivation legacy. This would enable them to successfully open a world and continue advancing. Even so, those who received this legacy were extremely grateful to Isaias. Thank you, Iof. Each of their faces radiated with excitement, privately pondering how fortunate they were. No wonder Isaias had them wait until now to break through as sages. He had a plan all along. This was an entirely new path for realm cultivators. Having practiced for such a short time, it was impossible for them to know about such a cultivation system. Perhaps only someone like their Iof could achieve this. In fact, regardless of the cultivation system, there were always many practitioners. What differed was the depth of their progress. Cultivators, they would need to forge their own paths beyond Isaias's guidance. Apart from the limits set by Isaias's cultivation cap, nothing else constrained them, although catching up wouldn't be easy. Additionally, they could return to the Xuanhuan realm for cultivation and exchange experiences. Becoming a world controller didn't mean eternal life. Even Isaias couldn't achieve that. Sages were merely at a higher starting point. Great sages, while more potent, still lacked significant power before true masters. For instance, during the capture of the black hole, the sudden appearance of a mysterious powerhouse demonstrated that even if Isaias had reached the Great Sage Realm, he wouldn't have matched that individual's prowess. Cultivation alone was too slow. It depended on whether these individuals could contribute effectively. Upon acquiring their world bubbles, they each headed into the cosmos, centered around the xuanhuan realm, selecting positions and beginning to integrate their courtdoms. Not everyone had ancient Netherlands' devouring ability, so the process wasn't swift. Year after year, Aspany successfully merged their courtdoms into worlds. However, these worlds were far from ideal. Some suffered intense heat bursts, others became icy hells. Few were suitable, and the harsh environments left them shaking their soul's continent, realizing their presumed power paled in comparison. They could only tread carefully, fearing any misstep could invite fatal consequences. Returning to the lower realms resulted in warnings that sages entering the mortal world faced punishment. Unable to weep, they obediently lived there, tolerating others' disdain. Some sages invited by the Xinhuang village remained at the near sage realm. They pursued paths similar to Michael Taiping, inviting only those with innovative and creative spirits. Despite the Xinhuang realm birthing its own sages, none had left the realm. Warriors focused on combat were used only when necessary, while others diligently cultivated. This cycle strengthened the Xinhuang universe, allowing Isaias to grow effortlessly. The second batch of world controllers was noticeably larger, expanding to over 300. Viewing the boundless darkness beyond the Xinhuang realm, their hearts burned with ambition to conquer this dark space. Chapter 311. Espinters of the Dao realm, Espinters of the Xylonidal world. Dao realm. Kevin and his companions emerged from the rift, bringing with them a piece of shocking news. They had discovered that the space within was connected to the abyss, home to abyssal creatures, and it was rumored that several powerful entities were en route. They had been fortunate enough to find their way back and immediately reported this matter, earning significant rewards that allowed them to exchange for items to enhance their strength. Kevin and his wife were the last to return. Everyone else had come back much earlier. Aspany believed they had perished within the rift, but not only were they alive, they also brought back vital information. That day, Dao Iofleora arrived in person. Seeing Dao Iofleora, everyone's hearts swelled with fervor. This was one of the few individuals standing at the pinnacle of the Dao realm. Michael came solely to seal the rift. During the sealing process, continuous curses and intermittent bursts of terrifying energy leaked out from the rift, striking fear into their hearts. The abyss was a terrifying world on par with the Dao realm, harboring multiple Dao Iofs. What was more alarming was that this world enjoyed warfare, even targeting the Dao realm with their ambitions. Finally, under Dao Iofleora's formidable power, the rift was sealed. However, each sound emanating from inside echoed profoundly within their hearts. The fact that the rift couldn't be thoroughly eliminated suggested that the world within had forces capable of confronting Dao Iofleora. This was far from good news. They might die in the impending war. You two did well. Haven't you ascended less than a century ago? Dao Iofleora said. Michael was clearly referring to the Guy couple. Though he might not make things difficult for them immediately, it would be challenging to get by in the Leora territory afterward. Additionally, if they left the Leora army, where could they go in the vast Dao realm? Without strength or wealth, they risked being killed within days outside the army. Staying in the Leora army provided protection and opportunities to exchange for powerful techniques, allowing them to gradually strengthen themselves and form squads. This way, they could bring Eddie and others over too. When they first ascended, they didn't even have a chance to speak before being sent to mine. Now that they had achieved the sage level, entering the Leora army meant becoming officially part of it. It was easier to operate within their own ranks. I see great potential in both of you. Keep up the good work. Dao Iofleora offered some words of encouragement before disappearing into the clouds, as if he had never been there. Michael was extremely busy and had no time to linger. Honestly, a sage wasn't worth his personal reception. Even a sage ancestor depended on his mood, given how many people wished to meet him. Congratulations, Captain Guy, Captain Airy. Afterward, the surrounding people showered them with congratulations. Kevin responded with smiles. Once they returned to camp, they changed their demeanor. What qualification did they have to be captains? Others might not respect them unless they improve their strength. Didn't previous captains all reach Sage King levels? At least reaching peak Sage would be necessary to command respect. ###Espinitial Combat World. An old Daoist traveled through the air. We're almost there. The Holy Maiden should be near Wasteland City. Truly, a troublesome girl. The old Daoist mused, taking a sip from his wine gourd. #Wasteland City. Hey Wooch brother Algernon, thank you. I can take care of the rest myself, a young girl said. She had arrived here 3 years ago, instantly drawn to the city's simple and gentle atmosphere. She decided to settle down, enjoying its peaceful daily life free from intrigue. Over the past 3 years, she hadn't seen any martial artists or outsiders. It felt almost isolated from the world, but this serene life was incredibly relaxed. Arriving here for 3 years, she had nearly forgotten how she had arrived. The villagers never questioned her background and helped her when needed. They treated each other warmly and kindly. For 3 years, I've almost forgotten how I got here. Ariette's sister Gwen, don't be so formal. Call me if you need anything, the youth named Algernon said, wiping sweat off his head. In nearly a century, Wasteland City had gained many new residents, yet none seemed interested in cultivating. Algernon wondered what their parents thought. Michael was born and raised here, but knew little about the city's history. All right, I won't hesitate, Gwen replied. Then I'll take my Chapter 312, Doubting a Reef. Who dares to lay a hand on my son? As Jackson was about to be struck by the Matthias, an intense pressure suddenly enveloped the surrounding space, drawing countless eyes to the scene. In that moment, the Matthias felt his body losing control as if his soul had left his body, weighed down by an overwhelming heaviness that caused him to collapse straight to the ground. Michael was a mighty Do saint. In the entire Dochi world, such strength was exceedingly rare. Yet, he was immobilized by a mere word. and this person was none other than the other party's son. Everything went black for him. If only you had mentioned your background earlier. By the time he regained control over his body, over 100 people approached, carrying hoes and sickles, looking like commoners. However, through the Matthias's eyes, they were anything but. His scalp tingled. These seemingly ordinary citizens were all Do saints, some even stronger than him. Leading them was a man who rushed forward with lightning speed, his eyes brimming with killing intent, clearly a seasoned warrior from numerous battles. Despite holding farming tools now, his terrifying aura still made one's heart race. Xylon Reaver. This young Jeremiah with no cultivation was their son, and he nearly attacked him just moments ago. Nearby, Gwynner, Jackson, and the others stood with gaping mouths, realizing how deeply deceived they had been by their elders. Their power was overwhelmingly formidable, far surpassing what anyone could perceive. All used to save himself. Michael realized his mistake too late. If anyone dared to harm his son, he wouldn't give them a chance either. Michael had assumed that being a Do saint meant supremacy beyond Zhongzhou. Now, he might lose his life for underestimating a mere mortal who turned out to be connected to so many terrifying existences. Could a Do saint's son really be just a commoner? Who could have imagined that? Hunter, please forgive the Matthias. This matter started because of me. Punish me instead, Gwynner pleaded, unwilling to see anyone die. Yes, a kill anyway. I wasn't injured, Jackson added. Haha, I was just joking with this friend. Old Wu, Imran, let's go play chess. Jackson's father immediately switched back to his usual warm demeanor, making it hard to associate him with a Do saint. This time you can't cheat again. Yesterday, you yawned and messed up our game. Not this time. If I lose, I'll help you with farm work for a day. Bah, don't think I'm scared. They drifted away, as if nothing had happened. For these elites, this encounter was merely a seasoning in life. No noteworthy cultivators had visited for years, and they were already at the pinnacle. Killing a Do saint was child's play, and not worth remembering. Perhaps they showed leniency for Gwynner's sake, but mainly because Jackson spoke up. Otherwise, they would have ensured blood was shed today to remind those arrogant Do saints that even beyond Zhongzhou, there were people who could take their lives. Gwynner, talk. He left without turning back. Michael hoped Gwynner would stay here, learning from the many Do saints, ensuring she could reach the peak of cultivation. But the Guy family faced dire straits as well, and future meetings might never happen. How can one achieve perfection in this world? Fate stands before you, and even unparalleled talent cannot change it. Chapter 313. The Ascension Gate of the Dookie World. The arrival and departure of the fourth elder were fleeting, causing no significant upheaval. Michael merely recounted the situation here to the Airy family members upon his return. Whether they believed him or not was their concern. In contrast, a different scene unfolded in Heiwu City. Since that day, Jackson and his companions had been following their fathers around incessantly, asking questions left and right. They desired that immense power for themselves, not just to defeat others, but to ensure their own peace and safety. At least when bullied by others, they wouldn't be utterly helpless. Their fathers were either Dozuan or Do saint, yet as descendants, they were nothing at all. How embarrassing would it be if word got out? Akil, honestly speaking, with you being so powerful, the pressure on me is enormous. Perhaps. Jackson looked at his father expectantly. They couldn't care less. Even if they conquered these lands, they wouldn't become gods. The matter thus came to an end. Later, the Airy family sent someone, a 9-star Do saint nearing the semi-imperial realm. Initially thinking the fourth elder had deceived him, he found himself locked down before he could release his aura. The terrifying presence of several semi-emperors made him freeze. Michael met Airy Gwynner discreetly, and she left with him after a brief exchange. What a frightening place. My knowledge was indeed limited, the Airy family patriarch sighed, vanishing into the horizon, vowing to visit Heiwu City if ever he had the chance. Time passed swiftly, and many years went by. One day, the first Do Nash appeared in the Dookie world, accompanied by a monstrous phenomenon that could not be concealed. Countless people rushed toward the location, seeking the trace of the Do Nash. After all, this was the pinnacle that countless practitioners chased. Who could resist such an allure? Especially the semi-emperors of Zhongzhou, who had lived for thousands of years, now saw a ray of hope after failing to find breakthrough methods. Unlike the 9 provinces, their lifespan was not nearly as long. Seeing this opportunity, nearly every faction set aside old grudges, converging at the edge of the continent. Aspinide they had been wrong all along. Often, great opportunities arose from traveled so far only to be turned away. Yet the Heiwu City inhabitants found it unbearable. So what if they became Do Nashes? Wasn't this reaction unnecessary? They felt their strength was still inadequate. Go back. There's no answer here for you. A Do Nash intervened, severing all connections with a wave of his hand. They could do nothing but simmer in anger, daring not to question the superior beings. Thus, the matter ended. Everything returned to peace, except for the occasional appearance of new Do Nashes, stirring restlessness. Days passed, and they continued advancing within the Do Nash realm. One day, a massive gate appeared in the Dookie world. From the gate, stairs extended downwards, totaling 3,000 steps, identical to the Ascension Gate of the 9 provinces. The Ascension Gate had descended upon the Dookie world. This indicated that someone had reached the minimum requirement, a 7-star Do Nash equivalent to the celestial deity realm, thus attracting the gate. The path of enlightenment has arrived, 3,000 years later than the last time, mused the Michaelavan Tao of the Dookie world. Yet it couldn't feel joy. Its plan had been for Gustavo to break through as a Do Nash and ascend to the Tao realm, bringing it the fortune accumulated over ages. With Gustavo's feedback, it could also advance to the Sage realm. Indeed, the Michaelavan Tao of the Dookie world was at the peak of divinity, akin to a sage, but slightly inferior, clarifying Border Huang City to Border City. The word Huang seems to be a placeholder or error in pinyin/context, so I excluded it from the final translation for clarity. Why there were no battle Nashes here paralleled why there were no sages in the 9 realms. It was simply beyond the capacity of the Michaelavanly Tao to support such powerful beings. The energy consumed daily by these battle nashes equaled what all other creatures consumed in several decades combined. Worse, they did not practice the fighting techniques native to their world. No one would willingly do such a thankless task. When these beings were still battle saints, their existence was tolerable, as they were still part of the aura world. They could even be dispatched in times of calamity. Now, however, farewell was all anyone wanted to say. But the Michaelavenly Dao could not directly appear and explain the situation. It required them to explore on their own. The Michaelavenly Dao always remained the most mysterious aspect of each world. Thus, they waited for someone to take the first step. Once that happened, wouldn't they know the outcome? Just like in the 9 realms, they needed to be able to fly before they could ascend. Without further guidance, after a few days of seeing no movement from the Ascension Gate, some people finally ventured up, and it seemed safe. Curiosity drove more to follow. Upon entering the steps, they instantly regretted not coming sooner. All the good things were taken. They could only hope for better rewards higher up. The younger generation was curious about Isaias. What kind of person could make their parents so eager? Sneaking looks at Isaias, they found him remarkably similar to themselves. Isaias understood their longing. They resented being expelled from the primordial yellow world and wanted to return. Indeed, achieving such power in such a short time made anyone unwilling to miss the chance. But it was too bad. From the moment they were expelled, it indicated they were unfit to remain. Keeping them would have harmed them. As competition intensified, they might not survive, especially now, when even gods face death regularly. Michael never prohibited competition. How could one grow strong without it? Dead beings would be forgotten. Initially, he drew from the outside world, but with billions of lives within, they could manage on their own. However, their presence today surprised him. They had waited for him, regardless of the Ascension Gate overhead. You needn't wait. Our connection has ended. If you wish to advance, head to the Ascension Gate. The Dao realm is where you should strive to reach, Isaias said, pointing to the gate in the sky. With the Ascension Gate here, he didn't need to seek alternative paths to the Dao realm. But would the Aura world, along with other realms, provide enough to gather 10,000 aspirants? Michael didn't want to end up in an awkward situation. Ascension Gate? Iof, we want to follow you. Yes, Iof, accept us. We are now deities with the strength to protect ourselves. They had waited for this result for so long. They refused to give up easily. Isaias was touched, but emotions couldn't fill bellies. Michael intended to develop the primordial yellow world akin to the Dao realm, where only celestial deities could ascend. This implied the minimum requirement was the celestial deity realm. Nowadays, the descendants of the primordial yellow world, while not immensely powerful, possessed innate strength comparable to mortals here. They would only grow stronger over time until sages became commonplace. There would be no need to separate sages then. They become the norm. This step was still far away, not achievable in the short term. Considering this, he shook his head at the hopeful faces before him. Go to the Dao realm. It's suitable for you, Isaias said firmly. For himself, he had to be unyielding. If he accepted them, he would need to raise their realm significantly. Chapter 314. Finally. What is that? Looking at the Gate of Ascension appearing in the sky, every creature in the Doqi world wore a puzzled expression. They had no idea what this was. It suddenly appeared, looking very mysterious. Yet, nobody dared to step forward. Who knew if there were any dangers? Though they truly didn't sense any aura from the Gate of Ascension, this only made them more fearful. Rushing up might not yield any benefits. These fighters couldn't live for extended periods, and thus knew less about secrets. There was no telling if anyone had lived for 10,000 years. However, in the 9 realms, people could live for over 10,000 years. This greatly alarmed Michaelaven's will. They weren't taking advantage of such a great opportunity. Xylon Reaver, those Doshing and Dodies of Border Hong City were a massive burden. It hoped these people would all go through. The reason there were no Dodies here was similar to why there were no saints in the 9 realms. Michaelavens will lack the ability to support them. Each Dodi consumed energy daily that equaled decades worth for all other beings combined. Worse, these individuals didn't cultivate this world's fighting techniques. Naturally, who would willingly undertake such a thankless task? Previously, when they were still Do saints, their existence was tolerable since they were also natives of the Doqi world. In case of calamities, they could be sent to handle them. Now, all they wanted was to bid farewell. But Michaelavens will truly couldn't directly reveal itself and explain the situation to them. It needed them to explore on their own, as Michaelavens will has always been the most mysterious part of each world. So it could only wait until someone took the first step up the gate to learn the outcome. Similar to the 9 realms, one needed to be able to fly to Ascend. At this moment, the Doshing and Dodies were so moved they nearly cried, thinking they would never see Isaias again. Thankfully, their persistence had meaning. Is he the person? So young. Really over 100 years old? These thoughts came from the younger generation, who felt immense curiosity towards Isaias. How could someone make their parents await his return so eagerly? Quietly observing Isaias, they saw no significant difference. Michaelaring their words, Isaias instantly understood. They harbored resentment for being expelled from the xuanhuan world and wanted to re-enter. Indeed, obtaining such powerful strength in a short time, who wouldn't wish for more? But regrettably, from the moment they were kicked out, it indicated they weren't suitable for the xuanhuan world. Keeping them would have harmed them. The competition intensified rapidly, and at their level, they might not have survived, let alone now, given that divine deaths were common. Michael never forbade this. Without competition, how could one grow stronger? As for the dead creatures, no one would remember them. Initially, he recruited many outsiders, but now, with billions of souls, they could thrive independently. Seeing these people waiting for him today genuinely surprised him. Had he not come, they likely would continue waiting, ignoring even the Gate of Ascension above, to be raised significantly. Hashtag chapter 315. A step to Michaelaven. How can you be so heartless? My father and the others have been waiting for you for 100 years. The young people were dissatisfied, feeling that their ancestors' efforts were not worthwhile. They had waited so long, only to meet someone indifferent. The way they looked at Isaias no longer held the respect of the past, but was now tinged with disgust. It was understandable. They did not understand what kind of being Isaias truly was. All they knew about the xuanhuan world was hearsay, and they had no idea how terrifying this person before them was. Otherwise, if they dared to question him like this, a slightly irritable person might have made them regret it. Hold your tongue and apologize to the Iof immediately. One man hurriedly stopped his child, then turned apologetically to Isaias and said, "My apologies, Iof. I failed in disciplining my child. No matter, actually, you all could cultivate the techniques of this world and guide them in their practice. That place is no longer suitable for you. Those who wish to go to the Tao world, feel free to proceed." Isaias shook his head and said, paying no attention to these remarks. People are like this. When they get what they want, they naturally greet you with smiles. But when they think their interests are threatened, they speak harsh words. This has always been the case throughout history. Michael was too top. Are there any restrictions? Why bother asking? Just climb carefully. Isaias's direct ascent shocked them. When had the Duki continent produced such a powerful fighter without anyone noticing? The top forces Do sages remained silent, another unknown powerhouse. In Border City, the elders were plunged into turmoil. Isaias left with no room for compromise. They really couldn't return anymore. Now we can let go. Junior, here's this book for you. Cultivate well. Your father must follow the Iof's footsteps. The Tao world, which even the Iof cares about, what kind of place is it? I want to see it. At this moment, the knots in their hearts that had been buried for years were finally released. They didn't have the chance to go there, but they could follow Isaias and see the Tao world. If even a powerhouse like Isaias cared about it, it shouldn't be too bad. Originally, they hadn't planned to leave, but now they finally set out. They left some legacies to their descendants. What achievements they would achieve was up to them. Arif and misfortune depended entirely on their own abilities, and they wouldn't stay idle forever. This strange staircase and gate had no historical records. Perhaps it was the first and only time, and maybe they would never have the chance to return. Once they went up, they needed to be prepared not to come back. Suddenly, they felt that the cultivation manuals in their hands weren't as appealing anymore. Yes, they were good things, but if there was no one to protect them, they would invite envy and jealousy. Fortunately, no one ever came to Border City. It wasn't worth getting up for. That person didn't say anything further but wandered around. Seeing the numbers on the main gate, he guessed why Isaias was still there, then found a spot to meditate. Such a short time, it would be better to take a nap and pass the time. Xylon Reaver. The aura emitted by Isaias made him uncomfortable. There was no need to approach. This wait lasted for several months. This is the top, nothing special. Mikhaili, when did you guys arrive? Finally, the third person came up and started looking around. This person wasn't particularly strong, but being able to come up before others was commendable. Yet, ultimately he was just filling in numbers. Michael didn't know the true strength of the two people in front of him. If he could come up faster than those powerhouses, these two should be similar in strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare address Isaias and the other like this. Find a place to sit, Isaias replied, turning to continue sleeping. Michael thought more people had come, but it was just one person. If he knew earlier, he would have waited a few months below that. Michael wanted to say something else but was locked onto by Isaias's powerful aura, instantly making him stop talking and look elsewhere. Chapter 316, Division. Each person who had reached the peak quietly stayed in their respective positions. Some of the powerful individuals did not like being followed around, and hadn't they seen the big shots all meditate? People soared to over 90,000, much faster than expected due to the contribution from other worlds. One world had even reached 30,000, a truly astonishing feat compared to others, which were not in the same league. Among them were 3 sages, walking with heads held high. No one dared to provoke them here. These sages constantly ordered around cultivators from other worlds, doing whatever they pleased. Any attempts at negotiation were met with beatings. Finally, after much waiting, the count hit 100,000. The previously sealed gate finally showed signs of change, presenting the rules for entering the Ascension Gate. Rule 1. Those below the 7-star Espinartial Nash/Divine Realm shall not enter. Isaias glanced at the rules but lost interest immediately. They were just like the 9 continents. I knew it. Gathering so many people here was bound to end badly. We still have to fight? It appears that our great universe is destined to control the Ascension Gate. Those weakling worlds can only have 10 spots. Ha, this is heaven's help. Mikhaili, those from the Aura world, you better stay out of this. At this moment, they finally understood the purpose of the Ascension Gate. It was meant to screen for true powerhouses. Below a certain realm, there was no qualification to enter, leaving people to slink away shamefully. This was the case for everyone, regardless of their world. Once the quota was filled, the gate would open. For those still climbing, their fate depended on their speed. By now, talent was meaningless in front of these people. With such limited slots, who cared about latecomers? It was their own fault for arriving so late. Of course, while some rejoiced, others worried. Why didn't they just send us away instead of making us wait here for so long? Someone complained. These rules indeed upset many. After struggling so hard to climb, a rule barred them from the opportunity to rise rapidly. Gained or lost, it's all by chance. Regardless, it's a rare opportunity, and I've already profited, thought a relaxed individual. Others might gain, but he wouldn't lose, no matter what. Let's leave. This isn't my fight. Waste of time. Seeing that this was none of their business, they left without a second thought. What were they staying for? To watch others perform? Even if it involved a struggle between sages, it was irrelevant to them. Flattery wouldn't benefit them either. Each world's sages would leave anyway, so flattery was pointless. My lord, what should we do? They are going too far, asked a few people around Isaias, helpless against the aggressive actions from other worlds. Isaias had not yet shown his full strength, so how could they know the extent of his power? Back in the xuanhuan world, divine quasi-sages were everywhere. Isaias must have been at least a sage to keep those under control. No problem. Let them argue for a bit, Isaias said calmly. Meanwhile, the other worlds were fiercely debating. Our great universe demands 300 spots. Anyone opposed? You're asking too much. How will we divide the rest? So, shall we fight? Humph, fight then. Who's afraid? Our 6 sages combined are not afraid of your 3. This response momentarily stunned the opposition. Though their world was strong, it couldn't dominate outright. Facing a coordinated attack would still be challenging. Let's compromise. We'll take 200 spots. Fine. So, how do we divide the rest without your interference? As they reported the number of spots each wanted, the aura world was ignored. Only the second sage who arrived looked contemplatively at Isaias. Michael couldn't gauge Isaias' strength. Perhaps he was stronger or merely adept at concealment. This uncertainty troubled him. Isaias was still meditating, adding to his hesitation. They quickly finalized the allocation, with stronger worlds getting more. There was no need to care about the lesser ones. Let's go inside. It's the legendary Dao world. I can't wait. The sects fought for these spots, so our Averils should be the ones to go up. But as they prepared to ascend, they found themselves unable to move forward, blocked by muscles tense, certain that this man could kill them in a single strike. Could this person have surpassed sagehood? A chill ran down their spines. They thought they might die right there. Their previous discussions over dividing the spots now seemed trivial compared to the fear overwhelming them. Who would have expected such a terrifying expert to emerge from the aura world? They had dared act so recklessly precisely because the aura world lacked experts. There were only a dozen or so beyond 7-star battle Nash level, and most had already left. Without the forced allocation of 10 spots by the Sage Ascension Gate, they would have snatched everything for themselves. Now, with this formidable figure stepping forward, they all stood a chance of reaching the Path World. A rare opportunity indeed. Yet, when comparing themselves to this powerful opponent, they felt helpless and paralyzed, terrified he might decide to eliminate them at any moment. To whom would they complain then? As they watched Isaias approach, they felt like wronged children awaiting punishment. An ironic twist after their earlier confidence. You have no objections, I hope, Isaias said. His voice was calm, revealing nothing. But they knew that even hinting dissent would result in immediate death. Sir, please do as you wish, we'll just observe. We dare not, we dare not. They waved their hands, indicating they wanted no part in this. This story, however, is for another time. Whether they'd live long enough to see the next opening of the Sage Ascension Gate depended on luck. Elsewhere, Pathworld, Ascension City, Ascension Platform. An unknown military unit guarded. Evidently, Ascension wasn't blissful. Sages were treated worse than dogs. Sir, we're all here. They hesitated, noting Isaias' absence. Michael vanished, leaving them shocked. Where did he go? That day, Ascension City 985 was unsettled. They searched everywhere, determined to find the missing person, tolerating no chaos. Truthfully, Isaias entered the xuanhuan realm upon arrival. His great sage prowess ensured the military couldn't harm him. Preferring to avoid trouble, he slipped inside, watching events unfold. Leaving quietly when no one remained, he didn't realize he was like a beacon in the night, shining wherever he went. Chapter 318. Death to those who pursue again. Entering the Dao realm is easy, but obtaining a status here can be quite difficult. Of course, if you have enough strength, no one dares say anything. They'll directly acknowledge your identity. Otherwise, disrupting the rules set by the powerful will result in being hunted down. The Dao realm has no boundaries, and there's no place to hide. Anyone who spots you could come after you with their blade. However, if you're being pursued on one continent and escape to its opposite continent, you might be protected, or even recruited for your abilities. The catch is that you need to have some worth. What's the point of saving someone who's worthless? Besides, it's incapable of catching him. Escaping countless saints suggests Isaias is formidable. Not to mention, none of them have the capability to detain him. What would finding him achieve? Some considered sacrificing the warriors from the spiritual world, since Isaias came from there too. But given his seemingly weaker strength and unknown identity, they decided it didn't matter either way. Besides, Isaias helped them ascend. Choosing not to stir further trouble, they joined the army just to blend in, eager to explore the Dao realm without much delay. Michael's been spotted in E-City. Quickly pursue. Don't let him escape. Notify Dermot Starlight and Xylan Light. Don't run. Do you think Maiklongsu continent is your playground? Isaias frowned, annoyed by the persistent pursuers trailing him for so long. Michael thought he had well, yet they kept catching up, which vexed him immensely. Michael hadn't left the Ascension City, planning to settle temporarily to understand the Dao realm. However, every time he appeared, he was found again, like a sticker following him relentlessly, driving him mad. If not for fear of attracting more trouble by killing them, he would have acted already. Looks like I need to change locations, Isaias mused. Staying here would mean endless chases. Michael couldn't understand their persistence. Michael needed to learn more about the Dao realm structure to act convenient, Isaias said, striking down those nearby with single punches, proving words useless. Strength prevails. Rules are made by the strong. If he were strong, why couldn't he set the rules himself? Witnessing Isaias' brutality, the Maiklongsu troops stepped back, fearing to advance. That was their captain, one of the strongest, a Saint King, who couldn't withstand a single punch. A newly ascended saint? At least great saint level strength was required. Chasing a great saint for so long? Did they lose their minds? Where did they get the courage? As Isaias advanced, they retreated instinctively. Whoever chases next dies, Isaias declared, his gaze deeply imprinted on their minds. Then he left without turning back. The remaining troops stood bewildered. Was it over? It felt irrelevant somehow, but surviving was enough. Glad they didn't push their luck, they avoided becoming blood mist, leaving no trace of soul behind, forever unable to return. Hashtag chapter 319, Black Household. Damn, I forgot to ask them about the situation in the Dao realm. On the way, Isaias suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to ask those people. Since they were from the military, there must have been some information about the Dao realm. Michael wanted to turn back, But after releasing his great sage power earlier, he was likely already under the watchful eyes of the great sages in Ascension City. Michael wasn't particularly afraid, but it would be troublesome. Xylon Reaver. It seemed like those who didn't accept their arrangements, like himself, were not well received. Going back now would inevitably lead to a fierce battle, and he decided it wasn't worth the risk. There were other places to gather information about the Dao realm. It would just take more time. Additionally, this army could move freely in the city, indicating that the supporters behind them were highly powerful. Michael didn't want to deal with this right now, and needed to find a place to boost his strength quickly. Who had time to waste on trivial matters? This time, he didn't stop, continuing in one direction until he reached a considerable distance away. At the military camp, all the soldiers who went out had returned, each with a grim expression, as if they had lost their parents. Leading them was a star dermot, whose face did not look pleasant either. A great sage? How could our small place possibly attract a great sage? The star dermot was puzzled. Different grades of cities could only attract corresponding levels of saints. Each continent had thousands of ascension cities. Except for the number 1 ascension city, all other cities could only attract up to sage nashes, corresponding to the highest lower realms. These would be dominant figures. But here, they lived like ordinary people, working hard for daily necessities. It was hard to imagine that even gods could starve to death without food. Each place had its own rules. As he entered the village, everyone looked at him with strange gazes, revealing fear and involuntarily stepping backward, fearing they might anger him. Why can this black household wander around freely? Is he an escapee? What's he doing in our Xylongxi village? Will we be killed to cover it up? Xylon, I'm scared. Be good, Dominic. Don't look. Let's go inside. Michaelaring their voices, Isaias frowned. Why did he feel so exposed here? Was he really that eye-catching? Simultaneously, he realized that in Ascension City, even the slightest hint of his aura could instantly be locked onto by others, following him like a persistent sore. Now, even gods could see through him. Something unknown must be happening. Trying to approach people, they all retreated like avoiding a plague, unwilling to get too close. Who is in charge here? Come out and speak, Isaias said sternly. Since polite conversation wasn't working, he saw no point in wasting words. Releasing his aura made the villagers tremble in fear, dreading him even more. Internally, they despaired, thinking he had come to kill them, but that was merely their imagination. If he had real killing intent, why bother speaking to them? Otherwise, their movements would be like light in darkness, noticeable wherever they went. And a black household could only be an ascender. So, if I release people from Xuanhuan world, wouldn't it be considered an invasion? Wouldn't they try to kill me? Isaias finally understood why people were looking for him. There were indeed such rules, and the Adelard introduced him to the Dao realm. Saints were only the beginning, with little power. Thousands could die in a minor war. Only those standing at the peak of the Dao realm could control themselves. Thank you, Isaias said. Michael stood up and left. Just a village, it wasn't interesting enough to capture his attention. Michael had already planned how to invade the Dao realm. With his own universe, he was always an invader wherever he went. Having come this far, he wouldn't leave without taking something. Hashtag chapter 320. Wu Xuanhuang. After realizing his situation, he no longer sought out cities but wandered through the mountains and rivers, gradually understanding the Dao realm. Michael also searched for a place without too many powerful figures so he could release the warriors who had been cooped up. Interestingly, not all cities were surrounded by sages. In most cities, there were still plenty of deities. It was just relatively less compared to the rest. Sages, on the other hand, had methods to subtly adjust the terrain. After erecting a stone monument at the village entrance inscribed with Xuanhuang Village, Isaias finally stepped back in satisfaction. No one knew that in this remote area, someone had used immense power to create a new world. With a thought, he returned to the Xuanhuang universe. Currently, the Xuanhuang universe encompassed hundreds of worlds, most of which were in the early stages of development, with few life forms having emerged. Though they considered transporting people directly from the Xuanhuang realm, the results were unsatisfactory. Instead, they preferred to intervene in the natural evolution of the worlds, knowing that one day, the seeds of these worlds would take root and flourish. For now, the Xuanhuang realm remained the focus. Apart from the artifact soul race, 300+ sages had ascended, becoming the target of Isaias's mobilization. Though they couldn't create worlds, their talents were formidable, allowing them to compete against adversaries in this realm filled with great beings. Those who preferred creation should not be forced into this. They might not survive. On the continent of the artifact soul race, Overlord, over 1,000 sages gathered before Isaias. After reaching the sage level, they naturally had the opportunity to meet him and learn some secrets. In the past, there had been numerous prodigies, all of whom vanished overnight. Upon reaching sagehood, they understood that each had a greater destiny, eventually becoming rulers of their own worlds. Effortlessly, they wouldn't have the heart to cultivate. They anxiously awaited entry into the Dao realm. You are all eager, but that world is more dangerous. I will leave a mark on each of you. Whenever and wherever you activate this mark, you can return to the Xuanhuang realm. Of course, I hope you won't need to use it. Additionally, you know about Xuanhuang Village. Now I plan to establish Wu Xuanhuang Village. You all will be members of Wu Xuanhuang, responsible for exploring that world. When any of our people are bullied, I hope you support each other and return intact. Now tell me, are you still willing to go? Isaias asked. These were the core members representing the peak strength of the Xuanhuang universe. Michael did not want them to fail in the Dao realm. Thus, he chose an obscure corner to give them a chance to thrive. Willing. Over 1,000 voices responded loudly, including those from the artifact soul race, all wanting to go. Currently, several great sages existed among the artifact souls. Such strength united could dominate that desolate region. However, his aspirations went further. Michael hoped everyone could break through to great sage, venerable sage, or even sage ancestor. The stronger they became, the faster his cultivation would advance. Having reached Great Sage status some time ago, he was frustrated by the lack of progress. Very well, follow me to xuanhuan village, Isaias said. Michael sliced open a spatial rift, and together they headed to the Dao realm, to the location where Isaias had reshaped the landscape. Dao realm. The artifact souls felt the change in their surroundings, and immediately understood. They had fought here for countless years, and despite falling to the mortal world, they remained familiar with it. Returning evoked mixed emotions, fueling their desire to prove themselves, showing that even as artifact souls, they could command respect. Go forth. I await your triumphant return, Isaias said after leaving the xuanhuan realm marks on them. Michael also gave them the Dao realm overview, ensuring they understood the vastness of the world and warned them not to let arrogance cloud their judgment. Chapter 321. Michael a day-conducing smugglers. That day, a group of people left Wuxianhuang with fervor and passion, hoping to carve out a place in the outside world and demonstrate the power of their Xianhuang realm. In the end, they were all battered and bruised. As soon as they neared a cultivator city, they instantly became the target of everyone's attacks. The beings there didn't bother with explanations and immediately launched their assaults. Even with Isaias's warning about hostility, they didn't expect such intense aggression. They were pursued as soon as they appeared. These were the elite warriors from the Xianhuang realm. When had they ever fallen so low? Upholding a principle of perseverance, where they fell, they would rise again. Each chase and escape honed their skills even further. After breaking through to the Sage realm, they hadn't faced any formidable opponents. No one was around to test their strength. Only in life or death struggles could they truly grasp the essence of power. Their combat skills improved rapidly, but it came at the cost of countless beatings. Occasionally, they did achieve victories, during which they showed no mercy. Quietly, they became a band of fierce bandits in the area, a thorn in the side of the Miklongsu army. Too powerful for weaklings to handle yet too insignificant for true elites to take notice. This emboldened them further. Whenever benefits arose, be it from secret realms or caves, even spatial rifts, they would appear. This made the Miklongsu army both love and hate them. On one hand, these smugglers fought enemies inside the spatial rifts, reducing casualties for the army. On the other, they treated everyone as foes, solely acting for their own benefit. They were refugees who had snuck into the Dao world. Everyone could capture them, and the rewards were substantial enough to be tempting. In the wilderness city near Wuxianhuang, a large city with several great sages present, the city Iof and several star dermits gathered. These smugglers are becoming more brazen. They don't fear our Miklongsu army. I wonder what the higher-ups are. The widespread activity also brought anxiety, fearing some grand conspiracy. Were they planning to expand the Miklongsu army, or backed by Daojun elites? For nearly 100 years, they heard nothing of the smugglers' forces. Experience suggested they were from one location, but they never told anyone else. As time passed, their numbers swelled from over 1,000 to nearly 10,000, spreading across vast areas, becoming a significant headache. Lately, the smugglers dared walk the streets of small cities despite wanted posters. By the time they arrived, they'd vanished. This despairing trend was growing. Without reinforcements, they would have to let the smugglers do as they pleased, letting others deal with the mess. In my view, we might as well give them Dao world identities. That should quiet them down, really, one said. That sets a bad precedent. Would future ascenders bypass military service and mining? When Daojun asks, can we bear the blame? What choice do we have? Even if you found their base, would you dare go? Surely it's protected by powerful cultivators. Can we afford to provoke them? They had the authority to grant Dao world identity directly, but breaking the rules established by all Daojun was risky. Crossing all Daojun was a dangerous line. Daojun, those standing just below the peak of the Dao world. Let's wait a bit longer. If no Xylonon dermits come, we'll lift the bounty. We can't It's best to turn around and walk away without a second thought. That day was unbelievable for the nearby dozen cities. A strange command left everyone bewildered. Could you believe it? Illegal immigrants were now walking openly through city streets, with officials stepping aside as if they were invisible. This was probably unprecedented in the history of Miklongsu continent, a clear provocation to Dao Iof's authority. But given that self-preservation came first, no one could fault this behavior. Everyone was just trying to survive. Continuing to chase and block these illegal immigrants would only risk their lives, offering no benefits. Knowing it was futile, why do it at all? Soon after, you could even see officials and illegal immigrants dining at the same table, drinking and talking like long-lost Pablos, completely disregarding the rules. The world had changed. Anyone could challenge Dao Iof's authority now. The residents of these cities knew this, but the higher-ups remained oblivious, lost in their own world. Perhaps to them, mere illegal immigrants couldn't possibly cause any trouble. Aspinaib, they hadn't even read the reports before dismissing them outright, never to think about it again after a few drinks. The surrounding cultivators gradually learned more about these illegal immigrants. They all came from a force called Wuxianhuang village. There was also Wuxianhuang, but no one knew what exactly Wuxianhuang did. As far as they knew, Wuxianhuang had can advance a cultivation realm. To hell with the Miklongsu forces. Working for them has no benefits. Following the Independent Cultivator Alliance, maybe one day I'll become a great sage, a burly man ranted. Spectators surrounded him, nodding in agreement as they listened to his complaints about the Miklongsu forces, finding it justified. They cursed the Miklongsu forces outside the cities while the original Miklongsu forces remained stationed, occasionally entering the alliance to take on missions, becoming one of the hunters. Upon joining the Independent Cultivator Alliance, they gained a new identity as hunters, starting from 1-star hunters up to 9-star hunters. So far, not even 2-star hunters existed. Promotion required both mission points and cultivation requirements. Only great sages could become 2-star hunters. The great sages couldn't resist entering the coveted hall, where the benefits of being a hunter were immense. Different star ranks offered varying reward ratios, and members could even post their own missions. Isaias set everything in motion, gathering the resources he needed and distributing them back to the people. Resources that accelerated world growth were always welcome. His resources came from the ever-expanding Huang world, vast and seemingly endless. Chapter 323, The Peak of Great Sages. Shanglong Poison. The onlooker's gazes turned peculiar, for as its name suggests, it is a poison capable of slaying divine dragons. A mere smudge on a weapon, and once it cuts through the flesh, allowing the poison to seep in, any dragon will meet its demise. It only affects beings of the dragon lineage. It's undoubtedly one of the most detested items by these creatures. Anyone caught with it is considered a mortal enemy of the dragon race, leading to immediate hostility without need for explanations or reasons, as this Shanglong poison originates from within dragon bodies. Its appearance signifies a dead dragon. The task of slaying the dragon outside the city had been around for a while, but remained unclaimed due to the dragon's tough hide and resilience, making it difficult to inflict significant harm. Even if they managed to wound it, they couldn't stop it if it wanted to flee, wasting valuable time. Michael's, the mission was ignored until a powerful individual could take it on. Now, they saw hope of becoming dragon slayers, their eyes gleaming with eagerness, itching to challenge the dragon immediately. With so many people, they believed they could break through its defenses. Just a small opening would suffice. Then no matter what kind of dragon it was, it would become a dead one. I'm at the 7th level of sainthood. Take me along, and you can decide how to share the rewards, but I want the dragon sinew. With just the title of Dragon Slayer, count me in. Agreements involved real oversight beyond tasks, including bounty hunts. Personal grievances were irrelevant unless they harmed the alliance. Thus, everyone trusted the fierce man implicitly, unless he wished to leave. A rare occurrence for a minor sage. Where else could he find such a supportive alliance? Back in Emmett Village. With the establishment of the Loose Practitioners Alliance, the village flourished as resources flowed in effortlessly. The early batch of members practically waited for supplies without needing to venture out. Their role was to safeguard the alliance's interests, handling conflicts and dangers while receiving generous resources from Isaias to boost their strength. Consequently, they rapidly advanced, far exceeding expectations. While outsiders thought there were merely a dozen great sages here, over 100 had emerged, with others steadily improving. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan world saw a surge in sages, some joining Dao world while others explored its vast, perilous interior. As the universe expanded, so did Xuanhuan world, emerging from chaos. Even great sages risked life and limb there, but reaped significant benefits. This led to the creation of the 9th Michaelaven of great sages in Xuanhuan universe. Residents occasionally ventured out to battle formidable beasts, benefiting immensely. Otherwise, they devoted most of their time to cultivation, explaining the abundance of great sages they had achieved. Great sages? Or perhaps already supreme sages? Chapter 324, Intelligence. The Dao realm is vast, encompassing the boundless void alongside the myriad continents where cultivators reside. Traveling between any two of these continents can take millennia. The engsub continent he was on was even larger than his Xuanhuan world. In this immense universe, human resources have their limits. Michael had no idea when he would run into people like Ganon again. Apart from knowing about the Arif clan, he was clueless about other powers in the Dao realm. Within the Arif clan, there might be Dao Iofs, but with thousands of them, it would be futile to ask around. The truly memorable figures were the Dao respects, each one unique and few in number, making it hard for anyone to forget them. Juntian City, the headquarters of the Freelancer Alliance. Jedediah silently arrived here as just another nameless outsider, which drew little attention from others. Michael hadn't moved about much lately, and though his identity remained unchanged, no one dared to act against him. A few people approached him now. Michael, this young master, establish an identity, the lead administrator instructed. It was clear he did this often, earning points for each person he registered. There was nothing to lose, so he did not object. Except for the core areas, one wouldn't find residents from the Xuanhuan world within the Freelancer Alliance. These were talents gathered from cities who only needed resources to sit in some location, improving themselves continuously. Entered an alleyway and summoned his subordinates. Overlord. Clearly, these were the ones led by Michaelshan, each being a great saint, totaling over a dozen. Go to Xuanhuan. I've left some good things for you there. When you return, spread the influence of the Alliance and make this engsub continent a stronghold for us in the Xuanhuan world, Jedediah ordered. Their development was too slow, akin to the Sword Sect world slowly invading another. Given how insignificant Xuanhuan world seemed before the Dao realm, they chose infiltration to seize high-level resources, elevating the limit of the Xuanhuan world. One day, they could shock everyone. As long as the spatial boundaries weren't fully sealed, no one could stop him from returning to Xuanhuan world. However, by then, these outsiders might be beyond his control. A great war could undo all his efforts. Without powerful strength, it was best to remain hidden. Yes, Overlord, replied Michaelshan without questioning, being Jedediah's most loyal guards who would never hesitate to obey him even if it meant death. This was the essence of the Device Soul clan, and why Jedediah prioritized them over the newly elevated sages who, possessing their own thoughts, were harder to tame. Oh, and how's the resource collection going? Jedediah asked before leaving. His focus was mainly on Alf, Ganon, and the ascending people from the 9 states to the Destiny Dao respect. Chapter 325, A Distant Road. Because of those few words, he immediately destroyed the intelligence. Michael feared no one else but this person. The sense of oppression he brought was no less than that felt during the destruction of the Xuanhuan universe. Perhaps in the ancient netherworld, he only heard from his predecessor about how terrifying Dao Zun was without truly understanding it. However, after coming to the Dao world, hearing those legends, one could feel the grandeur and supremacy of the Dao Zun. As long as they wished, they could almost be the ruler of the Dao world and strip away one's cultivation. Thinking about it made him feel scared. One must remain low-key when necessary and avoid causing any commotion, lest they get discovered. Then came the news about the living beings of the 9 states, only a brief sentence stating that the Ascension City of the 9 states world was on Leora continent. That's all that was known because information about each continent's subordinate worlds was limited. They hadn't even left Michaelshu continent, let alone confirm if the information was accurate. Even stepping out of the free zone meant only limited access. For Isaias, this was enough. Knowing the location would at least make it easier to find, not wandering aimlessly without a clue. Searching through so many continents individually was impractical. Leora continent. It's really far. Isaias felt a massive headache. Unless they were within the same region, the distance between places often felt despairing. There were numerous teleportation arrays on a single continent, but between continents, there was only one that could reach all other continents. But that array wasn't for general use. Only sage ancestors could utilize it, and it would also attract attention from the Dao Jun. Why would you want to go to another continent? Were you planning to defect? As for cultivators like him, they had to rely on flying boats, a journey fraught with uncertainty and an unknown arrival time. Otherwise, why would he have such a severe headache, not knowing where to start? Michael could only travel to the edge of one continent, then board a flying boat to another continent, repeating this process endlessly. The cost of using teleportation arrays along the way was astronomical. Even the loose cultivator alliance, with its vast resources, couldn't sustain such expenses indefinitely. In the end, he gritted his teeth and set off, treating it as a journey to explore and enhance his strength. If he encountered anything valuable, he could act independently without needing assistance from others. Unfortunately, unlike other cultivators who could naturally increase their cultivation, he needed the progress of cultivators from the xuanhuan universe to continue breaking through. They were interdependent, and none could abandon the other. The xuanhuan universe, therefore, at the Great Saint Realm, one must never be overly ambitious and should instead focus on solid foundational development, unless they are content to stop at the ultimate saint stage. The Tool Spirit clan, being spiritual entities, didn't know what awaited them beyond the ultimate saint stage. Despite their already strong saint souls, they desired even greater power. Their seclusion did not cause much change in the free zone, as everything remained the same. Outside Wilderness City, the group of cultivators who went to slay the dragon had reached the lair of the evil dragon. Use sparingly. It's expensive, said the fierce man as he applied Shanglong poison to his weapon and distributed it among the others. They were thoroughly prepared, not wanting their efforts to be wasted. Killing the evil dragon, you'll gain everything. This evil dragon looks tempting, more enticing than the women of the joyful sect. You think it's a mere rich dog worth 10,000 holy crystals, plus all its treasures will be ours. Their eyes gleamed greedily as they entered the dragon's lair with weapons in hand. Shortly afterward, roars of rage erupted from the lair as the great dragon expressed its displeasure at the intruders, vowing to eat them whole. That day, outside Wilderness City, the ground shook, and spells flew everywhere. From atop Wilderness City's walls, numerous hunters watched, eager to science. Given their status and contributions, they were instantly granted the rank of 2-star hunters. As expected, news spread quickly that the Alliance had added several 2-star hunters that very day. Chapter 326, Journey Onward. After a long and arduous journey, Jedediah finally left the free zone and arrived at an unfamiliar city. From here, one could even glimpse the vast emptiness beyond the continent, an endless void whose far reaches harbored unknown entities and landscapes. Such a view of the continent's edge was only possible in this fragmented world. Since it was still within the same realm, this outer void wasn't a vacuum like space. One could still travel through it by flight as easily as walking on flat ground. The main industry here was airship transport. Aspany had amassed wealth and become regional powers due to this critical juncture between entering and exiting the Engsub continent. Powerful cultivators were stationed here, ensuring safety for all travelers. Even Jedediah, at the peak of his great sage realm, had to tread carefully. The city exuded several formidable auras that seemed to warn newcomers. Regardless of who you are or where you come from, you must remain low-key here. These strong presences were not to be underestimated. They were backed by sacred ancestors, allowing them to hold silver lining amidst misfortune. 3 days from now, the Wang family's airship fleet will depart. A peerless sage will accompany you, ensuring safe arrival at the Rhaenyro continent. The minimum fare is 5,000 low-grade sacred crystals, the official replied. The price clearly demonstrated the immense purchasing power of sacred crystals in the Dao realm. With distances between continents being so vast, 5,000 low-grade sacred crystals per person seemed reasonable. No wonder those in the wasteland city risked dragon hunting for 10,000 sacred crystals. Of course, Jedediah wouldn't be the only traveler. Numerous adventurers would also be heading to the same destination, eager for potential profits. All right, 5,000 it is, Jedediah agreed. Sacred crystals were essential, considering the astronomical travel expenses he faced. Though he didn't need them for cultivation, he'd have to economize wherever possible. A room to rest in would suffice. He shouldn't ask for too much while traveling. After paying the sacred crystals and receiving a ticket, he was instructed to wait until the morning of the third day. Missing the departure meant no refund. In the hall, he noticed several young girls begging with bowls, evoking familiar memories. Years of cultivation had made him indifferent. Michael wondered if the conditions here were similar to those in his previous world. Michael didn't linger long, the Rhaenyro continent, but stopped at various points for passengers and supplies. Fortunately, Jedediah wasn't in a hurry, so the slow pace suited him fine. After over a year of void travel, they arrived at Mingxi Island. We'll stop here for a month. You may explore or stay on the airship. This news elicited grumbles from the crowd. Such a long halt was unwelcome, but they couldn't do much since the airship belonged to the Wang family. A month? Perhaps I can establish another Wu Xinhuang base here, Jedediah mused. With such a long stay, and given the island's size, hosting over 1 billion human cultivators and a few powerful entities, it presented an opportunity to quietly expand into the Dao realm. Chapter 327, Expansion. Supreme Iof. Enrique, Miyake, Dax, and others appeared beside Isaias. Just now, he had established a base here and summoned them from the distant Meikongsu continent. I want you to set up a loose cultivators alliance here and make the people of Mingxi Island acknowledge your existence, Isaias said. The teleportation ability of Wu Xianhuang was not public knowledge. Only insiders could use it because it involved traveling through the Xianhuang universe. They had to enter the universe first before they could come here. Outsiders were strictly forbidden entry. The free zone was nearing saturation, making it hard for it to continue growing and generate substantial benefits. Under the eyes of the Dao Iof, things couldn't be done openly. These floating islands, however, offered a great option to gradually build their own strength. When the members took pride in being hunters, Isaias's goal would be achievers anymore. The free zone could legitimize their presence. As for whether someone might covet their position, it depended on those people's courage. Sometimes, trading was better than robbing. Randomly provoking unknown forces wasn't wise. This isn't a problem for me. I'll handle it beautifully. Supreme Iof, I have an idea. If there are no restrictions on the floating islands, could we expand outward in the future? Or are we limited to Mingxi Island? Once our people have the capability, we will expand outward. Remember, every core member of each local alliance must be one of us from the Xinhuang universe, Isaias said. This was the only mandatory rule. No one else was trustworthy. Nowadays, breaking through to Sage in the Xinhuang universe was no longer newsworthy, but reaching Great Sage was still difficult. On average, only one emerged every few years, a pace that was too slow. Yes, Supreme Iof. It seemed the era of the Loose Cultivators Alliance rising was approaching. Once it gained renown in the void, expanding back to the continent wouldn't be as hard. Alright, I leave this to you. Don't disappoint me, Isaias said. 1 month later, the Loose Cultivators Alliance had taken root here, much like local forces. It was just another faction, though it attracted some people under the banner of Loose Cultivators coming together. However, no great Mingxi Island satisfied. Michael had a long journey ahead. Whenever he stayed on a floating island, if it was large enough, he would summon people to establish a base. This idea was excellent. With more bases, wider trading ranges, and faster resource acquisition, he could focus on world upgrades and enhancing subordinates' cultivation levels. Every day, new small experts emerged. Once time acceleration resources appeared, it would be a blessing for all living beings in the Xinhuang universe. In less than a century, more progress was made than during their time in the free zone. Great sages became more common, with at least 2 or 3 stationed at each base. The vast distances between bases surprised many who had never been to them before. Welcome to Darius Nuwa Continent. Wishing everyone a pleasant journey, they had arrived at Darius Nuwa Continent after spending 100 years en route. The journey was peaceful. None of the hoped-for encounters occurred. The intimidation of supreme sages was potent. With such power, who would dare be bandits? Chapter 328, On the Road. The Reno continent was no different from other continents, just with a different face. People bustled about on the streets. Isaias entered an inn. After a century of traveling through the void, it had been an extremely monotonous journey. Michael needed to take a break before continuing to the next destination. Who knew if the time required would be even longer? Michael had believed himself strong. But in the Dao realm, just the travel time left useful. Just tales of martial contests for marriages, or some prodigy being favored by a sect. These trivial matters held no interest for him. After eating and drinking his fill, he left without stopping in this city. What good could come from an extreme frontier location? Michael aimed for the heart of the Reno continent to find a suitable base. For now, he relied mainly on Enrique and his group since their identities had been cleansed. Cleansing identities only required registering in the free zone of Maiklongsu continent. Too much activity might raise suspicions. The free zone had expanded outward due to the non-existence of blacklisted residents. Under the Alliance's name, they established offices in other cities, simplifying the process. Over time, the Loose Cultivator Alliance's influence grew, though its core remained controlled by insiders. The locals wouldn't know these insiders. To them, it was just staff rotation. Arriving better than before was enough. If they became powerful one day, they might threaten the Alliance, as prosperity breeds ambition, a natural trait of sentient beings. Having gained a little, they would desire more, endlessly demanding without pause. Now, lacking power, kept them from challenging. If this was to be prevented, Isaias needed to stay ahead. Half a month later, Isaias arrived at a city governed by a single saint. Outside the city, he chose a secluded spot and brought his people together. Perhaps a few more great sage peaks would allow him to break through and become a supreme saint, a powerhouse. At that level, in any continent, he would be a pillar of strength. Beyond that, he'd be revered elders of various forces, rarely seen. Yes, Iof, they replied, understanding Isaias's intent. They now represented the absolute power of the Xinhuang universe. Decisions couldn't always rely on Isaias. Independent thinking was crucial to becoming strong. Leaving, Isaias continued onward. Enrique would manage the situation, spreading the Loose Cultivator Alliance's influence here. To a whole continent, the alliance was like a drop in the ocean, barely noticeable unless a supreme saint appeared. Families hoped to gain another vassal, but a few great sage peaks made them only marginally significant. Compared to Maiklongsu continent, the Reno continent thrived with sects, welcoming prodigies at every turn. Days later, racing through the air, he reached the center of the Reno continent. Rumors suggested valuable temporal artifacts existed here, worthy of a visit. Such artifacts could accelerate the evolution of the Xinhuang universe, providing more cultivation time. Given recent signs of breaking through to Supreme Saint, he decided to check it out. Chapter 329, The Book of Ages. Yusef Holy City. Named after Iof Yusef, this city is so vast it defies imagination. Its permanent population exceeds 1 billion, and its expanse stretches beyond the horizon. There are 1,080 city gates alone, and while flying through it takes little time, one must possess the power of a holy ancestor to fly above it, a privilege bestowed by the Dao Iof. In this city, only saints form the foundation. Not even a single divine being can be seen. Even their offspring, if they lack the cultivation of a saint, are forbidden from entering the holy city. This is the rule, and they must stay outside. The city is already overcrowded, with people constantly pouring in, so expansion might be necessary in the future. The interior of the holy city is divided into 3 sections, the outer city, the inner city, and the central city. The central city is the absolute domain of rulers, housing the residences of Dao Iofs and those possessing the power of a holy ancestor. No one dares cause trouble here, despite no explicit ban on outsiders. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare provoke conflict in this area. There are no commercial streets here, only rows upon rows of grand estates radiating opulence. The inner city has bustling commercial districts and various high-end venues, as well as headquarters of certain factions, though weaker than those in the central city. However, there must be several peak supreme saints stationed here. Isaias's destination was the inner city. Michael hired a carriage and headed straight for his destination. The larger the place, the more rules it has. If not necessary, Isaias wouldn't have come here. It was too much of a time waster. However, conducting transactions here meant he didn't have to worry about others making underhanded moves. No matter how bold someone was, no one dared act against the rules set by a Dao Iof. After years of accumulation, Enrique and the others had gathered a substantial amount of holy crystals, enough for him to spend lavishly. Michael arrived at his destination in the afternoon. "McCalering that your auction house is selling time-related materials?" Isaias asked at the reception desk without beating around the bush. Diplomatic pleasantries could go to hell. Xylon Reaver, this message was sent out by the auction house specifically to attract various powerful cultivators, particularly those cultivating the path of time, who were fatally drawn to such items. "Yes, sir. Would you like to reserve a seat?" The front desk girl immediately smiled. Another big figure who cultivates the path of time. It seemed like anyone she couldn't see through was considered important. "Can you tell me exactly what it is?" Isaias asked again. "I can inform you. It's a book of ages, reportedly possessing powerful time-accelerating abilities, which would greatly differently, ensuring no one felt embarrassed. With too many powerful individuals around, who could guarantee their wealth surpassed everyone else's?" "Give me a seat," Isaias said. A chance was enough. If he couldn't get it, so be it. He would continue his journey. Yusef Holy City was merely a stopover. Gaining it was fortunate, losing it, destiny. There was no point forcing it. The auction was scheduled 3 days later. Michael wasn't in a rush to leave, so he stayed and observed. Aspany people came, mostly great saints, but few strong figures were visible. Of course, the significant powers might send representatives for such trivial matters, unworthy of their personal attention. Even Isaias managed to secure an auction slot, suggesting this auction house held no high status among those great powers. It likely gained attention due to the few items being advertised. For example, Isaias was attracted to the Book of Ages, which led him to Yusef Holy City. 3 days later, under the cover of night, Isaias entered the auction hall, sitting among ordinary seats with great saints surrounding him. Private booths lay behind him, which his current strength didn't permit him entry into. Occasionally, he sensed the aura of supreme saints, though he couldn't gauge their true strength. Michael, as long as you didn't disturb, would be worthwhile for the long saintly career. Xylon's people participating were from the main hall, while those in the VIP rooms simply watched. Clearly, their purpose today was not the ancient book of time. Or perhaps they already knew its true nature. 120,000. 150,000. A few people slowly bid, with modest increments. The value of a single page of the ancient book hovered around 200,000. If it were an entire book, it could fetch an astronomical price. Holy crystals were an extremely expensive resource. Even as a universal currency, their value remained high. 300,000, Isaias shouted, eager to acquire it quickly and leave. With this bid, everyone looked at him. After all, it was already a 50% premium. "I didn't know this young Pablo is a practitioner of the path of time. 300,000 is quite steep. I won't participate," one bidder said. "Since the young Pablo wants it, I'll let you have it. No need to compete," another added, trying to appear magnanimous. In truth, the price exceeded their bottom line, so they deemed it not worth it. This way, they could still save face and gain goodwill. Why not? In one of the VIP rooms. "Young a spinster, should we bid more?" "No need. It's just a page of the ancient book of time. We already have a complete copy at home which I can't even finish using. Let's focus on acquiring the golden ink. The tomb of Taoist Iof Danqing will soon open, and everyone is watching. Don't waste spirit stones on something meaningless." The youth spoke while waving a folding fan. Opening Taoist Iof's tomb was far more important than anything else. Even if his family had saints, who wouldn't want one more? Especially a saint of painting, whose power was unfathomable, far superior to a mere page of an ancient book. Several other factions shared similar thoughts. They were from central city families who wouldn't have come here if not for the golden ink. Each family had similar reserves, and spending now would truly put them behind. Reluctantly, they gave up on the ancient book of time. Seeing no further bids, the auctioneer scanned the crowd. Bang! "Congratulations to this friend for acquiring the ancient book of time. Aspany aid you. Please proceed to the backstage for the transaction." The hammer fell, deciding the fate of that page. This easy? Seems this auction still has many good items, Isaias thought. This was only the 10th item, just an appetizer. Though few actually bid, he wasn't too interested in what came next. What mattered was utility. Otherwise, even more items wouldn't mean much and might even invite disaster. Guided by a server, he went backstage for the transaction. Confirming everything, Isaias paid the holy crystals, grave. That cultivator had living relatives, so they stayed hidden. "As for why I'm dealing with you, I investigated you. You're from another continent, so no risk of exposing this. This stuff must remain secret. The family in question holds significant influence in the holy city." The manager explained, keeping Isaias locked in his gaze. If Isaias betrayed him, the manager wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. Others had been brought here before. "But what if I speak once I leave?" Isaias asked, curious. "You won't. You're smart enough to know it doesn't benefit you," the manager replied. Once Isaias saw the items, greed gleamed in his eyes. Such people wouldn't relinquish acquired benefits. "Also, because of these items' uniqueness, I can offer you a discount. How about it?" The manager switched to a smile, knowing unsold items would just rot. Encountering outsiders like Isaias wasn't common. Besides, if exposed, he could always blame Isaias. "Deal. Tell me the price." If reasonable, I'll take them, Isaias agreed. His sole concern was rapidly developing the Xuanhuan universe. Other matters were irrelevant. Should anything happen, he'd already be long gone from Reino continent. Michael doubted they'd search the entire Dao world for him. Transaction completed, Isaias left the auction house, ignoring the aftermath. With holy crystals depleted for these supplies, he departed Reino wholly staying this accelerated state. Even with unparalleled advantages, it would still take considerable time for cultivators to break through to higher realms. However, below the Sage realm, their progress was swift, unhampered in this nascent world. Their existence did not significantly impact the universe unless they reached terrifying heights. By then, Isaias might not allow too many at that level due to the enormous burden it would place on him. In this unnamed mountain pass, decades might pass without anyone setting foot inside. Michael, he didn't need to worry about interruptions. Michael needed to wait for these people to break through. Perhaps along the way, he too could advance to the Supreme Sage realm and usher in a new chapter for the Xuanhuan universe. Only then would he possess sufficient strength to explore the Dao realm. Michael couldn't personally oversee every location and establish strongholds. Instead, he could dispatch others to plant flags across the Dao realm. When that time came, traveling anywhere would be instantaneous. Speaking of the auction house manager who had tracked Isaias after their transaction, fearing any leaks of information. However, after leaving the holy city, they gave up pursuit because outside the city, the manager feared no one else. But walls always have him, only about 3,000 achieved this feat. A meager number despite maximum efforts. Now, we await their breakthrough to the 9th rank Great Sage. Michael couldn't break through either, and had to suppress his eagerness, reassuring himself that breakthroughs come with patience. Having chosen this path, there was no turning back. This path indeed bestowed formidable combat prowess, drawing from an entire universe's power, far beyond the average Great Sage. His combat strength included the top warriors of the Xuanhuan universe, each edition providing feedback to Isaias. The waiting was the longest ordeal. Watching their breakthroughs daily was interesting, instilling a sense of achievement. It was all about family. Until one day, 3,009th rank Great Sages emerged in the Xuanhuan universe, seated atop the world boundary Xylanuntan Peak, exuding immense authority. No one dared disrupt this sacred site. Before them stood their revered overlord. At this moment, Isaias radiated the unique aura of a supreme sage, with his saint soul splitting to form multiple avatars. These are the dimensions of the overlord's power? Compared to the overlord, my 9th rank Great Sage is nothing, one muttered. By the way, is the overlord really just a supreme sage? Michael feels more like a Dao Iof. Another wondered aloud. It was their first glimpse of Isaias's true power. The body avatars were hallmarks of supreme sages, yet they found it hard to believe Isaias achieved this with only his cultivation. These 3,009th rank Great Sages helped him break through the final barriers. Upon completing his breakthrough, they too could follow suit, becoming new pillars of strength and ensuring safer operations in the Dao realm. Completing his breakthrough, he retracted all avatars, exuding an aura that induced involuntary reverence. Congratulations to the overlord on breaking through. Voices rose in waves, echoing far and wide. Those who heard experienced sudden enlightenment, as if listening to the sound of the Dao, aiding rapid advancement. Next, we enter the Supreme Sage Era, Isaias declared. Chapter 332, The Supreme Sage Era. As he broke through into the Supreme Sage realm, those cultivators who were already at the 9th level of Great Sage advanced rapidly under the accelerated time flow, breaking through at a terrifying speed. They were already close to their limits, waiting only for Isaias's upper boundary. 1, 2, 4 or 5. An increasing number of people reached this long-desired realm. Aspany could immediately. Good intentions did not escape their notice. Even city lords and starlight dermits had joined in. Now with supreme sages present, it wouldn't be surprising if a Dao spinster appeared someday, the pinnacle force of every continent, first class below Dao Iofs. They believed it was possible, as those individuals had continuously achieved the impossible since their debut. On Mingxi Island. Finally, we can rest. This journey has been exhausting, an elderly man said. Ed, look over there. There's the Scattered Cultivator Alliance, exclaimed Elaine beside him. You're joking, right? The alliance isn't that big. The old man looked up, unable to finish his sentence. Michael recognized the words, Scattered Cultivator Alliance, instantly, identical to the Free Zone. This. Michael rubbed his eyes, confirming he hadn't misread. It was incredibly delightful to see the alliance here. Was it due to his limited knowledge, or was the alliance far more powerful than imagined? And no matter how you looked at it, the alliance hall here was grander than in the Free Zone. Was this the headquarters? Let's go in. With apprehension, grandfather and granddaughter entered the alliance hall. Everything inside, task zones, exchange zones, certification areas, were familiar. Aside from different layouts, it felt like they hadn't left the Free Zone. Excuse items, exclusive to hunters, forcing them to join. They claimed resistance, yet numerous hunters existed within their ranks, bringing immense benefits. The alliance never restricted them, even those with ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to outsiders, the alliance sought manpower, keeping true cores inaccessible, eliminating the risk of division. External forces could climb to executive positions at best, provided there was no replacement for Isaias, otherwise no connection at all. The cultivators from the Xuanhuan world showed absolute loyalty, almost like assassins, leaving him unafraid. Now with over 1 million sages joining, he could deploy freely without concerns. Preparing for his journey, he aimed to retrieve his family. Had he known he would break through so quickly, he wouldn't have let them ascend to the Dao realm. Rapid advancement in the Xuanhuan world might have made them great sages by now. Thinking about this was futile. Michael needed to remove their Dao realm imprints once found, freeing him from potential blackmail. Approaching a nearby city, he planned to leave via teleportation array. To Carnelian City, Isaias said, handing over sacred crystals. Carnelian City. Please wait. You look familiar, the guard said, recognizing Isaias but unsure why. Watching him enter helplessly, This news is accurate. The Qin family won't withhold your reward. Go to the teleportation array now, the chamber leader urged, worried Isaias might be caught by the people of Agate City. Michael didn't want to lose a golden opportunity. Yes, sir. The foot soldier understood the urgency and promptly led the man to the teleportation array without any followers. Michael was already the chamber's strongest. If he couldn't handle it, others wouldn't make much difference. However, once he arrived, he learned that Isaias had indeed come but left again without being captured. As Isaias moved from one city to another, the pursuit party grew larger, creating mounting pressure. It seemed Isaias was traveling in a straight line, possibly aiming to leave the Renault continent. If so, they might never capture him again. The Dao realm was vast, and even the powerful Qin family couldn't search for a single person across the entire realm. They hoped someone would recognize him and stop him. Aspiny and the pursuing group, seeing the expanding force, abandoned the chase, realizing it could go on indefinitely with no guarantee of success or recognition. Back at Renault Holy City, the Qin family received the alarming news early. Michael finally showed up. Do whatever it takes to stop him. The Qin family's treasures will not leave with anyone else, the demon said, mixing surprise with anger. The treasures were priceless, heirlooms from the ancestral tomb, taken painstakingly piece by piece. Losing them to another was unacceptable. In such a short time, they could only hope Isaias hadn't fully used them. Freak, unaware his actions were exposed, he faced sudden bounty hunters. Supreme Saint. They felt trapped, realizing they couldn't match his power. A mere sage attempting to encircle a Supreme Saint. It was suicidal. But because of their hesitation, Isaias acted decisively, killing several sages with a gesture. No one liked being suddenly cornered by greedy eyes. My patience is limited. I don't mind killing all of you, Isaias warned. I'll talk. Unable to bear the immense pressure, the person confessed everything. After a few minutes, Isaias understood the situation. True fools, yet the Qin family is a problem, he murmured, eyes flashing with murderous intent. Though he wasn't their match now, he could be in the future. Open the teleportation array, then get out of my way. No one dared refuse his demand. Just as he was about to leave, more people emerged from the array. Where is he? They released their powers, trying to locate Isaias, the relentless pursuers. There he is. Suddenly, they saw Isaias about to leave. Stop him. Don't let him escape. Scoundrel, surrender now. Their bravado was misplaced. Isaias, about to leave, froze, having shown restraint before. Since these people him were none of others' business, his safety was what mattered most. Everything else was just pointless chatter. Michael moved swiftly, crossing half of the Rainer continent in several days, finally reaching a city on the edge of the continent. Throughout his journey, he did not set up additional bases on the Rainer continent, as such territories usually required only one base. His goal remained focused on the floating islands. Each island he passed, he could instruct people to come, as these places wouldn't attract the attention of Dao sovereigns or higher-level beings. Rainer Holy City, Shurchun family Aspinner. A mere ultimate sage dares to defy our Shurchun family? Michael truly deserves death. Where has he gone? The patriarch of the Shurchun family raged inwardly, though he was somewhat shocked by Isaias's rapid advancement. An ultimate sage? How many years had it been? Just a few, and already he was an ultimate sage. The speed of his breakthrough was astonishing. Compared to others, they knew more. It wasn't misinformation. Back then, Isaias was only a great sage. Yet it took him just a few years to break through. When news arrived that he had become an ultimate sage, besides shock, there was also a hint of greed. What could have verified his name? It's Isaias. This was the name he used when boarding the airship. Whether it's genuine or not is unknown. Good work. Your intelligence department has done well. Go and receive your reward. Thank you, Patriarch. After dismissing everyone, the doors of the hall closed, leaving only the high-ranking officials inside. A magical barrier was erected around the room, blocking any external probing. No one outside this group would know what was discussed here. There must be a method for rapid advancement hidden within him. The Shurchun family must obtain it. Wherever he goes, even to the ends of the earth, we will pursue him relentlessly. Hey Wooch brother, let me go. I will bring back his head. Now that we know he went to the Western continent, I think we should wait for him there. Among us, only a few are Dao Iofs. It should be my responsibility. For the sake of acquiring the secret to rapid advancement, they were willing to go to any lengths. Whoever obtained it first held the ultimate advantage. But they never considered that all of this might be their own delusions. There was no certainty that Isaias possessed such a method. What if it was merely luck? Who could say? In the eyes of arrogant people, nothing was beyond reach. They thought only of themselves, disregarding other factors. This matter should involve as few people as possible. It's best hashtag chapter 335, the new chief. One could say that beneath the Dao realm, no one could seal off space to prevent him from returning to the xuanhuan world. And with his current strength, he couldn't even encounter a powerhouse of such a realm. Even if he cursed the Dao Iofs every day, the people who would come after him would likely only be those under the Dao Iofs' command. True powerhouses wouldn't have the leisure to deal with a supreme sage. They simply weren't in the same league. Although it was hard to admit, this was the reality. When the gap was too wide, they wouldn't care about you, and you wouldn't bring them any benefit either. Mason arrived at the Western Barbarian continent ahead of time, taking only a brief moment. From the Rainer continent to the Western Barbarian continent, there were several reception cities. Michael needed to set up some informants in each city so that when Isaias arrived, they could detect his presence immediately. The distance between these two continents was immense, a journey that might take 200 to 300 years. In case of any unforeseen events, it could take even longer, and it was also possible that the route could change, leading to unknown places. One could not predict when or where Isaias might suddenly alter his course. Unfortunately, they had no way to catch up to Isaias now. They could only wait for him ahead. The number of other teleportation arrays a single array could connect to was limited, as was the distance it could cover, self-sustaining universes. Thus, those capable of joining when Xuanhuan came to Wu Xuanhuang, expanding the alliance's strength step by step as they slowly devoured the Dao realm. Despite their efforts, they were like grains of sand in the vast Dao realm. However, they brimmed with zeal, much like when they conquered the xuanhuan world. Now facing an even vaster world, conquering it gradually filled them with accomplishment. Each year brought changes and occasional good news, new great sage hunters joining certain bases. Due to mutual benefits, they seldom violated the alliance's principles. Obstructing the alliance meant obstructing their financial path, risking fierce retaliation. Michael, only transactions mattered. Contribute, and you'd gain great rewards. Be lazy, and you'd see others grow strong before your eyes. Such a force, once established, became terrifying. Initially, some resisted, but eventually, they succumbed, corrupting together openly or covertly. Resisting was futile against such suppression. Besides, with powerful experts stationed here, why waste energy? However, these people never realized that Isaias and all of the xuanhuan universe saw them merely as earning tools, using them to transport rare Dao realm resources to enhance the xuanhuan world's strength, benefiting everyone. After over 100 years, Isaias entered seclusion again. The emergence of more Supremes pushed his cultivation forward, nearing the threshold of second stage Supreme. Thus, he secluded himself in his room. On this day, the flying ship was sailing normally when it suddenly stopped. Numerous unfamiliar ships appeared around them, their banners causing unprecedented unease among the fleet. What they most feared finally happened. This is the Flowing Cloud Pirates. Be on alert, said the accompanying Supreme expert. Under his guidance, they should have reached the Western Barbarian continent safely, but encountering the Flowing Cloud Pirates was unexpected. These pirates were notorious, with several Supremes, beyond what one Supreme could handle. Garbage of the Ming family, come out, shouted the pirates after surrounding the fleet, showing utter disdain for the Ming family's experts. Weren't we supposed to follow the rules? We've given you plenty of sacred crystals. Why this? Asked the Ming family Supreme. That was before. Now, our Flowing Cloud Pirates have a new chief. New rules. Whoever passes through this territory must pay sacred crystals. 10 for saints, 100 for great sages, 10,000 for Supremes. Pay up. It seemed their new chief had considerable strength. Oh, mid-grade sacred crystals. No haggling. He'll report this incident to the head of our family, said the Mad as he chose to hand over the holy crystals without wasting anyone's time. Michael knew it would be futile to resist if there were powerful backers involved. Michael was also curious who had the time to run a gang of bandits. After all, respectable figures didn't generally like associating with such people, at least not publicly. Who knew what went on behind closed doors? Whatever you say. The third Finian wasn't concerned. If anything happened, it wasn't his problem. Frankly, even the previous head of the bandits was formidable enough to rival the Ming family, let alone this new one. Otherwise, the Ming family wouldn't have agreed to pay the passage fees in the first place. While these families had the strength to eradicate the Flowing Cloud bandits, it wasn't worth it. The bandits were highly mobile, while the families were tied to fixed locations. Every time someone from the families ventured out with the flying boats, there was a high risk of encountering the bandits, making it safer to pay for peace. Yet, now they were being bullied outright. It was just a minor incident. After the Flowing Cloud bandits left, they continued on their journey unimpeded. As the largest pirate organization in this void, they dispatched smaller bands of pirates immediately without negotiation. Negotiations only made sense when both parties had similar power. Otherwise, actions spoke louder than words. Time passed, nearly 100 years. They were not far from the Western Barbarian continent. One day, as they passed through a section of space, an intense explosion resounded ahead, accompanied by a surging wave of spiritual energy. Entering would be risky and potentially fruitless. Those wanting to enter worried about returning without support, as traveling through the void was time-consuming and undesirable. But thus, their private interests delayed everyone's journey. According to our agreement, if customers delay the trip due to personal matters, we have the right to expel them and retain their holy crystals. This is what you signed. Any questions? The Mat stepped in, holding the contract. They wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt their schedule, especially after paying part of the holy crystals already. Someone dared to challenge them? That couldn't be tolerated. I'll add more holy crystals. Wait for me a few days. If I don't return, you can leave. I won't ask for a refund. How about that? I can also add more holy crystals. They stopped arguing, realizing this was stipulated in the contract. Entering the secret realm was their own business, and it wouldn't be reasonable to expect the others to wait. Doing so would harm others' interests. That decision isn't mine to make. Ask those going to the Western Barbarian continent if they are willing to wait. The Mat shook his head, rejecting the request. You're not in a rush, but others are. Why should they wait? Inside the room, Isaias paused his cultivation. After all these years, he had advanced a few ranks, reaching the 4th stage of the sage level. With such power, he could establish a sect, commanding numerous true sages to follow him. Being a sage was valuable. Listening to the chaotic voices outside, he walked out to check, then noticed the surging spiritual energy from the secret realm in the distance, invigorating the spirit. A decent secret realm. Perhaps Enrique and others can explore it, thought Isaias. Obtaining resources to boost the sage's strength would be beneficial. Considering the ongoing discussions, he returned to his room, stealthily bringing out some people and quietly sending them away. How they returned later was up to them. They weren't far from the nearest outpost. This was his first time encountering a secret realm en route. Unfortunately, its rank wasn't high, only offering abundant spiritual energy suitable for cultivation. Exploring secret realms and spatial rifts was no longer his focus. He delegated those tasks to others. Once sufficient resources accumulated, he would gather everyone for a comprehensive upgrade. The stronger his subordinates became, the faster they could collect resources. Ideally, pulling in more sages from the Dao world would help reduce risks, but numbers were key. As for future power struggles, that issue was easily resolved. If anyone wanted control, he'd simply dismantle all outposts and leave the Dao world. A loose confederation level and couldn't influence them. Without learning any other valuable information, they waited nearby, eyes filled with anticipation. Could they completely loot this secret realm and cultivate several supreme sages for their side? At this moment, aboard the flying boat. The boat is about to set sail. Those who wish to enter the secret realm should go now. Don't delay everyone else, said the Ming family's supreme sage, showing no willingness to compromise. Since no supreme sages were going, it wasn't a good secret realm. If he wouldn't even go, why should he wait here for those people? They could find someone else to ferry them over, then he could rest while someone else took over the journey. Alas, I never expected the Ming family to be like this. Guess I misjudged them. I'll still enter the secret realm. Do you really think we'll have nowhere else to go after leaving? One by one, they left the boat grumbling, clearly unhappy but powerless to change anything since so many others didn't want to wait. After all, the boat's mission wasn't to serve the secret realm. Everything had been planned beforehand. How could a few individuals change these plans? With half the passengers gone, the boat became lighter and faster, accelerating their arrival at the destination. A definite boon. From start to finish, Isaias paid no attention to these matters. The items inside the secret realm would soon belong to him anyway. How could a group of supremes take more than what an army of ants could gather? Let them continue their fuss. He simply won't offend anyone. Damn Isaias, hurry up and come here, Mason shouted inwardly, lacking his usual swagger. Michael thought things were smooth sailing, only to nearly get caught in a whirlwind of trouble, unable to live in peace. Michael dared not easily visit other cities now. Only this city lacked a sage ancestor, giving him temporary peace. But recently, conflicts had flared up nearby due to reports of new mines outside the city. It seemed having too much power wasn't always good, leading to inexplicable targeting. Who would have thought a sage ancestor would live so humbly, just because others were more powerful? In another city, the Ming family's flying boat fleet arrived after nearly 3 centuries, encountering nothing truly dangerous, just some small hiccups that caused detours, delaying their arrival. Upon reaching, they didn't linger, immediately entering the teleportation array. There were too many experts around. Even without spreading his divine sense, he detected over a dozen supremes. This place wasn't suitable for setting up an outpost, so they continued searching elsewhere. Their route was clear. Head in another direction to reach the next flying boat as quickly as possible. In a local inn, sir, the person you're looking for has appeared, a hurried servant reported to Mason. Michael has already taken the teleportation array to Gaia City, the servant added. Waste of time. Mason cursed, immediately rushing to the teleportation array, unwilling to let Isaias slip away before his eyes. How would he explain it to others upon return? If he couldn't catch Isaias, he'd face ridicule and mockery. Dissatisfaction here was one thing, but returning home to be scolded was unbearable. Michael was determined to chase Isaias, though deep down he wondered if he could ever catch up to him, let alone stand a chance against him again. Chapter 337. Arrival at Leora. History always seems to repeat itself, as if playing a cat-and-mouse game. The person being chased, however, seemed oblivious that someone was following him closely, but thankfully he kept moving forward without stopping. Mason did not have informants in every city, and could only follow Isaias's movements logically. Blindly pursuing would ultimately be futile, as he didn't know when or where Isaias might take a different path and head elsewhere. Apart from rushing forward, Isaias also had to establish the xuanhuan realm's presence by planting their flags across various locations in Dao World. Michael chose more remote places, but unfortunately, the western barbarian continent was so well developed that all cities were governed by supreme saints. A new force appearing suddenly might cause friction with others. Unclear on this, he carefully selected a few weaker cities and established his presence inadequate. Wherever danger lay, they led by example, charging ahead first. In just 10,000 years, advancing a major realm wasn't something mere talent could describe. It bordered on the monstrous. They might yet reach higher realms in the future. As the place where their dreams began, the 9th Ascension City would undoubtedly receive their attention. Xylon Reaver, using their power, they recruited several individuals under their command, such as Eunice. With abundant resources, breaking through to Sage was almost inevitable. After reaching sainthood, almost everyone entered the military camp. 10,000 years later, whether to stay or leave was their choice. For those with no background, joining the military camp was the best option, backed by the Daoiof, the continent's sovereign. Who dared cross them? Once they became wanderers, they'd lose all protection, and how long could they survive outside alone? Aspenibe even get eaten by beasts. Naturally, those who failed to become sages could take the accumulated Saint Crystals, live near a city, travel freely, and enter the Leora army if they broke through later, quite open-minded, provided they attained sage rank, which wasn't an unreasonable requirement. On stage, Kevin and his wife felt immense pride. Reaching this position in just 10,000 years was an incredible feat. Besides promotion, they gained numerous benefits, with many major forces extending offers. Families with holy ancestors valued these rising starlight dermits as investments, making future matters easier. Additionally, the rewards from Dao Iof Leora and entering an inn instead. Michael indulged in a feast, and then slept for days on end. Sometimes, traveling was a difficult endeavor. No wonder some people avoided leaving home unless necessary. Each continent held vast resources, secret realms, caverns, space-time rifts, all waiting to be explored for self-improvement. It was no surprise some spent lifetimes never stepping off their own continent, perhaps spending their lives wandering nearby cities. External expenses were substantial. Along the way, Isaias didn't know how many Saint Crystals he expended crossing over 100 continents to reach Leora. Exploring the entirety of Dao World was another matter altogether. Thankfully, the Independent Cultivators Alliance supplied him continually, allowing him to arrive here. Throughout his journey, the Alliance's halls sprouted everywhere, medium-level forces at least, especially for those unaffiliated cultivators. Discovering these halls along the way felt like coming home. Chapter 338. The Impact of the Independent Cultivators Alliance. In areas not yet reached by the Independent Cultivators Alliance, rumors and hearsay had already spread among cultivators. Aspany harbored secret hopes, while a few bold individuals went as far as to negotiate with the alliance, eager to introduce its hull to their territories to benefit local cultivators and provide them with tasks and resources. There was never a shortage of missions. If cultivators from the Dao realm were idle, approached much on their interests, it's all voluntary. It's inevitable. The alliance is a fat prize everyone wants a piece of. They're suppressed because the core isn't open to outsiders. I truly hope it can survive. Such a good organization shouldn't falter over this. We don't have a say, but everyone knows the alliance brings tremendous benefits. Even a Dao sovereign couldn't accumulate wealth as quickly. If all branch resources were combined, it would be an enormous sum. Anyone in my position would envy it. But all those resources are prepared for us hunters. We can convert unneeded items into points and exchange them for what we need. I never imagined becoming a sage. Really? Clearly, the people at this table were from Qin continent, having lived in regions where the Independent Cultivators Alliance was present, feeling it deeply. The recent major events, including Arrigo's intervention, showed how influential the alliance had become, sparking desires to possess it. If Arrigo hadn't helped, the alliance might have been swallowed up. Controlled by self-interested individuals, the Independent Cultivators Alliance wouldn't remain the same. They might end up with nothing but point data instead of tangible benefits, leading them to defend the alliance as if it were part of them. They didn't want such a great organization tainted. Gentlemen, you're talking about the Independent Cultivators Alliance. Could you tell me more? Someone from a nearby table approached, showing keen interest. This story is long. No worries, take your time. My treat. Alright, let me tell you about the Independent Cultivators Alliance. Isaias listened to murmurs while eating, wondering why things felt off after just a few days. What's happening? Did someone arrive at Leora continent before me? Isaias thought, but being remembered was a blessing. Establishing a hall here would now be easier. Attempts to emulate the Independent Cultivators Alliance often failed without sufficient resources or support, ending in bankruptcy. Opening a new one under its name exposed risks without shared data. They're all just rumors, but soon the Independent Cultivators Alliance will root itself here, Isaias smiled. With Cavan and others here, he wouldn't leave easily. Finding them in such a vast place wasn't easy, especially after a long journey. Future expansions depended on them. This translation maintains the structure and tone of the original text while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Hashtag chapter 339. Leora Daojuan's words. Hashtag Leora Holy City. Leora continent's highest city. This place gathers over 90% of the continent's strongest beings. Recently, it was widely rumored that a power from another continent was quietly rising and posed a spreading threat to this land. Since no one had seen it firsthand, most people dismissed it with disdain and did not take it seriously. However, some were intrigued by its operational model, wondering what sustained it, preventing its collapse, and realizing there might be aspects they couldn't comprehend. After fermenting for a while, news of this phenomenon eventually reached here, circulating among the people. Tell me. So it goes? The attendant recounted all he knew about the Loose Cultivators Alliance, which was not exactly a major event but highly captivating, drawing significant attention. Other matters were trivial. Spatial rifts appearing somewhere, a certain city attacked by fierce beasts, disasters happening elsewhere, which required minimal intervention and could be handled by sending someone. It was oddly the unassuming Loose Cultivators Alliance that inadvertently balanced the conflicts within the Dao realm, bridging the gap between high-tier and low-tier combatants. As long as you worked hard, you could gain resources and hope for the future, thus reducing conflicts invisibly. This Loose Cultivators Alliance is indeed impressive, though it invites trouble easily, the attendant remarked in closing. It wouldn't be surprising for it to attract covetous eyes, considering the immense resources accumulated across all branches. From its history, it was evident that starting with just a few great saints, it had now spread to become a realm-wide presence of supreme saints, possibly harboring a sage ancestor already, who knew? However, not many had studied the Loose Cultivators Alliance's history thoroughly. No one would venture endlessly far to find answers. The Loose Cultivators Alliance is quite unique. They don't fear offending everyone, said Leora Daojun. With the emergence of the Loose Cultivators Alliance, cultivators would no longer need to rely on major forces for changes over hundreds of thousands of years. Isn't this? The attendant was surprised. Few forces enjoyed such treatment. Though merely a hall, it represented Daojuan's authority, making any move against the Loose Cultivators Alliance a direct challenge to Daojun. Do as I say, Leora Daojun replied sternly, annoyed at being questioned. Yes, Your Excellency. The attendant immediately responded, sensing Daojuan's impatience. Michael was just an attendant. Daojuan's decisions were beyond his influence. Truly, the Loose Cultivators Alliance benefits greatly from Daojuan's support. Enjoy it in secret, the attendant thought, feeling a twinge of envy. Having served Daojun for so long, he had never received such favor. That day, the message was sent from the Holy City, swiftly spreading across the entire Leora continent. They didn't know where the Loose Cultivators Alliance leadership was, but by announcing it publicly, they demonstrated Leora continent's sincerity, ensuring no repeat of Qin continent's issues. Hashtag somewhere in a city. In a tea house, a group of patrons chattered. Even Daojun spoke. The Loose Cultivators Alliance entering Leora seems inevitable. I can't wait. Our Daojun truly has foresight. I believe the Loose Cultivators Alliance will become a leading force. Will they come this time? If it were me, I wouldn't refuse. But you're not you, and they have more to consider. This conversation, although these two identities did not conflict, he still hoped his subordinates would focus on serving the Leora army. Dear, why are you so worried? I think this is a good thing. This way, our burden will be lighter. Those freelancers can be self-sufficient, and we won't need to get involved in many small matters, allowing more time for cultivation, said Shayla, who walked over. It had been several days now, and he was always furrowing his brows. I understand, but it just feels uncomfortable, Cavan replied. Perhaps it was because he had devoted a long time to the Liora army and had risen through its ranks, instilling within him a sense of gratitude. With even Daojun supporting it, what is there to be dissatisfied about? Aspenide, we can also become hunters. I heard many resources found elsewhere are unavailable on Liora continent. This will allow us to advance further. Isn't that good? Shayla continued. You're right. It was my own preoccupation, Kevin said. Once he realized this, everything became lighter. Taking responsibility should be shared by all cultivators on Liora continent, not just the Liora army. Listening to their words no longer irritated him. Xylon Reaver, this was something far into the future. Even if the Freelancer Alliance came, it would take an extremely long time to establish alliance halls in every city. Lu Tai City. This was a place Isaias had chosen. Nearby, there were no strong cultivators, only a great sage at the 9th level. Starting from here, he planned to expand outward. Initially, he intended to proceed stealth, possessing 50% of his strength. His combat power far exceeded that of paragons. Even at 50%, he could crush a peak paragon with a single palm strike. If all the avatars attacked together, how would they compare to a holy ancestor? Michael had never tried it, nor did anyone offer him the chance. And attempting it would mean death. Michael was only one person. If even he couldn't stand, and ended up accidentally killed, it would be tragic. Best not to engage in uncertain actions. Stay in the shadows until someone provoked him. Reaching this height was closely tied to the breakthroughs of others. Every additional person allowed him to improve further. Currently, across the entire primordial yellow universe, the number of paragons surpassed 1 million, including creators of new worlds. In these worlds, godlike cultivators appeared, choosing either to ascend to the primordial yellow realm or remain in their original worlds, though progress was slower. Unlike lower realms ascending to the Dao realm, Isaias treated all ascenders equally. All needed to undergo celestial tribulation, regardless of status. As long as they were strong enough, they could tear through it. The minimum cultivation level in the primordial yellow realm reached the human sovereign stage. New generations started at this level, continuously improving, eventually reaching the same heights as the Dao realm. The primordial yellow realm had only 2 continents, the primordial yellow continent below sages, and the ancient darklands above sages. They had not yet merged. Chapter 341. When reality arrives. Lu Tai City, the city Iof's residence. A spinster, 5 people who claim to be from the Independent Cultivators Alliance are visiting. They say they plan to build an alliance hall here, said the city lord steward. In his mind, these people claiming to be from the Independent Cultivators Alliance were questionable. Lu Tai City was a small place, not worth a visit from the Independent Cultivators Alliance. Even if they did come, it would be to the Holy City, considering how generous Dao Iof's conditions were. Any sensible person would know the choice was clear. It would definitely be better in the Holy City than in a small town like this. If not for the current prominence of the Independent Cultivators Alliance and the word of Dao Iof, he would have issued an eviction order by now. There was no way he would let them into the residence, especially after immediately leading them to the reception hall. Michael decided to see what these people were about. Independent Cultivators Alliance? Coming here to build an alliance hall? The city lord asked in confusion. Clearly, this was beyond his comprehension. If he were them, he would certainly choose to develop in a better place. Since Dao Iof's announcement, considerable time had passed without any notable movements from the rumored Independent Cultivators Alliance. Now, someone claimed to represent the alliance and wanted to establish a hall in Lu Tai City. It seemed too good to be true. No one would pass up such a golden opportunity just to come here. However, if this were genuine, it dissipated shortly after. Michael steadied his nerves, composed himself, and calmly pushed open the reception hall door. Welcome guests from afar. Please forgive my lack of greeting earlier, the city lord greeted with a warm smile, knowing well why he needed to be cordial. The sudden display of power made it clear that these people were not to be taken lightly. You flatter yourself, City Iof, the group replied. Imran, please prepare the strongest tea, and you all assist him. The city lord turned to Imran and instructed. Upon hearing this, Imran and the others understood. Serious matters were to be discussed, and they were being tactfully excused. Talk of the strongest tea was mere pretext. Even preparing tea wouldn't require so many people. It was evident they were being dismissed. Though puzzled by the city lord's haste, they figured there must be a reason. I'll prepare the tea right away, a spinster, Imran said. Soon, only the 6 of them remained in the reception hall. Sir, how may we assist you? Speak freely, the city lord asked, having lost his previous ease. Among strangers, equal dialogue could only happen between cultivators of similar rank. Otherwise, it would be hierarchical. These people were all senior to him, making it difficult to manage the conversation. Michael lowered his stance to appear more accommodating and avoid offending them. City Iofasher, no need to be so formal. My name is Willis. Did you hear about the authenticity of their claims? 5 true sages coming to Lu Tai City seemed unlikely, especially when the city couldn't even produce one. Therefore, these people were most likely genuine members of the Independent Cultivators Alliance, though it still felt surreal that such fortune had befallen him. There's no need for commands. We seek cooperation, Willis clarified. Yes, cooperation. By the way, can I become a hunter once the hall is built? The city lord asked, smiling wider. They hadn't treated him as inferior but rather showed respect, giving him a sense of being favored, almost unreal. Of course, starting at 2-star rank. I believe it won't take long for you to advance to 3-star hunter. Xylon Reaver, our warehouse has several treasures that can aid breakthroughs to the true sage realm, Willis said. In that case, thank you. From now on, the entire city will cooperate with you, the city lord replied. Feeling delighted internally, breaking through to the true sage realm sounded wonderful. Although it might be a promise for the future, at least it offered hope. Chapter 342. The dust settles. Is this real? It feels a bit fake. The Loose Practitioners Alliance is establishing an alliance hall in our Lu Tai City? I didn't misread, right? Who put up this announcement? They walked toward the registration area because this wasn't volunteer work. there were points to be earned. And as some of the first hunters involved in the construction, their contribution points would be directly credited to their hunter badges for immediate use. Since everyone was virtually sages, building did not require much effort, and thus the points were minimal. But these points were essentially free gifts. They could easily have used their own powers to build everything themselves, but involving locals was a way to prove their sincerity and show they truly represented the Loose Practitioners Alliance. They didn't need many people, and it took only a moment to fill all positions. They were led to a part of the city where old houses once stood, which had been abandoned long ago. The few remaining residents also moved out, having been compensated by the mayor with new residences. At this place, they saw several imposing figures, each like a great mountain, incomprehensible and awe-inspiring to behold. Are these the powerful figures from the Loose Practitioners Alliance? They feel stronger than the mayor. Will they live in our Lutai city from now on? I want to join the Loose Practitioners Alliance and become such a powerful figure. Their eyes blazed with fervent light. Words were less convincing than personal experience. Just based on the power they exhibited, why would they need to deceive anyone? My name is Willis, and I am responsible for the Loose Practitioners Alliance here in Lutai City. You can call me Chief Shang. Since everyone is here, let's start the work, Willis announced. Sure, Chief. At the moment, no, but I will bring in people from other places to ensure the Alliance Hall operates smoothly. Of course, you shouldn't be discouraged. Our core staff all started as hunters. As long as you are excellent, you can take over when they leave. Now I have another reason to try harder. Core staff sounds prestigious. The core staff were indeed hunters, mainly composed of Dao Realm beings who handled external matters for the Loose Practitioners Alliance. They managed task assignments, rewards, transactions, and adjustments in points. Such responsibilities were entrusted to outsiders rather than to Xuanhuan realm natives, to avoid hindering their cultivation, as they were all treasures prioritizing self-improvement. After arriving in the Dao realm, some of them would also become hunters, exploring various regions, allowing them to accumulate resources without trading them, effectively plundering Dao realm cultivators' resources to elevate themselves, a win-win deal. The true high-level members, or core personnel, were merely those few supreme beings who acted only under dire threats beyond the capacity of hunters. The genuine insiders still mixed among the regular hunters, and no one could distinguish anything unusual. This setup gave them hope, stable jobs without facing danger, accumulating points exchangeable for needed resources to enhance themselves. Aspany would vie for such opportunities. That night, Willis summoned a group from the Xinhuang realm for urgent training on managing Alliance Hall affairs, just to cope temporarily. All branch managers employed similar methods because only Xinhuang riding army soldiers received fewer resources. However, as they themselves were hunters too, they just had to work harder, putting in more effort to advance further than others. Iof Sovereign, we have found the whereabouts of your parents. Willis brought Isaias some good news one day. During the past century, Isaias had been secretly having them search for Kevin and his family. This kind of investigation could not be conducted openly. Otherwise, everyone would know that Kevin had connections within the upper echelons of the Loose Cultivators Alliance, leading to potential retaliation. Michael never forgot that there was still a powerful enemy who was constantly thinking about him, against whom he stood no chance. Seeking refuge in the Xinyuan realm wouldn't help either. Such a realm made all means futile. Michael could only strive to improve himself before being discovered. If it took so long to find them, it was because the number of hunters was in the trillions, and they were spread across such vast areas. Eventually, someone would know something. In reality, this mission was only undertaken by those from the Xinyuan realm, making it surprisingly quick. Where? Isaias asked. It was time to bring them to safety. Leaving them in the Dao world would inevitably make them vulnerable points in the future. To ensure there were no future worries, they also had to enter the Xinyuan realm. Ascension City number 9. I understand. Do what needs to be done, Isaias said. This matter was concluded. Others needn't get involved any further. Yes, Iof Sovereign. That day, Isaias set off from Lutai City towards Ascension City number 9. It was quite a distance, requiring multiple teleports to reach. Fortunately, he was already accustomed to such journeys. However, he had a better option, using the Xinyuan realm's secret portal. In an instant, he arrived at the local Alliance Hall, in a chamber known only to Xinyuan realm cultivators. Ascension City number 9 possessed considerable strength. His divine sense detected over a dozen great saints, and even a hidden supreme saint who remained undisturbed, completely unaware of being observed. Isaias noted this but paid it no mind. A supreme saint wasn't much of a concern for him. He had plenty under his command, and if necessary, they could overwhelm him. Found them. After searching briefly, he located the military camp. His parents, Eunice, Abby, and others were all there. Only Jean, Ganon, Alf, Janine, and Xylan were missing. The first 4 were native Dao world cultivators and likely returned to their homelands after arriving here, where better resources were available for cultivation. If he weren't afraid to use the Fate Roulette, he could see their condition. Unfortunately, it could only be taken step by step until worthy. Achieving Sunlight Dermot status someday meant reaching Holy Ancestor strength. Thus, the man standing before them had already participated in such grand events and was a 9th-level Great Sage Supreme Expert. Observing closely, there was a hint of envy in his eyes. After all, these 2 were merely 2nd or 3rd-level Great Sages, yet had gained the Dao Sovereign's favor and approval to participate in the pre-Xylan and Light Dermot selection. Congratulations, young star Dermots. My name is Haywood Shung. If you need anything, please let me know, Haywood Shung said. Compared to them, Kevin and company were indeed young. Time calculations in the lower realms were different here. We dare not presume. Thank you for coming, Brother Haywood, Kevin replied. Not at all. Remember, the challenge begins in 6 months. You must be present, Haywood Shung reminded. After a brief exchange, Haywood Shung left, tasked with notifying other star Dermots like Kevin and Shayla, who were considered prodigious talents. Despite their current low levels, they invariably became Xylan and Light Dermots, and even Sunlight Dermots in the end. Chapter 344. Brief parting ends in reunion. Old guy, brother-in-law, sister-in-law, congratulations. I didn't expect it to be your turn so soon. As I see it, you two really are exceptional. In just a bit over 10,000 years, you can already participate in the pre-Holy Xylonon Dermot Challenge. I seriously suspect you're descendants of some powerful family. I envy you both. I've been a Starlight Dermot for so long, and have yet to receive an invitation. 3 nearby Starlight Dermots came over, smiling brightly. For Cavan's couple, they only had admiration. They truly deserved this. From their very first mission onward, they always faced life and death situations. It was nearly impossible not to succeed. Congratulations, Dermot Guy. The surrounding soldiers also gathered around. Today was indeed a joyful occasion. Within one military camp, 2 individuals were about to become pre-Holy Xylonon Dermots. What a fortunate event. Even if they did not become pre-Holy Xylonon Dermots this round, the next opportunity would surely be theirs. Everyone understood that if there hadn't been any restrictions, they likely would have achieved Holy Xylonon Dermot status. As his subordinates, the soldiers felt incredibly proud. With some help from him in the future, their lives would be well rewarded. Let's all celebrate together. My wife and I owe our achievements to all of you Pablos. Today, I'm hosting a dinner at the Gathering Immortals Pavilion, and everyone is invited, Cavan said with continuous smiles. His early life was full of hardships. Who would have thought that after coming to the Tao world, he would rise rapidly? It seemed fate indeed favored him. Perhaps he himself was once destined by fate. But that doesn't matter now. What matters is today's occasion is worth celebrating. Old Guy is treating us, Pablos. No training today. Let's all go home and relax. Tonight, we'll feast until he goes bankrupt. Eating one meal at your expense isn't easy. We've been waiting for these words. The Gathering Immortals Pavilion? Just one visit costs hundreds of sacred crystals. With so many of us, won't this cost Commander Guy a fortune? Don't worry. If Commander Guy says he'll treat us, you shouldn't be concerned about that. Everyone was talking joyfully when a soldier guarding the store walked in. Commander Guy, someone is looking for you. Michael says his name is Isaias. What? Cavan, Shayla, Eunice, and others showed looks of shock, unsure if they had heard correctly. Who did you say? Repeat that again? Cavan asked. Reporting to Commander Guy, his name is Isaias, the soldier responded, standing straight. Michael's really here. Let me go ahead. You all go home and prepare. We'll meet at the Gathering Immortals Pavilion tonight. Tell the resting Pablos to come as well, Cavan said before hurrying away with the few around him. Old Asher, weren't you also from the 9 provinces world? Do you know Isaias? Michael, you might not believe me, but Isaias is a miracle of our 9 provinces. Back then, when the sword sect world was pressing down on us, when we thought we were doomed, his people started breaking through to Sage Realm, crushing. Eunice threw herself into his arms, longing turning to joy. You brat, showing no respect to your mother? Shayla laughed. Your Highness, you finally arrived. Are we going to start conquering the Tao world? Highness. Thousand Snowfungi, Abby, Kinna, Devlin, the spinster. Look, I can change shape now. Am I pretty? All familiar faces appeared, and seeing them after such a long time brought tears to Isaias's eyes. What stirred him the most was their cultivation levels. Although life had been good for him, only Cavan and Shayla had reached the Great Sage Realm. The rest still lacked some distance. After all, Cavan represented the Michaelavenly Tao of the 9 provinces world, and Shayla had the underworld inheritance, making cultivation easier for them. As for the others, their previous worlds could only produce half-sage level cultivators at most. Reaching this point wasn't easy for them. After greetings and inquiries, Isaias responded. Akil, I'm now an ultimate sage. Of course, you can't see through me. Amber, I missed you too. 10,000 years is too long. Xylonther, I came late. Wallace, let's put off the conquest of the Tao world for now. You guys haven't slacked off, but you're still not enough. Now that I'm here, I must improve you. Our little Uriels has grown up into a fine lady, no longer crying and follow along. They understood that their highness needed this moment alone, especially after being apart for such a long time. 10,000 years was indeed an eternity. For the most part, it was Eunice who guided Isaias through the city. She shared stories about its culture, history, her experiences as a miner, and how she eventually became a soldier in the Leora army. Narrating these events, Eunice conveyed her thoughts and emotions over the years. Isaias remained silent, at a loss for words. If he had brought everyone to the Xuanhuan world back then, things would have been much simpler. The main issue was his excessive caution at the time, fearing that if he couldn't rapidly elevate the world's tier, it would slow their progress. Ariettle did he know that even in the Tao world, advancement remained sluggish, even more challenging than on the 9 provinces. However, those concerns were now moot. With his arrival, he could change this situation. Leveraging substantial resources and his status as the master of the Xuanhuan universe, he could ensure unique privileges for them within that universe. By the way, do you know about the Independent Cultivators Alliance? Eunice asked. Isaias suddenly wore a peculiar expression, nodding abruptly, puzzled by why Eunice brought up this topic. Because of its presence, our Leora army is quite competitive, Eunice explained, elaborating throughout her narrative, Eunice poured out all her experiences, thoughts, and feelings. After all, in recent years, there hadn't been anyone for her to confide in. Will you stay this time? Eunice looked at Isaias, her eyes filled with expectation. Their last parting lasted 10,000 years. Another separation might mean they'd never see each other again in this vast Tao world. The uncertainty gnawed at her heart. I'm not leaving again, Isaias nodded solemnly, his nose tingling with emotion. Focused only on himself for so long, he realized it was time to consider the feelings of those around him. It was high time to settle down and stop being reckless. Michael was still human, after all. Expanding the universe was a long, tedious process. Immersing oneself in it for too long could lead to numbness. Great. Where will you stay? Why don't you join the Leora army with me? Eunice suggested. Despite Isaias's formidable strength, he was already a venerated saint. The Tao world was teeming with powerful figures. Without a strong backing, navigating life alone would be tough. Joining the Leora army would offer mutual support. She felt a twinge of excitement. If the bigwigs learned of her husband's exceptional abilities, wouldn't they readily grant him a high rank like Brigadier Dermot? Such a young venerated saint was rare indeed. She only wished she herself were stronger. The Leora army isn't bad. Iofdao Leora is a good person, Isaias remarked. After all, Iofdao Leora had been the first to strongly support him, far surpassing Iofdao Anqing. Before Isaias even established roots, Leora had provided him with considerable assistance. Without Leora, the Independent Cultivators Alliance wouldn't have grown so quickly, now covering 1/3 of the Leora continent. It wasn't that they couldn't establish branches in every city, they simply lacked manpower. At least a few venerated saints were necessary to maintain stability. Otherwise, mere sages wouldn't stand a chance in larger cities where multiple venerated saints could overpower them easily. Either don't start, or do it right. Having several venerated saints was essential, even just the lowest level ones. Only at that tier would others take notice and treat them seriously. I guess so, Eunice agreed. She didn't understand these intricacies and lacked the means to reach that level. To be noticed by a Iofdao, she was just an ordinary sage, far from exceptional. Let's leave that aside. I'll take you somewhere, Isaias smiled mysteriously. Where? Eunice asked suspiciously, sensing ulterior motives. You'll see, Isaias replied, pulling her away without further ado. Her heart pounded nervously. Half an hour later. This is where you brought me? Eunice exclaimed, surprised. Isaias's destination turned out to be the Independent Cultivators Alliance. She felt slightly disappointed. Expecting something thrilling, this seemed mundane. She had visited the Independent Cultivators Alliance recently, registering as a hunter just a few days ago. It had officially landed in Ascension City 9, and she went on its first day. Its grand opening was impossible to ignore. Follow me, Isaias said, leading her to a small side door. Hold on. Outsiders aren't allowed there, Eunice objected. But in the next instant, she fell silent as Isaias led her smoothly through the gate into an area she had never seen before. Chapter 346, Eunice's Transformation. Overlord. Upon entering, she saw a group of powerful cultivators rise to their feet and stand straight. The reason for their standing was the person beside her, which surprised Eunice greatly. You haven't welcomed the lady back yet, Isaias said. Upon hearing this, their expressions changed dramatically, staring at Eunice in astonishment. Never would they have thought this was the lady. They had never heard of Isaias having such a wife before. But it made sense. Why would the Overlord need to inform them of such matters? Their momentary nervousness quickly vanished as their faces transformed into expression. Time to ask. They could clearly sense the difference in Eunice's aura, making them acutely aware like watching an undocumented being from the Dao realm. Eunice stood by, waiting for Isaias's instructions. Michael wouldn't have brought her here without a reason. A mix of anticipation and anxiety filled her mind as she wondered what Isaias planned to do. Follow me, Isaias said, leading her into a sealed chamber. Before I take you to that place, I must first remove the Dao realm's mark on you, Isaias solemnly stated. This was a serious matter. No one could enter the xuanhuan universe as an outsider. It was his secret known only to his trusted allies. All right, Eunice replied, sensing the gravity of the situation and trusting Isaias implicitly. Removing the mark meant reducing her realm back to the Sage realm to sever her connection to the Dao realm. However, she believed Isaias wouldn't harm her. If anything happened, it would be her fate, inseparably tied since their marriage. Close your eyes. It will be quick, Isaias instructed. Eunice obediently closed her eyes and waited. Xinhuang's sovereign command, reduce Eunice's realm. A force belonging to the heavens descended upon her, gradually eroding her cultivation, bringing her from the Sage realm back to the divine realm. At this moment, she suddenly realized she had been severed from the Dao realm, feeling its rejection. In essence, she became a blacklisted entity, but Isaias assured her that they could bypass this issue later. Welcome to my universe, Amber. You can open your eyes now, Isaias said, his essence, which he felt no qualms giving to Eunice. Don't hesitate. Break through quickly, and we can talk further afterward, Isaias urged. Okay, Eunice responded, seizing the opportunity to advance anew. Michael's body emitted brilliant light, more intense than her previous breakthrough in the Dao realm. In mere moments, the constraints of the Sage realm shattered. She surged into the first stage, Sage realm, then pushed relentlessly toward the next stages. Second stage, fourth stage, until reaching the ninth Michaelaven stage, she paused briefly before crossing into the Sage King realm. Michael's body filled with formidable power, pushing her toward the Great Sage realm. What others found insurmountable barriers crumbled easily here, effortlessly pushing open the door to the Great Sage realm. Finally, she achieved the Great Sage realm. Chapter 347, Dropped Realm. I'm about to break through to the Great Sage realm. Eunice felt an incredible sense of wonder at the changes within herself. So many people had strived for this realm, dedicating their entire lives without achieving it. Yet here she was, having only experienced a brief period before leaping from Divine Realm to Great Sage. It felt like a dream. Everything came so unexpectedly. Radiant Dermits, in a sense, were equivalent to ancestral saints. Few Radiant Dermits remained on duty. Most had already established their own factions and become revered ancestors. Even Dao Ios found it difficult to keep them in military service. Once they grew strong, their ambitions multiplied. In their weaker days, they had no choice but to rely on stronger beings. Aspany Dao Ios did not pressure them excessively, especially since they didn't spend much on cultivating these individuals. Dao Ios might even look down upon ancestral saints, considering one was in the Saint realm while the other was in the Dao realm, completely incomparable. Nightfall. After the banquet at the Gathering Immortals Pavilion, everyone went home, perhaps knowing Cavan had matters to attend to. Still, they fulfilled their promises quickly, making excuses to leave early. Time stretched long. After all, participating in the challenge tournament was merely a temporary affair. They'd meet again, even as lunar dermits within this region. Yet, based on their years of experience, some of their star dermits had been separated from their families for 10,000 years. Some powerful beings could close their doors for meditations lasting hundreds of thousands of years, which varied widely depending on the individual. For those with shorter cultivation spans, 10,000 years truly felt like an eternity. To the Tongfu Inn, Kevin said, glancing around and seeing only his companions. Michael hadn't forgotten his agreement with Isaias and would visit him once his business was done. Despite the years apart, he missed him. With swift steps like wind, they arrived at the Tongfu Inn where Isaias had been waiting. Julius, Your Highness, I'm going to take you somewhere, but I need to lower your cultivation back to the divine realm. Are you willing? Isaias asked bluntly. No point in beating around the bush among his closest allies. Though he could forcibly reduce their realms, he still respected their choices, caring about their feelings after following him for so long. The choice was theirs. Michael didn't elaborate further. Resolving the Dao realm imprint would reveal everything. If they were unwilling, they didn't need to know more. The secret would remain a secret. Terry, Ashlyn, and others had reached the peak of their original world's power. Breaking through this barrier and stepping into the Saint realm was incredibly challenging and precious. The same applied to his parents, who had endured several million years and paid enormous costs, experiencing unimaginable hardship. Julius, regardless of what you intend, do as you see fit. If we must fall to the divine realm to enter that place, I am intrigued, Kevin said. Unsure why Isaias chose this path, but trusting his son implicitly. You're being mysterious. I don't understand your motives, but I'm genuinely curious about this place, Shayla added. Your Highness, if not for you, I wouldn't have left the immortal world. Losing my cultivation is insignificant compared to our journey, Terry said. One by one, they expressed their willingness. Although they didn't fully grasp Isaias' intentions, they were prepared to pay any price. Once mere champions in a small world, they were eager to explore this new destination. If you're ready, let's begin, Isaias said. They silently nodded, prepared for whatever came next. Isaias, as the Eye of the xuanhuan universe, created a space and stripped away everything they gained in the Dao realm. Upon their return, they would regain their identities and be free from Dao realm constraints, instead bound by Isaias' limits. This wasn't an issue since their potential might not have been high to begin with. Achieving sainthood was already difficult, let alone the path beyond. Following this, they would enter the xuanhuan universe, where anything was possible. Isaias was willing to expend his essence to reshape their talents, opening new horizons. As they felt their power ebb away, dropping to the divine realm felt like losing something intangible. But despite racking their brains, they couldn't pinpoint what exactly they lost. Once imprinted by the Dao realm, stripping it away was nearly impossible. They were thoroughly its denizens. Afterward, Isaias meticulously inspected Terry and the others, ensuring no hidden influences lingered. In the end, his concerns were unfounded. Perhaps they were too weak seen one, who could tell what it truly was. Your Highness, you intend for us to cultivate into sages here? True deity Fergus asked, his eyes widening in shock. Had Brendan become so powerful? Could the world he had created now enable people to ascend to sagehood? That's right. And apart from the xuanhuan world, all other worlds were created by sages in this universe, Isaias said. All created by sages. It was a colossal revelation. The endless expanse of planets hinted at countless sages, with worlds varying in size, the larger ones clustering around the central, massive planet. Did this mean the universe could accommodate even greater powers beyond sages? Suddenly, they felt an intense anticipation about this new world. Sagehood is just the beginning. Now, there are 1,000,000 supreme saints. What I seek are 1,000,000 sage ancestors, even 1,000,000 Dao Iofs. And you will be among the powerhouses of this world. First, I'll help enhance your strength. There's no need to create your own worlds for now. Let's take the old path. Additionally, I have some cultivation techniques for you, all self-created within the xuanhuan universe. They will allow you to train far more efficiently. Once you've broken through again, then go out and explore this universe on your own. Now, prepare to receive your own opportunities. Isaias spoke, injecting the power he had prepared into them and imparting strange cultivation techniques. There was no time for astonishment. They immediately began to break through. Having done this, Isaias left the xuanhuan universe. His role was merely guiding. Everything else would develop naturally. Michael awaited their return with resources, thus accelerating everyone's cultivation. In the same amount of time, he cultivated hundreds, even thousands of times faster than others, ensuring his realm ascended rapidly to the next major stage. Though he had long reached the peak of Supreme Saint, he couldn't break through to Sage Ancestor. This required more Supreme Saints, or possibly lesser saints to fill the gap. All he needed was more individuals achieving these realms. For a universe growing robustly, absorbing the essence of the Dao realm, what it lacked least were geniuses. Given enough time, they could push to their limits. This was their unique talent, surpassing anything the Dao realm could offer. To further grow, unless thousands of Dao Iofs emerged simultaneously in an era, development would be slow. Reaching Dao Iof status likely meant a supreme being like Isaias existed above the current universe. An unclaimed universe developed much slower on its own. Becoming Dao Iofs took untold eons. Meanwhile, those breaking through assumed it would take a long time to return to sagehood. Yet, unexpectedly, upon sensing immense power, their bottlenecks began to crack, Eerie remarked, barely feeling the transition. If we all sought Starlight Dermot titles now, imagine their shock. They'd see us as if we were monsters. Duke Guy's methods are impressive. Wonder where a spinster elf is? Michael missed sharing this moment with us. Since we've all broken through, why not explore this universe? Ashlyn suggested, pointing towards the nearby xuanhuan world, hinting at the unimaginable numbers of life forms and layers of power within. Not waiting for star dermots? Wait, why are they still breaking through? They realized Kevin and Shayla hadn't awakened yet, already advancing to Grand Sage second level during their discussion, faster than before. Let's go explore this universe. None argued. Given their positions, they would have done the same. They didn't need to know specifics, content with their achievements without seeking comparison. Chapter 349, Clashing Confrontations. 6 months later, in Liora's holy city, it was once again time for the challenger contest for potential bright Xylonon dermits. Early in the morning, the arena was prepared, and star dermits eligible to compete from all over the continent gathered here. What seemed like a contest was also an opportunity to showcase the top talents of Liora's army to others. Even with Dao Iofs present, if these participants themselves were not capable, how could they maintain control over their subordinates? Kevin and Shayla blended into the crowd, not standing out in any way. Ever since half a year ago, they had lost interest in this potential bright Xylonon dermit contest, feeling it was a sheer waste of time. The xuanhuan universe possessed countless remarkable talents, any one of whom could easily surpass them. Even the Independent Cultivators Alliance, which Kevin had previously held in low regard, turned out to be just one of many factions beneath the xuanhuan realm. Isaias didn't explain what the Independent Cultivators Alliance planned to do here, so they did not ask. They only needed to know that these people were allies. After seeing those top-notch cultivators, and the speed at which they rose to prominence, their earlier enthusiasm waned. It sounded appealing but was unnecessary for them. With a son like Kevin, why should they exert themselves? Wouldn't it be better to coast along? Although they hadn't yet reached the Supreme Sage realm, they had already achieved the 9th level of Grand Sage, experiencing a significant surge in strength, a feat even the prodigies in the Holy City couldn't match. However, the xuanhuan universe was still developing. After reaching the highest current realm, progress would slow down dramatically, requiring innovations in cultivation methods and techniques. The Dao world indeed helped them advance faster by borrowing and refining its knowledge, enabling quicker breakthroughs. This was also aimed at promoting the development of the Independent Cultivators Alliance. Besides those within the alliance, some individuals like Kevin infiltrated various armies, forming powerful forces. They did not create new world per army, all having reached peak Saint Ancestor realms. Before the challenge, several promising star dermits were privately briefed. Under no circumstances should outsiders claim too many rewards. Compared to family avrils, their resources were scarce due to large numbers. However, they had advantages, battle experience. Without overwhelming means, pampered family avrils had little chance against seasoned warriors who faced beasts effortlessly. Yet some had conditions allowing them to obtain defenses impenetrable even after days of fighting, ensuring anything not explicitly forbidden was allowed. Someone like Kevin received no special treatment. He recently broke through quickly, seen as a future seed, coming here to gain experience and measure his gap with others, preparing for the next round. Finny and Feng, your preparations are thorough. You even brought Ruaer, seems you're determined to win. Indeed, your Michaelianba is already at the 9th level of Grand Sage and practices the Michaelavenly Thunder Induction. Who can match him? A group of Saint Ancestors talked jovially, each sentence filled with underlying hostility, everyone wanting a share of the challenge. Resources enabling Grand Sages to break through to the Supreme Sage realm were desirable even for these families. Xylon Reaver, greater benefits awaited post-challenge. Only the winners mattered. Losers were forgotten and pitted by none. Hundreds of families, big and small, saw this as an opportunity to rise. Losses meant being eliminated without trace. Grudges settled in arenas left no room for intervention unless one side conceded. Each challenge saw the death of some prodigies. Old man Feng, this time, I'll make your Feng clan crawl away, interrupted a voice. A white-bearded elder approached angrily. Others ignored him, letting the elders settle their grievances. No one dared intervene, seeing the formidable figure beside him. Trash Han, relying on your weakling? Ruaer, remember him. Don't let him get up, Finny and Feng responded coldly, showing no respect. Such matters would remain unaddressed even by Dao Iofs, whose intervention could only worsen long-standing feuds, eventually leading to outbreaks. Half a year later, in the city of Liora, once again, it was time for the challenging contest to become a quasi-Haluad dermit. Early in the morning, the arena was prepared, and all the qualified star dermits from across the continent gathered here. Calling it a challenge contest was not only a competition, but also an opportunity to showcase the prodigies of the Liora military force to others. Even with a Dao Iof presiding, if they themselves were not up to the mark, how could they suppress those under them? Kevin and Shayla blended into the crowd without standing out. Since it was also to promote better development for the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Apart from the alliance itself, some individuals like Kevin infiltrated various armies to form a powerful force. They didn't create a world, yet their cultivation was almost at the Supreme Saint level. While intensive cultivation was possible, it seemed no one chose that path. Instead, everyone came to the Dao world to scavenge resources and then returned to break through to the next realm at astonishing speeds. Arik, the leaders of those alliance branches, who were already Supreme Saints yet continued to advance quickly. So they came here to prove their worth, providing more value to earn extra support from higher-ups, using others' resources to boost their own cultivation. What's not to like? The venue arrived soon. Aspany influential figures had come, numerous holy ancestors, or Daewoo dermits of the Liora military, as well as holy ancestors from other families. The only ones likely absent would be the Dao Iofs and High dermits, who might not appear unless for events above the Daewoo dermit selection. For this quasi-Haluad dermit challenge contest, apart from the Liora military, other families could also participate. Though they couldn't get the title, they could still receive rewards. This put pressure on the Liora military. If outsiders claimed all the rewards, they'd lose face. Even if the Dao Iof said nothing, the Daewoo dermits wouldn't let them off easily. If the High dermit got annoyed, they might undergo rigorous training. A High dermit was a high-ranking official second only to the Supreme Commander, and each army had only a few of them, whose cultivation was a group of holy ancestors chatted amiably, unaware that each word was filled with hostility, as everyone wanted a share of the challenge contest. Resources enabling great sages to break through to the Supreme Saint realm were needed even by their families. And after the challenge contest, greater benefits awaited, indicating this was only the beginning. Everyone hoped their avrils could enter the contest. Despite praising each other's prodigies, they would likely use harsh measures once the fight started. On the stage, regardless of gender or strength, they would just fight. In that place, only winners mattered. Losers weren't remembered or pitted. These families, large and small, numbered in the hundreds, giving minor families a chance to defeat major ones. Success depended on this contest. In the arena, no one could object to a win or loss. Those who couldn't handle defeat might simply disappear. To put it bluntly, two enemies meeting on the arena could fight to the death, with no interference until one admitted defeat. Every challenge contest resulted in some prodigies dying. Feng oldest spin. This time I want your Feng clan members crawling off the arena. An untimely voice interrupted, coming from an elderly man with white beard, angrily approaching. Everyone looked away, pretending not to notice. This was their feud. Why involve oneself and invite trouble? Did they not see the prodigy beside the old man? Michael was a formidable figure. Han Wasteland. Michael Drix declared, unleashing his killing intent openly. The surrounding powerhouses' faces turned grave as they watched Michael Drix in astonishment. Wasn't his name Yusef? Why is it Michael Drix? That's not right. Didn't Michael Drix die? I remember the Han family had two prodigies who were twins. Didn't they say Michael Drix died early? If I'm not mistaken, Michael Drix was sent into a terrifying spatial rift for training. Rumor had it he died. Now it seems like the Han family deliberately released false information to mislead us. The mutterings of those around them caused the Feng patriarch's complexion to turn deathly pale. As archenemies, the Han family was well known to him. Michael had heard of someone named Michael Drix, though previously it was claimed that Michael Drix died in the training rift. It appeared everything was a lie now. That intense aura of killing intent could only belong to someone who lingered on the edge of life and death. Troyan's expression became even worse. The opponent's aura overpowered her own. It seemed unlikely that she could win. If she lost, she would surely be humiliated and trampled before so many people. She might never be able to hold her head high again. Michael Drix. A completely unfamiliar name, yet it unexpectedly exerted significant influence over her. His genuine killing intent made her almost choke. Me? This challenge tournament will be Michael Drix's show, and no one can restrain him. My family's Jeremiahs can only wait until the next event. To be at the same age as Michael Drix is their tragedy. Michael Drix shouldn't remain at the Grand Saint realm. Isn't it all for today? If it were me, I'd have my son break through after today as well. After his brief exposure, they got a rough idea of just how strong Michael Drix was. At least they believed their own geniuses couldn't match up against Michael Drix. They advised them accordingly. Don't force yourself, admit defeat when needed. It isn't embarrassing. Compared to others, Michael Drix was terrifying, reaching a level where the gap could not be closed with mere items or resources. Back at the Feng residence, the clan patriarch told Troyan, Ruayer, don't force yourself against him. His voice held hints of disappointment. Though unspoken, he no longer believed Troyan could match Michael Drix, judging from their auras alone, which showed a massive disparity. While Troyan's realm had improved, Michael Drix's prowess was forged through real combat, far beyond what Troyan could compare to. Troyan's confidence was shaken. Even her grandfather didn't think she could win against Michael Drix. Just how strong was he? Michael's heart wavered once again, but then she realized how little she truly knew about Michael Drix. That fearsome aura was incredibly overwhelming. She felt there was little chance of victory but refused to accept it. At this moment, no one knew what else to say. Everything exceeded their expectations. Before Michael Drix's appearance, everyone could chat warmly together. But after Michael Drix emerged, everyone kept their distance from the Feng family, fearing involvement. They weren't foolish. They knew how to maximize their own interests. This was typical among families' conflicts. The Leora army faced no direct threat. They only had the right to challenge. These star generals weren't dumb either. They knew better than to refuse a losing battle. In a certain part of Holy City. Holy City is truly much more prosperous than Ascension City, Eunice remarked. Next to Jedediah, they were out shopping. Because Kavin and Shayla were participating in the challenge competition, they had come along, primarily to cheer them on, and had little else to do before the start, so they were casually browsing outside. An aura of evil. Suddenly, Jedediah sensed a familiar presence coming from the venue. Michael couldn't be wrong about this, even if it lasted just an instant, he had still detected it. What? Are you even listening? Eunice feigned anger. She had spoken about something else entirely and felt truly annoyed. Yes, what did you say? Jedediah quickly replied, brushing off the matter. Can't you take this seriously? It's not often we get out, Eunice pouted. Shopping could happen anytime, depending on who accompanied her. Chapter 351. The beginning. The challenge tournament had commenced. The area around the arena was teeming with people. Those who could step onto the platform were all top-notch prodigies, vested with great expectations from their respective factions. This battle would decide their fates. Missing this chance, they wouldn't have the luxury to wait for another opportunity. Waiting for another time would mean losing even more, and not achieving what they desired. They would need to break through to a higher realm and prepare for the Radiant Sun Dermot examination, rather than stagnate at this level indefinitely. At this moment, a Grand Dermot arrived on the scene, underscoring how seriously the top echelons viewed this tournament. Regardless of any grudges, everyone fell silent once the Grand Dermot appeared because he was one of the pinnacle sacred ancestors. Provoking him would spell trouble for anyone present. This time's challenge sees such a multitude of participants, which pleases me greatly. I wish you all success in your endeavors. Now, I declare the preliminary Lustrous Islandon Dermot tournament officially open, using a points-based ranking system without any predestined victors, announced the Grand Dermot. Nearly 10,000 Starlight Dermots and over 5,000 other participants were involved this time. Each person would have to fight over 10,000 matches, with only those emerging victorious in every duel claiming first place. There were no chosen ones. Some contests ended quickly, while others dragged on. Stubborn contestants persisted, believing they might turn the tide if they held out longer, a plausible scenario. Beyond the top 200, there were still rewards. Afterward, those outside this circle had to fend for themselves. Resources weren't meant to cultivate useless elements. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the contestants filed into the arena. From all these people, it seems no one stands a chance against Michael Drix. He's terrifying. Not just terrifying. Did you see the earlier match? Just his aura immobilized Ishmael completely. No contest. Now I wonder if any dark horses will make it into the top 20. I doubt it. This result is almost set in stone, predetermined by those who planned it. Clearly, everyone favored Drix, a warrior who emerged from the crack, whose origins mattered little to them. His lineage as a Han family member wasn't questioned. Any argument seemed futile. Inside the arena, after each battle, participants automatically switched to face the next opponent until no more remained, marking the start of the challenge from the moment they stepped inside. These combatants didn't hold back, especially when facing lesser-known starlight dermits like Kavin, whom they dismissed outright. Their strength might earn better results in future challenges, but for now, they needed a decisive defeat. You're not first-level Great Sage. The man facing Kavin exclaimed. Drix fought methodically, allowing those who conceded to leave unharmed. Ha ha ha, this immense power is truly captivating. Drix exulted privately, though no one shared in his joy. Don't forget my request. You know the consequences otherwise, a voice within him reminded. Rest assured, it's nothing difficult. With the Han family's influence, we'll find your target if they are indeed in Eritong continent, Drix reassured. Chapter 352, Encounter. Very well then. The voice disappeared as if it had never been there. That's right, you demon. If not for your usefulness and the need to borrow your power, I would have killed you long ago. Drix's mood soured instantly, but he had to hide his feelings. Revealing them would mean death 1,000 times over. This was a demon from the Polar Boundary Realm, an archenemy of the Daoist realm. If their collaboration were exposed, even the Han family would face annihilation. Though he didn't care about them much, they had abandoned him in the crack without a second thought. He still needed to keep himself alive. Now that he had returned, his aim was clear. To claim the position of the Han family's patriarch. That was why he had been restraining himself. Otherwise, he might have already gone on a killing spree, leaving no chance for anyone to surrender. Before he succeeded, they were both Grand Sage 9th level. This was unbelievable. Such power as a mere starlight dermit? The Xylanonglo dermit responsible for Ascension City 9 stood speechless beside his superior. Michael had no idea that he had such geniuses under his command. To reach Grand Sage 9th level in just 10,000 years was absurdly fast. This could be recorded in history, almost missed by everyone. This can't be blamed on Xylanonglo dermit Jiuyou. After all, if they concealed their cultivation levels, she wouldn't have noticed it. Quite normal, and I believe they came here to make a grand entrance. Words are easy to say, but if they fail and lose, will you take responsibility for the loss of two geniuses? Stop arguing and watch the match. Since they chose to conceal themselves, they must have some motive. Let's see how it goes. If their foundation is solid, after the challenge tournament, we'll cultivate them as Sun Dermits. The general spoke. Everyone went silent. They understood that 2 future Sun Dermits would be added. Who would send such top-tier talents to serve in another army? What a waste if they died. These 2 must be true geniuses, wanting to make a splash in this important event to gain attention and rise rapidly. Everyone watched silently, offering help only when danger loomed. Later, when they became Sun Dermits, they would have allies. Even now, as Starlight Dermits, they received such treatment. In the future, legends might be born on this land, and people were genuinely curious how these 2 trained so quickly to achieve such realms. Combat continued. Kavin, like comparing different worlds. Apart from praying for her submission, he couldn't interfere with the match's progress. Bristol, we meet again. And I want to beat you to death, Drix said with bloodlust, excited. Beauty? Ha, only weaklings cared for that. Michael craved the thrill of bloodshed. Having restrained himself earlier, now he faced a deadly enemy. Time to crush the opponent mercilessly. Do people tell you your laugh is really annoying? Bristol replied with disgust, maintaining her defensive stance. Michael's opponent was strong. Nobody believed in her chances, but admitting defeat without a fight was unacceptable. No problem, I don't like you either. So you should die, Drix retorted, revealing a large sword and striking down with overwhelming force. This was a killing blow, leaving no room for mercy. The audience was also on edge. What a heartless bastard, showing no respect for women. If he kills my goddess, you what? What did I say? TCH, thought you were brave, but you're just talk. As much as I love my goddess, my life is more important. Don't you agree? Translation provided maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure of the source text. Chapter 353, Top 20. After a few rounds, Troyan found herself struggling to hold her ground. Drix's saber techniques were incredibly fierce, forcing her back with every strike. There was no way she could withstand such relentless attacks. It was only a matter of time before she was defeated. Am I really going to admit defeat? Troyan felt extremely frustrated. She had worked so hard, all to prove that women could be stronger than men and not be a burden to her family. Unfortunately, this opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. No matter how hard she tried to retaliate, it made no difference. They were on completely different levels as cultivators. She was being thoroughly outmatched in every aspect. She had initially thought that Drix wouldn't be able to maintain such an onslaught, but she was wrong. Drix showed no signs of exhaustion, and no matter how hard she tried, her efforts seemed futile. On the other hand, Drix grew more excited with each passing moment. The harder she struggled, the fiercer his attacks became, like a wild beast unleashed. This young man has the spirit of our demonic race. A pity he was born into the human realm. His human body restricts him. The demon within Drix pondered. Was it excitement at encountering a kindred spirit? Or was it a sigh of regret? Perhaps both. Whether or not he had stolen the spotlight. Collaborating with the demon was well worth it. He loved this feeling. Those people outside must be cheering for me, he mused, though he couldn't see the situation outside and could only guess. Unbeknownst to him, many female Avrils were criticizing him, tarnishing his reputation. A man who treated female cultivators so ruthlessly, it terrified them. Even if they believed their beauty could deter him, it wouldn't stand a chance against that deadly blade. To some, beauty was merely an external attribute that could be cut away. For male cultivators, however, Drix became a role model. To resist temptation, it required immense dedication, a truly heartless approach. Now I admire Michael Drix so much, what should I do? In the future, Michael Drix will be my standard. Beauty is nothing. Women will only slow down my sword. Enough talk, what a thrill. Brother, look over there. They're going to devour us. Why fear? I'm ready to learn from Michael Drix. What do I care about this? As they laughed and joked, round after round of battles passed. Some won easily, while others fought to the end for one more victory. If evenly matched, they often thought, if I can't win, neither will they, opting to cripple the opponent first. Wasting all their energy on one person would make the subsequent battles increasingly difficult. Dark Horse, this is the biggest dark horse of this challenge tournament. I surrender. Where did this fierce warrior come from? So strong? Not hiding anymore. Starting off with his ultimate move? The audience gave yet another varied response. For a female cultivator to endure until now without a single defeat was remarkable. Not everyone was a prodigy. I remember her. Seems to be called Shayla. My goodness, if not for this challenge tournament, we wouldn't have known that our rioting continent harbors so many exceptional talents. I call her the top female cultivator of our generation. Is it surprising? Let me tell you a secret. Her husband is that formidable dark horse. Holy cow, you're not joking? They seem like a pair. After several days of continuous combat, the competition was drawing to a close. Some participants fell early, leaving the arena after a few battles, securing their final rankings. Others fought with incredible perseverance, averaging 1,000 matches per day. The intensity was unparalleled, and only the most resilient remained. Those who fought until the bitter end met with devastating defeats. Finally, today saw the selection of the top 20. All were undefeated, including Michael Drix, Kevin, and Shayla. They captured everyone's attention. As for Troyan, due to Michael Drix's prowess, her participation ended prematurely. Following battles resulted in consecutive defeats, leaving her out of the top 20. Surviving was the best outcome for her, given the formidable opponent she faced. The remaining contestants were all extraordinary. Chapter 354, Consecutive Losses as a Strategy. I've never met you before. You must be very strong, Kevin's opponent said. In their hearts, they had their own standards. They knew how many battles they had fought, and in what condition they were in. With so few people left now, it would take some time before it was their turn to fight again. This indicated that not many participants were still holding on. The person in front of him showed no signs of fatigue, always smiling, definitely not someone who could be easily defeated. Even if he was from a family lineage, one needed to be cautious not to trip up over something trivial. No, you're wrong. I'm not strong. I concede this round, Kevin said. Michael smiled without further explanation. The championship? It didn't seem so necessary. Michael came here just to vie for a top 20 spot. The person before him was very strong. Losing this round wouldn't matter much, as long as he kept his losses within 18 rounds. What if he encountered Shayla later on? One side would have to back down. Why bother fighting unnecessarily? Losing one round wouldn't hurt. The opponent was internally conflicted. How could conceding come so naturally from this person's mouth? Didn't he want to showcase himself on this stage? Looking at him, he seemed to be a star general, with his superiors watching from the sidelines. Deliberately conceding might invite trouble. But since Kevin conceded, what could he do? Dermot, please calm down. Kirk didn't mean to behave like this. Michael must have recently broken through and lacked confidence in defeating his opponent. Kirk, don't give me any trouble. Focus. Don't you realize everyone's watching you? Even if you're indifferent to the rewards, shouldn't you strive for glory for our army? They tried calming the general while subtly warning Kevin. If he didn't want to fight, he should at least make a gesture. If it was his wife he was surrendering to, fine. But otherwise, why not start first? Kevin and Shayla kept conceding whenever they faced similarly skilled opponents. Interesting young ones. When the challenge ends, bring them to see me, the Dermot said with an unexpected smile, instead of anger. Ah. The surrounding Haori Dermots were confused. Why wasn't the Dermot angry? What ah? It's been a while since I've met such interesting youths. Bring them to me, is there a problem? Yes, Dermot. They immediately straightened up. As long as he wasn't angry, they were safe. When someone keeps conceding, it becomes quite unusual. Speculation spread. Kevin might know his limits, so he stopped striving. Or perhaps he felt the others were unworthy opponents. Oh, how did xuanhuan get here? That means Brendan should be around too. The demon inside Michael Drix wondered, surprised to encounter Kevin here. Just as he thought to tell Michael Drix not to act rashly, he heard Kevin concede. So, will Brendan be upset? I truly didn't fight. The demon was speechless. Why did you concede? Michael Drix asked, visibly displeased. I can't beat you. Why can't I concede? Kevin responded. Michael Drix had no retort. With such reasoning, what else could he say? The next round, encountering Shayla, made him even more speechless. With so few people left, meeting familiar faces became common. The demon was excited, almost eager to ask Michael Drix to find Kevin and Shayla, but he couldn't. Doing so would only bring them trouble. There's no one worth fighting, Kevin muttered. Then, when he faced another opponent, he stopped once he saw someone with a bit of skill. This guy is a real show-off. Michael says there's no one worth fighting yet concedes so readily. Only he could do this. It looks like he's determined not to fight. I feel he can compete with Michael Drix. You misunderstand. It's a way to protect himself. Excellence invites attack. Bullshit. Michael's showing off already. Doesn't matter how much more. Never seen such a useless dark horse. But he's in the top 20. What can you do if you think he's not good? Want me to help you call him out? Alright, let me vent. Amidst sighs, Kevin ended up losing all his matches until there were no more opponents assigned to him. So that's it? I was just about to start fighting. Kevin was puzzled. Having lost 19 matches, making him 20th place, he couldn't afford another loss. Yet, there were no more opponents. I want to beat him. Speechless event, unintentionally showing off. Why can't this person be me? Playing this way, huh? Next time, I'll teach my son the same trick. Not impossible, provided you have a son as outstanding as him. Chapter 355. The Great Dermit's Disappointment. The battle for Kevin and his team had ended, as they were directly expelled from the arena due to lack of opponents. This guy finally came out, deliberately conceding just to be annoying. Never seen such an unmotivated Starlight Dermot. Resentful voices emerged around them, directed at him. What's going on? Why have I become a target of criticism? Kevin was puzzled and hurt. Michael had merely participated in the challenge. Why did everyone look like they wanted to devour him? It couldn't be helped that he had continuously conceded. This left many people deeply dissatisfied. Conceding was within the rules, leaving others powerless to object. Some had bet on him advancing to the top 10, only to lose everything. Xylon Reaver, this was a sacred arena. How could someone not take it seriously? Just because of this, they were already hostile towards Kevin. Once one stepped onto the arena, they should bravely fight rather than go through the motions. You might say, if he lacked strength, then losing was understandable. But his power was unfathomable, yet he chose not to fight. Achieving his goal by stopping there was indeed nauseating. Now, they had no idea what Kevin's true capabilities were. Perhaps sensing too much animosity, when Shayla emerged, they hurriedly left. Outside, they were stopped by someone. An Aurora Dermot. Dermot, is there something wrong? Kevin said awkwardly. It felt like he was sneaking away and getting caught. The Great Dermot requests your presence, the Aurora Dermot said. Nothing more was mentioned. How such a significant figure thought? He wasn't sure. His job was just to bring them there. If it was about the deliberate concession, Kevin would have to explain himself. Otherwise, it had nothing to do with him. It was better not to pry into things he shouldn't know. Punishment was basically impossible. Their performance was too excellent. Treating him like a prized asset was closer to the truth. The less he said, the fewer mistakes he made. Who knew, he might need to rely on Kevin in the future. The Great Dermot. Kevin and his wife were stunned. They had only participated in a challenge and done nothing else, yet they attracted the attention of the Great Dermot? They didn't know that perhaps due to their limited understanding of the Dao realm, they were still part of the Ariding army, so self-isolation wasn't possible. They would need this identity later unless they stayed in the Xuanhuan universe forever. That place was boring compared to the Dao realm. Everyone was developing rapidly, leaving little time for idle chit-chat. Xylon Reaver, there was no danger, at least not for them. Apart from training, life was freer in the Dao realm. Follow me, the Aurora Dermot said. Willingness to follow was enough. Otherwise, he would have to forcibly drag them. Such oddities never crossed his mind before. They followed into a secret chamber where only one person stood, wearing dazzling attire unique to the Great Dermot. Greetings, Great Dermot, the three said. You may leave, the Great Dermot said. The Aurora Dermot bid farewell and turned to leave. Understanding this was not his place to linger. Can I trust you too? The Great Dermot suddenly asked. What do you mean? Don't understand. Kevin and his wife responded. Starting with such an enigmatic question, were they being considered spies? Their mindset was simple. Get stronger. I must know if you are loyal to the Ariding continent before we proceed. Great Dermot, you've come to the wrong people. We only serve ourselves and don't enjoy being manipulated. If you summoned us just to talk about loyalty, you'll be disappointed. We care only for our own gains, not about becoming important figures. If not for the invitation to this challenge, we prefer staying in City 9, hunting beasts every day, living quietly. That's all we've considered. Kevin's heartfelt words made the Great Dermot pause. Past, they might have cared, but now, with a chuckle, they indicated they lacked nothing. Even if given endless resources, that would come at a price. Who can predict the future? It's better to owe nothing to anyone. Michael serves the Ariding army and earns military credits for resources. This is just as it should be, without betraying anyone. You may leave now. Continue being Star Dermots diligently, the Dermot said. Disappointment was inevitable, but at least they remained part of the Ariding army. The future was uncertain. No need for deliberate distancing, nor unnecessary closeness. Leaving things as they were was best for all. They left without looking back, as if they had never been attached. Dermot, Kevin is ungrateful. Should we consider removing him? A group of Sun Dermots emerged from behind, having been waiting nearby. Receiving such attention from a Grand Dermot was already very significant. Yet the meeting ended this way, making them uncomfortable since they were nurtured by the Ariding army. There's no need for that. I believe a powerful force or entity supports him. An ordinary great sage wouldn't dare face me so boldly, let alone speak like that. I'm curious who could make them ignore the Holy Ancestor. Let's treat them normally. They serve the Ariding army, earning resources, each getting what they need, fair and reasonable. No need to call them ungrateful. Everyone must be careful with their word. Boundary would stay with him, difficult to erase. If detected by the Dao world's powerful beings, he would be killed immediately without cause. Such an outcome was unacceptable, potentially endangering the young master as well. Let's congratulate them on winning the Quasi-Haoyue Dermot slots for this competition. Please bring up the awards and present them to our heroes. As the host spoke, applause erupted, celebrating these individuals. Two people were noticeably absent, but only a few noticed during the euphoria. Where are Kevin and Shayla? Why aren't they here? I even specifically investigated them. Could they really skip receiving their rewards? Damn, what a big face. How much wealth must they have to refuse such a reward? Stop guessing. I saw a Star Dermot calling them away. Probably a high-ranking Ariding army officer summoned them. Bullshit. Weren't the Ariding army leaders all here? The absence drew minimal attention compared to Kevin, whose moment of glory overshadowed it. Now it was Michael Drix's time to shine. He was the main character of this competition. Damn it, he really got first place. Outside, Troyan watched Michael Drix bitterly, feeling somewhat resentful. Ruayer, this result isn't bad. You remain the pride of our Feng family, Clan Finian Feng said, sensing something off about Michael Drix's strength. Unfortunately, he couldn't measure it at the time, lacking the power to sense it himself. There was a sinister vibe that made him uneasy. But Michael Drix was a Avril of the Han family. Xylon Reaver, the Ariding continent, had demon cultivators. What could he do if Michael Drix practiced demon cultivation techniques? Killing him would invite destruction upon the Feng family by the Han family. On stage, Michael Drix was gaining prominence. With so many watching, anyone who wanted to move against him would have to reconsider. Now, announcing the quasi-Hauyuet Dermot slots. Wait, I want to join the rioting army, Michael Drix suddenly declared. Do you truly mean this? The Dermot asked. Failing to retain Kevin, keeping this first-place winner wasn't a bad option. I am willing to dedicate everything to the rioting army, Michael Drix responded. Immediately, applause erupted. Michael Drix, well done. In the future, we will have another son Dermot, making the rioting continent more stable. I see a star rising. This is the responsibility a man of a rioting continent should shoulder. Another wave of praise followed, though it held little practical value. Some enjoyed hearing it and would feel unhappy if they missed it. Very well. In the name of the Grand Dermot, I hereby confer the title of Quasi-Hauyuet Dermot on Michael Drix, with benefits equivalent to a Hauyuet Dermot. Upon breaking through to Sage, he can directly ascend to Hauyuet Dermot. Direct endorsement from the Grand Dermot stirred envy among the crowd. Bestowed by the Grand Dermot versus bestowed by a son Dermot was entirely different. Michael Drix would have the backing of the Grand Dermot, making even influential families hesitate before touching him. Thank you, Grand Dermot. I shall devote myself fully, Michael Drix replied. Only he knew that without that devil, his mediocre talent would amount to nothing. Joining the rioting army and figuring out how to permanently keep the devil within him, or strip him of his power to become his, was his plan. Michael was quite crazy. For his own benefit, he'd do anything. Only he knew the depths of his intentions. Chapter 357. Inner Voice. Michael Drix, are you truly insatiable? The voice of the demon echoed in Michael Drix's mind. How could it not know Michael Drix's intentions? Wanting to use the power of a higher being to suppress him eternally. What an ingenious plan. The demon had some admiration for Michael Drix. Indeed, the saying held true. Michael Drix was more suited for the path of darkness than any demon cultivator. His current body restrained him. Otherwise, he would stop at nothing to gain power. A ruthlessness that knew no bounds. Pot calling the kettle black, Michael Drix replied nonchalantly, even treating the demon's words as a compliment. Once in the elf, if you have the guts, kill me. Michael Drix sneered disdainfully. On the surface, he remained smiling, basking in the cheers of the crowd. This feeling was intoxicating, pulling him deeper into its grasp, unable to escape. You are indeed revolting. Enjoy while you can. When you meet the prince, you'll see how easily he can crush everything you've built, the demon said. In its heart, it had almost blind confidence in Isaias. Michael never disappointed and advanced faster than anyone else, even surpassing strong figures like Ganon. Thank you for your praise. See those foolish cultivators cheering for me? You should be proud. After all, this is all because of you, isn't it? Michael Drix said. Michael heard the demon mention this prince many times but hadn't been told what the person looked like. Only that he must be on this continent as it was where the ascenders from the 9 provinces arrived. Such important matters couldn't involve outsiders. Only the locals' help could be sought gradually. Yet this local's greed exceeded expectation. Sometimes he really wanted to kill Michael Drix, but he warned himself never to do so. Without this identity as a shield, it would be exposed to daylight. Without finding the prince, it could lose its foothold in the Taoist world. Now, having just found a lead, it couldn't afford to break ties with Michael Drix. So it was exclusive to the Liora army. The Dawn's secret realm, also known as the Hope's secret realm, was a place where one could confront their true selves, clarify their hearts, and realize their nature. Everyone who emerged from it saw a significant enhancement in talent. Even a hopeless individual would emerge as a great sage, while geniuses would become even greater, transforming themselves. Yes, Grand Dermot, Michael Drix replied, controlling his emotions. Even as his heart bloomed with joy, he restrained himself, hiding his true motives. I like your calm demeanor. Only those who remain unperturbed can go far. This applies to everyone here. You are the pride of our Liora army, and I hope you grow stronger, the Grand Dermot said, scanning the crowd, hoping to spot Kevin and Shayla. Michael wanted to ask if they regretted missing such an opportunity. Unfortunately, he didn't see Kevin, a slight disappointment creeping in. Had they become so arrogant? But thinking about it, it was possible. They didn't come to claim rewards. Why would they care about the Dawn's secret realm? They needed only military merit to exchange for resources to improve themselves. Everything else was irrelevant. These rewards meant little to Kevin. Perhaps he preferred earning everything through effort rather than owing favors. Obtain what he could. Strive for what he couldn't. Military merit insufficient? Strive harder. Reaching the pinnacle through hard work. In fact, Kevin and others had returned to believe that when the Noel saw Kevin and the others, it would send someone to find him, even if they couldn't locate him. But after half a day, there was no sign of movement. Given the Noel's nature, it wouldn't stay put waiting for Isaias to come looking. Therefore, it must mean the Noel encountered trouble. Its power insufficient to break free from Michael Drix or establish complete control over him. So, Isaias came himself to take the Noel away. Despite the potential secrets harbored within the Noel, since the extreme cold abyss and Dao world were worlds of the same tier, perhaps smaller but still capable of giving birth to Dao Zun, the person who pulled it directly from the extreme cold abyss into the present world was terrifying indeed, far beyond what Ashlyn and others could compare to. If there were other hidden means, then the Noel, Ganonling, Alf, and others were most likely to possess them due to their noble origins. But he still had to retrieve the Noel. It was his subordinate, and he couldn't just abandon it. Besides, it was found in perilous circumstances, and as its lord, it was his duty to help. Thus, he was now stopped outside the Han family compound. Not everyone could enter the Han family. As an ancient family with Dao Iofs overseeing it, the threshold was high. Even if Isaias looked young and was a powerful figure beyond comprehension, he was still just an outsider. As a servant of the Han family, fearlessness was paramount. I'm here to see Michael Drix. Tell him and old me, the Noel spoke up. Looking for you? Humph. I'll tear him apart so no one will ever know about you, Michael Drix said. You're very confident. But if he's really here for me, you have no chance against him. Believe me, the Noel said. Not my match? What joke is this? And don't forget about you. You don't want to be exposed either, Michael Drix sneered. Do as you wish. The Noel was indifferent. Bring him in, Michael Drix instructed. Once alone in the courtyard with Isaias and the Noel. Michael Drix, hand over the Noel. Isaias said casually. Michael, what do you mean? I can't understand you, Michael Drix replied, secretly preparing for rescue. Michael couldn't gauge Isaias' strength. His divine sense revealed an incomprehensible depth, an untouchable realm. The gap in cultivation was vast, so fighting was out of the question. Michael regretted letting Isaias in. It left him vulnerable and even scared. Don't worry, I can handle it myself. Might get rough, Isaias smiled. Wait, you're the prince the Noel mentioned. Indeed, reputation precedes you. But taking him away like this isn't quite right. Michael Drix changed tactics, secretly signaling his grandfather for help. To collaborate with demons, you must have gotten what you wanted. One should learn contentment, just like this, Isaias said, holding a communication jade slip, the one Michael Drix sent moments ago. You, Michael Drix was shocked. How powerful was this man? To intercept a jade sin called, Your Highness, was already at least at the Supreme Saint realm, or possibly had a background that struck fear into people. However, facing a madman, none of these mattered. I won't let you have it easy either. You're likely from the Dao realm. Once I find out your identity, you'll know the cost of looking down on me. Michael Drix slammed his fist into the wall, leaving a large dent. Michael could distinctly feel his strength rapidly waning, reduced to less than a tenth of its former might. Fortunately, his cultivation level hadn't dropped, or they would surely notice him in the Leora army, and eventually, everyone would notice the change. Michael would hide it for as long as possible. Without any support, he definitely dared not enter the crack again. Michael could only mix with the Leora army, taking advantage of their promised benefits while they lasted, aiming to improve his strength. Michael wondered if there would ever be another chance to break through to the Sage Ancestor realm in this lifetime. Michael had already planned to leak news of the demon's existence to the higher-ups of the Leora army. No one would be able to escape unscathed. If anyone fell into his hands, he would ensure they wished for death but found none. That demon would beg on its knees, wouldn't it? Today, he wasn't strong enough and was humiliated. In the future, his patron was a mighty general about to become a Dao Iof, a fearsome powerhouse. Unless Isaias also had such power behind him. If so, why would he maintain the illusion for as long as he could? The guards hurriedly left Michael Drix's courtyard, afraid to step foot inside again. They could only report everything to the clan leader. If they didn't report it promptly and something went wrong, they would be held responsible, perhaps losing their lives. At this time, Isaias had already left the holy city with the demon. This was under the feet of a Dao Iof, where he used the origin energy of the xuanhuan realm to envelop the demon, preventing his aura from leaking and avoiding unnecessary trouble. Michael wasn't yet ready to face that level of strength. Caution was necessary. One day, he would make this land belong to the Guy family. This visit to the holy city was just a quick glance. Next time would be different. Encountering the demon was an unexpected gain. Others had already returned to the xuanhuan realm, but he stayed behind last. Michael chose a desolate wilderness outside the city, since the demon's aura was too powerful. Being already at the 5th level Supreme Saint stage, the disturbance would be immense once he brought the demon's body over. Therefore, the wilderness was the best choice. Even if the aura leaked, he could immediately move elsewhere. Let them investigate if they wanted. It was an insignificant place anyway. After setting up multiple layers of restraints, he finally released the demon. Noel, pay homage to your highness, said the demon, visibly excited. For over 10,000 years, he had constantly wished to lead strong enough to capture him, instead giving him plenty of resources. Michael didn't know that in the Western barbarian continent, he had narrowly missed Mason. Had he known, he might have truly gone into hiding. The anger of a sage ancestor wasn't easily quelled, especially after hundreds of years of suppression. Chapter 360, Touch. Alright, bring your body over here first. When the time comes, I'll take you to a place, Isaias said. The current Noel was not fully formed, but merely a soul. For demons, the physical body was of utmost importance, for it housed formidable power. However, if the soul was extinguished, leaving only the body, it would be useless and might even benefit someone else. Michael needed to unite both as soon as possible to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Xylon Reaver, he had to ascertain whether the other party had left any means on the Noel's body. Unlike people like Ashlyn, the Noel's potential was immensely high, much like Ganon and his ilk. Even though it might still be insignificant to that person, its power was undeniable in present terms. It was bound to become an ancestor saint, already a formidable force in the Dao realm. In the future, it possessed the capital to challenge the ranked curiously. The larger the body, the greater the intimidating presence, capable of commanding those smaller, the Noel explained. Isaias nodded in understanding, a symbol of status. No wonder the Noel increased its size. In its world, immense power meant no hindrance and fewer unnecessary troubles. If an opponent was taller, one yielded. If shorter, they retreated. Very straightforward. Not like the Dao realm where everyone played mind games. Could anyone truly claim each encounter was as amiable as it seemed? Not likely. Everyone had ulterior motives. So now, let's get to the main business. I need to examine your body, Isaias declared. Examine? The Noel asked hesitantly. It wasn't ill. What was there to examine? Or did he fear treachery? That didn't make sense. If it betrayed, it wouldn't have sought Isaias. Thus, it remained confused, not grasping Isaias's intent. We'll discuss this later. There's a terrifying mark likely placed on you, Isaias replied. The Noel's pupils dilated. When had it been targeted? Your Highness, then check quickly for my peace of mind, it urged nervously, fearing an unexpected death. Relax, don't resist, Isaias instructed. Michael didn't diminish the Noel's cultivation, but used the power of the Xuanhuan universe to search inch by inch for potential risks, including the soul. This year, the Noel extended a hand, unleashing terrifying power, despair unmatched even facing a Dao spinster. Even a thread of consciousness was beyond his capability to handle. Have you already created a universe? Truly astonishing. Soon, it will be mine, it concluded, leaving the Noel's body. What did it matter if the Noel knew? Its will could not be resisted. On the void shore. Faster than I expected. This is getting more interesting. The first awakened. How long until the second and third? I eagerly await your assault, yearning to see your desperate expressions again. TSK. A chilling voice echoed in the ancient void. Nearby life forms, if any, would lose their souls, doomed eternally. It allowed no spying or living beings near. As the most ancient entity in the void shore, it held supreme power, ruling fates even above Dao respecters, who were mere resilient ants to it. Due to its secrecy, few knew of its existence, a taboo. Note: names such as Isaias, Ashlyn, and Ganon are preserved in pinyin format to maintain accuracy. Chapter 361. On the brink of the abyss, walking on thin ice. Isaias fled back to the xuanhuan universe, his heart pounding with lingering fear as he scanned his surroundings, dreading the possibility that his pursuer might follow. That gaze was enough to plunge one into an abyss from which there was no escape. A mere flick had left him utterly defenseless. Was this the power of a Dao sovereign? Michael had never met a Dao sovereign, nor had he seen a Dao Iof in action. Thus, without any basis for comparison, he felt nothing but endless despair. Or perhaps it was because his own power was not formidable enough to bear greater strength. Or maybe the other party hadn't intended to take his life at this moment. Everything was possible, but one thing was certain. He absolutely could not challenge a Dao sovereign now. Such power was too overwhelming, and experiencing it once was already too much. It was better to be low-key until he gained sufficient strength. As long as it involved the Dao realm, it was best not to touch upon or delve deeply into it. Iof, what happened? Eunice approached him unnoticed. Seeing Isaias's agitated state, it wasn't hard to tell that he had encountered trouble. That person appeared, Isaias said, his voice filled with terror. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Michael had been utterly disoriented at the time, only focused on saving his own life. Now, he didn't even know what had happened to the Noel King. The more uncertain things were, the more uneasy he became. The hidden wheel of fate within him could erupt at any moment. Out of all the sentient beings in the world, why had such a system chosen him? It was a complete conspiracy. Attempting to remain aloof was no longer an option to a plaything for the other entity, to be manipulated however it pleased. Its resistance was laughable. Even a saint ancestor Dao Iof would struggle against that power. At this moment, it contemplated suicide. If it died, all matters would be resolved. Without a host, the person wouldn't descend, and peace would reign. But as soon as it made the slightest move, a terrifying pressure emanated from its soul. Insect, your time has not come yet. Once my grand plan is completed, I will scatter your soul. That voice of despair. It would never forget. Its memories remained intact, but it still had to act as a puppet, everything belonging to someone else. Dying? Impossible. Even enduring the agony of 10,000 ants gnawing at its heart, this was a warning. Next time, there would be no leniency. Death was not scary. What terrified it was losing control over itself, being manipulated throughout its existence. What could be more despairing than that? Cast aside after being used, deprived of even the chance to reincarnate, it hated itself for not being strong enough. After enduring the torment of 10,000 ants, it looked at its enormous form bitterly. Struggling for others' gain seemed pointless. Deciding to let go, it transformed into an ordinary demon, living aimlessly in the demon city, indulging in debauchery. As long as the entity wanted it alive, it hadn't yet avenged himself against that person. Without that individual's interference, using his own methods to slowly extract the power of the demonic race into his body, he would eventually become a genius, if not already be one. Michael couldn't let the Leora army sanction him before he could even begin his revenge. Giger, consider joining the Leora army as a form of training. Once you break through to Sacred Ancestor, you can take over the important affairs of our Han family. At that time, no one will have anything to say. If you need any support from us, just speak up. Clearly, they viewed Michael Drix as the Han family's savior, repeatedly urging him to rise, so that the Han family could become the foremost family below Dao Sovereign. The emergence of a Grand Dermot would make their position soar even higher. Michael Drix remembers your words. Please return, everyone. From here on, I will walk my own path, Michael Drix said. There was no gratitude in him, only anger. They spoke to him like this only because he had secured first place in the challenge yesterday. If not for that, his death in some remote corner would have gone unnoticed. But he was no longer a genius. If no one investigated, that was fine. However, if someone delved deeply into his background, everything about him would crumble into nothingness. There would be no place for him on the entire Leora continent. Michael might even become an object of universal disdain, much like how the demonic race was treated. At that point, those he defeated would once again have the upper hand, like Bristol and others. In a corner. Why should they? I am the top genius of the Han family. Just wait, I will reclaim what is rightfully mine. Yusef's eyes blazed with fury. Before Michael Drix returned, he was the revered young master. But now, he wasn't anymore. Xylon Reaver, due to his relationship with Michael Drix, the public chose to overlook him. After all, they only needed one absolute prodigy to lead the family to greatness. If there were more than one, it would be difficult to concentrate resources on cultivating them, and choosing who would take the top spot would be a headache. As a loser in the competition, he had to swallow his defeat alone, with no one to share his burdens. Turning away from the Holy City, he knew that he wouldn't grow in a protected environment. Michael also planned to visit the spatial rift, hoping to find an opportunity there. Who knew? Maybe it would help him rise again. Michael needed to slap the faces of those who underestimated him. Coincidentally, he headed towards the same rift where Michael Drix had previously been. The rift had not disappeared but had grown larger, drawing more enemies. It was a good place to earn military merit and hunter points. As a 2-star hunter, Best not to discuss these matters. They might become our superiors. Soon enough, Michael Drix arrived, standing before the Grand Military Camp. Michael steadied his nerves before stepping inside. Michael Drix, you're here. The Grand Dermot has been waiting for you. A day Dermot approached, leading Michael Drix to a place. Upon arriving, he met the Grand Dermot from yesterday, who now looked kindly upon him, far more pleasant than Kevin. Michael Drix, welcome to the Leora army. Before entering the camp, however, you must undergo a test. Given your situation, this test is merely a formality, the Grand Dermot said. This, Grand Dermot, I'm afraid I will disappoint you, Michael Drix replied. Without the demonic influence, he was nothing. But he had prepared his words carefully. Oh, tell me more, the Grand Dermot looked surprised at Michael Drix. Could this Jeremiah have hidden secrets? Grand Dermot, let me be honest. My talent isn't remarkable. My current cultivation entirely comes from battles in the spatial rift, unrelated to natural talent, Michael Drix explained. It was better to admit it himself than wait to be exposed, changing the narrative. Let's try. The Grand Dermot took out a talent testing stone. Michael Drix didn't hesitate. He had already made his intentions clear. If he could stay, great. Otherwise, he would leave. The stone glowed weakly. To anyone who could know his past then, confessing now was for ensuring a perfect escape route later. In this world, absolute trust was non-existent. It was all about deceit and mutual trickery. Of course, this carried immense danger. If he failed to find the right path before the other side realized, his only fate would be death. Everything returned to normal. Kevin and the others returned to Ascension City number 9, but mostly stayed in the xuanhuan realm. With their quasi-Xylonon Dermot status, they didn't need daily training. They arranged matters according to their own schedules. Whenever they needed intensive cultivation, they did so. They still enjoyed benefits, but not as high as before. Relying on themselves meant they weren't aligned with the other side. One day they would leave and couldn't expect the other side to invest resources into them. When this news spread to Ascension City number 9, it caused quite a stir. Unbeknownst to everyone, Kevin had reached the pinnacle of Grand Sage. Apart from a few supreme sages, he was among the top-tier individuals in the region. The gap in status made others envious but left them powerless. Upon returning, they encouraged their subordinates to join the Loose Cultivators Alliance. If they matched the tasks given by Leora army, it meant double rewards. This opportunity was eagerly anticipated. Having a general who cared about them made everyone ecstatic. They worked hard to earn points, exchanging them for cultivation resources. Some improved their strength, while others tragically fell during the process. Days turned into years, and years turned into centuries. This vast network brought Qiu Julius an enormous number of powerful cultivators. Within the xuanhuan realm, supreme sages were plentiful, but he was stuck at the peak of supreme sage, unable to progress further. No one could break this limit. For 10,000 years, he never left the xuanhuan realm. Information about the Dao realm came entirely from others, acting as a puppeteer behind the scenes. In reality, he stayed due to fear, though his worries seemed excessive. During this long period, no action was seen from the other side. During this time, Alfian Heywuding and others approached successively. After returning to the Dao realm, Ganaling re-entered the Dao Iof realm using previous cultivation experiences, while Alf and Janine remained at the supreme sage level, needing time to break through. Unable to find Qiu Julius, they encountered Kevin and the others, leading them to realize Qiu Julius was here but refused to meet them. The spinster-servant relationships faded once they entered the Dao realm. Qiu Julius appreciated their visits but worried about the demonic matter, keeping everyone at bay. Xuanhuan realm, Boundary King Xylonon, surrounded by countless rays of light and auspicious signs. This mountain was considered holy by Xuanhuan realm cultivators. Towering into the sky, cultivating at its base greatly accelerated progress into power. At 100,000 meters altitude, flight was forbidden, relying solely needed to have 3,000 peak Great Sage level cultivators to reach the peak of the utmost Sage realm. Now, it required 10,000 peak utmost Sage level cultivators. To reach the Dao Iof realm, how many peak Saint Ancestor level cultivators would he need? The numbers were astronomical. This path was not easy. Just cultivating these individuals was a massive headache. If all resources were poured into one person, they could likely reach the Dao Iof stage. However, once this path was chosen, there was no turning back. Michael'd have to go all the way without giving up. At this moment, powerful energy surged back as he entered a meditative state, with no one around him. His cultivation represented the pinnacle of what his followers could achieve, and he could not afford to fail. The summit of Boundary King Xylonon had been emptied long ago, untouchable by anyone. Those who left carried on with their lives as usual, completely unaware of the significant changes occurring within their supreme ruler. When they returned, they would be in for a pleasant surprise. Through collective efforts, the yellow primordial universe was finally advancing towards the domain of Saint Ancestors. The former Netherworld also reached this level but couldn't progress further. Yet, it was still destroyed by his own body's strength, highlighting the necessity of continuing to grow stronger. The breakthrough process was quick. He had already reached the extreme limit and only needed certain conditions met to break through. Accelerated time meant the yellow primordial world had experienced at least 4 million years. Do you need a premonition? Last time, our supreme ruler caused a huge commotion that allowed us to reach the utmost sage realm. I think it's because the yellow primordial world has expanded enough to accommodate Saint Ancestors. That's a possibility. We should hurry before the number of openings runs out. They did not hesitate, joining the spiritual rain's cultivation. Time passed, and within 3 days, clarity returned to the skies. The spiritual rain vanished, and the rainbows disappeared. At this moment, many peak utmost sages stepped into the Saint Ancestor realm. They had awaited this day for too long. Is this what a Saint Ancestor feels like? So powerful. No wonder the Supreme Ruler didn't let us go to Holy City. Without Saint Ancestor level strength, we wouldn't stand a chance. Saint Ancestors are truly powerful. One can't truly comprehend it until reaching this level. Those who say we lack Saint Ancestors can shut up now. At this moment, their ambitions were blossoming and rapidly expanding, finally silencing all critics. This spiritual reign event resulted in over 100 individuals breaking through to the Saint Ancestor realm, albeit only the first tier. But they were genuine Saint Ancestors, capable of using continent-level transmission arrays, making travel much easier. The entire Dao world contained tens of thousands of continents and 10 supreme holy domains above them. The loose cultivated powerful force? Even in battle, outside help wasn't always necessary. If someone left, their power imprint would remain here, just like Abby and others whose power couldn't enter the yellow primordial world. Without their pressure and with their power taken, it was beneficial. Of course, this premise rested on his invincibility. Now, he still needed them for expansion. Destabilizing morale was out of the question. On the summit of Boundary King Xilanuntan, Isaias stood up, gazing into the distance. His cultivation continued to strengthen. This breakthrough was a culmination of accumulated power. How far would he reach when this surge finally stopped? Chapter 365. 100 Daoist spinsters advance on the Holy City. The energy feedback from 10,000 peak Supreme Sage experts was no small matter, and it would be even more significant now that over 100 had broken through to the Sage Ancestor realm. Once Isaias' strength improved, they might also make further progress. Without his orders, Enrique and the others did not act. They continued waiting. Who knew if they were brewing something? When one accumulates to the peak, obtaining power in an instant would result in a blinding light. Day by day, month by month, this delicate situation persisted for half a year. Isaias lifted the seal on World Kings here. Any force without a Dao Io found it difficult to muster such strength. But most of them were only level 1 or 2, somewhat inferior in strength compared to the top-tier experts from old established families. Those families boasted late-stage Sage ancestors, each of whom equated to dozens of earlier stage ones. Leora Holy City was different, not only because it had Dao Io Leora's support, but also because Leora Continent and Maikongsu Continent were both at the lowest level of continents, with the number of strong individuals not as exaggerated as in Shi Continent. It was high time to prove to the world that their yellow origin world possessed unparalleled power. Lacking top-tier powerhouses was fine. They could cultivate slowly. Entering the Holy City signified a new chapter for the Independent Cultivators Alliance. From now on, the Alliance could make its own decisions. Others wishing to meddle would have to think twice. The once obstructive families in the Holy City could no longer pose a threat. Those in the Dao realm would not easily interfere with matters in the Sage realm. With their current strength, even former Sage ancestors would soon have to follow their lead. Xylon Reaver, the Independent Cultivators Alliance's 7th, 8th, and 9th star hunters could gradually open up externally. Everything would proceed based on current strength, step by step, slowly annexing territory. The Holy City, but Isaias wanted all 500 Sage ancestors to go. A massive force that would make others wonder if some more needed stabilizing by Sage ancestors. Overlord, isn't this too ostentatious? Enrique asked. Michael wasn't against it, just noting their usually less conspicuous style. Enrique, remember, now we've stood up, there's no need to be timid. We must tell them that our yellow origin world has this capability, Isaias explained. Xylon Reaver, our actions are far from low-key. From now on, every holy city will receive 500 Sage ancestors to instill fear in them. Yes, Overlord. This time, they responded in unison, excitement etched on their faces. The deviation from their expectations made the outcome even more exhilarating. With yellow origin world's rate of producing powerhouses, were 500 Sage ancestors much? Not at all. Future growth could allow 20 holy cities to be armed when these 10,000 all broke through. They could almost imagine the astonishment on the faces of those in the holy city, realizing the Independent Cultivators Alliance possessed so much power they hadn't expected. Calculating how to make everything perfect, the decision was made with Isaias' consent. The Sage ancestors left World King Xilanuntan for Leora Holy City, while the others below waited for their next breakthroughs and preparation for future endeavors. That day, Enrique led 499 Sage ancestors and several Supreme Sage experts toward Leora Holy City, but hadn't seen them for years. Now they reappeared, causing a sensation as revered Sage ancestors, far beyond reach. Xylon Reaver, who had ever seen hundreds of Sage ancestors at once. Xylons of those leading them were unfamiliar faces. After all, Enrique and the others weren't originally from Leora Continent, thus few remembered them. Do you think that person is the mysterious Alliance leader? I doubt it. His attire is the same as the other heads. Could they be here to build the Alliance Hall in the Holy City? I'd say that's very likely. After so many years, it's about time they advanced into the Holy City. Haven't we waited for this day for a long time? I bet the Alliance will soon open up opportunities for 7-star hunters, and even higher ranks. Amidst the buzz, they arrived at the site they had prepared long ago. The Independent Cultivator Alliance had acquired this plot of land early on but hadn't constructed the hall yet, leaving it delayed until now. Aspeny people trailed behind them, spies from various families and wandering cultivators, hoping to witness firsthand the announcement of the Independent Cultivator Alliance entering the Holy City. They didn't need to inform anyone else. They acted as they saw fit. Would they really gather everyone and seek permission? Of course not. As long as Dao Iof Leora didn't intervene, they could do as they pleased. Would anyone always look the same? The differences were mainly in size. Wow, it's really an Alliance Hall. They're forcefully setting up shop in the Holy City, and it's the Independent Cultivator Alliance. Look at the family elders and patriarchs. Their faces are green with envy. The Independent Cultivator Alliance is the strongest. Cheers echoed incessantly. With the rise of the Independent Cultivator Alliance, they felt secure, knowing no one could casually bully them. Past injustices changed with the appearance of the Alliance. If someone was wronged, help would come forward. In the past, some noble brats found amusement in abusing commoners. But when the Independent Cultivator Alliance took action, they were shocked, realizing that the Alliance genuinely stood up for the weak. This heightened enthusiasm for becoming hunters even more. Mycor, their safety and rights were guaranteed. Within moments, the Alliance Hall was completed. Seeing the grand, round hall, hunters felt a surge of pride. From now on, As long as they were on Leora continent, they could go anywhere. On behalf of the alliance leader, I hereby announce that the Independent Cultivator Alliance has officially established itself in the holy city of Leora. Upon the hall's completion, Enrique turned to face the crowd. This day has finally come. Do you know how long I've waited for this? Unbelievable. To see this day with my own eyes, I can imagine how envious my friends will be. I feel the same. Although there weren't many openly praising the event among the gathered crowd, Enrique and the others' power spoke volumes. Their silence was due to fear and challenge. The once dismissed Independent Cultivator Alliance revealed its true colors today, no longer beneath them. Excuse me, sir, aren't you the alliance leader either? Someone couldn't help asking. If not, then at what level must the leader be? You ask a good question. I am not the leader. The leader is very busy. Perhaps one day you'll meet them, Enrique replied. Michael provided a definitive message while instilling greater awe. It seemed the real mastermind never showed themselves, relying on subordinates to conquer Leora continent entirely, extending to every corner. The news spread like wind, from one city to the next. The Independent Cultivator Alliance's bold actions ignited excitement throughout Leora continent. So many powerhouses had emerged under their banner. Hashtag chapter 367, new star ratings. Thus, the xuanhuan realm began a full-scale invasion of Leora continent, plundering its resources, legally and compliantly. The Dao realm has Imagine what kind of exceptional talent leads the alliance from behind the scenes, capable of commanding so many strong cultivators. I'm more motivated now, and I plan to become one of the sage ancestors in the future, creating legends on other continents with others. In that year, a significant event worthy of praise occurred. Previously, the Independent Cultivators Alliance nearly stumbled on Anqing continent. But unexpectedly, today the alliance struck back, using the terrifying power of 500 Dao Iofs, leaving the enemy too intimidated to move. Even though these 500 Dao Iofs were all at the initial stage of cultivation, no one dared to ignore such a formidable number. Who knew if even stronger forces weren't lurking in the shadows? After all, the Independent Cultivators Alliance produced strong cultivators too quickly, far beyond their ability to keep up. Even if they killed a sage ancestor, the next wave might bring even more terrifying experts. Therefore, on sunny days, no one dared to challenge the alliance. They feared becoming targets of retaliation. However, their worries were unfounded. The alliance seemed to deliberately forget the past events and even allowed them to join as hunters, making many feel ashamed of their previous actions. Compared to the alliance, they were nothing. A true demonstration of vision. Don't focus only on short-term benefits, nor is it necessary to antagonize others. Eventually, everyone level of Sage Ancestor. For 8-star, one needed to be at the 5th stage or higher of Sage Ancestor. This naturally sparked speculation. Was the legendary 9-star reserved for Dao Xylanarchs? After all, 5th stage and above Sage Ancestors encompassed a wide range, including 5th to 9th stages and even the most powerful Dermot-level cultivators. Strictly speaking, they were 9th stage Sage Ancestors, but their combat prowess was extraordinarily high, easily defeating cultivators of the same level. Some waited while others took action. Observers guessed that the Independent Cultivators Alliance might already possess the combat capability to confront late-stage Sage Ancestors, and in considerable numbers, which was why they opened the 8-star hunter rating. Xylon's times, the star rating of a hunter represented their combat level. Without absolute power, who would dare invite trouble into their own home? Why wouldn't they fear the recurrence of past incidents? This suggested only one possibility. The Independent Cultivators Alliance was not afraid of late-stage Sage Ancestors. Even if they arrived in large numbers, they could handle it. This led to more questions about the limits of the alliance. Why did it cause such anxiety? The news was announced, but few Sage Ancestors entered. They had fought hard to reach their current levels. How could they be easily deceived? Without substantial rewards, they wouldn't willingly work for the alliance. So, they waited for a more complete system with sufficiently attractive incentives. As for points, acquiring them was simple enough. They could gift items or cultivation techniques to gain this identity grants. You wouldn't get anything, and you wouldn't receive the alliance's protection ever again. After expending such tremendous effort to become a 7-star hunter, to lose it all so casually seemed too extravagant. It took considerable resources just to secure an entry ticket. What if there were future opportunities? Perhaps the Loose Cultivators Alliance possessed a terrifying alchemy technique that enabled them to build such a formidable empire in such a short time. Otherwise, it was inexplicable how numerous Saint Ancestors could break through without causing any disturbance. It was truly puzzling. It seemed they were uncovering a layer of mystery. They felt they were about to touch upon the alliance's core secrets. If they could grasp it, they too could create such powerful forces, independent of others. Is it really alchemy? Is revealing this now meant to lull us into complacency? I don't believe the Loose Cultivators Alliance is that kind-hearted. There must be a conspiracy. How do I feel like I've missed something? Right? Some of their resources only come in but never go out. Could that be the secret to their strength? Among those who praised the alliance, there were always a few who believed themselves to be the awakened ones. Yet they didn't dare tell others it was a plot, fearing they'd be beaten to death if the words left their mouths. Blocking someone's path was like murdering their parents, an irreconcilable enmity. If one person fell, there might still be hope. But when 9/10 of a continent fell, let it fall. Struggling was futile. The weak couldn't overpower the strong, and resistance would only bring more trouble, drawing criticism. Are we still ourselves? Resources should nourish the powerful, not equality. It may sound selfish, but that's the nature of this world. Alas, my strength is meager. I can't change the tide. Let them continue living in delusion. I won't join. Their conversation grew more intense from dawn till dusk, spilling over as they spoke endlessly. Finally, looking at the night sky, they paused, their eyes revealing sadness. Should we keep escaping? At the Loose Cultivators Alliance's speed, they'll likely be waiting for us on the next continent before we even leave this area. This sense of manipulation is truly uncomfortable. Sigh, what good does resistance do? Look at this void. The tallest buildings on those floating islands aren't lord castles but alliance halls. How ironic. We have to admire their infiltration skills, suffocatingly so. Gradually, more people gathered around, listening intently, their brows furrowing and smoothing out, showing anger and sorrow, as if truly considering the validity of their words. After all, the Loose Cultivators Alliance had deeply rooted itself, nearly impossible to eradicate unless these continents were reshuffled or everyone hypnotized to forget the alliance entirely. Easier said than done. Reshuffling? Unless Dao Iofs intervened. But they wouldn't care only how to act. Chapter 369. The Chessboard. Some left, while others surged in. There were always those who placed their hopes on the Loose Cultivators Alliance. They valued the present. If they had nothing now, how would future developments of the Dao realm affect them? Aspenide their clans wouldn't gain anything either. So why resist? Look at everything from a positive perspective, and you'll find that the world is truly wonderful. Regardless of what they thought, during this period, the Loose Cultivators Alliance almost captured 1 to 2 holy cities each year. This speed was astonishing. Within a decade, they took over 20 continents. This meant the alliance had no fewer than 10,000 Dao spinsters. Together, this was terrifying. Some worried that the Loose Cultivators Alliance had become too powerful and could pose a threat. Yet it seemed they lacked the ability to stop it. Aspeny holy ancestors had already fallen under its influence. Every so often, new items would appear, and even holy ancestors found it hard to hide their greed. If not for hesitation, they might have tried to rob the alliance. Afterward, those initial 10,000 individuals all advanced, including several newly promoted peak nashes. The higher the realm ceiling, the easier it became to break through until near the peak, when progress would slow down. City. Isaias arrived here because Kavin and the others were here. Over 10,000 years, they had long since broken through to the peak Nash realm, solidly becoming luminous generals. At this level, they usually stayed in the holy city, supplied by ample resources, rarely undertaking missions, leaving them more time to cultivate. One could say, among many luminous generals, these two worked the hardest. Additionally, Eunice and others had left Leora army. They ventured outside, such as founding alliances in new continents, reaping significant benefits, far surpassing their prospects in Leora army. Arik Willis back then, who was highly capable, serving as the chief manager of the Leora Continent Alliance, with abundant resources leading to rapid strength growth. These benefits belonged to the chief manager of a continent. They wished for the same, thus seeking opportunities from Isaias, venturing into uncharted territories, gradually developing. No annoying aura here. It really doesn't take me seriously, Isaias said. To put it lightly, he felt somewhat disappointed. Even here, he could not sense traces of the great Tao of destiny. Somewhere else, the little insect remains a little insect, awakened or not. Truly boring, daring to come out only after 10,000 years. A mocking voice echoed. Its eyes saw through countless star rivers. He didn't want to die, so he followed the system's task. Thanks to the system, he achieved great heights as a powerful law sage. But now, the illusion shattered. When safety vanished, the system became the greatest danger. Cultivation world, immortal world, underworld. Across various worlds, main characters with systems felt unprecedented pressure. Their systems distanced themselves, turning into emotionless task-issuing machines, where failure meant death. While the system seemed to urge them to become stronger for their own good, what if they failed? Would they really be erased? They dared not bet. The system's origin was mysterious, beyond comprehension. They had no choice but to follow the tasks set by their systems, striving to enhance their power. How could they possibly survive otherwise? Polar Abyss World. System activated. Congratulations, host. Claim the beginner's grand gift to obtain 1,000,000 years of cultivation, assisting your swift descent to Holy Ancestor. A strange prompt rang in the mind of a devil, leaving it stunned. What the hell is this? Inside my mind? What are you? Get out of my body. The devil raged. Chapter 370. Strange System. Beep. Due to the host's very impolite remarks, this system is quite angry and shall mildly punish you. Arietning strike beginning now. Ea. After some time. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Half-step Dao Iof, quasi-Dao Iof, almost becoming a Dao Iof. Just one final step remained. The rocket-like speed of his enhancement left everyone speechless. After gaining 10,000 years of cultivation, he became corpulent. I was languishing in the polar abyss, but then the system saved me, turning me into a Dao Iof in just 1 minute. What kind of mysterious and unpredictable method is this? Could it be that Dao Iofs aren't worth much? Michael felt that the 10,000 years of cultivation wasn't fully utilized yet. The reason he hadn't broken through was due to insufficient comprehension. If he comprehended more, he might break through. System, I take back what I said earlier. I really like you. Please stay with me. Sorry, host. This system isn't into such things, thank you. What do you mean? Nothing much. Anyway, to keep you busy, this system has prepared a mission for you. Break through to Dao Iof. As long as you follow this system's method, within 10,000 years, you'll become a new Dao Iof. Haha, there's actually such a good deal. I accept this mission, but I want to ask you something. Can you help me against a powerful enemy? Aspen asked, remembering the fear from being dominated, which was also the root of his depression. Beep, detected an enemy from the host's memory, estimated to be at the Dao respected realm. A mere Dao respected. Don't worry, eyes, she wouldn't believe it. Beep, detected excessive fluctuation in the host partner's cultivation. System activating. Do you wish to stay with the one you love forever? To avoid being separated or intruded upon by others, I can help the host achieve this. Oops, host, what are you daydreaming about? Think about me in your heart, and you'll see me. A charming little sprite here to pamper you. Jean heard strange voices, seemingly implanted into her mind. But she sincerely thought about it, and a cute little sprite appeared before her. Who are you? Jean asked, puzzled. I'm the system. You can name me if you want, or just call me Great Qin. By the way, there's also a beginner's package. Would you like to claim it? It's quite generous and can make you just as powerful as him. Is there such a thing? Jane first reacted with suspicion, given how strange it seemed, though it wasn't impossible, considering how Ganon instantly became a Dao Iof. It was terrifying to think about. Of course, Great Qin never lies. So, shall I claim it? Jean hesitated. Received. Reward of 10,000 years of cultivation distributed. Then, Jean watched in astonishment as her cultivation surged, reaching Dao Iof instantly. This speed made her feel that perhaps Dao respected wasn't much different. That day, in the Dao realm, Abyss, Polar Abyss, because he feared that person. Now, for him to step out of the Qin Yellow universe was unexpected. Could it be that her husband had become so powerful that he could ignore such threats? It was unheard of for anyone to rise from a supreme sage to Dao venerable in just 10,000 years. The more likely scenario was that each realm between supreme sages required 10,000 years to advance, which seemed reasonable. However, there were always exceptions, like people of their kind who could break through at an unprecedented speed, though not to such a terrifying extent. There's no need to hide anymore. If Michael wanted to come, Michael would have done so already. Perhaps in his eyes, I am nothing more than a small insect, utterly insignificant. Isaias shook his head and said, it was like if he were to pay attention to the life of a late-stage martial artist now. He wouldn't care much. The gap would only be even greater. Every minor realm thereafter was worlds apart, with combat power increasing exponentially. Michael was merely a sacred ancestor and posed no threat. Perhaps the other party was just waiting for him to approach. If life remained uneventful, encountering such an interesting event wouldn't lead to immediate annihilation. One could just play along slowly. Unfortunately, he was now the one being controlled. So, what do you plan to do next? Advance up to this realm. They couldn't go any further until Isaias broke through. This was the limitation. Previously, Isaias hadn't brought them into the Qin Yellow universe because of this. He would restrict everyone's development if they surpassed him too quickly. Sadly, he had advanced much further than Eunice and others before reincorporating them back. Isaias didn't return to the Qin Yellow universe with her. There was no need. They could proceed directly in the Alliance Hall's private room. Tell me, where did this system come from, and when did it appear? Isaias asked tensely. Systems were traps. Once ensnared, your fate's throat was essentially in someone else's hands, making it hard to escape, just like himself. Being used as a pawn, manipulated freely, left him helpless. If possible, living as an ordinary prince, indulging in life's pleasures, seemed like a nice choice. Why delve into such chaos? A stable, 100-year life with 3 meals a day sounded lovely. Unfortunately, there was no going back. Standing at his current height, what he saw made him fear. Previously, he controlled others. Now, others controlled him indifferently. When they chose to show up, they would. If they didn't want to see him, he couldn't find them. Mentioning names? Would they know if he did? It felt like placating a child. Mentioning or not made no difference. All his movements were locked down tightly, dependent on filled with anger. Sooner or later, they would clash. Meeting now was better. Running wouldn't help. With the other party's insight, creating universes was no feat. Wasn't he a great Dao cultivator of chaos? Or perhaps the fate Dao venerable was like Isaias, a universe controller? Aspenive, the current environment was created by him. Haha, you're the first among so many pawns to speak so boldly after knowing my identity. Much more interesting than those deep within. I see great potential in you. A vague shadow of the fate Dao venerable emerged behind Eunice, unfathomable and terrifyingly beyond them. Each level between supreme sages usually required tens of thousands of years to ascend. However, there were always exceptions like their kind, who could break through much faster than normal people, though not to this terrifying extent. No need to hide anymore. If Michael wanted to come, Michael would have done so long ago. Perhaps now, I'm just a tiny bug in his eyes, utterly insignificant. Isaias shook his head and said. It was like him paying attention to an afterbirth martial artist's life. He wouldn't care either. The gap between them would only be greater. Each minor realm's difference was vast, with combat power increasing exponentially. Michael was merely an ancestor saint, posing no threat at all. Perhaps they were waiting for him to approach. If light surpassed this level until Isaias broke through further. This was the limit. Previously, Isaias hadn't brought them into the yellow universe because of this constraint. He restrained everyone's development. If others advanced faster than him, it became problematic. Regrettably, he had already gone far ahead of Eunice and others, then reincorporated them back. There was no need to return to the yellow universe. The hidden chamber within the Alliance Hall sufficed. Tell me how you got this system and when. Systems were treacherous. Once ensnared, it was equivalent to having your fate controlled by someone else, nearly impossible to escape. Arik himself, once used as a pawn, he had no means of resistance. Arriving as a common prince, indulging in pleasures, seemed a decent choice. Why dive into such complexities, living peacefully for 100 years with 3 meals a day? Alas, there was no turning back. Standing where he was, he saw things that frightened even him. Previously, he controlled others. Now, someone controlled him, indifferently. When they wanted to appear, they would. If they didn't, they couldn't be found. Mentioning names? Would they know if named? It felt like placating a child. Whether said or unsaid made no difference. All actions were tracked. They controlled the chess piece, which couldn't escape their grasp. Or universe controllers like Isaias. Perhaps he existed within their creation. Ha ha ha. Among countless ants, you're the first to dare speak thus after knowing my identity, more intriguing than those deep within. I'm impressed. The shadow of Dao venerable destiny emerged behind Eunice, unfathomable, an entity far beyond them. Hashtag chapter 372. Origin True Iof. Eunice's face turned pale. She had thought it was a blessing falling from the sky, only to find out it was a trap, and now she too was being targeted. For a moment, she felt helpless. What could a weak woman like her possibly have done to attract such a powerhouse's attention? This is our first official encounter, right? Don't you want to introduce yourself? Isaias said irritably. Michael was in a state where he didn't care about anything anymore. Might as well enjoy himself while he could. Just look at you, reincarnated again, but still so anxious for your master. Anyway, it will all be the same eventually. But it's been a long time since anyone spoke to me. The last time was probably 20,000 years ago, when I intervened because of you. Oh, sorry, forgive me for rambling on. Now let's get to the point. You can call me a spinster, or Tao Respecter of Destiny, but I prefer origin true Iof. By the way, here's a secret. I am the origin of this universe. Your existence is due to me. To think, I haven't used the title Tao Respecter of Destiny for a long time. I removed things, but none lasted to the end. The most successful should be humans. Though weak, their potential for growth has impressed me. I lack a human true Iof attendant. If you can emerge from among many pieces, I don't mind reserving a spot for you. True Iof, attendant? Michaelaring this, Isaias's lips twitched slightly. Could it be any more pretentious? Well, this guy had the strength to back it up. How dare he question it? Those few words formed a knot in Isaias's heart. Only a true Iof could become an attendant. How terrifying must his power be? Having said so much, I should go now. Before I leave, I'll give you some benefits. I know about the system. It wouldn't escape your notice. So, I won't make it unpleasant for you. I'm taking both of your destiny wheels away. In addition, I'll send you some resources. Frankly, your primordial yellow universe is trash. Even if you swallow the Tao realm, you still wouldn't reach my height, nor even reach the chaotic realm. See how generous I am, thinking about you even at this moment. No need to thank me. Come find me in the depths to challenge me later, but once you do, you lose the chance to be an attendant. After speaking, Origin True Iof's ethereal figure began to fade and dissipate into the sky. Both Isaias and Eunice felt something being stripped from them. Calming down, they truly couldn't sense the existence of Victor was the ultimate goal for countless cultivators. There were only 10 in the entire Tao realm, but the system could create them at will, meaning Origin True Iof was strong enough to effortlessly create Tao respecters. Since Michael wants to play, let's play along. Didn't Michael give us resources? Then I'll use his resources to strengthen myself, and then we'll take down millions of Tao respecters to challenge him. Isaias said angrily. When life and death were clear, anger was all that remained. To be toyed with by someone like this, who wouldn't be furious? Could they slap him if given the chance? Do we really have to go? Eunice asked, feeling mentally exhausted. There was no hope of winning. It felt like they would just be sending themselves to die, with no chance of surprise. Michael calls himself Tao Respecter of Destiny, the manipulator of fate. But what Michael doesn't know is, humans can overcome destiny. Michael looks down on us now, but one day, I'll stand before him and beat him down. We are humans, the pinnacle of all creation, Isaias said. At that moment, his fighting spirit rekindled. Since the other side wasn't stopping him from growing stronger, it meant they expected him to eventually challenge them. What was there to fear? Just fight. If he lost, at least it would all be over, no more living in fear. All right, I'll always be by your side, Eunice replied. Now, they could only move forward. Chapter 373, The Path of Tao Respect. Unfettered by the constraints of the Wheel of Fate, he felt an unprecedented ease, as if he had returned to his starting point. Although Tao Zun Destiny enjoyed toying with mortals, they were still trustworthy and left no hidden dangers on Isaias and Eunice. Isaias was now beyond that small chessboard, making it irrelevant whether he had any burdens or not. Furthermore, they enjoyed nurturing their prey only to turn them into puppets for themselves. Now Isaias had obtained the preliminary chance to play against them, so they wouldn't just discard this opportunity. A few days later, messages from all over the Tao realm brought both exhilarating and despairing news. On Leora continent, Michael Drix, Anatoly, Jedediah, and Kavin simultaneously attained the rank of Tao Iof, attracting immediate and unmatched attention. There were no warning signs. It happened suddenly. Michael Drix, the champion of a contest 10,000 years ago, had remained obscure after joining the Leora military, even experiencing slow advancement in cultivation. However, he unexpectedly unleashed terrifying power, reaching the Tao Iof realm instantly. In an instant, he became a guest of honor at the Han family, no longer needing to worry about fleeing Leora continent due to demonic reasons. Michael was now one of the rare Tao Iofs. Anatoly was the son of Tao Iof Leora residents. Michael now held the highest status in the Han family. Why are there so many people obtaining systems? Michael Drix was utterly depressed. Simultaneously, he felt some fear. If just a few individuals had broken through to become Tao Iofs, it wouldn't have been a problem. But after his own breakthrough, he received news that nearby continents also had numerous recipients of this miraculous system. A gift of 10 million years worth of cultivation meant no need for practice, immediately achieving Tao Iof status. What a terrifying concept. If encompassing the entire Tao realm, where did this system come from? Who possessed such profound talents? A mandatory task has been issued. The Path of Tao Respect? Huh? Another task? Michael Drix was puzzled. Checking the task details confused him further. The Path of Tao Respect. All owners of the system who have ascended to Tao Iof will find other system hosts. This world can accommodate only one system. Slay others freely. Killing a host enhances your strength. If you're killed, everything you possess becomes another's. When you become invincible, use the combined powers of all hosts to ascend to Tao Respect. Current Tao Iof host count, 207,561. It urged them to fight each other. Only those who survived would retain ownership. Xylons terrifyingly, the number of hosts kept increasing. It required one to reach Tao Iof status to qualify for this task, but even lower ranks were gaining achieved, Kavin said with a bitter smile. How so? Isn't attaining Tao Iof status a happy event? Shayla asked, unaware of the severity. Kavin was a being from the xuanhuan world, even surpassing Isaias. This indicated that the powerful entity could easily alter someone's fate and origin. Look, Kavin showed the system page, revealing the task. 350,000 hosts. My goodness, so many Tao Iofs? Combined, the Tao realm doesn't even have this many? Wait, why 360,000? It's a conspiracy. We've been pulled into a game. Kevin spoke bitterly. Originally proud of his Dao Iof status, he now wanted to abandon this power. Power not originally his should not be worn lightly, or regret would be inevitable. So what now? Can't we dispel our cultivation and start anew? Shayla asked. I'll try. No, I can't control this power. It's alive. Kevin's expression darkened. Dao Iof power wasn't his, so why did it fall upon him? Was he merely waiting to be reaped? This game wasn't enjoyable. Wanting to quit, there was no exit. Once involved, there was no turning back. Hashtag chapter 374, planning the Loose Cultivators Alliance. Sigh. Akil has also entered the realm, Isaias said helplessly. Michael could no longer find Kevin's destiny in the xuanhuan universe. To forcefully erase someone from a world was something he could hardly even imagine. It was too difficult to remain aloof from this situation, but at this point, he definitely wouldn't and couldn't stop it. After all, it was a Dao sovereign. He was only a sacred ancestor. There was nothing he could do. If he couldn't stop it, he might as well go with the flow. There would always be a way out when you reach a mountain pass. Why bother fretting over these things? It could be said that every newly ascended Dao sovereign without exception had obtained the system, Origin True Sovereign's game. The Dao sovereign realm, which countless people pursued, was casually bestowed by it. 100 million years of cultivation given easily, creating a Dao sovereign smoothly and opening up an 11th supreme sacred domain. Was this preparing to cultivate the 11th Dao exalted? Isaias did not have the system, so he knew little, but he could still guess some things. By comparing it with Eunice's situation, one could tell that such rewards were enough for someone to step into the Dao sovereign realm. Those who broke through naturally obtained the system. What a despairing enemy. No matter how strong he became, he could never match even one finger of their power. How much better it would have been if he had remained ignorant from the start, free from worry. It seemed in terms of structure, the uppermost layer of the Dao world consisted of 10 supreme sacred domains closest to the sky. Below them were 108 high-rank continents, followed by mid-rank continents and low-rank continents, forming 3 zones. Ascending against the current faced great resistance. Without transmission arrays, besides sufficient funds, one needed formidable strength to bridge the gaps between tiers. After they left, Leora continent formed a subtle relationship among its few Dao sovereigns. They guarded against each other since they could sense who had and who hadn't. New and old Dao sovereigns were open with each other. Trying to trick anyone wasn't viable. An honest confrontation was more appropriate. Han family. Giger, now that you're a Dao sovereign, can you take over the Loose Cultivators Alliance? The elderly Han asked. They had no idea what had happened to Michael and Drix, but felt it was time. The alliance brought in untold amounts of sacred crystals annually, yet most were given to low-rank cultivators, a waste. If used within their own family, wouldn't they become stronger? The massive Loose Cultivators Alliance had produced tens of thousands of sacred ancestors, but was far surpassed by the nearly 100,000 Dao sovereigns created lately. The methods used were incomparably inferior. But why wouldn't they be superior, given they were Origin True Sovereign, creator of the entire Dao world, who could do as they pleased? Grandfather, you should go. Using my name is too risky, Michael and Drix replied. Michael felt exhausted. Tomorrow, this life might no longer be his. Around him were 7 people eyeing him hungrily. Each sensed the presence of the others, but no one acted, preferring to observe. The best outcome would be mutual restraint. Otherwise, the fragile balance could shatter instantly, especially concerning the Airy family. The Airy family alone had 5 Dao sovereigns, a terrifying force. The 3 families could only cling together for warmth. A battle's consequences were unimaginable. Xylonra floating islands in the void would be inevitable. Continents themselves were like enormous floating islands, simply too vast to be called islands. Beneath the continents lay bottomless depths, unseen boundaries of the Dao world. Preoccupied with guarding against potential attacks, he had no patience for these matters, finding them thoroughly vexing. Fine, if they don't want it, our Han family will take it, the elderly Han declared, unaware of Michael Drix's distress, eagerly stepping forward. His actions, however, would push the Han family into the spotlight upon Michael Drix's demise. Such a huge prize. Why should the Han family get it all? Without Michael Drix, the Han family would face immense backlash, unable to withdraw unscathed. Of course, all this hinged on Michael Drix's absence. Soon, the Han family marched aggressively toward the Loose Cultivators Alliance. Hunters along the way tightened their nerves. In their hearts, the Loose Cultivators Alliance was the true first power, always just and relied upon. Could the alliance withstand a visit from a Dao sovereign family? Despite their strength, they were only sacred ancestors, negligible compared to Dao sovereigns. If the alliance changes hands, I'll discard this emblem. Sigh. The Dao world changes, and the alliance won't last till then. If the alliance had a Dao sovereign, perhaps this wouldn't happen. The ambitions of the Han family are well known, and even sacred city families covet it. Now that the Han family has a Dao sovereign, there's no escape. Does the alliance end here with us? Only 20,000 years. People sighed, lamenting the fate of the alliance and feeling anger at the unfairness. Without those figures, the controlled alliance would no longer be what they envisioned. Chapter 375, 3 days. At the entrance of the alliance hall, once the last person left, the Han family members entered one after another. The people inside had been waiting for quite some time, as if they had foreseen today's events. Nothing goes smoothly. There will always be someone who envies you and will try to take away everything you have by any means necessary. With the rise of Dao Iof, the alliance lacked its own Dao Iof. With the Dao sovereign about to appear, with the Origin True Xylanarch's resources, they were no worse off than those selected by the Wheel of Destiny and could even be stronger. Why shouldn't they vie for this position? If they couldn't secure a Dao sovereign, how could they aim for higher realms? Back at the alliance hall, Willis greeted the Han family members with a smile and led them into the guest room. Iof Daozhong, I don't need to state my intentions, said oldest bin Han, now sitting arrogantly in the main seat despite his inferior strength compared to Willis. He was merely a 4th stage sacred ancestor while Willis had reached the 5th stage. Dared Willis move? Michael did not dare, knowing that behind oldest bin Han stood a Dao Iof who could destroy the alliance with a mere thought. It was unreasonable but justified since he was Michael Drix's grandfather. His sitting there seemed fitting, even expected. In 3 days, the Independent Cultivator Alliance will be handed over, Willis said with a smile. I think you're overthinking it. I want it now, oldest bin Han replied, giving no room for negotiation. Michael felt every day was too long, unable to tolerate the idea of Han family assets being occupied by others any longer. Ariesen to me out first, then decide. Go on. I need these 3 days to allow the hunters to exchange their accumulated points for resources. These resources belong to them. We've merely held them temporarily. I manage this mess, leaving oldest bin Han puzzled about the benefit of doing so. In 3 days, the name doesn't matter. We will leave directly. Each branch will need your own personnel to take over. Without us, as long as you manage well, the alliance will continue to thrive, Willis explained. The Han family left, their faces grim. Outside, the hunters looked anxiously towards the hall, wondering if the alliance had changed hands. Having suffered and prospered together with the alliance over the years, watching it rise, the 500 original sacred ancestors enjoyed immense glory. Yet due to the arrival of Dao Iof, they faced an imminent end. No elder has summoned us. Does this mean it's really over? Sigh, what a pity. We couldn't withstand it after all. How fleeting the rise and fall can be. Who would have thought? They whispered amongst themselves, fearing being overheard. It was painful to accept this reality. After some time, someone finally came out and posted an announcement at the entrance. Apologies to everyone for parting ways at this moment. We have done our best, but fate did not align with our hopes for a peaceful era. On behalf of the Alliance, I regretfully inform all hunters of this. The road eventually ends. Their points for resources. Everyone felt both impressed and helpless. Such a fine organization, disappearing like this. If it were them, they might have simply walked away. Even without the alliance, all those resources would suffice for a comeback, perhaps even enough to reclaim what was lost should they become Dao Iofs someday. Silently, everyone converted their points into tangible assets, neither complaining nor causing a scene. The halls, typically bustling, had never been this quiet. Only the sounds of staff inquiries and members' requests filled the air. Perhaps everyone understood that after 3 days, the landscape would drastically change. So they treasured these precious 3 days, negotiated between the old and new regimes. No more time could be added. After 3 days, regardless of circumstances, all points would be nullified. Only if the new owners allowed continued use of the points would things be different. Otherwise, they'd remain locked away. Late at night, at the Han family residence. These people truly have courage, said oldest bin Han. Michael hadn't expected them to return what they had already gained. Even if they fled, no one would say a word. Yet, they chose not to, earning even his respect. In my view, pitying those foolish citizens is a sign of stupidity. There's nothing worth saying. That's why they can win genuine loyalty. This is the gap between us and them. Truce, elder, may I ask you something? The person suddenly said. Of course, go ahead, Willis smiled. Why go through all this trouble when you could have left with everything? Instantly, all eyes turned toward them. They too wondered what drove such actions. You've asked a good question. Let me explain. We merely held onto your belongings. When you needed them, it was right to return them. We have no right to keep them for ourselves. Aspany of you have poured lifetimes of effort into this. While we could leave, what about their futures? I, Willis, am not a saint, but neither am I a villain. What doesn't belong to me, I won't take. These are the treasures of all hunters. Now that we part ways, they should return to their rightful owners. Willis spoke and acted accordingly. With a clear conscience, he feared no gossip or accusations. Even if deemed performative, few could match this level of integrity. So were all the owners of the alliance. How bitter. Why couldn't we have such strength? Everyone sighed deeply, realizing how important they were in the eyes of the alliance. They simply stored treasures safely, returning them as needed. These words moved them profoundly. Will you return? If you do, I'll be the first to join. And until now, we haven't seen the leader. Can you tell us something about him? We won't return. The secular world is too bitter. I should follow the leader in #### chapter 377, loneliness. This day marked the end of the Loose Cultivators Alliance. There was sorrow, anger, but mostly helplessness and reluctance. A new master had taken over the Loose Cultivators Alliance, promising numerous benefits, yet everyone remained watchful. After all, a family is a family. Would they really stand up for the hunters if they were bullied? Would they treat them without regard to status as before? Or would the Han family members consider themselves superior? The once bustling Alliance Hall now felt like dusk had fallen too soon. In just one day, not a single person entered through those doors. No one asked questions. Even if they did, there wouldn't be any answers. Willis and others had already exchanged their credits. This place held no lingering attachments for them. It was simply a matter of moving on. Everyone was square with each other. When oldest bin Han returned, he flew into a rage. Michael had seen great potential in the Loose Cultivators Alliance, bringing it under his control, only to inherit an empty shell. With so many alliance halls across the continent, it had quickly become a mess. Michael was furious. Not a single person walked through the door all day, despite his generous offers. When faced with people's questions, he hesitated, unsure how to respond. In the future, when a conflict arises between Han family Avrils and us, which side will you stand on? Will you remain impartial as the previous alliance? When we need resources that conflict with the Han family, will you still give them up? Each question was deadly. Off for a while. Even becoming ordinary saints would be better than being commanded by others. If the Han family handled this, they wouldn't give up control so easily. The consequences were too severe. They needed to bind everyone together, perhaps limiting points or resources for hunters of certain ranks, ensuring they depended on the alliance. But people weren't fools. As soon as things turned sour, they pulled out. Xylon Reaver, with no action yet taken, no one wanted to come forward. Willis's approach was unachievable. The alliance was bound to collapse. It wasn't just here. Other loose cultivator alliances across the continent faced unprecedented crises after changing ownership to families. These alliances were established for those without backing. Once controlled by a family, they lost their original purpose. Why bother joining then? Zhang Elder gone. Han family up top. TSK, really? Brother, you're drunk? Be careful what you say. Himph, with how they are. Our points probably won't even be recognized. Why go there? Might as well ditch this emblem. I want to keep it as a memento. Aspenide, they'll come back someday. Hard to say. It's not easy breaking through to Dao Iof. Even with great opportunities, they struggle to reach that level. A few men sat at a table, drinking wine and cursing non-stop. They had hoped for a better life, feeling oppressed and suspicious of everyone. They feared being killed at any moment. They refrained from action because no Dao Iofs had fallen yet. If they did, peace would shatter. Any fight would be secretive, not open warfare, lest they benefit others. For now, they enjoyed the calm before the storm. One day, the war engulfing the Dao realm would erupt. Chapter 378, Dao Zun, Dao Field, Great Dao. The multitude of Dao Iofs only knew that others had systems as well, but the truth behind these systems remained unclear. They were still waiting to see what changes would come next. The Dao realm was relatively quiet, but the polar world abyss and the deep abyss had already erupted into conflict. These three worlds, the polar world abyss, the deep abyss, and the Dao realm, were the most powerful in this universe. Collectively, they housed hundreds of thousands of Dao Iofs. Simultaneously, all these realms saw a surge in the number of powerful experts, and each gained an additional Dao Zun position. Since the polar world abyss and the deep abyss were predominantly inhabited by demon clans, who valued strength above all else, the sudden appearance of missions merely caused a momentary pause. How could such an opportunity exist? This realization spurred even more intense battles. When the first Dao Iof fell, and the victor's power surged, the other Dao Iofs realized they couldn't afford to sit idly. If they didn't fight now, they might not survive. Once these individuals became stronger, where would there be room for them on this land? Both worlds plunged into chaos. Dao Iofs engaged in combat, and their followers, unwilling to lag behind, joined in, targeting other races as well. By the end, entire worlds could crumble into fragments. Yet, none of them ever considered these consequences. Only the strong could rule over this world. Whether it was chaotic or not held no significance. As one of the many Dao Iofs, Xylon also joined the fray, gathering capable hands to serve him and establishing a formidable force. Although the emergence of the system made him uneasy, as long as it provided a means to resist the terrifying being, everything was worthwhile. With the Dao Zun position within reach, he felt compelled to vie for it. How could he know his capabilities without trying? Thus, he hunted Dao Iofs and succeeded, enhancing his strength measurably, a real and tangible increase. This thrilled him, making him believe he had found a shortcut to success. Every day, he fought bloody battles, inciting conflicts wherever he went. The polar world abyss and the deep abyss both descended into chaos, with Dao Iofs engaging in tit-for-tat battles, especially in border regions between the two worlds. In contrast, the Dao realm remained peaceful. Its inhabitants considered themselves the leaders of righteousness, waiting for others to act first so they would have a pretext to intervene. After all, it wasn't them who initiated the violence. Did the aftermath really matter? Either one died, or they became a Dao Zun, at the very least retaining their status as Dao Iofs. Who would dare criticize them openly? Xylon than half a year passed. Isaias and Eunice finally arrived at the supreme holy domain. The Dao field of cause and effect Dao Zun. This place is much stronger than the Leora continent, Isaias remarked. Before their eyes lay a small city filled with saints, all possessing considerable cultivation levels. A single breath here was saturated with potent spiritual energy, and a slight effort could condense it into holy crystals. The people here weren't short of cultivation resources, yet for some reason, they couldn't break through. Despite having several grand saints and supreme saints in the city, there should be far more given the circumstances. Their first stop was the cause and effect continent, entirely encompassed by cause and effect Dao Zun's Dao field. The 10 pieces of the supreme holy domain corresponded to 10 Dao Zuns. The continents below could observe the images of these 10 lands, known as the sun, moon, and stars. During the day, the sun they saw was actually the brightness Dao Zun's brightness continent. At night, the moon was Wanshu Dao Zun's Wanshu continent. The other 8 were the stars, the brightest in the Dao realm, representing cause and effect, a reef, soul, death. Only 3 had achieved this level, which was highly unusual. Could there be other Dao Zuns elsewhere? Let's go. These matters aren't ours to ponder. Others likely want to know even more, Isaias said. Perhaps the Dao Zuns were also striving to elevate a second Dao field to Dao Zun status, thereby renaming the continents and proclaiming their immense power to the Dao realm's inhabitants. They came here to explore and witness various landscapes, nothing more. Resources? They had plenty, waiting for those to advance before breaking through. The path ahead was smooth, thanks to Origin True Iof providing too much. Even knowing potential plots awaited, he had no choice but to forge ahead. Sooner or later, he would meet Origin True Iof. If not, he might perish en route, turning his worries into naught. At every location, they paused to experience the cultivation methods of the supreme holy domain practitioners. Gradually, they began to understand why this domain was incredibly powerful while cultivators' levels remained moderate. Each continent allowed its residents to cultivate only the corresponding great Dao and those currently cultivated by the Dao Zun. Their strength derived from their faith in the Dao Zun. The deeper the faith, the greater the feedback. Spiritual energy, the least useful element, offered little help, making it difficult to cultivate other Dao fields. Hence curiosity turned into complete disillusionment. The old alliance felt familiar. under new leadership, everything felt off. People were forced to serve the Han family exclusively, forsaking their own pursuits. Ultimately, the alliance dissolved. Its former site remained, but it stood deserted. The once majestic structure had crumbled. Suddenly, one day, Jedediah was attacked without warning by Anatoly, along with several Airy family accomplices. On that day, the sky over Leora continent darkened as the heavens mourned. The fall of a Dao Iof equated to losing a sub-sage in the lower realms, perhaps even more sorrowful. Rain fell. Michael and Drix sought out Kavin. They were now the only two remaining wandering cultivators. If they didn't band together, they too would face the same fate as Jedediah. Being bestowed Dao Iof power only to be used as an accessory was unacceptable. They realized that even a Dao Iof's life could be fragile. I'll cut to the chase. Let's cooperate, Michael and Drix bluntly said. Unless they left. But where else could they go? Venturing elsewhere might lead to quicker death. Venturing to another continent at such a critical moment would likely provoke attacks from other continents, aiming to eliminate potential threats early. Better to stay vigilant here than meet an unjust death. Leora continent was no longer safe, given the Airy family's overwhelming influence. Killing them all was entirely Swearing before the Origin was the most formidable vow in the Dao world, unbreakable even by Dao venerables. The Origin held true power and punished traitors. No one dared defy it. All right, I'll ally with you, Kavin agreed, mirroring the oath to gain mutual trust. With this pact, both hearts finally eased. Having an ally was better than facing betrayal alone. This arrangement only applied temporarily. Future developments remained uncertain. ##### Airy family compound. You honor. How much can you advance? Leora asked. If I kill Kavin and Michael and Drix, I can reach the second tribulation stage, Anatoly replied. The prospect of rapid advancement was enticing. A Dao Iof's realm was divided into 18 tribulations. In Leora continent, the highest rank was the second tribulation Dao Iof, Leora himself. Others remained at the first tribulation stage. Advancement grew harder with each tribulation. Exceptional figures from lower-tier continents might reach the third tribulation. Mid-tier continents topped at the sixth, while high-tier ones stopped at the ninth. Higher ranks belonged solely to the supreme sacred domain. Not that they couldn't break these limits, it was simply due to a lack of resources. Superior materials had long been seized, controlled by higher powers, likely the Dao venerables. Fortunately, a new path to become with their mass emergence leading to significant chaos in the Dao realm. The cultivators below no longer enjoyed any peace, longing for the old days when having someone in charge ensured there would be no disputes. With an increase in powerful individuals, various conflicts arose. Now, becoming a Dao Iof didn't seem like such a remarkable feat anymore. After all, just a while ago, for had emerged, what difference would one more make? Some even speculated that a Dao Iof might die soon. On the outskirts of Leora's continent. Michael, this is what a Dao Iof looks like, remarked a young-looking man who had just broken through to become a Dao Iof. Upon breaking through, the system quest followed immediately. The path to Dao Sovereign, a journey no Dao Iof could avoid. One could choose not to compete, but others would still vie for supremacy. As long as the competition started, lives would be lost. They could easily sense the location of other Dao Iofs on the same continent. There was no place to hide. Only battle awaited. A battle that determined life or death. Michael regretted his breakthrough now. Compared to others, he was woefully behind, with virtually no chance of victory. The Airy family estate. Leora and the others were elated. This is the one. Go capture him. While it was feasible to forcibly kill him, doing so would bring calamity upon the Airy of them. Even dealing with one would be tough for him. Breaking through mysteriously, only to become a stepping stone for others. Michael felt aggrieved, but was already too deep in the mire to extricate himself. Knowing this, you still don't show respect, said Anatoly. There has to be a fight, right? Let's do it. The young Dao Iof struck out immediately, charging towards the nearest target, Anatoly. Since he was going to die anyway, why not take someone with him? These people hadn't planned to let him live anyway, so he made one last stand to show he wasn't an easy target. But it was merely his wishful thinking. The Airy family had no qualms about ethics. All five attacked together, overpowering him and allowing Anatoly to deliver the killing blow. Stop! Michael and Drix and Kavin arrived just in time to intervene, but it was too late. The Airy family restrained Kavin and Michael and Drix while Anatoly killed the young Dao Iof. Kavin, why are you not staying in the military camp? What are you doing here? Do you intend to rebel? Leora's intense gaze and formidable aura forced Kavin and the others to lower their arrogance. Hemph, you incite killings and aren't afraid of facing collective retaliation? Michael and Drix retorted indignantly. The powerful wielded authority as they pleased, using strength to subdue all dissent. The weak raged helplessly, relying on morality to bind his control. A Dao Iof emerges, a Dao Iof falls. It happened so swiftly, shocking everyone. Xylements ago, the sky was radiant. Moments later, it was tragic. If this continued, who would dare break through to Dao Iof? What was wrong with these Dao Iofs? Why did they insist on fighting to the death? Fortunately, they didn't know just how lucky they were. In the realm of Dao Iofs, competition was inevitable. If not fought, one could lose their life. Already, 2 Dao Iofs had died on this land, raising suspicions. Perhaps changes were happening unseen. After some time, another Dao Iof breakthrough occurred. What's going on? Die and be replaced? How can Dao Iofs keep appearing in waves? Chapter 381. Prelude to a Dao Sovereign. This time, Kavin and Michael and Drix arrived early, as did the Airy family. One side wanted to kill, while the other aimed to protect. The new Dao Sovereign naturally knew which side they should stand on. 3 against 5. It looked like there was no chance of winning. In reality, there was none. Yet Kavin's confident demeanor still made people wary. Kavin, you've interfered with me too many times. Do you think I dare not make a move against you? Leora raged. Once this was done, 2 second tribulation Dao Sovereigns would make it easy for them to capture Kavin and Michael and Drix. Even that wasn't entirely foolproof. Kavin's power. Honestly, few Dao Sovereigns were as weary as he was. plotting against one, plotting against another. One misstep and it could mean death. His reliance on the Han family would ultimately lead to their downfall as well. The Han family had become more discreet since the loss of two Dao sovereigns. They quietly gathered their forces and left Liora's holy city. That place belonged to the Airy family, staying meant certain death. A fragile balance seemed to have been reached. No Dao sovereigns were dying, nor were any new ones being born. This made the Airy family anxious, nearly breaking through to the second tribulation but then halting, causing them great distress. However, Kevin and his companions spent all their time together, even sleeping side by side. It was clear how much pressure the Airy family had exerted on them. A single person couldn't withstand it. As for Shayla, he returned to the xuanhuan realm. Airy entering here would only make things harder for Kevin. If he were captured and used as leverage, Kevin would be forced to comply. In the xuanhuan realm, everyone was diligently cultivating. Time acceleration never ceased. Other nearby realms were also seeing the emergence of holy realm powers. Not all holy beings were crowding into the xuanhuan realm. Isaias now demanded higher standards. Michael gradually phased out lower realm cultivators and increased the pressure, ensuring that only those at least at the Great Nash level could survive there. Those below that level either moved to other realms or were crushed peak holy ancestors. From this division, it was evident that Isaias had grand ambitions. When the upper three Michaelavans teamed with strong cultivators, the xuanhuan realm would reach unprecedented heights, with Dao sovereigns everywhere. As for Dao respected ones, even he was unsure. Origin Jiuyou needed external means to consolidate a Dao respected one, making it quite challenging. Perhaps he simply wanted to incite war among the masses. Regardless, the power of Dao respected ones remained terrifyingly incomprehensible. Early followers like Chi Soul clan members and Devlin appeared in the upper three Michaelavans. They had long stopped cultivating, as they wouldn't break through anyway. They waited for more peak holy ancestors to gather, uncovering more secrets. Though thousands of peak holy ancestors existed, they were like grains of sand in the vastness of the upper three Michaelavans. Each claimed territories the size of a Dao continent, spread far apart. Occasionally, someone from the middle three Michaelavans would break through and ascend. They even gambled on how long it would take the next person to appear, passing the time. With Origin Jiuyou's generosity, Isaias developed steadily. Given enough time, he would create they would still be lingering in, with no chance to reach such heights. As for those who hadn't reached this realm, they were beyond words. Unable to even climb to the peak, how could they talk about these matters? The waiting process was not long, just a few days, and Isaias had completed his breakthrough. His transformation added a touch of mystery. From today onward, only those who break through to the Dao Iof realm will be able to step into the upper three Michaelavans. I shall reside above the ninth Michaelavan, Isaias said. This meant that from today, everyone would be able to enter the Dao Iof realm. The crowd had been waiting for this day for a long time. They had not forgotten how they left the Dao realm in disgrace, handing over everything, all because someone else had a Dao Iof backing them up. After returning, however, they were not clear about the current situation outside, nor how far things had progressed. During this period, they never left the xuanhuan world. Only here could they find peace of mind. After reaching the peak, if there was nothing to do, they could travel and sightsee, occasionally guiding others, or just wandering into other worlds when they were bored. If they wished, there would always be places for them to explore. They fully devoted themselves to cultivation. Previously, breaking through had been impossible, but now that they had an opportunity, they no longer needed to wait. Xylon Reaver. Isaias had promised to help everyone achieve the Sage Ancestor realm. Beyond that, they would have to strive on their own. You can become a Sage Ancestor, but it doesn't guarantee entry into the Dao realm. Perhaps later. You're too slow. A voice struck deep into his soul. Origin Jiuyou was criticizing him, having provided so many resources, yet he took so long to break through. Isaias's lips twitched. As a world cultivator, his speed mattered little compared to Origin Jiuyou, but arguing with such a formidable being wasn't worth it. Michael didn't bother to argue back. It was hard to understand why Origin Jiuyou was so bored as to create numerous adversaries just for amusement, or perhaps some hidden agenda. Unable to delve deeper, Isaias chose to ignore Origin Jiuyou, unsure if it was mere boasting. Comparing his cultivation speed to others was like immediate ascension. Of course, Origin Jiuyou's ability to gain 10 million years of cultivation with a single move was extravagant, something he could barely imagine. Across the entire Ariadan continent, there were only a handful of Dao Iofs, easy to locate. There seemed to be 9 Dao Iof auras divided into 2 sides, brimming with hostility. Hiding nearby, undetectable without the system revealing him, Isaias listened as Arietian bellowed angrily, "Kevin, you dare obstruct me! Today we must decide life and death." It had been over 1,000 years since Lachlan's breakthrough, and finally came the opportunity for the Airy family to produce a second catastrophe. Dao Iof, with a grim face, sensing a threat from Isaias. The person before him was clearly formidable. Xylons disturbingly, Isaias was a genuine Dao Iof, not a host. A strange occurrence as no Dao Iof should be able to escape. Noticing Isaias's oddity, others grew suspicious but dared not speak due to the delicate situation, fearing becoming targets. Akil, am I not too late? Isaias, ignoring Arietian, turned to Kevin. Just in time. Can you handle them? Kevin said, emboldened by newfound confidence. Chapter 383. Rumor has it you seized my independent cultivator alliance. The expressions of the Airy family members were unpredictable. Behind Kevin, there truly were other Dao Iofs, and they apparently didn't need to participate in the competition for the Dao Sovereign path like they did. They couldn't gauge Isaias's strength. It seemed profound. For a moment, they dared not speak, only gawking in silence, wondering if there were more people who hadn't yet appeared. They couldn't help but feel secretly relieved that they hadn't made a move last time, or else things might have been very different today. Sir, why don't we call a truce? Leora said. Now he truly dared not provoke such an unknown depth opponent. He simply lacked the courage to do so. This depends on my father's decision. Isaias waved his hand and sent a mental message to Kevin. Akil, Please don't mess up. He's a third tribulation Dao Iof. We can't win. Everyone talks about the father's legacy, but what was Cavan doing? Relying on his son's status? Acting superior over there? So annoying. But he dared not make a move. After walking far enough. Hollis, weren't you just promoted to third tribulation? Why are you afraid of him? Is he stronger than you? Another Dao Iof said irritably. Michael wanted to slap Cavan back to reality after seeing his arrogance earlier. But Leora didn't respond, so he dared not act independently. They relied entirely on Leora now. If he said fight, then they fought. If he said no, either because of even strength or lack of it. That's right, a kill. Such a good opportunity. If we had killed them all, not only would I reach second tribulation, Uncle Air and the others could also reach it, Anatoly said, feeling like a chance had been missed. Such a great opportunity might never come again. If they didn't succeed today, future chances would be slim. It's unclear whether we can win or not. That person is too mysterious. I can't read him. If he stays here, our Airy family would find it hard to eliminate others, and as more Dao Iofs emerge, our lives might be in danger. Prepare to enter the void first and enhance your strength before anything else, Leora explained. Even if it was using someone else's might, he was powerless. Unless they found out Isaias's true capabilities, any aggressive action would be useless. Isaias exerted immense pressure on them, as if they were on different levels. This was unexpected, truly unexpected, Cavan admitted awkwardly. Michael hadn't known Isaias would break through to Dao Iof so quickly, much less arrive here at this crucial moment. It was natural for others to speculate. Even he had doubts. Xylements ago, he said they'd run if attacked. Now Isaias had come, slapping him metaphorically across the face, but he liked it. Michael Drix, Isaias suddenly asked. Do we know each other? Michael Drix responded. A bit puzzled, he found Isaias somewhat familiar, as if they had met somewhere but forgotten. How quickly you forget. I must thank you for bringing Xylan to me, Isaias continued. It's you. Michael Drix breathed heavily. Michael finally recalled. It was Isaias who took Xylan away, leaving him in an embarrassing position. Also, I heard you seized my Independent Cultivator Alliance. Is that true? Isaias added. You're the leader of the Independent Cultivator Alliance. Michael Drix stared blankly. Besides driving away the Airy family today, why were things so unsatisfactory? Our Han family is willing to return the Independent Cultivator Alliance to you, along with 10 billion holy crystals, a top grade or vein, and a Dao soldier as an apology. How does that sound? Michael Drix said. Michael truly chose to walk away, Cavan would go his own path. Even if it were them, they might do the same. Given a better choice, who would live in constant fear? Everything seemed to calm down. The Airy family disappeared from sight, not staying on Leora continent. But they didn't dare to harm the rest of the Airy family members. Leora and others had left to enhance their strength. They hoped Leora would die outside, for otherwise, once they returned with enhanced power, they wouldn't stand a chance against them. Thus, the Airy family was spared, but they couldn't let them live too comfortably. Exiled and ostracized by others, they led miserable lives, barely able to leave home without reporting or being under constant surveillance. Upon returning, Michael Drix ordered the Han family to withdraw from the alliance of freelancers. Even if it fell into ruin, it should not be occupied. For who knew what Isaias intended? Michael might use this as an excuse to exterminate them later. Let other clans manage it. It wouldn't be called the alliance of freelancers anymore. Without that cohesion, no one else would come either. Perhaps Alex did not even need to be told to bring everyone back. It was a thankless job. With Michael Drix's command, everything went smoothly, even without asking the reason. Later on, they might regret their impulsive decision. Over time, several Dao Iofs emerged. Everyone faced the first tribulation. After stabilizing, each wanted to be the leader. Ultimately, they unanimously decided that any new Dao Iof must be killed. 7 Dao Iof, they split into 2 factions. Akil, let's start here. They will help you, Isaias said. Michael brought Cavan here to aid his breakthrough. Facing the inevitable, why not confront it head-on? Increasing power resolved everything. During this period, dozens of new Dao Iofs emerged in xuanhuan world. The process wasn't as quick as imagined, even in xuanhuan world, requiring immense time to reach this level. To ensure Cavan could ascend undisturbed, he brought everyone along. Then I will vie for the Dao sovereign title, Cavan said. Once, he protected the 9 provinces. Now, it was for all he cared about, a sanctuary. Only becoming the supreme Dao sovereign could restore order and end chaos. Their invasion immediately put the local Dao Iofs on high alert. There are Dao Iofs coming, so many Dao Iofs. Quickly gather with Michael Su Dao Iof. We need the combined power of 8 to resist. Terror spread. Too many enemies required unity to fight back. Michael Su Dao Iof approached without prompting. Let's cooperate. The enemy is too strong. Agreed, let's cooperate. At that moment, they set aside grudges to focus on survival. Yet upon meeting, their legs trembled uncontrollably. Dozens of first tribulation Dao Iofs. This was a joke. If second or third tribulation Dao Iofs arrived, they'd be obliterated. How could they dare? Kill. No explanation needed. They acted instinctively. Once trapped, they had no choice but to see it through. Unfortunately, they were all captured. One engagement was enough. Sheer numbers won the battle despite equal realms. They were overpowered, unable to fight back. Don't expect one-on-one battles now. Be realistic. No one would humor such absurdity. Cavan personally killed 3, boosting himself to the second tribulation. Killing the 4th added only 1/9 of the power needed. Thus, he needed 9 kills to reach the 3rd tribulation. Kill them all then. Enhancing oneself mattered most. Avoid causing disasters on Myeongsu continent. That day, the heavens mourned continuously. The inhabitants of Myeongsu continent felt unprecedented fear. 8 Dao Iofs dead. They wondered what catastrophe caused this. These weren't ordinary immortal realm cultivators, but Dao Iofs who had spent eons to reach this point. Within moments, they all perished, plunging the world into darkness, uncertain when light would return. Chapter 385. Ascending through slaughter. Once slaughter begins, it's impossible to stop. This straightforward cultivation method, after experiencing its power, becomes deeply alluring and hard to abandon. Station stirred a bit of concern within him. Following the path laid out by others, could he still find his true self? Michael wasn't worried for himself but feared that these people might become engrossed and unable to extricate themselves, cutting off their future prospects. Choosing to chase after Dao respect could lead to an obsession with killing to level up, making future breakthroughs difficult. There was a possibility of this happening, but he didn't know how to prevent it. By helping Kevin, he would only be pushing them deeper down this road, eventually losing control. The outcome would be the ruin of these people, while he could gain strength from their advancements. His power was closely tied to the beings of the xuanhuan universe. Once they reached certain realms, Isaias would significantly improve, benefiting immensely. Or perhaps there are restrictions beyond Dao respects. Using this method to cut off their chances of advancing? Isaias suddenly wondered. Just like in the xuanhuan universe, where the number of top-tier experts posed a risk to the cosmic fundamentals, since their pursuit of the Dao couldn't be stopped, other means were used to destroy their future paths. What's the point of overthinking? I'm not even a Dao respect yet. Higher realms will have restrictions, and the universe won't allow this path. Even if it cuts off their future, we must proceed. Isaias concluded. There were only so many positions available, and sacrifices would inevitably be necessary. The responsibility, with Isaias and the others playing supporting roles. Recently, Isaias broke through to second tribulation, but Kevin was already at fifth tribulation, making their support seem redundant. Akil, we should return. Let me advance a bit more, Isaias suggested. Otherwise, Kevin would face everything alone, which was too risky. They needed to let others strengthen as well. Otherwise, no one would remain to help them break through. Killing a fifth tribulation Dao Iof alone was incredibly difficult. The Xianhuang world resident's advancement wasn't slow, rapidly improving, though slower than the Holy Realm, much faster than Dao Iofs in the Dao realm. Now, there were over 500 Dao Iofs with 30 plus at second tribulation. This wasn't enough. He wanted more, requiring time. We've been away long enough. Find the Airy family members first. With this, the Dao oath can no longer bind us, Kevin remarked. Michael vowed to confront the Airy family together. With his current strength, he could crush them easily. They'd be scrambling to escape, just as he once did. Always fearing your enemy isn't a good habit. Kill when necessary. Otherwise, they might return to cause regret. Thus, they embarked on their return journey to Leora continent to settle old scores, ensuring no one could stop him afterward. Leora continent. Border. They're back. I wonder how our Airy family fares. We now have 4 second tribulation Dao Io, the only ones with Dao realm power. No one dared challenge them. Once they transcended, they understood why so many Dao Iofs had vanished. It wasn't that they wanted to die. It was the system pushing them. At this moment, Michael Drix and his group were agonized. They could sense that Leora and company were not moving very fast, seemingly giving them time to prepare. They were utterly helpless and could only tidy up the holy city of Leora, waiting for its true owner to reclaim it. Still the same old place, Michael Drix, we've known each other for so long. Why stand so far? Afraid I might eat you? Leora said as he walked forward alone, entering the courtyard of the Airy family estate. The Airy family was now more glorious than ever. Those who had lived in subjugation could finally stand tall and no longer endure the constraints imposed by the Dao Iofs. Before Leora's return, they dared to curse Michael Drix directly to his face. Prior to today, Michael Drix and his fellow Dao Iofs had given the Airy family a hard time. Their sudden kindness was merely because Leora had returned, and they knew they couldn't defeat him, so they tried to curry favor. This gave the Airy family a chance to feel vindicated, scolding the Dao Iofs harshly under the title of Supreme Sage Ancestor, with the Dao Iofs too fearful to respond. A rare moment of satisfaction. 2. Woof woof. Someone started barking. They wanted to live. Seeing this, Leora smiled, achieving the effect he wanted. Michael wanted everyone to know who ruled this land, deterring others from coveting the Airy family. Only Michael Drix didn't bark. After enduring so much humiliation and living in weakness, finally standing tall again, he could not degrade himself by barking like a dog. Michael Drix, what are you hesitating about? What's wrong with becoming a dog for my Airy family? Impossible. Kill me then. Michael Drix said. What a pity. You honor. Kill him. A knife is better than nothing. Leora said. Then I'll take the burden. Michael stepped toward Michael Drix, while Lachlan and the others turned away, unwilling to witness this. Bereaving was the same as dying. They couldn't even speak up for themselves. What a commotion. Suddenly, Kevin's voice rang in their ears. So engrossed in their despair, they hadn't noticed Kevin's return. His presence shocked them. There were numerous Dao Iofs, several of whom had reached the second tribulation realm. At the forefront, Kevin's strength was beyond Leora's comprehension. Kevin, you dare to return here. I'm now a fourth tribulation Dao Iof. I no longer fear you. Leora growled menacingly, tired of Kevin's constant provocations. Whether you fear me or not doesn't matter to me. I came here for one reason, hiding any sign of weakness. We understand. The group quickly responded. Without another word, Kevin left. Michael had come specifically to deal with the Airy family. With the crisis resolved, the vow between them was nullified. Future appeals for help using the vow would no longer bind him. ####Chapter 387, directly targeting the 18th tribulation. With Kevin's appearance on Leora continent, the Dao Iofs became much more obedient and stopped causing trouble. Even when new Dao Iofs emerged, they had to first gauge Kevin's reaction. They were afraid that if their power increased, they might catch Kevin's attention, leading to dire consequences. They wouldn't even know how they died. With Kevin's strength, this continent could have been renamed. Whether it was called Kirk Continent or Guy Family Continent, no one would dare object as long as he was happy. However, there was no need for such measures. This place would never be his territory. After a while, he planned to break through to an even higher realm. Was reaching the 5th tribulation very strong? Before the changes occurred, many Dao Iofs had already attained this level. Now, what progress had they made? This was something Kevin urgently needed to understand. One mistake, and it could cost him his life. Michael was waiting for Cavan to make his move. Although the Dao Iof's advancement wasn't fast, it wouldn't take too long. Once Isaias brought people over, with Burke's full support, they couldn't advance. Watching others break through one after another, even some newcomers advancing first, left them extremely anxious. But anxiety wouldn't help, it would only disrupt their focus. Gathering nearly 8,000 Dao Iofs together was quite the scene. Due to their continuous breakthroughs, Isaias also rapidly improved, reaching the 7th tribulation. Several others also achieved the same height. Their power had never been stronger. An hour later, in Leora continent, Cavan's sleeping quarters. Sir, the ruler has sent us to assist you in breaking through. Before Cavan stood 10 formidable Dao Iofs. This was the surprise Isaias had sent him. Each possessed the strength of a 7th tribulation Dao Iof. In mid to low-tier continents, they were practically invincible. Of course, that was assuming others hadn't advanced further, otherwise, they might end up as sacrifices. Great, let's go now. I can't wait anymore, Cavan said, elated. This past century had been unbearably dull. Michael was the unmatched existence here. Occasionally, Dao Iofs from other continents would try to show off, but they were always dealt with by Michael Drix and the others. Michael rarely needed to act personally. Days spent sleeping idly were frustrating. The arrival of these people was undoubtedly a booster, so why wait? It was time to fight, advancing step by step, reaching the peak of Dao Iof status. Otherwise, death brought closure. Dao Iofs, too, could be like fleeting flowers, quickly fading away without a trace. Speaking of Cavan's group, they progressed like a whirlwind, directly aiming for the 18th tribulation. After breaking through several regions, he reached the 7th tribulation. The subsequent challenges grew harder, pushing through to the 9th tribulation before finally stopping to hide for a while. They didn't return to any continent but wandered in the void, which offered relative safety compared to being detected by local Dao Iofs on a landmass. After 100 years, Isaias sent new reinforcements, this time, 10th tribulation Dao Iofs. The previous group returned to cultivate. Through this rotation, Cavan was pushed to the 17th tribulation, standing almost at the pinnacle of power. Only a few reached such heights, mostly residing in the Supreme Holy Domain, a place that made one feel uneasy. Aspany chose not to ascend to the Supreme Holy Domain due to this. There, one's privacy seemed non-existent, a feeling originating from the Dao venerated. The 17th tribulation Dao Iof died under Cavan's hand. Michael seemed numb, showing no care for the corpse. Just one more, Cavan said. Akil, if we could start over, would you do it again? Isaias asked. Naturally, he referred to killing Dao Iofs to level up. People had changed, becoming like marionettes, only moving along the paths given to them. Relation? Unclear, but exciting. Thinking led to action. They immediately began searching for the third 17th tribulation cultivator. They weren't foolish. They knew such a large group wouldn't be manageable alone, so they must have fled. Where they went remained unclear. Fortunately, the Dao Jun conflicts did not bring forth any Dao Zuns, allowing them to carry out their murderous acts boldly in the Supreme Holy Domain. Otherwise, would it be so smooth to break through? The continent below was far from enough to nurture 18th tribulation cultivators. Could they really be nurtured one by one? There's a significant possibility that Dao Zuns were also restrained. They could not interfere but could only watch as spectators. After several years, they cornered a 17th tribulation cultivator in a wasteland. Michael was in a miserable state, completely exhausted. Why were there so many of his level chasing him? Xylonst crucially, he couldn't sense the aura of their hosts. In other words, these people didn't need killing. They could live peacefully, free from trouble, even if they stayed out of disputes. But soon he saw Cavan. This person, a system user like him, possessed even greater strength, having absorbed the power of multiple peers. Without resistance, Cavan killed him. Michael watched helplessly as he died. To be honest, Dao Juns had it rough, either chasing or being chased. Given Origin True Iof's nature, they wouldn't stop easily. Even at the peak of Dao Jun, continuing progress seemed impossible, but stopping might be unrealistic. Exactly. Take a look, Cavan said, presenting the notifications and task panel. Now, Jedediah understood what lay beyond Dao Zun, Chaotic Realm and True Iof Realm. Origin True Iof is one of them, extremely powerful. Whether the enslavement of True Iofs is true remains to be seen. If all their cultivation efforts end up serving someone else, what's the point? Might as well throw everything away. Xylon Reaver, the supreme chessboard likely existed for ages. All Dao Zun and Chaotic Realm levels are filled except for the last bit. Perhaps these stages are for selecting Dao Zuns, then Chaotic Realm, and finally True Iof. Coincidentally, this Dao Zun selection met with True Iof selection. That's why such a high-level conflict erupted. Everything indicates they're deeply entrenched and can't escape. Indeed bad news, but nothing urgent for now. Akil, we can go wherever you want. Once it starts, there won't be opportunities, Jedediah said. The news utterly dire. Unaware would have been better. Knowing only made them want to question Origin True Iof. Can't fathom what he's thinking. Maybe his brain is full of nonsense? I wish to travel with your mother. Hopefully, after the Supreme Chessboard, we'll return to Halthur's powerful individuals. In the center stood 3 Chaos Realm cultivators, whom no one dared approach. Further out were 50 Dao Zuns, followed by the rest of the Daijins. However, those few remained aloof and distant, eyes closed as if everything was old news to them. Each of these powerful beings had existed for an unfathomably long time, so long that their origins were lost to history, especially the Chaos Realm cultivators. Who knew how many tribulations they had endured before reaching their current state? If achieving Dao Zun once counted as one tribulation, and 20 Dao Zun tribulations led to one Chaos Realm cultivator, and then 3 Chaos Realms produced a True Iof, the time span involved would be unimaginably vast. Thus, their current demeanor seemed quite normal, having seen it all so many times before that they were immune to shock. Even among the Daijins, some had participated in the second Dao Zun contest. Having failed last time, would they succeed this time? Or how many Daijins would have to die to produce a single Dao Zun? Level upon level, countless strong figures had risen and fallen throughout the ages. Facing such absolute power, they were too insignificant, seeking just a sliver of survival in the vast sea, even if it was given to them by others. Having just arrived, Kevin found a place to settle down, listening to the conversations. The difference was simply too vast. Michael, these people who should never meet were now gathered due to someone's twisted amusement behind the system. Forced to play this game, they wondered when they could finally escape this torment. Chaos Realm cultivators were all here, leaving no other path available. Conversing or sharing information was useless. No one knew what lay behind the supreme chessboard. Time would reveal it. Everyone waited silently, none knowing more than the other. Aspinny, like Gai Shangbei, chose a spot to meditate quietly, perhaps hiding their nervousness at seeing so many powerful figures. A few centuries passed. During this time, many came and went, desiring to laugh triumphantly, only to realize they were merely jesters. 18 tribulation cultivators outnumbered 17 tribulation ones. Who could believe it? Let me see how strong the other world's powers are. This was from a powerhouse of the polar boundary. After scanning the area, he quickly subdued his aura, feeling extremely awkward. Among so many powerful figures, his strength was nothing. Even his triumphant laughter barely drew attention, eliciting remarks like, another fool coming to die. I wonder how Brendan is doing. Now, do I have the qualifications to face that person? This individual was a demon, enduring countless hardships to break through the polar boundary. However, upon joy of breakthrough hadn't even settled when a cold voice appeared in his mind. It was Origin True Iof. After all our acquaintance, not even a bit of favor. Do I also have to participate in this competition? Looks like the Supreme Chessboard has something interesting, Burke said. Go then. Meeting the minimum requirement, why not strive for Dao Zun without needing to wait indefinitely? Hashtag chapter 390, contestants in position. Above the void, Isaias arrived and gazed upon the boundless expanse, teeming with powerful beings. A sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had witnessed this scene before. This scene feels oddly familiar, Isaias sighed. It must have been part of the memories erased from his previous self. Reaching the Dao Zun realm would inevitably involve experiencing a brutal conflict to attain that level. No Dao Iof could break through to that realm in an era of peace. The upheaval and bloodshed were inevitable, rising from disaster. His arrival did not attract much attention. After all, he was merely an 8th tribulation cultivator, not exactly a significant figure. Yet, some did notice him, especially those at the center. It's him. I didn't expect him to actually reincarnate and cultivate again. Wonder what secret he uncovered back then, to forsake even the cultivation of Dao Zun. I heard he was wiped out by a true Iof, but who knows if it's true. Michael even caused your netherworld realm to be destroyed. The netherworld is trivial. Do you know who his master is? Definitely a true Iof. Not sure which one specifically. Admit it, this kid has incredible luck. How long has it been since he cultivated back to the 8th tribulation? Their conversations were private, meant only for their ears. What was the point in telling others? Isaias posed no threat now. Even if he participated in the Supreme Chessboard competition, it would be to compete for the Dao Zun realm, while they aimed for the Chaos realm and True Iof realm. Deaths of other participants were none of their concern. Their attention flickered away quickly, focusing on preparing themselves for the imminent event. They closed their eyes to rest, waiting for the descent. The rest was unimportant to them. Isaias searched around and found Kevin in a corner. Of course, he also noticed Alf and the others, who likewise acknowledged him with nods. In this place, there were no distinctions of prince and servant. Everyone fought for themselves. Their purpose here was to ensure Isaias' safety, but now, they also fought for themselves. If there was any lingering sentiment, it might have been towards Aspen. His thoughts were simpler. He did whatever he was told because he had emerged from it powerful. Using his strength to dictate the fates of others, allowing them to grow stronger, then devouring them entirely. It was like sending out a fraction of his power, only to get tenfold returns. Truly, Origin True Iof knew how to play games. These were just guesses, though. The specifics would become clear once everything unfolded. Waiting was arduous for those not used to meditation. They might seek adventure elsewhere, but leaving risked missing the event, leading to certain annihilation. Otherwise, Isaias would have stayed hidden in the xuanhuan world. As time passed, more and more powerful beings joined them, all from xuanhuan world, hearing the voice that forced them to participate. Initially, no one paid much attention to them, but as numbers grew, fear set in. With so many followers, they became formidable opponents. They instinctively grouped together, keeping distance from each other but mostly observing, hesitant to take action. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Such a mass of 8th tribulation cultivators was daunting, especially since they followed Isaias' orders faithfully, a true collective force. Gradually, 5 factions formed. Besides the 3 worlds and the unnamed land, xuanhuan world now had its own contingent. Fewer in number but highly united, they acted as one. When the number reached 10,000, they felt numb. Looks like he truly walked that path. But I'm curious, creating a universe requires many resources, doesn't it? At least a trip to the void. Where did he get so many resources? Isn't it obvious? Michael has support from above. I envy him. If we had such treatment back then, I'd be a true Iof now. The events of that time were not a big secret among them, just something to gossip about. Numbers grew closer, and tension rose. They realized the final count would be completed by Isaias' followers. How did he gather so many loyal, strong individuals? When the count reached 15,000, the Supreme Chessboard activated. A burst of energy thrust them far apart. Ariat flashed across the cosmos, visible everywhere. All watched with complex expressions. This was the object they had yearned for through countless years. Contestants are in position. The Supreme Chessboard opens. Rules will now be announced. Please enter the arena. Hashtag chapter 391. The chessboard rules. Gazing at the ancient and mysterious chessboard, some people stepped forward with composure while others hesitated, nervously glancing around. Those who hadn't experienced it didn't know what would happen once they placed a foot on it. Those who had already gone through it were naturally not afraid. At this point, there was no going back even if they wanted to. There were also people like Isaias who knew that this chess game was 4. Allies within the same faction cannot kill each other. If 3 members of a faction achieve Dao Sovereign status, all remaining members may leave unharmed. 5. Factions are randomly assigned, with a total of 100 factions. 6. The first round lasts for 100 years. If no one achieves Dao Sovereign status, everyone is eliminated. 7. Successful Dao Sovereigns may proceed to the second and third rounds. Aspany, all of you have good fortune. Amidst their fear and confusion, those who had reached the level of Dao Sovereign and above were transported to higher levels. It was evident that the first round was to be fought by them. The most frustrating part was the random division into factions. Everyone feared encountering powerful opponents, but also hoped to share a faction with strong allies, especially those they cared about, so that they might survive together. Isaias felt this was specifically aimed at him. Initially, he thought having over 10,000 followers would provide some advantage, but now it seemed his hopes were misplaced. This rule forced him to potentially eliminate some of his own people. Damn, is this a joke? Why do we need random, damn it? Their frustrations peaked as they realized they had no control over this situation. They could choose not to attack others, but ultimately everyone would die. This chess game was incredibly cruel. So many powerful individuals were pitted against each other, their blood fueling this grand chess game. A truly monumental undertaking. Despite their cursing, the person behind all this showed no sign of appearing. Only 50 Dao Sovereigns. They would eventually compete with these few for positions in the Chaos Realm, and perhaps even the true Xylanarch realm. Aspany would die along the way. Eunice, Kavin, Shayla, their combat strength was low, making survival difficult. This troubled Isaias deeply. Michael could avoid attacking them and protect them for a while, but for how long? Once he gathered enough kills, would they be purged? All of you. Suddenly, he realized he couldn't send secret messages to Eunice and the others anymore. At this moment, those around him felt oddly relieved. We're in the same faction as him, everything will be fine now. With so many Dao Io followers, breaking through to Dao Sovereign shouldn't be hard. Don't talk. He looks angry. Before this, everyone had seen just how revered Isaias was, being the leader of 15,000 Dao Ios. Just by sacrificing a few thousand, they could easily create 3 Dao Sovereigns. However, that came at a great cost. After he advanced, his followers would be decimated. That was why they thought Isaias might be upset. Anyone losing so many followers wouldn't be happy. Isaias regretted not asking them to suppress their cultivation. If they stayed at 17 tribulations, they wouldn't have come up. Accumulating more heads, he himself could reach 18 tribulations. It was too late for regrets now. Since it had happened, there was nothing left but to fight on. Laney, it seems we are fated to never overcome this heaven, Kavin said, tightly hugging Shayla. Luckily, they were grouped together, but their faction lacked strong members. Encountering other teams would mean certain death. Just accept it, as long as Julia survives, that's all that matters, Shayla replied. Iof guy, don't worry. If we encounter others from the Xuanhuan realm, they will likely sacrifice themselves. You can then withdraw from the battle. We've long prepared to return to the Xuanhuan realm. You needn't feel guilty. This is all because of the sovereign that we have our current power. They understand what to do. Nearby were several people from the Xuanhuan realm. This arrangement allowed them to withdraw their people from the battlefield. Hearing this, Kavin and his wife momentarily wavered, but soon fell into despair. Would they really take this path? Chapter 392, Fastest Dao Sovereign. After dividing into camps, it meant they could finally act. The chessboard was shrouded in mist. Beyond the mist, one could see others on the other side. However, no one knew whom they would encounter. Clearly, Isaias walked ahead while the others followed behind. After all, he controlled a vast force and should not be weak. Following him was safer than going alone. Of course, if you couldn't fight, you could run, provided you could outrun the others. No one chose to act alone. Essentially, everyone moved as a group. The misty area was long, filled with various traps. They might meet their end from these traps before encountering anyone else. True Spinster Origin had orchestrated this to eliminate the Dao Sovereigns. How could so many powerful figures coexist in an era? There must have been some ulterior motive. Creating promotion restrictions just to kill people was indeed repulsive. They hadn't yet rebelled because those in power could do as they pleased. Fortunately, Gai Qianjing smoothly passed through the misty area, coincidentally bumping into others, half of whom were from the Xuanhuan realm. Without surprise, the opposing party was entirely wiped out. Gai Qianjing obtained over 1,000 pieces, while others killed a few more. Some of his own side also perished. After being plundered by the enemy, Gai Qianjing reclaimed them, thus acquiring over 1,000 pieces effortlessly, which were originally part of his camp. These killings grow increasingly brutal, but I enjoy it. I look forward to seeing you again. Will you still defy me? They surged forward like waves crashing down, without any real opposition, yet half of his camp's members perished. After all, it was the 18th tribulation, with older generations possessing formidable strength. Deaths were inevitable. Compared to other teams, they were indeed fortunate. 2,000, 3,000. Each battle saw almost all the pieces collected by Gai Qianjing, making the others incredibly anxious. Without the 3 Dao Sovereigns, they struggled to obtain even 100 pieces. Who would protect them once Gai Qianjing left? Each member began to worry, unwilling to risk their lives. It was clear that aside from Gai Qianjing, none had significant influence or could kill enough for 5,000 pieces. Thus, they had to consider themselves. Instead of waiting for Gai Qianjing to assist them, they joined forces to kill the enemies forcibly, knowing this was the only way to survive. Being in Gai Qianjing's camp wasn't necessarily beneficial. They couldn't get pieces and became vulnerable after losing him. This realization led to a strange sense of urgency, urging them to speed up. By the 3rd day of the chessboard, congratulations on obtaining the first portion of Dao Sovereign Essence. You will now exit the battlefield. In just 3 days, Gai Qianjing had gathered 5,000 pieces, thanks partly to the contributions from Xuanhuan realm cultivators. Must I leave now? Gai Qianjing asked, somewhat helplessly. Michael hadn't encountered Kevin and others and could do nothing about it. Only luck could help him now. A beam of light enveloped him, pulling him out. Now we're on our own. Watching this, the rest felt a tinge of resentment. They were far from reaching 100 pieces. Sigh, what bad luck. The surviving teams were likely very strong. Not everyone faced opponents who didn't resist, making easy work of battles where some fought while others lay beaten. Above, the awaiting Dao Sovereign said, "Someone has emerged, ready to ascend to Dao Sovereign so quickly? It's him. That's all right." Seeing Gai Qianjing emerge, they weren't surprised. With the sheer number of strong individuals from the Xuanhuan realm, they could produce 3 Dao Sovereigns. Had it not been for this rule, the Xuanhuan realm would have produced even more top-tier figures. How can this be all right? Michael will contend for the Chaos realm with us. Do you think he dares? Even if he ascended, so what? Without billions of years of cultivation, he isn't our match. If he challenges us, he's dead. Newly ascending and long-time Dao Sovereigns differed significantly. Under Gai Qianjing's rapid advancement, no one could intervene. Attacks were ineffective, and it wasn't their turn to battle yet. Within seconds, under immense power, Gai Qianjing transcended into the Dao Sovereign realm effortlessly. Dao Sovereigns did not distinguish between realms, but solely by their magical power. One who survived a calamity yuan accumulated its power. Living longer meant stronger power, typically labeled as 1 Calamic Dao Sovereign, 2 Calamic Dao Sovereign, etc. This amount of power affected endurance, but combat strength remained level across all. This explained why they underestimated. The more powerful one became, the more they sensed the terrifying nature of true a spinster origin. In a world dominated by others, you truly had no control. Chapter 393, Arriving. Looking down at the battlefield, Isaias had a bad feeling. Now he could overlook everything below but could not intervene in it. Michael saw Kevin and the others walking into someone else's ambush. Among those people, there were almost no cultivators from the Yellow World realm, which was very dangerous. Michael helplessly looked upwards. There was a pair of eyes controlling everything here. Lowering his head, he sighed deeply. Whether they could come out or not depended entirely on their own fortune. At this point, even he himself was nothing more than a pawn in someone else's game. How could he claim that he could protect others? In the face of absolute power, any struggle was futile. The other Daozuns were also quietly waiting. To reach this realm, presumably, their loved ones had died repeatedly in calamities, with no chance of escaping. Therefore, when faced with such a scene, they remained unperturbed. After several days, Kevin and the rest encountered another group from their own camp. To survive, they fiercely attacked each other in chaotic battle. In the confusion, one didn't know who was attacking them, nor did they know whom they were attacking. They just used all their abilities to stay until the end. Those pawns, they had no time to pick up. A slight pause would put themselves in danger. Kevin fell, caught by chaotic forces. Then Shayla also met his end. Their strength could only be was more accurate. Xylomer pieces would be recycled, waiting for the next opening of the supreme chessboard. Countless bloodbaths occurred on this board, yet Michael enjoyed playing this game, forcing others to participate even if they disliked it. Finally, Eunice also met her end. All those present had died, leaving only a small part of the Yellow World realm cultivators. In less than a year-long war, the Yellow World realm regressed to its beginning. What origin true Iof bestowed had to be returned, at such a tragic cost. Michael remained silent, trying not to watch. Perhaps the opponent wanted to make him bow? To challenge that unattainable him? Even if given 100, 1,000, or 10,000 chances, victory was impossible. 15 years later, the second Dao Zun emerged. It was an ancient ferocious beast, whose true form was unknown but was extremely powerful. Compared to the Dao Zuns here, it was even more terrifying. Just 2 roars, and it was suppressed. Be quiet. And then there was silence. It silently blended into the crowd. Ah, so this is how newcomers are treated. Not friendly at all. Decades passed, and the third Dao Zun appeared. It was confirmed. Origin True Iof hadn't intended for many to advance. All rules were set by him, with final interpretation rights reserved for him. It was merely giving others a false hope before finding a reason to eliminate them. This continued until the 1st century. No more Dao Zuns emerged. Out of 10,000 participants, only 3 Dao Zuns emerged, with the rest swallowed. The time has arrived. Deep down, they wished they could kill the one above, who allowed him to toy with the lives of all. Under their dazed gazes, the area quickly filled with mist, making it impossible to see anything around them. Even their senses couldn't extend beyond their position. Below their feet was a countdown timer, with an exclamation mark inside. Clearly, they couldn't stay in the same place. Once the countdown ended, something might attack them, possibly more terrifying than other Dao Zuns. They had only 30 seconds, a brief time that barely allowed them to think. Forced to move forward, they all hoped that the opponents they encountered wouldn't be too strong. Perhaps working together, they could prolong the fight until the end, avoiding death. Chapter 394. Only one person. Indeed, someone did this. Both sides were evenly matched and thought in unison. Their fighting was as effortless as swimming. Even if they fought a mortal, it wouldn't result in death with such controlled power. But soon, something felt wrong. The annoying countdown reappeared beneath their feet. They tried to ignore it, but as time grew closer, they had no choice but to use all their strength. It seemed too late. The countdown ended. 2 powerful forces emerged and crushed them into nothingness. The 2 formidable Dao Zun vanished silently. In this game, you either kill others or be killed by him. It's an absolute overpowering force. The other Dao Zuns could not see this scene. They were still searching for their targets. This scene might continue to appear. The 3 chaotic sovereigns lost the initial calmness. Their eyes showed deep concern. After the Dao Zuns died, would it be their turn? Could they really step into the realm of true Iof? A question lingered in their minds. If Michael didn't allow it, all efforts would be futile. If Michael said they weren't qualified, then they weren't. Don't try reasoning. Brute force is the only logic. Sigh. Asterisk 3. They sighed helplessly. This was an impossible path. Despite their relentless pursuit, what they believed to be enlightenment was actually a road leading to their doom. Was the chaotic realm powerful? Very powerful, even capable of easily annihilating terrifying cultivators from the Tao world. But so what? They couldn't control their own fates. Below, Billy, it's been a while. Isaias encountered an opponent. Homer, destroying your underworld must not bother you, right? Isaias said. The underworld was created by the person before him, though he hadn't pursued the path of worlds but merely detached his core dom, forming a world that reached the sage ancestor level, a very powerful existence. Yet, it was shattered by Isaias's remains. It wasn't because Isaias was much stronger, but because the force attacking him carried terrifying corrosive power, something even the Tao world couldn't withstand, let alone the underworld. They're together. Seemingly resolved, they killed every subsequent Dao Zun. Pleasant, so pleasant. Wuji, we've cleared the way for you. The rest depends on you. I'm sure Homer mentioned it. Pass our messages along to him. So disgusting, just say we can't advance. Why go through all this? Wuji, I have one request, greet his mother, if Michael has one. Just do it. Time's almost up. We shouldn't make things difficult for Wuji. Let's say goodbye. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, the Dao Zuns fell, their bodies drifting into the endless cosmos, dispersing somewhere unknown, perhaps dissolving at the end of some abyss. Or maybe shattering a world like Isaias had. They were truly dead, with no chance of reincarnation, never wanting to experience such despair again. Isaias stood there, frustrated beyond measure. What was he doing? Was there any point in continuing? Dao Zuns had died, and it took countless years to accumulate the current number of strong beings. Yet, in an instant, all sank into the depths of oblivion. The second round ends. Cultivation has increased. The third round will begin in 10 years. So this was survival. Only one person could live to the end. Out of 53 Dao Zuns, only one would become a chaotic sovereign. The rest must die. Without their deaths, the power needed for the chaotic realm couldn't be gathered, similar to how Dao Iofs couldn't survive either. Powerful energy strengthened Isaias. This unprecedented pure power could elevate someone to sagehood instantly. No wonder Origin True Iof was so generous, giving without fear of waste. Is 10 years the end of our destiny? Somehow, I feel touched. So many willing to support him, but can he really defeat him? The three involuntarily looked upwards, where darkness prevailed, unseen but sensed. They knew someone was watching, likely seeing them as insignificant clowns. Before, they hadn't felt it. But since the death of all Dao Iofs, their hearts trembled. If only one person can survive, I think I can give up. I don't want to see that thing. If none of you go, then neither will I. They smiled understandingly. After countless years of strife, choosing Isaias was the best outcome. Time had grown too long and oppressive. And even reaching the top, could they escape him? Probably just enter a bigger vortex. So why not let go? Fighting for too long made one tired. Time erodes determination, especially when hope fades. Even the desire to fight disappeared. Holding the power of the chaotic realm became less appealing than a mortal's mundane life. Afterward, they remained silent. After so many years, what else was there to say? While they waited quietly, horrifying events unfolded in the xuanhuan world, Dao world, polar abyss, and countless realms, outside the bounds of 9 provinces. However, the situation outside was even more terrifying. A mere burst of energy could cut a world in half. That day, the apocalypse arrived. No matter where they hid, everyone was found, awaiting only death. Initially, some fought back, but eventually, they gave up. This catastrophe was beyond human control. They had no idea what had happened in the universe to cause such a terrifying event. Was it trying to erase all traces of their existence? From the start to the end of the calamity, 9 provinces lasted for only an hour. Including the netherworld, the entire world was submerged in seawater, leaving no landmass intact. This seawater was highly toxic, killing all marine life. It aimed to wipe everything out entirely. Dual Qi worlds, immortal continents and cultivation realms, technological civilizations, magical realms, beast-packed civilizations, cultivation cultures, and biological civilizations. All were disintegrating. It didn't matter how powerful these worlds once were. Now they were as fragile as paper. The process of awaiting death was excruciating. Star after star dimmed, and the cold spread from the far reaches of space toward the heart of the universe. The entire cosmos seemed like a frozen wasteland, waiting for warmth to thaw and awaken it again. In that new era, there would be fish and shrimp, but no humans or other sentients. Sovereign, please listen to your subjects' prayers and spare us. Some devout souls knelt down, hoping Isaias would hear their pleas. No need to pray. The entire yellow firmament universe is gone. A traveler returned from beyond the sky. Michael witnessed the universe being frozen. If he had moved slower, he would have been frozen too, unable to return. All gone. They were horrified. What catastrophic event caused the universe to wither? It's not just us. The greater cosmos beyond is also frozen by a terrifying cold wave. It's not that the sovereign abandoned us. Rather, the entire universe is undergoing a horrific calamity. They resigned themselves. Understanding the truth, they gave up resistance, even resorting to self-destruction to escape the inevitable disaster. The upper realms fell, and the yellow firmament realm became a vast empty shell, its thin surface encased in ice. Shortly after the yellow firmament realm's fall, came the Tao realm, the abyss, and the polar realms. In mere hours, the universe transformed from billions of vibrant civilizations to eternal frost. Within it, the only place capable of sustaining life was the supreme chessboard. On the supreme chessboard, several true Iofs gathered. Black Iof and his companions trembled before Origin True Iof, unable to meet his gaze. The gap between them was immense. Once confident and unassailable, Black Iof now realized he had overestimated himself. Origin True Iof, Chapter 396, The Realm of True Iof. Joy. What joy is there? Michael had no inclination for it. The more he broke through, the more he lost. Now, he was terrified. This was only the chaos realm. He couldn't see beyond the supreme chessboard, and even less could he glimpse the primordial universe. It seemed as if everything had been abandoned, leaving him utterly alone, out of place with his surroundings. The third game begins. There were no rules, no instructions, not even a countdown. Just the word begin. The familiar voice caused endless irritation. I quit. *4. The four people gave up simultaneously, choosing death over facing that entity again. Isaias felt the same way. He was unable to live up to the expectations of others, ultimately lacking the courage to face Origin Jiuyou, who existed at an immeasurably higher plane that he dared not speculate on. Knowing the outcome would be certain defeat, why torture oneself? They looked at each other without speaking, perhaps realizing what awaited them afterward. Companion Wajideo, you're the only one qualified to proceed. I've seen enough of this world. Seize the opportunity. Once gone, it won't come again. Just meet them once, don't ask for more. The three opened up, envying yet desiring a level they could never reach. Yet in this moment, they humbly passed it on. Teacup. The outside world was covered in cold, space itself frozen. Where could they possibly go? Resigned, Michael dismantled the supreme chessboard. If they wanted to leave, let them. The remaining space split into two parts. One side being the domain of true Iofs, from which they could observe all within the chaos realm. The true Iofs, led by Origin True Iof, dared not step forward. How cold it is. Upon emerging, they huddled together, feeling the cold, a rare sensation for chaos realm cultivators. In the next instant, they lost their ability to speak. Their divine senses revealed a world completely icebound. Planets, realms, grottos, all encased in freezing currents and crystals, emitting extreme cold even chaos realm cultivators couldn't endure, as if they could freeze to death. Regaining their senses, they looked at each other, seeing fear and confusion in each other's eyes. How had the universe transformed so drastically? That's the Tao world, the polar abyss and the abyss. Huh, another world on par with the Tao world. When did it appear? That's my primordial world. As Isaias spoke, everyone lowered their heads in silence. They remembered Isaias's path post-reincarnation. It made sense for such a grand world to emerge capable of producing 18 calamity cultivators. Yet now, all was under a blanket of ice. He was still inexperienced. Words were false, actions mattered. After the trio died, a golden core appeared in the void, the essential item for advancing to the true Iof realm. Farewell, Isaias said, attempting to fly away. But the golden core pursued him, merging instantly. Michael wished to say he didn't need true Iof power, preferring to pass it on. However, no one else remained. In moments, he completed the transformation. Before him lay clarity as if clouds parted to reveal blue sky. Ahead, a figure sat sipping tea, flanked by 7 others who visibly trembled in fear. You came. Are you still rejecting me? Hashtag chapter 397. I am the origin. Isaias remained silent. Michael understood the other's meaning because that person was also himself. He was the origin. To gather enough power to transcend the true Iof realm, he had even split half of his strength to create and destroy worlds repeatedly, gaining immense energy in the process and taking this step forward. Michael had been trapped in this realm for far too long. This great universe is called the xuanhuan universe. At its inception, only Michael existed as a single sentient being. With nothing else to do, Michael created countless civilizations. Michael discovered that these civilizations could aid him in elevating his own broader expanse, which is why Michael created and destroyed everything. At first, the part of himself that had been separated, the Isaias, always maintained an observer's attitude towards the end of the world. Michael and the origin were one and the same. Everything created was but a fleeting thought, easily destroyed without much consequence. However, as he reincarnated over and over, experiencing human suffering firsthand, destruction of the world, it was no longer something he desired. Only the original origin continued unwaveringly, adhering to his original intention, doing everything for his own benefit. I'm tired, Isaias said. You've changed. You weren't like this before. When you stop sitting on your lofty throne and experience human suffering yourself, then you can say this. Then will you still refuse me this time? Isaias should have succeeded in transforming during the previous calamity epoch, but due to some incidents, he learned of his fate prematurely and chose to continue cycling through rebirths. This led to 53 Chaos Realm experts appearing in this epoch. Why refuse? Aren't we one and the same? But next time, you deal with it yourself. I'm leaving. Isaias said. A reef among humans is too bitter. No more. As he spoke, his life rapidly slipped away. His eyes closed, and a powerful, deathly aura spread, causing the other 7 true Iofs to feel absurd. A true Iof just died for no reason? Chilling dread filled their hearts. Would it soon be their turn? It's your turn. The origin true Iof finally turned his gaze toward them. They were super strong true Iofs, yet now their legs trembled uncontrollably, unable to move or speak, as if their fates had already been sealed. Go, fulfill your mission. The origin waved his hand, casting them onto Isaias's body. Upon impact, a massive surge of energy flowed into the originally dead body, rapidly restoring its strength to match the origin's level. The origin approached the body, initiating the fusion process, which lasted so long that the river of time itself collapsed. At some point in the future, the origin awakened. Is life among humans really that good? Receiving Isaias's memories, Michael saw many things and scoffed at them. But why didn't I advance this time? Is this the end? Unlike before, Michael couldn't progress further, remaining the same as ever. Unable to comprehend or understand. Perhaps I should visit the human world. Michael began creating the universe anew. The frozen universe thawed, and the collapsed river of time reappeared. Worlds sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain, appearing in various corners of the universe. Some were fiery red, others covered in ice, and still